I'm standing on the school playground with a bouquet of roses. A crowd has gathered around me. I've been in love with Mo Yuching for 7 years, and I finally decided to tell her. My heart was racing and my palms were sweating. There are whispers and laughter from all sides, but I'm only focused on her. The crowd around me is buzzing, discussing what's going to happen next. Mo Yuching appears with her friends. I step forward and hold out the roses to her. She looks at me and says I was only a friend to her. Laughter erupts in the crowd, and I feel everything crumble inside. Mo Yuching turns and walks away, leaving me alone with the bouquet of roses. After she leaves, I stand in a daze as the crowd slowly disperses. I feel like the whole world has collapsed, but I can't just stand still. I toss the roses into the nearest trash can and decide to walk away from this place. On the way home, my thoughts are jumbled as I try to realize what just happened. In the evening, to forget myself, I go to a bar. The atmosphere there seems lighter, and for a moment I feel better. I order myself a drink, hoping to drown my sorrows. But suddenly I see Mo Yuching with another guy. They're sitting in the corner, laughing and drinking. This sight completely breaks me. I can't take it anymore and run outside. Outside, the cold winds sobering me up a bit. I wander around the city trying to figure out what to do next. Suddenly, I meet Liang Jiro, an old friend. She notices my condition and without further ado suggests we go for a walk. We start wandering around the night city and I gradually start opening up to her. We stop by a 24-hour cafe to warm up a bit. Liang talks about her life, about the difficulties she faces. Her sincerity and support makes me feel better. We laugh and talk, and I begin to realize that I am not alone in my problems. This night gets warmer and I feel the heaviness begin to go away. Later, we walk back to her dorm and I thank her for her support. She smiles and says she is always happy to help. I realize that this meeting has helped me take the first step towards a new life. The past is behind me. New opportunities and challenges lie ahead of me, and perhaps a new love. But the next day, I get an unexpected twist. I get a message from Mo Yuching. She wants to meet and talk. My heart starts beating faster again. Why does she want to see me? Could this change something in my life? I decide to go to this meeting, not knowing what lies ahead. And it all started like this. Look, another clueless guy is confessing to Mo Yuching, but this guy is actually pretty good looking. He's my type. Yeah, he's not bad, but look at who the girl is. She's stunning, and her family is loaded. Stop watching, it's never going to work out. I heard they've known each other for a long time. He's been chasing her for quite a while. Sigh, just another lovesick fool. In the end, he'll be left with nothing. At this moment, Hangcheng had just entered spring. The plants were only beginning to sprout new buds, and the surroundings still felt somewhat barren. Yet, even on this empty school field, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Chen Lu silently listened to the mockery around him. He was well aware that, right now, he was nothing more than entertainment for them. Standing in the middle of the field, he held a bouquet of roses in his hands, watching as the girl slowly walked toward him. She was universally acknowledged as the most beautiful girl in school, the one he had pursued for a full 7 years. Mo Yuching. The weather was still chilly, and the cool breeze kept brushing against Chen Lu's flushed cheeks. It also swept through Mo Yuching's jet-black, waterfall-like hair and ruffled the hem of her milky white dress. It was as if temperature had no effect on her. Her delicate collarbones and snow-white, smooth neck were still exposed to the cold. Mo Yuching's expression remained indifferent. Her lips were slightly pursed, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes shimmered like an autumn lake, making it impossible to look away. Heaven had been exceptionally generous to her, bestowing her with exquisite, icy beauty. Every frown and smile of hers was mesmerizing. Chen Lu exhaled and took a step forward. In truth, he never wanted to confess like this, it felt like emotional coercion. But even more than that, he didn't want Mo Yuching to brush him off again. Yes, this kind of public confession put a lot of pressure on the one being confessed to. But Mo Yuching, that wouldn't apply to you. To everyone, you are untouchable. You are the moon among the stars. The line of people you've rejected could probably stretch outside the school gates. No matter whether the one confessing was worthy or not, each rejection only made you shine even brighter. As expected, just like he had anticipated, Mo Yuching remained unbothered despite the growing crowd. However, since the one confessing this time was him, she furrowed her brows ever so slightly. How long have you been chasing me? Her cold voice, mixed with the chilly wind, entered Chen Lu's ears. Exactly 7 years as of today. She did not let him speak first, and Chen Lu, understanding her, did not shout out any grand declaration of love. Because this was already his second confession. The first time was in high school. Mo Yuching had said she wanted to focus on her studies. Chen Lu understood. So, he gave up on attending universities in other cities and followed her to the same college. But when he realized that their relationship had not changed at all, even in university, he had already figured out the answer. If two single people, knowing each other for years, never get together, then they never will. Especially since they weren't just ordinary friends. They had known each other since they were kids. True childhood friends. And so, he just wanted closure, to put an end to these 7 years of being a pitiful, lovesick fool, desperately chasing after any scraps of attention. I worked hard for 7 years just to be worthy of you. 7 years is too long, Miss M.O. Even I get tired. Isn't it time to finally put an end to this undefined relationship of ours? At last, M.O. Yuching parted her lips, pulling Chen Lu out of his thoughts. Yes, 7 years, Chen Lu. Her expression was indifferent, her tone icy. It's been so long, and you still haven't realized that I never liked you? Let's just stay friends. If you bring this up again, we won't even have that. Chen Lu looked up at the overcast sky, surprisingly calm. Friends? So you expect me to stand by and watch you be with someone else? Watch you get married and have children one day? M.O. Yuching, I love you, but I'm not that pathetic. M.O. Yuching didn't say anything else. After scanning the crowd with her cold gaze, she turned and left, leaving behind only an elegant yet merciless silhouette. M.O. Yuching, I love you. I've loved you for 7 years. Chen Lu shouted at her retreating figure, disregarding the eyes of the crowd. Just as the murmurs of onlookers grew louder, he let out a self-deprecating laugh and spoke again, his voice much softer this time. But never again. Then, he turned around and walked away, back to the crowd, alone and dejected. Like a gambler who had lost everything in a final, desperate bet. And yet, amid the sorrow, Chen Lu suddenly felt a sense of relief. Not being loved. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was an impassable chasm. Wealth, looks, personality, those were things one could work on. But love? You can't force someone to love you. Chen Lu thought of this and forced a smile at Jiang Chao, who had been waiting for him. Jiang Chao was his best friend, practically a sworn brother. He had a strangely charismatic presence, and since he always brought breakfast for his roommates after his morning run, they jokingly called him boss. The best is yet to come. Jiang Chao patted his shoulder reassuringly. We didn't even prepare a celebration, you know? Because whether you succeeded or not, it was never about you not being good enough for her, it was about her not being good enough for you. Chen Lu glanced at the trash bin, which was filled with discarded confetti poppers, and chuckled without saying much. Let's hand these roses out to the little kids on the way back. No point in wasting them, they'll probably love them. Sigh, I told you, with a personality like yours, whoever ends up with you will be lucky. Jiang Chao made a face of mock disdain. Not to mention, you're actually pretty decent in every way. Does she really think just being pretty is enough? Every time she had a problem, who was the first person she called? And who was always the one solving those problems? If I were a woman, I'd drag you straight to the courthouse for a marriage certificate. Alright, I was touched until you said that last part. Chen Lu glanced around. Where are the other two? You guys are taking me out for drinks, aren't you? Of course. You know me too well. Let's go take your mind off things. Jiang Chao grinned and pulled him toward the school gates. By then, the sky had darkened. Streetlights flickered on one by one, and food vendors had already gathered near the entrance. Each of their modified tricycles was strung with small, bright bulbs. Insects fluttered around the lights, while the sizzling oil released waves of mouth-watering aroma. These street stalls had long become a lifeline for university students fed up with cafeteria food. Watching Chen Lu's sorrowful expression, Jiang Chao spoke in a deep voice. You two have known each other for so long. If she truly liked you, she would have said yes long ago. Stop torturing yourself. You're smarter than this, Chen Lu. Why are you so stubborn about this one thing? Chen Lu stared blankly into the distance, his lips curling into a complicated smile. I won't chase her anymore. Those 3 words carried all the strength left in him. Hidden within his relief was immeasurable grief. Really? I traded half my life for this realization. If I even think of looking back, I might as well be dead. Chen Lu quickly followed Jiang Chao to a nearby hot pot restaurant. Seeing the place packed with people, Chen Lu became even more certain that everyone had made reservations in advance to celebrate for him. After all, when guys eat together, they usually just find a random food stall. It's unlikely a group of men would go out for hot pot together, right? Chen Lu's expression was somewhat despondent, completely oblivious to the surrounding noise. What a pity. I failed. Noticing his other 2 roommates, Zheng Haoyu and Li Xinian, waving at him from afar, he walked over and took a seat. No one mentioned what had happened earlier that day. This was an unspoken understanding among men when no one knew how to offer comfort. They simply raised their glasses again and again. After a while, the familiar tune of cannon rang out. Chen Lu glanced at his phone, and upon seeing the caller's name, his heart trembled slightly. There was no way she was calling to change her mind, to reconsider and accept his confession. She probably just assumed I would still be her friend. Chen Lu knew that as long as he answered the call, he could continue to stay by Mo Yuqing's side as he always had, watching her dazzling beauty like the glow of a bright moon. And then, it would be as if nothing had happened today. But he really didn't want to pick up. He was exhausted. "Hey, that waitress with the low ponytail, what score would you guys give her?" "With the mask on, I can't see her face properly. Her outfit is way too plain, and those bangs are too long. Her figure is decent, but I'd only give her a 5, Jiang Tao said casually as he lit a cigarette. Chen Lu frowned in disgust. "You're so childish." Then, without another word, he declined the call and turned his gaze toward the busy figure moving through the restaurant. The girl didn't seem very old, probably under 170 centimeters tall. Since the hot pot restaurant was quite warm, she was only wearing a white t-shirt and jeans. The design on her t-shirt had faded from repeated washing, and her jeans were noticeably worn out. Though her clothing was ordinary, it couldn't hide the graceful curves of her body. However, her long bangs covered much of her face, and she walked with her head down the entire time. It seemed Jiang Chao's rating of 5 was solely based on her figure. As she moved around, her ponytail swayed behind her, neat and practical, yet unremarkable. Judging by how diligently she worked without slacking off, she was probably a college student working part-time. Seeing Chen Lu decline the call, Jiang Chao let out a sigh of relief. His tone lightened as if his earlier comment had merely been a way to divert attention. "What's wrong with rating someone? If a girl gave me a 2, I'd still smile and thank her. I'm not the type to have double standards. Besides, just yesterday, I helped an old lady cross the street. I'm a good guy, okay?" Chen Lu had no interest in continuing the conversation. He simply locked his phone screen and downed his drink in silence. Pressing the side button of a phone wasn't a big deal, yet at that moment, it felt like an enormous effort. "This is the first time I've ever ignored your call, even though you've hung up on me countless times. Sometimes, you didn't even answer just because you weren't in the mood." How dare he not answer? Mo Yuqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lower lip, her slender fingers repeatedly tapping the screen. "I've rejected him before, so why is he ignoring me now? What's wrong with just being friends? Weren't we fine like this before?" Her roommate and close friend, Lu Yan, watched her with an exasperated expression. For a moment, she was slightly dazed, because the girl in front of her was so stunningly beautiful that even when she was sulking, she looked charming. It made them somewhat understand why men throughout history had waged wars for women. "Even when I fought with my parents, he still answered my calls at 2 in the morning. I'm going to ask him what's going on." With that, Mo Yuqing hurriedly changed out of her lacy nightgown and threw on some clothes, not even bothering to fix her messy hair before heading for the door. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob and her roommates thought she had finally come to her senses, she turned around, stormed back inside, and plopped onto her bed with a pout. "I'm not going to chase after someone who ignores my calls." Although Lu Yan had been trying to talk sense into her ever since she got back to the dorm, she still walked over again, placing a hand on Mo Yuqing's shoulder. "Yuqing, this is the last time I'll try to convince you. If you actually like him, it's not too late to change your mind. Chen Lu has pursued you for 7 whole years. Just from what I've seen since I met you, whenever you call him, he brings you food, no matter how late it is. My own boyfriend wouldn't even make me brown sugar ginger tea during my period, but you always had it. Which other guy would learn to cook all your favorite dishes just for you? On the surface, you're the class president, but most of your responsibilities were handled by him. Even though you've taken it for granted, not everyone gets good morning and good night messages every single day. And..." Lu Yan hesitated, stopping herself from saying you can't live without him. No matter how close their friendship was, some lines shouldn't be crossed. After all, she was Mo Yuqing's friend, not Chen Lu's. What she had already said was pushing the limits of loyalty. But deep down, she firmly believed it. Back when they first started college, Mo Yuqing's personality had caused her to be completely isolated from her dorm mates. It was only thanks to Chen Lu's efforts to mediate that the other 3 girls eventually warmed up to her, allowing Mo Yuqing and Lu Yan to grow close. Chen Lu had been pursuing her, yet he had always maintained a respectful distance from other girls. There was even a time when he stood outside their dormitory in the pouring rain for an hour just because she was upset. The 3 of them had watched, feeling both moved and helpless. And yet, none of it seemed to have touched Mo Yuqing's heart. Lu Yan glanced at the stunning girl in front of her, who was pouting like a child. She suddenly felt like an anxious eunuch watching an indifferent emperor. Chen Lu had both emotional intelligence and good looks. While his family background wasn't as privileged as Mo Yuqing's, it wasn't bad either. It wasn't as if he lacked admirers. but he had only ever been devoted to her. Mo Yuching, his infatuation with you is practically one of his only flaws. I don't like him. I didn't like him before, I don't like him now, and I never will. Mo Yuching buried herself under the covers without even taking off her clothes, leaving only a cascade of long hair spilling out. She had never truly understood what it meant to like someone, but her pride instinctively rejected the idea. Lu Yan exchanged glances with the other two roommates. Their dear friend was driving them insane. Mo Yuching was actually a kind and generous person. She had even bought Chen Lu the latest laptop for his birthday. But she had no idea what Chen Lu truly wanted. She had never once responded to his love, dragging him along for 7 whole years. Yuching, you'll regret this. Soon, you'll realize something's missing when you, so sheltered from the world, finally have to face it on your own. He'll come back to me. Just like always. I've known him for so long, I understand him better than anyone. Meanwhile, across town, while Chan Lu was drowning in sorrow, his roommates had started drinking themselves into a frenzy. Stop wasting your time. How many 7-year stretches do you have in your life? Sticking to just one tree, don't you think that's unfair to all the other amazing women out there? Zhang Chao patted Chen Lu on the shoulder. So that's your excuse for being a player? Chen Lu frowned slightly. I just want to spread love equally. Yeah, right. Smash. Just as Chen Lu was about to retort, the sharp sound of shattering glass cut through the restaurant. Are you blind? Chen Lu turned his head just in time to see a young man angrily standing up, pointing at the part-time waitress and shouting. The girl trembled in fear, and the hot soup she was carrying splashed onto her arm. Strangely, even under these circumstances, she did not dare to say a word. She only lowered her head deeply. Every time the young man shouted, the girl would flinch, her eyes visibly welling up with tears, though she did not dare to let them fall. This guy must be crazy. The glass clearly fell because he did not place it properly. Zhang Chao squinted his eyes and complained. Without hesitation, Chen Lu stepped forward and gently pulled the girl behind him. He had never been one to seek attention, but he was definitely not the type to just stand by and watch. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep at night thinking about it. It was not her fault. You are making a scene for nothing, Chen Lu said, sizing up the drunk young man. The man seemed to be about the same age as him. A girl sat beside him, and 3 other young men were seated across from him. Seeing a couple after his failed confession only made Chen Lu angrier. There was a campus card from Yuhang University on the table. It seemed they were from the same school. No matter how high the admission standards are, they still cannot filter out the scum. What does this have to do with you? If you want to fight, just say it. Seeing the young man pick up a beer bottle and glare at him aggressively, Chen Lu remained calm and turned to glance at the others sitting across from him. Not a single one of them spoke up to tell the truth. Instead, they looked at him with malicious intent. Chen Lu was a little surprised. Seriously? Even in a situation like this, they were willing to go along with it? At that moment, the restaurant manager rushed over, and several bystanders had already raised their phones to record the scene. Without warning, Chen Lu put his arm around the young man's shoulder and pointed toward a security camera in the corner. There are cameras, brother. Then, he gestured toward Zhang Chao and the others who had already stood up and spoke in a low voice. You are from Yuhang University too, right? We are from the law department. The one wearing glasses is a student council officer. And see that guy who was smoking? He may look laid back, but his father is the chief of police. We definitely should not get into a fight with him. His punches are wild and unpredictable. And worst case scenario. I am just saying worst case, while you are getting a lecture from the police, he might be sitting in his dad's office playing video games. So let us not provoke them. The young man was at a loss for words and stared at Chen Lu in a daze. Are you not afraid your student council friend might lose his position? Chen Lu blinked innocently, looking him straight in the eye. Not at all. He just failed to stop us, and he would not get involved in a fight anyway. Besides, we do not even need him. But I believe we are all civilized people. We run into each other on campus all the time. How about we get to know each other over a drink? Looking at Chen Lu raising his glass, the young man nervously swallowed. Seeing that Chen Lu had said both kind and harsh words, smiling but not genuinely, and noticing Zhang Chao beside him putting out his cigarette with a roguelike demeanor, he actually hesitated. Since he was given a way out, he might as well take it. He then picked up another person's glass, his expression dazed as he clinked it against Chen Lu's with a forced smile. His arrogance from earlier had completely disappeared. Just as Chen Lu had expected, people who act impulsively without thinking usually back down just as quickly. They have the courage to bully women, but when faced with real trouble, they do not dare to take it head-on. And just like that, the small incident ended in an almost anticlimactic manner. As soon as Chen Lu sat back down, his friends resumed their conversation, their tone light and casual, as if they were already used to him doing things like this. If Mo Yuching saw this, she would definitely fall for you. Are you here to drink with me or to rub salt in my wounds? Before he could finish his sentence, the waitress hesitantly walked over and murmured a soft thank you. Thank you. Chen Lu glanced at her reddened arm and gently advised, you should rinse it with cold water immediately and get some medicine from the pharmacy. If possible, cover it with gauze. If you ever find yourself in a similar situation again and do not know what to say, just call your manager over. Do not just stand there and take the blame, you do not owe anyone anything. The girl nodded firmly and walked away, leaving behind a single teardrop that fell to the ground. A little while later, the manager brought over 2 plates of meat, setting them lightly on the table and giving Chen Lu and his friends a small nod. Since the troublemakers were still present, Chen Lu did not feel comfortable rejecting the kind gesture and accepted it silently. Once guys get drunk, they can brag about anything for hours. Somehow, Chen Lu ended up staying until almost 11 o'clock. The moment they stepped outside, a gust of cold wind hit them, making Chen Lu shiver. This damn weather, he muttered. The shopping mall nearby had already closed early, but the streets were still brightly lit with neon signs. Since it was too late to return to campus, the group decided to spend the night at an internet cafe. Just as Chen Lu was about to leave, he saw the part-time waitress stepping out of the restaurant, wiping her tears as she walked away in the opposite direction. She really did not even know to apply medicine after a burn? You guys go ahead. I will check on something, Chen Lu said before jogging after her. Why is he going after her? Li Xinian asked curiously. Jiang Chao had just lit another cigarette when he noticed a few kids playing nearby. He quickly put it out and said, he probably sensed something was off. He is sharp like that. Shit. Zheng Haoyu suddenly cursed. Why does Mo Yuching not like Brother Lu? Jiang Chao remained silent, biting the unlit cigarette in his mouth. He glanced down at his phone screen, where a message had popped up. Mo Yuching, where is Chen Lu? Looking up, he realized that Chen Lu had already disappeared into the distance. He tapped his thumb against the glowing screen a few times. You should have asked earlier. Maybe you still had a chance. But now, it is too late. Some other girl will see how great Chen Lu really is. With that, he deleted her contact. After buying ointment and gauze, Chen Lu jogged down the street, searching for the girl. Eventually, he spotted her sitting on the steps in front of a closed store, quietly wiping away her tears. She had deliberately chosen a shop that had already closed, as if she did not want to disturb anyone or be seen under bright lights. It was as if she had been abandoned in a forgotten corner of the world. What is wrong with you? If you do not treat a burn, it will be a real problem, Chen Lu said, panting for breath. The girl was startled by the sudden voice. When she saw that it was Chen Lu, she quickly lowered her head again and wiped away her tears. The night breeze gently lifted the loose sleeves of her t-shirt and strands of her hair. Crouching there, she looked every bit like someone who had been bullied into silence. Chen Lu squatted down in front of her and tapped her arm with his finger, signaling for her to extend it. To his surprise, the girl actually stretched out her arm. And then, she did not move at all. She did not know how to talk back when scolded, and now she could only move when instructed. How could someone be this clueless? Chen Lu silently complained to himself and decided to apply the ointment for her. Even though the light here was dim, he could still see how fair and delicate her arm was, soft enough that pressing it would probably leave an imprint. The burned area was already reddened and slightly peeling. Did you even rinse it with water? Chen Lu asked, lowering his head. I did, the girl whispered timidly. Her voice was quiet, yet pleasant to the ear. Although Chen Lu thought his tone was gentle, for some reason, she still acted like she was being scolded, keeping her head down the entire time. Then why did you not go to a pharmacy? It is so late already. The store was busy, and medicine costs a lot. Chen Lu was speechless. He silently wrapped the gauze around her burn. That should do it. There is plenty of gauze left, so make sure to change it frequently. After he finished, he looked up and found the girl staring at him in a daze. Just then, another gust of wind swept by, lifting her bangs and revealing a pair of clear, jewel-like eyes. Her pure and delicate face came into full view before Chen Lu. Jiang Chao, are you blind? 5 points? This is 100. The noisy traffic and honking horns on the roadside suddenly faded into silence. The world had become eerily quiet, as if nothing else in the world mattered anymore. At this moment, they existed in a world where only the two of them remained. In her soft, untainted eyes, Chen Lu saw the reflection of passing car lights, the towering skyscrapers behind him glowing with 1,000 lights, the brilliant night sky filled with stars, and finally, he saw himself. Please stop looking at me like that, okay? After a long while, the girl finally regained her senses. With her face flushed red, she lowered her head in embarrassment, her eyes misty with unshed tears. Chanlu chuckled for no reason. She had every right to say it outright. Yet she still hesitated and added okay at the end. What a fool. Chanlu immediately stood up and took out his phone to check his missed calls. The night air in Hangzhou was cold, sending a chill deep into his heart. As expected, she only called once. No messages. Mo Yuqing, do you think I will always be the one to reach out to you first? In your eyes, am I really that insignificant? Chanlu tilted his head back for a moment, took a deep breath, and then swiped left to delete the record of the missed call. He glanced at the time. It was already past 11. I will walk you home, he said. Seeing that the girl still kept her head down and said nothing, he added, I have to go this way anyway. It is too late to get back to school now. Only then did she nod slightly, and the two of them began walking side by side down the street. My name is Chen Lu, as in a road with no way forward, he said, handing her his jacket. What is your name? My name is Liang Jiro. As she spoke, she kept her head lowered, watching Chen Lu's shadow on the ground. She wanted to tell him to keep his jacket so he would not get cold, but she was not good with words and did not know how to refuse, so she simply pretended not to notice. After all, she had not looked up at him even once. He would not realize that she had been watching his shadow the entire way, right? When she still did not say anything, Chen Lu simply draped the jacket over her shoulders. It is fine. I am not cold. Seeing that she was about to take it off, he reached out and adjusted the collar for her. Why are you so foolish? You are freezing, and you still say you are not cold. It is going to get colder tomorrow. Make sure to bring a jacket with you. The weather will probably not stabilize until after the Qingming festival. Thank you. Even though Liang Jiro's voice was still soft, Chen Lu could hear the shyness and gratitude in her words. For some reason, his heart felt warm. So even for something this small, there are people who will actually say thank you? Chen Lu was momentarily dazed. He had draped his jacket over Mo Yuqing countless times, but not once had she ever thanked him. Not even once. Also, I am not foolish. After a long silence, Liang Jiro suddenly said with great seriousness, All right. Liang Jiro seemed to have a quiet personality, and Chen Lu was not in the mood to talk much either. The two of them walked in silence. With nothing else to do, Chen Lu took a closer look at this girl who seemed a little insecure. When their eyes had met earlier, he had been genuinely struck by how beautiful she was, which made him even more curious. Why would a girl this beautiful want to hide herself? Why do you always keep your head down? And why do you have such long bangs? Chen Lu yawned as he spoke. You should be more confident. In all my life, I have only met one other girl as beautiful as you. Even if there are still brainless guys who would try to bully you, at least there would be a greater chance that someone would step in to help. After a long pause, Liang Jiro finally replied, this way. I do not stand out as much. Chen Lu understood now. From the way she had hesitated over the cost of medicine earlier, he had already guessed that she probably did not come from a wealthy family. For a girl with her personality, being too attractive was not necessarily an advantage. Looks only became an asset when paired with family background, like in Mo Yuqing's case. They walked for a long time, but for some reason, it felt like only an instant had passed. Eventually, Liang Jiro led him to a bus stop. I will wait for the bus here, she said softly. Once I get off, my home is very close. Chen Lu checked the time. Even though they had not dawdled, they had already walked for over 10 minutes. Do you go through this every day? Chen Lu tried to imagine it and immediately felt exhausted. Houses that are a little farther away are cheaper to rent. Then why do you not find a job closer to home? I can earn a little more here, even after deducting travel expenses. Chen Lu silently nodded. It seemed like whatever he asked, she would answer truthfully. It was kind of fascinating. That must be tough. Just as he said that, the bus arrived. With a hiss, the doors slowly opened. Liang Jiro turned to speak, but before she could finish, she saw Chen Lu press his index finger against his lips, as if saying. Then, with a soft smile, he watched as she stepped onto the bus. Only after sitting down did Liang Jiro suddenly realize she was still wearing his jacket. But by then, the bus had already started moving. She quickly stood up and lightly tapped on the window in a panic. Your jacket. I will return it to you. Seeing her finally raise her voice in a moment of flustered urgency, Chen Lu found it amusing. He simply waved his hand with a smile. But the moment the bus drove away, his smile suddenly froze. How is she going to return it? Even though Chen Lu's reflection was no longer visible in the window, Liang Jiro still stared blankly at the lower right corner of the glass. No one would have guessed that 1,000 years later, there would still be a foolish girl holding on to an impossible hope. Another cold gust of wind blew by, and she instinctively curled up in the jacket. It was so warm. Without thinking too much, Chen Lu hailed a taxi to go home. Both he and Jiang Chao were locals, so if they wanted, they could avoid returning to the dormitory every day. But to maintain a good relationship with their families, they still chose to stay in the dorm most of the time. Driver, Lijiang Garden. Oh, that far? I got lost, that is all. As he gazed at the hazy night sky, Chen Lu slowly pulled out his phone. When he suddenly saw Mo Yuqing, who had been pinned at the top of his chat list for years, he hesitated for a long time before finally removing the pin. Then, he went to his contacts and removed her from his special care list. Thinking back, how he had never once missed sending her a good morning and good night message, how he had always taken the initiative to start conversations every day, his heart unsettled whenever she did not reply, how he had carefully chosen every word, afraid that a dull conversation would make her lose interest, how he had once convinced himself that not responding immediately was his only form of silent protest against her late replies. What a pathetic idiot you are, Chen Lu. With a bitter smile, he scrolled through his chat history with Mo Yuqing. It was all the same, his messages flooding the screen, while hers were sparse, just a few short responses here and there. No matter which part of the chat he looked at, it was always a sea of green bubbles, with only a handful of white ones in between. As he continued, the city lights outside the window grew blurrier and blurrier in his eyes. Even though he was the one removing her from his list, why did it feel like he was the one being abandoned? He sniffled and sent a message to Jiang Chao. Chen Lu, boss, I am heading home. You guys enjoy. Jiang Chao, yeah, go ahead. These two are hopeless. Together, they have died almost 20 times already. Maybe it is better if you are not here. Chen Lu chuckled at the message, just about to turn off his screen when another message popped up. Jiang Chao, I thought you would suddenly be inspired to go after that girl. Chen Lu, screw you. I did not even add her on WeChat. I am going to take a screenshot of what you just said and send it to your girlfriend. Jiang Chao, that is totally unnecessary. Just have a good cry and get some sleep. When you wake up, remember that you still have us. Staring at Jiang Chao's message, Chen Lu was momentarily stunned. Even in the middle of a game, he could reply instantly. So why could Mo Yuqing never do the same? She had never replied to him quickly. Not even once. By the time Chen Lu arrived at his apartment complex, it was already close to 1 a.m. He deliberately glanced up at his own window, only relaxing when he saw that the lights were off. As long as I come home after my parents are asleep and leave before they wake up, it is like I was never here. Thinking this, Chen Lu quietly sneaked inside. Like a thief, he slipped into his room, unlocked his drawer, and took out everything related to Mo Yuqing, preparing to throw it all away. Then, his eyes fell on a bracelet with only a single wooden bead. I still have this? He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he placed the bracelet back into the now empty drawer. Everything related to Mo Yuqing was gone. After a long time without experiencing warmth from others, Liang Zhiro had a comforting dream. She dreamed of the past, of a memory that had kept her going all these years. It was more than 10 years ago. A little girl crouched in the sandy playground of a park, silently watching other children climbing up and down the slide. Her bright, watery eyes were slightly red. She had obviously just been crying. Because she had come from a rural village, she did not dare to go up and play with the others. That sense of inferiority seemed to be ingrained in her bones. Everything that others took for granted, she had never seen before. She did not even know what any of it was. At that moment, a little boy walked over and crouched beside her. Why are you sad? His voice was warm and gentle. It was the first time since arriving in this city that someone had spoken to her like this. Because my dad has an illness that cannot be cured. As she spoke, her eyes filled with tears again, her expression full of grievance. It was her first time visiting the big city she had always imagined, but it was nothing like she had pictured. All Hangzhou had was the endless honking of cars and the sharp smell of hospital disinfectant. There were people everywhere, yet the distance between them felt impossibly vast. Unlike her village, no one would offer help unprompted. She could only follow her worried mother through the hospital, trying to figure out how to register, how to pay for treatment. Seeing the helplessness on her mother's face when people ignored her, she wished more than anything that she was already grown up. The boy silently nodded. After a long pause, he pointed to a group of children blowing bubbles in the distance and said softly, at times like this, it is best to distract yourself. Do you want to play with a bubble machine? Just press a button, and lots of bubbles will float out. It is really fun. My family is poor. I cannot afford one. The little girl lowered her head even more. Luckily, I happen to have two. The little boy spoke excitedly, then shoved the only bubble machine he had into her hands. His eyes, still childlike and innocent, showed no sign of deceit or reluctance. One for each of us. Seeing her hesitance, the boy grinned and added, "The other one is at home. It is even better than this one, so I do not want to bring it out, someone might break it." "What is your name?" The little girl hesitantly believed him, rubbing her tear-stained eyes. Even though she knew she would never see him again, she still wanted to ask. "I am Fire Dragon Hero," the boy declared proudly, then stuffed all the fruit candies in his pocket into her hands. "If you ever feel sad, just eat a piece of candy. Here, for you." The girl took off the wooden bracelet on her wrist and handed it to him. "My mom told me that when someone gives you something, you should return the favor. I cannot take your things for free." She had made it herself. That was why it only had a single wooden bead, tied to a thin red string. The bead had been polished to a smooth finish. It must have taken immense patience, hard to believe a little girl had done it all by herself. "Thank you." Just as the boy was about to ask for her name, a girl dressed in expensive brand name clothing suddenly pulled him away. Half awake, half dreaming, Liang Jiro smiled faintly. Lowering her gaze, she tucked the blanket more securely around her exhausted mother. The reason she had chosen to attend this university was because she wanted to return to this city. Among the millions of people here, she did not expect to ever find him again. But at the very least, they could look up at the same sky. As soon as Chen Lu woke up, he instinctively reached for his phone, about to send a message. But just a second before hitting send, he snapped back to reality and quickly slapped himself across the face. Later that morning, Chen Lu returned to the classroom. He glanced at his 3 roommates, who, like him, had dark circles under their eyes, then looked down at the jurisprudence textbook on his desk. They say convincing someone to study law is like cutting them to pieces. But enrolling in the same university just to chase after a girl was one thing, choosing the same major as her? That was the biggest joke of all. That familiar, striking figure sat a little ahead of him, slightly to the left. He needed to break the habit of staring at her during class. Since the lecture had not yet started, students were still trickling in. But every single one of them, upon entering, would glance at Chen Lu first, then at Mo Yuqing. As if they were still eager for more drama. "Did you delete her contact yet?" Jiang Chao leaned in and whispered. Chen Lu shook his head, his expression somewhat bleak. "Damn, have you not had enough of being her lapdog? Why have you still not deleted it?" Jiang Chao was clearly exasperated. Hearing this, Chen Lu turned to look at him. "I need time to let go. 7 years is a long time. What do you think this is, a novel? Just delete and move on? If I could be that decisive, it would mean I never truly had feelings for her in the first place." Li Xinian, sitting nearby, chimed in, "That is true. They say it takes 21 days to form a habit. Expecting Chen Lu to let go of a 7-year-long habit overnight is completely unrealistic." Jiang Chao scooted even closer. "Dude, let me introduce you to someone. I may lack many things, but I never run out of girls to introduce. I will set you up with a new one every single day. If you ever meet the same girl twice, I lose. If any of them are smaller than a D cup, I lose." Seeing that Chen Lu had slumped onto his desk, uninterested, Jiang Chao continued, Fine. If you think the girls I know are too frivolous, I can have my girlfriend introduce someone for you instead. I am exhausted. Let me rest. Maybe if I just sit back and wait, someone who truly loves me will show up on their own." With that, Chen Lu drifted off to sleep. Truth be told, looking at Jiang Chao made his heart ache. Jiang Chao had always been his wingman in pursuing Mo Yuqing. Yet in the end, while Chen Lu failed to win Mo Yuqing's heart, Jiang Chao successfully wooed her roommate, Lu Yan. Chen Lu might have had the luxury of sleeping, but his roommates did not dare to. Last time, they had all dozed off with him, but while Chen Lu still managed to ace his exams, they had failed miserably. Guys like you, who do not even try yet still score high, are the biggest scourge of the class. Jiang Chao cursed silently and forced himself to stay awake. Just as he was about to doze off, his phone vibrated, waking him up again. It was a message from a freshman girl. "Brother Chao, do you know Chen Lu? I am here on behalf of a friend to find him. I am right outside the classroom. Could you call him out for me?" Jiang Chao stared at the message in disbelief. Did Chen Lu just manifest this into reality? Without wasting another second, he shook Chen Lu awake. Whether this was love knocking at the door or not did not matter. What mattered was getting his best friend's mind off the past. Still half asleep, Chen Lu groggily walked outside. As soon as he stepped out, a girl spotted him and hurried over. In an instant, all eyes in the classroom turned toward Chen Lu, who was now leaning against the doorframe. It was no surprise that someone was confessing to him. After all, Chen Lu was good-looking, and his personality was decent. Though he was neither the class president nor part of the student council, he was still widely respected. Back when he was pursuing Mo Yuqing, he had always kept his distance from other girls. So, naturally, very few girls had bothered confessing to him, knowing it was hopeless. But now, with Mo Yuching rejecting him in front of everyone, it was only logical that some would seize the opportunity to confess. Many students even glanced at Mo Yuching to see her reaction. Chen Lu had been her most devoted pursuer, it was common knowledge. Mo Yuching, however, did not spare him a glance. She simply stared out the window with a pout. "Hello?" Chen Lu looked at the short-haired girl in front of him, slightly taken aback as he greeted her. The girl seemed just as surprised when she saw him up close. She blinked several times, looking him over. "Hello, senior. I am a friend of Liang Jiro. She is working part-time and could not take leave, so she asked me to come ask when you are free. She wants to return your jacket in person." "She is a student here too?" Chen Lu was stunned. That woke him up completely. Yes. We are both in the accounting program." "I see. I am free after class." "Great, I will tell her to wait for you in front of the cafeteria." For some reason, Chen Lu felt like this girl was smirking mischievously. It reminded him of the way his mother smiled while watching a romance drama when the leads finally got together. Before he could say anything else, the girl strutted away, calling out, "Senior, do not forget my name. It is Lin Miao Miao." Chen Lu returned to his seat. He had barely gotten any sleep the night before, yet now he was wide awake. What are the odds? If she is a student here, why does she not live on campus? Alright, stop looking. She is gone. Lu Yan rolled her eyes at Mo Yuching. It was not a confession. What does that have to do with me? Mo Yuching pouted, then slumped onto her desk. After class, just as Chen Lu was about to leave, his counselor suddenly called out to him. Their counselor had only recently graduated with a master's degree, yet for some reason, she had already adopted a mature, authoritative style, exuding the presence of a strict high school homeroom teacher. She was not the easiest person to deal with, but since Chen Lu was efficient at handling tasks, she tended to be lenient when approving his leave requests. The price? Occasionally being roped into doing free labor. "Chen Lu, come help me with the student roster." "Is it urgent? Can I do it later?" Chen Lu asked, exasperated. "It is urgent. If you wait any longer, someone else will be approving your leave requests in the future. You might as well start preparing for a new counselor." "I will help him." Zhang Chao immediately stepped in to rescue his friend. Do you even realize how unreliable you are?" Seeing that the other two roommates had things of their own to do, Zhang Chao could only watch helplessly as Chen Lu was dragged away. At first, when Chen Lu saw the thin stack of documents, he was relieved. If he worked quickly, maybe he could still make it in time. But just as he finished that stack, he was told the towering pile beside it also needed to be done. He wanted to die. Half an hour later, it suddenly started pouring outside. Before the cold wind could blow in, Chen Lu shut the window. April's weather was even more unpredictable than a woman's mood. One day, it could be a sunny 28 degrees, and the next, single-digit temperatures. Yet, for some reason, this unexpected rain made him feel oddly at ease. It had been so long. With this downpour, Liang Jiro probably would not be waiting anymore, right? He would rather be stood up than make someone wait for him in vain. Another half hour passed, and he finally finished the last stack. At some point, the rain outside had lightened. "Thank you, Chen Lu. I can handle the rest. I have an umbrella, you can." Before she could finish, Chen Lu bolted out the door, sprinting toward the cafeteria. Even though he doubted anyone would still be waiting after over an hour, he felt an inexplicable urge to check. As he ran through the crowd, countless couples walked leisurely under shared umbrellas, as if the rain only added to their romance. Yet amidst them all, only one person was dashing through the puddles, splashing water into the air. Completely out of place. When he finally reached the cafeteria entrance, he saw a girl clutching a plastic bag tightly to her chest, as if afraid the rain would soak it. Yet she herself stood near the front, exposed. Whenever a gust of wind blew, rainwater splattered onto her. Whenever someone passed by, she would lower her head shyly and step aside, only to return to that same visible spot. Even though she kept her head down, Chen Lu barely managed to recognize her. He immediately walked up to Liang Jiro. She was still wearing the same jeans from last night, but today, she had obediently put on a light green jacket. It seemed that when she was not working, she did not tie her hair up in a low ponytail but let it fall freely over her shoulders. But this only made the already reserved girl even less noticeable. Last night, at least her figure had been noticeable. Today, no one would have guessed that beneath her timid demeanor was a face stunning enough to take one's breath away. The occasional drizzle had already soaked part of her clothes. Her ears were red from the cold, and with her delicate features, she looked both adorable and heartbreakingly fragile. "Why did you not leave?" Chen Lu asked in a daze, his emotions complicated. "I got called by the counselor to help." Sorry. Hearing the familiar voice, Liang Jiro finally lifted her head. When she saw that it was Chen Lu, the corners of her lips seemed to lift ever so slightly. I was waiting for you. She said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. At the same time, she handed him the jacket she had been holding. It had been washed meticulously, without a single wrinkle. Even though her own clothes had been dampened by the rain, the jacket in her arms remained untouched by even a single drop of water. The rain came down so suddenly, it is really cold. I was over an hour late. Any normal person would have thought I stood them up. Not to mention, it was rude of me to be this late. You should have just left. Liang Jiro looked at him seriously. In her clear, bright eyes, Chen Lu could only see himself. I promised you. That brief eye contact seemed to drain all her strength and courage. She quickly lowered her head again. And I believed you would come. Chen Lu's emotions grew even more conflicted. He did not know if he felt more happy, more guilty, perhaps. Above all else, he simply felt sorry for her. How could she be this foolish? Then why did you not wait inside? Standing here, you are getting hit by the wind and rain. I was afraid you would not be able to find me. Chen Lu suddenly found himself speechless, frozen in place. So, someone actually waited for me? Not everyone is like Mo Yuching, who would leave if I was even a little late. Just for a moment. A fleeting moment. Chen Lu felt something inside him melt. Well, you are certainly the kind of fool who would stand in the rain for nearly 2 hours just because of a single promise. I am not a fool. Because you also came running through the rain. So I did not wait in vain. But the clumsy, timid girl could not find the words to say it out loud. You say you are not foolish, but I feel like even if someone sold you off, you would still help them count the money, Chen Lu joked. You are not that kind of person, the girl shook her head gently. Back then, you were the only one who helped me. Chen Lu chuckled to himself. No more thanking me, alright? Just as Liang Jiro was about to speak, she immediately closed her mouth upon hearing that. Her small head tilted slightly as she thought for a moment, then cautiously asked, Then, can I treat you to a meal? Chen Lu was about to refuse but then noticed how deeply she had lowered her head, nervously fiddling with the hem of her sleeve. Cursing himself in his heart, he quickly smiled and said, Well, I guess my stomach has its own opinion on this. Alright, let's go, I am going to take full advantage of this meal. If he refused her gratitude outright, it would probably only make her feel even more insecure. Liang Jiro's mood seemed to lift instantly, and she nodded eagerly. Chen Lu found it amusing. She actually took my joke seriously? How can someone be this gullible? Since there were a lot of people around, Chen Lu lightly pinched the edge of Liang Jiro's sleeve, leading the way as they squeezed through the crowd. Taking advantage of the fact that Chen Lu was not looking back, Liang Jiro stole a few glances at him, then at her sleeve, which she was holding onto. This subtle yet careful gentleness gave her an overwhelming sense of security. She wished, if possible, that they could walk like this just a little longer. But, unfortunately, the moment they reached a less crowded area, Chen Lu immediately let go and turned to her. The cafeteria is packed at this hour, and the food is both overpriced and awful. Let's eat outside instead. Okay, we can eat whatever you want, the girl responded immediately. But after speaking, she hesitated, lowering her head anxiously. But, I do not have an umbrella. It had not been raining when she left earlier. Chen Lu glanced at the dense rain outside and said casually, No problem, we will have one in a minute. With that, he pulled out his phone, his thumb swiftly tapping the screen. Chen Lu, boss, I am near the library. Bring me 2 umbrellas, fast. Reply when received. Zhang Chao, message received. Over. Chen Lu, make sure to bring one for yourself too. I am taking a girl out for dinner. His reliable big bro was quick. Within minutes, he arrived. Here you go, I am off, Zhang Chao said as he climbed a couple of steps, handing the umbrella to Chen Lu. When he spotted Liang Jiro, he shot Chen Lu a knowing look. Why is there only one? Chen Lu asked, puzzled. Zhang Chao remained stone-faced. The other one, suddenly broke. Watching Zhang Chao walk away without a second thought, Chen Lu sighed helplessly. Slowly, he opened the umbrella, covering the dazed girl beneath it. Will this do for now? Liang Jiro lowered her head, nervously pinching her fingers together. After a brief pause, she let out a soft and quietly followed behind him, looking small and well-behaved. The two of them walked side by side under the same umbrella, gradually merging into the crowd. Noticing that Liang Jiro seemed too shy to speak, Chen Lu did not initiate a conversation either. Silently, they strolled through the fine drizzle. Raindrops pattered against the umbrella, masking the sound of the girl's rapid heartbeat. This was the first time she had ever walked so closely beside a boy, let alone shared an umbrella with one. After a while, Chen Lu led her outside the school gate and stopped in front of an old street. This is the place. Hearing Chen Lu's voice, the girl lifted her head. The first thing she saw was a well-decorated hot pot restaurant. She hesitated for a moment, pressing her lips together before nodding seriously. All right, let's go in. Money could always be earned again, but kindness had to be repaid. Especially when Chen Lu was the first person who had ever stepped forward to help her. Not there, Chen Lu pointed at a different place. Who eats hot pot in the middle of the day? He gestured toward a small noodle shop beside it. This place has been open for over 20 years. When I was a kid, my dad used to bring me here all the time. Bringing a girl he was not very familiar with to a place like this might not have been the best choice, but since Liang Jiro was the one treating him, it seemed fitting, cheap yet delicious. His reasoning was sound, so Liang Jiro did not doubt him and followed him inside. Even with the rain outside, the shop was still packed with customers, mostly students from Yuhang University. Clearly, no good restaurant could escape the eyes of modern college students. Chen Lu did not rush, simply watching as Liang Jiro scanned the QR code to pick 2 bowls, a total of 28 yuan. Only freshmen still foolishly stick to eating in the cafeteria. Chen Lu chuckled. Try it. Tell me if it is good. Liang Jiro handed him a pair of chopsticks before lowering her head, eating in small, delicate bites. Every now and then, she would sneak a glance at Chen Lu, then quickly look away. Chen Lu gazed at the timid girl in front of him, lost in thought. Ever since their first meeting, everything between them had unfolded in the strangest ways. He did not know whether he had stepped into her world or if she had stepped into his. But one thing was certain, she had added a unique color to his life. He had never imagined that Liang Jiro would actually wait for him in the rain for over an hour, afraid he would not find her. Even now, that warmth still lingered in his heart, like a pebble dropped into a still lake, sending ripples that refused to fade. It is good, right? Chen Lu asked with a smile. Although Liang Jiro ate quite gracefully, her small mouth was still puffed up like a little hamster's. At one point, her innocent gaze accidentally met Chen Lu's. In an instant, like an ostrich burying its head in the sand, she quickly lowered her head again. A faint, almost imperceptible blush appeared on her cheeks, as if convincing herself that if she could not see him, then he could not see her either. It seemed that girls never wanted to look like gluttons in front of others. Watching her, cheeks puffed out like a little hamster, Chen Lu could not help but smile. Resting his chin on his hand, he silently observed her. Then he glanced outside at the drizzle, feeling as though time had slowed, life becoming calm and peaceful. Why are you still so frugal even though you are working part-time? Chen Lu looked at the burn mark on her arm and asked softly. Liang Jiro quickly swallowed the food in her mouth before answering, because I am saving money for my mother's surgery. Seeing the sudden dimness in her expression, Chen Lu chose to steer the conversation elsewhere. For some reason, he suddenly felt sorry for this foolish girl who had waited for him in the rain. That Lin Miao Miao, is she your friend? When she nodded, Chen Lu asked again, then am I your friend too? Liang Jiro froze. Even though her eyes were hidden beneath her bangs, Chen Lu could vaguely make out the way they blinked in confusion. Her eyes were truly beautiful, so beautiful that just from that brief moment last night, the image was already engraved in his mind. It was as if they had been imprinted into his memory. Can I be? After a brief hesitation, the girl cautiously asked. She lifted her head slightly, a hint of anticipation in her gaze. Can she? What is she talking about? Wasn't I the one asking her? Chen Lu was momentarily at a loss. His brain nearly short-circuited. I guess? Thank you, Liang Jiro whispered. Before, I only had her as my friend. Hearing this, Chen Lu did not say anything more. Instead, he pulled out his phone and placed it in front of her. Since we are friends now, let's have a meal together sometime. Liang Jiro carefully took out her phone and scanned his QR code. Her phone was an old, inexpensive model, but it was clearly well cared for, completely different from Chen Lu's, which looked like it had been through a war zone. Why is your profile picture a bubble machine? Chen Lu could not help but laugh. That was way too odd. He had already thought Jiang Chao's profile picture of Koan was abstract enough, because someone gave it to me. I used to have one too. This model was pretty expensive back when I was a kid. I once gave mine away, and my mom beat me black and blue when I got home. Chen Lu laughed as he spoke, but the laughter soon faded. He thought of that little girl who had probably lost her father. Then he looked at the girl in front of him, scrimping and saving every penny just to afford her mother's treatment. This world really is not kind at all. On the other side, as soon as Mo Yuqing walked into the cafeteria, she immediately drew countless gazes. Unlike Liang Jiro, she never wore the same outfit twice. Even though it was drizzling outside, she was dressed in a slim-fitting, light camel-colored high-neck knit sweater paired with a black long skirt. Her perfect proportions were accentuated to the fullest, and with her long, straight black hair, she exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Even though her shoes were slightly muddy, no one was paying attention to them. Her slender waist was enough to draw all eyes upward. However, those who were observant might have noticed that this pampered young lady had barely been touched by the rain. She probably did not go out much on rainy days. Beside her, Lu Yan was more practically dressed in a thicker jacket and jeans. Even so, her natural beauty still shone through. But walking next to Mo Yuching, she was completely overlooked. Mo Yuching felt a little nervous today. She wanted to prove to Lu Yan that she could live just fine without Chen Lu. But the moment she stepped inside and saw the long line stretching across the cafeteria, her brows immediately furrowed. Does Chen Lu really have to wait in lines this long just to get my meals? She did not think too deeply about it. After all, she could easily afford to order takeout every day. But out of sheer stubbornness, she insisted on coming to the cafeteria herself. She had to pick up her own packages, register for her own classes, handle all her class duties herself. As she listed out her little acts of independence, she felt a hint of embarrassment, because for most people, these were things they had always done on their own. While standing in line, Mo Yuching absent-mindedly wiped Lu Yan's hair with a napkin as she asked where her favorite dishes were served. It took them nearly 10 minutes just to get Mo Yuching's favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Lu Yan did not mind, but Mo Yuching was already fed up with waiting. She felt like she was going crazy. The place was unbearably crowded, filled with the sounds of people chatting and laughing. On top of that, some students were blasting tacky internet videos on their phones without headphones. The sheer noise made her ears ache. Just as she was about to ask where to get another dish, she suddenly spotted Chen Lu. But there was a girl sitting across from him, a girl completely different from herself. She was not complaining to Chen Lu about every little annoyance in her day. She was simply sitting there, quietly eating her meal. Every now and then, she would steal a glance at him. And Chen Lu, he was resting his chin on his hand, watching her. They were not talking much, yet. Why do they look so close? Why is Chen Lu having a meal with another girl? He has always only spent time with me. Mo Yuching stood frozen, her chest tightening. She felt irritated, annoyed, furious. He should be looking at me like that. His gentleness has belonged to me alone all these years. Lu Yan noticed a moment later than Mo Yuching. By the time she reached out to stop her, Mo Yuching had already started walking forward. The girl was still eating with her head down. Mo Yuching, however, only had eyes for Chen Lu. What do you think you are doing? She demanded, her voice tense. Chen Lu noticed Lu Yan standing behind her, giving him a look that said, I tried to hold her back. Even though he thought it was unnecessary, he still appreciated the effort. Even if her reasoning was misguided, it was still a kindness. As you can see, Chen Lu replied calmly. Is there a problem? You like me, do you not? Then why are you having a meal with another girl? This is what you call liking someone? Although her voice was soft due to the cafeteria setting, her anger was unmistakable. You are right, I did like you, Chen Lu said, his tone turning cold, surprising even himself. In the past, being this close to Mo Yuching would have made his heart race. But now, he felt nothing. So this is what it means to be completely dead inside. You were the one who rejected me, he continued. You only gave me two choices, either keep being your pathetic little lapdog, or stop being friends altogether. As you can see, I chose the latter. Because I am tired. He let out a self-mocking chuckle. I am not some saint. Knowing there was no future with you, why would I continue treating you like a queen? His icy words struck her deep. For some reason, she suddenly felt like crying. She did not understand why, but her vision blurred, and tears welled up in her eyes. Mo Yuching wanted to hold them back. She wanted to smirk and brush it off, but she had never been one to suppress her emotions. Ever since she was a child, she had always let her feelings run free, waiting for someone to comfort her. And now, she had failed. In the end, she could only let the tears fall while pretending not to care. Fine. No problem. Even if you eat with 10 girls at once, it has nothing to do with me, she said with forced nonchalance. As long as you are happy. Then she reached up and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her delicate fingers brushing away the tears on her cheek. Since you would not take my calls, do not expect me to ever pick up yours. I will never answer. Not even once. All right, Chen Lu nodded. So then, what exactly was your reason for coming here to confront me? Mo Yuching froze. You cannot even explain it yourself, can you? We are not even friends anymore. This is none of your business. Mo Yuching stared at him, dazed. Suddenly, Chen Lu felt like a complete stranger to her. A stranger she had just met for the first time. From the moment Chen Lu gave her that first bouquet of flowers to now, 7 years had passed. If she counted from when they first met, they had known each other for over a decade. But no matter how far back she searched her memories, Chen Lu had never looked at her like this before. There was not a single trace of warmth in his eyes. Not even the faintest glimmer of light. Why? Why is he looking at me like this? The Chen Lu she knew had always smiled at her, no matter how upset she was. Where did that Chen Lu go? You were never like this before, she murmured. Before Mo Yuqing could even process what she was saying, the words had already escaped her lips. Mo Yuqing, if you want to talk about the past, then let me tell you properly. Chen Lu looked at the girl he had loved for 7 years and asked, what were you like back then? I once invited you to dinner, and you agreed. That night, I waited for 3 hours. I waited until the restaurant closed, but you never showed up. Later, when I asked you about it, you said you had forgotten. Do you remember that? You probably do not, but I do. I remember the way people looked at me, their amused, mocking eyes. In the past, I humbled myself like a dog, trying to please you. And what did I get in return? 2 rejections. I wanted to be your boyfriend, not a dog at your side. But now, I do not want anything anymore. I just want to keep my distance from you. Whether it was because she was shocked by Chen Lu's cold expression or because she simply did not know how to argue back, Mo Yuqing said nothing. She only wiped her tears in silence. Chen Lu did not react either. He simply sat there, watching her quietly. So this is what they call tears like pear blossoms in the rain. Turns out, when a beautiful girl cries, it really does look like this. Of course, seeing the girl he had loved for 7 years crying in front of him felt strange, but Chen Lu held himself back. Yen, let's go get pickled fish, Mo Yuqing said, her voice choked with tears as she turned away with red-rimmed eyes. Pickled fish is in the East cafeteria, not here, Lu Yen whispered as quietly as she could, feeling a little awkward. Then let's hurry over. Wait, but your other favorite dish is here. Mo Yuqing froze. So this is how Chen Lu ran back and forth every time he brought me food? Lu Yen seemed to guess what she was thinking and simply shrugged. Although Lu Yen could tell that Mo Yuqing was beginning to realize how much effort Chen Lu had put in for her, she was still unwilling to be the first to lower her head. Even after seeing another girl by Chen Lu's side, even after discovering just a small fraction of how difficult things had been for him, Mo Yuqing still refused to give in. She turned around and walked away, without hesitation, without looking back, without saying a word, and she even walked in the wrong direction. You are going the wrong way. We need to go the other way. Lu Yen stood in place, glancing at Chen Lu, who remained motionless, and then at Mo Yuqing, who was storming off in the completely wrong direction. With a deep sigh, she quickly ran after her. Chen Lu had seen this expression before. It was the same look his mom had whenever the main leads in a drama walked past each other without realizing their feelings. Watching Mo Yuqing wipe away her tears as she left, Chen Lu felt a mix of emotions. This was the first time he had ever made her cry. So she actually can cry because of me? But it did not matter anymore. I want to move on. He repeated those words over and over in his heart. Then, he continued sitting there, playing with his phone. Only this time, he mindlessly opened and closed random apps, his fingers tapping aimlessly. Because 7 years was too long. Letting go was not going to be easy. Even if it hurt. Even if it took another 7 years of pain. I will not look back. I never thought that all the time I spent on you was nothing but a sunk cost. After Mo Yuqing left, she continued experiencing the realities of life, but Chen Lu no longer cared. Soon, she would realize that by the time she finished running back and forth to buy all the food she wanted, she would be too exhausted to even have an appetite. She would discover just how frustrating it was to pick up packages from various collection points scattered far apart. She would find that getting a seat in the library was not as easy as she thought. She would learn that no matter how beautiful she was, getting leave approved by the counselor was still nearly impossible. At this moment, she was like the little mermaid in a fairy tale who had just stepped onto land. Every step she took was painful. Chen Lu slowly walked out of the cafeteria and looked up at the sun, which had just broken free from the edge of a dark cloud. The sunlight was warm on his skin, and with the rain having just stopped, the air was crisp and fresh. The rain has stopped. The situation earlier seemed to have been beyond Liang Jiro's comprehension. She kept her head down and remained silent. Chen Lu's thoughts were a mess as well. He could not understand why Mo Yuqing had made such a scene in front of him. Or rather, he had a vague idea, but he did not want to acknowledge it. She is just not used to living without someone worshipping her. Chen Lu took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling the cool breeze on his face. With a self-mocking smile, he said, "That was the girl I pursued for 7 years. I never got a single response, yet I still held on for 7 years. Pretty stupid, huh?" To his surprise, Liang Jiro simply shook her head earnestly. Then, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a small fruit candy. Since Chen Lu was taller than her, she had to lift her delicate hand slightly, her fingers opening like the petals of a flower. Chen Lu carefully took the candy, looking at her in curiosity. "Why are you giving me this?" he asked. "Because I do not want you to be sad." Her voice was soft, gentle, and sincere. Chen Lu froze. The cold wind blew against him as he stood there in a daze, but it could not cool the warmth in his heart. He never would have thought that, of all things, the one thing that brought him the most comfort in these past few days was someone giving him a piece of candy. It took him a while to snap out of it. Sniffling slightly, he asked, "By the way, why do you live off campus? Our dorms are pretty cheap, are they not? I have to take care of my mom." "I see. Where are you headed now?" "I will take you." Chen Lu's voice was gentle. The green apple-flavored candy slowly melted in his mouth, filling it with sweetness. And along with it, something in his heart seemed to melt as well. "There is no need. I am going to work. It is far from here." Liang Jiro lightly pinched the hem of her sleeve, watching Chen Lu's shadow. She did not know why, but she really liked looking at his shadow. This way, he would not notice. This way, she would not accidentally meet his eyes. This way, she felt at ease. To her, it already felt like she was indulging too much. Her wishes were simple, so simple that just being able to look at his shadow made her happy. Liang Jiro had been mature beyond her years ever since she was a child. After her father passed away, she became even more so. With her mother falling ill, she could not afford to be selfish. She could not afford to act willfully. She could not afford to be ignorant. Suppressing her desires had become a habit. Studying relentlessly and working tirelessly to pay for her mother's treatment had become her way of survival. She had no hobbies of her own. Unlike other girls her age, she did not care about makeup or skincare. She did not understand fashion, nor did she want to spend time picking out clothes. Just being able to look at the boy who brought a sliver of light into her dim world was enough for her. But suddenly, Chen Lu bent down slightly and gave her a soft, playful smile. His delicate features reappeared before her eyes, making her instinctively lower her head even more. Yet she still could not resist sneaking glances at him from the corner of her eye. His smile was so warm. Apart from her mother, it had been so long since anyone had smiled at her like that. The last time. She had to think back 10 years ago. Seeing that she was only lowering her head and not upset, Chen Lu felt relieved and said with a chuckle, "I can take you to work too. I have nothing to do this afternoon." That is the beauty of being a junior, your freshman would not understand. She was just about to refuse when she noticed the way Chen Lu was staring at her, calm, but firm. So, she quickly nodded obediently. Chen Lu deliberately stepped on the shallow puddles along the way, the water splashing with a crisp sound. Watching the quiet girl walking in front of him, he finally let out a small laugh. "Honestly, Liang Jiro, you are so dumb." "I am not dumb." By then, the sun had completely driven away the dark clouds. The golden sunlight spilled generously over the two of them. The world suddenly seemed brighter, the scene bathed in warm hues. Even the girl who always walked with her head down now seemed to be glowing in Chen Lu's eyes. What a beautiful day. A simple walk like this could make me so happy. This damn sun keeps baking me. Yuching, if you are really tired, let us take a break. Panting, Lu Yan turned to look at the exhausted girl behind her. The long skirt around Mo Yuching's slender waist swayed with each step. She bit her lip lightly, her lost and helpless expression stirring an inexplicable sense of conquest in others. Lu Yan could not help but sigh inwardly. Thank God I have a boyfriend. Otherwise, I might actually be tempted. She is just too beautiful. But when will you understand that beauty alone is not enough to keep Chen Lu? When will you let go of your pride? Yes, you have the privilege of being this confident, but this is not how love works. Mo Yuching seemed not to have heard her at all. Holding two packages in her arms, she stared blankly ahead, moving forward like a wind-up doll, swaying with every step. Her legs ached, and her mood had hit rock bottom. After running around all afternoon, she had finally bought all the food she liked. But by the time she sat down to eat, she was too exhausted to have any appetite left. It was not about the money, she did not care about that. But the fact that she had put in all this effort only to be too tired to enjoy the results made it all feel like a complete waste. Only now did she realize just how many things she had been ordering online. She used to buy whatever caught her eye, never once considering how much of a hassle it would be to actually pick everything up. And then there was her confrontation with Chen Lu earlier. Her thoughts were a mess, her mind completely consumed by that unremarkable girl. Is she prettier than me? Why was Chen Lu eating with her? Why has Chen Lu changed so much? The people I have rejected so many times never changed their attitude toward me, so why did he? But soon, she pushed all those thoughts aside. Whatever. Chen Lu will come apologize on his own, just like he always does. And when he does, I will not forgive him so easily this time. After dropping Liang Jiro off, Chen Lu wandered around West Lake for a while, letting his mind settle. It was already late at night by the time he returned to the dorm. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he heard his roommates chatting inside. "You guys think Chen Lu has a shot with that girl from the hot pot restaurant? He has been gone since lunchtime." Jiang Chao's distinctively raspy voice was easy to recognize. "You are mistaken. I think you are underestimating Chen Lu." The other two roommates immediately objected. "Fuck, he should have moved on sooner. I was really worried he would hang himself on that dead-end love like an idiot." Jiang Chao cursed with a laugh. Then, the dorm fell into silence, apart from the rapid clacking of keyboards. "Boss, why do you sound like an old mother?" Chen Lu pushed open the door, smiling bitterly. The moment he stepped inside, 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes locked onto him. "You bastard, spending the whole day with a girl." "It was nothing. We ate, then went our separate ways. I was alone after that." Chen Lu climbed onto his bed. "We are innocent, all right?" With that, he closed his eyes, ignoring their sarcastic teasing. But a moment later, he suddenly sat up and pulled out his phone. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed before lying back down. Out of habit, he wanted to send someone a good night message only to realize there was no one left to say it to. His gaze drifted to the strange bubble machine profile picture. Almost without thinking, he clicked on it. He was about to casually ask, "Did you get home safely?" But before he could type, he saw the words, "Typing." What a coincidence. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Lu waited to see what Liang Jiro was about to say. 10 minutes later, he was still staring at the same typing message. His expression slowly turned into that of an elderly man staring blankly at a phone on the subway. He closed WeChat, then reopened it. The moment he refreshed the app, the typing message disappeared, returning to just her ID. Did WeChat just glitch out on me? Fresh out of the shower. Fresh out of the shower, Liang Jiro looked as delicate as a lotus emerging from water. Her hair was tied up, and she wore a loose white t-shirt paired with home shorts. Her flawless face was breathtaking, and the wide neckline revealed her snow-white swan-like neck. Her slender, smooth legs were impossible to ignore, and the subtle rise and fall of her chest made it difficult for anyone to look away. However, her arm was oddly wrapped in several layers of plastic wrap. Her clear, bright eyes stared blankly at the empty chat window between them. She typed, deleted, retyped, and deleted again. As time passed, the corners of her lips, which had unconsciously curved upward, slowly fell back down. Her breathing grew more rapid. When she finally looked at the time, 10 minutes had already passed. 10 minutes, and she still had not figured out what to say. What am I even doing? Frustrated and embarrassed, Liang Jiro rubbed her face, tossed her phone aside, and rolled around on her bed twice before finally burying her face under the blanket. Her delicate legs kicked at the air. "He cannot see me, right? No one would stare at our chat window for 10 whole minutes, right?" She both wished that Chen Lu would not accidentally check their conversation and see her hesitation. Yet she also felt disappointed at the empty chat screen between them. Someone like him, so good-looking, so kind, must have plenty of people to talk to. Chen Lu's warmth was like the rain in spring nurturing others without making a sound. He never crossed any lines, never made a fuss. He simply gave, quietly and without expectation. Most importantly, he never put any pressure on her. When he gently held onto her sleeve in the crowd, it made her feel safe, like all she had to do was follow him, and nothing else mattered. But then, she remembered the girl she had seen in the cafeteria that afternoon. That princess-like girl. She was truly beautiful, dressed in clothes that looked expensive, yet fit her so perfectly that Liang Jiro did not even dare to lift her head and look at her for too long. Her eyes radiated confidence, pride. She must have come from a wealthy family, raised in comfort, untouched by hardship. She and we are not from the same world. No wonder Chen Lu liked her. Liang Jiro sniffled. Then, she quickly pushed the thoughts aside, plugged in her phone to charge, and went to prepare a basin of warm water for her mother. After her father's passing, she had long since learned how to bury all her emotions deep inside. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, she carefully checked her reflection, making sure there was nothing unusual about her expression. Only then did she pick up the basin and carry it over to her mother, Xiao Xuanfang. Ever since Xiao Xuanfang was injured in a hit-and-run accident years ago, she had lost almost all sensation in her legs. The doctors had said that only surgery could improve her condition, and even in the best-case scenario, she would barely be able to walk with crutches. But that was not the real issue. The real issue was, they did not have that kind of money. The poor did not have the luxury of relying on relatives. No one was willing to lend them such a large sum for the surgery, so all she could do was struggle to keep their household afloat, massaging her mother's legs every day in hopes of delaying the worsening of her condition. until she could prove she had the ability to repay a loan. Burying all her emotions once more, Liang Jiro forced a smile at her mother's weary face. Then, she lowered her head and began washing her mother's feet. Xiao Xuanfang looked at her daughter, her eyes suddenly welling up with tears. This foolish girl, who had only just entered university, should have been enjoying her youth. Yet she had been forced to shoulder the weight of the family for so many years. The more sensible and mature her daughter was, the more Xiao Xuanfang's heart ached with guilt. When Liang Jiro was little, she had been so full of life. She loved to dress up, loved pretty little dresses, just like any other girl her age. She would giggle and ask silly, childish questions. But after her father passed, Liang Jiro changed. It was as if she had grown up overnight. She no longer smiled as brightly. But she almost never cried in front of her mother either. Xiao Xuanfang still remembered the day she saw little Liang Jiro standing against a wall, watching other children playing and laughing. She had stared for a long, long time. Then, she had silently turned around, walked into the kitchen, and started preparing dinner. That moment had crushed her heart, suffocating her with pain. More than once, she had thought about ending it all, just so her daughter would no longer have to bear this burden. But she was too afraid to imagine Liang Jiro being left alone in this world. Could Jiro handle it all by herself? Every day, Xiao Xuanfang made up her mind. Every day, she hesitated. Every day, she put the thought aside only to repeat the cycle again the next day. After a long silence, Xiao Xuanfang finally spoke, bringing up a conversation they had had many times before. Xiao Rou, how about we stop worrying about my treatment? I have already gotten used to being like this. No, Liang Jiro rarely spoke with such firmness. Her hands never paused. Then, what if we moved back to our hometown? Living expenses there are lower, and my medical checkups would be cheaper too. That way, you would have less pressure on you. No, I can take care of myself, really. You have grown up now, you should have your own life. If I stay here, I will only be a burden to your future. Her voice trembled, her eyes turning red. No. This time, Liang Jiro's voice quivered, and her hands finally stopped. Plop. Tears fell, one after another, into the basin of warm water, freezing Xiao Xuanfang's heart. She quickly reached out, stroking her daughter's head. All right, I will stop. Let's just live our lives together. Liang Jiro wiped her tears with the back of her hand and quietly resumed massaging her mother's legs. That was when Xiao Xuanfang noticed the small red mark on her daughter's arm. She thought back to the ointment and bandages Liang Jiro had brought home the other night. Several guesses formed in her mind, along with a faint hope. After all, her daughter had once refused to buy medicine even when she had a high fever. Nini, was this burn really an accident? No one bullied you, right? She knew her daughter was a bit naive at times, but after years of hard work, Liang Jiro was not the clumsy type. No one bullied me. Liang Jiro lowered her head even further. Her voice was small, almost guilty. She had never been good at lying. Did you buy that medicine yourself? Xiao Xuanfang asked curiously. The girl shook her head. A friend bought it for me. Xiao Xuanfang paused. She thought of that lively, tiger-toothed girl who had visited their home before. Had her daughter ever mentioned any other friends besides her? Was it Miao Miao? She is such a sweet child. No, it was Chenlu. Chenlu? The name sounded like a boy's. Xiao Xuanfang froze for a moment. Then, with a mix of surprise and cautious excitement, she asked, a boy? Are you two close? She had always hoped her daughter would find her own happiness. He is a boy. Just like Miao Miao, he is very nice. Liang Jiro's voice was quiet. After a brief pause, she added, but we only just became friends. Even though she said nothing more, the momentary hesitation in her hands spoke volumes. Xiao Xuanfang did not press further. Instead, she gently reached out and tucked her daughter's loose hair behind her ear. Late at night, finally finished with everything, Liang Jiro lay on her bed, exhausted. Out of curiosity, she tapped on the notification on her phone. The moment she saw the message, the corners of her lips curled into a smile. A soft, delicate smile, gentle and beautiful. In the darkened room, the glow of the screen reflected in her bright eyes. She took a screenshot of the message and stared at it for a long, long time. Chenlu, get some rest. Remember to apply the ointment on your burn. A few days passed. Early morning. Brother Lu, wake up. Chenlu was shaken awake by Li Xinian. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the guy leaning on his bed frame with an impatient expression. Seeing that Chenlu was awake, Li Xinian awkwardly adjusted his glasses and gave him a strange smile. You are out of your mind, Chenlu cursed. I must have been sleeping in the wrong position. Why else would I be having a nightmare where I get woken up by a guy? What bad luck! Just as Chenlu was about to roll over and go back to sleep, Li Xinian pushed him up again. What do you want? Chenlu sat up, grabbed his phone, and checked the time, 7:15 a.m. A university student, with no morning classes, waking up at 7? What kind of sin did I commit to deserve this? Do me a favor, just like during the freshman welcome gala, help out with the club that's preparing for the performance. Lee Sinian sounded extremely sincere. This time, it is the university's centennial celebration, so it is going to be even busier. I really cannot handle it all myself. Chenlu glanced at Zhang Chao, who was still asleep, lowered his voice, and whispered, "Are you even human? You are asking a guy who has not even gotten over his breakup to help you? Come on, if you do not help, I will have to suffer the pain of losing you." Lee Sinian looked genuinely anxious, probably having just received the notice. This was obviously one of those fools who believed in the nonsense that student government is a great place to gain experience. Even if he managed to become an officer, he was still just a more competent fool. The two stared at each other for a moment before Chen Lu slowly blinked and said, "Who even are you? Why would losing you affect me in any way?" Seeing Lee Xinyan's defeated expression, Chen Lu smirked. "Call me something nice, and I will consider helping you." Despite his teasing, he was already getting up to change. "Father, I will treat you to 2 rounds of all-you-can-eat seafood after this." Chen Lu was so startled by the sudden outburst that he almost tripped. "What the hell, are you serious? I really do not have time. The university leaders keep changing their minds every 5 minutes." Lee Sinian let out a long sigh. "I told you joining the student government was a mistake. I told you that trying to get a head start for the civil service exam was nonsense. Now look at you, suffering." Chen Lu walked toward the bathroom to wash up while Lee Sinian trailed behind him like a shadow, listing all the tasks that needed to be done. "I mean, I am doing pretty well, all things considered," Lee Sinian mumbled, a little embarrassed. Chen Lu glanced at him through the mirror while brushing his teeth, making Lee Sinian immediately shut up. Grinning, Lee Sinian busied himself tidying up Chen Lu's bed, trying to win some favor. Meanwhile, Zhang Chao remained sound asleep, lost in his dreams. Although he was a good guy, being unreliable was probably something he could never shake off in this lifetime. Chen Lu, on the other hand, could handle anything thrown his way, which was why people, professors and even the student advisor included, often came to him for help. Of course, they were never stingy in showing their gratitude. For example, Chen Lu was, without a doubt, the student who had the easiest time getting leave approved. A spacious tiered lecture hall. Watching the dance club freshmen gradually refine their movements, a faint smile appeared on Mo Yuqing's face as she sat by the window. But the smile quickly faded, and her expression darkened slightly. She seemed a little absent-minded. Even though she had already quit the dance club in her second year, she had still been invited back to help guide the performance they were preparing. It seemed like a lot of attention was being placed on this centennial celebration. Mo Yuqing stretched out her long legs, clad in thick black stockings that effortlessly drew attention, and gazed at the few wisps of white clouds in the sky. Her thoughts inexplicably drifted to the past. Since childhood, aside from her studies, her mother had constantly pushed her to learn all sorts of things: guqin, keyboard, dance, advanced mathematics. It had been exhausting, but she had always had Chen Lu by her side, available at her beck and call, which made it somewhat bearable. Every time her lessons ended, she would call Chen Lu to accompany her, and he had never once refused. Even during summer break, when he stayed at his hometown, he would take a 3-hour bus ride just to wait outside her tutoring class. But now, something seemed different. Why did things change all of a sudden? Mo Yuqing could not figure it out. Looking at Lu Yan, who had insisted on tagging along but was now grinning foolishly at a drama on her phone, Mo Yuqing felt a strange mix of emotions. "Let's take a break." Mo Yuqing clapped her hands lightly. "Everyone has improved. Keep practicing at this pace, and you will be fine." As her cool yet melodious voice fell, the dancers, panting heavily, found spots to rest. No one objected to Mo Yuqing's guidance. After all, not only was she more beautiful than most celebrities, but her dancing was also breathtaking, like someone who had stepped straight out of a painting. However, they also never got too close to her, as she was simply too proud. Talking to her always carried a sense of distance that was hard to describe. Even though she had generously bought them all expensive desserts, it still felt somewhat awkward. At that moment, a freshman with a ponytail cautiously approached her. "Senior Yuqing, for some reason, the props and speakers we requested still have not arrived. Do you think you could help us with that?" The girl looked disappointed. As a freshman, she took the opportunity to perform in front of the entire school very seriously. "You used to be in the dance club, and you are also the class representative, so I thought I would come to you. I will see what I can do." Mo Yuqing answered somewhat helplessly, feeling troubled. Even though she held the title of class representative, she was completely clueless about handling such matters. Chen Lu had always handled everything for her. Back when she performed on stage as a freshman, aside from practicing and performing, she had not dealt with anything else. Chen Lu had taken care of everything. The entire process had been smooth and effortless. It was only now that she realized just how much work was actually involved. I feel like having some milk tea. I will go buy some. What does everyone want? Lu Yan, noticing Mo Yuqing's discomfort, stepped in to change the subject. No need, Senior Lu Yan. My boyfriend said he would bring me one, the ponytailed girl said with a proud smile. She looked like someone who had just fallen in love. How nice, that saves us the trouble. Lu Yan sat back down beside Mo Yuqing, pleased that she would get free milk tea without needing to make the effort herself. At some point, buying milk tea for your girlfriend's friends had become an unspoken rule. Perhaps because the pillow talk of close girlfriends was truly terrifying. A guy in a relationship had to support an entire dorm full of girls, while the girl relied on her dormmates to feed her. That was the reality. Lu Yan had certainly drunk her fair share of milk tea bought by Chen Lu over the past 3 years. Mo Yuqing, however, remained silent, lost in thought. She recalled how Chen Lu used to bring a whole bag of milk tea to her rehearsals. After handing them out, he would walk up to her, smile softly, and say, "This one is yours, 70% sugar, just the way you like it. I only asked them to add a little coconut jelly." And in that moment, she had felt like a princess adored by a prince straight out of a fairy tale, envied by everyone around her. Before long, the freshman's boyfriend arrived. The guy looked around the room from the doorway, and as soon as she saw him, the girl ran toward him excitedly. But then she realized he had only brought 1 cup of milk tea. A moment later, she dragged her boyfriend outside, half embarrassed, half annoyed. Whether she would simply remind him or argue with him was anyone's guess. Mo Yuqing could not help but chuckle at the scene. So foolish. If it were Chen Lu, he would have asked in advance how many people were here. Wait, was Chen Lu really that much better than other guys? The moment that smug smile crept onto her lips, it suddenly vanished. She realized that no matter how good Chen Lu was, he no longer belonged to her. Lu Yan, noticing the shift in her best friend's mood, gently placed a hand on her slender shoulder, as if about to say something. Listen, do not hesitate to speak up if you need something. If you are too polite, people will keep putting you off. Be firm but respectful, and keep following up. Chen Lu entered, carrying a speaker, accompanied by the dance club's vice president, who was struggling under a pile of costumes. It was unclear whether Mo Yuqing saw Chen Lu first or if Chen Lu saw Mo Yuqing first. Regardless, both of them froze for a moment. In any case, remember, you should push them to hurry up, but always be polite. People do not hit a smiling face. Chen Lu continued speaking as if he had not seen her at all. Then, he silently brought in the props and audio equipment, connected them to the computer, and ran a sound check. From beginning to end, he did not say a single word to Mo Yuqing. Once all the miscellaneous tasks were finished, it was time to test whether the speakers were working properly. Standing in front of the computer, Chen Lu tapped the mouse absent-mindedly, feeling speechless. Running into her like this. What kind of bad luck was this? Lee Sinian, you really are a son of a bitch. What Chen Lu did not realize was that, to the dance club girls who had been worrying about this issue for days, his arrival was like a god descending from the heavens. Not to mention, he had handled everything alone with such effortless efficiency, as if it were second nature. In the eyes of these freshman girls, all they saw was a senior who was both handsome and gentle, with a clear and reliable way of speaking. To Lu Yan, who was unaware of the situation, the whole thing looked completely different. How did Chen Lu know about this? Did he come here on his own to help? Was he still planning to pursue Mo Yuqing? She was unsure. Although Chen Lu had indeed stepped in to help, judging by his attitude in the cafeteria, he seemed genuinely done with it all. Once the music successfully played through the speakers, Chen Lu lowered the volume. Senior, you are amazing. Thank you. A few girls cheered. Chen Lu smiled faintly, nodded slightly, and casually told them to keep practicing before turning to leave. There were still other groups and all sorts of problems waiting for him to deal with. Sigh, being a dad is hard. Watching Chen Lu's retreating figure, Mo Yuqing slightly parted her lips, her cold, beautiful eyes blinking. This was not what she had expected at all. Not only did Chen Lu not come to apologize before leaving, he had not even spoken to her. Hurry up and apologize. Before she could snap out of it, one of the freshmen grabbed her phone and ran after him. Seeing the girl chase after Chen Lu, Mo Yuqing's heart inexplicably clenched. It felt like an invisible hand was gripping her heart, making her irritable and restless. Her breathing became slightly uneven. Soon after, she saw the freshman return with a disappointed expression. For some reason, she let out a breath of relief. I could not get his WeChat. Maybe it is not that he was not interested in you. A guy this amazing probably already has a girlfriend. Another girl chimed in. I just remembered. I actually saw the senior leaving campus with a girl from our class one afternoon. But that girl looked so plain. She always kept her head down, another freshman recalled, scratching her head. But the senior said he had just been rejected after confessing and was not in the mood for anything right now. The girl who had tried to get his WeChat murmured, "You have got to be kidding. A guy this great got rejected? That girl must be an idiot." The chatter grew louder. Alright, back to practice. Mo Yuching frowned slightly, cutting off the discussion. Lu Yan scooted closer to Mo Yuching and, after struggling internally for a while, whispered, "Did you see that? You had better think carefully. There are plenty of girls trying to get close to Chen Lu. When he first walked in, the first person he looked at was you. I guarantee that if you swallow your pride now, there is still time. You really do not want to regret this later. If you have feelings for him, just take a step back. I do not want to see you hurting in the future." Lu Yan said all this because she had noticed Mo Yuching's reaction when the other girl asked for Chen Lu's WeChat. She was much sharper in these matters than most people, otherwise, she would never have been able to keep a player like Jiang Chao in check. To be honest, even she did not fully understand what was going on in Mo Yuching's head. But one thing was certain, Mo Yuching would regret this. Mo Yuching did not say a word. She absent-mindedly twirled strands of her silky black hair around her fingers, a habit she had whenever she was lost in thought. Is it really still possible? Would just lowering my head once be enough? Would things go back to how they used to be? She thought about Chen Lu always being by her side. She thought about how she had not received his usual good morning and good night messages for several days now. These thoughts lingered like sweet candy, making her swallow unconsciously. But would that mean I have to be with him? Do I even like him? Mo Yuching did not know the answer. She felt like she had never truly liked anyone before. After a long internal struggle, she seemed to make up her mind. Under Lu Yan's expectant gaze, Mo Yuching bit her lip lightly and slowly said, "Impossible." Mo Yuching had never bowed her head in her entire life. She was going to wait for him to apologize. Chen Lu had been running around all morning, feeling that far too many freshmen these days were just pampered fools. At noon, he grabbed a quick bite in the cafeteria, coldly Sinian to curse him out for a bit to vent his frustration, and then went back to work in the afternoon. 1 dad and 2 all-you-can-eat seafood meals, definitely worth the hassle. Looking at the messages on his phone, he pondered which clueless freshman he should go help next. The drama club is putting on a stage play? Interesting. Are they not afraid of social death? Chen Lu could not understand it. People are bound to die one day, but social death should never be the cause. As he walked across the field, he saw couples openly displaying their affection and silently expressed his disdain on behalf of all the single people out there. Suddenly, a strangely dressed girl bounced up in front of him and poked him with a folding fan. "Hello, senior." Her voice was lively and sweet, but her cosplay outfit made it impossible for Chen Lu to recognize who she was. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am Lin Miao Miao." Chen Lu took a step back and glanced at the sunshade nearby. Only then did he realize this was where the drama club had gathered. So, he sat down in one of the white plastic chairs under the shade, scanning the area for a familiar figure. Last night, Liang Zhiro had mentioned she would be helping out, so she should be here. Not recognizing her right away felt a bit awkward, but Chen Lu quickly came up with a solution. "I know who you are. I was asking who you are cosplaying, Kamizato Ayaka. Does it look good? The costume just arrived today, so I figured I would wear it out and have some fun." Lin Miao struck a victory pose, showing off her signature tiger tooth as she took a selfie. "It looks great," Chen Lu responded casually, though his gaze never left the figure in the distance working diligently. Liang Zhiro had her long hair tied into a ponytail, carefully arranging the props for the performance. Every now and then, she would use the back of her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Lin Miao, of course, noticed this too. She pursed her lips, both amused and annoyed, but said nothing more. She knew that although she was a bit flat-chested and perhaps a little too youthful in appearance, her looks were not bad. But what could she do? Liang Zhiro was just too stunning. Chen Lu simply sat there, waiting to see how long it would take for the clueless girl to notice him. And just like the night he had stared at the typing indicator, 10 minutes passed with no success. "People are already taking breaks, why are you still working? Are you an idiot? You are here to help, not to do everything yourself. Are you part ox or what?" Liang Zhiro did not chat with anyone around her, she just kept her head down and focused on setting things up. She moved tables, arranged phone props. Who knew what kind of elaborate production the drama club was planning? Chen Lu was getting impatient, slightly regretting not stepping in to help earlier. "You are in the drama club, right? Liang Zhiro is just here to help, so why are you slacking off?" Chen Lu raised an eyebrow at Lin Miao. I am not feeling well, Lin Miao Miao smiled lightly, changing the subject. By the way, did you come here looking for Liang Jiro? How did you know she would be here? Chen Lu shook his head. I did not know. I came to help. Li Xinian could not make it. Then, clearing his throat, he added, so, what do you all need help with? Lin Miao Miao nearly exploded. Help? Then why did you sit here for half an hour while I stood next to you? Do you have any manners? Are you even human? Senior, you came to help, but you just sat there? I thought you were just here to hang out, she fumed. That was my seat. Oh, come on, you have Liang Jiro helping you, Chen Lu joked. She is really good to you, so busy with her part-time job yet still making time to help out. If it were the clueless Liang Jiro, she probably would not have caught the underlying tone in Chen Lu's words, but Lin Miaomio was different. She got it instantly. And rather than being annoyed by his passive-aggressive remark, a playful smile appeared on her face. I am treating her to a big meal after this. We need to improve our diet, she announced cheerfully. Then, she glanced at the busy figure in the distance and added, sure, it is still work, but this is different from her job. This counts as a break, in a way. Chen Lu nodded slightly, saying nothing more. If someone just invited Liang Jiro out to eat for no reason, she probably would not agree to it. Lin Miaomio sure was clever. She has had a tough life, but she is strong, Lin Miaomio said, her smile suddenly fading. The usually cheerful girl now spoke in an unexpectedly serious tone. Senior, you are so bad, she continued. That senior named Mo Yuqing and Liang Jiro are probably the two most beautiful girls at our university. Chen Lu's eyebrow twitched slightly, and he let out a bitter laugh. She sure knows a lot. When I first went to help, I did not even notice what she looked like, Chen Lu admitted honestly. She should not be this beautiful, Lin Miaomio said, forming a frame with her hands as if taking a picture of Liang Jiro. She is fragile. Almost anyone could hurt her. That is why I do not want just anyone barging into her life. Keeping a low profile was the safest choice. It used to be a little secret that not many people knew, but now you found out. She then turned back to Chen Lu with a teasing smile. Good thing you seem like a decent guy, senior. What do you mean seem like? Chen Lu retorted, getting a sense of Lin Miaomio's personality. She truly cared about Liang Jiro. If you were only being nice to her because of her looks, you would not be a good person, Lin Miaomio said, tapping him with her fan again. Now, tell me, why are you being so good to our Jiro? Because she is the only girl who has ever waited for me, Chen Lu replied, his joking tone suddenly turning serious. And, she gave me candy. Lin Miaomio fell silent for a moment, then glanced at Liang Jiro, who was finally walking toward them. Her mood sank slightly, and she muttered under her breath, I hope you do better than me. We are two of the very few people she calls friends. I doubt anyone else will be able to reach her heart. As Liang Jiro approached, Lin Miaomio quickly changed the subject. Want to help out with her? I will treat you both to dinner afterward. Chen Lu blinked. If I do not help, can I still eat? I have a weak stomach, you know. I need to eat soft meals. Lin Miaomio rolled her eyes at Chen Lu and said nothing more. Chen Lu rested his cheek on one hand, both amused and exasperated. Liang Jiro, are you part ox or something? Do you not know how to take a break? Hearing this, Liang Jiro, who had been hesitating over how to greet him, suddenly felt a strange sense of relief. I am not tired. He actually started by mocking me, now I do not have to think about how to say hello. With Lin Miaomio, she could just naturally grab her arm. But Chen Lu was a boy. As she lowered her head and thought, a bead of sweat rolled down her delicate cheek and landed on her chest. She was not lying. After seeing Chen Lu, she really did not feel tired anymore. You call that not tired? Chen Lu retorted. The moment he said that, he noticed that Liang Jiro's eyes were slightly red. Then, after glancing at Lin Miaomio, who looked a little guilty, he was even more confused. What is wrong? Chen Lu stepped closer and bent slightly to meet Liang Jiro's gaze, which was half hidden behind her hair. Liang Jiro instinctively wanted to take 2 steps back but stopped herself, thinking that would be rude to Chen Lu. Before she could even process it, she found herself frozen in place. All she could do was shake her head vigorously. And no, nothing at all. Her voice was soft, and for some reason, hearing it made Chen Lu's heart feel inexplicably warm. You do not seem like you are fine at all. But he quickly came up with a way to handle the situation. He put on a serious face and said, Are we not friends? You will not even tell me this? Then he sighed, looking as if he were deeply hurt. Forget it, I was just being delusional. I guess I misplaced my trust. Lin Miaomio, seeing that there was no point in hiding it, snorted with laughter. Who even are you? She deliberately repeated the words Chen Lu had said to her earlier. She was very petty. Liang Jiro had never seen people joking around like this. Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and in a panic, she blurted out everything. Because I spent too much money on lunch. Before she could finish, Chen Lu gently pressed her down onto a chair, making her sit properly. Lin Miao stood beside her and started fanning her with the folding fan from her cosplay outfit. The unexpected attention left Liang Zhiro feeling overwhelmed. Like a child who had done something wrong, she lowered her head and explained in a small voice. Her classmates from the drama club were not exclusionary at all. When they had lunch earlier, they insisted on having her join them. Since everyone knew she was Lin Miao's friend, she had been afraid that if she only ordered plain rice and shredded potatoes, it would embarrass Lin Miao. So, unlike usual, she did not pick the absolute cheapest dishes. And just like that, her lunch ended up costing over 30 yuan. Even though she had carefully picked the cheapest options, she was still shocked when she swiped her card and saw the final amount. Usually, even when she ate with her mother, their meals never cost more than 5 yuan per person. The money needs to be saved for my mom's surgery. She did not leave a single bite of food, even though she felt so full that she wanted to throw up. When her classmates complimented her on her impressive appetite, she had no idea how to respond. Thinking about it again, Liang Zhiro felt like a terrible person, someone who was using money meant for her mother's treatment to indulge herself. Tears welled up in her eyes once more. Guilt filled her heart, pressing down on her chest so heavily that she could barely breathe. Seeing her trying to hold back tears, and Lin Miao looking equally distressed, Chen Lu ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "What a bunch of idiots," he muttered. "They were just being kind. It is my fault," Liang Zhiro whispered, embarrassed to contradict someone, especially Chen Lu. Chen Lu glanced at her and smirked. "You are the biggest fool of them all. And you have such a kind heart. No one will ever surpass you in being an idiot." Hearing that, Liang Zhiro pursed her lips, lowered her head even further, and felt incredibly embarrassed. But she did not dislike the way Chen Lu spoke to her. In fact, she liked hearing his voice. Especially when he spoke with that slight chuckle, it made her feel warm inside. Chen Lu suddenly became curious. "So why did you not cry when you treated me to lunch?" "You are different," Liang Zhiro replied earnestly, fingers intertwined as she kept her head down. This time, it was Chen Lu who found himself at a loss for words. "So, when you paid for that expensive meal, it was fine, but when it was for yourself, it was not?" A faint smile tugged at his lips. "I feel oddly honored. Even if, in the end, I still paid for it myself." After a while, as Liang Zhiro's mood began to settle, the embarrassment of having confessed her feelings to Chen Lu took over. Chen Lu turned his gaze toward the distance. The drama club members were still rushing about, setting things up. A few were flipping through their scripts, huddled together in discussion. From time to time, students in sportswear jogged past. Many of them had their eyes drawn to Lin Miao's cosplay outfit. One guy in a blue tracksuit had already run 5 or 6 laps, and every time he passed by, he stole a glance. He was practically about to drop from exhaustion. What a lunatic. Even when I was simping, I was never this ridiculous. Chen Lu glanced up at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, squinting as the brightness stung his eyes. The temperatures in April and May were unpredictable. He patted Liang Zhiro's head, then glanced at Lin Miao before heading toward the drama club members. "Take a break, I will go help out." Seeing Chen Lu's departing figure, Liang Zhiro immediately stood up. "I will go too." Unexpectedly, Lin Miao pressed her back down again. Seeing Liang Zhiro's confused expression and slightly furrowed brows, Lin Miao chuckled in exasperation. He is here to help out on behalf of his friend in the student council. The kind of help he is doing is not something you can assist with. Only then did Liang Zhiro relax, her gaze blinking as she watched Chen Lu, who was now smiling while talking to the drama club members. Soon, a small circle formed around him. They chatted and laughed, handing him scripts and discussing something with great enthusiasm. Unlike herself, who had sat silently through lunch, Chen Lu seemed to be able to talk to anyone, and everyone was willing to listen to him. At the hot pot restaurant, he had resolved her awkward situation with just a few sentences. "He is amazing." From a distance, Chen Lu suddenly pointed in their direction. Startled, Liang Zhiro quickly lowered her head. "Yeah, that girl earlier had a blood sugar drop. You all know Lin Miao is unreliable," Chen Lu said as he put his hand down and continued. "If she comes to help out again, just humor her a bit, then tell her to go find somewhere cool to sit and stay out of trouble." No wonder she looked so pitiful, one of the guys nodded knowingly, clearly buying into Chen Lu's nonsense. "Wait, but I thought people with low blood sugar were supposed to eat a lot." A girl who did not seem particularly bright tilted her head in confusion. Chen Lu smiled. "As for the remaining issues, I will talk to my friends. Even if there are props or costumes that the school cannot provide, you should not have to pay out of pocket." The group was momentarily stunned before breaking into wide grins. Some of them were not first-year students, so they knew very well that if it were not for Chen Lu, they would not be getting such a good deal. After all, the default response to everything was always limited funding. Thank you so much. Chen Lu sighed helplessly. If you are going to thank someone, thank those two girls. They pestered me non-stop until I had no choice but to come. Since he had no real connection with the drama club members, he figured he might as well pass the favor on to Lin Miao. After finishing up, Chen Lu returned to the shade of the umbrella. Now he kind of understood why Li Xinian enjoyed being in the student council. It was all about the power trip. And honestly, this feeling? Yeah, it was something else. College really is just a miniature society. All done? Lin Miao asked curiously. She was now sitting in the chair, while Liang Jiro leaned against her, quietly memorizing English vocabulary. It was only the second semester of her freshman year, yet she was already preparing for the level 6 English exam. When Chen Lu returned, Liang Jiro looked up at him and took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag. In a soft voice, she asked, "Are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" She normally would not spend money on bottled water. This one had been handed out by the drama club. "I do not like drinking water. Real men drink Pepsi." Chen Lu yawned lazily. "People drink toilet cleaner too, you know? Coca-Cola is the best in the world," Lin Miao retorted disdainfully. Hearing that, Chen Lu immediately lifted her out of the chair and took the seat himself. "Coca-Cola? Even dogs would not drink that." Lin Miao was fuming, biting her lip with her sharp little canine teeth. "Dogs would not drink it? So are you going to drink it?" She was beyond frustrated. Chen Lu was treating people completely differently. She was sure that if it were Liang Jiro sitting there, he would never have taken her seat. Seeing the two bicker, Liang Jiro giggled quietly. For the first time in her life, she truly felt like she was playing with friends. Even if it was just two of them. But she was so happy that she started wondering if this was all just a dream. For as long as she could remember, she had always been the one standing on the sidelines, watching others laugh and chat together. Happiness and laughter had never belonged to her. "Should I go back and help now?" Liang Jiro checked the time and asked. "No need." Chen Lu, slouched in the chair, reached out and grabbed her wrist. Her arm was just as soft as it had been that night. Though she was thin, there was still a gentle warmth to her skin. Before he even realized it, Chen Lu gave it a light squeeze. Though he quickly let go, Liang Jiro's face turned as red as a small tomato. She was confused and a little nervous. But I came here to help." The place where Chen Lu had just held her wrist felt even hotter than when she had burned herself. "We have already helped a lot. Even if we just sit here and relax, they still owe us their gratitude." Chen Lu was too lazy to explain everything. "Instead of worrying about that, why do you not fan me for a bit? Your best friend needs your help too." "Oh, okay," Liang Jiro replied softly. A moment later, Chen Lu, eyes half closed as he rested, suddenly felt a soft breeze gently cooling his face. He glanced sideways and saw that Liang Jiro was actually fanning him. She seemed to think he wanted to sleep and was carefully controlling the strength of the breeze, making it gentle and soothing. What kind of god-tier treatment is this? Feeling the vibration of his phone in his pocket, Chen Lu slowly opened his eyes. The gentle breeze was still brushing against his cheeks. He glanced at the time, 5 p.m. 2 hours had already passed. Damn, I actually fell asleep. These kinds of naps always felt like time travel, especially when you hit snooze in the morning, close your eyes for what feels like a second, and wake up with no clue how much time has gone by. Li Xinian, your father is exhausted because of you. When the hell are you going to drop dead? Chen Lu swore that, initially, he had only wanted to close his eyes for a moment to experience the luxury of being fanned by someone. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to actually fall asleep in just a few seconds. Rubbing his eyes, he turned to the side and saw Liang Jiro. One hand was holding her phone as she diligently studied English vocabulary, while the other hand continued fanning him gently. Even though he could not clearly see her eyes at this angle, he could still tell from this distance her skin was flawless, her face smooth, and the shallow dimples on her cheeks made her look particularly charming. A few strands of her hair were stuck to her face with sweat, and her t-shirt clung to her body, revealing a strange light blue hue. However, she seemed completely unaware, her small mouth opening and closing as she silently recited words. It seemed that she had been sitting in this exact position, not moving for the past 2 hours. Chen Lu's emotions grew complicated: joy, guilt, gratitude, and helpless amusement toward this foolishly kind girl. He had no idea which feeling was the strongest. Just then, their eyes met. Chen Lu instantly stood up, gently pressed Liang Jiro back into her seat, and took the fan from her hands. Startled, the girl looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he was doing. Before she could say anything, Chen Lu had already started fanning her. The cool breeze brushed against her face, and Liang Jiro finally closed her eyes, which had grown sore from staring at words for too long. "You do not have to." I am not hot, she said softly, secretly squeezing her sore arm, which had grown numb from holding the fan for so long. Sit still. Otherwise, I might not be able to resist slapping myself to death. Hearing the unexpected seriousness in Chen Lu's tone, Liang Jiro stopped arguing. She slowly closed her eyes and inexplicably found herself enjoying this moment. Before she met Chen Lu, Hongzhou had been unbearably cold. But after meeting him, the weather suddenly felt much warmer. Especially now. The sunlight was comfortably warm on her skin, and the breeze from the fan was refreshing. She had never experienced anything like this before. Your phone, she cautiously reminded him. Since he had woken up, his phone had been ringing non-stop. It must be something important. I do not care if the caller is the Emperor of Heaven himself. I am going to fan you first. Chen Lu muttered as he fished out his phone to check the caller ID. Let's see which bastard is disturbing my nap. I swear, if it is. Hello? Mom. His voice instantly softened. Oh, so you still remember I am your mother? The irritation in her voice was obvious. That one sentence was enough to make Chen Lu shudder. His hand, still holding the fan, trembled slightly, causing the fan's edge to smack against Liang Jiro's cheek. The girl remained silent. Still half asleep, Chen Lu felt guilty and instinctively reached out to rub her face. But as soon as he realized what he was doing, he quickly withdrew his hand. Liang Jiro, already feeling a little warm, now had cheeks that were practically burning red. She pressed her lips together and lowered her head, afraid that any sound she made would be heard through the phone. This sudden reaction made Chen Lu want to tease her, but his conscience got the better of him, and he gave up on the idea. Besides, if his mom heard a girl's voice in the background, she would definitely interrogate him endlessly. Going to college in another city is not easy, huh? Coming home is such a hassle for you? Do you even know how many days it has been since you last came back? I just went back a few days ago. Oh, and why was I not informed? Well, you were asleep, and I did not want to wake you. So now you are sneaking into your own home like a thief? Your little sister is in a critical stage of high school, and you, as her big brother, are doing nothing to help. Come home in the next few days. Or do not bother coming back at all. Chen Lu hurriedly responded with a couple of got it before hanging up with a sigh. Where the hell did she learn to be so passive-aggressive? Looking up at the drama club members still practicing intensely, he suddenly asked, "Where is Lin Miaomiao?" "She left because of us." Chen Lu frowned. "Because of us?" Liang Jiro, holding a hair tie between her lips as she retied her ponytail, made Chen Lu involuntarily swallow. To be fair, this kind of action could probably mesmerize 80% of guys. "She told me to stop fanning you. I said I was not tired, and then she called us shameless lovebirds before storming off to take a nap in the dorm." Liang Jiro sounded somewhat distressed, still trying to figure out why Lin Miaomiao had gotten upset. She was joking, Chen Lu reassured her. Seeing the girl relax at his words, he ruffled his own hair in exasperation. "Do you never get tired? You said you needed me," she replied seriously. Chen Lu's heart nearly stopped. Never mind. Since she is gone, there is no reason for us to stay here either. Do you have anything else to do later? I have a part-time job after this." Hearing those words, Chen Lu suddenly felt like he had been living too idly. Some people had to work part-time 7 days a week, while he spent his parents' money without a second thought. Is this really okay? No, it is not. Chen Lu yawned again. Alright, take a break. I will fan you for a while longer, then take you to your job. Liang Jiro pressed her lips together, saying nothing. She willfully closed her eyes, indulging in a warmth she had never experienced before. She wanted to carve this moment into her memory, etching it deep into her dreams. Just this once, it should be okay, right? Time passed, second by second, minute by minute, as they chatted back and forth. Liang Jiro gradually became more talkative around Chen Lu. Hey, speaking of which, Lin Miaomiao does not act, and she does not help out either. Why does she come here every day? Yawning, Liang Jiro formed her lips into an O shape and said, "She is the vice president." Chen Lu cleared his throat. Oh, that makes sense, then. Thinking about it, it was not surprising. Someone who casually wandered around in cosplay had to be one of the backbone members of this group of socially fearless oddballs. They continued chatting for a long time. Even though the questions Chen Lu asked were all over the place and had little substance, Liang Jiro answered each one seriously. There was an inexplicable sense of peace in the moment. Half an hour later, Chen Lu gently woke up the drowsy Liang Jiro, ready to take her to her part-time job. As they walked across the sports field, their shadows stretched long under the setting sun. Chen Lu's arm ached terribly from holding the fan for just half an hour, and this fool said she was not tired. Who would believe that? Looking at the girl walking beside him, his emotions grew more complicated. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Nyamyo approached them, giving him a sharp glare. "What are you staring at?" Chen Lu asked. "You finally woke up, huh?" Lin Nyamyo scoffed. Seeing their direction, she figured out what they were doing. "Go ahead and take her. I am heading back to the drama club." Then she suddenly shouted, "Make sure you come back and do some work. My dear Jiro cannot fan you for free, you owe her. She was supposed to take a nap." Hearing that, Chen Lu felt even guiltier. I need to come up with a word more insulting than idiot to describe myself. A grown man like him had struggled to fan someone for just half an hour. So how had Liang Jiro managed to hold on for so long? She was such a fool, she did not even know when to stop. If I sold her off one day, she would probably thank me and count the money for me, too. After dropping Liang Jiro off, Chen Lu returned to his dorm, holding a cup of fruit tea. It was a gift from the owner of that hot pot restaurant. Chen Lu had not expected the owner to still remember him. And from the moment the owner realized he was there to drop off Liang Jiro, his gaze had turned rather peculiar. Chen Lu walked over to Jiang Chao, who was engrossed in a mobile game. Jiang Chao had managed a dazzling 082 record with Han Xian. His teammates had long since begun bombarding him with friendly greetings in the chat. "Hey, boss, are these guys calling you an idiot?" Chen Lu asked, sipping his fruit tea. "They are cursing out, Yukino is my wife." "What does that have to do with me, Jiang Chao? You are something else." "Chen Lu, pass me the fruit knife. I bought a watermelon this afternoon, this season, they are still expensive as hell." Just as Chen Lu picked up the knife, the door slowly opened. Li Xinian stepped inside, only to freeze when he saw Chen Lu standing there with a knife. His back pressed tightly against the door as he watched Chen Lu twirl the blade in his hand, smiling. Li Xinian's right hand trembled as he adjusted his glasses. "Lu, brother Lu, I swear I did not know. I had no idea the dance club would ask Mo Yuching for help. I only found out because you told me." Chen Lu handed the knife to Jiang Chao with a grin. "Of course, I believe you. Mostly because I do not want to see our other two roommates get a free pass to graduate school." As soon as the knife was in Jiang Chao's hands, Li Xinian suddenly yelled, "Boss! Chen Lu was on a date with that hot pot restaurant girl this afternoon." That night, Chen Lu lay in bed with his laptop, watching a video from Mo Yuching's first-year stage performance. On stage, she was dressed elegantly, her movements graceful and full of charm. With every step of her dance, her long, flowing hair danced along with her. Even though there were other beautiful performers around her, their presence was completely overshadowed. She was the true star of the show. From the moment she stepped on stage, everyone's eyes had been drawn to her and her alone. That performance had made her famous across the school, far more than she had ever been in high school. And in her closing speech, she had thanked many people in the club, even Lu Yan, who had done nothing but cheer her on from the sidelines. But she had not mentioned the person who had worked tirelessly behind the scenes for her. The person who had run around all day like a dog to make it all happen, only to receive not a single word of thanks. The person who had smiled while recording this video, never realizing that all his efforts would amount to nothing in the end. Nothing more than self-delusion. He should have starred opposite Batman for how well he played himself. With a bitter chuckle, he tossed the video into the recycle bin. Along with his memories and lingering attachments to the past. Closing his laptop, Chen Lu stared blankly at the ceiling. His phone vibrated. Picking it up, he glanced at the message. "Liang Jiro, Nyamyo said you will definitely come again tomorrow. Is that true?" "Chen Lu, depends on whether you will be there." And then, once again, he found himself staring at typing, for what felt like an eternity. "Liang Jiro, then, in the morning, can you come a little earlier?" Chen Lu blinked, curious, and decided to tease her a little to scare her off so he could get a proper night's sleep. "Chen Lu, you miss me that much?" This time, the typing lasted for a full 10 minutes. Chen Lu's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Just as he was about to doze off, his phone finally vibrated again. "Liang Jiro, one simple word." Chen Lu rubbed his eyes and looked again. The message was still there. This city had gained one more person struggling with sleeplessness. Chen Lu felt as if he had suddenly been bitten by a clumsy little rabbit, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the end, he was still high attack but low defense. After all, he had spent the past few years chasing Mo Yuching and had never actually been in a relationship. He had never received any positive feedback from her either, so how could he possibly handle this kind of shock? What did that mean? Was she joking? But she did not seem like someone who enjoyed making jokes. Did someone else send it? That did not seem likely either. Liang Jiro should be living with her mother in a rented place. Could her account have been hacked? That was even less likely. As the saying goes, no scammer would bother trying to trick someone with an anime avatar like his. Thinking of this, Chen Lu suddenly became curious about Liang Jiro's mother. While it was possible that Liang Jiro was unwilling to talk about it, he had never asked directly, afraid of making her sad. Maybe he should take the opportunity to learn more about her. What a strange girl. The next day, Chen Lu was already up early, dark circles under his eyes, brushing his teeth and washing his face. He snatched a bun from Jiang Chao and was about to leave. "You bastard." Jiang Chao saw his breakfast being stolen and was about to curse, but when he looked up and saw Chen Lu already fully dressed, he was stunned. Although Chen Lu did not usually walk around in just his underwear like them, it was still rare to see him dressed so neatly so early. "Give me 2 more buns, I'm starving," Chen Lu muttered. "Screw off, my girlfriend gave these to me. If you want one, find a girlfriend yourself." Jiang Chao gave him a look as if he had seen a ghost and asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" "To be a laborer for the drama club. Yesterday, when I was helping Li Xinian, I ended up owing the vice president a favor," Chen Lu said truthfully, though he did not tell the whole truth. "Do you actually have feelings for that girl working at the hot pot restaurant?" Jiang Chao continued the conversation from last night. In this regard, he really was like a nagging old lady. He had not always been like this, but ever since getting together with Lu Yan, he seemed to have been influenced by her. Chen Lu swallowed his food and replied, "Do I look like someone so fickle? But she really is a good person, at least. At least being with her made him happier than before," though he did not finish that sentence. "Just think of it as me being won over by a single fruit candy." With that, he opened the door and walked out. The weather was nice today, not too hot or too cold at this time of day. The clouds drifted high in the sky, and the air was fresh. Getting up at 7 2 days in a row. As a college student, I really have fallen, Chen Lu thought to himself as he arrived at the drama club's training grounds. Seeing that he had arrived before Liang Jiro, he felt relieved. "Since she wanted to see me early, I should not make her wait." "Senior, your panda eyes are way too obvious," Lin Miao Miao, who had dressed normally today, commented. She looked more like a high schooler now. Of course, that was partly because she was the flat-chested princess. Chen Lu glanced at her, lounging in a chair, and felt uncomfortable just looking at her. "Vice President, there's a cockroach on your chair." "Ah!" Lin Miao Miao screamed and immediately jumped up, nearly executing a full set of lightning-fast kicks. Chen Lu casually pulled the chair over and sat down comfortably. "You!" Lin Miao Miao wanted to curse him, but when someone called her over, she swallowed her anger. "No, I can't beat him up, or Liang Jiro will be sad." Watching her leave, Chen Lu felt even more at ease in the chair. A stolen seat is always better than your own. He had indeed come here planning to be a laborer, but that did not mean he wanted to stand around waiting for Liang Jiro. Another 15 minutes passed, and Liang Jiro still had not arrived. This made Chen Lu curious. She did not live in the dorms, but she had insisted on coming early. Just as he was beginning to wonder if he had been deceived, he saw a frail-looking girl slowly making her way over with a lunchbox in hand. She wobbled like a weak little penguin. When she spotted Chen Lu, Liang Jiro quickened her pace. Finally, she stopped in front of him and handed him the lunchbox. With her head lowered, she said, "I made some porridge for you. Do you want to try it?" Her voice was so soft it was nearly sinking into the dust. Her fingers fidgeted nervously. Like a student who had just turned in their homework, afraid of making a mistake, afraid of being scolded. Liang Jiro's long hair cascaded down her back. Even though her eyes were not visible, up close, her delicate and fair face appeared soft and gentle. She had the elegance of a Jiangnan woman, with a classical beauty that contrasted with the more practical low ponytail she usually wore. She would probably look stunning in traditional clothing. Chen Lu was momentarily taken aback, but he instinctively took the lunchbox and blinked in curiosity. "You made porridge for me?" Then, noticing the dark circles under her eyes, his pupils shrank slightly. Seeing that he did not reject her as she had feared, Liang Jiro let out a sigh of relief. After a moment, she softly explained, "You have a weak stomach, so you probably don't like eating breakfast. So I made some porridge for you." Lowering her head even more, she added, "If you do not like it, it's okay. But if you do, I can bring it for you when I have time. It really is not much trouble." Of course, she was lying to him. Her dark circles were actually because she had stayed up late massaging her mother and had woken up early to cook porridge for Chen Lu. To make sure it tasted better, she had carefully simmered it over low heat. But then she thought plain porridge would be too simple, so just as dawn was breaking, she ran out to find an early opening supermarket to buy the necessary ingredients, preserved egg and lean pork, to make century egg and pork congee. Looking at Liang Jiro, who had the same dark circles as him, Chen Lu thought to himself, "Yeah right, like I'd believe that." But as a grown man, he was genuinely close to breaking down. In his 21 years of life, the only person who had ever gotten up early to cook porridge for him, besides his mother, was Liang Jiro. This silly girl had even taken his casual jokes seriously. She must have woken up at the crack of dawn. As for whether she truly wanted to see him that badly, Chenlu no longer had the energy to dwell on it. In the face of her dark circles and this bowl of porridge, the answer to that question no longer mattered. Chenlu had never been able to handle the taste of century eggs. As a child, he had even thrown up from them. But this time, he still forced himself to finish the whole bowl. He deliberately took big mouthfuls, making it seem like he was enjoying it immensely. Besides, he actually was quite hungry. Jiang Chao, see this? Can your girlfriend do this? Suddenly, Chenlu was puzzled. Wait a minute, why did the century egg not taste so bad this time? Watching Chenlu wolf down the porridge, Liang Jiro finally felt a sense of relief. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, already thinking that if Chenlu liked it, she would make it for him again whenever she had time. Because of her father, she absolutely hated stomach illnesses, so she did not want Chenlu to suffer from them. If he skipped breakfast just because he was lazy, then she would simply have to put in more effort. After all, they were good friends. You didn't sleep well? Liang Jiro asked tentatively. Take a wild guess whose fault that is, Chenlu said, carefully closing the lunchbox before lazily yawning. The girl fell silent. She had a strong feeling he was hinting at her. To be honest, after she sent that last night, she had nearly wanted to die. She hesitated for ages, wondering if she should retract it. But then she was afraid that if Chenlu had already seen it, retracting it would just make things even more awkward. Then, after hesitating a little longer, she became even more convinced that he must have seen it, making her even more terrified of deleting it. Why on earth did she send that message on impulse? All because Chenlu just had to ask, do you really want to see me that much? Liang Jiro's eyelids fluttered, and her vision became hazy. Can I just move to Mars already? Why did today's Liang Jiro have to take responsibility for what yesterday's Liang Jiro had done? Liang Jiro, Chenlu called out. The girl lifted her head slightly, looking somewhat puzzled. Thank you. Chenlu had thought for a long time but could not come up with anything better to say. But it did not matter. No matter how eloquent he could be, this silly girl, who could not even catch the joke about his bad stomach, probably would not understand anyway. Come to think of it, there was one thing he had been right about yesterday: soft rice really was delicious. Liang Jiro responded in a soft, sweet voice, unusually cheerful. All her exhaustion and sleepiness seemed to vanish instantly with that simple thank you. On the way here, she had hesitated countless times, almost turning back more times than she could count. She had imagined every possible scenario. Maybe Chenlu would politely decline. Maybe he would say it did not taste good, or worse, maybe he would think she was being ridiculous. So many wild thoughts had gone through her head, but deep down, she felt that Chenlu was a kind person. If anything, he would probably force himself to drink it just to spare her feelings. While that would not make things too awkward for her, she did not want him to do it out of obligation. Thankfully, it seemed like he genuinely liked it. Chenlu gulped down several large sips of water until the taste of the century egg was completely gone. He stretched lazily, his gaze settling on the girl in front of him. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were gentle. Liang Jiro mustered her courage to look at him, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. Then, as if fleeing, she quickly looked away. Neither of them mentioned that "do you really want to see me that much?" question again. Why do you keep looking at me? After a brief pause, the girl finally could not take it anymore. She turned her face away, head lowered, her voice shy and hesitant. Stay still. Chenlu rubbed his forehead, as if deep in thought. I said, stay still. Oh, okay. Liang Jiro was confused, but she immediately stood still in front of him, letting her left arm hang down while her right hand gripped her left arm. She turned her flushed face slightly to the side. The white t-shirt she wore was stretched taut by her arm, accentuating the soft curves of her figure, making the scene feel oddly suggestive. To an outsider, it might have looked as if Chenlu was bullying an innocent girl. Liang Jiro's face grew even redder, her ears burning, her clear, bright eyes welling up with unshed tears as if she were about to cry. What are you doing? Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of nervousness, like a frightened little animal. Chenlu was both amused and exasperated by her reaction. He resisted the sudden urge to tease her further and, half-jokingly, said, I'm thinking about how to repay you. He found Liang Jiro completely different from other girls. She had no personal hobbies, no life of her own. Even though they had not known each other for long, he had never once seen her laugh. This silly girl instinctively suppressed her emotions, carrying her inferiority deep in her bones. What should he do? Chenlu felt that, as her friend, he should do something for her, if only as repayment for that candy and this breakfast. But for now, he had no clue where to start. Why do you need to repay me? Liang Jiro wondered if she was still half asleep. She felt like she had been on a completely different wavelength from him all morning. "Why do you always just say?" Chen Lu chuckled. "Because I want us to be really, really good friends. And for that, the effort we put in for each other should be balanced." Then, looking off into the distance, he added thoughtfully, "That way, it'll last." Liang Jiro shyly pressed her lips together, glancing at the rising sun before checking the time on her phone. She stole another peek at the boy in front of her, his gentle face, his delicate features, and, feeling content, picked up the lunchbox and lightly waved at him. "I'm leaving now." "Where are you going?" Chen Lu asked curiously, his tone filled with surprise. "So she really did just come here to deliver breakfast? To hand out flyers?" Liang Jiro held up a slender, fair finger as if proud of herself. "No classes today, so I can earn an extra 100 or so. Enough to buy ribs for her mom's dinner tonight." Chen Lu's first instinct was to offer to help her. But then he quickly dismissed the thought. Liang Jiro needed help, yes, but not that kind of help. She did not need charity. If he insisted on stepping in, it would only make her feel even more self-conscious. "You have work today? Then why did you say last night that you'd be coming here? I thought you were going to help out." Chen Lu sighed, feeling a little disappointed. It dawned on him that he had completely fallen for Lin Miaomiao's trap. Hook, line, and sinker. Did she seriously not use Liang Jiro as bait? Chen Lu never expected that he, of all people, would end up taking the bait. Since Liang Jiro was leaving for her job, and he had already promised to help out, he could not just walk away. His plan to get to know her better would have to wait. "Will you come back later?" The words slipped out before he even realized it. "I will." Liang Jiro replied almost instantly. Then, as if realizing she had spoken too quickly, she quickly went over her schedule in her mind. Once she was sure she could make time, she nodded firmly. "All right, I'll wait for you," Chen Lu said with a soft chuckle. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Chen Lu sighed and made his way back toward the theater group. As soon as he arrived, he saw Lin Miaomiao about to sit down after going over the script with the others. Stealthily, he reached out and pulled the chair from under her. "Ah, that hurts." Liang Jiro walked along the road toward the bus stop, feeling the gentle breeze brushing against her cheeks. After the Qingming festival, the weather had been getting warmer. The sunlight was soft, and willow catkins floated through the air like falling snow, drifting in all directions. Around her, students walked in groups, chatting and laughing about the latest gossip or video games. The girls passing by were all dressed up, boldly expressing the vibrancy of their youth. Only she seemed out of place in this lively scene. Liang Jiro tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, took out her phone, and wiped the screen, catching a glimpse of her reflection. She felt like she could not compare to the girl she had seen in the cafeteria. Even if their hairstyles and facial features were similar, her timid gaze and long bangs made her appear far less striking. After a moment of silence, she let out a quiet sigh and tied her hair back into a ponytail. After all, she was going to work. Long hair would only get in the way and feel stuffy. She could not understand why she had let her hair down in the first place. What a pointless thing to do. By evening, dusk had fallen. Chen Lu yawned lazily as he watched the setting sun paint the sky a deep red. The floodlights around the track had turned on, and the runners were long gone, replaced by couples strolling hand in hand. The drama club members were still enthusiastically rehearsing their lines. Their play seemed to have been inspired by the Age of Awakening. The script they were preparing depicted the awakening and transformation of students at this university during that era. Through the perspectives of a few students, the play showcased the ideological changes of that time, starting from initial ignorance to ultimately following in the footsteps of revolutionary pioneers. Chen Lu had a deep interest in history beyond his coursework. When he was not needed as a laborer, he actually enjoyed discussing possible revisions to the script with the writers. However, his knowledge of modern history was not as extensive, because reading about it truly hurt. When he read about earlier historical events, he could at most sigh and reflect. But modern history often left him with eyes full of tears. "Damn, how do you know so much about everything, senior?" A bespectacled boy looked at Chen Lu in astonishment, growing more satisfied with the revisions he had made to the script. He could not figure out where the vice president had found such a knowledgeable senior. He was like a real-life Doraemon, able to help with anything. Chen Lu's understanding of history was so precise that he could pinpoint specific years, while the boy himself had long since returned most of his historical knowledge to his high school teachers. At this point, the only thing he was sure of was that he could eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. When you have nothing better to do, you learn a bit of everything. Whether or not there are any fruits, there's no harm in giving a tree a shake. Chen Lu shrugged as he lifted a speaker, then joined the others in moving the equipment back inside. Just then, a girl struggling to carry some props wobbled toward him. It was Liang Jiro. The girl followed behind Chenlu in silence as they climbed the stairs, her ponytail swaying with each step, neat and efficient. Handing out flyers must be exhausting, right? Chenlu casually found a topic to start a conversation. It's not too bad. Just a little tiring today. Liang Jiro thought back to how she had rushed around to finish quickly and replied softly. Chenlu paused for a moment, clearly not understanding. After finishing this round of moving things, he pulled Liang Jiro to sit with him on the field, taking a break. Lately, he found himself enjoying these quiet moments with this silly girl more and more. The two of them sat in silence, watching people of all kinds pass by, occasionally locking eyes unintentionally. Many people felt a sense of melancholy at sunset, and Chenlu was no exception. You really have a tough life every day, he said slowly, watching the sky burn red. Is your mother's illness very serious? Can you tell me about your family? From the beginning, Liang Jiro had always answered whatever Chenlu asked. This time was no different. She wrapped her arms around her knees and spoke slowly about her home. My father passed away when I was little. A few years after that, my mother got into a car accident and became paralyzed. Every year, we have to spend a lot of money on treatments just to maintain some sensation in her legs. That is why I want to work hard, support my mother, and save up for her surgery. After saying this, she paused for a moment. Even if there's a high chance that she won't be able to walk again after the surgery, I still don't want to give up. This was the longest thing Liang Jiro had ever said to Chenlu. Her voice was calm, as if she were telling someone else's story. She had already accepted it. She had made peace with it. Silence fell between them once again. In Liang Jiro's eyes, Chenlu's face became blurry, as though she were looking at him through a veil of mist. She had never told anyone about this before. She was afraid of the pity in their eyes, afraid of becoming a topic of conversation, afraid of being reminded of her own helplessness and weakness. But she was willing to tell Chenlu, because she knew that he would not look at her that way. Before meeting Chenlu, she had been holding on for too long, barely making it through each day. That was why, when she finally spoke, she could not stop. She realized that she was becoming more and more attached to his kindness, like a drowning person clutching onto a floating piece of wood. Liang Jiro, Chenlu suddenly spoke. Do you believe in miracles? She was caught off guard. After a brief moment of confusion, her expression darkened. No. At least, not for someone like me. A girl who had been crushed by hardship, how could she possibly believe in something so unrealistic? But it is possible, Chenlu said seriously. For example, someone suddenly appears in your life. They are willing to understand you, and even willing to stand by your side through everything. After saying this, he slowly stood up. Let's not talk about these things anymore. I'll help you take your mind off it. A moment later, he borrowed a guitar and sat back down beside her, leaving about a seat's distance between them. What do you want to hear? He raised an eyebrow. I know a lot of songs. Just then, Lin Miao Miao, having finished her work, walked up to them. Senior, you really went all out, she teased, handing Chenlu a bottle of water. Get lost. Lin Miao Miao did not argue back and instead continued smiling. She knew that, despite his harsh words, Chenlu had put in a lot of effort to help. She still could not tell whether there was anything between him and Liang Jiro, but if Chenlu suddenly announced that he wanted to pursue her, she probably would not be too surprised. Then, she looked at the guitar in his hands with curiosity. You can play the guitar? I want to hear it. Of course I can. Listen carefully. Chenlu confidently strummed a few chords. Lin Miao Miao immediately frowned in disgust. The sound was completely off. It was obvious he could not play. But even so, Liang Jiro listened intently. This was the first time someone had ever played the guitar for her. Senior, I thought you were going to show off. If you can't play, why act like you can? Lin Miao Miao rolled her eyes in exasperation before walking away, losing interest. Anyone could randomly strum some chords, she could do that herself. Watching her leave, Chenlu turned back to Liang Jiro and smiled. Then, he started playing again. This time, his fingers moved smoothly over the strings, producing a clear, beautiful melody. Liang Jiro was stunned. She had not expected that he had been pretending just now. Now that the annoying one is gone, listen carefully. This is just for you. At his words, her heart skipped a beat. A strange happiness welled up inside her, but as soon as she realized how selfish the feeling was, her face turned red with guilt. For the first time, she was not just the pillar of her family. For the first time, she was not just the one carrying all the burdens. At this moment, she was simply a girl, someone who could be cared for, someone who could experience youth, someone who could be happy. The sky seems like it is about to rain. I really want to live next door to you. For you, I'll sing this song. It has no particular style. It simply means, I want to make you happy. For you, I'll melt the ice. For you, I'll be a moth drawn to the flame. There's nothing in this world that isn't worth it. Liang Jiro was completely mesmerized. Chen Lu's singing was even better than she had imagined. His guitar playing was incredible too. She could tell from the number of people stopping to listen. Soon, the crowd grew larger, and she lowered her head even more. Suddenly, Chen Lu reached out and gently lifted her chin with the back of his hand, making her look at him. I'm singing just for you, you can't keep looking down. By the time he finished a few songs, the sky had turned completely dark. The onlookers had all left, but Liang Jiro's cheeks were still burning. There had been too many people watching, and Chen Lu had not let her lower her head even once. I spent 7 years as a lovesick fool. Do you know what I learned? As she was still lost in her thoughts, Chen Lu looked toward the distant streetlights, took a sip of water, and spoke softly. Liang Jiro glanced at him in confusion. If you let people look down on you, then you have already lost. I don't mean right now, he continued, but one day, you will leave school. When that time comes, you won't be able to hide in your own little world anymore. So, no matter how long it takes, you have to learn to hold your head high. Like I do now. He turned to her and smiled gently. Our families love us. We are not less than anyone else. You are your mother's precious treasure. You should learn to love yourself. He was saying this to himself as well. He had once nearly become the lowest kind of lovesick fool, caring more about a girl than about his own parents. I hope you can grit your teeth and lift your head until you have the courage to look anyone in the eye. You are already doing great. Since you got into this university, you will be able to find a good job after graduation. You will definitely be able to give your mother a better life. You will become someone incredible. I want to become incredible, Liang Jiro whispered, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Chen Lu nodded. You will. Really? Instead of giving empty words like believe in yourself, he hesitated for a moment before gently brushing aside her bangs, looking directly into her eyes. Just like on the night they first met. The evening breeze lifted strands of her hair as his voice reached her ears. You have worked so hard, I know that. But you have to hold on and keep going. And if you ever get too tired, just turn around and look. I will be right behind you. Hearing these words, Liang Jiro froze on the spot, momentarily unable to process her thoughts. Her eyes suddenly turned red, and she clenched the hem of her shirt tightly, anxious because she did not know how to respond. She wanted to believe in Chen Lu's words. And, for the first time, she suddenly wanted to believe in the future too. Seeing the girl struggling to hold back her tears, Chen Lu panicked. Hey, do not cry. Am I really that bad at singing? Now it was his turn to be confused. He did not think his singing was that bad. He had been practicing the guitar for years too. Was she that moved? That should not be it. If it were that easy to move someone, he would have won over Mo Yuqing long ago. After all, Mo Yuqing never had any reaction when he played for her. He could not begin to understand the ripples his words had stirred in Liang Jiro's heart. Really? She asked again, her voice trembling with tears. She had not even realized that she had already asked the same question just moments ago. Of course. He slowly extended his pinky and linked it with hers. I will always be watching over you. So you must not disappoint me. Glancing at the time, he asked, is it time for your part-time shift at the hot pot restaurant? Liang Jiro nodded. There seemed to be a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but it quickly faded. I will play one last song, and then I will walk you there. I can go by mice. Just listen. Mo Yuqing and the members of the dance club were walking toward the sports field together. They had just finished practice and were planning to take a stroll before heading out for hot pot. These tall, slender girls walking side by side became a dazzling sight against the evening backdrop. Yuqing, was that guy who confessed to you earlier someone who has liked you for a long time? It seemed like it was not his first time. A dance club member leaned closer, gossiping excitedly. That guy was quite handsome. Back in high school, he would have easily been one of the most popular boys in class. They had not expected Mo Yuqing to reject him so bluntly, without even the slightest change in expression. I do not know. I do not remember him, Mo Yuqing answered truthfully. She had thought about it for a while but could not recall who he was. She had only learned his name from the message notification on WeChat. You really have a lot of admirers. I am so jealous. I wish I knew what it felt like to be pursued by so many people. Speaking of which, I found a video of your old performance on the university's website. You looked absolutely stunning. Are you sure you do not want to rejoin us? The girl chattered on, but suddenly, she realized that Mo Yuqing had stopped walking. Turning around, she saw her standing motionless. Yuqing? What is wrong? Following her gaze, the girl saw a young man playing the guitar for a girl with a plain and ordinary appearance. Her impression of this senior immediately improved, but all their curiosity was now focused on Mo Yuqing. Could there be some untold story between them? That could not be, right? They had barely spoken a word to each other at the cafeteria. Mo Yuching's long eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly's wings. She had not noticed how tightly her fists had clenched. She immediately recognized the girl sitting beside Chen Lu. It was the same one he had eaten with at the cafeteria. Chen Lu was playing his guitar with full concentration, occasionally glancing at the girl beside him, never once looking in their direction. Mo Yuching felt a strange discomfort in her heart, a vague sensation that something precious, something that belonged solely to her, was being taken away. He learned to play the guitar for me. He only picked it up because I liked it. It should be me sitting there beside him, not her. Fragments of the past flooded her mind. She had only casually mentioned once, while watching videos, that guys who played guitar looked cool. The next day, Chen Lu had started learning. At first, he was unaccustomed to using a guitar pick, and for a while, she often saw him with bandages wrapped around his fingers. Later, during a self-study period when the teacher was absent, he had suddenly pulled out a guitar, stood on the podium, and, amidst the excited cheers of their classmates, boldly called out, "Mo Yuching, listen closely." From that moment on, whenever she came across a song she liked, she would casually forward it to Chen Lu, and by the next day, he would have learned it. But now, he was playing for another girl. If their encounter at the cafeteria had merely unsettled her, this time, she felt a real, undeniable sense of crisis. The fear that Chen Lu was about to be taken away. In all her years, she had never experienced this feeling before, and for the first time, she associated a word with Chen Lu: loss. Chen Lu was far more resolute than she had imagined. Ever since she rejected his confession for the second time that day, she had never heard from him again. He had not reached out, not once. Unlike before, when he would always apologize first after their arguments, the boy who had followed her like a shadow for years. Was he really going to leave her? "Yuching? Are you all right?" A girl waved a hand in front of her face, looking puzzled. Mo Yuching finally snapped out of it. "I am fine. Let us go." Seeing her slightly pale face, no one pressed further. Instead, they quickly changed the subject. "What should we eat for dinner? There is a new Hay de Leo nearby. Should we try it?" "Hay de Leo is such a scam," another girl grumbled. "You guys go ahead. I need to head home." Mo Yuching turned around and walked swiftly toward the campus gates. She did not want Chen Lu to see her. "You are not coming with us?" "Next time. My mom just got back from abroad today. I only plan to walk with you all for a bit before leaving." Watching her figure disappear, the girls exchanged glances. Mo Yuching arrived at her doorstep, took a deep breath, and knocked. She had not lied, her mother had indeed told her she would be returning today. It had been a year since she last saw her. Ever since her parents divorced when she was little, her mother had been constantly traveling abroad. She wanted to experience, just once, what it was like to come home and have her mother open the door for her. It was something she had never really had before. Knock, knock, knock. No response. Her already low spirits plummeted. She knocked again, but still, there was only silence. With no other choice, she entered the passcode and let herself in. The house was nothing like she had imagined. The lights were off. There was no one waiting for her. Like always, the first to welcome her home was not a person, but the dim glow of the motion sensor lights. Mo Yuching bit her lip and collapsed onto the sofa without even bothering to take off her shoes, like a deflated balloon. After a long while, she finally gathered the strength to take out her phone and call her mother. The room was completely dark, with only a faint light coming through the window, barely illuminating the surroundings. The already spacious living room now felt even quieter and emptier. Mo Yuching stared intently at the screen of her phone, her face expressionless. After a moment, she squinted and lowered the brightness. The dim glow from the phone cast a soft light on her delicate face, like a spotlight in the darkroom, fully exposing the helplessness and dejection in her expression. After several rings, the call was finally answered. A cold and serious voice came through. "Hello? Mom, you did not come back?" Mo Yuching's voice was slightly hurried, carrying a hint of grievance. "No, something urgent came up. I will come back later." Hearing no response from Mo Yuching, the voice on the other end continued, "Cheer up, sweetheart. Uncle Lin is in the country right now, and he wants to take you out for a meal. Let him keep you company, alright? I have been with him for so many years now. You should start accepting him." "I will not. I can be on my own. Do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me." Mo Yuching fought back the lump in her throat. "You and him, and your new child, live your lives however you want. You do not have to care about me." "What nonsense are you saying? You are old enough now. How can you still be so immature? Have I not loved you enough? Do you know how many kids would kill to have the life you have? Have I ever refused to buy you anything you wanted? Be reasonable, alright? Be good. I am hanging up. Let me know if you need more money. Before Mo Yuching could say anything else, the call ended. She slowly placed her phone on the coffee table and leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, staring out at the river view. Hugging her knees, she curled up, feeling completely lost. The buildings in the surrounding neighborhoods were all lit up, each window representing a different life. Only she sat alone, as if abandoned by the world. It was only when she snapped out of her daze that she realized her fingers had almost instinctively dialed Chenlu's number. She quickly pulled her hand away, stopping just before pressing the call button. She had not expected it to become such a habit. Over the years, whenever she felt this upset, she had always gone to Chenlu. If it were not for what happened back then, all it would take now was a single call, and he would come running to be by her side. Then, just like before, he would take her out to eat, to the movies, or for a walk in the park. He would patiently listen to all of her complaints with a smile. Mo Yuching sniffled and hugged her knees even tighter. He used to be so good to me. So why can we not even be friends anymore? When did I start believing that no matter what, Chenlu would never leave me? Mo Yuching looked at her reflection in the glass, her heart feeling unbearably heavy. She could not find the answer to either question. She had turned down so many people, and even after rejection, they still kept trying, to the point where it annoyed her. But Chenlu, he just left. He would not even stay as a friend. Chenlu had always been by her side since they were little. Their fathers were close friends, and the two of them had truly grown up together. From the very beginning, Chenlu had treated her well, giving in to her every whim. So when exactly had she convinced herself that he would never leave? Thinking about how Chenlu was probably still with that girl right now, her tears finally spilled over, as if someone had taken him away from her. No, rather than saying he was taken away. It felt more like she had pushed him away with her own hands. Mo Yuching, you are really going to regret this. Lu Yan's words echoed in her mind, refusing to fade. Mo Yuching's vision suddenly blurred. All the lights outside turned into a swirl of colorful stars, and the only thing she could vaguely make out was her own reflection in the glass, tears streaming down her face. She had always thought that Chenlu needed her, not the other way around. But now, she realized she had been wrong. Now, she finally understood just how good Chenlu had been to her. The ridiculous part? She only realized it after he had turned his back and walked away. Mo Yuching felt like she had figured nothing out, except for one thing. She did not know what Chenlu was thinking, but this time, he might really never come back to apologize. Late at night, after dropping off Liang Zhiro, Chenlu returned to the dormitory in high spirits, only to see Jiang Chao playing a game while eating dinner. Every time he got killed and had to wait to respawn, he would seize the opportunity to take a few bites before jumping back into the action. It was a skill all guys seemed to share. Yes, I did just walk her home. Before Jiang Chao could even speak, Chenlu answered preemptively. Her name is Liang Zhiro. Stop calling her the hot pot restaurant girl. Jiang Chao raised an eyebrow. Oh, already being protective? Things are moving fast. What are you talking about? We are still just good, clean friends. Not what you think. At least, not yet. Chenlu walked toward the balcony, a faint smile appearing on his face. But who knows what will happen in the future? You do not want your white moonlight anymore? Jiang Chao teased. Or wait, I guess in your case, it is your cinnabar mole. I think she was both. Mo Yuching was both the unattainable moon and the eternal scar. Chenlu chuckled self-deprecatingly before turning back with a serious expression. Even though I know you are making fun of me, I am still going to say it, I do not want her anymore. Not every unrequited love has a happy ending. So many people love in vain, why should I be the exception? 7 years of chasing her with nothing to show for it, that already says enough. It is time to let go. Jiang Chao paused his game, watching Chenlu with curiosity. How could he talk about it so casually, sounding both at peace and yet deeply sad at the same time? Just then, a low rumble of thunder echoed outside, followed by heavy rain. What the hell? This weather is crazy. Jiang Chao stared in shock. It had been freezing at the start of the month, then suddenly turned into summer, and now there was a thunderstorm? Where was spring? Had they just skipped it? Chenlu glanced outside at the flashes of lightning and the pouring rain, and a memory resurfaced in his mind. Mo Yuching had always hated thunderstorms. She was terrified of thunder. If he remembered correctly, it had been storming the night her parents asked her to choose who to stay with. He could still clearly recall rushing through the rain to find her after she ran away from home. They had wandered the streets together, getting soaked for hours. The next day, both of them ended up sick in bed with a fever. Back then, he had naively believed that things would always be good between them, that they would always be together. He never expected that, in the end, she would change. Chen-lu let out a bitter laugh and shook his head, sitting down next to Jiang Chao. But what did any of that have to do with him now? A few days ago, he had been surprised by his own coldness. After loving Mo Yuqing for so long, how could he feel nothing when she cried in the cafeteria? But then he realized, he had not changed overnight. He had simply reached his breaking point without noticing. His feelings had not been cut off suddenly. They had been worn away, little by little, over the years, like a slow, agonizing death. Actually, the drama club no longer needed their help, but Lin Miaomiao did not mention it. Everyone got along well with Chen-lu and was happy to have him around to chat and joke with. So, whenever he had free time, Chen-lu still came to the drama club to slack off and have fun. In the morning, he ate the breakfast Liang Jiro brought, and at noon, he treated her in return. Do not ask why. If you do, the answer is, he was just here to help. Treating her to a meal was something Chen-lu insisted on. If Liang Jiro did not agree, he would refuse to drink the porridge she made. Since she could not win against him, she had no choice but to accept, and Chen-lu was more than happy to improve her meals. Chen-lu always said that effort should be mutual, but Liang Jiro never quite understood. She simply continued clumsily figuring out what foods he liked. A week before the anniversary performance, the costumes they had ordered finally arrived early in the morning. They were Republican-era school uniforms, not too different from what was commonly seen in TV dramas. The men's uniform was a gray Zhongshan suit, while the women's uniform consisted of a blue top and a black skirt. Very classic. Excited, Lin Miaomia grabbed a men's and a women's outfit and ran over to Chen-lu and Liang Jiro, wanting to ask if they wanted to try them on. She had originally planned to keep the extra set as a souvenir, but after some thought, she decided to give them to Chen-lu and Liang Jiro instead. Besides, out of the entire drama club, there was no one better looking than the two of them. This way, she could also enjoy the view. But as she approached, she saw the two of them sitting side by side. Chen-lu was motionless, staring at his phone, while Liang Jiro was resting her head on his shoulder, sleeping soundly. She had probably unconsciously leaned over after dozing off. Once she woke up, she would definitely die of embarrassment. Chen-lu put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Then, he turned slightly to glance at the sleeping girl, catching the faint fragrance of her hair, feeling both amused and helpless. Liang Jiro had only been sitting here for a short while before she fell asleep and, for some reason, ended up leaning against him. His heartbeat had not calmed down since. With school and work nonstop every day, she must be exhausted. He thought to himself. Lin Miaomiao did not say another word. She simply shook the men's uniform at him and mouthed, "For you." Chen-lu shook his head, refusing. Then she pointed at the women's uniform and then at Liang Jiro. Immediately, Chen-lu nodded enthusiastically, like a pecking chick, indicating for her to leave the outfit. Lin Miaomiao, of course, saw right through his thoughts. She rolled her eyes at him before tossing down the clothes and leaving. Half an hour later, seeing that it was almost time for Liang Jiro's daytime job, Chen-lu shifted his arm slightly and softly asked, "Should you be heading to work?" "I'm not going today." Half awake, Liang Jiro seemed to find her pillow unsatisfactory and snuggled against it a little more, rubbing her cheek gently against it. Chen-lu instinctively swallowed. Why? He found it strange, he had never seen her take a day off from work before. "That place does not need people to hand out flyers anymore, and I have not found a new job yet." "Then that works out. You can take a break today." He looked at the girl beside him, who was still speaking with her eyes closed, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. At this distance, Liang Jiro's delicate features and soft skin were completely exposed before him. He could not help but feel like he was enjoying something exclusive. After all, no one else had discovered just how beautiful Liang Jiro truly was, nor did they have the chance to admire her from so close. Compared to her figure and overall appearance, her eyes were still what he liked the most. The girl responded softly, her voice low and drowsy. She seemed completely unaware as she rubbed against his shoulder again, like a kitten finding a cozy spot. The next second, she suddenly realized something was off and sprang up in a panic. Whether it was from the nap or from embarrassment, her face was noticeably flushed. She quickly looked around, then hurriedly wiped her mouth, checking if she had drooled in her sleep. If she had drooled while sleeping on Chen-lu's shoulder, she might as well go jump into a river immediately. Her gaze darted around nervously, avoiding Chen-lu at all costs. All she could hear was the rapid pounding of her heart, her cheeks burning. "I only wanted to rest my eyes for a bit. How did I end up sleeping on his shoulder? This is so embarrassing. What if Chen-lu thinks I am too forward? You took advantage of me." Seeing the way she was blushing shyly, Chen-lu chuckled. "Sorry." Chen-lu frowned slightly, dissatisfied with that response. "Just saying sorry is enough? You took advantage of me and are not even taking responsibility?" Liang Jiro panicked even more, her brain completely short-circuiting as if it had overheated. At this rate, steam coming out of her head would not even be surprising. Then how should I take responsibility? Chen Lu had originally planned to tease her a little longer, but he could not hold back his laughter anymore. Smiling, he gently pulled the flustered girl down onto the chair next to him. I was just teasing you. You looked so tired. I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Liang Zhiro lowered her head even further, still looking extremely embarrassed. No need. To be honest, when Chen Lu had just told her to take responsibility, she had almost believed him. She had spent a long time thinking about how exactly she should take responsibility. After all, back in her hometown, what she had done could already be considered quite improper. Even with the internet being as advanced as it was now, kids from rural villages were still far less open-minded than those from big cities. Seeing how others acted was one thing, whether she herself could accept it was another. I'm really sorry. Liang Zhiro still felt that her actions had been a bit inappropriate. That made Chen Lu feel a little confused. According to how things usually played out in TV dramas, the female lead should have just blushed shyly and pretended nothing had happened. Why was she apologizing over and over again? Resting his cheek on his hand, Chen Lu continued teasing, if you really feel guilty about it, then next time, let me rest on your shoulder instead. That way, we'll be even. No, we are friends. We can't do that. But we're best friends. Even best friends can't. But we're completely innocent. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Lu said with a serious face. Hearing this, Liang Zhiro was stunned for a moment, feeling like she was about to be completely led astray by him. She hurriedly shook her head. Even if we're completely innocent, good friends still shouldn't do that. No, good friends can. Chen Lu kept a straight face. You have to repay me at least once, right? Isn't it normal for good friends to help each other out? Liang Zhiro was completely bewildered, her eyes blinking rapidly. Just once? She asked cautiously, afraid that Chen Lu would raise his price once she agreed. She looked so pitiful that Chen Lu could not help but want to tease her even more. All right. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Chen Lu did not push the matter further, just in case Liang Zhiro fully woke up and realized what he had just tricked her into agreeing to. Lowering her head in embarrassment, she said nothing and quietly removed her hair tie to redo her ponytail. Her jet black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, looking smooth and glossy without a single split end. Chen Lu could not help but wonder how this silly girl managed to take such good care of it. If you're not working, how about not tying your hair up all the time? I think you look really nice with it down. The moment Chen Lu said this, he regretted it a little, feeling like he was overstepping. But to his surprise, Liang Zhiro agreed immediately. All right. She put the hair tie around her wrist like a bracelet and gently adjusted her hair, sitting obediently beside Chen Lu, looking soft and delicate. At that moment, she finally noticed the unfamiliar-looking clothing next to her. Curious, she picked it up and examined it. Lin Niumyo gave it to you, Chen Lu explained. Want to try it on? Liang Zhiro was startled for a moment, then immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. Even though it was normal clothing, she still felt it would be strange to wear. You should try everything at least once. Chen Lu shamelessly continued coaxing her. We talked about this before, didn't we? You need to learn to be more confident. This is part of the plan. Let's just give it back to her later. Liang Zhiro lowered her head deeply, feeling her face grow even hotter as her thoughts spiraled out of control. Why does he keep pushing things further? I already agreed to let him rest on my shoulder next time. Liang Zhiro, what are you doing? You can't keep lowering your boundaries. You have to learn to say no. Finally, the girl made up her mind. But just then, Chen Lu suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, if you're too shy, you can just let me see. You wouldn't want your good friend to be sad, would you? The warm breath against her ear sent a tingling sensation through her entire body, making her delicate waist go weak. The shy girl had no idea how to react or where to hide. After a long internal struggle, as if under some kind of spell, she gave a tiny nod. Liang Zhiro messaged Lin Niumyo on WeChat, asking where they had changed clothes. Then, she quietly led Chen Lu to a spacious, empty classroom. Lin Niumyo had specifically reminded her that this was a professional classroom and did not have surveillance cameras. Chen Lu followed behind her silently, feeling as if the two of them were secretly doing something mischievous. But the clothes were proper, and they were decent people. When they reached the door, Liang Zhiro adorably poked her head in, glanced left and right to make sure no one was around, and finally relaxed. Why you keep watch at the door, okay? Liang Zhiro stepped inside and left the door slightly ajar, whispering to Chen Lu. Got it. Chen Lu leaned against the wall and smiled at her. Still uneasy, Liang Zhiro added, and you are not allowed to come in. Chen Lu put on a face of sudden realization. I wouldn't have thought of that if you hadn't mentioned it. Liang Jiro immediately shut the door, ignoring him. As it turned out, her worries were completely unnecessary. The weather was hot, and with the May 1st holiday approaching, most university students either attended classes or stayed in their dorms. No one would come here without a reason. In all this time, Chen Lu had not seen a single person. The entire corridor was empty. He ended up waiting idly for nearly 10 minutes, so bored that he started counting the tiles on the wall. Chen Lu checked the time on his phone and was startled by how long it had been. Did it really take girls this long to change? She had not passed out in there, had she? Liang Jiro, did you fall asleep? Chen Lu asked with concern. I'm coming. Finally, the door slowly opened. Liang Jiro lowered her head as she stepped out in front of Chen Lu, saying nothing, likely out of embarrassment. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a snug light blue short-sleeved blouse. The neckline was quite low, with a row of diagonally placed buttons that she had fastened all the way up. She paired it with a black skirt that hugged her figure. The outfit accentuated her already striking curves even more. Chen Lu's gaze was instinctively drawn to her chest. Sensing where he was looking, Liang Jiro turned her face away slightly and subtly tugged at the fabric near her neckline, whispering, "It's a little tight." Chen Lu suddenly felt heat rushing to his nose. Looking at the girl standing before him, beautiful as if she had just walked off a film set, he gently brushed aside her long bangs. His movements were careful, as if he were afraid of making her uncomfortable. As expected, once she had allowed it the first time, Liang Jiro no longer resisted when Chen Lu moved her bangs aside. She simply squinted her eyes slightly, standing there like a little lamb, completely at his mercy. For a moment, Chen Lu felt dazed. Back when he first stepped up to help the drama club, he had never thought about getting to know this girl. Even that night when their eyes met and he realized how breathtaking she was, he had not expected that they would grow so close. And he never could have imagined that this girl was not only beautiful but also sweet, gentle, and unfailingly kind to him, almost to the point of being completely submissive. It was as if he had discovered a hidden treasure. Shaking himself from his thoughts, Chen Lu lifted his phone. Let's take a picture. He was certain Liang Jiro would never wear this outfit again. It would be a waste not to capture it. Ha! Liang Jiro was visibly startled. She instinctively took 2 steps back until her back pressed against the wall. No, I do not think so. It's part of the plan, Chen Lu said seriously. Then, without waiting for her response, he framed her in the shot and took a picture. Unlike most guys who take unflattering pictures of their girlfriends, Chen Lu actually had some skill in photography. At the very least, he knew how to make someone look good in a photo. Whenever his family went on vacation, he was their designated photographer. If only Liang Jiro were not so shy, he was confident he could find a better backdrop and take an even more stunning picture. After snapping the shot, Chen Lu straightened up and examined it closely. She was so beautiful that there was no need for editing. In the photo, the girl looked like a startled fawn. She had not even thought about posing. Instead, she clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, her wide eyes staring at the camera with an almost pitiful expression. Chen Lu swallowed hard, momentarily stunned, completely forgetting that the real person was standing right in front of him. I sent it to you on WeChat, he said with a smile. At that moment, he fully understood why so many girls loved playing dress-up games like Miracle Nikki. Alright, so can I change back now? Nope. In a lecture hall. Yuqing, did you really see Chen Lu playing the guitar for another girl a few days ago? Why did you wait until the next lifetime to tell me? Lu Yan asked in disbelief, already planning to interrogate Jiang Chao thoroughly that evening to figure out what was going on. She had long heard from Mo Yuqing that Chen Lu was an excellent guitar player, but he had always kept it hidden, saying it was something exclusive to Mo Yuqing. So, the fact that he was now willing to play for another girl was no small matter. Chen Lu was naturally charming, kind, and good-looking. It was no surprise that other girls would develop feelings for him. But if he was really planning to move on from Mo Yuqing, then, if feelings were mutual, their relationship could progress at an alarming speed. Other girls might not be as beautiful as Mo Yuqing, but at least they were not as clueless as she was. Mo Yuqing stared blankly at a few girls gracefully dancing in the distance and nodded in confirmation. Lu Yan sighed. She had always been the nagging, motherly type, but even she was growing tired of advising her. But what could she do? She was Mo Yuqing's best friend. How do you feel about it? Lu Yan asked with a wry smile. Mo Yuqing's slender fingers intertwined as she anxiously fidgeted with them. Very uncomfortable. Lu Yan was exasperated. Then why are you still pretending? If you really had no feelings for him, you would not care. You have so many guys chasing after you, do you ever care if they end up with someone else? Mo Yuqing slowly shook her head. She did not care about them. In fact, she could not even remember most of their names. If anything, she wished they would hurry up and fall for someone else instead of constantly pestering her. If you keep this up, you are just going to watch Chenlu and that girl get closer and closer. Lu Yan said, her tone filled with frustration. Soon, you will see them hugging, kissing, and before long, you will be getting an invitation to his wedding. No, he cannot be with another girl. Mo Yuqing suddenly raised her voice. But when she noticed the members of the dance club turning to look at her, she bit her lip in embarrassment and lowered her voice. I will think about it. Go ahead and keep being stubborn. Lu Yan did not bother saying anything more. She took a deep breath and angrily took a big bite of her burger. What was the point of trying to help? Some people were just hopeless. Have I really treated him that badly? After a long silence, Mo Yuqing finally spoke again, her voice trembling slightly. Do you want the truth? It is going to hurt. Although Lu Yan knew that Mo Yuqing was not the type to take things to heart, she still gave her a fair warning. Just tell me the truth. All right, here is the truth. Lu Yan thought back to everything she had witnessed and took a deep breath before saying, you owe him. Mo Yuqing fell silent again, completely frozen like a flawless marble statue, unmoving. No one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yan finished her KFC meal, tidied up, and was about to get up to throw away her trash. But as soon as she stood, her arm was gently tugged. Even though the weather was warm, Mo Yuqing's hand felt ice cold. Do you think if Chenlu and I got together, he would eventually lose interest? He is already playing the guitar for someone else now. Mo Yuqing's voice was laced with the hint of tears. Lu Yan was a little surprised but then found the whole situation somewhat ironic. She had not expected Mo Yuqing to be so insecure. Still, she rolled her eyes. That is not a question you should be asking me. You two grew up together, did you not? Do you really have no idea? Even she could not imagine how Chenlu had managed to hold on for so many years. She was sure she loved Zhang Chao, but if she had to do what Chenlu had done, she simply could not. Mo Yuqing's insecurity was not because Chenlu had not done enough. The problem was Mo Yuqing herself. She had been spoiled into raising her expectations higher and higher. After being accustomed to Chenlu's overwhelming devotion, how could she possibly feel secure with anyone else? Chenlu had already given everything. How much more could he possibly do? Lu Yan let out another helpless laugh. Besides, whether or not he will lose interest after getting together with you is not something you should be worrying about right now. What you should be thinking about is how to get him back. She patted Mo Yuqing's head, then turned to throw away her trash. Mo Yuqing watched Lu Yan's retreating figure, her throat tightening. My parents were childhood sweethearts too. After lunch, Lu Yan went back to the dormitory for a nap, while Mo Yuqing stared at her chat window with Chenlu for a long time, lost in thought. Since the day Chenlu confessed, the two of them had not sent each other a single message. She scrolled through their chat history, as if trying to find evidence that she had actually treated Chenlu well. But there was none. Every morning and night, it was always Chenlu sending greetings, checking in on her, and showing concern. It was always him. Her responses were often brief, just 1 or 2 words, and sometimes, when she felt annoyed, she simply ignored him. Chenlu would often remind her to dress warmly when it was cold, but she had never once sent him a message like that. She had no excuse. It was simply habit. After so many years, she had grown used to it. So used to it that she took it for granted and forgot to be grateful. Mo Yuqing rubbed her slightly reddened eyes, stood up, cleared her throat, and slowly said, "Can I join your performance this time?" "Of course." The others immediately agreed without hesitation. They did not know why their senior suddenly changed her mind, but having her in the program would definitely attract a lot more attention, both for her dance skills and her looks. Mo Yuqing quickly caught up with the choreography without any difficulty. For her, this level of dance was not challenging. She only needed to run through the routine a couple of times to get it right, but throughout practice, she kept getting distracted. She suddenly had the urge to see Chenlu. Aside from being in class, this was the longest they had gone without seeing each other. And for the first time, Mo Yuqing found herself missing him. But she had no reason to see him. That realization hit her like a wave of dizziness. It was like waking up from a long dream. From childhood until now, no matter how unreasonable it was, Chenlu had always been there for her. Whenever she wanted to see him, she never needed a reason. But now, it was different. Now, she had to think of one. During break, Mo Yuqing sat on the podium with her head down, feeling conflicted and unreal, as if the beautiful dream she had been living in was truly over. Even if she had never felt that it was particularly beautiful before, there was still a chance, right? Chenlu would not really leave her. Mo Yuqing silently comforted herself, all while thinking of an excuse to ask Chenlu to meet her. The night had fallen, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Chen Lu returned to the dormitory in high spirits, feeling unusually relaxed. As soon as he stepped in, he noticed that Jiang Chao had inexplicably drawn the curtain around his bed. Not bothering to ask why, Chen Lu shifted his gaze to Li Xinian, who was sipping porridge. Better not pull that curtain, he did not want to witness any anti-aircraft guns in action. Drinking porridge at night? Are you on some kind of health regimen? Chen Lu mocked. Li Xinian remained unfazed. Boss's girlfriend ordered porridge for him tonight. So? Chen Lu did not get his point. I do not have a girlfriend, so I bought it for myself. Jiang Chao, that bastard. Fuck him. Li Xinian grumbled a few more curses before finally venting his frustration. Then he turned to Chen Lu with a grin. Want some? We are both pitiful guys without girlfriends to buy porridge for us. Chen Lu scratched his cheek with his index finger, hesitating to mention that someone actually made porridge for him every morning. If he said it out loud, he would be dead. With no other choice, he walked over and took a sip. The next second, he dashed to the bathroom to spit it out. What the hell? Why does your century egg taste so nasty? Chen Lu felt nauseous. Are you stupid? That is how century eggs taste. No, they are not. The ones Liang Jiro made were not like this. Chen Lu rinsed his mouth, now even more curious about how he had managed to finish the bowl of porridge she had made for him. Though he was intrigued, an involuntary smile curled on his lips. Seeing Chen Lu packing his things, Li Xinian asked curiously, "What are you doing? Tomorrow is May Day, right? I am going home for a bit." Chen Lu continued stuffing books and other unused items into his bag. Rather than calling it packing, it was more like unloading. Every time he went home, he simply brought back whatever felt unnecessary in the dorm. Unlike others who had to haul a bunch of luggage, he barely needed anything. After all, if he really wanted to go home, a short taxi ride would take him there in no time. Bringing a bag was just a show of respect for his roommates. Wow, I almost forgot you are a local. Li Xinian chuckled. Yeah, it is just that I cannot bear to leave you guys, my dear sons. Just as he finished speaking, Li Xinian suddenly leaned in and poked him lightly. Let me tell you something interesting. Chen Lu turned his head, signaling for him to continue. Today, Mo Yuqing's side reported another issue. I went to check it out, and after a long struggle, I realized they had just plugged the speaker wires in the wrong way. And this is supposed to be interesting? Chen Lu paused, feeling confused. Hold on, I have not finished. Do you know what she said when she saw me? She said, "Why is it you?" Detective Li Xinian adjusted his glasses, looking as if he had unraveled a great mystery. I suspect she deliberately mixed up the wires, hoping you would be the one to come. She still does not know you have stopped helping me with these things. Chen Lu scoffed, threw his bag aside, and collapsed onto his bed. You are crazy. I would sooner believe our boss could suddenly learn how to study than believe Mo Yuqing would have a change of heart. Li Xinian saw that Chen Lu had already closed his eyes, so he walked over and slowly pulled back Jiang Chao's curtain. Looking at Jiang Chao, who was staring intently at his laptop and even taking notes from time to time, Li Xinian muttered to himself. But, our boss is actually studying. At that moment, Mo Yuqing had just returned to her empty home. After changing into a thin, lace-trimmed nightdress, she curled up on the sofa, hugging her long, slender legs, her mood sinking. She did not want Chen Lu to date someone else, yet she was not ready to chase after him herself. For the first time in her life, she truly understood what it meant to be caught between fear of loss and fear of commitment. And at that moment, she finally, completely realized. She did like Chen Lu. She had always wondered where Chen Lu found so much time each day. How was he able to worry about her endlessly, day after day? Now she understood. It was never about having free time, it was about how much he cared for her. He cared so much that he constantly worried if she was upset or unwell. He cared so much that he knew her cycle better than she did. After sitting in silence for a long time, she picked up her phone and typed out a message for her social feed. I hope I do not have to lose something to realize how much I cherish it. This was a hint meant for Chen Lu. She hesitated for a long time but still could not bring herself to send him a message directly, not even a simple goodnight. This was the first update she had posted in over 2 months. The last one was on her birthday. Mo Yuqing tapped on that old post, her thoughts growing even more tangled. It was a picture of a beautiful bouquet of roses. Bright red petals bloomed as if they would never wither. And of course, they would not, because they were made of paper. Back then, Chen Lu had spent nearly half a month preparing for her birthday party, and in the end, he had given her that handmade bouquet. 33 roses, every single one meticulously folded by his own hands. She could still remember the envious stares from the other girls around her. Within minutes of her new post, an overwhelming flood of comments appeared. Feeling down, senior? Let me take you to a movie. Are you hinting at me? Even though you rejected me, I am still waiting for you. Mo Yuching, if you are sad, take a walk. I am already on my way to your dorm. Regretting it now? Just say the word, and I will be in Hangzhou tomorrow. Reading these comments, Mo Yuching nearly choked. She hurriedly deleted the ones from people she had long forgotten. She did not even remember these guys, so why did they still remember her? The girls' comments were slower to come in, but at least they did not make her blood pressure rise. Sending you a hug, Qingbao. Pluck the flower while it blooms, do not wait until there is only an empty branch left. Lu Yen, knowing the whole story, simply replied with a sighing emoji, her way of expressing frustration at Mo Yuching's foolishness. Mo Yuching let out a long, disappointed sigh and kept refreshing her feed. For the first time ever, she was anxiously checking the comments under her post, because she was waiting for one person. No matter how passionate the responses were, they were not the one she wanted. She wanted to see Chen Lu's reply. Even just a like would be enough. She waited and waited, but it never came. Feeling uneasy, she opened Chen Lu's profile. His feed was still completely empty, he had never posted anything. But there was one difference. His background photo had changed from a silhouette of her to a picture of Pikachu. The night deepened, and one by one, the lights in the buildings outside flickered off until everything was swallowed by darkness. The once proud girl fell asleep waiting, but the reply she longed for never arrived. Cold moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bouquet of folded paper roses on the coffee table, making them look eerily elegant. And behind that bouquet, the sleeping girl lay curled up on the sofa, breathtakingly beautiful. The moonlight traced the contours of her delicate face, her fair neck, her smooth, snow-like legs, and the faint tear stains on her cheeks. May 1st, early morning. It had rained at some point during the night, leaving the air crisp and cool. Chen Lu yawned as he got out of bed, pulled open the curtains to let in some fresh air, and then went to wash up. Li Xinian and Zhang Haoyu, both from out of town, had left early to catch their high-speed trains. Only Jiang Chao was still sleeping like a dead pig. Boss, what are your plans for May Day? Chen Lu slung his backpack over his shoulder. He was about to kick Jiang Chao but ultimately just gave him a little push. Going on a trip with Lu Yen. My train is in the afternoon. Fuck you. The kick landed anyway. As Chen Lu walked down the street, he sent a message to Liang Zhiro. Chen Lu, good morning. What are you up to? Liang Zhiro, just got dressed. About to head to work, she always replied quickly. The moment Chen Lu sent a message, he would get a response almost instantly. Every time he asked what she was doing, she would seriously answer. Chen Lu, found a new job? Liang Zhiro, yes. Still handing out flyers, this time at the Guomao Mall. Chen Lu smiled and typed another message as he walked. Chen Lu, sounds good. He was so focused on his phone that he almost missed a step and twisted his ankle. Pausing for a moment, he put on his Bluetooth headset and called Liang Zhiro. He knew for sure she was on her phone, but for some reason, it took over 10 seconds for her to pick up. Then, her soft voice came through the receiver. Hello. She sounded groggy, as if she had just woken up. I nearly twisted my ankle texting you just now. Scared the hell out of me. Thought I'd just call instead, Chen Lu grumbled. Stepping off balance like that really gave him a fright. Her voice grew anxious. Sorry, are you okay? Chen Lu was puzzled. Why was she apologizing? I am fine. I reacted fast. Chen Lu yawned lazily, secretly glad for the near miss. After all, this was their first phone call. There was a faint sound of relief on the other end before she asked, have you had breakfast? No. Breakfast places do not make food as good as yours. Chen Lu teased, though the real reason was just laziness. For university students, having 2 meals a day was already a decent achievement. No one wanted to sacrifice precious sleep for breakfast. You have to eat on time. How about I bring you some? The naive girl proposed an idea that was not very well thought out. Chen Lu chuckled. Then bring it to my house. And remember to bring some for my family too. Then, never mind. Already halfway to the kitchen, ready to start making porridge, Liang Zhiro sat back down on the bed. Chen Lu was devious, she had been too slow to catch on to his little trick. For a while, neither of them spoke. Moments like this were common when they were alone, but neither found it awkward. If anything, they enjoyed it, the quiet feeling of simply knowing the other person was there. I feel like I still haven't improved. After a long silence, Liang Zhiro was the first to speak. Yesterday, when I was looking for a new job, the store manager asked me some questions, and I still could not bring myself to speak. Chen Lu smiled softly, his voice gentle. No need to rush, just take it one step at a time. Confidence comes with self-improvement. Otherwise, it is not confidence, it is arrogance. In other words, as long as you keep making yourself better, you will naturally become more confident over time. Noticing she was still listening intently, he continued, you have already improved a lot. The old you would never have agreed to wear that school uniform. I feel like that is not the same thing. It is the same. Is it? She still sounded doubtful. Chen Lu, with a righteous tone, suggested, how about trying on traditional Chinese attire next time? You would look amazing in it. You would not want your good friend to. Can you stop teasing me? She interrupted softly, sounding pitiful. Chen Lu grinned, satisfied with himself, but soon, his expression softened again. Anyway, just take it easy. I am here. Okay. Her quiet response carried a hint of relief, as if the weight on her heart had eased a little. She did not know why, but hearing him say, I am here, made her feel incredibly safe. The phone call made time fly by. Before he knew it, the half-hour ride home had passed in the blink of an eye. Reluctantly, Chen Lu ended the call, scanned the payment QR code, and swiftly got out of the car. Nothing had changed. This was the downside of going to college in his hometown. Holidays never really felt like going home. For others, when they finally returned home, their parents would treat them like treasures, at least for the first few days. As soon as he opened the door, he heard the sound of adults chatting. An unfamiliar relative was rambling loudly about something, probably one of those distant aunts from his extended family. His father, Chen Guanglin, and his mother, Wang Xiaoxia, sat nearby with polite smiles, quietly listening. Beside them sat his younger sister, Chen Mo. Both Lu and Mo in their names meant road. He had no idea why his parents were so obsessed with driving metaphors. At 17, his sister was in the prime of her youth, a beautiful girl who sat obediently with a gentle smile, responding politely now and then. She looked like the picture of grace and manners. But Chen Lu knew better. If Lin Nyomia was an ordinary level of a social terrorist, then his sister was at the level of crashing a plane into the White House, a true little devil. Wang Xiaoxia, I am telling you, your parenting style is all wrong. Kids need strict discipline. Chen Lu placed his bag at the entrance, quietly considering slipping out to avoid this nonsense. He would rather die than sit through one of these relatives' lectures. Wang Xiaoxia noticed his sneaky attempt to escape. Seeing that their guest was still going on, she did not force Chen Lu to stay and chat, just as he thought he had gotten away. Brother, you are back, Chen Mo suddenly shouted excitedly. Hearing this, the relative finally noticed Chen Lu, who had been attempting to slip away. She pointed at him and asked, Is this your son? He has grown so much. Xiaolu, call her second aunt, his father reminded him. Second aunt, Chen Lu said reluctantly and sat down next to Chen Mo, shooting her a murderous glare. She continued to maintain her innocent act, blinking her big eyes at him. Only now did Chen Lu notice a young man sitting next to this so-called second aunt. He looked just a year or two younger than himself, stiff and silent. Unlike his sister, who mastered the art of fake politeness, this guy just sat there without speaking, without even touching his phone, completely zoned out. Since the guy had no intention of greeting him, Chen Lu was more than happy to ignore him. Instead, he pulled out his phone and asked Liang Zhiro what she was doing. Seeing her brother take out his phone, Chen Mo followed suit and started watching absurd videos. Curious, Chen Lu glanced over, then frowned. You little troll, bring that phone to court when your trial starts. You see what I mean? Kids these days cannot live without their phones. Second aunt sighed dramatically, shaking her head. Do you see this, Wang Xiaoxia? Video games are nothing but spiritual opium. They are ruining the youth. Chen Lu was dumbfounded. That is the ninth art, you ignorant fool. And besides, I am a university student. Wang Xiaoxia continued to smile gently. Despite her age, she had barely any visible signs of aging, exuding a soft and warm demeanor. These two kids are nowhere near as well behaved as your Xiao Hao, she remarked before changing the subject. But I still feel that you should not be too strict about these things. As long as they do not lose themselves in it, a little entertainment is fine. Oh no, that is not right. Online experts say this is a disaster waiting to happen. It must be avoided at all costs. Second aunt spoke with absolute seriousness before proudly patting her son on the shoulder. My boy is in college now, and I strictly control his screen time. Every night at 10, I take his phone away. Chen Lu glanced at the young man and suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. Then, he noticed that second aunt was looking at him. She patted her son's head, then glanced at both Chen Lu and Chen Mo, who were still on their phones. Xiao Mo is in high school now, right? You have to be strict with her. My boy never even touched a phone throughout high school. But he turned out well. Last year, he got into a first-tier university. Chen Mo was speechless. How did she end up getting dragged into this? Xiao Mo, you should look up to your cousin, Chen Guanglin casually added. Unexpectedly, second aunt became even more proud and pointed at Chen Lu. And you, as her older brother, should set a good example. Spend less time on your phone and focus more on studying. College is not an excuse to slack off. Chen Mo clung to Chen Lu's arm and smiled sweetly. My brother is great. He is the perfect role model. Second aunt scoffed, unimpressed. Taking a sip of water, she asked, where is Xiao Lu studying now? Chen Lu cleared his throat. My university? It is nothing special, just Yuhang University. It is close to home. A brief but awkward silence filled the room. Chen Mo exchanged a glance with Chen Lu, silently complimenting their teamwork. Yuhang University was a top 10 school, saying it was nothing special was just pure flexing. Chen Lu looked at the young man sitting beside second aunt. His expression remained blank, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Poor guy. Raised by controlling parents who saw him as the embodiment of their unfulfilled dreams, forced to swallow the poison called "it is all for your own good," turned into nothing more than a puppet. As for his own passions and aspirations, no one cared. Not even himself. Before long, second aunt's family made up an excuse and left. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia headed to their room, busying themselves with who knows what. Chen Mo shook Chen Lu's arm and said with a bright smile, brother, you are amazing. Chen Lu smiled back. You are disgusting. He was not falling for it. Normally, at this point, Chen Mo would ask to borrow money. Mom, brother said I am disgusting. Chen Lu. A loud shout from Wang Xiaoxia echoed from the bedroom. Chen Mo gave Chen Lu an innocent smile as if she had done nothing at all. Brother, I want to go to the movies. Can you sponsor me? I have no money. If you do not, I will tell everyone about how you pursued Sister Yuqing. That is Uncle Mo's daughter, he treats us so well, and you had the nerve to go after her? Chen Mo traced her finger across her neck and whispered, imitating the movie Brotherhood of Blades, this secret I will take to the grave. The moment they no longer had to put on an act in front of outsiders, their usual sibling dynamic returned. Go ahead, tell everyone. I have already given up, Chen Lu said, his expression turning dim. Chen Mo froze, then quickly pressed a hand to his forehead. You do not have a fever. Are you serious? Seeing Chen Lu nod, Chen Mo stopped playing around. She sat there in silence, staring at him as if seeing her brother for the first time. She knew better than anyone how much Chen Lu had liked Mo Yuqing over the years, and that was exactly why she was so shocked now. Chen Lu gave a bitter smile and said nothing more. At that moment, the master bedroom door slowly opened. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia walked out, dragging suitcases behind them. Both of them wore sunglasses and were leaning lovingly into each other. Where are you going? Chen Lu asked. On a trip, of course, Wang Xiaoxia replied matter-of-factly. Chen Lu's tone grew urgent. Why did you not tell me earlier? I did not even pack anything. He had no idea how many travel-appropriate clothes he still had at home. Why would we tell you earlier? We never said we were bringing you along. What ha? We are going on a couple's getaway. Why would you tag along? Wang Xiaoxia planted a kiss on Chen Guanlin's cheek. With his sunglasses on, Chen Guanlin's expression was unreadable, but the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Stay home and behave with your sister. Chen Lu was stunned. He shouted, you literally called me a few days ago, nagging about how I never come home. You even said I was neglecting my family. And now that I am finally home, you two are ditching me for a romantic getaway? You said it yourself, it was a few days ago. Chen Lu slumped onto the sofa, saying nothing. He was exhausted. Let the world burn. Chen Mo, seemingly aware of their parents' plan all along, had already settled into her own slumped position. They were just accidents of fate. Wang Xiaoxia tidied up the coffee table, then looked up at Chen Lu. Oh, by the way, do not just laze around these next few days. Go help your sister find a tutor. She has been living too comfortably with this day school routine, I cannot stand to watch it anymore. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned, then suddenly thought of something. A friend of mine is looking for a part-time job. Want me to ask them to give it a shot? Wang Xiaoxia lightly smacked him. Chen Lu, are you stupid? Why do you not teach her yourself? This is money you could be earning. A few hundred per hour. Chen Lu was horrified. Teaching Chen Mo himself? He would rather die. Sure, his sister had decent grades and was quick-witted, but she was also completely unreliable. Whatever money he earned would not even cover the medical bills for his skyrocketing blood pressure. You know what your daughter is like. I would rather pay for her tutor myself than teach her. Otherwise, I will not live to see payday. Wang Xiaoxia patted her son's head, looking at him with satisfaction. All right, deal. The tutoring fee will be deducted from your living expenses. Ask your friend to give it a try. With the house door shutting heavily behind them, only two abandoned children remained in the living room. Though Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia had always been this way, the siblings still felt a little complicated about it. What did you do to piss off Mom? Chen Lu asked irritably. Chen Mo looked completely innocent as she shook her head. I just dropped a tiny bit in my rankings. How tiny? A dozen or so places. In the whole school? In my class. Chen Lu laughed out of sheer disbelief. And what were you up to? Nothing, really. Just messed up on this month's exam. I told Mom I will do fine next time, but she does not believe me. Chen Mo slumped back onto the sofa, stretching her legs onto the coffee table, looking utterly resigned. After a few seconds, she suddenly sat up straight, hugging herself defensively. Wait a minute. Is this friend of yours a guy or a girl? Are you sacrificing my dignity for the sake of your friendship? First of all, no one would be interested in you. Chen Lu held up one finger. Then he raised a second. Secondly, it is a girl. And finally, little sister, you really have no shame. Chen Mo was stunned. This was the first time in her life that Chen Lu had ever mentioned another girl aside from Mo Yuqing. Who was this mystery woman, and why had her brother suddenly given up on Mo Yuqing? What had happened? In just a few short seconds, Chen Mo had already imagined an entire TV drama filled with love, betrayal, and heartbreak. What happened between you and Yuqing? She asked cautiously. Chen Lu did not take the bait and simply walked toward his room. I am tired today. Tomorrow, I will take you to the movies and shopping. In return, you tell Mom that you are okay with my friend tutoring you. After all, you do not actually need a tutor. Anyone will do. Nighttime, inside a hotel sea view room. Wang Xiaoxia lay staring at the chandelier above, murmuring softly. Middle-aged couples always seem to have endless conversations at this hour. Guess what Xiao Lu talked to me about tonight? Unbelievable, he actually asked how much I was planning to pay. I was already planning to pay the full market rate, even if it is just his friend. But still, I cannot believe he is taking someone else's side over his own family. She yawned as she spoke. Then again, Xiao Lu is not wrong. We are not the type to underpay just because it is a university student or because it is his friend. Chen Guanglin listened quietly to his wife's complaints, offering no comment. The moment he heard Chen Lu mention a classmate, he had already suspected that things were not so simple. A while later, just as Chen Guanglin was about to fall asleep, Wang Xiaoxia suddenly sat up. Wait a minute, could it be a female classmate? Having lazed around all day and stayed up half the night, Chen Lu only got around to packing his things at noon the next day, getting ready to take Chen Mo out shopping. As he packed, he did not forget to send a message to Liang Zhiro. Chen Lu, are you working at the Guamao Mall again today? What time do you get off? I need to talk to you about something. Liang Zhiro, huh? What do you want to talk about? Chen Lu, now I know where I got my habit of saying huh all the time. Anyway, it is something really important. I need to say it in person. Liang Zhiro, I finish work at 6. Chen Lu, I will come pick you up then. Liang Zhiro, okay. Spending the whole day shopping with Chen Mo would not only make his sister happy but also help Liang Zhiro find a lighter part-time job. If Chen Mo spent more time studying, their parents would be happy too. Chen Lu felt like this deal was pretty worthwhile. After all, staying home only meant reading books and playing games. The two of them headed to Guamao Mall, where Liang Zhiro was working. Although Chen Lu had mentally prepared himself, he still did not expect the mall to be this packed during the holidays. Luckily, the air conditioning was strong enough to keep the place from feeling too stuffy. Chen Mo clung to his arm, pulling him from store to store, eyes filled with endless energy. Chen Lu could not help but wonder how was it that girls, who struggled to open a simple bottle cap, could shop for hours without ever feeling tired. Brother, I want fruit tea. I will buy it for you. Brother, I want a new dress. Fine. And get me a necklace too? Chen Mo stopped in front of a jewelry counter, eyes sparkling. Get lost. If you push your luck any further, I will buy you a set of 5-3 study guides instead. Chen Mo was not the least bit annoyed. She kept grinning mischievously. Brother, you would not want your dear friend to lose her job, would you? How about this pearl necklace? Chen Lu pointed at the display, as if their previous conversation had never happened. Seems like it would suit you. Not bad. You actually have decent taste. Let me try it on. Chen Mo strolled along with a shopping bag containing her new necklace, while Chen Lu looked absolutely exhausted. Only now did he realize the flaw in his plan. This was a world where he alone suffered. Half dead, he let Chen Mo drag him around. Brother! Look over there! Chen Mo's eyes lit up as she pointed toward a milk tea shop. That's Snowman. A person in a mascot costume stood near the shop, looking like a fluffy little snowman, wobbling as they walked. Whenever a customer entered or left the store, the snowman would bow slightly in greeting. It was actually quite adorable. But the most hypnotic part was the store's background music, playing the endlessly looping, I love you, you love me. Chen Mo grabbed onto Chen Lu's arm. Let's go take a look. How old are you? Chen Lu muttered, but his body still followed her toward the shop. As they approached, the snowman noticed them. Seeing how closely Chen Mo clung to Chen Lu's arm, the snowman hesitated, pausing mid-bow. Soon, the siblings stood right in front of it. "Hello, I would like 2 cups of hand-peeled grape tea," Chen Mo said excitedly, stroking the snowman's plush arm. But the snowman did not respond. Chen Lu, who had been checking his phone, looked up and saw the mascot staring at him. He tilted his head in confusion. "Hello?" Chen Mo tried again, wondering if it was impolite to touch the mascot. As a girl, it was hard to resist petting cute things. Only then did the snowman hurriedly nod and hand over their order number. Chen Mo took the slip of paper and joked, "Such a cool and aloof snowman." Then, Chen Lu suddenly remembered something. Did Liang Jiro say she was working here today? He had walked through nearly every floor of this mall and still had not seen her. "Sis, when is Mom coming back?" Chen Lu asked casually, raising his voice a little. "Didn't I tell you? The day after tomorrow. Why are you asking all of a sudden?" "No reason. Just forgot for a second." After getting their drinks, the siblings turned to leave. "Bye-bye." Chen Mo waved to the adorable snowman. Regardless of what the person inside looked like, girls had a natural fondness for cute things. Chen Lu glanced at the snowman and gently patted its head before walking away with Chen Mo. It did not matter if the person inside was Liang Jiro or not, bringing it up was harmless. In the off chance that she did have feelings for him, she might feel hurt. Better to avoid that if possible. He did not want to break this silly girl's heart. Soon after, Chen Lu doubled back, watching the snowman from a distance. "Brother, why are you still looking at the mascot?" Chen Mo asked curiously, already forgetting about the snowman as her mind was now occupied with the upcoming movie. Chen Lu stood there, expressionless, just thinking. Chen Mo did not bother questioning him further and found a seat to check her phone while waiting for the movie. The snowman continued to stand diligently by the shop, looking rather serious about their job. Unlike the other employees handing out flyers, this snowman seemed incredibly shy. Each time they finished greeting a customer, they would quickly retreat to the side. Only in the brief moments when no one passed by would the fluffy snowman dare lean against the wall to rest. Then, at the sight of another approaching customer, they would wobble forward again, clumsy yet endearing. There was a high chance it really was Liang Jiro inside. Chen Lu knew very well that even though the mall had central air conditioning, being inside that mascot suit was probably stifling. The thought made his heart ache a little. His mind was filled with images of Liang Jiro's silly, innocent face. Should he go help her? For a moment, the idea crossed his mind again. He had thick skin, he did not mind. But somehow, he felt that doing so would only have the opposite effect. After all, Liang Jiro was doing her best, just as they had agreed. Chen Lu chuckled to himself and let go of the idea of stepping in. Helping this little sapling stand tall would be a long-term project. A few minutes later, the boy who had been standing as still as a mannequin was gone. At 6 o'clock, with the sun beginning to set and the heat fading away, Liang Jiro stepped out of work. Holding a cup of milk tea in one hand, she massaged her sore neck with the other, her heart swelling with joy as she looked at the 200 yuan transfer in her WeChat. Her hard-earned wages for the day. Once the ache in her neck eased, she removed her hair tie, letting her hair fall naturally over her shoulders. Chen Lu said he liked it this way. That was when she noticed her phone battery was down to 2%. She glanced at a nearby charging station but decided against it. That would cost several yuan. Instead, she used the last bit of battery to send Chen Lu a message, confirming their meeting place. Chen Lu sat in a cafe on the first floor of the mall. The atmosphere was excellent, and since it was still early, the place was quiet and peaceful. Like the background music playing softly in the store, the cafe itself had a Victorian-style decor. The tables, chairs, and tableware were all elegantly classical. The only flaw was that the lighting was a little dim. After a short while, a long-haired girl timidly walked in. Sitting in the corner, Chen Lu waved at her, signaling her to come over directly. This was Liang Jiro's first time entering a place like this. She had always thought such cafes were fancy and expensive, far beyond her reach. Now that she was here, she realized the prices were indeed high, but not as shocking as she had imagined. "Why do you always arrive before me?" Liang Jiro asked, feeling a little embarrassed as she took a seat across from Chen Lu. It seemed that, except for the day she delivered clothes to him, Chen Lu was always the one waiting for her. Even when she brought him breakfast every morning, she always thought she was early, yet each time she would find him already sitting in their usual spot, waiting. The thought gave her an inexplicable sense of importance and warmth. "Just a habit," Chen Lu replied with a soft chuckle. It really was a habit of his. The only difference was that some people cherished his efforts, while others did not. When he noticed the hair tie still wrapped around her wrist, his smile deepened. He had only mentioned it casually before, but this silly girl had actually remembered. I was actually at the mall earlier, shopping with my sister. It is a pity I did not run into you. Liang Jiro pretended to be unaware. Really? Maybe we just missed each other. I did not see you either. That was what she said, but in reality, she had been watching him the whole time, following him with her eyes until he disappeared from her sight. She had not expected him to circle back and watch her instead. Seeing her reaction, Chen Lu's lips curved slightly. This silly girl could not even lie properly. What a shame, he said, watching the clearly nervous girl in front of him. Now he was completely certain it had been her in the mascot costume earlier. Being stared at like that made Liang Jiro incredibly uneasy. She quickly took out the shopping bag she had prepared, trying to change the subject. She carefully placed the bag on the table and murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's, "This is for you." Chen Lu was taken aback. His eyes lit up as he looked at her. Now she had no escape. Not changing the subject meant enduring his gaze, and changing the subject still led back to him looking at her. Overcome with embarrassment, she lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Without hesitation, Chen Lu took the bag and opened it. This album is beautifully designed. He genuinely liked the pocket watch-inspired design. After all, photo albums were meant to preserve memories of the past. Do you like it? Liang Jiro finally managed to squeeze out the words from her throat, her ears burning, her head lowered even further. I love it. Chen Lu smiled gently, making the girl momentarily dazed. The sight of this incredibly handsome boy, his soft, warm smile, it was the only light in her otherwise dim world. She loved seeing him smile. That is good. Liang Jiro finally breathed a sigh of relief, the exhaustion on her face easing a little. This was her first time picking out a gift for a boy, and she had been incredibly nervous about it. I am going to print out the photos I took of you and put them in here. Chen Lu placed the album back in the shopping bag, speaking seriously. Ha! Liang Jiro's face instantly turned red, the flush spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. That is not what I got it for. She had thought he would use it for his photography hobby. Seeing her flustered reaction, Chen Lu smirked mischievously. This album can hold 400 photos. I will keep taking more of you until we fill it up. Otherwise, it would be such a waste. I do not look good. Stop taking pictures. Liang Jiro felt like she had set herself up for this. Why had she been so muddle-headed? Of all the gifts she could have given, why had she chosen this? She knew that her refusal had no real strength behind it. First, she was not used to rejecting Chen Lu's request. Second, Chen Lu had a way of twisting words with a straight face, always managing to rope her into his logic. Every time she refused, he seemed to get even more excited. Just as Chen Lu was about to continue teasing her, his phone rang. Annoyed, he glanced at the screen. It was Lin Miao Miao. What is it? Chen Lu asked, exasperated. She was ruining his fun. Lin Miao Miao sounded anxious. Liang Jiro is missing. I cannot reach her at all. You cannot reach her, so why are you calling me? You? Oh, right. Why did I call you? The voice on the other end suddenly sounded a little dumbfounded. Chen Lu chuckled and turned on speaker mode, giving Liang Jiro, who was looking at him curiously, a knowing smile. Relax, she is right here with me. Her phone is dead. I knew it. That idiot probably could not even bring herself to rent a power bank. As Lin Miao Miao spoke, she suddenly seemed to realize something and yelled. You shameless couple. You both deserve to be drowned in a pig cage. Liang Jiro sat in silence, her face filled with guilt, already thinking about what she could buy to make it up to Lin Miao Miao. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head and asked, what was it you wanted to talk to me about? She still remembered that Chen Lu had asked to meet for a reason. Even though she was happy just to be here with him, she was afraid he really had something important to say. My parents are looking for a tutor for my sister. I wanted to see if you were interested. Chen Lu did not mention that he had already paved the way for her to accept. It had to be done step by step with this stubborn yet adorable fool. I do not think I am suitable. Liang Jiro immediately shook her head. She would never dare. She had considered being a tutor before, but she was so shy that the parents had decided to switch after just one trial lesson. After that, she never tried tutoring again. It is fine. It is just my sister, what are you afraid of? That is way better than tutoring a stranger, right? Seeing her shake her head like a drum, Chen Lu leaned in and gently pressed a finger to her forehead, stopping her. Do you remember our promise? He asked, looking at her intently. Liang Jiro blinked. His firm gaze gave her a sense of reassurance. After a few seconds, she finally made up her mind and whispered, I can try? That is the spirit. Chen Lu leaned back, satisfied, and took a sip of coffee. Here is the deal. My parents want you to do a trial lesson first. If they are happy with it, you will tutor my sister on weekends, 2 hours in the evening, 300 per hour. That is too expensive. Chen-Lu nearly choked, his brain struggling to process her words. What did you say? Too expensive? He looked at her in disbelief. Was she out of her mind? You are the one getting paid. What do you mean, too expensive? Liang Jiro, are you dumb? Chen-Lu laughed, both amused and exasperated. Embarrassed by his laughter, Liang Jiro lowered her head and mumbled, I am dumb. That is why I cannot teach well. If you were actually dumb, you would not have gotten into this university. Chen-Lu scrolled through his phone and showed her the tutoring rates of other students from their school. Look, these are all from our university. The rates were all in the hundreds per hour, and those with experience charged even more. Yet, parents still scrambled to book them. When it came to their child's education, parents never hesitated to spend money, they always gave their best. Seeing that she was still shaking her head, Chen-Lu sighed and said, Fine, you are so dumb, let us make it 250 an hour. That suits you. Any lower, and it is not worth it. He found the whole situation bizarre. Usually, tutors tried to raise their rates, yet here she was, stubbornly negotiating her own price down. Truly a rare sight. How about a little cheaper? Liang Jiro bit her lip and peeked up at him cautiously, afraid he would be glaring at her in anger. Luckily, he only looked at her with an expression of complete helplessness. She hesitated, then muttered even more quietly, Would 200 be okay? Even 200 an hour felt high to her. If she worked 8 sessions a month, that would be 16 hours, which meant she would earn 3,200 in total. That was even more than her hot pot restaurant job. Why not just work for free? Chen-Lu said dryly. I can do it for free, but only when I do not have other part-time jobs, she replied earnestly, completely missing his sarcasm. After all, it was Chen-Lu's sister. As long as she did not mind her teaching, free tutoring was fine. She was willing to help Chen-Lu, even if it meant working harder. Chen-Lu said nothing, simply staring at her, deep in thought. Liang Jiro could not tell what he was thinking. Are you mad? She asked timidly. When he did not respond, she dared not look up at him. Instead, she kept sneaking glances at his face to gauge his expression. After a while, Chen-Lu slowly stood up, expressionless, and sat beside her. Then, he reached out and started ruffling her hair. Liang Jiro did not resist. She just squeezed her eyes shut. At first, he messed it up a little, but soon, his movements became gentle as he carefully smoothed it back into place. Finally, he let out a long sigh and chuckled helplessly. Fine, 200 it is. Liang Jiro recalled the lively girl she had met that afternoon. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She had no idea how to deal with people like that. You mean I have to tutor your biological sister? What grade is she in? She asked in a small voice. Yes, my biological sister. She is in her 2nd year of high school. Your biological sister, huh? For some reason, hearing that made her feel a little happy. Her mood instantly brightened. Why are you not tutoring her yourself? You are so good at everything, she continued. Hearing that made Chen-Lu feel incredibly pleased. There was not a single man in the world who could resist a girl calling him amazing. No exceptions. Go on, keep praising me. If you are good at it, say more. Chen-Lu grinned so wide his smile nearly reached the sky. Am I really that impressive? You really are. You know so much, Liang Jiro muttered, lowering her head. And everything you do seems so effortless. It makes people naturally want to rely on you. After saying that, she pursed her lips. She did not have the courage to say the last part out loud about how he was also incredibly handsome. That night, when their eyes met, it had not just been Chen-Lu who was stunned. Is that so? Chen-Lu did not deny it. Instead, he smirked and looked at her playfully. I did not realize you had such a good impression of me. Liang Jiro nodded lightly. In truth, the impression she had of him was far better than just good, it was 100 times better. At that moment, Lin Miamia called again. Where are you guys hanging out? Tell me, I am bored to death at home. Just from her tone, it was clear she was here to gossip. She was not even trying to hide it. Hello? What? Hello? The signal here is bad. I am hanging up. Chen-Lu ended the call and put his phone aside. A few seconds later, it rang again. Without even glancing at the screen, Chen-Lu handed the phone to Liang Jiro. It is Lin Miao Miao, right? Here, take it. I am going to the restroom. As she watched Chen-Lu walk away, she instinctively pressed the answer button. Hello? Chen-Lu, your sister just told me you ditched her and ran off. Halfway through, the voice on the other end suddenly stopped. Ha? Who is this? The moment Liang Jiro saw the caller ID and realized it was Chen-Lu's mother, she froze completely. Her heart was pounding so fast she thought it might burst out of her chest. Talking to Chen Lu's mother was even more nerve-wracking than talking to Chen Lu himself. For a second, she wanted to hang up out of sheer panic. But then she worried that it would leave a bad impression, so she forced herself to stay on the line, despite her overwhelming anxiety. "Who are you?" Wang Xiaoxia asked, her tone full of confusion. She had noticed the nervous breathing on the other end of the call, so she softened her voice. She must be a shy girl. Chen Lu was up to no good again. "Can you hear me?" she asked again. Finally, Liang Zhiro managed to squeeze out a response, her voice barely above a whisper. "I can hear you." Now that she heard the girl's voice clearly, Wang Xiaoxia immediately got a sense of her personality. Soft and sweet, she was experienced enough to judge a person by their voice and tone alone. This must be a kind and honest girl. "And you are?" Wang Xiaoxia asked even more gently, afraid of scaring her off. "Is Chen Lu not there?" "Auntie, hello. My name is Liang Zhiro." Liang Zhiro took a deep breath. These few seconds felt like an eternity. "I am Chen Lu's friend. He went to the restroom. He has not come back yet." She clutched the hem of her shirt tightly, so nervous that even her voice trembled. She barely managed to finish her sentence, but her heart was still pounding violently. She had always been shy, and the fact that this was Chen Lu's mother only made it worse. She was terrified of making a bad impression. Wang Xiaoxia chuckled. Her tone completely softened, losing all of its initial sharpness. "Oh, so you are Xiao Lu's friend? What a lovely name." Liang Zhiro could never have guessed that Wang Xiaoxia was just as nervous as she was. This was the first time she had ever spoken to a girl Chen Lu knew. Mo Yuqing did not count, she had known that girl since childhood. "Thank you, Auntie." Liang Zhiro buried her face into the table, her voice shrinking to nothing. "I will not bother you two anymore, then. I just wanted to chat with Xiao Lu, nothing important." "Okay." Liang Zhiro waited quietly for Wang Xiaoxia to hang up first. As soon as she heard the call disconnect, she let out a long breath. Finally, she felt alive again. When Chen Lu returned, the first thing he saw was Liang Zhiro's red-rimmed eyes. She looked up at him, her face full of distress. That startled him. He quickly sat down beside her. "What happened?" She pointed at the phone. "That call. It was from your mom." "That is all? I thought it was something serious." Then he suddenly froze. "Wait, my mom?" Liang Zhiro nodded, still replaying the conversation in her mind, worried she might have said something wrong. "What did you two talk about?" Even though Chen Lu had been planning to introduce Liang Zhiro to his parents as a tutor, this was completely different. Introducing her himself and being caught off guard like this were two entirely separate things. After listening to Liang Zhiro recount the conversation word for word, he finally felt relieved. "Your flyer distribution job pays you daily, right?" he asked. "Yes." Her voice was still shaky. Clearly, she had not recovered from the shock. That had been way too intense for her. "Then take the next 2 days off. You can use the time to prepare for the lessons." "Okay." Chen Lu rested his chin on his hand, studying the girl in front of him, her face red like a little cherry tomato. "I have a feeling you will not listen to me." His expression turned serious. "Liang Zhiro, you need to set your priorities straight. If you tutor well, you will earn in 1 hour what you used to make in a whole day." His voice softened, but there was deep sincerity in his words. "Then you will not have to hand out flyers anymore. That job is way too exhausting. And once you get better at tutoring, I will help you find other students. That way, you can quit the hot pot restaurant too. I do not want someone taking advantage of you when I am not around." Even Liang Zhiro, as oblivious as she was, could hear the genuine concern in his voice. Especially the last sentence. It hit her heart directly. Tears welled up in her eyes, blurring her vision until everything was indistinct. For the first time, she realized how beautiful it was to have someone who truly cared about her. It was so overwhelming that her tears slipped down, one by one, eventually forming a steady stream. They glistened like delicate gemstones in the air before falling to the ground, shattering into tiny droplets. Throughout her life, she had met countless people who bullied her. But someone who truly worried about her, someone who wanted to protect her, that person had only appeared now. In the blink of an eye, the last day of the May Day holiday arrived, which was also the day Liang Zhiro would give her first tutoring lesson. Chen Mo had to return to school at 6 o'clock, so they agreed to move the lesson to the afternoon. Liang Zhiro had obediently followed Chen Lu's advice and hadn't gone out to distribute flyers, so she agreed without hesitation. Afternoon. The Chen family sat on the couch, ready to see what kind of person this classmate of Chen Lu's was. However, Wang Xiaoxia had already vaguely guessed who it might be, though she wasn't entirely sure yet. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia were chatting about neighborhood gossip, while Chen Mo showed no signs of nervousness about her soon-to-be teacher. Instead, her eyes were full of curiosity. Clearly, she was far more interested in knowing who this girl was than in the lesson itself. I'll give you all a heads up first, she's extremely shy and doesn't talk much. Try not to ask too many questions later, Chen Lu warned seriously. It was rare for him to speak in such a serious tone, so his parents, understanding their son's personality, both nodded. You didn't even think to go pick her up? Wang Xiaoxia scolded lightly. What kind of friend behaves like that? I offered, but she refused. Chen Lu took a bite of watermelon. She's as stubborn as an ox. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to put in so much effort just to convince her to take the tutoring job. He muttered inwardly, taking his frustration out on the watermelon. His own wallet had taken the biggest hit. Convincing Chen Mo to agree to this arrangement had cost him a good sum. And on top of that, the money for Liang Jiro's tutoring fee would be deducted from his account as well. But, honestly, it still hurt more to spend money buying Chen Mo that necklace. After a while, it's the girl who answered my call, right? Wang Xiaoxia finally couldn't hold back and asked. Yes, I was meeting with her that day to discuss this, Chen Lu admitted straightforwardly. There was nothing left to hide at this point. In fact, he was more curious about how his mother had managed to hold back from asking until now. Wang Xiaoxia nodded in understanding before suddenly saying, I thought you liked Yuqing. You used to follow her around everywhere when you were little. Chen Lu's eyes widened in shock as he turned to glare at Chen Mo, staring her into hurriedly shaking her head. This really wasn't her doing. Seeing his sister's reaction, Chen Lu realized she hadn't snitched. Damn, so the whole family knew he used to like Mo Yuqing. And here he was, thinking he had kept it a secret. He had been careless. The more Chen Mo thought about it, the weirder it seemed. Should she send Mo Yuqing a message and ask what was going on between them? Back when she was a kid, she had really thought that Mo Yuqing would become her sister-in-law. Not only was Mo Yuqing incredibly beautiful, to the point that even she, as a girl, found her stunning, but she had also been very generous, buying Chen Mo gifts worth hundreds of yuan without batting an eye. Chen Mo had always liked her, thinking that if Mo Yuqing really became her sister-in-law, life would be amazing. But now, the home was on the verge of being stolen, and there was no reaction from the other side at all. After thinking it over, she decided to message her brother first. Her curiosity couldn't wait. The two of them sat side by side, having an encrypted conversation on their phones right in front of their parents. Chen Mo, what exactly happened between you and Yuqing? Why did you suddenly stop chasing her? Chen Lu, simple. She doesn't like me. I confessed, and she rejected me. Why would I keep chasing after her? Chen Mo froze for a moment, then slowly put away her phone and silently stared at her expressionless brother. She had never even considered this possibility. She had always thought that Mo Yuqing was just playing hard to get, dragging things out with her brother. After all, she had seen firsthand how much effort her brother had put in over the years. She had never dated anyone in high school because she had never met a guy more devoted than her brother. None of them even came close. But now, she was hearing that Mo Yuqing didn't like him? Was this some kind of joke? Knock, knock. A very light knocking sound echoed through the house. Just as Chen Lu was about to get up, Chen Mo darted to the door in a flash. This startled Liang Jiro, who wasn't mentally prepared yet. Hello? Chen Mo waved energetically, grabbing Liang Jiro's arm and pulling her inside. Liang Jiro had let her long hair down and was wearing freshly clean clothes. Without any makeup, she looked naturally stunning. Watching his sister's overly enthusiastic approach, Chen Lu felt utterly speechless. The introduction he had prepared was now completely useless, so he could only proceed with the formalities. Dad, Mom, this is the friend I told you about, Liang Jiro. After introducing her, he turned to the girl, who was so nervous that she had bowed her head deeply, waiting for her to speak. Chen Lu had gone over what she should say beforehand to ensure that, in her nervousness, she wouldn't freeze up completely. She was supposed to greet his parents first, introduce herself, mention her outstanding college entrance exam scores, and finally, state that she was only charging 200 yuan per hour, a total game changer. So even though his sister had disrupted his carefully laid out plan, as long as Liang Jiro followed the script, everything would be fine. Come in and have a seat, Wang Xiaoxia said warmly. Noticing how timid the girl was, she gently took her hand and guided her to the couch. What a lovely name, and such a pretty girl too, Wang Xiaoxia remarked to Chen Guanglin. Hearing this, Liang Jiro became even more anxious, placing her hands neatly on her lap and lowering her head even further. She then suddenly glanced at Chen Lu. Seeing his gentle smile, she mustered all her courage and lifted her head like a fragile sapling straightening up after being watered. Chen Lu noticed her reaction, and his smile grew even brighter. Then, suddenly remembering something, he shot her a look, signaling her to follow the script. Liang Jiro nodded, understanding the cue, and said, Auntie, Uncle, hello. My name is Liang Jiro. In her nervousness, She had completely forgotten that Chen Lu had already introduced her name, and she simply recited the prepared lines like a well-rehearsed speech. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned, while Chen Mo, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked. Wang Xiaoxia paused for a moment, then chuckled, reaching out to affectionately pat Liang Jiro's head. Her eyes were full of warmth. I know. No one could dislike such a well-mannered and adorable girl. Wang Xiaoxia was no exception. From the moment she had spoken with Liang Jiro on the phone, she had already formed a rough idea of the girl's personality. And now, seeing her in person only confirmed it further. This sweet, naive girl was as pure as a crystal-clear stream. Perhaps there had been girls like her in Wang Xiaoxia's youth, but in today's world, such innocence was truly rare. Most importantly, when she held the girl's hand, she could feel it. Unlike Chen Mo's soft, unblemished hands, Liang Jiro's palms had calluses. It was clear she had done a lot of work. Even though this was their first meeting, Wang Xiaoxia already felt a pang of sympathy for her. Jiro, are you thirsty? Here, have some watermelon. If you don't like it, there are other options. Would you like to stay for dinner? What do you want to eat? I'll have Lu go buy it for you. Auntie is a pretty good cook, you know. Wang Xiaoxia's hospitality was overwhelming. Chen Mo and Chen Guanglin found it amusing. Only Chen Lu sat there in complete shock. Liang Jiro had somehow infiltrated the enemy camp with unprecedented ease. But, wasn't this a little too much? This was starting to feel like meeting the parents or something. Soon, Liang Jiro couldn't take it anymore. She looked at Chen Lu pitifully, silently pleading for help. This silly girl had even learned how to ask for assistance. Chen Lu quickly changed the subject. Mom, she's here for a tutoring job. If you keep chatting, that's billable time. You'll have to pay her. No need to count it. Liang Jiro waved her hands in a flustered refusal. You talk too much. Chen Guanglin, look at your son. Wang Xiaoxia scolded lightly, her opinion of Liang Jiro rising even further. He's your son, Chen Guanglin countered. No, he's your son. Chen Lu was being passed around like a hot potato. Meanwhile, Chen Mo sat off to the side, laughing like an idiot. Even though she often endured the same treatment, since it wasn't her turn this time, she was thoroughly enjoying the show. As she listened to the joyful laughter filling the room, a faint sadness welled up in Liang Jiro's heart. Ever since her father passed away, it had been so long since she had felt this warmth. Chen Lu instantly noticed her thoughts and quietly picked up a toothpick, skewering a piece of watermelon and handing it to her to distract her. Liang Jiro sniffled, took the watermelon, and accepted it. Then Chen Lu added, Mom, if you keep talking, Chen Mo is going to miss school. Wang Xiaoxia pointed at her daughter. Mo, take Jiro to your room. Okay. Watching as his sister's bedroom door shut, Chen Lu lazily sprawled out on the couch. The hardest part was over. Despite how mischievous she usually was, Chen Mo would never intentionally make things difficult for Liang Jiro. This tutoring job was already in the bag. That child, her family must not be well off, right? Wang Xiaoxia asked quietly, a touch of sorrow in her voice. It was rare to see a girl her age with calloused hands. At least, in Hangchun, it was. Yes, Chen Lu didn't hide the truth and slowly explained Liang Jiro's situation. Hearing how she worked multiple part-time jobs and only dared to order the cheapest meals, Wang Xiaoxia's eyes reddened. This was exactly the kind of upbringing that had shaped her son into the person who had stepped up that night. The room fell silent for a moment. Chen Guanglin remained expressionless. Wang Xiaoxia wiped her eyes and turned to Chen Lu with a solemn expression. Chen Lu turned his head, curious about what she was going to say. If you ever dare to bully her, I will disown you. For the entire lesson, the adults remained in the living room, chatting without disturbing them. 2 hours passed quickly, and the bedroom door finally opened. Chen Lu looked up and saw Chen Mo shamelessly clinging to Liang Jiro's arm. Sis, how is your English this good? If I had met you earlier, I would have mastered it already. She spoke so loudly that everyone in the living room could hear her. Seeing the satisfied smiles on his parents' faces, Chen Lu smirked to himself. He didn't even know how well Liang Jiro had taught, but just based on Chen Mo's reaction, that necklace was worth it. Despite Liang Jiro repeatedly declining, Wang Xiaoxia didn't press her to stay for dinner. Instead, she called out to Chen Lu. Lu, take her home. I was planning to. Chen Lu got up and headed toward the door. Take your dad's car. Got it. Chen Lu grabbed the car keys, then glanced over to see Chen Mo still clinging to Liang Jiro. What's going on? When did you two get so close? Chen Mo rolled her eyes at him. None of your business. Then, turning back to Liang Jiro, she hugged her tightly. Sis, if my brother is threatening you, just blink twice. I swear I'll come rescue you. Ha? No, he treats me very well. Liang Jiro said seriously. Seeing her slightly shy expression, Chen Mo suddenly wished she were a boy. Chen Lu flicked Chen Mo's forehead in annoyance and led Liang Jiro out the door. The door closed gently behind them, and the two stood quietly waiting for the elevator. Liang Jiro held onto her canvas bag, looking a little conflicted. "What is it?" Chen Lu, sensitive to the girl's emotional shifts, asked. "I thought for a long time yesterday but couldn't decide on what to bring. It's my first visit, and I didn't bring anything." Chen Lu couldn't help but laugh. "It's no big deal. You're there as a tutor, after all. If you brought gifts, it would really look like you were a bride visiting her in-laws for the first time." He leaned in closer, locking eyes with her. "I see how it is. So you're this eager to marry into my family?" Liang Jiro quickly turned her face away, her breathing becoming slightly erratic. "That's not what I meant. Was my sister behaving?" He changed the subject. "Yes, she was actually quite serious," Liang Jiro said softly, hoisting her bag onto her shoulder. "But she made me chat with her for a long time before she agreed to study." "What did you two talk about?" "She told me not to tell you." Chen Lu frowned in discontent, giving her a stern look. "Are we not best friends anymore?" The girl nodded slightly. "Then are you going to tell me or not?" His expression remained serious. "Don't be mad." "I'll tell you," Liang Jiro panicked and quickly confessed, "she was asking about us." Before she could finish, Chen Lu placed a finger against her soft lips. "All right, I'm just happy to know you're willing to tell me. As for what you two talked about, that's your little secret." He smiled gently. "You don't have to say anything you don't want to." Liang Jiro blinked, a little confused, "But there is nothing I wouldn't want to tell you." They arrived at the parking space, and Chen Lu started the car while Liang Jiro obediently sat in the passenger seat. Of course, this was a non-negotiable request from Chen Lu. Like taking care of a child, he reached over, pulling the seatbelt around her chest and buckling it securely. Liang Jiro remained completely still, afraid of making any unintentional physical contact. She only sneaked a few glances at him from time to time. There was something strange about this feeling. "Why do you look so nervous? You don't trust my driving?" Chen Lu chuckled as he reversed the car. Then, he suddenly froze. Even though the girl was wearing a loose t-shirt, the seatbelt pressed tightly against her chest, accentuating her curves. She shifted slightly in embarrassment, trying to adjust her posture to make it less obvious. Chen Lu cleared his throat. "Tell me the location. I'll set the GPS. Let's stop by the supermarket near my house. I need to buy some groceries." "All right." Half an hour later, the car pulled up in front of a supermarket. Watching Liang Jiro unbuckle her seatbelt, Chen Lu felt a little conflicted. It had taken them this long by car. How many bus transfers had she needed to take? He had miscalculated. He should have just convinced her to let him pick her up. They entered the supermarket together, with Liang Jiro carrying a shopping basket and checking items on the shelves while Chen Lu followed beside her silently. It felt new to him, like they were running errands as a couple. "What's for dinner?" Chen Lu asked. The girl thought for a moment. "Let's buy some fish." "I don't like fish." He shamelessly played along. The unsuspecting girl blinked at him. "Then, what do you want to eat?" Chen Lu chuckled. "I'm just messing with you. I'm not eating at your place." Liang Jiro finally realized she had been tricked. She turned away, continuing her shopping. Chen Lu was always teasing her, but she didn't really mind. She picked out a smaller fish and a few vegetables, intending to prepare a better meal than usual. For every item she picked, Chen Lu would ask how she planned to cook it. She patiently explained each time, never getting annoyed. The two of them continued their back-and-forth conversation as they walked through the store. But ultimately, a supermarket, like a shopping mall, couldn't hold a guy's interest for too long. Chen Lu's attention soon drifted elsewhere. For instance, to the kiddie rides at the supermarket entrance. They might have been childish for elementary school kids, but for university students, they were just right. He stood there watching as children climbed onto the small rides, waiting for Liang Jiro to finish shopping. Before long, she returned, arms full of groceries. Without a word, Chen Lu took the plastic bags from her. "Let's go. I'll walk you to the entrance." They had barely taken a few steps when he felt a light nudge on his shoulder. Curious, he turned around. Liang Jiro was holding out a bottle of Pepsi, hesitating slightly before offering it to him. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned. She even remembered this? Not only that he liked cola, but which brand he preferred. "Thanks. I got you a room temperature one. Just make do with it." Liang Jiro lowered her head, her voice still timid. "Your stomach is not in great shape, so drink less cold stuff, okay? I'll listen to you." As they chatted, they walked into a dimly lit alley, where the towering steel buildings blocked most of the sunlight. After passing through, they arrived at an old residential building. Unlike Chen Lu's home, which had only 2 units per floor, This row of apartments had at least 5 or 6 doors. Just as Chun Lu was curiously looking around, a loud argument suddenly broke out. Don't you have a daughter? Tell her to come back and pack your things. Once you're done, you'd better get out of here. Ma'am, isn't there still more than half a year left on our lease? You can see I can't walk properly. Moving would be too difficult. Can't you make an exception? I've already made an exception. I'm refunding the rest of your rent in full and even giving you a few days to move out. What more do you want? This is my house. If I tell you to leave, you leave. A middle-aged woman, slightly overweight with permed hair and sunglasses, was yelling at a frail woman in a wheelchair. In stark contrast to the wealthy-looking landlady, the woman in the wheelchair appeared older, exhausted, and utterly helpless. She could not even stand to argue back. Liang Jiro froze for a moment before rushing forward, with Chen Lu following close behind. Mom, what happened? Liang Jiro gripped her mother's hand, her voice trembling. Feeling her daughter's familiar touch, Xiao Xuanfang snapped back to reality. When she saw the unfamiliar young man standing beside her, she hesitated for a second but still answered, "The landlady is kicking us out." The middle-aged woman shot a glance at the two newcomers, her aggressive stance unwavering. Why are you playing the victim? This is my house. What, just because you've lived here a while, you think it's yours? But our lease isn't up yet. We haven't even had time to find another place, Xiao Xuanfang said helplessly. Chen Lu, who had been silently listening, frowned and asked, "Do you have a contract?" The landlady flinched slightly at his words. Both Xiao Xuanfang and Liang Jiro seemed startled as well. Clearly, having lived in a rural village for so long, they had little exposure to these matters. To Xiao Xuanfang, signing a rental agreement felt no different from signing her husband's critical condition notice back then. It was just a formality. A contract? Liang Jiro finally remembered something. Did you sign a lease when you rented this place? Chen Lu asked while quietly pushing the wheelchair into the shade. Yes, we did. Chen Lu nodded. Go get it. Who the hell are you? This has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged woman snapped, her voice sharp. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow and smirked. That's my mother-in-law. What do you think? The landlady was momentarily stunned, her gaze shifting to the bag of fish in Chen Lu's hand, which made her believe him even more. Soon, Liang Jiro came running back out with the contract. Chen Lu took it from her and carefully examined it. The lease still had more than 6 months left. Judging by the contract's format, it was definitely handled through an agency. Yet, there was no sign of any agent here. Most likely, this woman had found someone willing to pay a higher rent and decided to push out the current tenants, assuming that a mother and daughter like them would be easy to bully. Picking on the weak, absolutely disgusting. Chen Lu did not even want to imagine what would have happened if naive, timid Liang Jiro had to deal with this alone. They can move out, he said, still looking at the contract, his expression unreadable. Both Liang Jiro and Xiao Xuanfang were stunned. Then, he added, but first, pay the penalty fee. It's stated right here, 30% of the contract price. The landlady's face twisted in anger. What does a kid like you know? Chen Lu remained unfazed, his tone relaxed. Ma'am, this is exactly what I study. You can take advantage of their lack of knowledge, but trying that with me won't work. He handed the contract to Liang Jiro. If you're pulling something like this, it means you either don't understand the law, or you just think they're easy to push around. I suggest you think carefully. If you want to make things ugly, we'll play along. But I wouldn't recommend it. My professor is a well-known legal expert in China. There's a good chance that the lawyer you hire might have studied under him. Seeing her hesitation, Chen Lu softened his tone. Look, we understand if you want to rent to someone offering a higher price. But we have our own difficulties, too. Life isn't easy for anyone, why not be considerate? If this really goes to court, you'll have to spend money on legal fees, and you might not even win. Is it worth it? You all better be gone once the lease is up. I'm not renting to you ever again. The woman spat out her final words before turning on her heel and storming away, her previous arrogance gone. She had been certain that Xiao Xuanfang and her daughter knew nothing about legal matters, but she had never expected them to have someone more knowledgeable backing them up. And her daughter's fiancé, no less? As the commotion ended, silence returned to the alley, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds. Liang Jiro replayed Chen Lu's words in her mind. Somehow, they sounded familiar. That night, when he had defended her, he had used the same mix of force and reason. He's amazing. No wonder I always end up getting talked into things. No wonder I got tricked into wearing that outfit. Wait, did he just call my mom mother-in-law? Her face instantly turned bright red, like a little tomato, and she lowered her head, too embarrassed to speak. But she still managed to squeeze out a quiet, "Thank you. Are you all right, ma'am? Next time, don't let someone like her push you around." Chen Lu smiled at Xiao Xuanfang. I'm fine, really. Thank you so much. Xiao Xuanfang looked at the young man before her, full of gratitude. As a middle-aged woman who could not even stand on her own, raising a daughter in an unfamiliar city, she could not have felt more powerless in situations like these. It's nothing. Liang Jiro has helped me out plenty of times too. Your name is Chen Lu, right? Xiao Xuanfang asked tentatively. Chen Lu was surprised. You know me, ma'am? She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening. I've heard my daughter mention you quite a lot. You're a good kid. Good. My mom is ready to throw me out any day now. Chen Lu handed the shopping bag to Liang Jiro and said seriously, I'm heading off. If anything happens, call me, I'll be there right away. Liang Jiro looked up at him, wanting to say something to make him stay, but the words got stuck in her throat. Instead, she reached out slightly, almost subconsciously. Stay and have dinner, Xiao Xuanfang said suddenly. Try some of Jiro's cooking. Chen Lu turned back just in time to see her outstretched hand. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, all right. Seeing that Chen Lu had agreed to stay, both mother and daughter were happy, yet at the same time, a little nervous. After all, Chen Lu was the first boy Liang Jiro had ever brought home. And their home was so simple. Some insecurities were deeply ingrained. Liang Jiro opened the door, and Chen Lu immediately stepped forward to push the wheelchair inside. The lighting in the first-floor apartment was poor, making the interior seem a bit dim. The space was extremely small. Just stepping through the door, one could see the tiny living room leading directly to the kitchen. Next to it was the only bedroom. The small door across from the bedroom appeared to lead to the bathroom and shower. Despite the limited space, every corner was spotless, kept meticulously clean by Liang Jiro. Jiro, turn on the fan, Xiao Xuanfang quickly said, suddenly feeling a bit flustered. Chen Lu, have a seat. I hope you do not mind. It must be uncomfortable staying here. Chen Lu was not one to be picky. He casually pulled up a stool and sat next to Xiao Xuanfang, showing not the slightest hint of disdain. Auntie, what are you saying? He got up to help Liang Jiro adjust the fan. We are all just regular people. What is there to be embarrassed about? Afterward, Chen Lu sat with Xiao Xuanfang, chatting with her. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro, worried that Chen Lu might feel too hot, subtly adjusted the fan to blow in his direction before retreating into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Her face was still burning, and she had not fully recovered. Calling her mother-in-law. Talking nonsense again. Yet, when she recalled the way Chen Lu had stood up for her earlier, looking so composed and reliable, her heart warmed. She washed the vegetables even more carefully. Are you and Jiro in the same class? Xiao Xuanfang asked curiously. Technically, I am her senior. I am in my third year, Chen Lu replied seriously. How old are you? 21. Xiao Xuanfang nodded, silently calculating in her mind. 2 years older than Jiro. Feeling a little thirsty, she instinctively tried to move her wheelchair forward to grab the cup of water on the table. But before she could even reach for it, Chen Lu had already picked it up and handed it to her, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He was neither overly flattering nor pretentious. It warmed her heart, yet at the same time, she let out a bitter smile and glanced toward the kitchen. Jiro must have been troubling you a lot. She is a bit stubborn and slow-witted at times. With a deep sigh, Xiao Xuanfang pulled open a drawer and took out an old photograph. She and Chen Lu looked at the image of a much younger Liang Jiro. In the faded picture, the little girl was beaming with joy, her eyes filled with wonder and excitement as if ready to embrace the world. She used to be so lively when she was a child, Xiao Xuanfang murmured. But then her father passed away, and I was left paralyzed. She changed completely overnight. Chen Lu was silent for a moment before saying firmly, she will come out of it. Xiao Xuanfang turned her head and saw only unwavering determination in his eyes. Just then, Chen Lu noticed a handmade bracelet inside the drawer. Curious, he picked it up and examined it. It looked very similar to the one he had at home. She made this when she was little, Xiao Xuanfang said with pride. Really? She is quite skilled. So that kind of thing was popular back then too. It turned out Liang Jiro had one as well. Chen Lu thought about it and realized it was not that surprising. Trends among kids changed every few months. When animated shows featured spinning tops, schools were filled with kids playing with them. When yo-yos became the craze, every recess was spent with students practicing tricks. If someone took a short break from school, they would return to find the whole class obsessed with something new. Chen Lu chuckled at himself for even thinking that the world was that small. He looked toward the kitchen, feeling that simply sitting around was not quite right. Auntie, you rest here. I will go help out. Xiao Xuanfang quickly refused. You are a guest. How can I let you do that? I am not just going to come here once. If I visit more often, I will not be a guest anymore, right? Chen Lu put the stool back in place. If you do not let me help, it means you do not want me to come back. Hearing that, Xiao Xuanfang could not bring herself to refuse again. She could only smile as she watched Chen Lu walk toward the kitchen. As soon as Chen Lu stepped inside, he felt as if he had entered a steam room. The tiny kitchen was extremely cramped, so stifling that he almost found it hard to breathe. The girl had tied her hair into a ponytail and was wearing an apron, fully focused on chopping vegetables, completely unaware that someone had approached her. It was well known that girls in aprons had a unique kind of charm. Her delicate profile left Chen Lu momentarily dazed, just like earlier today when she sat in the passenger seat, and when they went grocery shopping together. It gave him a strange feeling, like they were living together. For some reason, it made him want to marry her. "What are you making?" Chen Lu asked as he walked up behind her. "Ah." The girl was startled and instinctively stepped back right into Chen Lu's embrace. He froze for a moment, feeling how soft she was. She must be incredibly comfortable to hold. Even though her skin was slightly damp with sweat, and a few strands of her hair clung to her flushed cheeks, there was still a faint, pleasant fragrance about her. She even looked a little alluring. Unfortunately, the moment did not last long. Realizing what had happened, Liang Jiro quickly straightened up, her face burning red as she hurriedly fixed her bangs. "You took advantage of me again. You will have to make it up to me next time," Chen Lu teased with a smirk. To his surprise, the girl suddenly turned around and looked at him with misty eyes, her voice carrying a hint of grievance. "You are the one who does not keep his word." Chen Lu was intrigued. "When did I not keep my word? Before, I only leaned on you for a little while when I fell asleep. But then, when you said you would let me do the same to you, you ended up sleeping against me the whole afternoon. Did you not like it? That is not the point. So, do you want to or not?" Liang Jiro turned back to chopping cabbage. A long moment passed before she finally managed to squeeze out a single word. Had Chen Lu not been listening carefully, he would have missed it. "Want to." That was what she said. Chen Lu's heart pounded wildly. This girl, how did she always manage to land critical hits on him? Was she wearing full crit gear or something? He had no choice but to distract himself by helping wash the vegetables. "Thank you so much this time," Liang Jiro suddenly said after a while. "Oh, come on. This is nothing," Chen Lu replied casually, setting the washed vegetables on a plate. To his surprise, her voice suddenly wavered as if she were about to cry. "Not just this time, last time too." "Thank you." Chen Lu let out a quiet sigh and said seriously, "I suggest you stop thanking me so much." Liang Jiro lifted her gaze to look at him, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. "Why?" "Because no matter how many times it happens, I will always stand up for you." Then, he smiled at her gently. "If you thank me every time, you are going to wear yourself out." The girl sniffled softly, her blurred vision making it difficult to continue cutting vegetables. "You said you do not like fish, so I did not cook any. Is there anything else you would like? I will make it for you. You already washed the cabbage, right? I feel like having stir-fried cabbage. And what else? How about cola chicken wings?" Liang Jiro wiped her hands on her apron. "I will go buy some chicken wings." Chen Lu immediately reached out and stopped her. "I was just joking. Whatever you make, I will love it." The girl lifted her head and quietly searched his eyes. "Really?" Chen Lu nodded. Only then did she obediently return to the cutting board. Curiously, she asked, "How is it that you always manage to scare people off?" "Because people are awful," Chen Lu replied matter-of-factly. "If they think you are easy to bully, they will keep pushing. But if you first show them that you are not someone to mess with, and then give them a way out, as long as they are not determined to make trouble, they will usually take the easy way out and back down." As he spoke, an old memory surfaced in his mind. "When I was in elementary school, I was short, and a few troublemakers liked to pick on me. Every time they came at me, I fought back, whether I could win or not. I would just grab one of them and beat them up as hard as I could. After a while, they gave up on me and went to bully people who would not fight back." Liang Jiro listened intently, hoping to learn from his experience. But then, she noticed that Chen Lu had suddenly gone quiet halfway through his story. Just as she was about to ask why, she suddenly felt a cool breeze against her skin. Chen Lu was standing behind her, fanning her with a small hand fan, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "You do not need to think about these things," he murmured softly. "I am here for you." Feeling the cool breeze, Liang Jiro felt much less suffocated by the heat. She could not help but wonder what kind of sleeping posture had she been in to have such a dream. She really did not want to wake up. Not at all. Just then, Chen Lu's phone suddenly rang, making her tense up. Could it be someone calling him to go back? "It's my mom," Chen Lu said casually before answering the call. "Mom, what's up? How did you manage to get yourself lost while dropping someone off?" Wang Xiaoxia said in an annoyed tone. Since they were sitting so close, Liang Jiro could hear the voice coming from the phone. Unconsciously, she gripped the spatula in her hand a little tighter. I forgot to report to the organization, Chen Lu joked. I'm having dinner at her house tonight, requesting approval from the higher-ups. Approved, Wang Xiaoxia replied. I was just about to tell you your dad and I are going out for hot pot, so you'll have to figure out your own dinner. Hearing this, Chen Lu suddenly felt like a huge weight had been lifted off his chest. The girl, on the other hand, simply continued stirring the dish. Chen Lu gazed at her back, recalling the feeling of holding her just moments ago. Before long, several dishes were placed on the table. At Chen Lu's strong insistence, Liang Jiro ended up making the fish into a soup. A bowl of fish soup, a plate of hand-torn cabbage, and braised eggplant. The braised eggplant was made by Chen Lu. For Liang Jiro, this was already considered a very luxurious meal. The three of them sat together at the small dining table. Liang Jiro was growing more and more nervous. She had never imagined herself sitting down with her mother and a boy for dinner. She kept her head lowered, not daring to speak, afraid that Xiao Xuanfang might ask her something. The intimate contact she had secretly shared with Chen Lu earlier in the kitchen, away from her mother's eyes, still left her cheeks tinged with pink. She looked so delicate and bashful that Chen Lu found himself dazed just watching her. Here, auntie, try some of what I made, Chen Lu said. Instead of directly serving her, he simply pushed the plate of food toward her. He was warm but knew how to keep a respectful distance. This kid, Xiao Xuanfang muttered but still smiled joyfully as she picked up a bite to taste. She nodded repeatedly. You even know how to cook? Liang Jiro also sneakily took a bite. Then another. Chen Lu stifled a laugh and said nothing. At that moment, he suddenly found it ridiculous as back then, he had taught himself to cook just to please Mo Yuqing. But was there really a need for that? Here was someone who would enjoy whatever he made, no matter how it turned out. Leaving aside the porridge she had made before, this was the first time Chen Lu had tasted Liang Jiro's cooking. It was truly delicious, and it seemed like she had adjusted the flavors to suit his taste. Clearly, this silly girl had remembered all his preferences from their casual conversations. Eat more, Chen Lu told Liang Jiro. She nodded but soon noticed that Chen Lu had only scooped 2 spoonfuls of fish soup onto his rice. Do you not like fish? She asked. I don't. Why not? Too many bones. Then do you like boneless fish? No, I don't like that either. Liang Jiro was confused. Why? Boneless fish doesn't taste good. Liang Jiro had never felt so speechless in her life. Xiao Xuanfang watched the two of them bicker playfully, a smile lingering at the corners of her lips. This was the kind of life her daughter was supposed to have. Liang Jiro had been trapped in silence for far too long. At this age, she should be falling in love, joking around with boys, and experiencing the sweet, youthful moments of life. And, the more she looked at Chen Lu, the more she liked this boy. Especially when she recalled how, during his confrontation with that middle-aged landlady earlier, he had discreetly pushed her into the shade. That was not an act. It was simply part of his nature, kindness that came as naturally as breathing. Chen Lu felt like he was eating quite quickly, yet somehow, his bowl was never empty. Looking up, he caught sight of Liang Jiro adding more food to his bowl. The girl hesitated for a moment upon meeting his gaze, then continued as if nothing had happened, quietly placing more food on his plate. You should eat too, Chen Lu sighed helplessly. This silly girl had been too focused on making sure he was eating well, her own bowl of rice had barely been touched. At this moment, Liang Jiro was as stubborn as a little calf, continuously serving Chen Lu more food and refilling his soup. Every time Chen Lu tried to refuse, he would see the girl blinking at him with those big eyes, her hand hovering midair, and his heart would instantly soften. Something was not right. Was this silly girl starting to figure out his weaknesses? After a while, Chen Lu truly could not eat anymore and quickly stopped Liang Jiro from treating him like a pig she was fattening up. In the cafeteria, he could tease her as much as he wanted, but here, in front of her mother, this was her home turf. Do you not like my cooking? Liang Jiro asked. I do. I wish I could eat it every day. Chen Lu blurted it out without thinking. Then just marry her, Xiao Xuanfang chuckled. You two wouldn't even have to worry about taking care of me. I can manage on my own. Mom! Liang Jiro panicked. Chen Lu laughed along with Xiao Xuanfang but soon grew more serious, half-jokingly saying, Auntie, you cannot exclude yourself from the equation. If you are happy, then your daughter will be happy too. She is a good girl, after all, right? He spoke in a way that Liang Jiro would not fully understand, subtly advising Xiao Xuanfang. That is true. My daughter is wonderful, Xiao Xuanfang said proudly, glancing at her daughter, who had lowered her head in embarrassment, and once again dismissed the thought she should not have. Lu, are you preparing for an internship soon? Or are you planning to go to graduate school? Xiao Xuanfang suddenly remembered and asked. Chen Lu thought for a moment. I am not sure yet. I feel a bit lost. He glanced at Liang Jiro and smiled bitterly. I wasted too much time before and never really thought about my future. Although Xiao Xuanfang's face was weary, her smile was gentle. It is okay. You are still young. Chen Lu's lips curved slightly, but he did not comment. His classmates were already preparing, some were studying for graduate school, some were looking for jobs, others were starting businesses. He could not afford to wait any longer. Yes, he was still young, but if he wanted to keep living carefree, that time had already passed. Thinking about this, an inexplicable sense of worry welled up in his heart. The waves of life were crashing toward him, yet he still felt unprepared. After finishing dinner and washing the dishes, they chatted for a while longer, and soon, it was close to 9 p.m. Chen Lu did not know why he had lingered for so long, but before his mother could call him, he quickly got up to leave. Liang Jiro followed him outside, seeing him off, refusing to go back even when urged. The alley that had been pitch dark earlier was now lit by rows of streetlights. The soft white glow illuminated the uneven road, casting long shadows of the two of them. They walked side by side, their pace slow. Neither spoke. Are you unhappy? Liang Jiro pursed her lips, gathering the courage to ask. At the same time, she wondered if she had done something to upset Chen Lu. Chen Lu feigned surprise and looked at her. You could tell? Do you want some candy? She asked. Yes. Chen Lu unwrapped a fruit candy and put it in his mouth, savoring the sweetness. He pressed the candy under his tongue and imitated the tone of a child. I am not unhappy. I am just not ready to grow up yet. This time, Liang Jiro understood. You do not have to worry. You are really capable. And also what? Chen Lu turned to look at her. Also, I will be with you. Silence fell again. Liang Jiro found it strange. Chen Lu was taller than her, yet she never felt like she had to catch up to him. So, she deliberately slowed her pace. Chen Lu still walked beside her. She slowed down a little more. Chen Lu still did not move ahead but remained just slightly behind her. Why do you always walk a little slower than me? Liang Jiro loved asking Chen Lu all sorts of random questions because he always seemed to know the answers and was willing to tell her. Even when he playfully tricked her with nonsense, she found it amusing. So that I can always keep you in my sight, Chen Lu said gently, stopping in his tracks. It is easier to handle any unexpected situations that way. I will stop here. Go inside now. Only when the boy's figure completely disappeared under the streetlight did Liang Jiro finally turn around and head home, reluctant to leave. Early the next morning, Chen Lu returned to school and headed to the drama club to meet Liang Jiro and enjoy his exclusive breakfast. He suddenly realized that he had been seeing this silly girl more and more often lately, and he quite liked it. But today was different. Lin Niamyo was also there. I had only been home for 2 days, and my mom was already itching to kick me out. Can you believe that? Lin Niamyo complained, puffing up her cheeks. Before the holiday, she was calling me every day, practically begging me to come home. But the moment I got back, she started getting annoyed with me. If I looked at my phone, she would say I was always on my phone. If I watched TV, she would say I was glued to the screen. So I thought, fine, I will do some chores. But then she said I was not cleaning the floor properly. I was going crazy. Just wait and see, before summer break, she will start saying how much she misses me again. Then she will keep asking when I am coming home, and when I do, she will just start nagging me all over again, and the cycle continues. Chen Lu quietly drank his porridge, listening to her vent. Liang Jiro did not know how to comfort her, so she simply held her hand gently. Oh, come on, that is nothing, Chen Lu said, finishing his porridge and looking at Lin Niamyo with disdain. Lin Niamyo glared at him. What the hell? How could he be so heartless? There was no way anyone had it worse than her. But then, Chen Lu slowly spoke in the tone of an experienced elder. This is just the life of a college student. You will get used to it. Before the holiday, my mom was also constantly calling me, rushing me to come home. So, early in the morning on the first day of break, I went back, all excited. And guess what I saw? My parents had just packed their suitcases, ready to go on vacation. He clapped his hands together and then slowly spread them apart. Without me. Lin Niamyo burst into laughter, and even Liang Jiro stared at him in surprise, clearly not expecting such a thing. Your sadness did not disappear, it just transferred onto your face, Lin Niamyo chuckled. Seeing someone more miserable than her instantly lifted her mood. Happiness really did come from other people's misfortune. As she laughed, she suddenly noticed Chen Lu reaching out his right hand to Liang Jiro, his expression sincere as he softly asked, I need comfort too. Can you hold my hand? Slap. Before Liang Jiro could respond, Lin Niamyo smacked his hand away. Liang Jiro glanced at Chen Lu, who was now shaking his hand in pain, and pressed her lips together slightly. Lin Niamyo immediately noticed and gasped in shock. Oh my god. You are actually feeling bad for him? She then turned to glare at Chen Lu. What kind of spell did you put on my Jiro? She is mine. You cannot do this. Chen Lu shrugged. I advise you to stay out of this. You shameless pair. I am going to lose my mind. After hanging out for a while longer, Chen Lu went off to class. His school had thoughtfully arranged an entrepreneurship course for third-year students. It involved lectures, group projects, and even a final presentation. They claimed it was voluntary, but attendance was mandatory. Very ironic. By evening, as darkness gradually took over the sky, the sweltering heat had finally eased into a cool, damp breeze. With the rising temperatures, the buzzing of insects grew louder, filling the air with restless noise. It made people feel agitated for no reason. Chen Lu spent some time at the drama club, only returning to his dorm after nightfall. The moment he stepped inside, Li Xinian leaned over and muttered, "Boss is drunk." Drunk? Why? Chen Lu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Chao, who was slumped back in his chair, looking utterly miserable. Li Xinian sighed. What else? He started talking about how his dad forced him to change his major again. This had always been a sore spot for Jiang Chao. Given that his father was a bureau chief, paving a path for his son's future was only natural. But in doing so, he completely ignored what Jiang Chao actually wanted. You are good at handling these things. Go and cheer him up. Li Xinian nudged Chen Lu. Chen Lu shrugged. How was he supposed to do that? Was there a chance that he, too, had chosen this major just to chase after Mo Yuching? But since he had nothing better to do, and he was sure Jiang Chao was not actually that serious, he sat down to chat. Boss, what do you really want to do? He asked, raising an eyebrow. What was your original dream? I want to start my own business. Make video games, Jiang Chao declared. Chen Lu pretended to nod seriously, playing along. Games, first and foremost, are a product before they can be considered the ninth art. Since it is a product, it has a market. Have you researched the market? Jiang Chao, looking slightly more awake, responded, I am researching. As long as you've played enough games, you already understand the industry to some extent. Domestic mobile games have a siphoning effect. Even industry professionals may not know much more than you do, Chen Lu said with a light chuckle. So you're saying I should start with mobile games? Jiang Chao sat up straight, growing more interested. Chen Lu shook his head. No, start with WeChat mini games. Whether your studio is just getting started as practice or you're aiming for your first pot of gold, it's a good fit. Short development cycles, quick returns, and most importantly, low investment costs. If it turns out to be unfeasible, disbanding the team won't be much of a loss. But if you realize your studio actually has potential, you can always move on to bigger projects later. What kind of game should I make? Jiang Chao continued asking. Chen Lu thought for a moment. There's one genre that meets all your needs. It doesn't require much investment or a large development team, and as long as you can make it fun, you're good to go. What is it? Chen Lu opened a well-known gaming platform, pointed at the computer screen, and said, roguelike. Jiang Chao's eyes widened as if he were Liu Bei listening to Zhuge Liang's strategic counsel. Suddenly, he grabbed Chen Lu's arm. Chen Lu, you've got the brains, everyone knows that. You don't need to invest any money or take on any risks. As long as you join, I'll sell my car and scrape together more funds, and we'll go all in on this. You'll be the brains behind it all. If you join, you'll be a partner, a major stakeholder. Jiang Chao took another swig of beer and continued, selling my car won't even make my old man say anything. Just take this as you humoring me, okay? If we fail, I'll go back and follow my dad's plans for me. Seeing Chen Lu remain silent, he kept pushing. You've seen The Wandering Earth, right? Guofan is my idol. I want to take a risk like he did. He has his sci-fi dream, and I want to make my own game. Chen Lu was stunned. He hadn't expected Jiang Chao to take his words so seriously. He sighed helplessly. Are you sure you believe in this idea? Or do you think I'm the reincarnation of Emperor Qin Shi Huang? He couldn't let Jiang Chao take this too seriously. After all, his perspective on the market was just one viewpoint. Besides, Jiang Chao's approach was still too naive. Chasing dreams wasn't the problem was blindly trusting that no one would be greedy, that you could just pull someone in without financial investment and let them take a share of the profits. Even if that person was himself. Most people in his position would have agreed without hesitation. After all, it was a no-risk investment. If they made money, it was pure profit, and if Jiang Chao ended up losing everything, they could just walk away like nothing happened. But Chen Lu wasn't that kind of person. Jiang Chao continued staring at him expectantly. Chen Lu sighed, I'll think about it. Maybe by the time you sober up, you'll have second thoughts. Only then did Jiang Chao finally let go. Chen Lu watched his friend, who was still full of fighting spirit, feeling a bit conflicted. For him, a simple, routine life was the best kind of life. Just then, Jiang Chao suddenly pushed the door open and walked out. "Where are you going?" Chen Lu asked. Taking the first step, Jiang Chao muttered. Li Xinian immediately ran after him but was shoved back inside. He turned to Chen Lu and complained, "What the hell is up with him? Why is he acting on impulse like this?" "I think he's been thinking about this for a long time," Chen Lu said seriously, still looking toward the door. "Hasn't he been talking about how his dad forced him to change his major since freshman year? But isn't this too much of a leap? If he said he wanted to open a law firm, I wouldn't even be this surprised." Li Xinian smacked his lips. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Oh yeah. Now that you mention it, I do recall he's been researching this stuff for a while now." Chen Lu nodded. With his level of determination, he just might pull it off. Li Xinian didn't argue and instead started talking about his own plans. "I don't have such big dreams. I'm planning to take the civil service exam." "Sounds good," Chen Lu replied before lying back on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A law student starting a game studio? Absolutely wild. But this also sent him a signal. It was almost time for him to make his own choice about the future. The dormitory soon fell into silence. The lingering scent of alcohol filled the air as Chen Lu continued staring at the ceiling. Although his university was a prestigious one, when it came to the choice between graduate school or internships, no student was free from pressure. He wanted to live an easygoing life like Li Xinian, but he also wanted to take a gamble while he was still young, just like Jiang Chao. Choosing one path meant inevitably missing out on the scenery along the other. That was life. You could never truly predict whether the road you chose would be smooth or what awaited you ahead. And because of that uncertainty, he found himself hesitating, wavering between choices, until he lost the courage to move forward. "I'll be with you." The girl's naive yet sincere words suddenly echoed in his mind. Chen Lu slowly picked up his phone and sent a message to Liang Jiro. "Chen Lu, what are you doing?" This straightforward question had become his go-to way of starting conversations with her. Liang Jiro always answered honestly, telling him exactly what she was up to. She also enjoyed sharing these little details with him, but this time, she didn't reply as quickly as usual. Lu Yan was driving Jiang Chao's car, taking him to his friend's place. She knew where his pain lay, so she let him be when he drank, agreeing to take him wherever he wanted without hesitation. Half conscious from the alcohol, Jiang Chao stirred from the bumps on the road. "Where are we going?" Lu Yan found his confusion amusing. "Where do you think? You told me to drop you off at your friend's place." "Oh," Jiang Chao turned away, gazing at the scenery flashing past the window. One car after another sped by, and in the distance, the towering office buildings remained brightly lit. People in the 21st century never seemed to rest at 9 o'clock at night. So this was what life without freedom felt like. Staring into the night, his expression turned unusually serious. "I want to take a gamble." "You already said that," Lu Yan replied, her voice filled with affection. Jiang Chao hesitated, resting his head against the window. "If I really go through with this, I might end up cutting ties with my family. And once I sell this car, I'll have nothing left. Would you still want me then?" Lu Yan gently turned the steering wheel, playfully clicking her tongue. "I actually dislike this version of you more." The Jiang Chao I fell for would never hesitate like this. Jiang Chao looked at his own reflection in the car window and smirked. The gloom on his face faded slightly. "Oh, and I also disliked the old you," Lu Yan added. "If you ever go back to fooling around like you did before we met, I'll break your legs." "Damn. I guess I'm stuck with you." He sat in the passenger seat, casually chatting with Lu Yan, completely unaware that someone was sitting in the back. Mo Yuqing listened to their playful banter, feeling an inexplicable pang of envy. When Jiang Chao needed Lu Yan, she was always there for him. But when she needed Chen Lu, she realized she had pushed him away with her own hands. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Yan caught sight of Mo Yuqing's conflicted expression. Mo Yuqing also shot her a glance. Lu Yan sighed. "By the way, has Chen Lu been spending a lot of time with a girl recently?" "Yeah. How did they meet?" she asked again. Jiang Chao thought for a moment before recalling. "It was the night your dear best friend rejected his confession. Our whole dorm went out drinking with him, and that girl was working as a waitress at the hot pot place we went to. Some guys were giving her trouble, and you know how Chen Lu is, he immediately stepped in and shut them down. The more he spoke, the more proud he seemed, as if bragging about his own friend. Then, when we left, the girl happened to be heading home too. Chen Lu noticed she had burned herself but hadn't treated the wound, so he ran after her. And on the way home, he gave her his jacket. Turns out she's also a student at our university, so she later looked for him to return the jacket. One thing led to another, and they just started getting closer." Lu Yan didn't say anything, only nodded silently while sneaking glances at Mo Yuqing's reaction through the mirror. Mo Yuqing bit her lower lip. The once proud look in her eyes was now filled with sorrow. What do you think of that girl? Lu Yan asked. Not familiar with her, Jiang Chao admitted. He thought back to the shy girl at the hot pot place and added, she seems really introverted. So much so that Chen Lu hasn't even introduced her to us yet. A girl like that, meeting someone like Chen Lu, she's lucky. Then again, I'd say Chen Lu is lucky to have met her at this point in his life. They all knew what this point meant, so Jiang Chao didn't elaborate, and neither of the girls asked, how's it going between them? Jiang Chao rolled his eyes. You don't have to ask on behalf of your best friend. The emperor is never in a hurry, but the eunuch always is. What if the emperor does get anxious? Jiang Chao hesitated. If the emperor gets anxious, well, then, he might as well hang himself from a crooked tree. Look at history, when emperors finally panic, it means things are truly beyond saving. As long as the fire isn't at their doorstep, they only focus on indulging in their pleasures. They're never really in a rush. After a moment of silence, the car arrived at its destination, and Jiang Chao got out. Lu Yan didn't start driving immediately. Instead, she quietly listened to the sound of the car door opening and closing, watching as Mo Yuqing slowly moved to the front seat. No words were exchanged. If you want to cry, just do it, Lu Yan said, hands still on the wheel, watching Jiang Chao disappear into the distance with the help of his friend. I'll cry later, Mo Yuqing muttered. What do you mean? Lu Yan turned to look at her in confusion. Mo Yuqing didn't answer. She pulled out her phone and opened her chat with Chen Lu. It had been over 10 days since either of them had messaged the other. Taking a deep breath, she hesitated for a moment before typing. My mom told me a few days ago that she was coming back from abroad, but when I got home, I realized she had lied to me. I was really upset at that moment. She used the same tone she used to complain to Chen Lu in the past. For the two of them, the meaning behind her words was clear. At that moment, I was really upset, but you weren't there for me. After all, ever since she was a child, Mo Yuqing had cried to Chen Lu countless times about her parents, venting her frustrations. And Chen Lu had always been there, always coming to her whenever she needed. Sure enough, just as she expected, this time, he did not reply immediately. So, the dream about you really is coming to an end. She waited for more than 10 minutes, but there was still no response. For the first time, she felt just how painfully long 10 minutes could be. This anxious waiting was torturous, making her restless. She was in a daze, unable to stop herself from imagining how Chen Lu must have felt all those times he waited for her reply. Another half hour passed, yet Chen Lu still ignored her. Tears finally slipped down Mo Yuqing's cheeks. She sniffled and sent him another message. If you keep ignoring me, I'll tell your mom. I'll tell her that you bullied me and that it was actually you who lost her platinum necklace. She was deliberately using the same playful tone they used in the past, even bringing up an old memory they once shared. This was the first time she had ever spoken to Chen Lu so cautiously, so deliberately. This time, he finally replied. But no matter how hard she tried to recreate their old conversations, Chen Lu was no longer the same as before. His words were cold, piercing straight into her heart. Let's just live our own lives like we have been these past few days. Let's let each other go. A moment later, another message arrived. I'm really tired. I just want to forget you. Mo Yuqing stared blankly at her phone, almost forgetting to breathe for a moment. She wasn't the only one stunned. Lu Yan, who had been watching from the side, was also momentarily at a loss for words. The contrast between this Chen Lu and the devoted, affectionate one from before was too jarring. It was hard to imagine just how deeply he must have been hurt. But Mo Yuqing was still unwilling to accept this. She continued typing. Why? We used to be so close. 10 minutes later. Her screen lit up again. Mo Yuqing wiped her tears away, her slender fingers trembling. She was even more nervous than when checking her exam results. You said it yourself, used to be. The car fell into a long, suffocating silence. The only sound that broke it was the engine starting up again. But even then, the quiet sobs in the passenger seat did not stop. Mo Yuqing's mind was flooded with countless memories. Memories she had long buried suddenly resurfaced, rushing back into her consciousness. Tears blurred her vision. She looked just like a child who had made a mistake, both regretful and afraid. She truly regretted it. And she was truly afraid. 1 hour later, Chen Lu was still staring at the chat screen, lost in thought. He silently read over Mo Yuqing's final message. Good night. After a long moment of contemplation, he let out a helpless chuckle. How ironic. Now that I have finally given up, you're the one chasing after me. I used to love you so much. But now, just let me go. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. He rubbed his tired eyes and checked the screen. Liang Jiro, sorry, I forgot to tell you earlier. I felt like you might be getting tired of kanji, so I made some steamed buns for you. If you ever get sick of anything, just let me know and I'll switch it up, but you can't skip breakfast. Chenlu smiled, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. He lightly tapped the screen and replied, okay. Early the next morning, a sober Jiang Chao returned to the dorm, rubbing his sore waist. As soon as he stepped inside, he was met with a shocking sight. All the beer he had left in the dorm was now just a pile of empty bottles. What the hell? Where's all my beer? It was all drunk by Chenlu. Fuck, Chenlu, why the hell did you drink so much? Jiang Chao cursed. Chenlu slowly sat up, shook his head a little, and threw the question right back at him. Why did you drink so much yesterday? Jiang Chao froze. I was in a bad mood. I was in a bad mood too. Hearing this, Jiang Chao had initially wanted to drag him down from the bed and let him experience what real suffering felt like, but when he saw the heavy expression on Chenlu's face, he gave up. All he could do was scratch his head curiously and sit back down on his bed. The dormitory curtains were still drawn, with only a few streaks of morning light slipping through the gaps and casting patches of brightness on the floor. Jiang Chao silently stared at the scattered light spots, lost in his own thoughts. Chenlu picked up his phone and exchanged morning greetings with Liang Zhiro, also casually asking what kind of filling was in the buns she had made. Then, he noticed something unusual. Mo Yuqing had also sent him a good morning. He thought about it for a second and decided to ignore it. To say he had completely let go? After growing up together and having liked her for so many years, it was impossible to just let go overnight. But to say he wanted things to go back to how they were? That was even more impossible. Thinking back, some people get tired after being together for 7 years. And yet, he had chased after her for 7 years. That was ridiculous. Hey, have you made up your mind or not? I'm not trying to get you to work for me. You don't have to overthink it. Jiang Chao interrupted his thoughts. If you don't like the idea of working under me, then fine, I'll work with you. But if we do it that way, you'll have to invest some money, otherwise, the others won't be able to accept it. After all, if everyone else was joining because of Jiang Chao, and Chenlu wasn't coding or doing art, yet still held the same status as the biggest investor, that wouldn't sit right with the team. Jiang Chao himself might not care, but others definitely would, and that would tear the group apart. Even though he seemed like a reckless kid dragging Chenlu into his grand scheme, deep down, Jiang Chao understood everything perfectly. Chenlu stared at him in shock. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he finally spoke. Holy shit, you're actually serious about this? Serious? Jiang Chao met his gaze with unwavering determination. I'll think about it, Chenlu replied. What the hell are you afraid of? Jiang Chao scanned the dorm to make sure they were alone before continuing. Out of everyone in the past few years, you're the one I trust the most. Do you not trust me? Chenlu did trust him. Back when his account got hacked, and the scammer sent messages asking for money, Jiang Chao had rushed over in person, panting, holding a bank card, saying there were 50,000 yuan in it, money he had just asked his dad for. If you called him stupid, well, he had insisted on handing the money over in person. If you called him smart, well, he actually believed it. Chenlu remained silent. Jiang Chao slapped his thigh and lay down on the bed. Fine, I'll just have to invite you 3 times like Zhuge Liang. I swear I'll drag you into this, you damn strategist. I don't trust myself, that's all. Why are you so desperate to rope me in? Chenlu asked, genuinely curious. What do you mean trick you? It's because I trust you, Jiang Chao said seriously. You're the only one who doesn't see your own strengths. I even talked to my girlfriend about it, and she has no objections. You really know more than the rest of us. You just spent too many years lowering yourself for Mo Yuqing. His voice turned stern. You need to lift your head and see yourself for who you are. Got it. Chenlu nodded and continued packing his things to head out. You've seen American Dreams in China, right? He pulled open the door, smirking. Yeah, why? Never start a business with your best friend, Chenlu joked as he stepped outside. As the door shut, Jiang Chao couldn't hold back and cursed, fuck you. I'm waiting for you. Chenlu arrived at the sports field to watch the drama club's final rehearsal. Tomorrow was the university's anniversary celebration. They had a full day of practice followed by a stage rehearsal in the evening. His opinion of these socially anxious weirdos had changed somewhat. At the very least, they were a group of socially anxious weirdos with dreams. Since the school didn't have extra rehearsal space, they were practicing under the scorching sun. By the time Chenlu arrived, Liang Zhiro had already been waiting for a long time, which surprised him. This was probably the first time he was the one running late. Maybe because it was the final day of rehearsals, Liang Zhiro wasn't standing in the same spot as usual. Instead, she had moved closer to the front, quietly watching the performance. Lin Miaomiao stood beside her, smiling in satisfaction. When Liang Jiro spotted Chen Lu, she immediately ran up to him and handed him the breakfast she had brought. But as she got closer, she caught a whiff of alcohol and frowned. You should drink less from now on, okay? As soon as she finished speaking, she realized she had instinctively grabbed Chen Lu's arm. Embarrassed, she quickly let go. Even though she was shy, she didn't step back. She stubbornly stood her ground, looking at Chen Lu with anticipation, waiting for his answer. All right. Chen Lu found it amusing and agreed with a smile. This little fool, so shy she could barely look at him, yet still forcing herself to stand her ground, was ridiculously cute. Hearing his response, Liang Jiro quickly lowered her head, feeling her face grow hot. After that, Chen Lu ate his breakfast while watching the drama club rehearse with Liang Jiro. He was surprised. Their performance was actually getting pretty decent. Even just their delivery of lines far surpassed that of many young actors on screen. You could tell from Liang Jiro's focused gaze that she was impressed. After running through a full rehearsal, a bespectacled guy enthusiastically approached Chen Lu. Despite his new hairstyle and traditional Chinese outfit, Chen Lu recognized him. He was the one who had written the script. Your look is quite something, Chen Lu joked. The guy chuckled but hesitated when he noticed Liang Jiro clinging to Chen Lu with her head lowered. In the end, he decided not to greet her and instead said, Senior, you have to come watch tomorrow. Technically, you contributed to this too. Chen Lu was puzzled. What does this have to do with me? The script. We lacked experience and weren't thorough in our historical research, but after revising it with you, even our advisor was impressed. Clearly, for someone passionate about their craft, this was a big deal. The guy beamed with pride. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Lu noticed Liang Jiro looking up at him with admiration, as if she were proud on his behalf. He smiled. All right, great. I'll get back to rehearsing then. Watching these people sweat for their dreams, Chen Lu quietly thought about what Zhang Chao had said. Liang Jiro, he called softly. She immediately turned to him, ready to listen. She didn't ask what he needed, she just patiently waited. Could it be that I actually have a lot of strengths? Chen Lu asked seriously. Liang Jiro nodded lightly, her voice soft but firm. A lot. She couldn't bring herself to keep looking at him, but her words were absolutely sincere. That was truly what she believed. Chen Lu, the one who had stepped up to help her twice, the one who had told her, I'm here for you. To her, he was the most amazing person in the world. Chen Lu couldn't help but smile slightly when he heard that. Looking at the girl's serious expression, he teased, so I'm actually that amazing? He wasn't sure if this little fool was just trying to comfort him, but his mood suddenly improved quite a bit. A thought crossed his mind, and he smirked at her. Oh right, today is Saturday. You should be heading to your tutoring session, Teacher Liang. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaxia were very pleased with this girl, so her part-time job had been smoothly finalized. However, they were quite shocked at the rate of 200 yuan per hour. They weren't the type to take advantage of others and wanted to pay her the standard fee. But Chen Lu refused. He thought to himself that these two had no idea what boiling a frog slowly meant. If they gave her too much money up front, not only would it put unnecessary pressure on Liang Jiro, but it might even scare this little fool away. She had never earned that much before. Hearing him call her Teacher Liang felt strange to the girl, though she couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with it. Since she couldn't make sense of it, she simply nodded slightly. I'll drive you there and pick you up afterward, Chen Lu said as he sent a message to Zhang Chao, asking to borrow his Mercedes E300. Within seconds, he got an okay in response. Liang Jiro quickly said, that's too much trouble. I can just. But when she saw Chen Lu's indifferent expression, as if daring her to argue, the words got stuck in her throat. Reality had already proven multiple times that trying to insist on her own way in front of Chen Lu was pointless. The girl could only go along with it. After all, even if she refused now, he would find a way to talk her into it later. Might as well just agree from the start. Seeing her compliance, Chen Lu smiled in satisfaction. That's more like it. Experts recommend that you resist less. Otherwise, the more you resist, the more excited I get. The girl's petite frame shivered slightly, her ears turning bright red as she looked at him with a hint of grievance. You're bullying me again. Chen Lu was pleased and turned back to continue watching the rehearsal. The guy who had come over to greet him earlier had already died in the play. A girl was now holding his corpse, crying bitterly. Impressive. Even willing to write himself off like that. You turn bad when you drink, Liang Jiro stated seriously, her voice soft and sweet. Chen Lu found it amusing. He was pretty sure he had already sobered up. Turned bad? After thinking for a moment, he deliberately asked in a calm tone, so, do you like the me from before, or the me now? I like. Realizing too late that she had fallen into his trap, Liang Jiro abruptly stopped speaking, her bright eyes staring at him in frustration. She wanted to be mad, but she just couldn't. Yet pretending nothing had happened felt like letting him take advantage of her for nothing. So she turned her head away, which took quite a bit of effort. At least an hour. She wouldn't talk to him for an hour. No, half an hour. Chen Lu didn't seem to be in a great mood. Maybe 10 minutes would be enough? What if ignoring him made him feel even worse? She hesitated. Just then, Chen Lu spoke again. You never fight back when people pick on you. If you never learn how to, I'll just keep bullying you. The girl turned back and pretended to suddenly understand. Oh, I see. She didn't want to learn how to fight back. Because as long as she never learned, she could stay by Chen Lu's side forever. She didn't know why, but that was just how she felt. Chen Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that getting Liang Jiro to lift her head and stand tall was going to be a long journey. That evening, after dropping off Liang Jiro, Chen Lu settled onto the couch with his laptop. His eyes were glued to the screen, scanning the latest news in the gaming industry. He still hadn't decided whether to accept Zhang Chao's offer, but as a friend, he was willing to take some time to learn more. Meanwhile, in the study, Chen Mo and Liang Jiro sat side by side at the desk. Chen Mo was restless, spinning her pen, checking if her favorite web novel had updated. In contrast, Liang Jiro was completely focused on her carefully prepared lesson plan. She took this tutoring job very seriously. If it had been any other tutor, they would have had no chance of keeping this little devil in line. But Liang Jiro's earnest and diligent attitude made Chen Mo feel a little guilty about slacking off. After all, Liang Jiro had filled 2 entire sheets of paper with notes just for this one lesson, afraid that she might get nervous and forget something, wasting the session. Seeing the neat, beautiful handwriting covering the A4 pages, Chen Mo realized that slacking off too much would be rude. It was a case of one thing suppressing another. After going over the plan for the day, Liang Jiro looked up. Finish the set of grammar exercises first, and then I'll help you review the concepts. Before she could finish, Chen Mo quickly changed the subject. Big sis, your school has its anniversary celebration tomorrow, right? My night classes end early, so I'll come watch the performance. We're allowed to leave early for special events. Liang Jiro was curious. Each class had only been given 5 tickets for spectators, and even she had to ask Lin Miomio for hers. How are you going to get in? As she spoke, she automatically started tidying up Chen Mo's books. At first, Chen Mo had felt too guilty to accept her help and kept refusing, but Liang Jiro would still quietly straighten things up from time to time. Eventually, Chen Mo gave up resisting. Her only rule was that Liang Jiro couldn't help clean her room. She might not have much of a conscience, but if her tutor was not only teaching her but also tidying up for her, she would feel way too guilty. She still couldn't figure out where her brother had found such a gentle and capable girl. No, she had to make sure this girl became her sister-in-law. Professor Yu at Yuhang University is my dad. Didn't my brother ever tell you? Chen Mo blinked, surprised. She had assumed Liang Jiro already knew. Liang Jiro froze. She wasn't sure if Chen Lu had technically told her or not. Back when he had dinner at her house, her mother had asked what his parents did. Chen Lu had simply said, "My dad is just an ordinary teacher." Who would have thought that ordinary teacher meant a university professor? But even someone as naive as her could sense the subtle warmth behind his words. After a brief silence, she said, "Then come find me tomorrow night. But only if you finish all your work ahead of schedule." Deal. Chen Mo barely held back a victorious grin and nodded eagerly. Even if she had to do twice the usual exercises, it would be no problem. She had been slacking off on purpose, giving Liang Jiro the impression that her pace was naturally slow. Many people ended up working overtime simply because they were too efficient, giving their boss the impression that they had untapped potential. But in reality, the best strategy was to appear diligent while only finishing work right before the deadline. She didn't know if this was something inherited, but she and her brother were the same, both sly in their own way. Finally, after weeks of preparation, the long-awaited university anniversary celebration had arrived. The next afternoon, the school gates were now fully open, allowing many visitors to come and explore. Some were simply curious, treating the campus like a park as they wandered around, taking in the lively atmosphere and occasionally stealing glances at the youthful female students. Most, however, were parents bringing their children, hoping to inspire them with dreams of studying here and motivating them to work harder once they got home. Of course, this rarely worked, but the school was more than happy to use it as a form of promotion. Chen Lu was hanging out with the drama club members. After spending so much time with them, he had naturally grown somewhat attached and was there to cheer them on. Unlike usual, Liang Jiro looked a little tense. When Chen Lu had gone to check, all 5 audience spots allocated to his class had already been reserved. The news surprised him. Just a moment ago, he had been saying how he wouldn't be caught dead at such events. He had always been against the way counselors force students to attend these school performances just to fill the audience. He couldn't, for the life of him, figure out why the tickets were in such high demand this time. Liang Jiro, on the other hand, was caught in a dilemma, silently twisting her fingers in thought. As Lin Miaomiao's close friend, she was definitely going to watch the drama club's performance. But if Chen Lu couldn't go, she didn't want to leave him all alone. However, Chen Lu acted as if nothing had happened, joking around with the socially awkward drama club members. After finishing his conversation, he turned and noticed Liang Jiro's downcast expression. He could roughly guess what was on this little fool's mind, and a warmth spread in his chest. Why the long face? Because I cannot go? Chen Lu leaned in and asked. The girl let out a soft her voice low. The fact that Chen Lu couldn't come was one thing, but what worried her more was how indifferent he seemed. It made her anxious. Did he not really want to go with her? You're such an idiot, Chen Lu playfully scolded. If I wasn't worried about it, it means I have my own way in. Why don't you just talk to your classmates? Lin Miaomiao walked over, blurting out the obvious. Maybe someone who isn't that interested would be willing to give up their spot. Chen Lu shot her a glance. My dad teaches here, why would I need to go around begging people? But he had no intention of troubling Chen Guanglin over such a trivial matter. I'll just talk to the counselor. No need to make it so complicated. Hearing this, Lin Miaomiao and Liang Jiro both froze. They had never even considered that option. Their own counselor was strict to the point of being terrifying. He wouldn't even approve leave requests. Soon, the three of them arrived at Chen Lu's counselor's office. Chen Lu knocked twice and, after the door opened, gave a quick glance at Liang Jiro and Lin Miaomiao before stepping inside. Hello, Professor. He paused for a moment, then casually said, if I didn't know better, I'd think you were a student yourself. The counselor rolled her eyes at him, but it was clear she enjoyed the compliment. Without asking, she picked up a pen, about to write him a leave slip. She wasn't that much older than the students, so she wasn't too formal with them. Since Chen Lu often got called in to help with various tasks, she was used to processing his requests quickly. But before she could write anything, Chen Lu hurriedly clarified, I'm not here to request leave. Then what are you here for? The audience spots for the performance are already assigned, right? I'd like to go too. Can you add me to the list? It's just one more person, it won't make a difference. He smiled. The counselor paused, then looked at him with an odd expression. I knew you'd end up going. Chen Lu was confused. Ha! She chuckled. After all, Mo Yuqing's name is on the performer list. Even his counselor knew about his past feelings for Mo Yuqing. Back in their freshman year, Mo Yuqing had wanted to run for class president just for fun. Chen Lu had been the one doing all the behind-the-scenes work for her. Later, when she got tired of the responsibilities, he had simply taken over most of the tasks himself, letting her enjoy the title without the burden. He had been completely devoted to her. And if she had wanted to experience a position in the student council, he probably would have found a way to make that happen too. As a young woman fresh out of grad school, the counselor had once admired and envied this kind of love. But now, it was Chen Lu's turn to be confused. He had no idea what she meant. She added, it's fine, I'll take care of it. If there's nothing else, you can leave. But if you have time, help me file these documents. Chen Lu glanced toward the door. Actually, I do have something else to do. I won't disturb you any longer. His counselor looked up just in time to see Lin Miaomiao and Liang Jiro peeking in with curiosity. Lin Miaomiao wasn't the least bit embarrassed about being caught. Liang Jiro, however, immediately turned and walked away. Chen Lu suddenly noticed a strange look in his counselor's eyes. When he turned back, she was staring at him with a knowing expression. Chen Lu, she said meaningfully, glancing at the performer list once more, you better be a faithful man. That evening, the group waited in line to enter Jiannan Auditorium, finally managing to find their seats in the packed venue. The massive stage was surrounded by recording crews, some even wearing badges from television stations. Every seat in the hall was taken, the entire place was packed with people. The scale of the event was far beyond what Chen Lu had expected. No wonder the counselor didn't need to force anyone to attend this time. Liang Jiro, clearly unfamiliar with such large-scale events, sat there in a daze, her wide eyes glued to the bright stage and dazzling lights. While she was mesmerized by the scene before her, Chen Lu found himself watching her instead. And so, they remained like this until the show began. Just then, Chen Lu felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned around and saw that, at some point, Jiang Chao had switched seats and was now sitting right beside him. To his right was Jiang Chao's girlfriend, Lu Yen. Oh, you came to watch the show too? Chen Lu asked. Yeah. What about you? What brings you here? Jiang Chao replied. Lu Yen, growing impatient, rolled her eyes and muttered, "Are you two doing a comedy routine?" Only then did she notice Liang Jiro sitting beside Chenlu. She hesitated for a moment but said nothing, nor did she greet her. Seeing that Liang Jiro had lowered her head, seemingly too shy to speak, Chenlu chose not to introduce them. "I heard the event is split into two halves," Jiang Chao whispered. "The first half is for the big shots, featuring alumni who made it big after graduating. The second half is where the current students perform." Chenlu raised an eyebrow, finding this arrangement unexpectedly reasonable. It was certainly better than those overly formal, empty performances. As expected, the first half was painfully dull. While the naive Liang Jiro still watched attentively, both Chenlu and Jiang Chao were bored to the point of dozing off. By the time the second half began, Chenlu had completely fallen asleep. That was until Jiang Chao suddenly shook his shoulder. "What now?" Chenlu grumbled. Jiang Chao pointed at the stage. "Li Xinyan is one of the hosts. That bastard never told us." Chenlu instantly snapped awake, rubbing his eyes. "Damn, you're right." On stage, Li Xinyan was hosting alongside a female student, both of them looking surprisingly professional. But their interest in this newfound discovery faded quickly, and boredom soon returned. That was until the drama club's performance began. Chenlu immediately straightened up. The weeks of rehearsals had paid off. The performance captured the audience's attention within minutes. It was, without a doubt, the best performance of the night. Even the professional recording crews at the front seemed to be paying closer attention. Chenlu leaned slightly toward Liang Jiro, bringing his lips close to her ear as he whispered, "What do you think?" The girl nodded. "I've never seen anything like this before." Seeing her serious yet curious expression, so innocent and adorable, Chenlu couldn't help but smile. But the thought that this silly girl had hardly experienced much of the world made his heart ache a little. A few minutes later, Liang Jiro leaned toward him, quietly taking a bottle of mineral water from her canvas bag. She gently twisted the cap open and softly asked, "Are you thirsty? I brought water for you." Just as Chenlu reached out to take it, Jiang Chao suddenly smacked his arm, nearly making him spill it. "The hell is your problem?" Chenlu hissed in a low voice. Jiang Chao, still staring straight at the stage, muttered under his breath as he patted Chenlu's shoulder again. Mo Yuqing. On stage, Mo Yuqing and several members of the dance club were dressed in flowing, wide-sleeved traditional Chinese gowns, their striking red silhouettes immediately capturing everyone's attention. At the very center of the group, like a delicate flower bud waiting to bloom, stood the undisputed star of the performance, her. Unlike the other girls, who seemed slightly nervous, she lifted her chin with poise, her expression calm and collected. At the same time, she appeared to be subtly scanning the audience. She had long since grown accustomed to the feeling of being watched by an entire crowd, even more so today, standing under the lenses of countless cameras. The girls of the dance club were all stunning in their own right, but under Mo Yuqing's dazzling presence, they seemed to pale in comparison. This was the girl Chenlu had once loved, so deeply radiant, confident, and proud, because she had every reason to be. As expected from modern university students, the moment these girls stepped on stage, everyone in the audience put down their phones. Lu Yan, being the only one who had known about this in advance, quietly turned to observe Chenlu's reaction. Both Chenlu and Liang Jiro were momentarily stunned by the name they had just heard, but Liang Jiro was the first to recover. Without saying a word, she gently twisted the cap back onto his water bottle, just in case he accidentally spilled it. Then, she took out a tissue and carefully wiped the drops of water that had already fallen onto his clothes. At that moment, Chenlu finally understood what his counselor had meant by "I knew you would come." But instead of looking toward the stage, his gaze quickly returned to Liang Jiro. "Thank you," he said softly. When she looked up, she met his warm, gentle smile. For some reason, the weight pressing on her chest just moments ago seemed to ease, though even she wasn't sure why she had felt so heavy-hearted in the first place. Wasn't she supposed to be coaching the dance club? How did she end up performing herself? Jiang Chao asked Chenlu. Seeing that Chenlu didn't respond, he turned to Lu Yan instead. "You knew about this all along, didn't you?" "Yes," Lu Yan answered simply. Jiang Chao chuckled. "Let me guess, she thought the others weren't good enough, so she stepped in herself?" Lu Yan shook her head in exasperation, her eyes locked on the stunning figure in the center of the stage. "She has a different reason," she said seriously. She knew Mo Yuqing was dancing for Chenlu. After saying this, Lu Yan turned her gaze toward Chenlu, only to find him still chatting with Liang Jiro, his expression relaxed and unaffected. A complicated emotion flickered in her eyes. At that moment, the female host's sweet voice rang out from the stage. "Thank you to the drama club for their wonderful performance." Li Xinyan, looking slightly nervous, took over. "And now, please enjoy the performance prepared by the dance club, Big Fish." The two hosts stepped aside, leaving the stage to the dancers. This was a dance choreographed to the theme song Big Fish from the movie Big Fish and Begonia. As the prelude began, the girls shifted into position, making way for Mo Yuching, who stepped gracefully to the front. The moment she raised her right arm slightly, the audience erupted in cheers. With the melody, the dancers moved in perfect synchrony, their fluid movements as ethereal as celestial beings. Afraid you'll fly too far. Afraid you'll drift away from me. Even more afraid that you'll remain forever in this place. Every teardrop flows toward you, backward into the ocean in the sky. The audience was captivated, their focus sharpening as the dance reached its climax with Mo Yuching's breathtaking backward kick. Chen-Lu glanced around, noticing that the three people sitting with him were all entranced. With a faint smirk, he muttered, "I'm going to the restroom." "I'd advise against that," Lu Yan whispered just as he walked past her. "Why? What if she's dancing for you?" Chen-Lu paused for a moment, then continued walking. "I used to play guitar, and she didn't always stay to listen either." By the time the dance ended, Chen-Lu had just returned from the restroom. "Wow, talk about perfect timing," Jiang Chao teased. Chen-Lu said nothing and was about to sit down only to realize that someone else had taken his seat. Chen Mo was sitting there, grinning mischievously. "Brother, are you out of your damn mind? Move over," Chen-Lu said, exasperated. Chen Mo huffed before obediently scooting over to sit on Liang Jiro's left. "When did you get here?" Chen-Lu asked. "I've been here for a while, just didn't find you guys until now. Mostly because I thought Jiro wouldn't open her mobile data outside, so I assumed she just wasn't replying to my messages." Chen-Lu recalled the person who had originally been sitting to Liang Jiro's left. "And that guy was just nice enough to swap seats with you?" he asked. Chen Mo grinned. "Easy. I told him my seat was in the front row, where he could see all the dancing girls up close. He didn't even hesitate, just went straight for it." An unexpected confession. For a moment, no one spoke. But thanks to Chen Mo's playful antics, the awkward atmosphere quickly dissipated without a trace. Chen-Lu was quite pleased, at least his little sister was proving useful for once. At that moment, Chen Mo nudged Liang Jiro's arm. "Do not worry, big sis. Even though I really like Yuching too after watching her dance just now, I still like you the most." She stopped herself from saying, "I still think you'd make the best sister-in-law." Chen-Lu's expression darkened as he considered how best to get back at her. Meanwhile, the naive Liang Jiro did not quite understand why Chen Mo was saying all this, so she just nodded shyly. The group continued watching the performances while listening to Chen Mo's playful remarks, making the whole experience even more entertaining. Before long, it was time for the final segment, the interview. Every year, this part was fairly predictable. The hosts would pick a few standout performances from the rehearsals to interview, and then close the event with a scripted speech. The questions were usually pre-arranged, ensuring that everything ran smoothly. As the audience erupted in applause, Mo Yuching gracefully walked to the center of the stage, standing between Li Xinian and the female host. "This was truly the most beautiful dance I have ever seen," the female host said with a bright smile. "Yuching, do you have anything you would like to say?" Mo Yuching nodded slightly. "First, I want to thank everyone for enjoying our performance." The moment she spoke, the auditorium was filled with cheers, even a few people shouting out their love for her. Chen-Lu, however, was staring at his phone, barely paying attention. He remembered it all too well. Years ago, this same girl had never once thanked him for all the effort he put in behind the scenes. "And next, I want to thank." Her voice suddenly slowed, stretching the anticipation in the air. Chen-Lu, the female host, and Li Xinian froze. This was not part of the script. "I should have said all of this back in my first year when I was on this stage for the first time," Mo Yuching continued. "But somehow, I only managed to say it now. I know it is late." A bitter smile appeared on her strikingly beautiful face. "Thank you for helping me so much. Thank you for always being by my side all these years. I cannot believe I am only realizing it now. I am so sorry. I took your kindness for granted. I treated it as something I deserved. I am so sorry. I ignored all that you did for me. I truly am sorry." The auditorium grew quieter and quieter. For the first time, Mo Yuching felt nervous. "I hope that when we have our graduation ceremony in the future, I can still see you by my side. Can I?" She then gave a deep bow toward the audience, as if apologizing for her own selfishness. Li Xinian, seeing his co-host standing there frozen in shock, cursed inwardly, "Chen-Lu, you bastard, you are really in deep shit now." He quickly stepped in to wrap things up. Such heartfelt words from Yuching. I am sure that person has already felt it. Now, let us welcome the next performers from the drama club onto the stage. For a second, the entire hall was dead silent. Then, the uproar exploded. "Who the hell is Chen-Lu? He better not sleep too soundly tonight. God damn it, That is my goddess. Which class is Chen Lu in? I need to talk to him man to man. Fuck. I just got into a relationship, and now I am already heartbroken? A calm response. Sitting in the front rows of the audience, Lu Yan turned to Chen Lu with concern. Will she get into trouble for this? She asked, visibly anxious. She had known that Mo Yuqing wanted to dance for Chen Lu, but she never expected her to pull something like this. To her surprise, Chen Lu's expression remained completely calm. No, he replied indifferently. Every year, people even run onto the stage to confess their love, and they never get punished for it. Besides, he glanced at Lu Yan. You do remember who her father is, right? Lu Yan hesitated, then sighed. Even though Chen Lu was probably right, she still hurried off toward the backstage area. Chen Lu, completely unbothered, turned to Liang Zhiro. It is over now. Let us go. Backstage, Mo Yuqing had just stepped off stage when Lu Yan grabbed her by the shoulders. This will go viral, Lu Yan said urgently. Yuqing, have you lost your mind? I am not crazy, Mo Yuqing answered calmly. In fact, I do not think I have ever been this clear-headed before. She met Lu Yan's gaze and smiled, but within seconds, that smile twisted, turning into something fragile. Then, the tears came. It is okay. I did not cry up there, so my makeup is still intact, she whispered while wiping her tears away. He saw me at my best. He will change his mind. He has to. Just like you once confessed in public, I have now embarrassed myself in front of everyone too. A shift in fate. Hearing Chen Lu's words, Liang Zhiro slowly picked up her bag and quietly stood beside him. Jiang Chao and Chen Lu exchanged looks, unsure of what to say. As Chen Lu's close friend, Jiang Chao had always disliked Mo Yuqing. He never expected her to pull something like this. Now that he had a chance to take a closer look at Liang Zhiro, he realized, this girl was just as beautiful as Mo Yuqing, if not more. For a moment, he did not know whether to call Chen Lu lucky or unlucky. If he was lucky, then why had he chased Mo Yuqing for 7 years without success? But if he was unlucky, then the girl standing beside him, gentle, pure, and stunning, was undoubtedly someone worth treasuring. While Chen Lu was distracted, Chen Mo suddenly grabbed Liang Zhiro's hand and tried to sneak her away. The girl, however, kept looking anxiously at Chen Lu. Chen Lu chuckled, waving a hand to signal them to go ahead. I need to borrow your car for a bit, he said softly. I will drive her home. Seeing Chen Mo's mischievous grin, he figured that his little sister would probably skip her tutoring session today. Jiang Chao did not hesitate, immediately tossing his keys to him with a grin. If the other guys find out, they are going to be so jealous. Both girls tied to you are absolute knockouts. Jealous my ass, Chen Lu scoffed. They do not understand shit. Jiang Chao grew serious. So what now? I thought you would be crying from joy. If you were in my position, you would know that after so many years of pain, a few apologies do not mean a damn thing, Chen Lu said coldly, leaving Jiang Chao with only a distant, indifferent silhouette. Unexpected calls. When Chen Lu reached the school gate, he found Chen Mo and Liang Zhiro eating snacks from a street vendor. His little sister had always loved this kind of junk food. Under the bright streetlights, the two of them nibbled on skewered fish cakes while unknowingly feeding the mosquitoes as well. If you like it so much, just get into the school. Every night, the whole street is lined with food stalls, Chen Lu teased. I have to actually get in first. Chen Mo rolled her eyes, reluctantly watching as Liang Zhiro was taken away by her brother. Just as the two were about to leave, Chen Lu's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he froze for a moment. Liang Zhiro blinked curiously at him. It was rare to see Chen Lu, who was always so composed, looking awkward like this. Who is it? Chen Mo asked. Uncle Mo. Chen Lu gestured for his sister to lower her voice before answering the call. Hello, Uncle Mo, he said with a light chuckle. It has been a while. My dad was just talking about you the other day. A steady, composed voice came from the other end, deep and authoritative, the voice of a man used to speaking in official settings. Xiao Lu, how have you been? Any difficulties lately? Mo Wenbin's way of speaking always carried a formal tone. I am doing fine. What kind of difficulties could a college student like me possibly have? Chen Lu responded casually, knowing that the real topic was coming. You and Yuqing had a fight recently? A small disagreement. After a brief pause, he decided to be honest. Since Mo Wenbin was bringing it up, he had probably watched the performance. A disagreement big enough that we are never speaking again. He thought to himself. You watched the school event? Chen Lu asked. Yes, but that girl refuses to see me, and I could not find you either, so I had my driver take me home. Mo Wenbin sighed. Conflicts between young people are normal. Just remember to communicate more. Being stubborn will not solve anything. Understood. I have watched you grow up. As long as you are by Yuqing's side, I feel at ease, Mo Wenbin said sincerely. When I have some time, let us have dinner together. For now, I have to get back to work. Alright, Uncle Mo, goodbye. Chen Lu politely ended the call and finally exhaled. Despite having known Mo Wenbin since childhood, talking to a high-ranking official over the phone still made him a little tense, especially when it was probably just a veiled interrogation on behalf of his beloved daughter. Before he could relax, his phone rang again. Who now? Chen Mo asked. Chen Lu glanced at the screen, expression deadpan. Our dad. Mo Yuching is the one causing trouble, so why am I the one suffering? He answered with a defeated sigh. Hello. What is going on between you and Yuching? Chen Guangling's voice was straightforward, cutting right to the point. A small argument. I just explained it to Uncle Mo. Chen Guangling still sounded unconvinced. If you dare bully her, do not wait for Uncle Mo, I will break your legs first. Why do you not just adopt her already? Chen Lu snapped. Though his father had never hit him before, being threatened was still irritating. I am hanging up. I need to drive Liang Zhiro home. As he spoke, he reached over and buckled Liang Zhiro's seatbelt. Tell mom not to call me next, or I swear I am turning my phone off. Meanwhile, at home, hearing the call end, Chen Guanglin sighed. What do you think happened between those two? Wang Xiaxia asked curiously. Yuching made such a big scene on stage. Chen Guanglin shook his head. You know what your own son is like. If he does not want to talk about it, we will never find out. After a pause, he continued, let them figure it out on their own. It is not our place to interfere. That boy has followed Yuching around since he was a kid, and after all these years, he still has not won her over. I swear, he did not inherit a single bit of my charm. He and Mo Wenbin had been childhood friends since they were in diapers. He had always liked the idea of becoming in-laws with him. Wang Xiaoxia scoffed, rolling her eyes at her husband. I think Zhiro is a much better match. Our Xiao Lu definitely likes her. A silent ride and unspoken worries. Chen Lu drove in silence, Liang Zhiro sitting quietly beside him. Neither of them spoke much along the way. But Chen Lu occasionally turned to glance at her. If he could not even tell she was feeling down, then he would not be Chen Lu. Are we still best friends? He asked. Yes, the girl immediately replied. Then why did you not share your Odin with me? Hearing this, Liang Zhiro hurriedly held out the small paper cup with both hands. Sorry, I got distracted and forgot. I am driving, Chen Lu said, deliberately placing both hands on the wheel when just a moment ago, he had been lazily steering with one. Feed me, will you? Okay. Liang Zhiro picked up a skewer, seeing the steam still rising from the food, and patiently waited a moment. You are too slow. Blow on it. I do not mind, Chen Lu teased. He did not have time to check if she was blushing. All he knew was that she hesitated for a moment, then earnestly began blowing to cool the food. Once she felt it was ready, she gently brought it to his lips. And so, he spent the entire ride just opening his mouth to eat. The walk home and the weight of loneliness. At the entrance to the alley, Liang Zhiro slowly unfastened her seatbelt and waved at Chen Lu. I am going now. She was fine with him fastening her seatbelt, but somehow, having him undo it felt different. It was like he was taking off her clothes. Chen Lu gave a small nod. Tell your mom I said hello. I will not go in this time. He stared quietly ahead, lost in thought. Liang Zhiro blinked at him, then gently nodded and turned away. She walked alone down the dimly lit alley. The old streetlights flickered overhead, casting her small, fragile figure in the shadows. Every so often, her shoulders trembled slightly. Hugging her canvas bag, she walked with her head down. No matter how hard she tried to understand, she could not figure out why she felt this way, why it hurt so much. She just could not stop crying. She did not know why someone who had always been alone suddenly could not bear the thought of being without Chen Lu. She was like a famine survivor who had finally found food, terrified of going back to starving again. She was so afraid of losing him, so afraid that he would let her walk away alone again, just like earlier. Wiping away her tears as she walked, she slowed her pace more and more. She had to finish crying outside. She could not bring her tears home. She did not want to make her mother worry. A voice that shattered the silence. Suddenly, Chen Lu's voice rang through the alley, breaking the heavy silence. Liang Zhiro, lift your head. I told you, I will always be behind you. Chen Lu stood at the alley's entrance, gazing at her distant silhouette. She continued walking forward at a slow pace. And then, at last, she slowly lifted her head. A decision in the rain. Chen Lu watched as Liang Zhiro forced herself to lift her head. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Step by step, the girl walked away. He stood there, unmoving, watching her figure retreat into the distance. Only when she disappeared at the end of the alley did he finally turn to leave. Just as he was about to return to his car, a light drizzle began to fall. Raindrops splattered onto the ground, leaving behind scattered imprints. The ones that landed on his face trickled down his cheeks, past his neck and Adam's apple, bringing a sudden chill. He had to admit, when he heard Mo Yuching apologize to him in front of everyone tonight, his heart had wavered. Standing there in the rain, staring ahead, he barely even registered that he was getting wet. Silently, he made up his mind. Since he had already stepped into this silly girl's life, he had to take responsibility until the end. The past should stay in the past. He had to forget everything that once was, cleanse his heart completely, and focus on one thing, finding a way to bring genuine happiness to this clumsy, kind-hearted girl. Liang Jiro was not Mo Yuching's replacement, and she never could be. Liang Jiro was simply Liang Jiro. Just then, his phone vibrated. Liang Jiro, hurry back, do not get caught in the rain. Shenlu, how could I be in the rain when I am in my car? Are you stupid? Liang Jiro, you are lying to me again. I can see that you have not laughed. Shenlu narrowed his eyes and looked off into the distance. Sure enough, a tiny head was peeking out from a corner, secretly watching him. The moment she realized she had been caught, she quickly ducked away. He chuckled, shaking his head, and typed, "Go home, now." Unable to suppress another amused laugh, he got into his car, started the engine, and drove off through the rainy night. This silly girl, secretly following him back just to check on him. She was sly in her own quiet way. A night of reflection. As Chen Lu drove back, he kept replaying in his mind the feeling of being fed by Liang Jiro earlier. It was the first time a girl had ever fed him. It felt nice, comforting. Chen Lu was immensely grateful that he did not have a mirror in front of him right now, because if he did, he was sure he would see himself grinning like an idiot. When he reached his dorm, he stretched lazily and pushed open the door. "My dear sons, your dad is back," he announced loudly. Silence. The dorm was empty. What the hell? Where was everyone? Baffled, he scanned the room and quickly sent a message to the group chat. "Chen Lu, did you guys seriously go out to eat without me? Have I been abandoned? Li Xinyan, I am at a celebratory dinner, but it is for the post-show banquet. Zheng Haoyu, bro, you know me. I moved out ages ago." Jiang Chao said nothing. Then another message popped up. "Li Xinyan, you did not eat dinner? Want me to bring something back for you? Chen Lu, I had Odin. A girl even fed me. Li Xinyan, XXX. Zheng Haoyu, XXX. Chen Lu lay back on his bed with a satisfied smirk. He had no idea that on the very first day of freshman year, when his roommates saw him, they had already braced themselves to be constantly fed dog food, and after spending more time together, understanding his personality, they had completely resigned themselves to their fate. A guy who was good-looking and had a great personality, there was no way he would stay single for long. But then, he had spent 7 years chasing Mo Yuching without success. Not just his college roommates, but even his high school friends had assumed he would have a girlfriend before them. They, too, had never imagined that after 3 years of high school, Chen Lu would still be single. Somehow, they had ended up experiencing love before him. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, his phone buzzed again. It was Jiang Chao. "Jiang Chao, come downstairs. It is urgent. Get down here. Fast." Chen Lu did not bother asking why. If a guy kept his message this short, it meant it was serious. An unexpected encounter. Chen Lu stepped outside the dormitory building. The rain had stopped, but the cold wind lingered, making him shiver the moment he walked out. At this hour, the area around the boys' dorms was practically deserted. The guys who did not have girlfriends were holed up in their rooms playing games, while the ones who did were either at the girls' dorms or in hotels. You rarely saw couples hanging around the boys' dorms, but near the girls' dorms, they were everywhere. Chen Lu glanced around. Jiang Chao was nowhere to be seen. Standing under a streetlight, he pulled out his phone to call him when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a familiar figure approaching. Too familiar. So familiar that even in his peripheral vision, even in the dim light, he recognized her instantly. Chen Lu froze. Mo Yuching? What was she doing here? His hand instinctively lowered, sliding his phone back into his pocket. His expression shifted into one of confusion. Had Jiang Chao sold him out? Had his traitorous friend been swayed by his girlfriend? 5 steps. 4, 3, 2. The distance between them closed. She came closer and closer until she finally stopped in front of him. She was still stunning, dressed in a form-fitting black halter top, just tight enough to highlight her curves, with a neckline that perfectly framed her delicate collarbones. A short skirt complemented her outfit, showing off her impossibly long legs. It was an outfit that suited her usual style except for one thing. Tonight, she had her hair tied up in a ponytail. That was new. Seeing his expression, Mo Yuching, who had been wearing a serious look, suddenly broke into a soft, dimpled smile. Jiang Chao did not sell you out, she said with a playful tilt of her head. He got drunk, and Lu Yan took him home. She did not say anything more. She did not need to. Chen Lu could already piece together the rest. So, he said flatly, you have been looking for an excuse to meet me. And this time, Lu Yan saw an opportunity and helped you set this up? Mo Yuching lifted her chin proudly. We still have such great chemistry. Chen Lu remained silent. If this had happened before, if Mo Yuching had said those words to him in the past, he would have been over the moon. But now, things were different. He could not expect ashes to reignite into flames, because the fire that once burned so brightly had already consumed everything, and turned to dust. Mo Yuching saw his cold, distant expression, so unfamiliar, so unlike the Chen Lu she had known for years. For a moment, she felt like she was in a dream. Then, a wave of panic hit her. His gaze was polite yet detached. It was the way someone looks at a stranger. The past 10 days without him had felt unbearably long. She had been restless, unable to focus, as if she had been locked in a cell, forced to reflect over and over again. Until she finally realized how deeply Chen Lu had once loved her. Until she finally realized he was no longer by her side. That was why she had publicly apologized at the performance. That was why she had come to find him tonight. Mo Yuching had never imagined she would one day humble herself like this. Now, standing before him, she felt afraid. The calmer he appeared, the more unsettled she became. Finally, she summoned her courage and softly asked, "Are you still mad at me?" Chen Lu let out a small laugh. It was as if he were mocking his past self, or perhaps the cluelessness of the girl standing in front of him. "I was never angry at you," he said calmly. "Then why?" Before Mo Yuching could finish, he interrupted her, "I just do not want to love you anymore." She froze in place, her words catching in her throat. Her eyes turned red under the pale glow of the streetlights, as if she had applied eyeshadow. After a long moment of silence, her voice trembled as she spoke again, "I am sorry. I know I was wrong. I will never treat you like that again, I swear. I have spent these past few days thinking, going over everything from our childhood until now. I know I have always treated you unfairly, but I will not do it again. Chen Lu, please, give me back the love that was once mine, okay?" This was the first time in his entire life that Chen Lu had heard Mo Yuching speak in a pleading tone. Even if he counted the years before kindergarten, this was still the first time. She had never begged for anything. Even though her parents were divorced, she had always received love and had grown up in the best possible environment. Her family background was beyond what most people could imagine. She never needed to beg. Money alone could not achieve everything, but when combined with power, it could do a great deal. Yet this time, Mo Yuching was truly begging. Even knowing all this, Chen Lu still gazed at her coldly and said in a low voice, "No." The tears that had been welling up in Mo Yuching's eyes suddenly spilled over, streaming down her delicate cheeks and dripping onto the ground. Each drop bloomed like a sorrowful flower of regret and despair. "Why? Did you not love me for 7 years? You used to love me so much," she cried with such delicate beauty, her weeping as stunning as ever, enough to make anyone's heart ache. A shiver of cold ran through her. It felt as if she had been thrown into an ice cave. Chen Lu had never been able to bear seeing her cry. In elementary school, he had gotten into fights for her. In middle school, he had skipped classes to be by her side. When her parents were divorcing, he stayed with her day and night. When she had chickenpox, the young Chen Lu had sat outside her bedroom door, slipping handwritten notes to her through the crack beneath it. They had written back and forth like that for an entire afternoon, and Chen Lu had come back every day for several days. Childhood sweethearts, an inseparable bond, a perfect match, what could have been a beautiful love story. Yet she had single-handedly rewritten it into a tragedy. Now, that boy, who once could not bear to see her shed a single tear, was completely indifferent to her crying. The realization crushed her. The more she thought about it, the more the pain swallowed her whole. For the first time in her life, Mo Yuching, who had always been too proud to cry in public, could not hold back her sobs. "Yes, I loved you for 7 years, Chen Lu said with a faint smile, "but as you said, that was in the past." Mo Yuching kept crying, unable to stop. Chen Lu's emotions grew more complicated as he watched her, so he continued, "I do not regret treating you well. I have never regretted what I gave, but just like I said that night, not anymore. To be honest, I really did love you. So much that even now, I still do not want to see you sad. But I also know that I truly do not want to go back to you. Do you understand? I hope you can be happy. And I hope we can live our own separate lives." Chen Lu had always been a rational person, but he never imagined that one day, he would have to be this rational with Mo Yuching. He continued, "There is no meaning in me going back to you. The past is there, and I will never be able to forget it. You might think that if you had accepted my confession that day, everything would be fine. But it is not. It never was. That confession was my way of ending this chapter of my life. My love for you was already torn apart by you long ago. Even if you had accepted me that night, we still could not have gone back to the way things were." His words struck like a thunderclap in Mo Yuching's mind. She was stunned, completely blank. She even forgot to breathe. The weight of regret crushed her, burying her alive. The memories she cherished so dearly felt like quicksand, pulling her deeper the more she struggled. Suddenly, she found herself ridiculous. Just moments ago, she had thought she had simply missed her chance. She had never realized that her wounds to Chen Lu were not from a single mistake but from years of neglect. "I was just used to it. She wanted to explain, but Chen Lu raised his index finger to his lips. The message was clear: no matter what she said next, he would not listen. She understood Chen Lu was giving her, and this love, one final shred of dignity. Mo Yuching wiped her tears with the back of her hand and whispered, "Let me take a picture, and then I will leave." Chen Lu looked puzzled. She explained softly, "You used to love taking pictures of me. I know that was in the past. I do not care who you take pictures of in the future, just take one, okay? After that, I will leave immediately." Mo Yuching clasped her hands tightly, looking at Chen Lu with a serious expression. Chen Lu found a girl who was out jogging and asked her to take a picture of them together. "Find a spot yourself. You have studied photography so much," Mo Yuching said while Chen Lu was briefly away, using a wet wipe to clean her face. If one did not get close or hear her speak, they would not even notice that she had just been crying. She let out a self-deprecating smile. Only now did she realize how romantic it had been when Chen Lu learned photography just to capture her youthful beauty. And now that she finally understood it, it was for the last time. How ridiculous. Chen Lu quickly walked over to a street lamp. Beside the lamp was a tree branch, casting a long, black shadow across the ground. Naturally, he chose that spot. The lighting was good, and the meaning behind it was even better. He silently stepped onto the other side of the shadow, raising his head to face the camera. But the girl holding the phone hesitated for a long time without taking the picture. "Still not done? Am I that unphotogenic?" Chen Lu joked. The girl shook her head, looking troubled. "No, it is just that the young lady keeps wiping her tears." Chen Lu shifted his gaze. Sure enough, Mo Yuching was continuously rubbing her tears away with the back of her hand, as if she simply could not stop crying. She quickly said, "It is fine, just take it like this." 2 minutes later, Mo Yuching stared at the photo on her phone. In the image, Chen Lu was turning his head slightly to look at her, while she, like a helpless, mistreated child, was sobbing uncontrollably. So this was the last bit of tenderness he had left for her. "Should I send it to you on WeChat?" she asked. "There is no need." After saying that, Chen Lu turned and walked away. This time, it was his turn to leave Mo Yuching with a cold and final silhouette. Why is it that the colder I act, the more desperately you try to hold on?" Chen Lu could not understand. He walked with his head down, realizing that the rain, which had stopped for a while, had started falling once again. Late at night, no matter how many times Lu Yan called, she could not reach Mo Yuching. Worried, she hurried back to the dormitory from the hotel. As soon as she arrived downstairs, she saw Mo Yuching squatting there in a daze, her eyes empty and lifeless. Lu Yan stopped for a moment before crouching down beside her, offering her shoulder to lean on. Mo Yuching had barely managed to hold back her tears, but the moment she saw Lu Yan, they came flooding out once more. "I was wrong. I am sorry. I really know I was wrong." Lu Yan's eyes trembled with emotion. She felt deeply for her friend but could only offer a bitter smile. "Telling me will not help you. You fool. I told you back then that you would regret it." Mo Yuching's tears quickly soaked Lu Yan's clothes as she sobbed, but telling him does not help either. The rain had yet to stop, and with the cold wind, it sent waves of chill through the air. 2 delicate-looking girls stood at the entrance of the dormitory, wrapped in their coats, leaning against each other for warmth. One of them, in particular, the girl with her hair tied up in a ponytail, was especially captivating, evoking a sense of tenderness and sympathy. And yet, for some reason, her face appeared weary and haggard. Mo Yuching had already cried until her tears ran dry. Now, she had entered a state of quiet composure. Lu Yan gazed at her best friend, whose eyes were swollen from crying, her expression filled with helplessness. She grieved for her misfortune and resented her passivity, because she had truly tried to talk sense into her. Many, many times. Mo Yuching had so many chances, countless opportunities, but she had simply let them slip through her fingers. I had completely forgotten, Mo Yuqing murmured, staring into the distant rain falling under the street lamp. In the darkness of the night, she slowly reached out her hand, suspending it in midair, as if trying to catch the cold raindrops, or as if waiting for that familiar boy to pull her up once again, just like he always had. But nothing came. Neither the rain nor that boy was within her reach anymore. Forgotten what? Lu Yan asked, somewhat puzzled. I forgot how good Chen Lu was to me. Mo Yuqing bit her lip, her expression filled with remorse. It became such a natural part of my life that I completely overlooked it. Until now, when he is no longer by my side, I have only just realized it. Lu Yan remained silent, listening without interruption. So many people take those closest to them for granted. They treat the kindness they receive as something they are owed, while even the smallest favor from an outsider is met with endless gratitude and remembrance. The clearest example of this is rebellious children and their parents. No matter how fiercely they argue or push their family away, they will always come to realize, sooner or later, that in this world, the only people who truly love them unconditionally are their parents. And once they step into society and are forced to face its harsh realities, they will finally understand, beyond their parents, no one will coddle them forever. Mo Yuqing suddenly curved her lips into a faint smile, as if she had recalled something amusing. But just as quickly, tears slipped down her cheeks again. If only he had been a bad person, she whispered. If he had argued with me more, maybe I would have realized sooner just how terribly I was treating him. Lu Yan furrowed her brows, somewhat exasperated. So you were saying that if Chen Lu had not been so nice, he would have won you over? Mo Yuqing shook her head, her long ponytail swaying slightly. You and Jiang Chao both know him. Chen Lu is smart, he understands everything perfectly. He just loved me too much. Loved me so much that all he ever wanted was to be good to me. He disdained playing petty games, never resorted to the push and pull of treating me coldly just to win me over. From beginning to end, he never wanted me to suffer. Not even a little. As she spoke, her smile deepened, but the moment she was hit with the crushing realization that all those beautiful moments no longer belonged to her, her expression froze. Her tears had long since dried up, leaving her staring blankly into the distance. Let's go to sleep. After a long silence, Mo Yuqing slowly stood up and reached out her hand, pulling Lu Yan up with her. That night, Mo Yuqing lay in bed, listening quietly to the sound of rain against the window. She did not sleep at all. No one knew what she was thinking. Noon, the next day. Chen Lu was woken up by the ringing of his phone. Miao Miao is asking if we want to go out for dinner tonight. It's the drama club's celebration banquet. Although Liang Jiro was puffing out her cheeks in protest because Chen Lu had skipped breakfast, her tone remained as gentle as ever. However, hidden deep within her words was a hint of hesitation. Chen Lu thought for a moment, yawned, and asked, "Do you want to go?" He knew this naive girl was extremely shy, and he also knew that she did not know how to refuse people. If Liang Jiro was unwilling, he planned to turn down the dinner and instead arrange a small gathering with just Lin Miao Miao in a few days. That way, with no unfamiliar faces around, Liang Jiro would not be as nervous. Some things could not be rushed. The girl on the other end of the line had clearly never expected to be asked this question and was momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that she remained silent, Chen Lu patiently explained, "You don't have to feel bad about saying no. This dinner isn't what you think it is. We aren't the main characters tonight, it doesn't matter if we go or not. If you feel uncomfortable being in a big group, just say you're not going. Then tell Lin Miao Miao that in a few days, I'll treat both of you to dinner. Don't worry, skipping this dinner won't hurt your friendship. We won't be in the wrong for doing this." Liang Jiro was not sure if she fully understood, but her mind kept replaying that one word, we. "Do you want to go?" Chen Lu asked her again in a soft voice. The girl hesitated for a moment before finally responding in a quiet voice, "I don't want to." A crowded social setting really did make her feel suffocated. That's the right answer. From now on, if you don't want to do something, just say it outright. Chen Lu sounded very satisfied. He stretched out on his bed and said, "All right then, I'm going back to sleep. I'm exhausted." Suddenly, the girl's voice became a little urgent. "There's one more thing." "What is it?" Liang Jiro took a few deep breaths, then finally mustered up the courage to say, "I want to treat you to dinner." Her voice was soft, almost trembling, but her tone was firm. That one sentence had taken all of her strength to say. "Hello? Are you still there? I never properly thanked you for helping me find a job." After a few seconds of silence, she cautiously probed again. Chen Lu finally snapped out of his daze, not realizing he had been smiling the entire time. This naive girl, who usually only allowed herself a meal of stir-fried shredded potatoes, was actually offering to treat me to dinner? Then she added, "Just you. No one else." Chen Lu was momentarily stunned. Good grief, she's already learning how to apply what she just heard. For a moment, he did not know whether to be happy that Liang Jiro wanted to take him out for a meal or to be glad that she was seriously trying to improve herself. After finalizing their meeting time for the afternoon, Chen Lu was about to go back to sleep when his phone rang again. What is it this time? He still seemed to have endless patience for Liang Jiro. Miao Miao said. She postponed the drama club's celebration banquet to tomorrow. Tonight, she wants to treat just the two of us. Damn. Chen Lu gave his immediate evaluation. For a moment, he wondered if Lin Miao Miao had taken a little too long to process everything. It was just a mention on the school's official website. Was it really worth getting this excited over? This time, Chen Lu did not ask Liang Jiro whether she wanted to go. Instead, he directly accepted. I'll eat whatever. You two can take your time choosing a place. Just make sure it's a good one. After all, we've been working our asses off for her lately. Okay. Having been disrupted multiple times, Chen Lu gave up on sleeping and got out of bed to wash up. He had no idea what time he had actually fallen asleep last night. All he knew was that he had slept until now. By the time he finished getting ready and wasted a little more time, it would already be time to meet Liang Jiro for their meal. Seeing that Jiang Chao was still asleep, Chen Lu grew increasingly irritated and kicked him awake. Fuck! What the hell is wrong with you? Jiang Chao jolted up in shock. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chen Lu standing there, staring at him coldly. Did your girlfriend turn you against me? Chen Lu asked. What? No way. I'll always be on your side, man. Jiang Chao responded seriously, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Seeing Jiang Chao looking completely clueless while putting on such a solemn expression, Chen Lu became even more exasperated. He sighed. You might as well admit you were brainwashed. Jiang Chao was utterly confused. What are you talking about? I'm embarrassed on your behalf. Chen Lu spat at him. Ha? Chen Lu took his time explaining everything that had happened the previous night before giving Jiang Chao another kick. Even though clarifying things with Mo Yuqing was not necessarily a bad thing, getting tricked into it still irritated him the more he thought about it. You're telling the truth? You really did that? Jiang Chao, now fully awake, leaned in closer and asked. Chen Lu's face remained expressionless as he nodded. Damn, man. Jiang Chao found himself at a loss for words. Having witnessed Chen Lu's relentless pursuit of Mo Yuqing over the past 3 years of university, he could not help but feel conflicted. Well then, congratulations on finally being free. After a while, Jiang Chao continued, to be honest, I actually thought you would turn back. After all, Mo Yuqing has never been this humble before. Whether he was shocked by Mo Yuqing's public apology in front of so many people at the banquet or simply saddened that years of dedication to his brother had gone to waste, Jiang Chao suddenly felt a tinge of regret. It's too late, Chen Lu said in a deep voice. Besides, how can you be so sure that she has truly realized her feelings for me and isn't just feeling uncomfortable because she suddenly lost someone who has always been considerate of her? He felt that his words might come across as a bit narcissistic, but honestly, how many people would consistently buy meals, pick up packages, and be available at any time for more than 10 years? Jiang Chao was at a loss for words. He had never thought about it that way. Putting himself in Chen Lu's shoes, he realized that if it were him, he would be deeply moved, so much so that he almost forgot how much Chen Lu had given over the years. Damn, am I really this pathetic? Ready to go back just for a bit of kindness? I've been playing the role of a heartbreaker for so long, yet you see things more clearly than I do. He sighed. Chen Lu pulled out a short-sleeved shirt from his wardrobe and slowly put it on, covering his lightly defined abs. It's not that you don't understand, it's that you've never given as much as I have. You could try doing what Mo Yuqing did, apologize to the girls you've hurt in the past and see how they react. Even though most of the ones you've messed with were hopeless romantics, maybe 1 or 2 of them were genuinely in love. Jiang Chao remained silent, thinking that he should first check Lu Yan's reaction. Who knows? He might end up like Chang Gu. I'm heading out. Chen Lu picked up a trash bag, opened the door, and was about to leave. Wait a sec. Jiang Chao suddenly called out. What? Can't bear to part with your dear old dad? Chen Lu asked with a grin. What do you think about the idea of starting something with me? You love playing games so much, haven't you ever dreamed of developing one that could get nominated for TGA? I'm still thinking about it. But let me remind you, if you start a business with this mindset, you're going to starve. The door closed gently. Damn it. Jiang Chao cursed under his breath. That's exactly why I need you. That evening, they had agreed to go out for hot pot. Since Lin Miaomia had her own plans, Chen Lu went to the library to find Liang Jiro and kill some time before dinner. She was preparing for the CET 6 English exam in June. Even when she was busy with the drama club every day, she never forgot to memorize English vocabulary. Now that she didn't have to go to the club anymore, she spent all her time in the library. Liang Jiro wasn't like Chen who could play around all day and still get good grades, but she wasn't the type to study desperately and still struggle academically either. She was somewhere in between. That's why anytime she wasn't working part-time or taking care of her mother, she devoted herself to studying to secure good grades, earn a scholarship, and get a better job in the future. Watching the girl who always took her studies seriously, Chen Lu simply picked up a few books and started reading as well. Liang Jiro rested her arms neatly on the smooth table. Her fair, delicate skin made people want to reach out and touch it. Noticing Chen Lu's gaze, she looked up at the book in his hands and asked, "What are you reading?" Chen Lu quickly shifted his focus back to the pages. "This one? It's about the process of starting a business." He then pointed at another book on the table. "And this one is the famous C++, From Beginner to the Grave." Liang Jiro's small mouth slightly parted in surprise. She blinked. "Aren't you a law major? Why are you reading this?" She was baffled. No wonder Chen Lu seemed to know everything. Even though he excelled in his major, he still squeezed in time to learn things outside his field. "I have some free time, so I figured I'd learn a little. I'm actually reading it for a friend," Chen Lu replied seriously. He's too reckless, he wouldn't necessarily research these things in advance. Hearing this, Liang Jiro was even more shocked. She stood there, her mouth still open. She was already exhausted just from studying her own coursework, yet Chen Lu still had the time to learn subjects outside his expertise? Chen Lu seemed to understand what she was thinking. He discreetly pointed at a few students sitting farther away, students who had stacks of books piled high beside them but were actually watching videos with their earphones in. No learning goes to waste. Besides, I use the time that others spend watching short videos. I still take care of my own responsibilities properly. Chen Lu was certain that if he took the bar exam now, he would pass. The girl nodded, half understanding, and continued focusing on her studies. For some reason, having Chen Lu nearby made her feel incredibly at ease. Even her study efficiency had improved significantly. She was growing more and more fond of being around Chen Lu even if they were doing nothing at all. Even this simple level of companionship was something she had never dared to hope for. Just then, Chen Lu suddenly poked her arm with his pen. Her skin was so soft that just a light press would leave a white mark. He poked her once and then watched the mark fade. "Can I poke your face too?" "Liang Jiro, as your good friend, surely you don't want to see me upset, right?" Liang Jiro was momentarily stunned, then slowly leaned a little closer to Chen Lu. That way, he wouldn't have to stretch his hand too far. That night, the two of them walked into a hot pot restaurant near campus. As soon as they entered, they saw Lin Miaomio waving at them cheerfully, completely ignoring the curious stares of people around her. Liang Jiro lowered her head and sat next to Lin Miaomio, while Chen Lu took the seat directly across from her. "You got here pretty early," Chen Lu joked. Lin Miaomio made an exaggeratedly shocked expression. "How did you know I was on the school's official website?" Chen Lu froze. "Did I say that? Didn't I just say she arrived early?" Before he could respond, Lin Miaomio swiftly pulled out her phone. She didn't even need to search, her unlocked screen was already displaying the school's official website. A group photo of the drama club and a video of her being interviewed were featured on the homepage. Since the content aligned with the school's values and was well prepared, it had naturally been selected as a promotional piece for the anniversary celebration. Although Mo Yuqing's dance had attracted more attention from students, the drama club's production was more suitable for publicity. "Oh wow, I really didn't expect this," Lin Miaomio sighed. "Seriously, why is the school making such a big deal out of it?" "Jiro, did you check the school's promotional videos before enrolling?" "I signed up after watching them." The clueless Liang Jiro had no idea Lin Miaomio had set a trap, so she simply shook her head. "I heard they're going to edit this program into the admissions promo video. I'll send it to you when it's out." Chen Lu shot her an exasperated look. "Wow, your map of Yin Kingdom is pretty short." Soon, a waiter arrived with the menu. "Order the expensive stuff. Let's eat until she's broke." Chen Lu grinned at Liang Jiro. "We can't help for free." Lin Miaomia couldn't take it anymore. "Shameless, you think I don't know what you're up to every day?" She protectively wrapped her arms around Liang Jiro like she was a precious treasure and shouted, "You're building a facade while making secret moves." "Ah?" Chen Lu stared at her blankly, his face full of confusion. "What are you talking about? I do not understand." Then he turned to Liang Jiro. "Did you understand?" The girl shook her head again. She genuinely did not understand. Lin Miaomio was at a loss for words. She suddenly felt that these two were on the same side. She could only roll her eyes at Chen Lu and push the menu toward Liang Jiro. "Go ahead and order whatever you want. Order more of what you like, after all, you have helped me a lot." In reality, it was Chen Lu, who always acted nonchalant, who had contributed the most to the drama club. But Lin Miaomio would never admit that. She would rather die than see the smug expression on Chen Lu's face. As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around Liang Jiro's. "Come on, see what you want to eat. Chen Lu and I will listen to you today." Seeing Liang Jiro seriously studying the menu with a bit of nervousness, Chen Lu found it amusing. Even though she worked part-time at a hot pot restaurant, she probably could not bring herself to spend money on a meal like this. He was in no hurry. He casually scrolled through his phone while waiting for Liang Jiro to decide. Then, suddenly, he noticed a glaring red notification badge next to the QQ app icon on his home screen, 99 plus messages. He froze for a moment. What the hell? As someone who could not stand having even a single unread notification on his screen, this was simply unbearable. Curious, he tapped in only to find that every single message was a friend request. Some people had even cursed at him outright in the verification messages. Well, pages upon pages of friend requests, all from people who were there to insult him because Mo Yuqing had apologized to him in public. Chen Lu could not help but think, are the freshmen this year all idiots? Even last year's juniors were not this aggressive. A bunch of immature, bitter kids, doing things that only elementary schoolers would do. The corners of his lips lifted slightly as he placed his phone back on the table. When people trying to provoke you are too stupid, you only find it amusing. At that moment, Lin Miaomio was growing impatient and could not help but ask, "Have you not ordered yet? Just pick whatever you want already." Liang Jiro clasped her fingers together hesitantly. I was thinking about what you and Chen Lu like to eat." Chen Lu tapped her cheek lightly with the end of his chopsticks and chuckled. "I like eating whatever you like. Hurry up, or I am going to starve." Oh, after a little more hesitation, the silly girl finally placed the order. Whether it was Chen Lu or Lin Miaomio, if they had ever casually mentioned their favorite foods while chatting, she remembered them. Baby cabbage and beef tripe were Chen Lu's favorites. Lettuce and dried tofu skin were Lin Miaomio's favorites. But she never considered what she liked. These days, it feels like there are only hot pot restaurants everywhere. "It is hard to find proper restaurants now," Lin Miaomio complained after taking just a few bites. "It is either hot pot or barbecue. If not, then it is all-you-can-eat hot pot or all-you-can-eat barbecue." Liang Jiro nodded. She also found it strange. When she used to visit Hangzhou as a child, there were all kinds of restaurants with different regional cuisines. But now, they were becoming harder to find. When the silly girl's gaze landed on Chen Lu, he sighed and explained, "That is because opening a hot pot restaurant costs much less than running a proper restaurant." "How much of a difference can there be?" Lin Miaomio blurted out in her usual clueless way. Chen Lu was still looking at Liang Jiro as he patiently explained, "A traditional Chinese restaurant has its own unique flavors. Even if you are the owner, you still have to rely on the head chef. If the chef quits, the entire menu's taste could change, and you might lose a lot of customers. On top of that, training chefs takes time, and their salaries are another challenge. But with a hot pot restaurant, it is different. As long as you have the soup base ready, anyone can run it. There is no need for chefs, so all the effort can go into training service staff." That is exactly how Hey De Leo became successful. "So, according to you, Chinese restaurants are going to disappear soon?" Lin Miaomio did agree with Chen Lu's reasoning, but she still felt the need to argue. Chen Lu shrugged. "Not necessarily. If you are treating a client to a meal, you would not take them to a hot pot restaurant, would you?" Hearing this, Lin Miaomio quietly abandoned her dream of opening a Chinese restaurant and making it big. She had to admit that Chen Lu was just a little bit smarter than her. Just a little. The group continued chatting casually about all sorts of topics. After all, modern university students could talk about anything. Liang Jiro did not say much. Most of the time, she just used the public chopsticks to quietly put food into Chen Lu's bowl, occasionally giving some to Lin Miaomio as well. Chen Lu noticed that his bowl never stayed empty. No matter how quickly he ate, there was always new food in it. Lin Miaomio silently watched and thought to herself, "I really need to find myself a boyfriend someday." Before long, Chen Lu could not hold back anymore. "How much have you actually eaten? You have just been putting food in my bowl." He grabbed a pair of unused chopsticks and started poking Liang Jiro's cheek. This time, he applied a little more pressure, making the girl instinctively blink on that side. But even then, she did not avoid him. "I ate a lot," she protested. Chen Lu did not believe her. He kept teasing her. Her cheeks were soft, and her skin was flawless. Poking her was surprisingly fun. Her skin looked so smooth and fresh. He wondered what it would feel like to kiss her. "You finally have a little bit of meat on your face now." It seemed that his feeding project had been successful. At first, he was pleasantly surprised, but soon his expression darkened slightly. He frowned and asked in a serious tone, "Is your fringe longer than before?" It was already long before. Why are you growing it out even more? Liang Jiro lowered her head and fidgeted with her fingers, so that I do not get bullied as easily. Chenlu was not a girl, and the girls he knew had all been pampered and protected growing up. Even if he could guess, he could not fully understand what Liang Jiro had gone through because of her striking eyes. In the past, she had never deliberately grown out her bangs, but even when she kept her head down, people still noticed her beauty and wanted to take advantage of her. The way they looked at her made her skin crawl. Some even approached her, forcing her to run away. Every time it happened, she would grow her bangs a little longer. Over time, they became the length they were now. Alone in this city, as the only pillar of support for her family, she could only hide herself, hoping to avoid unnecessary trouble. And it worked. These days, few people looked at her with ill intentions, but now, she had met a boy who would look into her eyes and smile at her. Chenlu stopped poking her cheek. Instead, he gently pressed his chopsticks against her forehead, as if reminding her to lift her head. It is okay. I already told you, when I am around, no one can bully you, he said with a gentle smile. Not even Lin Miao Miao. What does this have to do with me? Lin Miao Miao protested, stuffing a giant piece of baby cabbage into her mouth without caring about her manners. After that, she continued eating, unbothered. Liang Jiro gazed at Chenlu quietly. Her eyes wavered slightly, becoming a little misty. Her entire heart was trembling. Lin Miao Miao took a few more big bites, then patted her stomach lightly after swallowing. No one knew how she managed to eat so much without gaining any weight. Not only was she not chubby, but even the parts that should have some weight did not. Chen Mo looked more like an adult than she did. Liang Jiro was different. She was not chubby either, but the places that should be full were undeniably eye-catching. At that moment, Lin Miao Miao suddenly raised her glass of juice and said, "Come on, let's celebrate our drama club's first successful performance." "Shouldn't you save that for tomorrow?" Chen Lu asked curiously. Lin Miao Miao froze for a second. "Oh, right. If I say it today, what will I say tomorrow? If I say it again, it will not feel the same." Seeing her blank expression, Chen Lu could not help but laugh at her. He raised his glass of cola and gave Liang Jiro a look. Catching the cue, Liang Jiro also lifted her own glass. Chen Lu cleared his throat. "Then, let us toast to our meeting." Lin Miao Miao grinned, revealing her cute little canine teeth. Cheers! By the time they left the restaurant, it was already past 8 in the evening. As soon as they stepped outside, a wave of heat hit them in the face. The streets were still bustling with neon lights and lively chatter. The barbecue stalls and outdoor dining tables nearby added to the atmosphere of the city's nightlife. Many drunk people were making a ruckus. Skewers of meat remained untouched on their tables, while peanuts and edamame continued to disappear. The humid air, thick with the scent of summer, announced the season's arrival. Chen Lu exhaled and turned to Lin Miao Miao. "Are you heading back on your own, or do you want to come with me to drop off Liang Jiro first?" Lin Miao Miao smiled, then shook her head. "I will just get a taxi home. It is not far anyway." She knew that Chen Lu was not particularly insisting on taking her home. Besides, as Liang Jiro's best friend, even though she was not sure what was going on between her and Chen Lu, it was best to maintain some distance. Some friendships felt lively and fulfilling when filled with banter, but taking a step further could ruin everything. For her, Chen Lu was one of those friends. Just as Chen Lu was walking Liang Jiro toward the parking area, Lin Miao Miao suddenly waved him over. "Come here, I have something to tell you." Chen Lu found it strange but still walked over with a puzzled expression. Liang Jiro continued walking toward the car. Seeing Lin Miao Miao's serious expression, Chen Lu joked, "We are not a good match. You should give up now." Lin Miao Miao was stunned for a moment and nearly forgot what she was originally going to say. Furious, she shouted, "Chen Lu, you shameless bastard." Chen Lu suddenly took a couple of steps away, pretending he did not know her. Curious, she turned her head only to see that a bunch of people at a nearby barbecue stall were watching her with great interest. "Never mind. Forget what I said. Chen Lu is not even fit to be a friend." Once the onlookers lost interest and looked away, Chen Lu walked back and asked, "What did you want to tell me?" He had a rough idea of what she wanted to say. It was probably about emojuching. After all, Lin Miao Miao had witnessed everything up close. If he were the kind of guy who jumped between relationships, as Liang Jiro's only close female friend, she would naturally have to deal with him, the so-called scumbag. Lin Miao Miao put on an unusually serious expression and said, "You better think carefully." "So, you are saying that if I do not leave her side now, she will not be able to lead me anymore?" Chen Lu glanced toward Liang Jiro and asked softly. Lin Miao Miao was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected him to understand everything without her even having to say it out loud. No wonder people liked talking to intelligent individuals. Yes, and no. She rubbed the back of her neck and looked straight at Chen Lu. What I am saying is, she already cannot leave you. That silly girl's heart was too small, so small that it might only have room for one person in her entire life. When she looks at you in secret, her eyes shine. Chen Lu looked at her wordlessly, as if she was stating the most obvious thing in the world. Then, all of a sudden, he smirked. Do not worry. I will never leave her. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Miao's ride arrived. Chen Lu waved and walked toward Liang Jiro. As he walked, he thought to himself, Lin Miao is quite sharp, probably only a little less perceptive than Lu Yan. She genuinely cares about Liang Jiro too. I wonder how they even met. When Chen Lu reached Liang Jiro, he saw her pressing a mosquito bite on her arm with her fingernail. Pressing it horizontally, then vertically, forming a little X mark. Mosquito bite? Chen Lu asked. Liang Jiro nodded. My fault. I should have given you the car keys. He chuckled as he opened the car door and then asked, want me to blow on it for you? No need. Chen Lu did not say much more, but in his mind, he cursed the mosquito. Damn thing. If you had bitten me instead, I could have made her blow on it for me. He carefully pulled out the seatbelt and buckled her in. Did Miao have something important to say? Liang Jiro suddenly asked. Unlike other girls, she asked questions simply for what they were, no hidden meaning, no probing. She was genuinely concerned about whether Lin Miao had something on her mind, not about what they had talked about. But Chen Lu did not care whether she was testing him or not. He smiled and answered honestly, she told me not to leave you. Liang Jiro's mind completely froze. She lowered her head in embarrassment, her long, silky hair falling over her ears. Chen Lu could only see the tips of her reddening ears and the curve of her pale neck. Will you leave me? After a long pause, her voice trembled as she asked. Luckily, Chen Lu had been paying full attention to her words, or else he might not have caught them. Are you going to drive me away? He asked while checking the rearview mirror and turning the steering wheel. Of course not. Liang Jiro answered without thinking. How could I ever drive you away? Then I will not leave you. Chen Lu smiled. A few minutes later, as Liang Jiro gazed out the window at the passing streets, she suddenly realized something was off. This road is not the way to my house. She felt a small sense of pride that she could recognize the route. Chen Lu burst out laughing. Of course not. We are not going to your house. How can you be this silly? If someone actually kidnapped you, you probably would not even notice. Where are you taking me? Liang Jiro did not panic. She trusted Chen Lu completely, she never even considered doubting him. The mall. I am getting you some new clothes, Chen Lu said seriously. The girl, who had been perfectly calm before, suddenly became flustered. Why are you buying me clothes? You only have a few plain white t-shirts that you keep rotating. Do you not need new clothes? Chen Lu tugged at the hem of her shirt. It was so worn out that the fabric felt rough and coarse. Seeing that she was about to refuse, he added, Did you not give me that photo album before? Now that I am returning the favor, are you going to reject me? What kind of friend does not return a gift? Liang Jiro nodded, unable to argue. Only when they arrived at the mall did she suddenly remember the photo album was meant as her thank you gift to Chen Lu in the first place. I gave him a gift to thank him, and now he is giving me a gift to thank me? Something feels off here. After parking the car, Chen Lu reached out to help her unbuckle her seatbelt, but Liang Jiro's face flushed red as she quickly shook her head, signaling that she would do it herself. He did not insist. Instead, he smiled in satisfaction and stepped out of the car. He knew that Liang Jiro would definitely be too shy. The reason he still reached out to help, despite knowing this, was to interrupt her thoughts. This silly girl was slow to react, and Chen Lu would not give her the chance to overthink. A few seconds later, the girl timidly stepped out of the car, her gaze toward Chen Lu filled with a vague sense of guilt. She actually hated refusing him, but she had been too nervous just now. Even though she did not think she had done anything wrong, she still felt a little regretful. Chen Lu did not mind at all and simply smiled. Let's go. Since today was neither a weekend nor a holiday, the mall was not particularly crowded at this hour. Most of the people were gathered in the restaurants inside. The two of them walked side by side, looking for the elevator. From time to time, people handing out flyers would approach them. Since Liang Jiro had done this kind of work before, she knew how tough it was, so she always accepted the flyers politely. Chen Lu, having seen Liang Jiro handing out flyers in the past, changed his usual attitude of only taking them when he felt like it and instead began accepting every single one. Soon, both of their hands were stuffed with stacks of restaurant flyers, and they had no choice but to turn back and find a trash bin to throw them away. I will buy you something too, Liang Jiro said softly as they rode up the escalator. Standing one step ahead of Chen Lu, she was now at eye level with him. She could look straight into his eyes. Chen Lu smiled. Wait until your next tutoring paycheck comes in. He did not refuse her. By then, she would have a clear understanding of how much she earned per session. Chen Lu wanted her to develop a new mindset early on: money cannot be saved into existence. Instead of spending all her energy trying to cut costs to the extreme, she would be better off focusing on self-improvement and earning more. Besides, mental work paid far better than working as a server in a hot pot restaurant or handing out flyers, and it was much less exhausting. No matter how hard she worked distributing flyers all day, she would never make as much as she could by tutoring for just an hour. As long as she got started, once she received a few more tutoring paychecks of a few hundred yuan per hour, she would naturally understand the direction she should take. Some things could not be explained to this naive girl all at once; she would not fully grasp them. It had to be a slow, gradual process, like boiling a frog in warm water. That way, she would understand everything more deeply when the time came. Liang Jiro stared blankly at Chen Lu's smiling face, completely unaware of how many thoughts were running through his mind. She was simply surprised that he had agreed so easily. Feeling a little happy, she turned her head and started recalling his usual clothing style. She was so focused that she did not notice herself reaching the end of the escalator. The moment she felt her foot slip, she panicked and lost her balance, falling backward. Chen Lu sighed silently, reached out his arm, caught her, and gently pushed her onto stable ground. "Pay attention," he said softly. "Honestly, even if you just stood still and let the escalator push you forward, you would not have fallen. Panicking only threw you off balance." Chen Lu knew this very well, because he had tested it himself as a child. At first, he thought letting the escalator push him forward was fun, but after getting a serious beating for it, he stopped thinking it was fun. Oh, Liang Jiro still felt a lingering sense of fear. She was not sure whether she should be embarrassed first or feel relieved first. More and more, she found that being by Chen Lu's side gave her a strong sense of security. Chen Lu seemed to have a solution for everything. Even when they walked, he deliberately stayed slightly behind her, always keeping an eye on her in any sudden situations. Thinking about this, the girl quietly glanced up at Chen Lu's profile again. At that moment, Chen Lu was carefully examining the clothes around them. He had some experience shopping at malls, but not much. Every time, it was because his mother or Chen Mo had dragged him along. Chen Lu found himself at a bit of a loss. If the clothes were too expensive, this silly girl would definitely refuse them. But if they were too cheap, they might not look good. Finding something with the right balance of price and style might take a while. However, after grocery shopping together before and now shopping for clothes together, Chen Lu felt that this was a refreshing experience. Along the way, they saw many couples shopping together. To outsiders, he and Liang Jiro probably looked like one of them. Chen Lu stopped in front of a cream-colored French-style dress and asked, "How about this one? Do you like it?" He knew Liang Jiro's personality well; anything too revealing was not even within consideration. If he coaxed her enough, she might wear something a little daring just for him, but that would go against the whole point of buying her clothes. Liang Jiro slowly walked over. Instead of looking at the dress first, she sneakily glanced at the price tag. $588. It does not look good. The girl shook her head. Chen Lu let out a soft sigh. "Let us look at something else then." He continued browsing with Liang Jiro at a slow pace. If this had been Chen Mo instead, he would have been complaining non-stop by now. But for some reason, today, Chen Lu did not feel tired at all. Yet, no matter how many outfits they looked at, t-shirts, dresses, Liang Jiro kept saying, "It does not look good." Chen Lu remained patient and continued shopping with her for a while. Eventually, they stopped in front of a pale green long dress. It was not overly flashy, but the fabric and craftsmanship were clearly of much higher quality. The store sales assistant was particularly enthusiastic and quickly approached them. "Is this for your girlfriend?" "Sir, you have great taste. This dress suits your girlfriend's figure perfectly." The sales assistant was young, with a gentle smile, and she certainly knew how to talk to customers. Chen Lu turned to the girl beside him. "This one does not stand out too much." Liang Jiro continued pretending to examine the dress while sneaking a glance at the price. "Why does this one cost more than 600? That could buy so many meals with pork ribs." But it was really beautiful. The girl studied it carefully for a while, but in the end, she reluctantly looked away. "It does not look good. Let us find something else," she said with a hint of disdain. Chen Lu gave a helpless smile. "Try it on." "Huh?" Liang Jiro looked at him, confused. "We have been shopping for so long. Maybe you think it does not look good just because you have not tried it on yet," Chen Lu said seriously. "Trying it on does not cost anything. If you still do not like it afterward, we can pick something else." Unable to argue with him, Liang Jiro nodded. As she walked into the fitting room, Chen Lu swiftly turned and walked away, leaving the sales assistant looking puzzled. She immediately thought of those drama scenes where a scumbag boyfriend abandons his girlfriend. However, Chen Lu soon returned, carrying a shopping bag. He slipped the receipt into his pocket and handed a t-shirt to the sales assistant, speaking gently. "This shirt, please tell her later that it was part of a buy one get one deal." The sales assistant was stunned for a moment before she finally understood what he meant. Then she dumbly nodded her head. A short while later, the girl timidly stepped out. She was wearing the pale green, waist-cinching dress. Her long, waterfall-like hair cascaded down her back, and her slender waist and graceful figure were perfectly accentuated. Even though she was keeping her head bowed deeply, she was breathtaking. Her well-defined curves only made it impossible for anyone to look away. Chen Lu had always known that Liang Jiro had a great figure, but he had never imagined that beneath her usual loose white t-shirts, she had been hiding such an elegant silhouette. "Does it not look great?" Chen Lu smiled. Liang Jiro felt her cheeks flush with heat. She mumbled, "No, it does not look good." She had no idea whether Chen Lu was praising her or the dress. Although the longer she wore it, the more she liked it, the price was still beyond what she was willing to consider. She slowly lifted her gaze, hoping Chen Lu would quickly look his fill so she could go change back. But then, Chen Lu suddenly said, "We will take this one." The girl froze. This was not what they had agreed on. Chen Lu tricked her again. She looked up at him, her lips slightly pursed in grievance. Chen Lu smiled at her. "You think I cannot tell that you like it?" But he still spoke seriously. "It is a good deal. This store is having a promotion, buy one, get one free." Liang Jiro blinked her bright, watery eyes, unable to process the words for a moment. At that moment, the sales assistant quickly stepped in to smooth things over. She took out the t-shirt that Chen Lu had just bought and smiled. "Our store is currently running a promotion. For purchases over 600 yuan, we are giving away a summer t-shirt for free." Chen Lu took the shirt and deliberately held it up next to Liang Jiro. "Why do you not try this one on as well and see if it fits?" "It will fit," the sales assistant said with a smile. "I have been doing this for a long time. I can tell a person's size with just a glance." Chen Lu nodded. "Alright, pack it up." The sales assistant took a branded shopping bag from their store and carefully placed the t-shirt inside. Liang Jiro glanced at Chen Lu, then at the sales assistant packing the clothes, blinking in confusion. She did not notice anything unusual. She could tell whether the fabric was good, but she had no ability to judge prices based on clothing. Because she had never worn expensive clothes, she did not recognize brands either. Once everything was packed, Chen Lu picked up the shopping bag containing the new t-shirt and her old clothes, then turned to leave with her without giving her a chance to change back. After all, who knew when she would actually bring herself to wear the dress again? He might as well take the opportunity to enjoy the view while he could. He had bought the extra t-shirt precisely because he was afraid she would be too reluctant to wear the dress. Walking beside Chen Lu, Liang Jiro kept her head down, feeling embarrassed. She had not worn a dress since she was a child. Even though it was a long dress, having her legs uncovered still made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She quietly stole a glance at Chen Lu but quickly looked away again. Having Chen Lu buy her clothes made her very happy. This was the first time a boy had ever bought clothes for her or gone shopping with her. These were things she had never even dared to imagine before, but Chen Lu had unknowingly done so much for her. As for the t-shirt, she had never doubted it for a second. She believed everything Chen Lu said. Even if he had not gone through all that effort to set it up, she still would have believed him. Even though it seemed like he had tricked her quite a few times. Watching the girl in her new dress walking with her head down beside the boy, the sales assistant's eyes revealed a trace of envy. All along the way, the two of them kept sneaking glances at each other. Chen Lu occasionally looked at the girl beside him. This dress truly brought out a whole new level of elegance in Liang Jiro. She usually wore oversized t-shirts, so he had never realized how slim her waist was or how well proportioned her figure was. And it was just the right amount of slenderness. He really wanted to wrap his arms around her and see how it felt. Chen Lu swallowed hard and forced himself to look away. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro was thinking about what kind of clothes she should buy for Chen Lu once she got her paycheck. At that moment, it suddenly struck her if she bought a piece of clothing for a few hundred yuan for Chen Lu, it would only take her 2 or 3 hours of tutoring to earn it. That was something she had never dared to imagine before. After all, handing out flyers for an entire day barely earned her 200 yuan. Now she finally understood why Chen Lu had told her all that before. As long as she followed his advice and worked hard, she would definitely be able to save enough money for her mother's surgery. Just relying on distributing flyers and working at a hot pot restaurant was not enough. Seeing that Chen Lu was still looking around, Liang Jiro quickly mumbled, "Should we go back now? Please do not buy me anything else, okay?" She was afraid that Chen Lu would buy her another outfit. And even though she was right next to him, the way people were looking at her still made her feel a little uncomfortable. But she forced herself to follow what she and Chen Lu had agreed on. She kept her head up. Many of the boys they passed stared at her, but after seeing Chen Lu, their expressions showed disappointment. As for the girls, after glancing at her and then at Chen Lu, their gazes were filled with envy. There was a subtle difference. Alright, I will not buy anything else for you. Chen Lu pretended to compromise. Hearing this, Liang Jiro immediately felt relieved. But then, Chen Lu suddenly added, let's go buy some supplements for your mother. Ha? No need. I will earn money myself to buy them for her. Liang Jiro panicked and grabbed Chen Lu's arm, trying to stop him. Did you ask your mother? Chen Lu turned to look at her, his face full of innocence. The girl was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. No, I did not. Then how do you know she does not need me to buy them? Liang Jiro was still clutching Chen Lu's arm, her small mouth slightly open, trying to think of what to say. She really does not need them. She finally tried to convince him. It is not up to you. This is not for you. Chen Lu pretended to think for a moment. I will just go ask her myself, then. Okay. Liang Jiro relaxed. After all, she was sure that Xiao Shu and Fan would politely refuse. What she did not expect was that Chen Lu meant he would buy the supplements first and then go ask. After some time spent going back and forth, Liang Jiro finally managed to drag Chen Lu, who was carrying several shopping bags, out of the mall. Once outside, she quickly let go of his arm in a fluster. You are bullying me again, she said, feeling wronged. Chen Lu smiled and poked her soft cheek with his finger. Buying you clothes counts as bullying you? That is not what I meant. Liang Jiro pursed her lips. Which made you happier, me buying you clothes, or me bullying you and making you upset? He asked. I was happier, Liang Jiro answered truthfully. Strictly speaking, it was not just the truth, it was a huge understatement. Chen Lu nodded slightly. So should you not be thanking me? Why are you complaining about me bullying you? Liang Jiro blinked and suddenly felt that what he said made sense. Thank you? Chen Lu was pleased. You are welcome. It was the right thing to do. As he finished speaking, he finally noticed the rows of artificial flowers outside the mall entrance. Each flower had a small white light glowing in its center. It looked a bit dreamy. Let me take a picture of you. Who knows when you will wear this dress again? Chen Lu turned to look at her. Time cannot be held onto not yesterday, not even a single second ago. And human memory is not enough to capture every scene, every person who walks into our lives, or every view that makes us pause and take a breath. That is why Chen Lu loved photography. The girl silently nodded. She did not refuse. She was not sure if she had simply gotten used to it, or if she had given up resisting. Standing in the middle of the glowing flowers, she forced herself to keep her head up, meeting Chen Lu's focused gaze. The evening breeze kept gently blowing her long hair to the side, so she raised a hand to lightly press it down at her neck. Surrounded by soft lights, the scene looked almost unreal. I hope you learn how to smile, Chen Lu said as he adjusted the frame, sighing as he looked at the girl through the camera lens. Liang Jiro was confused. I do not know how to smile? Chen Lu nodded. I have never seen you smile before. Not even once. Hearing Chen Lu's words, Liang Jiro was a little lost in thought. She began to seriously recall whether she had ever smiled at him. In her heart, she was sure she had smiled before, like the first time Chen Lu sent her a message, the first time he drank the porridge she made, the first time he played the guitar for her, and the first time he told her, I am here. Even just now, when she put on the dress he had bought for her, she had definitely smiled. But whether it showed on her face, she was not sure. She had suppressed her emotions for so long, hiding everything inside, that she had completely blurred the lines. Watching Chen Lu slowly walk toward her, Liang Jiro asked nervously, I have not? Chen Lu held his phone up in front of her. In the photo, the girl looked a little shy, but it was clear she was in a good mood. She stood amidst a glowing sea of artificial flowers, wearing the pale green, cinched waist dress. Her long hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and the scene carried a serene beauty. But something was missing. She quickly realized she had not smiled. Since the day I met you, I have never seen you smile, Chen Lu said, his expression serious. This had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Even Lin Miao Miao, or the usually reserved Chen Mo, smiled countless times in a day. Even Mo Yuqing was no exception. But Liang Jiro never. Not even once. Chen Lu put his phone back into his pocket and looked at the girl in front of him, who was staring at him blankly, blinking. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and used his thumbs to push up the corners of her lips, forcing a smile onto her face. Softly, he asked, have you not been happy these days? I have, Liang Jiro answered seriously, her words slightly unclear as Chen Lu was still pressing on her cheeks. I have been very happy. Every day since I met you has felt like a dream. Then it is your own problem, Chenlu said as he withdrew his hands, letting out a small sigh. I do not know. I never thought about holding back my smile, Liang Jiro murmured, feeling confused. I just did not want to cry. Chenlu let out a chuckle. And yet, you did not manage to hold back your tears either. In the end, you just lost the ability to smile, huh? As soon as he said that, he frowned slightly. Thinking about it more carefully, although Liang Jiro often had tears welling up in her eyes, she rarely actually cried. Given her past, she was not much different from someone who had forgotten how to cry altogether. Take your time, Chenlu said softly, watching the girl lower her head. At that moment, he seemed to see that same girl from the hot pot restaurant again, the one who had been scolded constantly but had only let her tears well up in her eyes, too afraid to let them fall. You should stop suppressing your emotions so much. If you want to smile, then smile. If you want to cry, then cry. As he spoke, he lightly poked her cheek. After all, when you smile, I will smile with you. And if you cry, I will wipe your tears for you. So why hold back your tears? Things are different now, you know? Maybe in the past, the only person you had was a mother who was afraid of you being bullied, so you did not dare to cry. But now you have me. I can share your sadness. You do not have to eat something sweet just to make the pain go away. The moment he finished speaking, Chenlu suddenly felt something warm drip onto his fingers, falling right before his eyes. When he shifted his focus back to the girl's face, she was already in tears. Chenlu said nothing, he only gently wiped her tears away with soft, careful movements. On the surface, he looked calm. But inside, he was panicking like hell. What the fuck? How did this happen? Why is she crying all of a sudden? I was not prepared for this at all. Will people think I am bullying an innocent girl in public? Oh well, let them misunderstand. As long as he did not feel awkward, the awkwardness belonged to everyone else. Unfortunately, in the couple of seconds he spent worrying about the onlookers, he completely missed the brief moment when, through her tears, the girl's lips curved ever so slightly into a faint smile. Perhaps tired from crying while standing, she rested her forehead against Chenlu's shoulder, continuing to wipe her tears. A long time passed before she finally stopped crying. Seeing the girl's tear-streaked but now calm face, Chenlu let out a soft chuckle. Girls really are made of water. How do they even cry for this long? As for why she was crying, he had no idea, and he did not need to ask. Maybe she was touched. Maybe she was letting out all the grievances she had held back before. Either way, being able to release it was a good thing. Under the night sky, the two walked toward the parking lot. You leaned on my shoulder for a long time. You need to pay me back, Chenlu joked, looking up at the moon emerging from behind the clouds. Then, next time, you can lean on me and cry? No, that will not be necessary. When they arrived at the alley where Liang Jiro lived, she did not get out of the car immediately, her eyes were still slightly swollen. Chenlu even went to a pharmacy to buy an ice pack for her to reduce the swelling. After all, on a small scale, it might just worry her mother, but on a larger scale, it concerned his own reputation. You remember to send me the photos you took, okay? Liang Jiro said with her eyes closed. Chenlu shook his head slightly. These pictures are not good enough. I think they are fine, she said, removing the ice pack and looking at him curiously. What she saw was Chenlu with an unusually serious expression. For some reason, he let out a bitter smile. Phones are just like this. If only I had a better DSLR camera. His own camera had broken, and he did not want to use the one Mo Yuching had given him. He had been thinking about when he should buy a new one. Seeing the contemplative look on his face, Liang Jiro blinked thoughtfully. In front of the girls' dormitory, Mo Yuching gazed helplessly at the freshman kneeling before her, holding a bouquet of flowers. This was definitely someone who had not bothered to learn about her family background. Otherwise, he would not have casually parked his sports car not far away. Most likely, he had seen her performance at the school event and fallen for her. Thank you for your feelings, but I am sorry, I already like someone, she said seriously. Mo Yuching had developed a habit of saying thank you for liking me whenever she rejected a confession. But the person she most wanted to thank, the one she owed the most, had already been pushed away by her own hands. The boy's expression was full of disbelief, as if he had just heard something absurd. You like someone? Then why are you not with him? No one in their right mind would ever reject you. Mo Yuching's lips curled into a faint, bitter smile, but she said nothing. No, he would not have refused. If only I had not made mistake after mistake. The boy, unwilling to give up, slowly stood up, staring at the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He had never been rejected before. In fact, the moment he saw Mo Yuching's performance, he had dumped his girlfriend without a second thought, never even considering the possibility of failure. Do I really not have a chance? He asked, unwilling to accept the answer, confusion written across his face. Mo Yuching remained indifferent, as heartless as always. You should focus on the person who loves you instead of wasting your time on me. No one would ever have a chance again. She had never cared about other men before, and now, there was no longer any room for anyone else in her eyes. With that, she turned around and slowly walked toward her dormitory. On the way, a conversation between a young couple suddenly reached her ears. It is so late. Why did you come all the way here? The girl's voice carried a tone of reproach, but more than that, she sounded touched. I was worried your stomach might hurt. Your period cramps are really bad, the boy muttered, scratching his head, clearly unsure whether his girlfriend was mad or moved. You know, period cramps can actually be cured, the girl whispered. Hearing this, her boyfriend suddenly became excited, as if he would be willing to gather all 7 Dragon Balls if that was what it took. He eagerly asked, how? The girl clasped her hands behind her back, leaned in close to him, and smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Having a baby will fix it. Mo Yuching stopped in her tracks and quietly watched them. No one, whether they had feelings for her or not, would have expected that Mo Yuching of all people would envy couples. This stunningly beautiful, cold and distant girl looked at the heartwarming scene before her, her eyes filled with longing. The corners of her lips curled up unconsciously as she felt genuinely happy for their happiness. And yet, at the corner of her eyes, glistening tears had begun to form. She pulled out her phone and stared at the last message she had sent to Chen Lu. As she had expected, still no reply. Mo Yuching bit her lip hard. If our parents were not so close, you would have deleted me long ago, wouldn't you? She knew that if she posted anything on social media, there would be plenty of people lining up to send her messages. But none of them were the one she wanted. She lifted her head and gazed at the streetlight beside her. The bright glow became increasingly blurred in her vision, as if shrouded in a mist of tears. 2 full moons hung in the night sky, one white, one yellow. For a moment, she could not tell which one was real. I really miss you, Chen Lu. After Liang Jiro's eyes were no longer as swollen, Chen Lu led her out of the car. The two of them walked side by side through the alley, the overhead lights casting long shadows of their figures. When they reached the door, Liang Jiro suddenly realized she had come straight home wearing the new dress she had just bought. There was nowhere to change, so she could only lower her head in embarrassment as she took out her keys to unlock the door. Chen Lu, carrying several large bags, followed behind her. As soon as the door opened, they saw Xiao Xuanfang sitting in her wheelchair, silently gazing at the small window. A faint stream of moonlight illuminated her figure, making her silhouette appear lonely. She was around the same age as Chen Lu's mother, Wang Xiaoxia, yet she was rarely seen looking at her phone or watching television. Perhaps, for someone who had grown up in the mountains and could no longer walk, simply staring at the night sky was a way to pass the time. Chen Lu suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Why are you back so late? Xiao Xuanfang's voice was filled with worry and longing, though there was little reproach in her tone. Just as Liang Jiro hesitated, struggling to find the right words, Chen Lu spoke on her behalf. Good evening, Auntie. We had dinner together tonight. The moment she heard Chen Lu's voice, she seemed to relax significantly. She turned her wheelchair around. As long as you are with him, I can be at ease, she said with a smile. But then, noticing the large number of bags Chen Lu was carrying, she froze for a moment. Why did you bring so many things? While Liang Jiro fumbled in the dark to turn on the lights, Chen Lu had already crouched down beside Xiao Xuanfang. He tilted his face slightly upward, deliberately lowering his gaze below hers. With a gentle smile, he said, there was a sale at the mall today, so I bought you some supplements. Xiao Xuanfang looked troubled. Auntie cannot accept so many things from you. You should save your money and buy yourself something nice to eat instead. Chen Lu put on a pitiful expression. That is not how it works, Auntie. You have already fed me before. And I plan to come over often in the future. Whenever my mom scolds me, I will come here for a meal. If you do not accept this, I will feel too embarrassed to come next time. Xiao Xuanfang instinctively reached out and gently patted Chen Lu's head. All right, Xiao Lu, you can come whenever you want. But you must listen to Auntie, no more buying things like this in the future. It was only when she reached out that she realized something. Chen Lu was much taller than her. To pat his head, she had to stretch her arm downward. Glancing to the side, she saw that he was kneeling on one knee beside her. His knee did not even touch the floor, making the position look quite uncomfortable. For a moment, she felt a little dazed. Chen Lu was still chatting as if nothing had happened. If she had not reached out just now, she might have completely missed this quiet act of kindness. Her eyes grew slightly misty without her realizing it. Auntie will always welcome you. Remember to visit often, she said gently. Hearing that, Chen Lu quickly placed the bags in the corner, just in case Xiao Xuanfang tried to make him take some of them back when he left. Of course. How could I not, when Liang Jiro's cooking is so good? Xiao Xuanfang saw Liang Jiro, dressed in a new dress, pouring water for Chen Lu, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her somewhat weathered face. After dropping off Liang Jiro, Chen Lu prepared to return to the dormitory. He sat in the car, not rushing to start the engine. His index finger tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel as he quietly pondered. What exactly could he do to help Liang Jiro right now? It seemed that there was still a chance for her mother's leg to recover through surgery, but the cost was unknown. One thing was certain, it would not be cheap. At least, it was far beyond what this silly girl could afford in the next few years. But the real issue was that their relationship was not yet at the point where he could step in and handle something like this. If he overstepped, it would only make Liang Jiro feel completely indebted to him, creating an imbalance between them. That was not what Chen Lu wanted. He did not want to see this silly girl obeying him in everything out of a sense of obligation. Besides, although his parents were kind-hearted and might be willing to lend him the money, this was something he had to earn himself. Otherwise, it would not feel right. If it was not his own money, he had no right to spend it this way. He chuckled softly, started the engine, and sped off. Taking care of this silly girl was definitely going to be a long-term commitment. Step by step, it had to be done slowly. Halfway back, his phone started ringing. Surprisingly, it was Li Xinian calling. "Hey, Lu Ji. You tell me what you want first, and then I will decide whether I am your GE, Chen Lu said in a low voice. This guy never buttered him up for no reason. When he needed something, it was always Lu GE, but when he did not, it was good son. It is nothing major. I wanted to borrow some money. Li Xinian's tone sounded a little awkward. You are out right now? Chen Lu asked curiously. If he needed to borrow money, he could have just waited until he got back to the dorm, there was no need to call now. Li Xinian hesitated for a moment, then, as if feeling embarrassed, admitted, Yeah, I am out treating someone to dinner, but the menu prices are scaring me, so I ran to the bathroom to call you. Chen Lu chuckled helplessly. How much? I will send it to you on WeChat. Li Xinian paused before replying, 2,000. How much? Li Xinian, are you out of your fucking mind? What the hell are you eating, gold? Chen Lu was so startled that he almost ran a red light. Li Xinian's entire monthly allowance was only about 1,000 yuan. How the hell was I supposed to know Japanese food was this expensive? Li Xinian's voice grew quieter, though the embarrassment in his tone had already faded. Since Chen Lu was scolding him, it meant he was not refusing. In their dorm, the two most reliable people were Chen Lu and Jiang Chao. If something came up, everyone usually turned to them. But this time, he had not dared to call Jiang Chao. While both of them would lend him money, Jiang Chao's scolding was far harsher than Chen Lu's. As the traffic light countdown ticked away, Chen Lu sighed. You are eating with a girl, right? Li Xinian hummed in agreement. So, you are trying to follow in my footsteps? Chen Lu said sarcastically. Although, in reality, Li Xinian was not even close to his footsteps. At the very least, Chen Lu had never been ripped off like this. Do you want to come join us? Li Xinian quickly tried to change the subject. Chen Lu let out a cold snort. Why would I go? To steal your spotlight? His words were subtle, but the meaning was clear. Back when Jiang Chao took girls out to eat, he never brought Chen Lu along. Even if Chen Lu stayed completely silent and just sat there, he would still overshadow the entire scene. Sometimes, being too good-looking meant you could not even play the role of a wingman. It is fine, just come and help lighten the mood, Li Xinian muttered. Despite spending so much time in the student council, he still was not as socially adept as Chen Lu. Seeing that Chen Lu was not responding, he added, Please, Lu Ji, just this once. Wenxi is really a good girl. A good girl who is making you spend 2,000 on dinner? Chen Lu scoffed. Forget it. Just tell me the location, I will come see what kind of creature she is. After getting out of the car, Chen Lu glanced at the Japanese restaurant in front of him. The decor was overly extravagant, a flashy imitation of Japanese style, purely for show, completely superficial. It was all about appearances. What an eyesore. This restaurant was located near the university district, yet he had never heard of it before. That meant it definitely was not good. Clearly, they had spent more effort on advertising than on food. Who knew how many people came here just to take pictures? Following the table number Li Xinian had given him, Chen Lu made his way inside. Lifting the Norin curtain, he immediately saw Li Xinian sitting across from a girl with a single ponytail. The table was ridiculously low, requiring them to kneel while eating, which made Chen Lu speechless. He silently vowed never to step foot in a place like this again. Hello, senior. The girl turned her head toward Chen Lu and immediately flashed him a sweet, but somewhat artificial, smile. Chen Lu nodded and studied her. She had an oval-shaped face and delicate features, barely making it into the pretty category. About 0.8 Lin Myo Myos. This is my friend, Chen-Lu, Lee Sinian introduced. He helped plan the freshman welcome gala with me. He is the one the dean personally praised. Chen-Lu did not say much and simply sat down next to Lee Sinian. A girl who could make a guy she barely knew spend 2,000 yuan on dinner, there was no way he would have a good impression of her. Not worth his attention. Lee Sinian did not notice Chen-Lu's reluctance. This is Qin Wenxi. She co-hosted the event with me. She is a year below us. Qin Wenxi was a member of the arts department and had also been involved in planning the gala. That was why she had recognized Chen-Lu the moment he walked in. But Chen-Lu had no memory of her whatsoever. Only after hearing this did he realize, so she was the girl who had hosted the school's anniversary event a few days ago. No wonder her voice had sounded vaguely familiar. Then, his expression changed as he turned to glance at Lee Sinian. You want me to play wingman for you? For someone who was standing right next to Mo Yuching when she watched me get humiliated on stage? You two had great chemistry on stage, Chen-Lu said politely. My friends and I even talked about it at the time. Since he was already here, he might as well play the role of a proper wingman. At least until Lee Sinian paid him back, then this meal would be free. Qin Wenxi shyly replied, Really? Thank you. But I still think it is more impressive that you, a non-student council member, were able to co-plan the event with them. It makes you seem like some kind of hidden expert. When you stepped in to host that night, so many girls in my class wanted your WeChat. She memorizes scripts as fast as you do, Lee Sinian added. During rehearsals, she never messed up once. No, I get nervous easily, Qin Wenxi said, flashing Lee Sinian a gentle smile. I really only got through it thanks to your help. Then, seamlessly, she turned back to Chen-Lu and continued talking about last year's gala, as if that brief exchange had never happened. Chen-Lu casually responded, but in his mind, he already understood why Lee Sinian had agreed to this dinner. This girl's social finesse gave him the illusion that they clicked well. When talking to someone you are not very familiar with, if everything feels effortlessly smooth, it does not necessarily mean you have found a kindred spirit. It could simply mean the other person's emotional intelligence is much higher than yours and they are adjusting to your level. So, no matter what you say, they can keep the conversation going, not because you truly understand each other. Some hidden expert, huh? I was just working for free. If not for Lee Sinian, I would not have been involved with the arts department at all. Qin Wenxi took a sip of barley tea, rested her chin on her hand, and looked at Chen-Lu. Then that makes you a hidden expert. I joined the student council hoping to gain the kind of experience you have. Chen-Lu, wanting to steer the conversation away from himself, bluntly countered, it is useless. The idea that the student council builds experience is a lie. Qin Wenxi quickly pivoted, never letting the mood falter. You are right. I regretted it as soon as I joined. The longer I stay, the more I realize that people like you are just naturally talented. Chen-Lu patted Lee Sinian's shoulder and smiled. I was just backup. You would not believe how prepared he was. The moment he became vice minister, he came up with a ton of contingency plans, he even had a plan E. That is why, when the original host got sick at the last minute, he had a solution right away. He had already accounted for it. In reality, what happened was that Lee Sinian had begged him the night before to memorize the script so he could take over. But, of course, Chen-Lu would never say that out loud. After all, he was not the one trying to impress anyone. The girl covered her mouth and laughed. That amazing? Lee Sinian chuckled. It was not that big of a deal. Chen-Lu had had enough. I literally handed you the perfect setup, and you do not even know how to follow up? No one is this dumb. Noticing how stiffly Lee Sinian was eating, Qin Wenxi turned to him. Is this your first time having Japanese food? Lee Sinian immediately shook his head. It absolutely was his first time. When the sashimi arrived, Qin Wenxi sweetly asked, do you need soy sauce? Misunderstanding this as a choice rather than a necessity, Lee Sinian gently shook his head. No need. Qin Wenxi's lips curled into a subtle smirk, but she said nothing. Chen-Lu saw right through her, she was deliberately making a fool out of Lee Sinian. Suppressing his irritation, he called over a waiter. It is my first time here. How should I eat this sashimi? A female server quickly approached, asked about his preferences, and helped him prepare the dipping sauce. In the end, it was Qin Wenxi who poured him the soy sauce. Seeing what Chen-Lu had done, Lee Sinian seemed to catch on and quietly followed suit, preparing a proper sauce instead of eating the wasabi plain. You are really trying Japanese food for the first time, senior? Qin Wenxi smiled. Chen-Lu had already been to a Japanese restaurant before, with Chen Mo. Still, he nodded. Yes. Lee Sinian was inexplicably nervous while talking to Qin Wenxi. His brain kept short-circuiting, which meant Chen-Lu had to sit through an excruciating hour of conversation. When it was finally time to pay, the main character of this dinner, Lee Sinian, suddenly became relevant again. A server approached the table, gave a small bow, and said, "Your total is 1,988 yuan. Who will be paying?" "I will," Qin Wenxi said with a smile, gesturing for the server to come to her. Despite her words, she made no move to take out her phone. Chen Lu had no intention of paying. At the same time, he subtly pressed down on Lee Sinian's arm, waiting to see how she would handle this. He was not the type to hand out lifelines to just anyone. Nor was he the type to sit back and watch a friend get played without doing anything. "Oh, I cannot let you pay," Lee Sinian quickly said, immediately pulling up the payment screen. "I told you this meal was on me. Let us split it," Chen Lu said seriously. "You barely ate anything." Lee Sinian hesitated before heading toward the register. "I got it." The room fell into silence. Chen Lu stared at his phone, too disinterested to engage. Instead, he wondered what excuse he could come up with later to beat Lee Sinian up. "Senior, I remembered you ever since the freshman welcome gala," Qin Wenxi said with a soft smile. Then, tilting her head slightly, she added, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Chen Lu did not even lift his eyes. "No, I would not want to upset anyone." "Didn't Yuqing already reject you?" she asked, resting her chin on her hand, as if she knew everything about him. "I never said I was talking about her." 10 minutes later, Chen Lu sat in the driver's seat, staring ahead. The neon lights from the signboard in front of him cast shifting colors across his face through the car window. After seeing Qin Wenxi off into a taxi, Lee Sinian opened the car door and sat down beside him. Whatever they had talked about before parting, Lee Sinian still had a faint smile on his face, despite his earlier troubled expression. 2 seconds after the door closed, the lingering heat that had snuck into the car slowly dissipated. Chen Lu could not be bothered to look at him. Staring straight ahead, he said blankly, "When I take Liang Zhiro out for a meal, she cannot even bring herself to order a 10 yuan dish." Lee Sinian had not noticed all the details of the dinner earlier. He had not realized that Qin Wenxi had only pretended to pay. Instead, he assumed that when Chen Lu held him back, it was because he did not want him to spend so much money. So he silently listened to Chen Lu's words without refuting them. "This time, I covered for you. But if this happens again, do not come to me for money." "Damn it, I do not get it. You have a living example right in front of you. You think I used to live so carefree, huh?" Chen Lu felt a pang of regret. He had just taken another step away from his new camera. But there was no helping it. Over the past 3 years, Lee Sinian had been good to him. "My advice? Stay away from her. You two are not in the same league." Chen Lu finally turned to him, his expression serious. "While you were upfront paying, she tried to add me on WeChat. I refused." Lee Sinian thought for a moment, then said, "Maybe she just wanted to get to know my circle a bit better? Like how you added Lu Yen back then. I told her you were one of my closest friends, after all." "Bullshit." Chen Lu cursed, reversed the car, and spoke with even more irritation. "You are even more delusional than me. Think about it, would Lu Yen ever let Jiang Chao spend 2,000 on dinner for her? She wouldn't. If Jiang Chao spent 2,000 on Japanese food for her, Lu Yen would break his damn legs. And neither would Liang Zhiro. If she saw me spending that much on dinner for her, she would regret it so much she might cry." Chen Lu was too frustrated to take his usual patient approach. Lee Sinian, unwilling to accept being scolded, retorted, "What about Mo Yuqing?" The implication was clear. Chen Lu had also once gone to great lengths for a girl. He had no right to lecture others. Chen Lu's expression darkened. He did not want to revisit anything related to Mo Yuqing. "Mo Yuqing once bought me a camera worth over 30,000 yuan. Ask Qin Wenxi to buy you one," he said coldly. Lee Sinian immediately regretted speaking. He had not meant to hurt Chen Lu. He shut his mouth and stared silently out the window at the city lights. Chen Lu impatiently honked twice, urging the car ahead to move. After a while, he spoke again. "Love is not about inequality, it is about one person pushing boundaries while the other convinces themselves it is romantic." That was the last thing Chen Lu said to Lee Sinian in the car that night. The days passed uneventfully. Many third-year students, like Lee Sinian, were blindly throwing themselves into their final youthful pursuits. To them, stepping into an internship and joining the workforce marked the end of their youth. No one wanted to regret never having dated in college. Meanwhile, another group of couples was drowning in uncertainty about the future. One partner was too anxious, desperate to discuss the long term, while the other avoided thinking about it at all. Arguments were constant. This was the peak breakup season for college relationships. Early morning. Lee Sinian finished getting ready and was about to head out. Just as he opened the door, Jiang Chao called out to him. "What the fuck is wrong with you? She probably sees you as an ATM, and you are still running after her?" Jiang Chao looked at him like he was an absolute idiot. Didn't Chen Lu already tell you? She even tried to add him on WeChat behind your back. Li Xinian sighed. I still have a chance. Jiang Chao stared at him in disbelief. You are delusional. Chen Lu was right, you are even more far gone than he ever was. Unconvinced, Li Xinian countered, the girl I am chasing is not as pretty as Mo Yuqing, her family is not as wealthy, and she is not a campus beauty. So how am I worse than he was? Jiang Chao thought about Liang Zhiro for a moment, then chuckled and said nothing. Whether someone was easy to pursue had nothing to do with looks, Li Xinian was completely missing the point. People in love were fucking stupid. Except me, of course. Lu Yan is the dumb one. Jiang Chao quickly clarified that in his head. But even Mo Yuqing was never like that. Wake the hell up, this girl is just using you. Before Jiang Chao could finish, the door slowly closed. Jiang Chao turned to Chen Lu, who was sitting on his bed reading, and let out a deep sigh. A girl he just met asks for his WeChat, and he still thinks he has a chance. Then he sat down on Chen Lu's bed, shaking his head with a grin. You were spot on about one thing, if I ever spent that kind of money on dinner for Lu Yan, she'd definitely break my legs. You are still reading? Jiang Chao snatched the book from Chen Lu's hands. Why are you not helping talk some sense into him? I am not going to. Chen Lu yawned. In his current state, he won't snap out of it until he crashes hard. Either he will get his heart completely broken, or he will eventually grow out of it like I did. Either way, he won't stay like this forever. Then he added, most likely, it will be the first one. That girl is not just passively uninterested, she is actively bad news. Jiang Chao looked at the closed door, deep in thought. Chen Lu managed to pull himself out of the mess. But you, I am not so sure. When he snapped out of it, he realized he was still holding Chen Lu's book. It was about programming. Then he noticed another book on the bed, one about entrepreneurship. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Playing hard to get, huh? Refusing me to my face but secretly researching all this? Chen Lu was unfazed. Rejecting you was serious. Studying this is also serious. If I find out this is a dead end, at least I can talk you out of it. You are way more reasonable than Li Xinian. Of course I am reasonable. If I had not listened to you, I would probably still be living like I used to, and I would have missed out on Lu Yan. Jiang Chao smirked. By the way, isn't it a bit late for you to start learning programming? I already know a little. Chen Lu took his book back. If I had not been so focused on chasing Mo Yuqing, I would not have picked law as my major. Jiang Chao raised an eyebrow. So you actually gave up on your dream or your passion? I don't have a dream. I am probably just meant to be an average nobody, Chen Lu said quietly. If anyone else said that, I'd believe it. But you? No fucking way. Why? Chen Lu asked, confused. Jiang Chao waved the book from the library. Back then, you were exhausting yourself chasing after Mo Yuqing, but you still had the best grades in our class. Not to mention, you know how to do just about everything. I really don't get you. Chen Lu sighed. I wish you were a girl. What, so you'd chase after me? No, it is just disgusting to be complimented by a guy. I feel like throwing up everything I ate yesterday. Chen Lu pulled on a t-shirt. Come on, let's go to class. We are good students who don't skip. Evening. Chen Lu called Liang Zhiro. He had not seen her all day. You started working during the day now too? He frowned. Yes. I am about to start my shift at the hot pot restaurant. Can I call you back later? All right. Hanging up, Chen Lu frowned deeper, his expression filled with confusion. Something about Liang Zhiro had been strange these past few days. Meanwhile, inside the advisor's office, Yuqing, you still have time, so take it slow. The advisor gently patted the shoulder of the girl sitting beside her, a hint of concern in her voice. The girl, with her neatly tied ponytail, sat by the window, carefully sorting through the school's employment documents. The golden hues of the evening sunset cast a warm glow over her, as if nature itself had arranged the perfect backdrop for this breathtakingly beautiful girl, making the scene appear serene and picturesque. Even as a fellow woman, the advisor could not help but feel momentarily dazed just by looking at Mo Yuqing's profile. No wonder even students from other departments chase after her. Don't overwork yourself. Worst case, I will take the blame later. I have gotten used to getting scolded anyway, the advisor said with a chuckle. As a newcomer, she had already endured plenty of reprimands. She had long since given up resisting. It is all right, teacher. This is my responsibility anyway. Mo Yuqing gave her a faint smile before continuing her work. Oh, right. Why don't you ask Chen Lu for help? If you two work together, you could finish much faster, the advisor suggested. In truth, she also found the situation strange. Mo Yuqing used to do these things in her freshman year, but later, when she found it too exhausting, she simply had Chen Lu take over. So why was she suddenly handling everything herself again? Did they have a falling out? That did not seem likely. After all, Chen-Lu was still handling his duties as class president as usual. At the mention of his name, Mo Yuqing suddenly froze. The file she was about to open remained suspended in midair, as if she had turned to stone. A mist seemed to cloud her vision. Pressing her lips together, she forced a helpless smile and murmured, "It's fine. I shouldn't trouble him with everything." The advisor found her reaction puzzling but did not press further. An hour later, "I will take the remaining documents home. Goodbye, teacher." After finishing her task, Mo Yuqing absent-mindedly gathered the paperwork in front of her, materials that students would need for their internship applications next month. Gently closing the door, she found Lu Yan waiting outside to take her to dinner. "You have been tying your hair in a ponytail lately, trying a new style?" Lu Yan asked curiously, watching Mo Yuqing's ponytail sway behind her. Mo Yuqing had always been a fan of wearing her hair down. Lu Yan much preferred that look on her. "Chen-Lu likes it," Mo Yuqing said lightly. Lu Yan almost thought she had misheard. Her voice was filled with disbelief. "Chen-Lu likes it? Yeah. The other day, when I saw her, she had a ponytail." As she spoke, Mo Yuqing reached up and gently tugged at her own ponytail. The moment she let go, her silky hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Yet, no matter how beautiful she was, she could not hide the sadness in her eyes. Seeing her best friend so heartbroken, Lu Yan felt a deep ache in her chest. Her conscience told her that Mo Yuqing deserved to feel this way. But as her friend, she still could not help but feel overwhelming sympathy. Just as she was about to offer words of comfort, "Chen-Lu must have been so tired back then," Mo Yuqing suddenly whispered. She tilted her head slightly, rubbing her slender, snow-white neck. Every slight movement made her wince in pain. "And this is just after a couple of days. When I got tired and dumped all this work on him back then, how did he manage to endure it all on his own?" Chen-Lu had never once complained. Not even once. "Sit down. Let me massage it for you," Lu Yan said gently, pointing to a nearby bench in the hallway. They sat side by side. Lu Yan turned slightly and began to knead the tension in Mo Yuqing's neck. "You know, if you keep looking down like that for too long, it's no wonder you're in pain," she scolded lightly. She was well aware that apart from attending classes, her friend had spent every spare moment working on these documents. Mo Yuqing closed her eyes. The moment Lu Yan applied pressure, she let out a soft whimper followed by a single tear rolling down her cheek. "It hurts." Lu Yan sighed. "You probably slept with a stiff neck, and now, after keeping your head down for so long, it's even worse. Just bear with it for a bit. If we do not fix it now, it will be worse tomorrow. I will buy you some medicated patches later." She looked up after speaking only to see that Mo Yuqing's tears were no longer just a single drop. They had already formed a steady stream. She was stunned. How did Chen-Lu get through all of that back then? Mo Yuqing's voice trembled as she tightly gripped Lu Yan's hand. She sounded like a child who had just realized she had made a terrible mistake. "I even complained that he was too slow. How hurt must he have been at the time?" Lu Yan did not say anything. She simply continued massaging Mo Yuqing's neck, silently watching her cry. 10 minutes later, after a long silence, Mo Yuqing sniffled and murmured, "I will return everything to him." Lu Yan did not understand. "Return what?" Mo Yuqing gazed at the darkening sky outside. Her eyes dimmed, and the traces of dried tears stained her delicate face. "I will return all the kindness he gave me. Every bit of it. He chased you for 7 years, Lu Yan sighed. "How could you possibly repay that?" She let out a soft chuckle, making light of the situation. "By the time you finish paying him back, you will be almost 30. No one will want you then." "I know." Mo Yuqing wiped her face with a wet tissue, then stood up and continued gazing out the window. "But it does not matter. I will return it all to him. Every last bit." For the first time, Lu Yan saw a look in Mo Yuqing's eyes that she had never seen before. She patted her on the shoulder. "Come on, let's get your medicated patches and grab some food." Mo Yuqing shook her head. "I want to go home first." "Is your mom back?" "No, I just want to go home." Lu Yan thought about the look in Mo Yuqing's eyes moments ago and felt uneasy. Firmly, she said, "Then I will go with you." Mo Yuqing smiled. "What's with that face? I know you're not going to do anything reckless." "There is nothing to be reckless about. I do not even deserve to be reckless." Under Lu Yan's insistence, Mo Yuqing finally agreed to let her drop her off. Lu Yan, in turn, compromised she would leave as soon as Mo Yuqing got home. Mo Yuqing leaned against the car window, staring blankly at the dark sky. Thick, heavy clouds loomed, suffocating the horizon. A sudden clap of thunder nearly startled her, snapping her out of her thoughts. "It's going to rain again. How annoying." Moments later, the car pulled up in front of Mo Yuching's residential complex, just as the rain started pouring down relentlessly. Mo Yuching grabbed her umbrella and slowly opened the car door. "Every time I drop you off here, I feel like life is unfair," Lu Yan joked. "A riverside apartment? Come on. I could work my whole life and maybe afford a bedroom here." The elegant figure of Mo Yuching stepped into the rain, opening her black umbrella. Raindrops pelted against it with sharp, rhythmic sounds. She turned back to Lu Yan, her dimples deepening as she smiled sweetly. "What's there to be unfair about? My home is your home." Lu Yan was briefly stunned. Then, laughing, she waved her off. "All right, I am leaving. Remember to use the medicated patches." Watching Lu Yan drive away, Mo Yuching finally turned and walked toward her building. Mo Yuching walked to the door, pressed her fingerprint against the scanner, and entered only to see a somewhat unfamiliar figure in the living room. It was a middle-aged man with glasses, slightly overweight, sitting on the couch watching short videos on his phone. Her so-called stepfather, Lin Jingming. In that instant, an oppressive feeling washed over her, and her already low spirits plummeted further. She figured her mother must have called him over to help clean up the house, hoping it would somehow improve their relationship. At first, Mo Yuching had been a little touched by the gesture, until she discovered the truth. Her mother probably had no idea that, every time, he simply called a cleaning lady to do the work while he lounged on the couch playing on his phone. It was always the same. And every time, she would end up being questioned by her mother why was she not making an effort to get along with him. But Mo Yuching no longer cared. She silently changed her shoes, walked into her room, and shut the door with a bang. Lin Jingming did not even lift his head, showing no intention of acknowledging her. As soon as Mo Yuching entered her room, she started rummaging through her things. Before long, the floor was covered with an assortment of old and peculiar objects, worn-out watercolor paintings, spinning tops, crystal balls, paintbrushes, Barbie dolls, and then later, love letters, sketch drawings, origami roses, necklaces. She even pulled down the large stuffed bear from her bed and placed it among the pile. Looking at all these things, Mo Yuching's lips curved into a silent smile. Every single one of them had been gifts from Chun-Lu. From childhood to adolescence, from one birthday to the next. As they grew older, the gifts changed too. From childish trinkets to thoughtful keepsakes. From innocent gestures to signs of budding affection. The watercolor and sketch paintings were both of her. The difference in skill was night and day. The watercolor painting could hardly even be called a painting, it was more like a stick figure. A round head, curved lines for eyes and a smile, a blue trapezoid representing a dress, and a yellow circle in the corner for the sun. She chuckled, but as she did, fresh tears welled up, trickling onto the old, yellowed paper. Startled, she quickly set it aside. Then she froze. "Something's missing. One thing is missing," she mumbled in a daze, not even bothering to put on slippers as she rushed out to the living room. "Where is my stuff?" Mo Yuching demanded. Lin Jingming looked up, startled. He had clearly been suppressing his irritation. "What stuff?" Mo Yuching took a deep breath, trying not to lose control. "My things. The music box that was on my nightstand." She did not want to get into a heated argument with this man, she did not want to disrupt her mother's relationship, but she also refused to let them disrupt her life. That was why she had insisted on living on her own for the past few years. Lin Jingming narrowed his eyes, finally recalling. "Oh, that. I told the cleaning lady to throw it away this afternoon." "Such a childish thing, aren't you a little too old for that?" Mo Yuching froze. "You threw it away? That was mine. Did you even ask me? That was from when I was 12. That was from Chen-Lu." Lin Jingming flicked the ash from his cigarette and sighed impatiently. "You are about to start your internship. Focus on what matters. Grow up a little." Already furious, Mo Yuching could no longer hold back. "You are not my father. Why do you even care? Why shouldn't I care?" He stood up and yelled back. Seeing the tears in Mo Yuching's eyes as she glared at him coldly, he decided not to escalate things further. With an exasperated sigh, he grabbed his phone and walked toward the door. "I will just buy you another one. Those things are cheap, you can have as many as you want." With that, he slammed the door behind him. Thunder rumbled outside. Lightning flashed intermittently, illuminating the dimly lit room. The torrential rain only grew heavier. Mo Yuching stood frozen, as still as a statue. She was lost in the past. Back when Lin Jingming and her mother had returned from overseas, they had only brought gifts for her half-sister. She had cried as she told Chen-Lu about it. The next day, Chen-Lu gave her a music box. Even now, she could still recall the look on his face so vividly. That morning, Chen-Lu had arrived early at her house, only to be pulled aside by her mother and sister for what felt like an endless conversation. It took him forever to find a chance to slip into her room. At the time, Mo Yuqing had been sulking under her covers, her eyes still red from crying. The moment she saw Chen Lu, she felt something indescribable. Chen Lu had pulled her out from under the blanket and, like a magician, produced the music box from his jacket. He put a finger to his lips and whispered, "Shoo." Lin Xian did not get one. "I only got this for you. Do not tell her. Look, it even plays music." When Mo Yuqing came back to her senses, she was already downstairs, alone in the pouring rain. She lifted her head and stared at the row of trash bins in front of her. Her eyes were cold, her face expressionless. So this is why I hate rainy days. She did not know how long it had been. The icy rain had been replaced by the warmth of the shower. Steam filled the bathroom, clouding the mirror. Mo Yuqing stood under the running water, smiling as she gazed at the music box in her hands. On the back, in clumsy white strokes, were the letters CNM, written with correction fluid. Correction tape had not been invented yet. The crooked C was Chen Lu's handwriting. The slightly neater M was hers. She was not sure if the moisture running down her face was water or tears. She did not care. She simply smiled. "Your C is so ugly. The more I look at it, the worse it gets." She mimicked the way Chen Lu used to press a finger to his lips. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not stop her lips from trembling, and her vision from blurring. "Why did I forget? Why the hell did I forget? I took your kindness for granted. I treated it as something I deserved. Thank you for being so good to me back then, so good that I used to get angry if you did not answer my calls." Mo Yuqing traced the letters on the wooden music box with her fingers. And in that moment, the image of that bright-eyed boy surfaced in her mind once more. She whispered to the air, "You once told me you would marry me when we grew up. I said yes. Even back then, I already agreed. It is all my fault. I forgot. I broke my promise." As she spoke, she slumped down onto the wet floor, hugging her knees. Tears streamed down her face, her sobs uncontrollable. "I kept hurting you over and over again. Chen Lu, I am sorry. When I was little, I really wanted to marry you. I still do." Noon, the next day. Chen Lu sat at the cafeteria table, resting his chin on his hand, quietly watching the girl in front of him. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Liang Jiro kept her head down and took small bites of her food, her heartbeat refusing to calm. At this hour, the cafeteria was at its busiest, packed with people, filled with noise and chatter. Yet, even in the midst of all that, she could hear the pounding of her own heart. After a while, she could not take it anymore and murmured softly, Why do you keep looking at me?" Chen Lu continued observing her. Noticing that she had barely eaten anything, he let out a light sigh. "Not much of an appetite lately?" "It is too hot," Liang Jiro replied, eyes downcast. Chen Lu found it amusing. "So those serious dark circles under your eyes are because of the heat too?" Initially, he had planned to keep pressing for answers, but just as he was about to continue, Liang Jiro suddenly raised her head and looked at him. Her eyes were slightly damp. "If you do not want to talk about it, then..." Midway through his sentence, he paused. It was only then that he realized something. If he asked, she would definitely tell him. She was not unwilling to talk, she just preferred that he did not ask. Chen Lu suddenly chuckled. "All right." With that, he picked up a peeled shrimp and placed it in her bowl. Not bad, not bad. You have learned how to politely refuse." One step closer to smiling at me. Strangely enough, seeing her hesitantly turn him down actually made him feel rather happy. Liang Jiro stared at him blankly, blinking, as if the situation had not unfolded as she expected. A few more seconds passed before she suddenly spoke up. "The dark circles are because I have been feeling tired lately. I want to work harder. I want to become someone amazing, sooner." Well, clearly, neither of them had anticipated this development. This time, it was Chen Lu's turn to be stunned. He blinked. "But I did not even ask? Why did you suddenly tell me?" He could not make sense of what was going on. The girl kept her head down, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, and said seriously, "Because I do not want to refuse you." Liang Jiro had a certain stubbornness about her, in the most unexpected ways. Chen Lu slowly reached out and tucked her bangs behind her ear, carefully studying her bright, clear eyes. They were just as beautiful as ever, pure and full of life, but the heavy dark circles beneath them made her look exhausted. "Do you have class this afternoon, or are you going to your part-time job?" Chen Lu asked. "I have work. You know, you cannot rush these things." Chen Lu's expression was tinged with worry. "Come on, finish your meal. Once we are done, I will take you somewhere quiet so you can rest for a bit. What is with that nervous look? Stop overthinking. I am a gentleman, all right? Do I look like some kind of creep to you?" After lunch, Chen Lu took her to a secluded pavilion he had only recently noticed. And why had he only recently noticed it? Well, it definitely had nothing to do with the fact that the drama club was no longer a suitable meetup spot. The pavilion was located in a more isolated area of their faculty, next to a large pond. On weekends, a few couples might stroll by, but on weekdays, it was practically deserted. It was quiet. Liang Jiro carefully took in the surroundings, her gaze lingering on the shimmering ripples of the pond as a gentle breeze swept across the water. The cool air was refreshing, dissipating the heat of the day. She had never known there was such a place on campus. Then again, she had never really taken the time to explore. Her schedule had never allowed for such leisure. As they entered the pavilion, they found a stone table in the center, flanked by 2 cylindrical stone stools. Wooden benches lined the perimeter, providing more seating options. Liang Jiro meticulously wiped off one of the stone stools for Chenlu, but before she could even finish, he casually hopped onto the stone table instead. She sighed helplessly and sat down properly. As soon as she did, Chenlu reached over and poked her cheek firmly. She puffed up her face in protest, only for his finger to press down again, deflating it like a balloon. I already told you before, this is a gradual process. What is wrong with balancing work and rest? Chenlu scolded. Your dark circles are so bad, and the weight you just gained is already disappearing again. If you keep this up, you are going to wear yourself out. Liang Jiro lowered her head, lips pursed, obediently accepting his lecture. Since Chenlu was sitting on the stone table, looking down at her felt oddly like standing at a podium and lecturing a student. He cleared his throat and said in a serious tone, "Student Liang Jiro, do you realize your mistake?" Liang Jiro nodded lightly in response, still staring at her fingers. She really did look like a little kid who forgot to do their homework and had to make excuses about leaving it at home. "I do," she murmured, her voice laced with guilt. Chenlu was pleased. "You have to say, Teacher Chen, I know I was wrong. If you do, I will forgive you. I know I was wrong. And, Teacher Chen." Her voice was soft, timid, tinged with both shyness and nervousness. Chenlu froze for a moment, then immediately took a deep breath. No, something was not right. Some strange, completely incorrect preference seemed to be awakening inside him. Quickly shaking off the thought, he cleared his throat again and said, "I am guessing you would not be comfortable lying down on the bench, so just rest here for a bit. I will wake you when it is time to head to work." He figured that if he had not brought her here, she might have just ended up dozing off on a cafeteria table instead. Without hesitation, Liang Jiro obediently lay her head down on the stone table, stretching her legs out underneath. As she adjusted, the hem of her pants shifted slightly, revealing her fair, slender ankles. Chenlu, being a normal male, of course, noticed immediately. Firstly, he was not into feet. Secondly, he was not into feet. It was just something that happened to catch his eye. He turned his head, about to say something only to realize that in mere seconds, she had already fallen asleep. He was not sure whether it was because she was that exhausted or because she trusted him that much, perhaps both. Liang Jiro lay with her arms folded beneath her head, sleeping deeply. At this distance, he could see her delicate features up close, her flawless skin, her peaceful expression. She was breathtaking. A light breeze blew through the pavilion, lifting a few strands of her jet-black hair and playfully brushing them across her cheek. The ticklish sensation made her frown slightly in her sleep. Chenlu chuckled and reached out, gently tucking the stray hairs behind her ear. He watched her sleep for a while, then slowly closed his own eyes. Facing the pond, feeling the cool afternoon breeze, he let a contented smile spread across his face. Although Chenlu had rested with his eyes closed for a moment, he never took afternoon naps. After all, he still had to wake Liang Jiro up. It wasn't because such a beautiful yet clueless girl was sleeping defenselessly beside him, and he wouldn't miss the chance to look. Chenlu nodded to himself, admiring his own honesty. What does it mean to be a true gentleman? As the time approached, the cool breeze stopped, and the air became somewhat stuffy. Chenlu gently pinched the girl's cheek. It was soft. "Wake up, I'll take you home," he said softly. Liang Jiro groggily sat up, a red imprint still visible on her cheek from where she had been lying down. She stared blankly for a moment with her eyes half closed, then rubbed them. It took her a few more seconds to fully register the situation. Seeing that Chenlu was still looking at her, she quickly turned her gaze away in embarrassment. "Sit for a bit and wake up properly. I was afraid someone might stuff you into a sack and carry you off, so I didn't go buy you water." Chenlu chuckled. "I'll take you home later." Only then did he remember that he had a class in the afternoon. He felt a moment of panic, but then brushed it aside. Skipping it wouldn't hurt. Surely, no one had made it to their third year of college without skipping a single class, right? No way. Liang Jiro quickly shook her head. "No, that won't do." "Why not?" Chenlu asked curiously. "You have class." Chenlu paused for a moment. "How do you know?" You sent me your class schedule for this week. Liang Jiro looked at him seriously. Chen Lu shrugged and got off the stone table. It seemed he wouldn't be able to take her home after all. Standing beside her, he spoke slowly. Listen to me, take today's earnings and quit this job. I'll help you find students who need a tutor. Then the two of us scam people together. Wait, no, that's not right. I'll nicely tell the anxious parents I know, your child is at a critical learning stage, and then you just go and tutor them. Chen Lu smirked slyly. Though, to be fair, it wouldn't really be a scam. Chen Mo had once seriously mentioned that Liang Jiro was actually a great teacher when she wasn't nervous. Besides, his mom had colleagues who were eager to find tutors for their kids. With Liang Jiro offering the lowest industry rates, she would crush the competition. It was a win-win. Of course, they'd have to raise the price eventually. She couldn't be charging the same 200 yuan per hour she charged Chen Mo for other students, right? Thinking about it, Chen Lu poked Liang Jiro's cheek in frustration. Teacher Liang, I hope you remind yourself over and over again that 1 hour of tutoring pays as much as an entire day of your other part-time jobs, okay? Liang Jiro let out a small "oh," sounding a little uncertain. In truth, she had already applied for tutoring jobs over the past couple of days, but without exception, she had been politely rejected. Only now did she realize just how cooperative Chen Mo had been with her, and just how much effort Chen Lu had put in to make this tutoring job work for her. Otherwise, there was no way his parents and Chen Mo would have accepted her so easily. The rigorous evaluations from other parents were the norm. Their questions felt like an interrogation. Just as Liang Jiro was feeling a little disheartened, Chen Lu suddenly patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I won't introduce you to any families with bad personalities. At worst, your students will only be slightly more difficult than Chen Mo, just a little, I promise. Trust me. Or if you don't like jobs that require socializing, you can tell me. I'll support you no matter what. Liang Jiro nodded slightly and said in a soft voice, thank you. I don't dislike it. Hearing Chen Lu's words filled her heart with warmth. If he hadn't been staring at her, she might have had to turn away just to take a deep breath. Why did he always say things that made it so hard to breathe? A simple thank you is too cheap. Shouldn't you repay me? Chen Lu said, unimpressed. He thought, I didn't help you just to hear a thank you. How? How should I repay you? The girl lifted her head to look at him, unknowingly revealing a large expanse of fair, smooth skin at her neck and the slight opening of her t-shirt collar. Perhaps because she had been napping, there was still a slight sheen of sweat on her. Chen Lu quickly averted his gaze from places he had no business looking at and met her confused eyes. Smile for me. Smile? Liang Jiro tilted her head slightly, even more confused. He had helped her so much, and all he wanted as payment was for her to smile? Yeah. I told you, I've never seen you smile before. Chen Lu's expression turned serious. Liang Jiro took a deep breath and looked into his eyes. Then, she lifted the corners of her lips slightly. That's too stiff. It's kind of scary. Chen Lu sighed. Maybe the moment for a real smile has already passed. Try again when you're happy next time. Liang Jiro picked up her phone and checked her reflection. It really did look a little awkward. At that moment, Chen Lu asked again, are you feeling unwell? You've looked a little pale all day. No. Seeing her lower her head and fidget with her fingers, Chen Lu sighed helplessly. After Liang Jiro left for her part-time job, Chen Lu went back to class like a good student. The theory and practice of college student innovation and entrepreneurship. That was the name of the class. Apparently, most universities offered it, but some didn't. Chen Lu wasn't sure. Not that he cared, he had slept through most of the previous lectures anyway. Most of the student project topics were pretty abstract, like planning proposals for flower shops specializing in confession and proposal setups, or gaming lounges for console experiences. Since brainstorming didn't cost money, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to think up. All in all, this course was just a formality. Even the required online modules were something most students ignored while continuing to play games. As always, the four guys in Chen Lu's dorm sat in a row. As soon as he sat down, he overheard Jiang Chao whispering to Li Xinian, I'm telling you, a government job is the best. At least it's stable. Just prepare for the civil service exam with me, man. Li Xinian said seriously. Jiang Chao rolled his eyes. You're only looking at the comfortable parts. Then he added, just like how you only see the good things about Qin Wenxi. Li Xinian sighed, wondering why his friends were so determined to block his pursuit of this girl. Frustrated, he said, come on, don't be like that. I think you're wrong too, Chen Lu chimed in. Jiang Chao turned to glare at him. What's wrong about what I said? Well, I just don't see what's so great about that girl. Ha 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 ha. Just as they were laughing, Chen Lu noticed a girl sitting in front of Jiang Chao, Lu Yan. A group of girls was chatting together. Yan Yan, where's Yu Qing? She's feeling unwell and took a leave of absence. Oh, our advisor is ridiculous. It was so hard for her to get approval for sick leave. We still have another class after this, so I can't visit her until tonight, Lu Yan said, getting angrier as she spoke. Chen Lu sighed. Forget it. Let's not mock him anymore. Who hasn't been infatuated with an unattainable girl before? Life will teach him the lesson. Jiang Chao wasn't having it. Hey, don't lump me in with that. You weren't like that when you were younger? When I was younger, I was a ladies' man, okay? Girls lined up to chase after me. Chen Lu nodded and turned to Lu Yan. Lu Yan, did you hear that? The girl didn't even turn around. She simply said 3 words, I heard. Jiang Chao froze, while the other 3 burst into laughter. Just as Chen Lu was catching his breath, his phone lit up with a new message. Chen Lu, this is Aunt Xiao. Jiro fainted at her job. The hospital just called me. But you know my situation, can I trouble you to check on her? I'm trying to find a way to get there. By the time Chen Lu processed the message, he was already on his feet. The entire class, including the teacher, stared at him in shock. Sir, my stomach hurts. The lecturer was momentarily stunned, pushed his glasses up, and looked at him. Jiang Chao and the others beside him were also dumbfounded. They had no idea why Chen Lu, who had just been laughing moments ago, suddenly pulled a stunt like this. However, seeing the seriousness on Chen Lu's face, the smile on Jiang Chao's face gradually faded, replaced by concern. After a brief silence, the lecturer gave a slight nod. The next second, Chen Lu dashed out of the classroom. On the way, he made a call to calm Xiao Xuanfang down and also sent a message to the academic advisor to request leave. Clearly, he had no intention of attending the next class either. Unlike with Lu Yan, this time, as soon as he sent the message, the academic advisor approved it immediately. At the hospital, in front of the ward, Chen Lu stood there, mouth slightly open, panting heavily. The sharp smell of disinfectant filled his nostrils, and his throat burned from running so far after parking his bike. He casually supported himself against the wall and looked up, only to see a short-haired girl standing at the door, wiping away tears. It was Lin Miao Miao. What is going on? Chen Lu stepped closer and asked in a hoarse voice. Speak up. I ran all the way here as soon as I heard she fainted. What exactly happened? Seeing Lin Miao Miao wiping her tears with the back of her hand, he asked again, his tone becoming more urgent. Jiro has low blood sugar, Lin Miao Miao said sadly. Chen Lu was stunned. Are you out of your mind? Low blood sugar is not that serious. You are standing here crying like this, I nearly had a heart attack. Lin Miao Miao glared at him. What kind of thing is that to say? She originally wanted to scold Chen Lu a little more, but when she looked up, she saw him let out a deep breath, his body slackening as he leaned against the wall, a faint smile appearing on his face. Her irritation suddenly dissipated. Chen Lu turned to look at her, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Why are you not going in? The doctor is inside. I just finished completing her admission paperwork. She has to be admitted? Chen Lu asked worriedly. He understood the symptoms of low blood sugar, but fainting from it made him uneasy. Even if she only stays for a day or two, the paperwork has to be done. Chen Lu nodded slightly, not saying anything more. He took out his phone and called Xiao Xuanfang. From time to time, he glanced through the glass panel on the door. Inside, Liang Jiro was still receiving a glucose drip. Hospitals really are not good places. As he waited for the call to be answered, he sighed deeply. Most atheists would start believing in divine forces after spending time in a hospital. Apart from families welcoming newborns, people here rarely had smiles on their faces. Just then, the call connected. Auntie, you do not need to come. I am already here, Chen Lu said immediately. Lin Miao Miao and I are both here. There is no major issue. If necessary, I will come pick you up later. In his rush, he had not even thought about picking up Xiao Xuanfang. His only concern had been checking on Liang Jiro's condition. Ah, all right. I really appreciate it, Xiao Xuanfang said softly. Her voice sounded exhausted, with a faint trace of tears. She had been trying to hail a taxi for a long time, but not a single driver was willing to take the trouble to transport her. She had no acquaintances in this area, and sitting in her wheelchair by the roadside, listening to the endless passing of vehicles, she felt helpless and lost. Only now did Chen Lu fully realize that Liang Jiro truly was the pillar of her family. She was not even allowed to fall ill. When he saw the doctor coming out, he quickly said, Auntie, I will hang up now. Seeing their anxious expressions, the doctor spoke calmly. It is not a major issue. As long as she receives timely medical attention, fainting from low blood sugar will not cause any lasting effects. She just needs to rest in bed for now and be more mindful in the future. Understood. Chen Lu said this as he pushed open the door and entered. Liang Jiro had already heard his voice outside. Now, seeing his familiar, handsome face, she felt something indescribable rise in her heart. Following behind him, Lin Miao Miao also gave her a smile, prompting Liang Jiro to slightly lift the corners of her lips in response. On her pale, exhausted face, a faint smile finally appeared. The feeling of being truly valued by her friends had never been so clear before. All three of them had gentle smiles on their faces, each for a different reason. Chenlu extended his index finger and lightly tapped Liang Jiro's forehead before slowly sitting down beside her. "I am sorry," Liang Jiro said, feeling embarrassed. It was both an apology for troubling Chenlu and Lin Miao Miao and for not listening to Chenlu's advice properly. Chenlu looked up at the four-drip, watching each drop of glucose fall. In a soft but firm tone, he asked, "Will you listen to me from now on?" "Yes. You are lucky you collapsed somewhere people noticed. If you had fainted alone and remained oxygen-deprived for too long, you would not only be dead but brain-damaged." Chenlu poked her forehead again in mild irritation. "You are already not very smart. If you got any dumber, how would you even survive?" Liang Jiro did not dare to argue. She just obediently lowered her head, allowing him to poke her as much as he wanted. When she secretly glanced up and saw the faint smile on his lips, she finally felt at ease. "Could you two wait until later to make fun of me?" Lin Miao Miao interjected, annoyed. She then sat directly on the edge of the bed and held Liang Jiro's hand. "Do you want something to eat? I will go buy it for you." Liang Jiro shook her head. She looked drowsy and had no appetite. Chenlu silently adjusted the four-drip speed slightly. "Get her some biscuits or bread. Let her eat a little first. She can eat a proper meal once she feels hungry." Hearing Chenlu's words, Lin Miao Miao immediately left. Who would willingly play the third wheel? After the door closed, the room instantly became quiet. "Are you feeling unwell anywhere else?" Now that he had finished lecturing her, Chenlu asked in a gentle voice. "I am all right. Just a little weak. No matter how much you want to work hard, you still have to take care of your body, understand?" Chenlu said while unwrapping a piece of candy for her. Lin Miao Miao was so anxious that she cried outside. "For the sake of those of us who care about you, you need to take better care of yourself. Here, open your mouth," Chenlu said as he held up the fruit candy. "A reward for smiling at me for the first time." Liang Jiro hesitated, her lips slightly pursed as the orange candy brushed against them. "Eat some sugar. Behave and open up," Chenlu coaxed her like he was feeding a child. Unable to resist him, Liang Jiro finally mustered up the courage and, blushing, opened her mouth slightly. Chenlu frowned. "Wider. You cannot even fit it in like this." I can eat it myself, all right?" Liang Jiro pleaded, looking aggrieved. "It is fine. No one is watching anyway," Chenlu teased, glancing toward the door. "If you keep hesitating, Lin Miao Miao might walk in and catch you." Just as he turned his gaze back, he felt a soft and slightly moist sensation on his fingertips. The candy was gone, and his hand remained in midair. A tiny bit of moisture lingered on his fingers, slightly cool, making him involuntarily swallow. Achievement unlocked, successful hand-fed candy. Under completely unexpected circumstances. He turned to look at Liang Jiro in surprise, only to see her pretty face tinged with red. She seemed to have realized something as well. She quickly turned away, avoiding his gaze. Liang Jiro struggled to regulate her breathing, afraid that he would hear how erratic it was. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Something was not right. Had she fallen into his trap again? Even if no one was watching, this was still not okay. Chenlu stared blankly at Liang Jiro's profile, her long hair cascading down her back. He continued staring, then broke into a dazed smile. Like an idiot. But he quickly realized something was off and frowned and thought, why did it suddenly feel like he was playing a turn-based game? Why did this silly girl keep landing critical hits on him out of nowhere? But she was flustered too, so this round could barely count as his victory, right? At least he had not blushed. He could not afford to space out again. If this silly girl noticed, it would be humiliating. Not bad, not bad. Chenlu was quite satisfied. Hurry up and eat. I will reward you with another one later. Recalling that soft, delicate sensation, he shamelessly added, and no, I do not want it. Liang Jiro was so overwhelmed with embarrassment that her voice trembled. You tricked me again, she mumbled, feeling utterly wronged. This Chenlu always used a mix of coercion and persuasion to take advantage of her, constantly scheming and deceiving her. She had clearly been determined not to accept his feeding, yet the moment he mentioned the risk of Lin Miao Miao catching them in the act, she had panicked and lost the ability to think. And he even made a point of saying no one was watching. So evil. I only trick you, Chenlu said with a smile, looking at her. Do you not like it? Liang Jiro lay down quietly, turning her head toward the side with the four-drip, half burying herself in the blanket, ignoring him. She would not talk to him for at least a minute this time. At the very least, she had to wait for her heartbeat to calm down a little. Who asks a question like that? If you ask like that, and no matter how much I like it, I cannot just admit it. Chen-Lu chuckled softly and handed her his phone. Want to video call your mother? Let her know you are okay. This silly girl was too frugal to use mobile data. She probably did not even have a plan. Which, in a way, ended up costing her more. Okay. Liang Jiro slowly took the phone and sat up a little. She still could not even hold out for 10 seconds. What is the password? She asked in a small voice. Chen-Lu looked at her calmly. Your birthday. Huh? Liang Jiro froze for a long moment before softly responding, oh, and then lowered her head, tapping on the screen. Watching her clueless expression, the corners of Chen-Lu's lips curled up. In the end, I win. Consistent output is what really matters. Random critical hits do not count. The advantage is mine. Since the video call was between Liang Jiro and Xiao Xuanfang, Chen-Lu had no intention of getting involved. He silently walked to the window, gazing at the clear blue sky outside. The weather in Hangzhou was strange, just like a girl's emotions, completely unpredictable. It was often overcast in the morning, then bright and sunny by the afternoon, only for a sudden storm to arrive at night. Unstable and fickle. Naturally, while he was looking outside, he did not notice how the girl kept sneaking glances at him. To her, his silhouette was far more beautiful than the sky outside. Liang Jiro kept her description of her condition as light as possible to avoid worrying her mother. The weakness in her expression disappeared entirely. She was too used to this, she had grown up doing it. About 10 minutes later, Liang Jiro ended the video call and softly called Chen-Lu back. My mom told me to thank you properly. She murmured shyly. She had no idea how else to thank him. She felt like she would never be able to repay all the favors she owed him. I heard her, but you can just let it go. It is not like you are the kind of person who thanks others properly anyway, Chen-Lu said with a straight face. Liang Jiro was startled, feeling deeply wronged. Why am I not? Chen-Lu sighed sadly. I just fed you candy, and you did not even thank me. Do you know how tiring it is to unwrap candy? My hands are already clumsy, and I even had to hold back from eating it myself. Then, thank you. The girl mumbled pitifully and handed his phone back. That is more like it. See? She still had to thank me. Perhaps because she had not listened to him and ended up in the hospital, Chen-Lu found himself wanting to tease her even more. He slowly took back his phone and glanced at his last message to the class advisor. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to make a call. Soon, a crisp voice came from the other end. I already approved your leave. Did something else happen? Chen-Lu cleared his throat. Well, sir, considering how long I have been running errands for you, can you approve Luyan's leave as well? What does her leave have to do with you? The advisor sounded curious. It is like this, she is too embarrassed to say it, and, well, I do not feel comfortable saying it either. But it is a serious matter. Please approve it so she can go to the hospital for a checkup. I have worked hard for you these past 2 years, sir. She is my friend, after all. The advisor was momentarily fooled by his vague yet convincing words. After all, Chen-Lu rarely spoke so seriously. And thinking back to how efficient Chen-Lu had been in helping him avoid scoldings, he eventually agreed. Even though he had spoken with emotion and reason, Chen-Lu himself remained completely expressionless throughout the call. At the end of the day, he was just doing Luyan a favor. Anything beyond that had nothing to do with him. After hanging up, Chen-Lu put his phone back in his pocket and adjusted the 4 drip speed. You probably have not had an 4 in a while, right? If the flow is too fast, you might feel nauseous. Now that you have adjusted, it should be fine, he said gently, watching the glucose drip. I had IVs all the time when I was younger. I even learned how to remove my own needle in 1st or 2nd grade. My mom beat me up for it, he recalled. Liang Jiro tried to imagine Wang Xiaoxia hitting Chen-Lu, but she just could not picture such a gentle-looking woman doing it. She kind of wanted to see it. A while later, I am back. Lin Niumia pushed the door open and called out loudly. But the moment she stepped in, she saw the two of them gazing silently at each other. Chen-Lu's eyes were filled with a questioning look. Why are you staring at me? With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. 2 seconds later, it was slowly pushed open again. I am back, Lin Niumia said coldly. She then walked straight to the bed as if nothing had happened, rummaging through her large shopping bag. What did you buy? Chen-Lu looked at her in surprise. Anyone who did not know better would think she was here for a camping trip. Snacks. Bread and biscuits for Jiro, and snacks for myself while I stay the night. Lin Niumia seemed very satisfied with her haul. After all, I am staying to keep her company. I cannot let you stay here alone overnight, can I? Just the two of you, a man and a woman. Chen Lu was convinced she was part hamster. Meanwhile, Lu Yan arrived at Mo Yuqing's house and knocked softly on the door. "Yuqing, it is me." Hearing no response, she knocked harder. "Open the door." Lu Yan knocked on the door with increasing urgency until, in the end, she had no choice but to take out her phone and call Mo Yuqing. No one answered. She called several more times before the door finally opened slowly. "Oh my god, lady, anyone would think you had gone missing," Lu Yan blurted out anxiously. "No." Mo Yuqing's voice was low and heavy, as if she had just woken up. She turned around and walked back to her room in an unsteady gait. The black lace nightgown she wore swayed lightly with her movements, and one of the thin straps had slipped off her shoulder, revealing a patch of fair, smooth skin. But she left it as it was. After all, there were only girls here. Sensing that something was off, Lu Yan quickly switched into the slippers Mo Yuqing had prepared just for her and followed. "Are you all right?" By the time she reached Mo Yuqing's room, the girl was already curled up in bed, hugging a large teddy bear tightly like an octopus. Her long hair sprawled across the bed, giving her an air of careless abandon. "Why are you not saying anything?" Lu Yan, growing more worried, leaned in closer and placed a hand on Mo Yuqing's forehead. "Oh my god, you are burning up. You have a fever?" She gently shook Missouri Yuqing, trying to wake her up. "Did you take any medicine? How did your fever get this high?" "Got caught in the rain," Mo Yuqing murmured in a sleepy, muffled voice, looking like she was about to drift off again. She seemed truly unwell. "Why on earth were you out in the rain?" Lu Yan was confused. She had driven Mo Yuqing home herself, and the girl had used an umbrella. Where had she gotten wet? Mo Yuqing, eyes still closed, rubbed her cheek against the teddy bear, leaving faint damp spots on its dry fur. "Looking for something," she mumbled. "Looking for something? What could be so important that you had to search for it in the rain?" "Was not searching everywhere. Just in the trash can," Mo Yuqing answered drowsily, her breathing soon slowing into what seemed like sleep. "What did you just say? The trash can?" Lu Yan did not need a mirror to know that her face must look just like the classic subway, elderly man, mobile phone meme. An image suddenly formed in her mind: a torrential downpour at night, a breathtakingly beautiful girl, drenched and desperate, digging through a trash can? "Girl, are you out of your mind?" Her exasperated remark got no response. Mo Yuqing had fallen asleep again. Scanning the room, Lu Yan saw no sign of cold medicine or fever reducers. With no other option, she shook the girl again. "Did you take any medicine?" "No. I will be fine after some sleep. I have always been like this since I was a kid." Apparently irritated by the disturbance, Mo Yuqing turned over and pulled Lu Yan into bed with her, forcing her to lie down as well. Her entire body radiated heat, even her breath was warm. She wrapped her long, slender right leg around Lu Yan's lower body, keeping her locked in place. Lu Yan looked up only to see the perfectly smooth curve of Mo Yuqing's thigh, but she was not at all tempted. Instead, she sighed and wriggled free. "If you just sleep it off, you are going to burn your brain out." With that, she started searching for fever medicine and a thermometer. If there were none, she would have to go buy some. She had no idea what was going on in this girl's head. When Lu Yan had a high fever in the past, Mo Yuqing had taken care of her diligently. But now, when it was her own turn, she simply said, "I will be fine after some sleep." Lu Yan rummaged through the drawers for a long time before finally finding a small transparent box containing a thermometer and fever medicine. "Here, check your temperature." Fortunately, Mo Yuqing was more obedient while asleep than when awake, so Lu Yan did not have to waste much time before heading off to boil some water. A few minutes later, she returned with a cup of warm water and the medicine, setting them gently on the pristine white nightstand. But the moment she picked up the thermometer, her brows furrowed deeply. 39.2? Lu Yan looked up at Mo Yuqing, who was still hugging her teddy bear like an octopus, and scolded, "If I had not come, you would have burned yourself stupid. Take your medicine." Startled by the stern command, Mo Yuqing slowly sat up, lazily took the pills in the cup, and swallowed them in one go. Lu Yan let out a breath, pulled the curtains shut, and prepared to monitor her temperature. Good thing she had come in time. She still had no idea why their class advisor had suddenly messaged her, saying do not feel embarrassed. If you need to get checked, just get checked, whatever. At least she got the leave approved. She sat on the bed, scrolling through her phone in silence. "You are unbelievable, you know that? Going through the trash in the pouring rain." Lu Yan started laughing but then sighed in exasperation. "Seriously, what is wrong with you? What were you looking for? Did you throw away your property deed by accident?" "I was looking for something Chen Lu gave me," Mo Yuqing muttered, burying herself under the blanket, leaving only her hair sprawled across the pillow. "Let me sleep." Lu Yan froze for a moment before sighing helplessly. "Go to sleep." She looked at the sleeping Mo Yuching, her gaze growing more and more complicated. If you have this much devotion, why did you not act sooner? If you had done this before Chen Lu gave up on you, he would have proposed to you the very next day. What is the point now? Either you could not recognize your own feelings for Chen Lu, or you were so used to the overwhelming sense of security he gave you that you took it for granted until you pushed it too far, and now it is too late for everything. Any girl might struggle to understand love because of their parents' failed marriage, but you should not have. No one could ever treat you better than Chen Lu did. As she thought about this, she finally reached out and gently touched Mo Yuching's forehead. Sigh, in the end, I still feel sorry for you. At 8 o'clock in the evening, darkness had completely fallen. The room was pitch black, with only a faint sliver of light seeping in through the gap in the curtains. Mo Yuching slowly opened her eyes after the fever subsided, looking exhausted. You are awake? Lu Yan said softly. Here, drink some water. Sorry for making you come all the way here, Mo Yuching murmured as she took the cup and gulped it down in one go. Lu Yan, both amused and exasperated, looked at her. What were you dreaming about? Mo Yuching froze for a moment, then slowly shook her head. Nothing. Lu Yan did not believe her at all. If it was nothing, then why were you calling out Chen Lu's name in your sleep? You heard me, and you are still asking? Mo Yuching shot her a glance before hugging the teddy bear Chen Lu had given her even tighter. Did you not say you would come after class? I was not even fully awake this afternoon. She frowned slightly, trying to recall what had happened. Then, remembering that she had blurted out something about digging through the trash, she quickly turned to Lu Yan. If you dare tell anyone, I will take you down with me. Her voice was ice cold. If word got out that she had been rummaging through the trash, how would she even live that down? Just thinking about it made her stomach turn, the rain soaking through her clothes, the disgusting mix of smells. Lu Yan shrugged. I am not the type to run my mouth. I was not supposed to get leave in the first place, I had to wait until class was over. But as soon as the entrepreneurship lecture ended, the advisor suddenly approved my leave and even told me to get myself checked out properly. But all I told them when requesting leave was that I was feeling unwell because of my period. Mo Yuching was stunned for a long moment before burying her face deep into the teddy bear, holding it tightly as if she was using up all her strength. Her whole body trembled slightly. She muttered in a muffled voice, Chen Lu asked for you. What? Who else in his class has that good of a relationship with the advisor? Lu Yan thought about it and realized she had been too careless, there really was no one else it could be. I want to call him, Mo Yuching said with a bitter smile, taking out her phone and dialing the number that once could solve all her problems, but all she heard was a cold, automated voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently on another call. As if all the strength had drained from her body, the phone slipped from her hand onto the bed. She did not say anything else, just buried her face back into the teddy bear, her shoulders trembling. She knew that if she had not made mistake after mistake, Chen Lu would have been by her side taking care of her right now. Lu Yan watched as Mo Yuching cried in silence. She could only sigh deeply, her eyes red, as she poured her a cup of hot water. Chen Lu silently hung up the phone and looked up at the two girls chatting on the bed. After finishing her intravenous drip, Liang Jiro still had no appetite and had only eaten a few biscuits. Lin Miao, on the other hand, was completely different. She was happily munching on a bag of potato chips. If everything is fine, I will head out now. I will come back during the day tomorrow, Chen Lu said softly, standing up from the companion bed. Go on, go on. Do not interrupt the beautiful world of just me and Jiro, Lin Miao said, lifting her chin proudly. Halfway through, she suddenly glanced at Chen Lu, blinking curiously. Why do you look unhappy? Kids should not meddle in adult matters. Tisk. Chen Lu walked over to Liang Jiro and lightly poked her forehead. Eat a little something later. Seeing the girl nod, he smiled slightly. At that moment, an extremely cringeworthy ringtone suddenly started playing. SCNO. Chen Lu gave Lin Miao a look of utter disdain, while she answered the call with an expression as calm as ever. Hello, Mom? What is it? Yeah, I am at school. What did you say? You and Dad came over? What are you two doing here? Lin Miao was completely frozen, her mouth hanging open for several seconds. Even though they could not hear what was being said on the other end of the call, her words and expression made it easy to guess the situation. Why do you not just get a hotel for the night? I will come see you tomorrow when I leave campus. I have something going on right now. I am not staying at a hotel with a boy. You are leaving tomorrow? Alright then, I will come over. After hanging up, Lin Miao let out a long, deep sigh. She looked up at Chen Lu and Liang Jiro with a gloomy expression. My parents came to visit me. If I do not go back, they will start suspecting that I am staying at a hotel with a guy. Why on earth did your parents come all the way to your school? A surprise inspection? Chen Lu did not even try to process the situation before making a sarcastic remark. What are you talking about? I told you, I have not been feeling well. They are probably worried about me. What exactly is wrong with you? Get lost. She shot him an annoyed glare, then turned to hug Liang Jiro tightly. I am so sorry. I really did not expect this. Then she twisted around to face Chen Lu. Jiro, you must protect yourself. No matter what he says, do not fall for it, understand? If things get out of hand, call the doctor. Why are you looking at me? I am a proper gentleman, alright? You did not even ask if I wanted to stay here, but you were already on guard against me. How is that fair? Chen Lu kept a straight face, but inside, he was completely speechless. Lin Miaomia suddenly flashed a smile, revealing her small canine teeth. Just kidding. We trust you completely. I will be leaving her in your care tonight. Liang Jiro glanced at her, then at him, completely unable to understand how the two of them had suddenly completed a handover without her input. Then it hit her, she would be spending the whole night in the hospital with Chen Lu. Her head dropped as nervousness overwhelmed her. Now she would never be able to repay this favor. What should she do? Lin Miaomia left the large bag of snacks she had bought with Chen Lu, dawdled a bit more, and finally hurried out under the pressure of her mother's second phone call. I said it again, I am not staying at a hotel with a boy. As the hospital room door shut with a loud thud, the room fell silent once more. It was only now that Chen Lu fully realized he was staying here to take care of Liang Jiro. Late at night, just the two of them, a man and a woman, alone in a room. How thrilling. Seeing Liang Jiro lowering her head nervously again, fiddling with her hands, Chen Lu spoke gently. Relax. I am a gentleman. The girl nodded slightly. I believe you, but I am not as easygoing as Lin Miaomiao. Now that you are in my hands, do not even think about resisting. Liang Jiro froze. Wait, was he not supposed to be a gentleman? How had he switched roles in just 2 sentences? She slowly leaned back against the headboard, shrinking under the covers until only her eyes were visible, blinking at him warily. Chen Lu found it amusing and said seriously, what I mean is, you have to finish your meal. I will order some porridge and have it delivered. If you do not eat properly, you will regret it. Did this silly girl even realize that her reaction only made people want to tease her more? She practically had I am clueless, come scam me written on her face every day. It was frustrating. Watching her timid expression, Chen Lu sighed to himself. Oh okay, Liang Jiro responded obediently. A while later, just as Chen Lu was messaging his roommates to say he was not going back that night, Shan Lu, Liang Jiro called his name softly. Chen Lu looked up at her slightly pale face. What is wrong? The girl hesitated for a moment before finally gathering the courage to speak. Can we go back? I do not want to stay in the hospital. Chen Lu found it strange. It could not be that she just did not want to stay alone with him and had held back until now to say it, right? That did not seem likely. He would not say he was overly confident, but he was sure Liang Jiro did not dislike being around him. Otherwise, she would not have fallen asleep so quickly in the pavilion that time. Curious, he asked, why? Liang Jiro lowered her head, gripping the white blanket tightly. A long silence passed before she finally spoke. I hate this place. She had never received good news here. Not about her father, not about her mother, nothing. The red and white hospital lights were always glaring, and the 4 drips hanging over people's heads felt like ticking time bombs, as if they were counting down the days of every patient wearing a hospital gown. The smell of disinfectant in the air always brought her back to those helpless days, her mother desperately asking for directions, herself following behind, unable to help in any way, and her father, sighing in frustration, powerless to change anything. Back then, her mother could still walk. By now, Chen Lu fully understood what she meant. He slowly reached out his right hand, intending to hold hers, but after a moment of thought, he gently patted her head instead. Feeling the softness of her hair beneath his fingers, he said in a soothing voice, eat properly later, then get some rest. We will leave tomorrow. As soon as you wake up, we will go, alright? Liang Jiro did not resist his touch. Like a little kitten, she let him pat her head. If anything, it made her feel more at ease. Alright, she answered firmly, unconsciously tilting her head ever so slightly toward him. The slow-witted girl did not realize it yet, but the feelings that Chen Lu had unknowingly planted in her heart had finally begun to sprout at this moment. Within 2 minutes, the food delivery arrived. Chen Lu reluctantly withdrew his hand and got up to answer the door. Why do deliveries never arrive this fast when I am starving? He smiled and thanked the delivery person, but inside, he could not help but complain. I did not even get to touch her hair long enough. And what was with that? Not only was her hair incredibly smooth, but it also smelled amazing. Do girls just naturally absorb the scent of their shampoo? He sat down beside her with the porridge and said softly, "Open your mouth." I want to eat by myself." "No, you do not. A patient should just do what a patient is supposed to do." The night deepened. Both inside and outside the hospital room, everything was quiet. The hallways were empty except for the 2 nurses on duty at the station. Chen-Lu had only turned on a small bedside lamp. The dim light cast a soft glow over him, while further away, Liang Zhiro had already fallen asleep. His efforts in feeding her spoonful by spoonful had not been in vain. This silly girl had ended up eating a decent amount in the end. Chen-Lu smiled in satisfaction as he looked at her sleeping face. Then he lowered his head to check his phone, chuckling quietly until the screen suddenly went black. Damn, he had left in such a hurry that he forgot to bring a charger. He walked over to Liang Zhiro's bedside and gently poked her cheek, whispering, "Let me borrow your phone. I will use it to find a charging station." The girl let out a soft hum, her sleepy face rubbing against his fingertip. "Okay." Chen-Lu picked up her phone carefully. "What is your password?" "Your birthday." As soon as Liang Zhiro finished speaking, she drifted off into sleep, leaving Chen-Lu's hand frozen in place. "My birthday." After a few seconds, he finally withdrew his hand, turned around, and left the room. The strange smile on his face made the nurses at the station glance at him sideways. If he were not so handsome, they might have mistaken him for some kind of creep sneaking around in the middle of the night. Within minutes, he had rented a portable charger. Since he had left Liang Zhiro alone in the hospital room, he sprinted back, his figure zipping past the nurses' station in a blur. The 2 night shift nurses who had been chatting were startled again. "What is with all the weirdos tonight? I think it is the same guy from earlier." Back in the hospital room, Chen-Lu carefully closed the door without making a sound, afraid of waking Liang Zhiro. After plugging in his phone to charge, he walked over to her bedside, intending to put her phone back next to her. As he set it down, his thumb accidentally tapped the bottom navigation bar, and he caught a glimpse of her notes. It seemed to be filled with a lot of writing. Who knew what this silly girl had written? Chen-Lu was never one to pry into others' privacy, unless he saw his own name in it. Curious, he opened it, only to find that it was an expense log. One section recorded future expenses and her current income, while another tracked her past spending. At the very top, there was a detailed breakdown of all the costs related to her mother's medical checkups and upcoming surgery. Mom's surgery expenses. Skipping past all the medical costs, he finally found the entry with his name. Chen-Lu's DSLR camera. There was even a diary-like note beside it. "I hope Mom gets better soon so I can start saving up to buy a camera for Chen-Lu." He looked really sad when he mentioned it. When he noticed I was watching, he forced a smile. He probably thinks I am too naive to notice, but I do. I just want him to be a little happier. He is like a ray of sunshine in my dark life, so I want him to have a bright smile on his face too. "You can do it, Liang Zhiro. Keep going." Further down, she had listed things he liked and disliked. She had written down that he did not like eating fish or bitter melon, things he had casually mentioned in passing. And all he had done was complain once about how bad his phone camera was, yet she had actually turned buying him a camera into one of her goals. The phone screen's glow reflected in his slightly misty eyes. His pupils widened just a little. Her personal expenses were all listed at the very bottom. Unlike the earlier entries, there was nothing written about things she wanted for herself. Only basic living costs and groceries. The most recent personal expense was a piece of clothing that had cost less than 40 yuan. In an instant, Chen-Lu understood everything. He finally realized why Liang Zhiro had been so busy lately, and why she had suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. A bittersweet smile tugged at his lips. He looked down at the sleeping girl. Her breathing was steady, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, her face peaceful. This silly girl was like a person with 2 completely different personalities. She could list expenses for her mother and Chen-Lu in the tens of thousands, but when it came to herself, she hesitated to spend even a few dozen yuan. She probably had no idea how long it would take her to save up for these 2 goals. All she thought about was the sooner, the better. What surprised Chen-Lu even more was that, in her priorities, he ranked right after Xiao Xuanfang, and she had placed herself at the very bottom. He stood frozen for a long time, then took a deep breath and quietly turned off the phone screen. But he did not leave. Instead, he remained there, silently watching the sleeping girl. No one knew how much time had passed. Since she had gone to bed early, Liang Zhiro gradually stirred awake only to find Chen-Lu standing in front of her. Startled at first, she relaxed upon recognizing him and burrowed back under the covers. "Why are you still awake?" she asked timidly, reaching up to touch her own cheek under the blanket. It was burning hot. Surely he had not been watching her sleep this whole time. The thought made her reach up to check the corner of her mouth. What if she had drooled in her sleep? Chen Lu's lips curled into a small smirk. You were talking in your sleep, did you not know? Ha! The girl let out her signature dumbfounded noise, her expression a mix of shock and embarrassment. What did I say? Chen Lu said nothing, he simply smiled at her. Let her imagination run wild. After all, he had not actually thought of a fake answer yet. Now she felt even worse. How could he not even let her die of embarrassment with some clarity? It felt like ants were crawling all over her. Go back to sleep. It is still early, Chen Lu said softly, reaching out to pull the blanket up over her shoulders. His movements were as gentle as if he were tucking in a child. Liang Jiro glanced at the cold, hard companion bed in the corner and hesitantly asked, Do you want to sleep on the bed? Chen Lu froze on the spot. What did I just hear? He turned to look at her, only to see half her face still buried under the covers. What did you just say? Only then did Liang Jiro realize how her words might have been misunderstood. She quickly sat up and clarified. That is not what I meant. I meant I could sleep on the lower bunk. Chen Lu was silent for a moment before finally speaking, his tone exasperated. You honestly would have been better off not explaining. You are the patient. Just get some rest. As he spoke, he unwrapped a piece of candy. Have you noticed that you have been a little more open lately? This is your reward. He had already decided that from now on, he would always carry some candy with him for her, just in case her low blood sugar acted up again. Back when he tricked the drama club into believing she had hypoglycemia so she would not have to overwork herself, he had not expected his words to actually come true. He held the fruit candy up to her lips. Ah! Liang Jiro stared at him blankly before suddenly murmuring in a small voice, If I let you feed me, will you sleep on the bed? I have already slept for a long time. That folding bed might look decent, but just one glance told her it had to be terribly uncomfortable. Chen Lu chuckled. Liang Jiro, you do realize you are in no position to negotiate, right? My advice, just behave, or you will regret it. Liang Jiro pouted but obediently opened her mouth and accepted the candy. And then she bit his finger. Ah! Chen Lu yelped and instinctively yanked his hand away, his heartbeat suddenly speeding up. As he shook his hand, he frowned inwardly. Damn, this silly girl had started fighting back now. This was dangerous. He would have to be on guard from now on. As he was mentally plotting his revenge, he looked up only to see her smiling at him. Despite her obvious shyness, there was a hint of triumph in her eyes. Her clear gaze sparkled with laughter. Her lips curved in a delicate smile, her long eyes shimmered, and the faint dimples at the corners of her mouth deepened. At that moment, he wished his eyes were a camera so he could etch this image into his memory forever, never to forget it, for the rest of his life. Even though the room was dimly lit, the girl's smile still left Chen Lu momentarily dazed. It was not until the notification sound from his phone rang that he finally became aware of the sound of his own heartbeat again. Let me bite you back. He snapped back to reality and said, though in truth, her bite had not hurt at all. Panicked, Liang Jiro quickly burrowed deeper under the blanket, full of regret and fear. I was wrong. After that brief moment of excitement, her usual rationality and self-doubt quickly took over, making her deeply regret what she had just done. Her cheeks burned with heat, and she felt so embarrassed she almost wanted to cry. Suppressing her emotions had always been an instinct, at least until she became fully capable of supporting her family on her own. But the emotional wall she had spent her whole life building in order to be strong for her mother had begun to crumble ever since she met Chen Lu, for reasons she could not explain. When a person finds a place where they can cry and be vulnerable, they inevitably become soft-hearted. Chen Lu let out a smug chuckle, deliberately playing the victor. I will let you off just this once. He had no intention of pushing her too far. The courage she had gathered was something precious, something that needed to be protected. It was best to let this moment pass as if nothing had happened. Naturally, he changed the topic, and Liang Jiro followed along, skipping over the incident. She let out an unconscious sigh of relief, her emotions gradually settling down. Some parts of Chen Lu's gentleness, she could clearly feel. Some, she had yet to fully understand. Liang Jiro sat at the edge of the bed, while Chen Lu sat on the chair beside her. With only a small night lamp on, they spoke in hushed voices, as if unwilling to disturb the stillness of the night. For a moment, he nearly forgot they were in a hospital. All he felt was the silence around them and the soft murmurs of the girl before him. Talking to a girl at this hour, it was a strange feeling. After a while, as if remembering something, Chen Lu suddenly turned serious and looked at Liang Jiro. Take it slow, alright? You do not have to rush everything. I will be by your side every step of the way. His voice was both firm and gentle. At that moment, Liang Jiro also lifted her gaze to meet his. But for some reason, Chen Lu saw a flicker of unwillingness in her eyes, because she really was in a hurry. There were too many things she wanted to do, but she refused to start any of them until her mother's legs were healed. She wanted, more than anything, to become extraordinary, just as the two of them had promised. Only then could she give this boy before her the gift she had chosen for him, even if it meant saving up for a long time. By then, her mother would already be happy, and she, too, would have all the time in the world to pursue her own happiness, to do things that would make this boy happy. By then, she would finally be able to stay by his side without any hesitation. Chen Lu froze. This was the first time he had ever seen the usually timid, seemingly fragile Liang Jiro with such a determined and unwilling gaze. It was both shocking and intriguing. No matter how observant he was, there was no way he could guess what she was truly thinking in that moment. After all, they had grown up in completely different worlds. Some differences could never be bridged simply through empathy, only time could smooth them out. He stood up and flicked her forehead. "That is your punishment for not listening." Liang Jiro covered her forehead, looking slightly aggrieved. "I do listen. I will take care of myself." Taking care of herself. Well, that would do. Chen Lu smiled at her. "I have said what I needed to say. All that is left is for me to stay by your side and support you." Liang Jiro found it strange. She had expected Chen Lu to be angry, but he had not been, not even a little. He respected her decisions far more than she had anticipated. Even when it came to tutoring, he had told her that if she really disliked socializing, she did not have to force herself. He had never once tried to overwhelm her with rational arguments, never told her, "I am doing this for your own good." "Why are you not mad?" she asked hesitantly. Now it was Chen Lu's turn to be confused. "Why would I be mad?" The girl thought for a long time before murmuring, "Because you were right, but I did not do what you wanted me to do." She thought that he might feel like all his efforts had been wasted. Chen Lu tried to follow her train of thought. After pondering for a while, he finally understood a little. With a soft chuckle, he said, "Having differences is normal. Besides, I am not always right. When I give you advice, I often forget to consider what you actually want. For example, I tend to overlook the fact that you do not like talking to strangers. You might be afraid of making me unhappy, but I actually think it is great that you have your own thoughts. If you always blindly agreed with me, it might seem like our disagreements are instantly resolved, but in reality, the conflict would only build up over time. Until one day, you would start thinking, why should I listen to him? And by then, you would leave my side. And honestly, that is something I never want to see happen." As he spoke, he lightly poked her soft cheek again. "No one has the right to make you change just to suit their preferences. Not even me. You only need to do what you want to do." Seeing the girl frozen in thought, he could not help but smile again. Slowly, he walked over to the hard, uncomfortable companion bed. "Get some sleep. Once you wake up, we will leave." Liang Jiro looked at his blurry figure, her eyes trembling slightly. "But I do want to change. I want to become the kind of person you like, just as you respect my wishes, I want to respect yours. The only reason I did not listen to you this time is because I want to reach that future as soon as possible." They exchanged a few more casual words before Chen Lu finally shooed Liang Jiro off to bed. As soon as he closed his eyes, he fell asleep almost instantly. That night was quiet and peaceful. Perhaps, even years from now, this memory would still remain vivid in their minds. One afternoon, a few days later. After class, Chen Lu stared at his phone, lost in thought as he waited for a reply from Liang Jiro that had not come for a long time. He recalled the messages he had seen in the part-time job group chat back when they were at the hospital. "I should check the parcel pickup station." With that thought, he slowly walked out of the classroom. Sure enough, outside one of the university's parcel pickup stations, he spotted Liang Jiro busily working. Standing at a distance, he silently watched her, once again suppressing the urge to force her to go home and rest. Just like that time at the shopping mall, he took out his phone and called her. "Hello? What is wrong?" Liang Jiro's soft voice came through. Chen Lu hesitated for a moment, suddenly unsure of what to say. The girl did not rush him, simply waiting quietly. For a few seconds, the only sounds in the call were their steady breathing. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "You are just starting to recover. Make sure to get enough rest." "Understood. All right, I am hanging up now." "Ha? Oh, okay." The girl sounded a little confused but still agreed blankly. She had no idea why Chen Lu had suddenly called her. It was only at that moment that Chen Lu realized every time she answered his calls, she would press her phone tightly to her ear, holding it there even after the call ended, only reluctantly lowering it once the disconnect tone had rung several times. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro lay on the table to rest for a bit before standing up again, rubbing her sore neck, and weakly continuing her work. Chen Lu dialed another number. "Licinian, how much do students earn per month working at the parcel pickup station?" "How would I know?" "Of course, I know you would not know, that is why I am telling you to find out." Fine, I will ask around. 2 minutes later, Lee Sinian sent him a message. 1,400. That was how much a student earned per month working there. To buy the Sony DSLR camera sitting in her shopping cart, she would have to work for nearly an entire year. If a girl were willing to go this far for you, what would you do? Chen Lu asked himself. The answer came almost immediately. He raised his phone back to his ear, his gaze firm as he watched the distant figure of the girl, listening to the steady dial tone. Before the person on the other end could even speak, he said first, "Boss, let us do something big." "That is right. I agree." As soon as Chen Lu finished speaking, he silently moved his phone a little further from his ear. Sure enough, a deafening shout erupted from the other end. "Holy shit, you actually agreed?" Jiang Chao practically yelled, almost forgetting to chew the snack in his mouth. "Yeah," Chen Lu replied calmly, "but there are still some things we need to discuss. I will talk to you when I get back to the dorm." Jiang Chao was clearly excited. All right, I will be waiting." Chen Lu hung up the call and continued watching Liang Jiro for a while longer. The girl was still diligently sorting through the packages, carefully placing each one in its designated spot. Every so often, she would lower her head to read the labels closely, her long hair falling forward with the movement, and she would gently tuck it behind her ear. Chen Lu found it a little surprising. Ever since he had casually mentioned that he liked her with her hair down, she had hardly ever worn it in a ponytail again. Sensing something off, Liang Jiro glanced up toward the distance, feeling as if someone had been standing still for a long time. But when she looked around, there was nothing there. Only a gentle breeze rustled the green leaves of the nearby trees. The moment Chen Lu stepped into the dorm, Jiang Chao rushed up to him like a ghost. "Spill it." "Why this sudden change of heart?" he asked curiously. Chen Lu tilted his head, looking exasperated. "Why do I feel like you are making it sound like I lost my mind?" "Screw you." Jiang Chao laughed and cursed at him, then grabbed the car keys from the desk and reluctantly stroked them a few times. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze to Chen Lu. "Come on, take a drive with me." Chen Lu did not ask any questions and simply followed along. The deep black Mercedes cruised down the road, catching the golden hues of the setting sun. Jiang Chao took every familiar turn he recognized, driving without any particular destination. In the car, Su Shanghao's "This Year's Brave Ones" played in the background as the two of them chatted casually. "You have changed, my dear son," Jiang Chao suddenly remarked. "What has changed about your father?" Chen Lu would never let himself be taken advantage of that easily. Among guys, it was common to subtly switch each other's titles when the other was not paying attention. Losing a few rounds did not matter, but as long as you won just once, no matter how old you were, it was enough to make you laugh like an idiot. Jiang Chao proudly tapped the steering wheel with his index finger, as if he was convinced that only with Chen Lu's participation could his plans actually work. "Of course, you have changed. You are no longer confused. Even just yesterday, you were probably still hesitating, wondering if you should slack off for the rest of your life or start working towards something." A smirk appeared on Chen Lu's lips. "So, you are admitting I am your father? Fuck off. I am being serious here. Still, I am your father." Chen Lu shrugged. Jiang Chao suddenly had the strong urge to swerve the wheel and crash the car, taking this bastard down with him. He had just started getting emotional, and Chen Lu just had to pull this shit. No sense of respect whatsoever. "Anyway, what changed your mind? Can you tell me?" Jiang Chao still could not contain his curiosity. Chen Lu gazed at the sun, now half hidden behind towering buildings in the distance, and smiled. "Because there is a fool working herself to the bone to buy me a camera. So it is only natural that I find a job for her sake, right?" After all, they were both simply doing their best to fulfill each other's wishes. It was the same thing. Jiang Chao frowned deeply, as if he had just taken a huge bite out of a lemon. "You are calling this a job? Oh, right. Speaking of that, I just remembered, let's partner up." "I will take the lead," Chen Lu said, his expression suddenly turning serious. "Do not worry, I am not going to freeload off you. I will put in my own money." It was precisely because he and Jiang Chao were close that he wanted to keep things clear. He had absolute trust in Jiang Chao. He was the type of person who, once he considered you a brother, would charge into battle ahead of you without hesitation. But letting Jiang Chao lead things? Absolutely not. If they followed his way of doing things, they would both starve to death. Jiang Chao was so startled by the statement that he almost dropped the cigarette from his lips. He had thought Chen Lu, with his serious expression, was about to say something huge. "And here I thought you were going to say something important." "That is it?" he scoffed, full of disdain. "I told you before, even if you did not put in a single cent, I would still follow your lead." Chen Lu chuckled and looked out the window. "Guess I am kind of important, huh?" After a while, he added, "You really trust me, huh?" Unreal. Jiang Chao rolled down the window and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. It is almost June now. Once September comes, and the new batch of freshmen arrives, we will have known each other for 3 years. Maybe that is not a long time, but you really are my best brother. That is the main reason I trust you. The secondary reason is that you are actually capable. I am not an idiot. Do you think I would cling to you if you were completely useless? Of course, I see your ability, but honestly, that is just a bonus. Jiang Chao seemed eager to emphasize that their bond was more important than any practical benefits. When did we actually become close? Chen Lu suddenly asked. Jiang Chao seemed to recall something and let out a quiet chuckle. Now that I think about it, when we first started college, I really could not stand you. I thought my looks would make me unstoppable in university, that I would have girls lining up for me. But as soon as I walked into our dorm, I saw you. Fuck. Even now, when I think about it, I feel like you deserve to die. Because of you, I could not get close to any of the girls in our class until I finally got with Lu Yan. Then, when our class advisor let us elect a class representative, I stood up, saw you did not stand up, and instantly felt at ease. Saying that, he punched Chen Lu lightly. Then I found out you secretly helped Mo Yuching instead. I really could not stand you back then. And after that, Jiang Chao rambled on about the past but failed to pinpoint exactly when they had become close friends. Maybe it was after our first all-nighter at the internet cafe, Chen Lu suggested after thinking about it. The truth was, neither of them remembered when their relationship had changed. Most guys only remembered the anniversary of when they met their girlfriends. As for their best friends, no one really kept track. Then again, part of the reason why best friends stayed best friends was that forgetting such things never led to arguments. But none of that really mattered. At that moment, Jiang Chao suddenly pointed outside the window. Remember this place? Back when Li Xinian and I almost had a falling out, you dragged us both here that night to the internet cafe. Then, he froze. Shit. When did it turn into a foot massage parlor? Male friendships were odd. Case in point, the two of them had been aimlessly driving around for hours, ending up here by pure coincidence. By now, the entire city was lit up with thousands of lights. Occasionally, passing headlights cast flickering shadows on Chen Lu's face, leaving behind a strange sense of heaviness. Jiang Chao pulled over by a bridge, got out, and lit a cigarette. The tiny sparks glowed in the darkness as he took a deep breath. All right, I am not attached to this car anymore. I will sell it soon, and we will take our shot. I have no regrets about trying this out with you. Even if we fail, when I look back on this someday, I will just smile. At least I tried. And I did it with my best brother. Chen Lu tilted his head, looking at him like he was an idiot. Who the hell told you to sell your car? Jiang Chao was so shocked he almost put the lit end of his cigarette into his mouth. Then where is the money coming from? Chen Lu leaned against the railing, letting the night wind mess up his hair, and smirked. If I am here, then that means I have a way. Before Jiang Chao could even ask, Chen Lu pulled out his phone and scrolled through his notes, searching for the information he had gathered. There is an independent game development competition happening in Hangzhou soon. Only university students are allowed to participate, he said seriously. As long as we manage to place decently, we can apply for our university's entrepreneurship fund. That is a solid 100,000 yuan. If we push a little harder, we can probably secure a free workspace in the university's startup incubator. If all goes well, we will save a lot of money. Jiang Chao was stunned for a moment before realizing that, while Chen Lu had a solid plan, he had no team to execute it. What about the people we need? Jiang Chao asked. Chen Lu knew some programming, but Jiang Chao knew absolutely nothing. His role had always been that of an investor, just putting in money. Chen Lu was completely unfazed. That is easy. I know a bit of programming, so I count as half a person. We will find the rest from the neighboring college when the time comes. He turned around, leaning against the railing, and spoke softly. This will not cost much. You might not be able to hire construction workers for 2,000 yuan a month, but you can definitely hire university students. Some might not even need 2,000. Before we discuss salaries, we can talk to them about dreams first. There will definitely be young people like you who will jump in without hesitation just because it sounds exciting. If you do not know how to sell dreams, how can you start a business? As long as he had the ability to turn those dreams into reality, it was enough. He did not need to be some great philanthropist, but he would never be the kind of person who made empty promises while withholding pay like some exploitative boss. Jiang Chao thought about it for a long time before finally piecing together the entirety of Chen Lu's plan. On one hand, he felt incredibly lucky to have dragged Chen Lu onto this crazy venture. On the other, he realized he was never going to catch up to this guy in this lifetime. He flicked his half-smoked cigarette onto the ground and crushed it under his foot. Damn! You are fucking ruthless. At that moment, Jiang Chao deeply understood if Chen Lu wanted to, he would be exactly the kind of person Chen Lu described. Hell, he would even be the type to hand over his money willingly. How could the gap between people be this huge? Chen Lu remained indifferent. Do not talk nonsense. If this works out, they will be the founding team. How could we possibly mistreat them? As for those who would only work for a short time and then leave, Chen Lu did not care. As long as the framework remained intact, cogs in the machine could always be replaced. You do the work, I pay you. A simple, one-time transaction, no emotional attachments. Jiang Chao nodded in understanding, then asked, so, what do I do? Just provide funding? He suddenly felt like he should sell his car and invest more money. Otherwise, Chen Lu's plan seemed perfectly executable even without him, an incredibly humbling realization. Chen Lu found this amusing. Of course, you have to put in some money like me. You are the second in command. In the beginning, all the things I do not have time for will be handled by you, including the grunt work. Later, when we grow bigger, you will be the lead designer. With your tendency to come up with random ideas on a whim, you are perfect for it. Of course, having a thick skin also helped. A game designer would definitely take the most criticism. Jiang Chao grinned. Deal. Honestly, he just wanted to be part of making a game. He did not care about the profit split or what title he had. At the core of it, he just wanted to make up for the regret of having his father forcefully change his major. He knew very well that he did not have Chen Lu's self-discipline or ability to teach himself programming. So this opportunity, it was more than enough. Chen Lu swiped through his phone screen one last time, double-checking his plan before locking the screen. That is pretty much it. If we cannot pull this off, then selling your car and investing so much money would be pointless, he said seriously. Jiang Chao watched Chen Lu's structured, methodical approach and then glanced at the stacks of game development books on Chen Lu's bed. He sniffled slightly. Chen Lu, thank you. He knew Chen Lu's reason for agreeing to this was not just because he was moved by Liang Zhiro. It was also because he wanted to do something reckless with him. Otherwise, with Chen Lu's skills, he could start any kind of business he wanted. There was no reason for him to have to make games. You are fucking disgusting. Chen Lu gagged dramatically, then broke into a smile. Do not thank me. After all, I am your father. The competition is at the end of June. We are about to get really busy. We can discuss everything together, but in the end, I will have the final say. That okay with you? The closer the friendship, the more important it was to clarify these things. That way, even if things did not go smoothly in the future, it would not damage their relationship too badly. Seeing Jiang Chao nod slightly, Chen Lu smiled again. If we succeed, we will be President Chen and President Jiang. If we fail, we will just be some guy named Chen and some guy named Jiang. Could you stop saying ominous shit? Jiang Chao cursed. Chen Lu thought for a moment and finally reworded it more seriously. The future is long, President Jiang. Jiang Chao leaned in with a dead serious expression, glancing around cautiously before whispering. Who is Fong Chang? Since Li Xinian was busy preparing for civil service exams and Zhang Haoyu was studying for graduate school, only Chen Lu and Jiang Chao ended up going out for a barbecue. Honestly, when he received their messages, Chen Lu felt a bit dazed and melancholic. Graduation was still officially a year away, but somehow, once third year ended, everyone seemed to start going their separate ways. The day of parting was getting closer and closer. By the time they returned to the dorm, it was already close to 10 at night. By then, the area around their dormitory was almost deserted. With summer approaching, the air was filled with the constant sounds of chirping insects. The nights in Hangzhou were far from quiet. There were enough bugs in the grass to start an entire museum. The girl you love may not always stay by your side, but mosquitoes will. Chen Lu supported Jiang Chao, both of them swaying slightly as they made their way to the dorm entrance. He looked at his dear son in exasperation, completely baffled as to why, in the time it took him to finish one drink, this idiot had already downed an entire bottle. Is this how people with high alcohol tolerance celebrate? Chen Lu, having a brother like you is enough for me in this lifetime. I mean it, Jiang Chao slurred, draping an arm over Chen Lu's shoulder. Then call me dad, Chen Lu replied, unamused. Unlike Jiang Chao, he was completely sober because he had not even had the chance to get drunk. Jiang Chao was chugging bottles while he barely had a sip. There was no way he could keep up. Just as they reached the dorm entrance, they saw a striking silhouette crouched nearby. The girl sat against the tightly shut dormitory doors, her arms wrapped around her knees, saying nothing. The dorm's white light shone down from above, casting a faint glow on her, making her look unusually solemn, completely different from her usual self. When Mo Yuqing saw Chen Lu, she finally stood up. It was unclear how long she had been squatting there, but when she got up, her legs were so stiff that she wobbled slightly, only managing to steady herself by holding onto the door. It was hard to reconcile this frail, uncertain girl with the one who had always carried herself with unwavering confidence. All three of them froze. Just as Chen Lu was about to act as if he had seen nothing and help Jiang Chao inside, Mo Yuqing took a few quick steps toward him. The hem of her dark dress swayed lightly like a blooming flower. She had already made up her mind. Even if Chen Lu stood still or even took a step back, as long as she ran to catch up, it would be fine. Even if it exhausted her to the point of collapse, it would not matter. After all, compared to the years of effort Chen Lu had given her, this was nothing. She lifted the bag in her hand slightly and said softly, "I bought peach crisps for you. From your favorite shop." That shop was far from the university. It would take at least 40 minutes by taxi, over an hour for a round trip. Chen Lu did not know how long she had traveled back and forth, nor how long she had been crouching here like an abandoned child, feeding the mosquitoes, drawing curious glances from passers-by. But he no longer wanted to know. If even boiling water at 100 degrees can cool and freeze over, how much more so a heart at only 37 degrees? The deeper one's love, the more absolute their heartbreak. His only remaining wish was to part on good terms. Jiang Chao, sensing the mood, sensibly staggered into the dorm by himself, leaving them alone. Though, in reality, he still stood a little distance away, lighting a cigarette and quietly observing. Chen Lu let out a soft sigh, making it clear that he had no intention of accepting the gift. Mo Yuqing's expression turned even more sorrowful. She cupped the bag of peach crisps in both hands and held it out again, pleading, Just 2 bites. 2 bites are enough, please?" She held back her tears. She had already anticipated this response, but now that it was truly happening, her heart ached as if pricked by countless needles, an unbearable coldness spreading within her. The boy who had once treated her with such warmth, who had smiled at her, who had always had eyes only for her. It felt like he was gone forever. An overwhelming sorrow engulfed her, and waves of regret crashed over her heart, one after another, relentless and suffocating. At the same time, she finally understood regret was meaningless. Chen Lu looked at the girl in front of him with an indifferent expression. "Forget it, I just ate. Besides, I do not like these," he said, sounding almost weary. Mo Yuqing froze. Her trembling hand slowly moved behind her back as she bit her lip. "But you have loved them since we were kids. I remember everything you loved to eat." Ever since childhood, even back in elementary school, Chen Lu had always been excited about peach crisps. Because of this, her mother often bought them for him, keeping some at home for whenever he came over to play. She trembled slightly. More than the thought that he no longer liked peach crisps, she was terrified of the possibility that he no longer liked her. Chen Lu let out a quiet, complicated chuckle. "You should think harder about this. Back then, when my parents or your parents bought peach crisps, who actually ate the most?" Mo Yuqing lowered her gaze and whispered, "I." Back then, Chen Lu always took a few bites and then stopped. He was often scolded for asking for them despite not actually liking them. Yet he still insisted, every time, that he loved them. And she, like a clueless child, had never noticed a thing. She had trampled all over his kindness without a second thought. As Mo Yuqing stood there in a daze, Chen Lu's face was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. "Have you figured it out now?" he asked. Mo Yuqing nodded faintly. She bit her lip so hard that she tasted something metallic, bitter, salty. She was furious at herself. How could she only realize this now? Chen Lu said nothing more. He turned and walked toward the dorm entrance, leaving behind only one sentence. "Let us not bother each other anymore, for your sake, and for mine." He had barely taken 2 steps when he felt a sudden tug on his arm. "I do not want that." Mo Yuqing grasped his sleeve with one hand while using the other to wipe away the tears she could no longer hold back. "Please do not push me away. I am begging you. We grew up together. I never once imagined a life without you. I will make it up to you. I will treat you the way you once treated me." At this moment, she had abandoned all of her pride. Lowering her head meant nothing. As long as it could make Chen Lu change his mind, she was willing to do anything. For a brief moment, she held on to hope, until she saw Chen Lu let out a long sigh. "Let go," he said, his voice low. "Have some dignity." His meaning was clear. "You cannot hold me back if I want to leave. If you let go now, at least it will not be too humiliating." Under his gaze, Mo Yuqing's fingers slowly loosened, as if each movement took all her strength. She had never realized how much she craved being close to him until now. But she knew forcing him to stay would only backfire. It would only make him resent her even more. She could not let that happen, so all she could do was stare at him with blurred vision, trying to memorize his face just a little longer. "Go home," Chen Lu said. Then, without another glance, he walked away. His every step felt impossibly heavy. Mo Yuching stood frozen in place, not knowing how much time had passed before she finally turned and left. From the shadows, Lu Yan stepped out, watching her with a mix of helplessness and pity. "Look at it this way right now, it is normal for you to throw yourself at him and get nothing but cold rejection," she said. Mo Yuching looked at her lock screen, the last photo she had taken with Chen Lu. She wiped her tear-streaked cheeks with the back of her hand. She laughed through her tears, forcing herself to sound strong. "It is fine. This is just the beginning." She could no longer expect him to treat her the way he used to. At the very least, he had spoken to her. Lu Yan said nothing. She knew that Mo Yuching had never suffered this kind of humiliation before. And she also knew she deserved to. If Mo Yuching was not ready to give up yet. "You are a lot more determined than I thought," Lu Yan admitted honestly. Mo Yuching turned back toward the dorm entrance. Even though Chen Lu was no longer there, only a few moths fluttering under the light, she still stared at the spot where he had been. "Because I finally understand how he must have felt back then." The more she put herself in his shoes, the more she realized just how deeply Chen Lu had once loved her. "I will not give up. If he could chase me for 7 years, then I can chase him for 7 years too. 14 years in total, that is all. I will do everything for him that he once did for me without missing a single thing." As she spoke, her vision blurred again. "But 14 years. I will be 35 by then. That is too old. I will not even be able to show you my best self anymore. Can you come back to me just a little sooner?" Chen Lu spat in the direction of Jiang Chao, who was leaning against the wall smoking. "I knew you would be watching." Jiang Chao turned his head, exhaling a cloud of smoke to the side. He shrugged and grinned. "Come on, this was the most beautiful girl in our university begging someone for once. Wouldn't it be a shame not to watch? If this gets out, imagine how many guys would lose their minds. The goddess they dream about day and night, standing there crying, pleading for you not to leave her. TSK, TSK. Chen Lu could not be bothered to respond. He shot Jiang Chao a glance, his expression unreadable. "Damn, the real enemy was inside all along." "What do you mean?" Jiang Chao did not get it. "As long as I hang around you, my every move is completely transparent." Chen Lu started heading upstairs. "You are basically Lu Yan's informant, even if you do not mean to be." Jiang Chao thought back to his chat with Lu Yan during dinner and realized he had no way to refute that. He sighed and followed Chen Lu up the stairs, feeling a bit guilty. That woman was too cunning. She has already been rejected twice to her face, and she still has not given up? "I barely recognize her anymore," Jiang Chao said. "I am not leading her on," Chen Lu replied, his voice filled with exasperation. "I have been clear enough. Our dads are close, so I cannot be too harsh about it. So there is nothing else I can do. She will not keep this up forever, at most. She will try a few more times and give up. If she shows up again, just ignore her. If she wants to feed the mosquitoes, let her." Jiang Chao could not help but ask, "Does it not bother you? You two grew up together, and you liked her for so many years." He had never experienced anything like this, so he could not really put himself in Chen Lu's shoes. But even though Chen Lu was firm in his rejection, Jiang Chao could tell he was not in a good mood. "Of course it bothers me," Chen Lu admitted without hesitation. He had no interest in pretending otherwise. Then he turned around, looking down at Jiang Chao from a few steps above. "But tell me, just because it hurts, does that mean I should go back?" Jiang Chao was momentarily stunned. Both Mo Yuching and Chen Lu had suddenly become strangers to him in this regard. The once persistent pursuer had become as cold as ice, while the unattainable goddess had turned into a desperate romantic. So devoted it was almost shocking. Love really was a strange thing, it was all just mutual torment in the end. "I think you are doing the right thing. The sooner she lets go, the better it will be for both of you." Jiang Chao nodded approvingly. "Once you both move on, you will not need to hurt her any further." Mo Yuching is not like Qin Wenxi. When Li Xinian eventually came to his senses, Qin Wenxi would not care. To her, it was just one less fish in the pond. That was the difference between the two. One had feelings but never responded to them. The other never had feelings to begin with. Chen Lu hummed in agreement, not refuting it. Who has not had regrets in their youth? The next afternoon, in a pavilion on campus, Chen Lu rested his chin on his hand, staring at his laptop with boredom. Across from him, Liang Jiro sat quietly, head lowered as she memorized English vocabulary. He was reviewing past submissions for the G-Bits Future Game Developer Competition, analyzing the commonalities between the entries. Compared to something like GWB, which required a finished game, this competition was much more suited for them. As long as they passed the preliminary selection, they only needed to produce a passable game prototype within 48 hours. With such a short development time, everything would come down to creativity. Their disadvantage as newcomers would be significantly reduced. They did not even need to win, just placing anywhere in the rankings would be enough to secure funding from the university. Chenlu absent-mindedly scrolled with his mouse, muttering to himself, "Coding is easy to handle, but art, that is going to be a problem. Nothing is ever simple." A lot of the judges were well-known gaming content creators and streamers. Maybe he could even get some autographs, especially from that 1.16-meter tall monkey. As he thought about it, he let out a deep sigh. One step at a time. The hardest part is always getting started. What is wrong? Liang Jiro looked up in concern when she heard his sigh, just feeling a bit frustrated. Chenlu stretched and glanced at the soft-spoken girl in front of him. "You have not been feeling unwell, have you?" She shook her head. "No." "Good. If you end up back in the hospital, see how I deal with you," he grumbled. Liang Jiro still felt embarrassed whenever she remembered how he had fed her in the hospital. She quickly waved her hands. "I will not. Really, I will not." But just as she was thinking about it, Chenlu suddenly pulled a fruit candy from his pocket. Ever since she had fainted from low blood sugar, he had started carrying them around. Without taking his eyes off the screen, he casually unwrapped the candy with one hand and held it out to her. "Open up." "Ah." Liang Jiro immediately shut her mouth tightly, her face turning bright red. "I can do it myself." She reached out to take it, but Chenlu pulled his hand back. His expression became serious. "Are you disgusted by me?" "I am not." Liang Jiro pouted, feeling wronged. "Then why will you not eat it?" "Because." Before she could answer, Chenlu pressed the candy toward her again. "Hurry up. If you keep stalling, someone might see. You already used that trick once." Liang Jiro huffed. "Do you think I will fall for it twice?" "No way." She had learned her lesson, but when she saw Chenlu's stern face, she swallowed her tiny moment of triumph. Pouting, she reluctantly opened her mouth and hesitantly took the candy. "I should not have come here." Chenlu turned his head and saw Lin Miaomia standing there, glaring at them while biting her lip. When he looked back, Liang Jiro had already collapsed onto the stone table, burying her face in her arms like an ostrich. Only the tips of her ears, flushed bright red, were visible. Chenlu blinked. "Damn, could she be any cuter?" "I told you to be quicker," Chenlu whispered, glancing at the approaching Lin Miaomia. "Look, I was right. Next time, be more efficient so no one catches us." Liang Jiro nodded furiously, still hiding. She completely missed the fact that there was something very wrong with what he just said. "I should not have asked where you two were." Lin Miaomia huffed, plopping down beside Liang Jiro. "Why did I come all the way here just to be force-fed lemons? I could have been watching anime in my dorm." The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. At first, they only exchanged glances in front of her. Now they were openly feeding each other. Shameless. After a while, Liang Jiro finally sat up, letting Lin Miaomia grab her hand and show it off in front of Chenlu. Chenlu was unfazed, merely watching her calmly. "Let us see how long you can be smug. Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes?" Lin Miaomia suddenly asked. "Chen President Lu, are you actually going through with this startup thing?" If any other guy in her class had told her they wanted to start a business, she would have laughed it off. But when Chenlu said it, she had a feeling he might actually succeed. "Yeah," Chenlu sighed dramatically. "I am exhausted." Then he turned to Liang Jiro, looking pitiful. "So, can you give me a hug?" Liang Jiro was momentarily confused. Weren't they just talking about the startup with Lin Miaomia? How did the conversation suddenly shift to her? "How what? Can you be any more clueless?" Chenlu chuckled. Sometimes, when this silly girl softly uttered an "huh," it was honestly too cute. Lin Miaomia froze for a second before dramatically throwing her arms around Liang Jiro. "What did you do to her while I was not around?" Chenlu was entirely unbothered by her "you look like a creep" stare. "Nothing like this when you are not here. This is exclusively for your viewing pleasure. Just getting you used to it in advance, so you do not overreact later. This is my painstaking consideration for you." If Lin Miaomia freaked out just from him feeding Liang Jiro a piece of candy, she would be insufferable as a third wheel in the future. It was crucial to desensitize her early. Chenlu had not intended to provoke her like this, but well, she was a complete anime nerd, so he had to counter her antics somehow. "Chenlu, what do you mean by that?" Lin Miaomia was so mad she kept biting her lip, her small fong pressing against it. Liang Jiro, on the other hand, could not concentrate on her English vocabulary anymore. Even after studying all afternoon, she still could not comprehend what Chenlu meant. What does he mean by "so she won't overreact later"? What exactly is going to happen? Chenlu kept his eyes on his laptop screen. "I am about to become the owner of a game studio. Mind your tone. Completely deadpan, he added. For all you know, if you cannot make it on your own, you might end up working for me. Lin Miao spat at him and squeezed Liang Jiro's shoulder. No need to suffer here with him. Come to my dorm and watch me draw. I am almost done with my saber piece, it looks so cool. Chen Lu, who had been lazily leaning back, suddenly perked up. He pushed himself off the stone table and asked, "You can draw?" Lin Nyamya cleared her throat and smirked. "How did you know I have been learning art since I was a kid?" Chen Lu had never seen anyone this smug before. Completely unimpressed, he sat back down, because a father always knows his children best. After getting played by Lin Nyamya last time, he had actually looked up how to counter this phrase. "You. If I wasn't afraid of upsetting my dear Jiro, I would drown you in West Lake." Chen Lu noticed the slight curve at the corner of Liang Jiro's lips and smiled as well. Then, more seriously, he said, "Jokes aside, I actually had no idea you could draw." Lin Nyamya found that odd. It never really came up before. "I was not going to introduce myself with hi, I draw. But you had no issue mentioning your name when you got on the university website, huh?" Chen Lu could not even be bothered to point that out. Right now, to him, Lin Nyamya was just a freshly grown leek ready for harvesting. "She is really good at drawing," Liang Jiro said softly. Chen Lu nodded. "Let me see?" Hearing that, Lin Nyamya opened her phone's gallery and slid it over to him. "Not bad, right?" She was one step away from putting on sunglasses and adjusting them dramatically. Chen Lu browsed through her illustrations, high-quality stuff, the kind that would easily earn thousands of followers if she uploaded her process online. The only issue? It was all anime fan art. He had no idea why she was not majoring in art. "This is really good." Chen Lu praised her without hesitation. "You knew." "I do not want to know, thank you." He cut off her usual bragging line before she could even finish. "You are this skilled. Why did you not choose an art-related major?" "Could not be helped. My academic scores were too good." Chen Lu shot her a cold look. Lin Miao chuckled and continued, "I wanted to, but art does not have great career prospects back home. My health isn't great, so I will probably have to move back after graduation. My parents do not care about me making a lot of money. They just want me to stay close to them." "Do you have any dreams?" Chen Lu asked seriously. Lin Miao tilted her head. "Dreams? Help me make some game assets. I will pay you 1,000 a month. The workload is minimal, so you do not have to worry." Lin Miao resisted the urge to lick her lips. She was tempted. She had always drawn just for fun and never considered making money from it. Let alone Chen Lu's money. The idea was pretty satisfying. She was already obsessed with mobile games. The thought of her artwork being part of a game made her very interested. Chen Lu could not read her thoughts, so he added, "Too low? Fine, 1,500. Given your workload, that is basically free money." Liang Jiro knew Chen Lu's budget was around 2,000, but at this moment, she had no idea who to side with. She glanced between the two, curious about their reactions. Chen Lu is so sneaky. He is reeling her in step by step. 1,500? Lin Nyamya was completely hooked. That was 2 whole premium gacha packs. Imagine how many characters she could get. Seeing her hesitation, Chen Lu relaxed. "Fine, flat rate 2,000. But if I need you to work overtime, you have to be available." "Deal." Lin Nyamya agreed instantly. She never even considered that Chen Lu's original budget was 2,000. She had basically signed herself into indentured servitude for free. They both nodded at each other, grinning, though for slightly different reasons. Chen Lu's grin widened as he placed a finger against his lips and made a shoe gesture toward Liang Jiro. "I will send you the names of a few games. Study their art styles," he messaged Lin Miao. Then, he smiled again. "Looking forward to working together." "Got it." Lin Miao jumped to her feet and skipped off toward her dorm, already thinking about how many gacha rolls she could afford now. Chen Lu watched her bounce away and could not help but sigh. Are university students really this easy to scam? Have they regressed to only caring about how much food they can buy? Suddenly, his business plan felt even more promising. When he turned back, he saw Liang Jiro pouting as she studied him. "No wonder I always get tricked by you," she muttered. "Relax, I would never scam you like that. Tricking her is just for cheap labor. I would never replace you. The only reason I would ever deceive you is to take advantage of you a little. Am I not being very honest?" Liang Jiro just stared at him, dumbfounded. Why is he suddenly telling the truth? Never mind. Studying English was so much simpler. The two of them quietly enjoyed each other's company, feeling the cool breeze that swept by as they focused on their respective tasks. Whenever they felt tired and looked up, they would see the person they missed the most right before their eyes, and in an instant, they would feel re-energized. The girl kept her head slightly lowered, a few strands of hair slipping from behind her ears and resting against her cheeks. She seemed so focused that she did not even bother to fix them. She looked both beautiful and gentle, creating a sense of warmth and serenity. However, when Chen Lu unknowingly lifted his head for the umpteenth time to glance at Liang Jiro, he suddenly realized that this silly girl had already fallen asleep. She lay quietly on her arms, her sleeping posture neat and well-behaved. Chen Lu turned his head and noticed that the breeze had become too cool. He wondered if it might rain later. If she kept sleeping here, she would definitely catch a cold. He could not be bothered to complain about this unpredictable weather. Walking over to her, he gently nudged her shoulder. "I will take you home. If you sleep here any longer, you will catch a cold." Still half asleep, Liang Jiro rubbed her eyes. "I do not want to go home." "Why?" Chen Lu was genuinely curious. Liang Jiro fidgeted with her hands, opening and closing her mouth a few times. But in the end, she could not bring herself to say it. "I just want to stay with you." Right now, saying that felt far too difficult. Chen Lu did not press further. He simply closed his laptop, placed it in his bag, and spoke in a calm, gentle voice. "If you do not want to go home, then come to my place." "Why are we going to your house?" Liang Jiro couldn't quite keep up with Chen Lu's train of thought. Moreover, the way Chen Lu was looking at her right now made her feel uneasy, like a big bad wolf eyeing a little white rabbit. Chen Lu spoke with a calm expression. "If you sleep here, you'll catch a cold. You don't want to go home, so just sleep at my place." "No need, I am not sleeping." Liang Jiro rubbed her eyes and widened her clear, watery gaze at him. "See? I am not sleepy at all." Chen Lu let out a chuckle, then suddenly said with a serious face, "What are you afraid of? My parents are not home." Liang Jiro felt slightly relieved. "Wait a second. That does not seem right. What does this have to do with whether his parents are home or not?" "It is not appropriate for me to go to your house alone," Liang Jiro quickly refused. "What kind of girl would go to a boy's house just to sleep? What is the problem? We are such good friends." Before she could say anything, Chen Lu continued, "You still have to tutor Chen Mo tonight. Consider it as going a little earlier. We will be sneaky about it. No one will find out. As long as you are not in my room when Chen Mo comes back, it is fine." Looking at Liang Jiro, who was fiddling with the paper in her hands, Chen Lu's expression was incredibly serious. This silly girl really needed rest. He was willing to bet that she was in a state where she could fall asleep the moment her head touched a pillow. "Can you stop saying things that are so easy to misunderstand?" Liang Jiro finally caught on to the implications of his words and scolded him softly. "Then I will take that as a yes. Let's go," Chen Lu said as he started packing up Liang Jiro's canvas bag for her. Normally, even if she did not know how to refuse, he was willing to respect her wishes. But this time, no. This girl was way too stubborn. If he did not drag her along, she would wear herself out sooner or later. "I will do it myself. I will do it myself." Liang Jiro gave up resisting once again, obediently gathering up the books on the stone table. Next time, she must not fall asleep in front of him. She thought to herself, "But I did not even plan to sleep. How did I fall asleep as soon as I lay down?" Chen Lu watched as Liang Jiro carefully organized her books and smiled in satisfaction. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Zhang Chao, asking him to go to the neighboring computer science department and gather some information. With Li Xinyan's connections as a student council member, this kind of task should not be too difficult. Just as he looked up, he saw Liang Jiro clutching her bag tightly and quietly inching toward the edge of the pavilion. "Where are you going?" Chen Lu looked at her, feeling both amused and exasperated. Liang Jiro flinched at his voice, then slowly turned around and said, "I am going home." "Oh, so she was trying to sneak away? Did she think he was stupid?" Chen Lu walked up to her and poked her forehead. "Fine, as long as you get proper rest, that is all that matters." Then, he checked the time. It was already 3:20 p.m. "Forget it, I have changed my mind. You are coming with me." Chen Lu took her bag and slung it over his own shoulder. After thinking it over, he decided he could not let this silly girl go home. "By the time you get home, it will be past 4 p.m. You won't have much time to sleep before you have to come back. Besides, I bet if you go home, you will not actually rest, you will secretly prepare lessons for Chen Mo behind my back." Liang Jiro lowered her head and stayed silent. Clearly, he had guessed exactly what she was thinking. She had no choice but to follow him obediently. Is it not normal for two close friends to take a nap at each other's places? I have slept over at Zhang Chao's house many times. Chen Lu continued to justify himself, but in his heart, he quietly scoffed, who was clear and innocent with her. This little foolish frog could just stay in the warm water without realizing she was being slowly cooked. And so, the clueless girl was successfully tricked into going home with Chen Lu. Are uncle and auntie really not home? Standing at the doorstep, Liang Jiro still hesitated and looked up at Chen Lu. She knew there was no escaping now. She could only hope that they would not actually be caught, otherwise, there would be no way to explain herself. On the way here, she had mentally prepared herself countless times. It was not until Chen Lu showed her his chat with Chen Mo, where Chen Mo specifically told her to stay in her room, that she finally felt a little more at ease. Over the past few weeks, she had been getting along better and better with Chen Mo. Although, to be fair, it was mostly Chen Mo sticking to her and chatting non-stop. Chen Lu nodded and slowly opened the door. Relax, I saw my mom's social media post. They are at the movies right now, having a little date. They will probably eat dinner outside too. After opening the door, Chen Lu poked his head in to take a look. He was still a little worried that his mom would misunderstand. After all, she really liked Liang Jiro. If she saw this, there was a real chance that he would be tied up and beaten. Sure enough, just as he expected, the house was completely silent. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the balcony, casting a warm glow on the spotless floor. Chen Lu took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. His mom had bought them specifically for Liang Jiro and handed them to her. My mom bought these just for you. From now on, whenever you come over for tutoring, wear these. These are only for you. He felt like he had inherited a lot of his mom's kindness, just not her violent tendencies. As he set water to boil on the coffee table, Chen Lu led Liang Jiro to Chen Mo's bedroom door. Would you feel less nervous sleeping in a girl's room? He teased. Liang Jiro nodded slightly. But just as she turned to look at Chen Lu again, she saw him staring at the door in shock. Ha! Why is it not opening? He quickly sent another message to Chen Mo. Chen Lu, I cannot get into your room. Did you lock it? Chen Mo, really? Did I lock it? Oh no. The key is in my bag. Guess there is no choice. Let Jiro sleep in your room instead. She is already there anyway, might as well make do. This is my fault. Look at the trouble I have caused. Sad bear emoji. Chen Lu stared at the message and fell into deep thought. There was no way Chen Mo had forgotten whether she locked her door or not. She had replied instantly. When did she even have time to check her bag? From now on, whatever she wants, I will just buy it for her. After all, I am her older brother. He handed his phone to Liang Jiro and said softly, go sleep in my room. Liang Jiro suddenly felt like she had walked straight into a trap, but she could not quite figure out where the problem was. She could only lower her head and walk toward Chen Lu's bedroom. She had been to his house for tutoring many times, but she had never set foot in his room before. Aside from regret and nervousness, there was also a tiny bit of anticipation. She swore it was just a tiny bit, not even a tiny bit. Chen Lu did not notice her nervousness. He simply opened the door and stepped aside, letting Liang Jiro enter first. The moment she walked in, she saw something completely different from what she had imagined. Chen Lu's bedroom was much tidier than she expected. A light gray comforter was neatly spread over the bed, a desk sat beside it with a computer, and an entire wall was filled with bookshelves, all packed with books. Compared to this, does Chen Mo's room feel like a pigsty? Just as she was still taking it all in, Chen Lu stood beside her and smirked. He was just about to continue teasing her, when suddenly, his smile froze. The sound of the front door unlocking echoed from the entrance. Damn! At that moment, Chen Lu's heartbeat seemed to stop for a second. Liang Jiro was also frozen in place. Even though they had not been discovered yet, she already felt like she no longer wanted to live on this planet. As the lock cylinder turned with a series of clicks, the front door slowly opened. Just as Chen Lu was thinking of a way to deal with the situation, Liang Jiro tugged lightly at the corner of his shirt. When he turned his head, he saw the girl's misty eyes filled with grievance. Where should I hide? She asked anxiously. Chen Lu almost choked on his own saliva. How did this silly girl's brain completely shut down the moment she got nervous? Liang Jiro looked at him with desperate urgency, panicking inside. If Auntie saw her here, she would rather just die on the spot. Even though it was Chen Lu who had dragged her over by force, from his mother's perspective, it would definitely look like she had snuck in to steal her son. It is fine, do not panic. You are making it look like we are hiding in here because we did something shady, Chen Lu said, exasperated. Seeing her looking so tense, even he had almost been misled into thinking they had done something wrong. Just stay in the room for now. I will go check out the situation first. With that, he slowly opened the door and walked out into the living room, acting as if nothing had happened. Right at that moment, the kettle he had set to boil finished heating the water, conveniently giving him an excuse to step out. He poured a bit of hot water into a cup, then looked toward the entrance. Wang Xiaoxiao was just about to lower her head to change her shoes when Chen Lu quickly called out, Mom, why are you back? She was startled by his sudden voice and immediately marched over to flick his forehead. It is bad enough that you are never home because you are always at school. Now you are sneaking back in behind my back too? If you really do not want to see me, we can just live our separate lives. She pinched Shenlu's ear, barely holding back her laughter. Why are you back? The way you are talking, you make it sound like you actually live here all the time. I was wrong. I was wrong. Shenlu quickly admitted defeat, rubbing his ear. I saw your social media post earlier, and then you suddenly came back, so I was worried you two had a fight. He looked at Wang Xiaoxia with a sincere expression, appearing calm on the surface but actually panicking inside. Since he had not immediately brought Liang Zhiro out earlier, there was no turning back now. No matter what, he absolutely could not let his mom find out there was a girl hiding in his room. After pulling on his ear, Wang Xiaoxia smugly walked toward her bedroom. At least you have a bit of conscience left. Do not worry, we did not fight. I spilled my milk tea on my dress while we were watching the movie, so I came back to change. Shenlu blew on the hot water in his cup. He only ever drank hot water when his stomach hurt, otherwise, he would always go for cola. Unable to resist, he muttered, "You are a grown woman, why are you still drinking milk tea?" Wang Xiaoxia stopped in her tracks and gave him a gentle, almost angelic smile. "Xiaolu, how old is your mother this year?" Shenlu was so startled that his hand trembled, nearly spilling the hot water. "Mom, you are 18. Wang Xiaoxia nodded in satisfaction. "Next time you run your mouth, I will kill you." With that, she slammed her bedroom door shut. Shenlu let out a small breath of relief. Even though he had not actually done anything bad, the whole situation still felt incredibly nerve-wracking. A few minutes later, Wang Xiaoxia came out wearing a fresh dress, looking as youthful as ever. When she and Chen Mo went shopping together, people often believed her when she said she was Chen Mo's aunt. She had never gone through hardships, and her relationship with Chen Guanglin had always been strong. Even though her son was already 21, she still looked as if she had never aged. This was what love looked like in Chen Lu's eyes. Hardships seemed to be the only thing that nourished wrinkles. The more suffering one endured, the more easily time left its marks on their face. Liang Zhiro's mother was the perfect example of this. "You are not coming back for dinner?" Chen Lu asked curiously. "Just order takeout for yourself. Eat whatever you want, do not deprive yourself," Wang Xiaoxia said while changing her shoes, not seeing anything wrong with her words. "Then can I go eat out with you too?" Wang Xiaoxia refused without hesitation. "Go eat with your girlfriend. Why are you trying to crash our celebration for Lover's Day? If you keep provoking me, I will give you a grandchild. Good luck. If the girl's parents break your legs, do not come crying to me." With that, she closed the door and left. Chen Lu let out a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, his mother had not noticed anything, especially not Liang Zhiro's shoes. Crisis averted. But why did his heart ache a little? He and his sister did not even look like their parents' biological children. His mom and dad were truly generous souls, adopting not just one but two kids. As he walked back to his room, that thought lingered in his mind. The moment he opened the door, he saw Liang Zhiro sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at him timidly. As soon as he stepped inside, she shuffled a little further away. Chen Lu found it odd. He had no idea that it was because she had overheard his words, "Believe it or not, I will give you a grandchild," and was now feeling extremely flustered. Not thinking much of it, he stepped forward and drew the curtains, adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature. Then, after checking the time, he grabbed his laptop bag and turned to leave. "I will be in the living room doing research. You sleep. Just turn the lock twice, and no one can get in from outside." Liang Zhiro noticed him clutching his stomach and asked softly, "Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Lu brushed it off. "It is nothing, just a little stomachache. I will eat some crackers, and it will be fine." As he was about to close the door behind him, he suddenly felt resistance. Curious, he let go, and the door was gently pulled open from the inside. Liang Zhiro pressed her forehead against the doorframe, took a deep breath, and finally spoke. Would you like something to eat? I can cook for you." Chen Lu did not respond immediately. Instead, he reached up and pinched his own cheek. What kind of dream was he having to come up with this scene? Snapping back to reality, he fought the urge to smile too widely and replied softly, "Just go to sleep. I have experience with this. A little snack, and I will be fine." The girl, however, was as stubborn as ever. She pursed her lips slightly and looked up at him. "How about a bowl of noodles? It will not take long, and I will go straight to sleep after." Chen Lu sighed internally. Why was she asking this in the tone of someone pleading for a favor? Would that be okay? "Or you can tell me what you want to eat, and I will make it. As long as you eat something, that is all that matters." When Chen Lu still did not respond, she continued her plea, her voice soft and gentle, lingering in his ears. He realized he could not refuse her. 15 minutes, no more. And you have to promise me, once you are done cooking, you will go to sleep immediately. Okay. A bright smile bloomed on her face, clear eyes shimmering like a sky full of stars. Shenlu had not even figured out what to say next when he saw her tie up her hair into a ponytail and walk toward the kitchen. Feeling the rapid beat of his own heart, he sighed internally. Fine. You win this time. Shenlu was unwilling to let a silly girl make his heart race, so he started thinking of a way to turn the situation around. He followed behind her, watching her ponytail sway gently as she walked. When Liang Jiro reached the refrigerator, she hesitated just as her hand touched the handle. Then, she turned to look at him and softly asked, "Can I open it?" She felt a little awkward. When she cooked for Chen Lu at her own house, she never felt any pressure. But now that she was in his home, she suddenly found herself too embarrassed to touch anything. Chen Lu found it amusing. "I would not mind even if you took the entire fridge with you." Liang Jiro pressed her lips together and said nothing more. She quietly opened the fridge, checking what she could use to cook noodles for him. "What do you feel like eating?" she asked after a while. "Plain boiled noodles are fine. Just make it quick." Chen Lu leaned against the wall, watching her with a serious expression. "Otherwise, I will feel guilty to death." The reason he did not insist on refusing her offer, aside from the fact that she was ridiculously persistent, was because her cooking was simply too delicious. It would be a lie to say he was not tempted. The girl nodded and reached for 2 tomatoes. She remembered his tastes very clearly. Given the ingredients in the fridge, the only thing she could make that he would like was tomato and egg noodles. At least, that was what she had gathered from what Chen Lu had told her before. Seeing this, Chen Lu did not just stand around idly. He stepped into the kitchen and started filling a pot with water. He figured it would save this silly girl some trouble. Liang Jiro might have a great figure, but she was still delicate and did not seem to have much strength. She looked like she would topple over with a single push. He was lost in thought until he suddenly noticed the water overflowing from the pot. Quickly, he snapped back to reality and poured some of it out. "You do not need that much water," Liang Jiro gently chided, her tone soft and full of concern. Even this, she felt, was a waste. "I know." Chen Lu placed the pot back on the stove. "I just got distracted." Liang Jiro looked at him with concern. "Do you have something on your mind?" That made Chen Lu feel a little guilty, so he quickly made an excuse. "Not really. I was just thinking about how to fatten you up a little. Look how skinny you are." "Oh," Liang Jiro responded softly, not overthinking it. Chen Lu always seemed to care about her weight more than she did. By now, she had grown used to it. "You should go rest. Just lie down for a bit. I can handle this myself." As she spoke, she mustered up the courage to poke Chen Lu just a light touch, since he was always poking her cheek. But as soon as she did, she suddenly noticed something strange. His stomach felt different from hers. Curious, she poked her own stomach for comparison. "What is it?" Chen Lu asked, amused. Liang Jiro lowered her head in embarrassment. "Your stomach is a little firmer than mine." Chen Lu could not hold back a laugh. He lifted his t-shirt slightly, revealing his toned abs. For someone with his lean build, this level of definition was just right, visually appealing without being excessive. "Of course, I have abs, you know?" Originally, he had only started training because he thought it would be attractive. Over time, it had just become a habit. He had never planned on working out to the extreme, too much effort, too little reward, and frankly, it would just look bad. This level, where he could maintain it with occasional training, was perfect. Liang Jiro quickly turned away, feeling both shy and regretful at the same time. She had turned around too fast. When would she ever get another chance like this? She should have looked for a little longer. As soon as that thought crossed her mind, her face burned even hotter, and she started scolding herself internally. Chen Lu chuckled and patted his stomach twice. Instead of walking away, he sat down nearby, watching her. "Oh, right. You still have not let me poke you back," he reminded her. "Come on, let me poke your stomach once." Liang Jiro shook her head vigorously. "No way. Liang Jiro, are you seriously getting away with this for free? That is not fair." "You poke my face all the time," she retorted. Chen Lu was unfazed. "Your face is your face, your stomach is your stomach, and I never stopped you from poking my face. Go ahead, poke as much as you want." Liang Jiro ignored him, focusing on her cooking. If she kept talking, she was bound to fall for his tricks again. Her cheeks still felt warm. This trait of hers was so frustrating. It made her seem too easy to tease. The steam from the pot rose up, making her face feel even hotter. She took 2 steps back, only to suddenly freeze in place, afraid she might bump into something. She turned around anxiously, checking to see if she had knocked anything over. Then, it finally dawned on her, this was Chen Lu's kitchen. There was plenty of space. She did not need to be so careful. And she definitely did not need to stand right in front of the hot steam, roasting herself alive. For a moment, they fell into a comfortable silence, no longer teasing each other. For some reason, watching Liang Jiro moving around the kitchen always filled Chen-Lu with a warm, indescribable feeling. Something between admiration and contentment. The last time he had seen her cooking at her own house, he had suddenly felt an impulsive desire. He wanted to marry this silly girl. Not because he loved her cooking that much, but because he loved this feeling. With her personality, she would insist on handling everything herself. He could picture it already, coming home after work, watching her carefully pick out groceries, carrying the bags for her while yawning, helping her out in the kitchen, only to get chased away when he got too cheeky. Just imagining being able to tease her every day made the corners of his lips curl up. This silly girl would never let him do housework, so he had to take on everything else. A girl like this, if she could really be his wife, he would have to cherish her with all his heart. Liang Jiro, Chen-Lu murmured, snapping out of his thoughts. She turned back to look at him, her ponytail swaying slightly. What is it? You look really beautiful from behind, he said sincerely, the kind of beauty he could never get tired of, no matter how long he looked. Liang Jiro froze, then quickly turned back to her cooking, mumbling under her breath, pervert. Though she scolded him, deep down, she felt a little happy. When other men complimented her looks, it usually made her uncomfortable. She had encountered too many sketchy people while working part-time. But when Chen-Lu said it, she felt something different, something warm and sweet. Watching the noodles floating in the pot, she could not help but smile again. Even though she had just called him a pervert, Chen-Lu only laughed. He loved moments like this. The kitchen was filled with the sound of boiling water. The two of them stood there, one in front, one behind, both smiling to themselves in silence. After a while, a thought suddenly struck Chen-Lu. This was the first time Liang Jiro had ever called him that. He could not help but ask, "You are picking up new habits fast. First, you learned how to smile at me. Now, you are calling me a pervert. What if one day you learn to yell at me?" "I will not," she replied instantly. But this time, she did not turn around to look at him. She was too shy. And yet, she needed him to believe her. Lowering the heat on the stove to reduce the noise, she bowed her head deeply. After gathering all her courage, she finally whispered, "I could never bear to." "Really?" Chen-Lu asked, feeling rather pleased. The girl gave an almost imperceptible nod and continued focusing on her task. Chen-Lu stretched lazily and sat down at the coffee table to continue his research. Since all the participants were university students, as long as he put in some effort, he had a fair chance of securing a decent ranking. He did not feel too much pressure. If he succeeded, that would be great. If not, it would still be a valuable experience. While Liang Jiro was cooking in the kitchen, Chen-Lu sat in the living room, sipping hot water like a well-behaved patient and taking notes. This scene remained unchanged for about 10 minutes until Liang Jiro brought a bowl of noodles to him. "Go get some rest," Chen-Lu urged her softly. Liang Jiro nodded slightly, but before heading to Chen-Lu's room, she leaned over to glance at his laptop screen. It was filled with things she could not understand at all. Even though Chen-Lu often fooled around, the serious look he had when he was working made it hard for her to look away. "Why did you suddenly want to do this?" she asked quietly. She did not know much about games. As for the ones she had played, perhaps the simple jumping game on WeChat counted? She was quite good at it, actually. "Of course, for you," Chen-Lu replied. "You are lying again." Not wanting to press further, Liang Jiro got up and walked toward Chen-Lu's room. She had promised him she would sleep, and if she did not, who knew how he would punish her later. She pulled off her hair tie, letting her long, silky black hair cascade down like a waterfall. It accentuated her slender waist, making her look even more graceful. Chen-Lu watched her retreating figure and helplessly shrugged his shoulders. These days, even telling the truth was not enough to be believed. Sigh, the world had changed. People were no longer as they used to be. Although he had always pursued self-improvement for his own sake, the reason he suddenly wanted to start a business was indeed because of Liang Jiro. On a small scale, if things went well, he might be able to help her solve her current problems. After all, it would be money he earned himself, he could spend it however he wanted. On a larger scale, if they ended up together in the future, he could give her a better life. Unfortunately, this little frog still had to be slowly boiled in warm water. Right now, expecting a girl who had only recently learned how to smile to open up completely was unrealistic. "As long as I stay by her side and help her improve little by little, that is enough. Just like how she pulled me out of the mud," Chen-Lu murmured to himself. Then, he glanced at his bedroom door, tightly shut. He thought of the girl sleeping on his bed, imagined her peaceful and obedient sleeping posture, and unconsciously swallowed. A girl was actually sleeping in his room. The thought was intriguing. Snapping himself out of his daze, he refocused on his work. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. It was already past 6 in the evening. The sunlight filtering through the gaps in the curtains had shifted position. By this time of year, the days were much longer. If not for checking the time, it would not have felt this late. Chen-Lu rubbed his tired eyes, yawned, and walked to his bedroom door. He knocked twice. "Wake up, I am taking you out to eat. If you sleep any longer, you will turn into an idiot." He continued knocking. He did not know if she would actually get dumber from sleeping too much, but he was sure of one thing: if she did not wake up soon, he would definitely be dead when his parents came home. Yet, after knocking several times, there was no response. She was sleeping that deeply? This silly girl really had no fear of exhaustion. Chen-Lu sighed inwardly and reluctantly turned the doorknob to check if she had locked the door. She had not. The door opened easily. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Liang Jiro curled up on the edge of the bed, sleeping quietly like a little angel. She had not even dared to sleep in the center. Her t-shirt had ridden up slightly, revealing a stretch of fair, smooth skin. The way it framed her slender waist was particularly eye-catching. Soft, white, and delicate. Pretty girls even had alluring waists. Chen-Lu repeated "I am a gentleman" several times in his head before stepping forward and gently shaking her awake. "Wake up! My mom is home." Still half asleep, Liang Jiro jolted upright the moment she heard that. Chen-Lu immediately laughed and poked her forehead. "I was joking. You were impossible to wake up otherwise." She pouted in frustration. So bad. He was just too bad. For a brief moment, she remained in a daze. Then, she noticed her slightly disheveled clothing and the small patch of exposed skin. She blinked, looked up at Chen-Lu, and saw him struggling to avert his gaze. Flustered, she dove under the blanket. She never wanted to face the world again. Then, a horrifying realization struck her. This was Chen-Lu's blanket. Exhausted. That was it. The world could just end now. Seeing her reaction, Chen-Lu could not help but chuckle. All right, get up now. I am taking you out to eat." "Why are we eating out?" Liang Jiro peeked out from the blanket and looked up at him. Chen-Lu replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Because today is May 20th. As for Chen-Mo, who would return home later to find no dinner, Chen-Lu did not spare a thought. She was old enough to fend for herself. She could find something to eat. For a moment, Liang Jiro did not quite understand. But friends do not eat out together on May 20th. They do if they are really, really close friends, Chen-Lu said seriously. "Last year, I had dinner with Jiang Chao." She believed him. "Oh," she murmured. She stayed under the blanket for a bit longer, making sure her clothes were properly arranged before she finally crawled out. "If I go, I have one condition," she said timidly. Chen-Lu was intrigued. "What condition?" "Let me pay. I told you before I wanted to treat you." She lowered her head, fingers twisting together. "You are learning how to bargain now? Fine, I agree. Go wash up." "Okay." Chen-Lu returned to the living room, pondering where to take Liang Jiro for dinner while waiting for her to finish freshening up. Just as he was contemplating the pros and cons of pixel art styles, the door at the entrance suddenly made a sound. A chilling sound. "Oh, fuck. No way." Chen-Lu stood up and looked toward the entrance, determined to see who exactly had arrived. If it was Chen-Mo, that was still manageable. If it was his parents, he might as well start considering where to be reborn in his next life. Soon enough, a girl with a high ponytail bounced inside and flung her school bag several steps ahead. Chen-Lu let out a breath of relief, sat back down on the sofa, and muttered, "You act like an elementary school kid." Chen-Mo grinned at him, then darted over and clung to his arm, acting cute. "Brother, I want to go to a concert this summer." "Go ahead." "But I don't have money." "Perfect, neither do I." "No, you definitely do. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom and Dad that Sister Jiro stayed over at our house." Chen-Mo's smile remained as gentle as ever. "And I'll also tell Sister Jiro that you once mistook my compressed facial towel for a milk tablet and almost ate it." "Shut up." Chen-Lu was speechless. "Fine, if you can get the tickets, I'll go with you. Happy now?" Both siblings were die-hard fans of Jay-Cho. "By the way, where are Mom and Dad?" Chen-Mo asked curiously. "They're out celebrating 520. Chen-Mo simply sighed. She was already used to it. "Then what are we eating?" Chen-Lu shook his head. "You should be asking yourself what you want to eat." "I'm going out with your dear teacher Liang." After a few seconds of silence, Chen-Mo bolted through the house, searching for Liang Jiro. The moment she found her, she hugged her tightly. "Sister Jiro, I want to go too." She knew there was no point begging her brother. Even if he agreed, he would find a way to get back at her later. Her only hope was her world's most understanding Sister Jiro. After the three of them left, Wang Xiaoxia and Chen Guanglin arrived home. You're making such a fuss. How old are you already? As if Xiao Lu would bring a girl home, Chen Guanglin said, feeling that his wife could dream up scenarios even better than a little girl. He can fool everyone else, but he definitely can't fool his own mother, Wang Xiaoxia said smugly. Listen, we're just here to check things out. You better act natural and not scare the kids. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became. This is all your fault. Taking forever to find the car in the parking lot. Xiao Mo has probably already eaten all the melon. After scolding him, she smacked Chen Guanglin again. You know nothing. I never said anything to you. Got it? Yes, I got it. Chen Guanglin nodded repeatedly as he unlocked the door. But as soon as they stepped inside, they found the house completely empty. The evidence by the shoe rack was also gone. Where was everyone? Where was my son? My daughter? And where the hell was my future daughter-in-law? Chen Lu had no idea that he had almost been caught by his mother. He was leisurely driving his car, completely unaware of the danger he had narrowly escaped. Originally, he had planned for Liang Jiro to continue sitting in the front passenger seat, but before he could even say a word, Chen Mo had already dragged her to the back seat. Chen Lu decided not to argue with his little sister right then and there, but he made a mental note to settle this score later. One day, he would make sure their mom gave her even more practice problems. A high schooler with so much free time, was that even acceptable? Hurry up and decide what you two want to eat, Chen Lu reminded them. Otherwise, we're just going to grab a bowl of noodles and call it a day. Chen Mo found this rather suspicious. You're only saying that because I'm here, aren't you? That's right, Chen Lu admitted without hesitation. She had zero self-awareness as a third wheel and still dared to ask? She was setting herself up for humiliation. Hearing the siblings bicker, Liang Jiro chuckled softly and said to Chen Mo, what do you feel like eating? We're fine with anything. Thank you, Sister Jiro, but I'm already full, Chen Mo replied after a brief pause. What was going on? Since when did they start saying we? What exactly had these two been up to while I wasn't around? Ha? Did you eat before coming back? Liang Jiro was a bit surprised. She suddenly felt like all the time she had spent thinking about what the siblings liked to eat had been completely wasted. She had really wanted to treat them to a meal. Her part-time jobs had been exhausting lately, but at least she had made quite a bit more money. No, I mean I'm full from watching you two shove your love in my face, Chen Mo teased, clinging onto Liang Jiro's arm like a lazy little koala. This girl, who was a serious competitor for her future sister-in-law, was sometimes just adorably clueless. Liang Jiro quickly turned her face away, scolding softly, don't say nonsense. Just tell me what you want to eat. Chen Lu cut off Chen Mo's nonsense before she could get too carried away. He had been carefully simmering things in warm water, and this dumb little sister was here stirring up trouble. For a girl like Liang Jiro, who was both insecure and overly sensitive, being too direct could easily backfire. The more she tried to face her feelings, the more she might resist them. Even if she did fall for him, she might end up suppressing her emotions, afraid of dragging him down into the struggles of her life. Right now, the pressure on her was still too much. She had yet to live even a single day for herself. Let's go for barbecue, Chen Mo suggested enthusiastically. You don't get a say, Chen Lu dismissed her mercilessly, watching Liang Jiro's reaction through the rearview mirror. Liang Jiro let Chen Mo cling to her and replied gently, let's listen to Chen Mo. I'm fine with anything. She didn't mind this kind of interaction. After all, she barely had any friends. Just having someone treat her like this already made her feel incredibly happy. Ever since she met Chen Lu, every day had felt like a dream, so much so that she was afraid of waking up. If this all turned out to be nothing but a dream, she was sure she would cry for a long time. She watched as the scenery outside the window rushed past in a blur, lost in thought. From time to time, she would steal a glance at Chen Lu's side profile. Only by doing this could she feel a little more at ease. Aside from her mother, this handsome and gentle boy had already become her entire world for this lifetime. As she stared at his profile in a daze, a sudden wave of sorrow surged through her chest, making it hard to breathe. She was finding it increasingly difficult to suppress her feelings. But she knew she wasn't someone who had the right to indulge in such desires. Chen Lu's figure grew more and more blurred in her vision. She bit down on her lower lip, her eyes filled with frustration and helplessness. She was terrified that by the time she finally became strong enough, she would have already missed her chance with him. Why? Why did I have to meet you at the weakest point in my life? Sister Jiro, what's wrong? Did my brother bully you? Chen Mo turned her head and saw Liang Jiro's teary eyes, immediately panicking. She quickly grabbed a tissue and smacked the driver's seat hard. Brother! How could you treat Sister Jiro like this? Do you even have a conscience? Chen Lu frowned as he watched them through the rearview mirror. If it weren't for the fact that this area was bad for parking, he would have stopped the car immediately to check on Liang Jiro. You have so little faith in me? Chen Lu was exasperated. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. At this rate, he was going to end up recalling every bad thing he had ever done since childhood. If not you, then who? You think I bullied her? Sister Jiro, do not be afraid. We will never bow to tyranny, Chen Mo declared, looking into her eyes. I will make sure Dad and Mom hang him up and beat him, and I'll even record a video for you. He didn't bully me. Liang Jiro dabbed her eyes with a tissue. Even someone as naive as her could tell that Chen Mo was teasing. She couldn't help but smile faintly. I don't even know why I started crying. Ugh, why did I overthink things for no reason? How embarrassing. Chen Mo pondered for a moment. Maybe you just wanted to wash your eyes. Sometimes I purposely find really sad novels or dramas just to make myself cry a bit. When I watched Goodbye, My Princess, I cried my eyes out. Sister Jiro, have you seen it? Liang Jiro shook her head, eyes still red. She had never had time for things like that. Whenever the people around her talked about these topics, she never understood a word, which was one of the reasons she had always struggled to fit in. Oh, that story is pure heartbreak. Let me tell you about it. As Chen Mo started explaining this story, which seemed to be written solely to break the reader's heart, Chen Lu finally pulled into their destination. Are you okay? Chen Lu opened the car door for Liang Jiro and asked gently. He still couldn't figure out why she had suddenly felt sad, but all he could do was express his concern. He couldn't help but wonder why were girls thought so difficult to understand. He had reached a point where even this naive little fool's emotions were a mystery to him. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had already jumped out of the car on her own. She knew that her brother only ever opened the car door for someone when Liang Jiro wasn't around. I'm fine. Liang Jiro avoided looking at him, embarrassed, and stepped out of the car. Just as she was about to escape, Chen Lu gently took her by the arm. This time, he didn't even have time to notice how soft her skin was. His focus was entirely on her. The girl froze in place. A few seconds later, she slowly turned around. Her heart clenched. She was terrified that he would ask her why she was upset. If he did, she wouldn't know how to answer. But at the same time, she also didn't want to hide anything from him. That kind of contradiction would crush her. Luckily, Chen Lu seemed to understand that she wasn't ready to talk about it. Instead, he said, "Then smile for me. If you do, I'll believe that you're okay, and I'll let it go." Liang Jiro tried her best to look at him. Too shy to force a smile, she puffed up her cheeks and made a cute pout instead. She knew she wouldn't be able to smile just yet, so she had to bluff her way through. Chen Lu chuckled, poked her cheek with his finger, and led her inside. Even in front of Chen Mo, he didn't let go of her hand. Watching Liang Jiro walking with her head down in the restaurant, so shy that she didn't dare to lift her gaze, Chen Mo wished more than ever that she had been born a boy. If she ever reincarnated as a guy, the first thing she'd do would be to claim her best friend for herself before anyone else could snatch her away. She entertained the thought quietly, trailing behind the two of them. If she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have come at all. This free meal was turning out to be a real struggle. She had already had enough of swallowing lemons. The three of them found an empty table and sat down. Chen Mo took the seat next to Liang Jiro and shot her brother a strange look. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro kept her head lowered, lightly gripping the spot on her arm where Chen Lu had just held her. She couldn't stop replaying the sensation in her mind. It felt like her skin was burning. Every time Chen Lu touched her, the places where their skin met seemed to bloom into flowers. In this not-so-special day that had, at some point, been given a special meaning, the restaurant was full of couples, their laughter and chatter filling the air. The scent of grilled meat mixed with the slightly greasy aroma of hot oil. After some brief conversation, Chen Mo and Liang Jiro started discussing what to order. Chen Lu rested his chin on his hand, watching Liang Jiro's focused expression, and found himself thinking something was off. Just a while ago, when he turned around in the car, the silly girl had been on the verge of tears, and it had really startled him. Still, he had to admit she was quick to adjust her mood. Now she was just going about things as usual. Probably something she had trained herself to do from a young age. If it were Chen Mo, she would have been in an emotional slump for a while. What do you want to eat? Liang Jiro looked up at him. Chen Lu smirked slightly and chuckled. Teacher Liang is really considerate. I don't mind. I'll just eat whatever you two eat. Bro, do you have some kind of special fetish? Chen Mo stared at him blankly. How did you just pull that out of nowhere? Liang Jiro nodded in agreement with Chen Mo's comment. He even made me call him Teacher Chen before. Ugh. Chen Mo looked at him with utter disgust. Seeing the two girls smiling so faintly, Chen Lu found he didn't really mind being the target of their jabs. This silly girl had become a bit livelier compared to when they first met. Back then, he never could have imagined that this girl would walk into his life and change him so much. Looking at Chen Mo and Liang Jiro sitting close together, Chen Lu sighed. Sigh, if only we could switch places. I want to experience having a beautiful and gentle private tutor too. Chen Mo glanced at him, unimpressed. Bro, that kind of theme belongs in a certain type of film. You should stick to just watching it. Why are you taking it seriously? Chen Lu blinked innocently at her. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Then he turned to the dazed-looking Liang Jiro and asked with a perfectly serious expression, did you understand? You definitely weren't thinking anything good. Liang Jiro answered just as seriously. Even though she hadn't fully understood, after spending so much time with Chen Lu, she had learned to read his expressions pretty well. At least when he wasn't bothering to hide them. Chen Lu started to feel that his image in front of Liang Jiro was getting a bit off. He shrugged and dropped the topic. Anyway, what guy hadn't fantasized about having a pretty tutor? What was the problem? I'm just speaking the truth. I'm honest. But if a silly girl like Liang Jiro were my tutor? Chen Lu shook his head and forced himself to stop thinking about it. Once all the food was served, he naturally took on the role of grilling meat for the two girls. Even though it was mostly just for fun, there was a real difference in taste depending on how it was cooked. This was Liang Jiro's first time in a place like this, but since she was with Chen Lu and Chen Mo, she knew no one would laugh at her for not knowing how things worked, so she felt completely at ease. Chen Lu would even wrap the grilled meat in lettuce before handing it to her. That's too much effort. Chen Mo grumbled as she shoved a whole leaf of lettuce into her mouth after eating the meat. Chen Lu ignored her, continuing to feed Liang Jiro, who was now so shy she couldn't even speak. This is called having a sense of ceremony. You wouldn't understand. Isn't it all just lettuce and meat in the end? What difference does it make whether you eat them together or separately? There is a difference. Chen Lu's eyes carried a hint of amusement. When you're feeding someone, this way makes it seem more thoughtful. But you wouldn't get it, after all, no one's ever fed you. Chen Mo was livid. She clung to Liang Jiro's arm, whining, Jirojia, feed me too. All right. Liang Jiro mimicked Chen Lu's actions from earlier, preparing a bite and feeding it to Chen Mo like she was feeding a child. Chen Lu looked at his sister's smug expression and rolled his eyes. If she fed you, she has to feed me too. Liang Jiro was feeling a little dizzy from all the teasing, but she still nodded obediently. Okay. A while later, Chen Mo glanced at Liang Jiro and curiously leaned in to whisper in her ear. How far have you and my brother gotten? Liang Jiro immediately tensed up. Don't say things like that. We're just good friends. Completely innocent. Chen Lu clarified. Chen Mo nearly had a brain malfunction. Good friends? What kind of good friends walk into a restaurant arm in arm? She shot her brother a glare as if saying, how are you this useless? If you won't do anything, I will. Chen Lu ignored her and simply responded with a helpless look. More than half an hour later. All right, time to head back. You have class, Chen Mo. Chen Lu checked the time and got up. Chen Mo made no move to get up, looking at Liang Jiro pitifully. Jirojie, you're the best. Can I take a break today? Liang Jiro hesitated. You say that every time. Chen Mo slumped onto the table like she had no strength left. Future sister-in-law refused to let her skip class today, -1 point. It was getting worse. They were already speaking in sync. How was a single person supposed to survive this? The three of them didn't linger outside. Before long, they arrived home. As soon as Chen Lu opened the door, he saw his parents sitting in the living room. Wang Xiaoxia sat there with a stern expression, looking like she was about to conduct an interrogation. But the moment she saw Liang Jiro, her face instantly lit up with a smile, her change in expression faster than flipping a page. Zero, you're here. She pulled the girl over to sit beside her. Are you thirsty? Do you want some fruit? Auntie will get you some. And no, thank you. Thinking about how she had spent the entire afternoon sleeping in their son's bedroom, Liang Jiro's face instantly turned red. She quickly declined, stammering, I just ate. For some reason, Wang Xiaoxia treated her so well, but she had gone and slept in her son's room. It felt so wrong. It was like she had done something she shouldn't have. After chatting for a while, Chen Mo was sent off to her room for class. I'm gonna take a nap. I've been so tired lately, Chen Lu whispered before trying to sneak toward his bedroom. But the moment he turned around, Wang Xiaoxia called out to him. Her voice was soft and gentle, but it sent chills down his spine. My dear son, don't you have anything to say to your kind and understanding mother? It turns out that when a person faces extreme danger, they really do see their life flash before their eyes. Chen Lu saw it happen. Before the cold sweat on his cheek hit the ground, he had already come up with an emergency response. I'll go back to my room and change my clothes. Before Wang Xiaoxia could call him back, he dashed back to his room like a streak of lightning. If he stayed there waiting for the interrogation, he was as good as dead. But if he took a moment to think up an excuse, he might still have a chance to survive. Leaning against the door, he silently pondered. Why didn't Mom ask me about it when she saw it earlier? She's a grown woman, yet she acts like she's in a drama. In the living room, a middle-aged couple sat close together, contemplating the same issue. Chen Guanglin glanced at the tightly shut door of Chen Lu's bedroom and asked in a deep voice, "The girl who came to our house this afternoon, could it have been Jiro?" Judging from the timeline, the two kids staying at home until Xiaoma got out of school and then going out for dinner together seemed reasonable. Wang Xiaoxia didn't answer. She was deeply lost in thought. At the time, Chen Lu had kept interrupting her. She had noticed the unfamiliar pair of shoes but hadn't had the chance to take a closer look at the style. Besides, knowing that girl's personality, there was no way she would have had the nerve to follow Chen Lu home. So, could it be that the girl who came in the afternoon wasn't Liang Jiro? Her fists clenched. She stopped thinking about it and instead began searching for something handy to use. "What are you doing?" Chen Guanlin looked at her in shock. Wang Xiaoxia responded seriously, "I need to beat him up. He hasn't even started dating, and he's already bringing a girl home? He must have known we weren't home, or he wouldn't have dared. Who knows what this brat was up to at home?" It never even occurred to her that Liang Jiro was utterly obedient to her son. She still thought Chen Lu had brought some other girl home that afternoon. "So, are you giving up on your daughter-in-law?" Chen Guanglin asked curiously. As a university professor, he always thought things through thoroughly and never acted on impulse. Wang Xiaoxia had no intention of stopping. What if he's playing both sides? He brings one girl home in the afternoon and takes Jiro out for dinner at night. If I don't beat him up, then what? "You have no proof," Chen Guanglin said, exasperated yet still calm. "Besides, Xiaolu is your son. Don't you know better than anyone whether he's the type to two-time?" Only then did Wang Xiaoxia's urge to hit someone subside a little. She sat back down on the couch, muttering in her heart that her husband was clueless. It wasn't that she had thought things through so deeply, she simply wanted to beat up Chen Lu and let him feel his mother's loving discipline. Now that he had put everything so plainly, how was she supposed to justify it? Seeing that his wife had calmed down, Chen Guanglin finally dared to continue, "Let the kids sort out their own matters. You're already this worried about Xiaolu, so what are you going to do when Xiaoma grows up? Let's just pretend we know nothing and wait for him to introduce his fiancée himself. If you interfere too much, you might make things worse. All your colleagues' sons are already married. If you keep this up, you might regret it later." "You're right," Wang Xiaoxiao agreed. Chen Guanglin winced in pain. "Then why are you still pinching me?" At that moment, the door creaked open. Chen Lu, having come up with an excuse, slowly stepped out of his room. Mom had no proof. If he got beaten up, he absolutely couldn't confess. If questioned, he would simply insist that she was mistaken. At worst, he'd get beaten half to death. If he admitted anything, he'd be completely dead. The choice was obvious. Seeing that neither his dad nor his mom spoke first, he nonchalantly plopped down on the couch, acting as if nothing had happened. He picked up Chen Guanglin's teacup, took a sip, and said calmly, "I want to start a studio with some friends." Both parents were momentarily stunned. Finally, Wang Xiaoxia was the first to ask, "What kind of studio?" Chen Lu knew his parents had taken the bait, but what he didn't realize was that they were also slowly luring him into a trap. This family had a total of 800 tricks up their sleeves. Still, at this moment, he felt a bit nervous. This was a major life decision, after all. He was fully aware that his choice was a reckless one. If his parents reacted as strongly as Zhang Chao's parents had, it wouldn't be surprising. "A game studio," he said seriously. "I'm leading the project with Zhang Chao." Chen Guanglin nodded. "If you've thought it through, give it a try. Every year, college students start businesses. Some sort of success, while others drown in debt. As long as you've considered it carefully, that's what matters." Chen Lu was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at his parents. This was nothing like what he had expected. He asked in disbelief, "Wait, why are you guys so calm about this? Aren't you supposed to say, if you mess around, I'll break your legs?" Then he turned to Wang Xiaoxia. "Mom, shouldn't you be hitting me with something?" That's when he noticed that Wang Xiaoxia had been quietly hiding her 7 wolves belt behind her. He immediately shut his mouth. After a brief silence, Chen Guanglin said meaningfully, "Because I don't want you to grow old, lose your passion, and keep wondering, what if my parents hadn't stopped me back then?" He patted Chen Lu gently on the back. "Go ahead and chase your dreams while you're young. Your mom and I worked hard to give you and Xioma that opportunity. If you're a rock, we'll be the wind that helps you soar. If you're just a sparrow, we'll be the branch that shelters you from the storm." Be bold, if you fall, I'll catch you. All you have to do is get back up. Chen Lu was silent for a long time. He sniffed, then smiled. I appreciate the support, and it's touching and all, but why are you guys making it such a big deal? I'm still taking the bar exam. If this doesn't work out, I'll just find a regular job. Wait. Dad, was there something you wanted to do back then, but Grandpa and Grandma didn't let you? He suddenly asked, curious. Chen Guanglin chuckled, shaking his head. He took Wang Xiaoxia's hand, feeling the once soft skin that had become rough over the years. Of course not. It was because of your mom. If I had chased big dreams, I wouldn't have had time for family, and I didn't want that. So I chose a stable job, so I could spend more time taking care of her. Success means living life your own way. It doesn't have to be about a big career. Living an ordinary life with the person you love, that's a kind of success too. I'm out. Without another word, Chen Lu got up and went back to his room. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Just a while ago, he had been laughing at Chun Mo for being lovesick. Now it was his turn. Karma sure came fast. That's also a kind of success, huh? Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, mumbling his dad's words. When he closed his eyes, he suddenly saw Liang Jiro, timidly waiting for him in the rain. Then he saw her, dressed in the skirt he had bought for her, crying into his chest. And then, gathering all her courage, forcing a smile at him, he jolted upright. Shit, something's wrong with me. Chen Lu did not know when he had dozed off in a daze. Researching various things over the past few days had completely exhausted him. He had no idea how much time had passed when the notification sound from his phone abruptly pulled him out of his sleep. He quickly glanced at the time and was relieved to see that it was not yet time to take Liang Jiro home. The message was from Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao, actually, the bigger the fish, the smaller the fish. Do you know why? Jiang Chao, the bigger the fish, the more bones it has. The more bones it has, the less meat there is. So, the bigger the fish, the smaller the fish. Chen Lu, go to hell. He could not be bothered to entertain this lunatic any further. Gazing at the misty night outside the window, he resumed pondering the thoughts he had before falling asleep. When exactly did this silly girl make me fall for her completely? He still could not figure it out. There were just too many memories. Maybe it was from that day when Liang Jiro stood there, half-soaked, timidly waiting for him for almost 2 hours. That was when the seed had already been planted. She made him more confident, pulling him out of the swamp of self-doubt. That day, this silly girl used her actions to tell him that there was someone willing to wait for him, even in a torrential downpour. Later, she proved to him again with her actions, perhaps there really was a girl whose eyes were filled only with him. All he had to do was turn around, and he would see her. Meanwhile, after receiving a curse from Chen Lu, Jiang Chao put down his phone, bored, and glanced at Li Xinian, who was visibly nervous, and Xin Wenxi, who sat beside him. They were currently having dinner at a hot pot restaurant. Following Chen Lu's instructions, Jiang Chao had immediately brought Li Xinian with him to the neighboring department to recruit talent. With Li Xinian making the introductions, their recruitment message had quickly spread through the various computer science department groups, something an average person's social reach could not achieve. As for the price, it was serving as Li Xinian's wingman. Jiang Chao was speechless. Back when Li Xinian was in the student council, he loved dragging either him or Chen Lu along to help him maintain appearances. It seemed that, to him, knowing people like Jiang Chao or Chen Lu was something worth bragging about. But what Jiang Chao had not expected was that this habit had extended even to his dates. It was obvious that Li Xinian felt extremely inferior in front of this girl, and that was how the path of a hopelessly devoted fool began. The more Jiang Chao observed, the more displeased he became. Based on his past experience as a player, Xin Wenxi's level of interest in Li Xinian was not even as high as her interest in Chen Lu. It was entirely possible that she had initially befriended Li Xinian as a stepping stone to get closer to Chen Lu. After all, the only reason there had been so few girls chasing Chen Lu in the past few years was that he had been publicly pursuing Mo Yuqing and had maintained a certain distance from other women. Otherwise, given Chen Lu's looks and personality, Jiang Chao did not even want to imagine it. Wow, you and Senior Chen Lu are starting a business together? That is amazing, Xin Wenxi exclaimed. Jiang Chao nodded slightly without saying anything. He knew that even if he stayed silent, the conversation would not go cold. Someone was eager to keep it going. Seeing this, Li Xinian quickly responded, he has always been like this throughout college, getting sudden whims here and there. It is normal. Jiang Chao sighed inwardly. Li Xinian had never realized that he was never the focal point of these conversations. Ever since this girl had seen his car, her attitude had instantly become much warmer. And this was a girl who had spent 520 Chinese Valentine's Day with Li Xinian. That was not normal at all. Or rather, it was that he refused to acknowledge it. People often say that girls are simple creatures. When they like you, they will believe anything you say, even deceiving themselves. But looking at this now, it seemed that men were the same. As they chatted, Shin Wensi suddenly remarked, "Senior Chen-lu is really something. He cannot even bear to delegate any authority, even though you two are in this together." Jiang Chao was immediately displeased. "My brother is leading me toward fulfilling my dream. What more could I possibly ask for?" He emphasized the words "my dream" heavily. He knew very well that, compared to his passion for game development, Chen-lu cared more about making money. Li Xinian picked up the communal chopsticks and placed some food into Qin Wensi's bowl. Wensi is right. Although Brother Lu is capable, some decisions should still be discussed together. Jiang Chao was momentarily stunned but did not say anything. He simply smiled at Li Xinian and raised his cup. At Chen Lu's home, Chen Lu sat on the couch, chatting with his parents while waiting to take Liang Jiro home. Ever since Liang Jiro had started tutoring Chen Mo, this had become his daily routine. "How much money do you need for your startup?" Chen Guanglin asked seriously, curious as to why Chen Lu had only mentioned his business plans but had never asked the family for financial support. Chen Lu, who had been looking at his phone, raised his head at the question. "I will not need you to contribute for now. I plan to apply for the university's support program, which will significantly reduce the risk." Chen Guanglin nodded slightly. That was very much in line with Chen Lu's meticulous nature. At that moment, Chen Mo, who had just walked out the door, happened to overhear their conversation. "Brother, are you starting your own company?" she asked in shock. Chen Lu was too lazy to explain in detail and casually brushed it off. "Yeah. Get ready to be a rich young lady." Chen Mo scoffed, pointing at the laptop on the coffee table. "If you actually succeed, I will eat this computer on the spot." She simply did not believe that her cheapskate brother had such grand ambitions. Their family had always been content with a laid-back lifestyle. As kids, their dream had been to live off others without working. Bold words, my lady. "It is a deal. A deal. If I win, you have to hand over all of this year's New Year's money." Liang Jiro wanted to nudge Chen Mo's shoulder to warn her, just in case Chen Mo really ended up having to eat the laptop. Because if there was only one person in the world willing to believe in Chen Lu, it would be her. "Jiro, if Xiaolu ever bullies you, you must tell Auntie," Wang Xiaosi said, holding Liang Jiro's hand. Then she turned to glare at Chen Lu. "This brat has been devious since childhood. I am really worried that he will take advantage of you." Chen Lu completely ignored Chen Mo's mocking gaze. His jaw had nearly dropped to the floor. "Excuse me, but how do I prove that this woman is actually my mother?" Inside the car, as Chen Lu spoke on the phone with Jiang Chao, he reached out with his right hand to help Liang Jiro fasten her seatbelt. Outside the window, two kids were arguing, momentarily capturing all of his attention. "Are you serious? People are already signing up?" For a moment, he was not sure whether to praise Jiang Chao for his efficiency or lament how pitiful college students had become, fighting over jobs that paid 2,000 yuan a month. "Of course we cannot just take the first applicants. Are you stupid? We need to assess their skills. Just because they sign up fast does not mean they can code fast." After some thought, he added, "If they are too skilled, we will not take them either." "Never mind, I will explain later." "Silly girl, I have been holding this seatbelt for half a day. Are you going to fasten it or not?" He hung up the phone and turned his head, only to realize that the back of his hand was pressed firmly against something soft. "If I say I did not do that on purpose, will you believe me?" Liang Jiro did not yell at him for being a pervert. She did not even dare to speak. Only then did Chen Lu notice that Liang Jiro's face was flushed, her lips were pressed together, and her eyes were brimming with tears as she stared at him. Seeing her looking so aggrieved, she did not even need to scold him. Chen Lu already wanted to chop off his own hand. If it were any later at night, he would probably wake up in a panic and slap himself awake from a dream. "I really did not mean to." Chen Lu scratched his cheek with his index finger. "I was just watching the kids arguing outside." Liang Jiro let out an almost inaudible then quickly took a few deep breaths, feeling as if her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Even though she wholeheartedly believed that Chen Lu had not done it on purpose, what had just happened was undeniably an intimate moment that crossed the line. Chen Lu sighed in relief and inwardly cursed those two little brats for being so inconsiderate. Of all places, they had to argue right there, tarnishing his image as a gentleman. Clearly, they did not have enough homework. Come to think of it, it is kind of funny. As he reversed the car, Chen Lu chuckled and changed the subject. "Back when we were in school, we used to complain that our teachers were crazy for giving us so much homework. We barely had any time to go out and have fun. But now that we do not have to do homework anymore, I actually think teachers should assign even more of it to these little troublemakers." That way, they would not be out here disturbing people. Maybe this is what they call double standards. Back when I was a kid, I was terrified that the anti-addiction gaming system would actually work. Now that I am an adult, I just sit back and watch for fun. Liang Jiro turned to look at him, her cheeks still a little red. She asked curiously, "Were you a troublemaker when you were little?" She had a hard time imagining what Chen Lu had been like as a child. Since he tricked her in different ways every day, he must have been a mischievous little troublemaker when he was younger. If she had met him as a child, she would definitely have been bullied by him non-stop. Thinking about that, Liang Jiro glanced out the window and giggled to herself. Then, a trace of sadness flickered across her face as if she were mourning for her younger self. Back then, she had not even dared to cry in front of her mother, who had lost everything. She could only hide in a corner, wiping her tears in silence, not even daring to make a sound. "It is okay now, Liang Jiro." As she recalled those painful memories, she whispered in her heart to her past self, "One day, you will meet a boy as warm as the sun. If you are just a little bit willful, you might even be able to lean on his shoulder and cry for a while. Even though you are still kind of useless, if you keep trying, you will definitely become someone amazing. And when that time comes, you will be able to loudly tell this boy that you like him. If he is still by my side by then." She silently added that last thought. She never dared to place too much hope in her own happiness. When she snapped back to reality, she realized that Chen Lu was still talking. "I got spanked a lot as a kid for playing around too much," Chen Lu said as he fiddled with the GPS. "My family used to live near the People's Hospital." "That is where you were hospitalized last time, right?" "There is a park nearby. Back when I was in elementary school, I played there all the time. No matter what games the kids played there, I would always dominate." He did not have the nerve to mention how he even bribed others when playing hide and seek. But when it came to games like King of Fighters, no one in that area could beat him. Liang Jiro paused for a moment. "The one with the long bridge?" Her memories of that park had long since faded, but that long and oddly crooked bridge had left a deep impression on her. "You even know that? You have been there before?" Chen Lu was a little surprised. "I went when I was little." She did not say anything more. She did not want to remember the past, losing her father, sitting alone in the park corner, utterly helpless. Her way of letting go of the past was not by making peace with it, but by burying it away, never thinking about it again. Chen Lu nodded slightly and shamelessly joked, "If you happened to see a very, very handsome little boy back then, that was definitely me." Hearing that, Liang Jiro silently stared at his side profile for a long, long time. In the end, she lowered her head slightly, feeling a bit dejected, mocking herself for even thinking about it. That memory was too distant. There was no way it could be connected. Besides, things never worked out that conveniently, but girls are just like that. Deep down, she still did not want to give up that little fantasy. Life had already treated her so cruelly, why could it not at least let her dreams come true? If that really had been Chen Lu back then, she might have even been willing to give him her life. However, within minutes, Liang Jiro pushed aside those unrealistic thoughts and followed along with Chen Lu's conversation. She never really cared about the topic of conversation. As long as she could talk to Chen Lu, she was happy. The car moved through the night, with occasional gusts of wind and the sounds of passing vehicles outside. Inside, it was peaceful and quiet. Chen Lu had deliberately turned off the car's audio system, leaving only the soft murmurs of their conversation. To Chen Lu, Liang Jiro's gentle yet timid voice was far better than any song. After a while, Liang Jiro pursed her lips and hesitantly asked, "Are your parents pressuring you to find a girlfriend yet?" Chen Lu was completely caught off guard. What kind of question is that? Of course not. His only source of pressure was Chen Mo, nagging him like it was her life's mission. Liang Jiro felt relieved. Only then did she slowly unclench the hand that had been tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. She subconsciously muttered under her breath, "That is good. What did you say?" "Nothing. I did not say anything." She quickly waved her hands in denial. While Chen Lu was still trying to figure out what this silly girl was up to, she suddenly asked, "Then when do you think your parents will start urging you to get married?" Chen Lu was speechless. Keeping his left hand on the steering wheel, he reached out with his right and poked her not-so-bright forehead. "I am only 21. I am not even legally allowed to get married yet. It is still a long way off." Then, he chuckled. "But when they do start pressuring me, I will just bring you home." "Huh?" Liang Jiro blinked blankly, unable to process what he meant. "What do you mean, huh? If you do not want to, then forget it. But if you refuse to help me, then I will have no choice but to let them arrange blind dates for me." That sent her into a panic. Her voice was even louder than usual. "I can help you." Then, as if guilty of something, she quickly added in a much quieter voice, "After all, we are good friends. You have helped me so much. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was barely audible. After saying that, she lowered her head in shame, feeling like she had let Chen Lu down. In her heart, she had already broken the promise of just being his friend. Because she no longer just wanted to be his friend, she wanted to stay by his side forever. The car fell into silence for a while. It is 520 today. Let us go watch a late-night movie, Chen Lu suddenly suggested, pulling the silly girl out of her spiral of self-reproach. It is too late, Liang Jiro murmured softly. She had always wanted to watch a movie with Chen Lu, but it was already close to 10 at night. If she went home too late, her mother would worry. Chen Lu did not care. Your mom already agreed. What are you worried about? The girl froze, her mouth slightly open, blinking at him with an expression that was both dumbfounded and adorable. When did my mom agree? Why did I not know about this? Chen Lu grinned smugly, pulled out his phone, and showed her the chat log. She agreed right when we left my house. Liang Jiro leaned over to check the timestamp and realized that even while she was still tutoring Chen Mo, Chen Lu had already arranged everything, and her own mother had sold her out completely. So he had asked in advance but only told me now? Just to wait for me to say it is too late? He even calculated that? Once she realized what had happened, she initially wanted to glare at him in frustration. But as soon as her eyes met his, her fake anger completely collapsed, and she turned back into a timid little bunny, not daring to look anywhere but at his collar. Since this scheming Chen Lu had already gone to such lengths, what else could she do? She had no choice but to go along with him. After all, she knew nothing about it. That was what she kept telling herself. But seeing the smug expression on Chen Lu's face, she suddenly felt uncertain. It is 520 today. The girl fidgeted, a little nervous. People might misunderstand. It is fine. We are perfectly innocent friends. Let them misunderstand if they want. Chen Lu was completely unfazed and declared righteously, as long as we have a clear conscience, that is all that matters. Liang Jiro did not respond. She was falling in love with the phrase perfectly innocent because her conscience was not clear at all. Then you have to promise me one thing, she said after some thought. What? Chen Lu was amused. This silly girl was actually trying to negotiate conditions with him now? He was very curious about what she would ask for. The girl lowered her head, wringing her hands together nervously as if afraid he would refuse. Can I buy you an outfit? You promised me when you bought me that dress. All the dramatic possibilities that had played out in Chen Lu's mind instantly vanished. He had not expected that, after all this back and forth, the silly girl's condition was just something for his own good. Sure. A promise is a promise, Chen Lu agreed without hesitation. This was not something he could back out of otherwise, it would be harder to fool her next time. Sustainability was key. Just as Liang Jiro was secretly rejoicing, Chen Lu handed her his phone. See if there is anything you want to watch. He kept his eyes on the road, completely unaware that the girl beside him was staring at his side profile instead of the phone. Liang Jiro shook her head. I can watch anything. As long as I am with you, it does not matter. Chen Lu did not insist. He casually placed the phone between them. Since he had already secured permission from her mother well in advance, he had naturally also researched the nearby theater's schedules. Are we going to the same mall as last time? Liang Jiro asked, her heart slightly fluttering. More than the fact that this was her first time watching a movie in a theater, what she cared about was that it was her first time watching one with Chen Lu. Chen Lu remained expressionless. We are going to your house first. My house? Why? Liang Jiro realized she had been completely following Chen Lu's lead this entire time. Her brain could not keep up at all. But one thing she was certain of, she had definitely walked straight into a trap he had set long ago. To think that she once believed Chen Lu was a gentle and kind person. Now it seemed that while he was gentle, he was also incredibly devious. Of course, to visit Auntie, Chen Lu answered matter-of-factly. And while we are there, you should change into that dress. I bought it for you so long ago, and I have never seen you wear it. The girl pouted in annoyance. Which one of those is the by the way part? Chen Lu paused for a moment, then cleared his throat dramatically. Of course, changing clothes is the by the way part. How could you think otherwise? Student Liang Jiro, Auntie Xiao treats me like her own son. Everyone can see that. How could visiting her be an afterthought? Do you really think I would go there just to see you wear a dress? Shameless. Perverted. That is a blatant slander. If word of this spreads, how will I, a righteous gentleman, ever hold my head high again? Liang Jiro did not even realize why Chen Lu was suddenly talking so much. Caught off guard by his serious scolding, she could only look at him pitifully and apologize. I am sorry. Not a problem. Chen Lu waved his hand magnanimously and said graciously, I forgive you. At the mall, Liang Jiro changed into the cinched waist dress that Chen Lu had bought her and walked beside him, feeling a little shy. Because it was 520, the mall was filled with couples walking arm in arm. Naturally, people assumed that they were part of that crowd. On top of that, Chen Lu could feel countless jealous and resentful gazes directed at him. Sensing the attention, he only lifted his head higher in satisfaction. This silly girl usually did not stand out much, but in this form-fitting dress, her graceful figure and slender waist, perfectly proportioned, made her almost illegal. And this was with her bangs still covering part of her face. If she ever cut them off, Chen Lu felt like he would definitely get beaten up. Liang Jiro was not thinking about any of that. She simply followed behind him timidly, recalling the styles she had planned to buy for him. Both of their outfits left their arms exposed, and whenever their skin accidentally brushed, they each secretly felt happy for a long time. Yet neither of them brought it up. Neither of them deliberately distanced themselves, and neither of them realized that the space between them was much smaller than the last time they had come here together. There seemed to be far fewer stores selling men's clothing than women's, so they quickly finished choosing. How about this one? Liang Jiro held up a black t-shirt against Chen Lu's body, comparing it to his frame. The design was simple, which, in her eyes, suited his style perfectly. Let this gentleman try it on, the store attendant said professionally, having immediately noticed the unmistakable desire to purchase in Liang Jiro's eyes. Chen Lu lazily walked up to her. Is this not enough already? He did not know why, but when he was picking out clothes for Liang Jiro, he had enjoyed it like it was a dress-up game, and he never got tired of it. But now that he was shopping for himself, he already wanted to die. The girl nodded firmly, then suddenly took a few steps back. What are you doing? Chen Lu tilted his head in curiosity. The next thing he saw was her pulling out her phone and taking a picture of him. Looking at the image of Chen Lu, casual, lazy, yet effortlessly handsome Liang Jiro felt more and more satisfied, unable to stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. This one. Hearing that, Chen Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. No more trying on clothes. Freedom at last. That was what was strange about this silly girl. She would hesitate over spending a few dozen yuan on herself but would not blink an eye when buying things for Xia Xuanfang or for Chen Lu. Chen Lu carried the shopping bag as he and Liang Jiro looked for the movie theater in the mall. He discreetly glanced at the price. 198 yuan. For a men's t-shirt, that was already quite expensive. If he were buying clothes for himself, he would never even consider it. The only times he wore things at this price point were when Wang Xiaoxia or Chen Mo bought them for him. And now, there was Liang Jiro. This is kind of expensive, he said, his heart aching. He knew all too well how exhausting her part-time jobs were. But Liang Jiro was still lost in the joy of having bought him something. The dress you bought for me was even more expensive. So this is what it feels like to be pampered by a rich woman? Feels amazing. I am not a rich woman, she protested in a barely audible voice. If I really were a rich woman, I would have taken care of you long ago. Then I would not have to wait until I became someone amazing before I dared to confess. Chen Lu tapped her forehead lightly and said with meaning, you will be in the future. Come on, let us go watch the movie. Okay, the girl responded softly, continuing to obediently follow beside Chen Lu. Noticing a milk tea shop nearby, Chen Lu pulled her toward it. Even though this silly girl might still think they were just innocent friends, some things needed a sense of occasion on a day like this. Chen Lu looked up and saw a sign that read, Couples Promotion, second cup half price. Is this a special promotion just for today? Chen Lu asked curiously. Yes, it is only available today and tomorrow for couples who come here to buy milk tea, the staff member replied politely. Liang Jiro turned her head toward Chen Lu. Do you want one? Chen Lu felt like this silly girl was getting dumber by the day. He was both amused and exasperated as he met her gaze. If I did not want one, why would I bring you here? The girl let out an almost inaudible oh and then mumbled, then, 2 cups, please. Whether it was pretending to be a couple to buy milk tea or getting a second cup at half price, both made her very happy. So there really were moments in life that gave you the best of both worlds. Perhaps because Liang Jiro's expression was so shy and hesitant, the staff member could not resist gossiping a little. Excuse me, but are you two a couple? Just as Liang Jiro was nervously trying to figure out how to answer, she suddenly felt her slender wrist being gently held. The warmth of his touch spread like an electric current through her entire body, surging straight to her heart and making it race uncontrollably. Even with the noisy background, she could hear the pounding of her own heartbeat. For a moment, her mind went completely blank. Of course we are, Chen Lu replied with a light chuckle. Do we not look like one? Liang Jiro lowered her head, turning her face away, only daring to look at Chen Lu's clothes instead of his eyes. You do. The young staff member smiled. You are a perfect match, truly a handsome man and a beautiful woman. I have never seen such a good-looking couple before. Chen Lu responded politely but did not say anything more, because his acting had already reached its limit. Even though he was only holding her arm, the feeling in his heart was indescribable. He could clearly feel how soft and delicate Liang Jiro's skin was, and even when he unconsciously squeezed her arm slightly, the girl simply stayed still, obediently letting him hold on. He wished he could hold her hand like this forever. Seeing the staff member turn around to prepare the milk tea, he finally took a moment to glance at Liang Jiro beside him. The girl had her head lowered, staring at something, but her flushed cheeks were already as red as a little cherry tomato. She took a few deep breaths, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Are you not done yet?" "Just a little longer. Hold on a bit more." Her heart finally began to calm down slightly. She sneaked a peek at their hands, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. Just for a little while, it should be fine, right? Just this once. She did not even know who she was asking for permission. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally gathered her courage and gently squeezed his hand back. The moment she did, Chen Lu, who had been looking quite smug just moments ago, completely froze. Now Liang Jiro panicked. Like a child who had suddenly realized they had done something wrong, she quickly shifted her gaze away, pretending as if nothing had happened. She had a feeling that Chen Lu was rubbing off on her, and she was about to turn into a little troublemaker herself. Just as she let out a small sigh of relief, Chen Lu, seemingly unwilling to let things slide, squeezed her hand in return. Liang Jiro knew she had started it, so she felt too embarrassed to say anything and could only let him have his way. Fortunately, the staff members soon brought over the milk tea, and Liang Jiro finally saw a ray of hope. She admitted that she did like the feeling of Chen Lu holding her hand, but this was simply too overwhelming. Her heart could not take it, especially when she noticed that some people were looking in their direction. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into, so she lowered her head as much as possible, pretending to be invisible. "If I cannot see you, you cannot see me." But instead of letting go, Chen Lu nonchalantly unlocked his phone with one hand to prepare for payment. "I can do it." Liang Jiro hurriedly spoke up. She did not even notice that she was also only using one hand to take out her phone, and it was her left hand, no less. The staff member pointed to the photo wall behind them and smiled. "Would you like to take a picture together? If you do, your order will be free." Liang Jiro was completely stunned. What kind of milk tea shop was this? A half-price discount for couples and now free milk tea for a photo? The staff member seemed to notice her confusion and quietly explained, "Our boss really loves setting up these kinds of promotions. Besides, you both look amazing together. It would be a waste not to take a picture." Chen Lu nodded. "Whether it is free or not does not matter. What matters is that I get a copy of the photo." "Of course. Deal." Liang Jiro stared blankly at Chen Lu, blinking in confusion, not fully understanding the situation. Then she was suddenly pulled closer as they took a photo together. Chen Lu looked at the instant film picture that the staff member had just taken with a Polaroid camera, his smile practically reaching his ears. Though he could not help but notice that in 10 out of 10 pictures, Liang Jiro always turned her face slightly away, completely avoiding the camera. Somehow, that only made her look even more shy and adorable. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He hooked his little finger around the milk teacup, holding both his phone and the photo between his fingers, struggling to balance all three things in one hand. For some reason, he just could not seem to remember that he had another free hand. "You know, Polaroid pictures actually have their own charm compared to high-end digital cameras," Chen Lu said as he handed the photo to Liang Jiro. The girl looked at the picture of them holding hands and instantly turned bright red. My hand," she whispered, gently reminding him. Holding hands for this long had far exceeded the level of indulgence she had allowed herself. Chen Lu leaned in close to her ear and murmured, "Let us wait until we leave the area before letting go. Otherwise, she might realize we were faking it and charge us." "All right." Liang Jiro believed him. She only believed everything Chen Lu said. It was not because she wanted to hold his hand a little longer. Not at all. Watching Chen Lu and Liang Jiro leave, the milk tea shop staff member smiled warmly. Just then, another employee hurried over, panting as they spoke. "Sorry, Lu Jia, something came up at home. You can dock my pay however you see fit." The staff member casually waved a hand. "It is fine. As the owner, playing the role of an employee once in a while is actually quite fun. You know what? I just saw the most handsome guy ever. And the girl with him was incredibly cute. I am obsessed." As she spoke, she pinned the newly taken photo onto the store's photo wall. At the top of the wall, written in glowing marker, were the words, "May all lovers find their happily ever after." Shipping random couples like this will only get you in trouble, the real employee muttered in exasperation. Meanwhile, Chenlu finally sat down in his seat at the movie theater and at last remembered. He still had another free hand. After sitting down, both of them instinctively let go of each other's hands at the same time. Seizing the moment while Chenlu turned his head, Liang Jiro quickly rubbed her burning cheeks. How could you dare to hold his hand back? This is so embarrassing. Great. Now there is nothing innocent about this at all. Chunlu is so good to you, and yet, how could you take advantage of him like this? She scolded herself in her mind. Even after she had calmed down, the feeling of Chenlu holding her right hand still lingered, making her unconsciously clench and unclench her fingers in the air twice. Even though she had been incredibly nervous the entire time, she had also really liked it. So much so that after letting go, the emptiness in her palm left her feeling as if a part of her body was missing. If she ever recalled this moment in the future, she might even wake up laughing from a dream. Or maybe right now was more like a dream. Even in her dreams, she had never been this happy. She thought to herself, then gathered her courage to steal a glance at Chenlu, only to meet his gentle smile. Like a startled deer, Liang Jiro immediately lowered her head. However, her initial shyness was quickly overwhelmed by the excitement of being in a movie theater for the first time. She kept looking around curiously, glancing here and there like a little child. Chenlu simply watched her quietly, finding her cuter with each passing moment. The theater was very dim, but she could tell that almost every seat was filled. Most of the audience was made up of couples, and the playful chatter between them never seemed to stop. Liang Jiro had no idea how Chenlu had managed to get tickets for the center seats under these circumstances. Surely, he had not bought them several days in advance? Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly noticed something shocking. Everywhere she looked, it was always one man and one woman sitting together, without exception. Her silly mind could not help but feel that none of these people were really here to watch the movie. After all, nobody was even looking at the screen. Then, she suddenly caught sight of a couple already kissing each other. Startled, she quickly withdrew her gaze and sat up stiffly. That was the end of her observations. That was probably very rude of me. Blushing, she mumbled, fidgeting with her fingers, feeling like she had been impolite. Chenlu rolled his eyes at her. Who cares? These couples watching the movie do not even care about the security cameras. Do you think they would be afraid of being seen kissing by you? The girl did not quite understand and asked, What do you mean? Nothing. I do not know anything. Chenlu cleared his throat. Just sit tight. The movie should start soon. Okay, Liang Jiro nodded obediently. Good girl. Here, have some popcorn as a reward. As he spoke, Chenlu held a piece of popcorn up to her mouth. He had no idea if this silly girl had simply given up resisting or if it was because of the darkness of the theater, but in the end, she obediently opened her mouth and ate it. Chenlu smirked in satisfaction. His efforts were paying off. Come to think of it, he never usually bought popcorn when watching movies. He had only bought it today because he was with Liang Jiro. But watching a movie could never be as fun as feeding this silly girl. Not even half as fun. Feeling proud of himself, he picked up a piece of popcorn and was about to eat it, but just as he brought it to his mouth, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by Liang Jiro. What is it? Chenlu looked at her in confusion. There, might be saliva on it, the girl muttered, staring off to the side, not daring to meet his gaze. It was too dark just now. She was almost certain that her lips had accidentally touched Chenlu's fingers. But how am I supposed to know which fingers I fed you with? Chenlu replied casually, feeling as if his reaction speed had never been this fast before. The girl blinked. Was it not these two fingers? Are you sure? Chenlu asked again. Liang Jiro suddenly lost confidence. Her body even seemed to soften a little. Not sure. Chenlu spread his hands. Then what am I supposed to do? Using my left hand would be inconvenient, and the movie is about to start. I cannot exactly run outside to wash my hands, can I? As he spoke, he took a sip of milk tea, using the moment to think of how else he could build on this situation. After a pause, he added, Forget it. It is fine. If I do not eat, I do not eat. It is not like I will wake up in the middle of the night craving it and start crying. The girl pursed her lips slightly. After thinking for a long time, she leaned close to Chenlu's ear and whispered, I will feed you. Her voice was so soft, as if she was afraid someone else might hear. Hearing her gentle and delicate voice, Chenlu's whole body shivered. Even a succubus whispering in his ear could not compare to this. Okay, he agreed immediately. Liang Jiro carefully picked out a piece of popcorn that looked nice and full, cautiously bringing it to Chenlu's mouth. Her heart was pounding out of control. We are just good friends. This is innocent, she kept repeating to herself in her mind. But she could not even get through the sentence twice before she realized. This is not innocent at all. Chen Lu, on the other hand, did not hesitate. He ate it right away, looking like he was enjoying himself immensely. Noticing that the piece of popcorn in her hand was gone, Liang Jiro was momentarily stunned. Then, for some reason, she felt a small wave of happiness. She reached into the bucket and picked up another piece, continuing to feed him. Feeding Chen Lu was far more enjoyable than eating it herself. 2 minutes later. All right, let me take a break, Chen Lu said, letting out a small burp. If I eat any more at this speed, I am really going to burst. He truly could not eat another bite. Popcorn was one of those things that became too much after a while. He was already feeling so full that even drinking milk tea seemed unappealing. This was why he usually only bought iced cola when coming to the movies. Oh, okay. Liang Jiro still seemed a little reluctant to stop. Just then, the movie finally began. The girl sat up straight, her eyes fixed on the big screen. The movie's sound was surprisingly loud. At that moment, a slightly chubby young man walked in, using his phone's flashlight to find his seat. He hunched over and sat down right next to Chen Lu. Bro, you are a true warrior, coming to a movie alone on a day like this, Chen Lu could not help but comment. Hearing that, the young man looked at him in shock, as if he had just found a comrade. Bro, you too? Chen Lu shook his head and casually ate another piece of popcorn that Liang Jiro handed him. With his mouth full, he mumbled, not me. Fuck. The guy was so pissed that he moved to the last remaining empty seat far away. Before he left, he even flashed Chen Lu a very internationally recognized hand gesture. What did he just say to you? Liang Jiro leaned closer to Chen Lu, asking curiously in a hushed voice. He said he is really jealous of me, since I have such a beautiful, adorable, and obedient friend. You are just making things up, Liang Jiro pouted. Chen Lu sighed helplessly. This time, I really did not lie. Not a single word. Well, maybe just half a word. Once he drops the friend part in the future, then it will be completely true. The movie they were watching was A Silent Voice, an animated film. At this point in the movie, the female protagonist had just transferred to a new school and was constantly bullied, with her notebook being thrown into the pond. Liang Jiro watched intently, her eyes slightly red. Due to her family background and personality, she had once been bullied and ostracized by the troublemakers in her class in the same way. Middle school had been the worst. Back then, Xiao Xuanfang had rented a rundown apartment in the county just so Liang Jiro could go to school. Those boys had also written things on the blackboard. Since they knew Liang Jiro did not have a father, they wrote, "Where are we going, Dad?" Cast member, Liang Jiro. That variety show had been hugely popular at the time. Because Xiao Xuanfang had attended a parent-teacher meeting in a wheelchair, they drew a picture of her racing down a track in a wheelchair on the blackboard. They had also thrown her backpack over her head while she was sweeping the floor, laughing as they watched her get flustered and frustrated, unable to catch it. She often cried alone outside, only daring to return once her eyes were no longer swollen. Otherwise, Xiao Xuanfang would see her crying and start wiping away her own tears as well. As she watched the movie, she found herself constantly worrying about the protagonist. Malice was like a murky, bloody liquid, it always flowed toward those who stood the lowest. And for someone as shy, self-conscious, and quiet as Liang Jiro, she had naturally become the perfect target for these rebellious teenagers' cruelty. Since she had no real friends in class, the few who had defended her out of kindness had also been isolated for being different, eventually choosing to become bystanders. Her middle school experiences had made her talk and smile less and less. Growing up had only made her bangs longer and longer. All her suffering had shaped the person she was now. Meanwhile, Chen Lu had only one thought about the first half of the movie. I really want to beat those kids up. That was just the kind of person he was. Otherwise, he would not have stepped in to help Liang Jiro back then, despite barely knowing her. Adjusting his sitting position slightly, he casually remarked, "Next time, should we try a couple's seat? These chairs are awful for long movies." "Do not worry, we will still keep our distance and remain perfectly innocent." His attention had barely been on the movie. Instead, he had been watching the girl's side profile the entire time. Even in the dim theater, to Chen Lu, her clear, jewel-like eyes seemed to shine. "I do not want to." Liang Jiro shook her head. She figured those tickets must be expensive, and who knew how Chen Lu would take the opportunity to tease her? Most importantly, if they kept getting this close, how could she possibly hold back her feelings anymore? Chen Lu leaned in toward her ear, his breath brushing against the back of it, sending tingles down her spine and making her entire body soften. "Why not? Do you dislike me that much?" "I do not dislike you. Having been tricked by him too many times, Liang Jiro had developed a sharper sense for his schemes. This time, she caught on quickly, but she could never actually scold him, so she could only put on a fierce face and glare at him for pushing his luck. You are the worst. She knew that Chen Lu's teasing was different from other people's. No matter what, his actions always came from a desire to make her happy. Thinking of this, she let out a soft to express her protest against his mischief. But that was all. She could never truly stay mad at him. Chen Lu thought she looked adorable pretending to be mad. He chuckled awkwardly and decided to quit while he was ahead. The firewood had been added, it was just a matter of waiting for the water to heat up. With nothing else to do, he went back to watching the movie while feeding her popcorn. From time to time, the girl stubbornly fed him some as well. After a while, she moved a little closer, gazing into his eyes. Thank you, she suddenly whispered. Chen Lu had not even swallowed his popcorn yet, looking at her in confusion. Thank me for what? For letting me meet you. Her voice trembled slightly, tears welling up as she smiled. That sobered Chen Lu up instantly. Every time she said things like this, his heart clenched painfully. But the water was not even that hot yet, was it? He hurriedly wiped her cheek, only relaxing a little when he confirmed that the tears had not started streaming down. Why are you crying? He asked anxiously. Liang Jiro sniffled. You promised me I can cry if I want to. All right. Chen Lu chuckled softly, gently comforting the little crybaby in front of him. Then can you at least tell me why? What made you sad? He found it strange. As he wiped her tears, he murmured, if you really want to thank me, it would be better if you smiled instead. Obediently, she forced out a slightly awkward smile. Chen Lu reached out and lightly ruffled her hair. That is more like it. Liang Jiro wiped her tears with the back of her hand, her smile finally looking more natural. I feel like I only know how to cry in front of you. She felt a little embarrassed. It was as if all the strength she had worked so hard to build over the years was melting away for no reason. It does not matter, Chen Lu said nonchalantly. I already told you, you can cry whenever you want when you are with me. His mind was suddenly filled with the memory of their first meeting, that night when Liang Jiro had hidden in a dark corner, wiping her tears alone. To be honest, back then, aside from thinking it was pitiful, he had not felt much. But looking back now, it felt like his heart was being stabbed with a knife. If only I had met you sooner, Liang Jiro murmured, her voice heavy, like a child who had just finished crying. She looked at Chen Lu's shoulder, wanting to rest her forehead against it, but in the end, she only dared to lean against the very edge of her seat. Her tear-filled eyes trembled slightly as she clenched her right hand. Fate in the heavens seemed to love playing cruel jokes on her, letting her grow up through so much pain, only to introduce her to the person she loved most at a time when she felt the most powerless. Just then, Chen Lu looked at her with a soft smile, his gaze serious. We met at just the right time. I should be thanking you too for barging into my life when I was at my lowest. His gentle, magnetic voice echoed in her heart, like a stone dropped into a still lake, sending ripples through her soul. The dim glow from the screen reflected on his face, leaving her completely entranced. Really? She asked timidly. When have I ever lied to you? Chen Lu replied earnestly. Then he quickly added, except when I am teasing you. Tears still glistened at the corners of her eyes, but she smiled. That smile carved itself deep into Chen Lu's heart. At least you know. You were the one who said you were willing to be tricked by me. As he spoke, he playfully pinched her cheek. Maybe because they were in a movie theater, their movements were a little closer than usual. I always have been. In the darkness, the long-haired girl in a pale green dress smiled radiantly. Chen Lu froze, forcing himself to stay calm as he nodded. That nearly killed him on the spot. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro focused on the movie again. As for Chen Lu, he could not focus on it at all. His heart rate would not go down. It was over. That silly little fraud just murdered him. By the time they walked out of the theater, it was already past 11 at night. Side by side, they stepped out of the cinema. Chen Lu casually tossed the empty popcorn bucket into a trash bin and swore never to eat that stuff again. It was just too much, especially when paired with milk tea. This movie was really good. Liang Jiro was still immersed in the emotions of the ending. Her thoughts were simple, seeing others happy made her happy too. Yeah, even though the male lead's actions were a bit questionable at the start, I really liked how they redeemed each other in the end. Chen Lu had not been fully focused on the film, but he still remembered the main plot. No wonder people are always chasing after love. The girl nodded slightly, then lowered her gaze. But not everyone is that lucky. That is why love is essential for humanity as a whole, yet a luxury for the individual. You always manage to sum things up so perfectly, Liang Jiro murmured, stunned. Chen Lu shrugged. I just made that up. As soon as they stepped out of the dark shopping mall, a wave of humid heat hit him in the face, mixed with the sound of cars passing by on the road. It felt like going from the Arctic straight into a tropical rainforest, stuffy and unbearable. Some nights were cooler, while others felt like being stuck in a sauna. It all depended on the mood of the heavens. Just as he was about to complain, Liang Jiro gently poked his arm. I need to go to the restroom, the girl said, a little embarrassed. Chen Lu was not sure if she was going back into the theater or looking for a public restroom, so he asked, "Do you want me to walk you to the entrance?" She quickly shook her head. "No need. Then I will just wait here. Walk around a bit, otherwise, you will get eaten alive by mosquitoes." After saying that, she hurried off, clearly wanting to get it over with as quickly as possible. Chen Lu stood under the pale white glow of the streetlights, taking in the late-night atmosphere. Thinking about it now, it had been a long time since he had been out this late. He smiled slightly as he watched her figure disappear around the corner. Then, as he snapped back to reality, he noticed a mosquito landing on his arm. Smack! Damn it! Why have these cursed creatures not gone extinct yet? Chen Lu complained inwardly. He genuinely could not understand what purpose these disgusting insects served in the ecosystem. Their entire existence seemed to be dedicated to pissing people off. As he thought about it, he stretched his arm out under the streetlight. Question: what does a guy do when he is bored out of his mind? Chen Lu's answer: use himself as bait to fish for mosquitoes. In no time at all, he had already swatted 4 more mosquitoes off his arm. 5 enemy planes down. I can apply for ace pilot status now, he muttered to himself out of sheer boredom. Just then, a shadow approached. Thinking it was Liang Jiro, he looked up only for his expression to instantly darken. Yo, senior. What brings you here? A guy with permed hair greeted him, his tone laced with mockery. Chen Lu could not be bothered to respond. He simply raised a thumb and pointed behind him, toward the cinema's night show entrance. But the guy did not seem inclined to leave. Instead, he grabbed the hand of the girl beside him and sighed dramatically. Spending $5.20 alone at a movie, huh? Then he chuckled. No need to be a pathetic simp, right? Chen Lu smiled back, just as unfriendly. Like you never tried chasing after someone yourself. He still remembered this guy well. Back in school, he had pursued 2 girls, one of whom liked Chen Lu, and the other was Mo Yuching. In the end, he had failed to win either of them and had even been caught by his ex-girlfriend cheating while still in a relationship. Now, after failing, he was trying to shift the blame onto his so-called rival? How original. How insecure. Go back to Gotham, buddy. Batman says he will not fight you anymore. Chen Lu thought to himself but outwardly maintained a nonchalant expression. How long have you two been together? Since the start of the semester, so almost half a year now. Man, I never expected it, someone like you, ranked among the top in the law school, spending $520 alone, past midnight, just watching a movie by yourself. He gave a thumbs up. You must be the aloof type. I get it. Not at all. The real issue is that you saw the light early enough. Chen Lu smiled. I should have learned from you, stopped chasing after someone sooner. Would have saved me a lot of trouble. Originally, he had no intention of engaging with this idiot. But if someone kept delivering themselves to him on a silver platter, he was not about to just let them walk away unscathed. A little patience was fine, but a second time? That was just asking for trouble. The guy froze, quickly glancing at the girl beside him. When he noticed her unhappy expression, he immediately started walking toward the cinema. Just as he was about to enter, Chen Lu grabbed his arm. You are not one of those seamless transition types, are you? Chen Lu looked at him seriously, his tone full of curiosity and disbelief. Because I remember at the end of last semester, you were still chasing after Mo Yuching. I even heard you stayed in Hangzhou for a summer job just because of her. The moment he finished speaking, the girl beside the guy forcefully pulled her hand away. You are mistaken. The guy immediately shook off Chen Lu's grip. Maybe I am, Chen Lu said, frowning. Then, turning to the girl, he added, Miss, do not be mad. I have a terrible memory. Let me check with a friend who knows both of us. We cannot let my faulty memory cause problems between you two, he declared righteously. From the moment this guy had walked into his trap, Chen Lu had never planned on letting him off easily. He never went out of his way to provoke others, but those who provoked him multiple times usually ended up regretting it. Unnoticed by the 3 of them, a girl in a long dress stood nearby, silently watching the scene unfold. Liang Jiro took several deep breaths, gathered her courage, and tucked her long bangs behind her ear. Then, she ran over to Chen Lu. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her dress swayed gently with her hurried steps. She reached his side and without hesitation, interlocked their fingers. Let us go. She wrapped her arm around Chen Lu's and spoke softly. Chen Lu, who had just been in the middle of his performance, suddenly froze. To be precise, all four of them did. Even Liang Jiro herself. It was only after she snapped back to reality that she realized she had already grabbed his hand. The guy's eyes immediately fixated on her, stunned. Chen Lu, regaining his senses, smiled at her. All right. At this point, he had nothing more to say, so he simply let Liang Jiro pull him away. The guy stared at their figures, walking side by side, completely speechless. You are still looking? The girl next to him snapped, then turned and left. Wait, listen to me. I am sorry. After turning the corner, Liang Jiro immediately let go of his hand and apologized in a panic. Chen Lu found it amusing. What are you apologizing for? He had been planning to go all in on that guy anyway, but the girl's sudden action made his chest tighten. Jokingly, he said, I should be thanking you. Liang Jiro stared at him blankly. But I just took advantage of you. And I am not even pretty, yet I went up and pretended to be your girlfriend. As she spoke, her head gradually lowered, and she nervously fidgeted with her fingers like a child who had done something wrong. But when he mocked you, I just could not stand it. Did she really think that holding hands was her taking advantage of me? For a moment, Chen Lu did not know what to say. In his mind, he was the one who had hit the jackpot. Do not talk nonsense, he said softly. You are the most beautiful person in the world. With gentle movements, he tidied up the girl's bangs. He could not imagine how much courage she had mustered and how many internal struggles she had gone through to do what she just did. After all, if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Liang Jiro would do something like this. And she did it for him? Chen Lu felt a little dazed, his gaze fixed on the girl's face. Her eyes shimmered like a flowing autumn lake, warm and captivating. The evening breeze occasionally lifted strands of her hair, making them sway gently along with the hem of her dress. She seemed to be entirely immersed in the soft embrace of the night, as if giving this midsummer evening a special meaning. Chen Lu suddenly realized that the once irritating sound of cicadas around them now felt cheerful and melodious. Really? Liang Jiro paused in the motion of pinching her fingers, staring blankly at Chen Lu. The corner of his lips lifted ever so slightly as he replied with the utmost sincerity, certified by experts. Upon hearing this, all of Liang Jiro's nervousness and unease melted away, replaced by pure joy. Whether it was being praised for her beauty or knowing she had helped Chen Lu, both made her so happy that she wanted to roll around on her bed in excitement. A woman adorns herself for the one who loves her. She only felt truly beautiful when praised by Chen Lu. Chen Lu did not know under what circumstances other people decided to protect a girl for a lifetime or what their reasons were, but for him, that moment had already arrived. Now that he thought about it, this silly girl had long since become an inseparable part of his vision for the future. Who is really the frog in the boiling pot here? Chen Lu muttered to himself. Glancing at the time, he gave her a gentle smile. Come on, I will walk you home. He wanted to take this silly girl for a longer walk, but considering that her mother might be worried, he ultimately decided to take her straight back. After all, their relationship was not officially confirmed yet, but it would not take much longer. Chen Lu had made up his mind. He wanted to spend his whole life with the world's most adorable fool. He wanted to make sure that this girl, who would give him all her warmth even if she were drowning in quicksand, would never have to suffer again. With a smile, Chen Lu slowly reached out his hand toward her and teasingly asked, Still think you are taking advantage of me? If you feel like you have not taken enough, you can hold on a little longer. I am pretty easy to push around. Liang Jiro let out a small huff and turned away. No way. What kind of person was he? How could someone actually get addicted to being taken advantage of? She could not understand it at all. In that case, let us switch, Chen Lu said with a serious expression, deliberately twisting the logic. Since you will not take advantage of me, I will have to take advantage of you instead. After thinking it over, he continued, even though you did it for my sake, you cannot just take advantage of me for nothing. You need to take responsibility. Return the favor. As he spoke, he pretended to grab her hand. Sure enough, just as he was about to succeed, she swiftly dodged and ran off. I will not take responsibility. You are just freeloading, he called out while deliberately running just a bit slower than her. So what if I am? She rarely laughed so freely. She could not even remember the last time she had laughed like this. There were moments with Chen Lu when reason was completely overpowered by emotions. She simply could not help it because she liked him too much. Trying to stay rational in front of the person you love is an incredibly painful and difficult thing. After a bit of playful running, they stopped in front of the car, both panting lightly. Liang Jiro's cheeks were tinged with an almost imperceptible blush as she leaned against the car, watching the boy walking toward her. You are really fast, like a little rabbit, Chen Lu commented as he slowly opened the car door. With a slight curl of her lips, Liang Jiro quietly slipped into the seat. Shenlu noticed that she was becoming more and more cheerful, and he could not express how happy that made him. After getting in and starting the engine, he glanced at Liang Jiro, who had already forced herself back into a composed state. He let out a helpless smile. This silly girl always ended up thinking about sad things after smiling for a while, remembering the immense pressure weighing down on her. If it were not for that pressure, who would not love to laugh? The first thing a person does in life is cry, but laughter is also an innate human gift. I am telling you, you better smile right now, or you are not going home tonight. Ha! Boys' dormitory. Jiang Chao was lazily chatting with Lu Yan, while Li Xinian was anxiously waiting for a message from Qin Wenxi. He could not focus on anything, one moment watching 2 minutes of anime, the next flipping through a few pages of a novel, but in the end, nothing was registering. Chen Lu was lying in bed, thinking about how to trick that silly girl Liang Jiro into becoming his girlfriend. After a while, he suddenly said, "Boss, we need to finalize the team as soon as possible. I have to make this plan work." Chen Lu was not even sure whether he was saying this to Jiang Chao or to himself. Of course. Jiang Chao responded lazily. "But why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?" "Because I want the person I like to be happy." Chen Lu's tone was serious. Jiang Chao froze for a second. "You saying it so bluntly makes your old man feel a little uncomfortable. What, do you not want Lu Yan to have a good life? Scumbag." Jiang Chao clicked his tongue and spat at him. "Nonsense, of course I do." "Then that is settled." The corner of Chen Lu's lips lifted slightly as he sat up and continued researching the market. To outsiders, it might seem like he was acting on a whim, but in truth, he had been preparing for this for a long time. "That girl has a really good personality, I can see that," Jiang Chao said seriously. Chen Lu nodded slightly. "Of course, she just does not have much confidence in herself." Jiang Chao turned to look at Chen Lu, who was staring intently at his computer screen, and thought to himself, "But have you noticed how much that girl likes you? Chen Lu, the truth is, it is not just her who does not believe in herself. Mo Yuching owes you not just for wasting your time, but for taking away your confidence." After a long silence, Jiang Chao suddenly spoke. "Is there really such a thing?" Chen Lu said as if joking. "Of course." Jiang Chao nodded, walked slowly to the balcony, and only after pushing open the window did he light a cigarette. He thought for a long time before finally saying just one sentence, "I think you and Liang Jiro are a great match. Keep it up. You are not Li Xinian, you should know better." Li Xinian was displeased upon hearing this. "Damn, why are you dragging me into this?" In truth, he could see the difference. Whether it was Lu Yan with Jiang Chao or Liang Jiro with Chen Lu, both were much more proactive compared to Qin Wenxi. But he just could not control his feelings. It was like being in a state of clarity and regret at the same time. Yet the moment Qin Wenxi showed him even the slightest bit of attention, he could not help but fall for her all over again. Chen Lu turned to look at him and sighed helplessly, who has not been young and foolish. Jiang Chao exhaled a ring of smoke, reminiscing about his own past. "Yeah. As long as we end up with the right person in the end, let the process take its course." At first, he had been immensely proud of his so-called time management skills, but now he only felt that he had wasted his life. Many people only understand what love is, or how to love, after stumbling and falling. Only then do they realize that before loving someone else, they must first learn to love themselves. Chen Lu climbed out of bed and patted the restless Li Xinian on the shoulder. "Think about it more. You are the apple of your parents' eye. If your mother saw you humbling yourself like this for a girl, she would cry. Get lost, get lost." Li Xinian pushed him away playfully. "Why did you not think this way back then? Our situations are different. If I did not treat her well, my mom would probably beat me up." Chen Lu said no more and took his laptop to discuss things with Jiang Chao. Time quickly turned to June. Hangchang was getting hotter, resembling a giant furnace, and all third-year university students were entering their most anxious period. For them, university life was truly coming to an end. What saddened them even more than this was the prospect of entering the workforce. Chen Lu and Jiang Chao, however, had no time to dwell on these emotions. For the past few days, they had been busy coaxing, cross that out, recruiting employees. Chen Lu borrowed a large sunshade umbrella from Lin Miao. The moment they set it up on the sports field, it became the very first interview site for their studio. For now, things looked a little shabby, but Chen Lu believed that in the future, everything would be different. Just as he had predicted, the moment people heard they could make money while creating a game, a flood of applicants came for interviews. Now he understood why so many directors preferred to hire university students as extras. They were even willing to pay out of their own pockets just to gain the experience. It was absolutely absurd. During the lunch break, "I have something to report," Jiang Chao said as he sat down beside Chen Lu. I have a friend who, a while back, gathered a small group of people to start a studio, but they had neither funds nor a clear plan. Now, they want to work under us. What do you think? I feel like it is a good idea. This way, we will not be short on manpower, and in the long run, it will be beneficial for development. He spoke earnestly. Whenever a decision needed to be made, he left it entirely to Chen Lu, without the slightest hesitation. This was one of the reasons why Chen Lu was willing to bring him along in this endeavor. Chen Lu rested his chin on his hand, thought for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "Forget it." Why? Jiang Chao was curious. They will be hard to control. The people we recruit ourselves can be let go whenever necessary, but if your friend brings in a whole group, it will be an absolute mess. After speaking, he paused, as if considering whether he should say the next part. Let us assume everything goes smoothly. How can you be sure they will not form their own little faction? On the surface, it looks like he is introducing people to us. But what if, just hypothetically, we actually make it big in the future? By then, they will have learned everything they need to know, become familiar with all the processes, and if your friend holds influence over that small group, they could easily break away and start their own thing. What will you do then? Chen Lu stared at Jiang Chao, expressionless. You need to remember at all times, both of us are replaceable. If he is just using you as a stepping stone, there will be nothing you can do about it. Jiang Chao was stunned for a moment. That would be way too unethical. Everyone is here to make money, and you are talking to me about ethics? Chen Lu found it amusing. If that really happens and you cannot quickly form a replacement team, the project will come to a grinding halt, and you will be sitting there starving. Shit, you are right. After a long silence, Jiang Chao could only give him a thumbs up. He truly had not thought that far ahead, and listening to Chen Lu made him a little uneasy. To be honest, he had not expected Chen Lu to be so meticulous. Let us continue recruiting in the afternoon. What are we eating for lunch? Jiang Chao pressed Chen Lu's shoulder as he asked. Liang Jiro is coming to see me in a bit, Chen Lu replied calmly. Damn. Nepotism. You still dare to curse at your father? Chen Lu tapped the stack of application forms on the table. I asked her to bring me some food. I need to keep reviewing these. It is just a few recruits. Spending an entire day on this, do you really think we are that big of a deal? Fine. Jiang Chao shrugged, having nothing more to say. It seemed that the sheer number of applicants had inflated his ego a little. He had to admit that Chen Lu had better ideas. When he first considered starting a business, he had never thought of any of this. At the initial stage, there was no need for highly specialized professionals, while trained university students were more than capable of handling the work. I will eat with you here. He squinted up at the scorching sun above him and said seriously. Letting Chen Lu work while he went off to eat, he could never do such a thing. Suit yourself. As Chen Lu spoke, he noticed a figure approaching from a distance and added, looks like you will not need to keep me company after all. What do you mean? Jiang Chao asked. Your girlfriend is here. Lu Yan walked over, casually greeted the two of them, pulled out a plastic chair, and sat down. I came to see how things are going and get a glimpse of the world of entrepreneurship, she said with a light laugh. After all, this is the first time someone around me has started a business. Chen Lu was a little amused. Like I said before, 2,000 a month and so many people are scrambling for it. It is not that surprising. Lu Yan glanced at the long list of names in Chen Lu's hands. For them, this is just a part-time job. 2,000 is actually a lot. The jobs at the campus mailroom are exhausting, and they only pay a little over 1,000 a month. This also proves that there are still many people with dreams, Jiang Chao insisted. Maybe not 10 or 8, but at least 1 or 2, right? As they were chatting, Liang Jiro came running over, carrying a bag of food. Chen Lu quickly took the bag from her, pressed her down into a chair, and pulled out the small electric fan he had snatched from Lin Miaomia to cool her down. He looked both concerned and helpless. Silly girl, why did you run so fast in this heat? Are you not feeling hot? I was afraid you would be hungry. Liang Jiro panted, a few strands of hair sticking to her sweat-dampened cheeks, but she did not bother to brush them away. It was obvious that she had not taken a break on her way here. Chen Lu smiled, then reached over and grabbed the small fan from Jiang Chao's hands as well, holding both fans up to cool her down. I am not hot. You should eat, she urged. Be honest. Have you eaten yet? No, she answered softly, lowering her head. As soon as class ended, she had rushed to bring food to Chen Lu, without thinking about herself. At that moment, she noticed Lu Yan sitting nearby and was startled. Seeing the complicated expression on Lu Yan's face, she felt a bit confused. This is Lu Yan, Jiang Chao's girlfriend, Chen Lu introduced. Nervous and polite, Liang Jiro greeted her, hello. Hello. Lu Yan smiled back. As Mo Yuqing's best friend, Lu Yan naturally felt a bit uneasy about Liang Jiro, but she was not the type to be irrational. What was done was done. Seeing the way Chen Lu and Liang Jiro looked at each other, she let out a long, long sigh in her heart. Yuqing, it looks like you have lost your chance. Chen Lu let out a snort of exasperation. I knew it, you definitely did not eat. How did you guess? Liang Jiro tilted her head up to look at him, her bright eyes filled with curiosity. The answer is simple. The serious expression on Chen Lu's face suddenly disappeared. Because you are dumb. A fool would obviously forget to eat. I am not dumb. The girl pursed her lips in grievance. She had expected some brilliant deduction. In the end, he just called her stupid. Unacceptable. I am actually very smart. I even bought all the things you like to eat. Only an idiot would not remember such things. As she thought about it, she leaned back in her chair and lightly bumped her head against Chen Lu. Then she suddenly remembered that there were others present and quickly lowered her head. Wow, Liang Jiro, you really are like a bull. Chen Lu clutched his chest. That hit nearly gave him internal injuries. Just wait until I am done with work. We will see how I deal with you. Liang Jiro lowered her head even more, gently pinching her left index finger. I was wrong. Chen Lu chuckled. Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly forgive you. Now, open your mouth and eat this candy. Good thing I have a girlfriend, Jiang Chao muttered under his breath. If those two other guys from their dorm were here, they would probably be dying of jealousy on the spot. At that moment, Liang Jiro suddenly remembered something. She hurriedly pulled 3 bottles of soda water from her canvas bag and handed them out to Chen Lu and the others. Thank you. Lu Yan and Jiang Chao accepted them without hesitation and thanked her. I asked you to buy me a bottle of iced cola. Why did you buy soda water? And why so much? Chen Lu blinked, completely unaware that these were all bought for him. She had been worried that he would not have enough to drink in the afternoon. Liang Jiro remembered that Chen Lu disliked plain water because it had no taste, so she got him soda water instead. Good thing I bought extra. Now it is just the right amount. The corners of the girl's lips curled slightly into a satisfied smile, as if experiencing the joy of watching a perfect game of Tetris where all the blocks disappeared. Lu Yan found it strange and regretted drinking too quickly earlier. Isn't there still one missing? What about you? The weather was unbearably hot and humid. Walking outside for just a few minutes made it feel like one would be steamed dry. It is fine if I do not have one, Liang Jiro said casually as she reached over to help Chen Lu unscrew his bottle cap. As Jiang Chao and Lu Yan stared in mild shock, the girl spoke again in a gentle voice. You said your stomach hurt the other day. Maybe avoid drinking cola for now, okay? It only hurt for a little while. It is not a big deal. Chen Lu had just started to argue when he saw the mist forming in the girl's eyes, her expression caught between wanting to scold him and feeling helpless. His heart instantly softened, and he quickly changed his tone. But soda water is pretty good. I was getting tired of cola anyway. It is just carbonated sugar water. What kind of serious person drinks that stuff? Let us find a place to grab a quick bite, Lu Yan said, standing up and patting Jiang Chao on the back. We are heading out. Jiang Chao raised his chin toward Chen Lu before turning to follow Lu Yan. Liang Jiro was staring blankly at the two of them walking away when Chen Lu waved the bottle of soda water in front of her. Drink some water. Your lips are dry. The girl shook her head. If I drink, what about you? I do not mind sharing with you, Chen Lu said as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Life is tough. We will just make do with one bottle. That is not okay. You really are a stubborn little bull. Chen Lu poked her cheek with his index finger, making her instinctively close one eye on that side. I will just make sure not to touch the bottle with my lips when I drink. Problem solved. Alright then. Liang Jiro held out for 5 seconds before caving in. Jiang Chao tugged at his collar, trying to fan some air in. Seeing Lu Yan sigh deeply, he could not help but ask, why are you sighing? Lu Yan rolled her eyes at him. Why do you think? You know the answer and still ask. Annoying. Well, I do not feel bad at all. As long as my brother is happy, I am happy. Then he added, he deserves this. Lu Yan knew she was in the wrong and had no reason to argue. She could only clench her fist at Jiang Chao as a warning. Jiang Chao flinched and quickly backed away. Do not hit me. I have not done anything to provoke you lately. Lu Yan nodded. A moment later, just as Jiang Chao was about to light a cigarette, he suddenly got smacked on the head, leaving him stunned. What was that for? He clutched his head in protest. Lu Yan clapped her hands together in satisfaction. Who told you to use your left hand to light a cigarette? After laughing, her expression darkened slightly, and she asked in a quiet voice, so, does heartbreak really make people understand love? Jiang Chao rubbed his head, suppressing his frustration. You have never been heartbroken, yet you understand, do you not? You have never even been in a relationship before. My situation is different. Lu Yen reached out and gently massaged his head before saying, I never had a breakup, only widowhood. Despite the scorching heat, Jiang Chao felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Elsewhere, Chen Lu was sitting under the sunshade, having lunch with Liang Jiro, occasionally feeding this silly little bull. To be honest, when he was here with Jiang Chao, it felt like being in prison, tortured by the heat. But with Liang Jiro, it was different. Can I stay here in the afternoon? Liang Jiro swallowed a mouthful of poached shrimp and carefully asked. She really wanted to see what Chen Lu was working on today. More importantly, she just wanted to see Chen Lu. Without realizing it, she had become the kind of fool who started missing him after just a few hours apart. Do you not have class in the afternoon? No, just self-study and review. Chen Lu thought for a moment, then continued peeling shrimp. He deliberately cleared his throat. Let me see how you behave first. Ah. Liang Jiro obediently opened her mouth just a little. Chen Lu could not help but chuckle as he fed her the shrimp. You are catching on quickly. Does that mean I can stay? If you do not mind the heat, then yes. Chen Lu sighed. You do not have work today. You should just go home and take a nap instead. It is fine. I will sit quietly and study English. I will not disturb you, the girl quickly reassured him, as if afraid he would send her away. You might get mistaken for the boss's wife. Liang Jiro lowered her head slightly and turned her face away. In a soft voice, she muttered, You are just talking nonsense again. Lately, she felt like Chen Lu had been deliberately teasing her more and more, making her blush and her heart race. He was so bad. I am just telling the truth. Chen Lu tilted his head back and took a big sip of water. After forcing himself to take a drink earlier, the girl could no longer make a fuss about the indirect kiss issue. By the way, I have already arranged a position for you in the company. What position? Liang Jiro bit her lip, already thinking about how to refuse. She would do anything to help Chen Lu, but she would never accept a salary. As she battled with herself, Chen Lu casually said, Boss's wife. Pervert. Liang Jiro shot Chen Lu a glare as he smirked mischievously, then quickly averted her gaze, refusing to acknowledge him. Why was he bringing that back up again? Had that joke not already passed a few sentences ago? Are you taking the CET-6 exam in a few days? Chen Lu asked. Yes. The girl immediately replied. In the afternoon, Chen Lu continued conducting interviews, while Liang Jiro sat quietly beside him, memorizing English vocabulary and occasionally glancing up at him. When he was busy, she simply watched him in silence, not disturbing him. When he was not, she would take out tissues to wipe his sweat and sometimes even pick up the small fan to cool him down. Her every action, and even the look in her eyes, was filled with endless warmth. Whenever Chen Lu noticed, he would snatch the fan and direct the airflow toward her. But as soon as he was distracted, she would resume fanning him. Back and forth they went, repeating this little game. In this male-dominated field, quite a few onlookers watching this scene felt like they wanted to drop dead on the spot. It was as if they were innocent little puppies walking down the street, only to get kicked out of nowhere for no reason. Why did finding a part-time job mean getting force-fed public displays of affection? What was wrong with the world? Did single people not deserve to live in peace anymore? Minute by minute, time passed. Before they knew it, they had reached the last interviewee. Chen Lu glanced behind him to confirm there was no one else left and let out a deep sigh of relief. Finally, it is over. If he had known it would be this exhausting, he should have set up an online group chat to filter applicants in advance. Honestly, he had wanted to quit halfway through. The number of applicants had far exceeded his expectations. Anyone watching from the outside might have mistaken this for a major company's on-campus recruitment drive. Maybe the title, a studio founded by fellow university students, had a special kind of appeal. Success rate aside, who did not dream of starting from scratch? Hello. Which programming languages are you proficient in? Do you have any relevant experience? How familiar are you with different types of games? Chen Lu's voice was slightly hoarse as he asked the questions in a purely formal manner. As the interviewee introduced himself, Liang Jiro considerately handed Chen Lu a bottle of water she had just bought. Chen Lu took a large gulp while listening. I do not have any relevant experience yet, but I have played all sorts of games. The one I play the most is. The bespectacled young man suddenly held his phone sideways in front of him and struck a dramatic pose, as if activating some kind of battle armor. Primitive man, activate. Chen Lu immediately sprayed out a mouthful of water, coughing uncontrollably. All right. I do not care what you play. He cleared his throat. You seem to know quite a bit. Leave your contact information. You will pass if you make it through the next round of testing. Got it. Finally, everything quieted down again. Now, only Chen Lu and Liang Jiro remained under the sunshade. Tired? Chen Lu asked with a smile. Not at all. Liang Jiro earnestly continued tidying up. Time always passed quickly when she was with Chen Lu, she never felt tired. Chen Lu stretched and yawned lazily. I cannot let you spend the whole afternoon with me for nothing. I will treat you to dinner tonight. Do you feel like eating barbecue? Can we eat at the cafeteria instead? That evening, after finishing his discussion with Jiang Chao, Chen Lu created a small group chat with only 20 people. He prepared a test file and sent it to the group. With final exams coming up, I know everyone is busy reviewing. Just complete this when you have time. Of course, the sooner, the better. Once you are done, you can send it to me directly. The deadline is in 3 days. His wording was polite and gentle. Jiang Chao leaned in beside him, curious. Is that not a bit too many people? The corners of Chen Lu's lips lifted slightly as he responded calmly. I am only keeping the top 5. The rest will just get a cup of milk tea and part ways amicably. Only the top 5? Jiang Chao blinked in surprise, then reread the message Chen Lu had sent to the group. Finally, he understood. Damn, you are so sneaky. You sound so chill, but in reality, you are just picking the most proactive 5, right? He was a little speechless. When you do this kind of thing, you turn into a completely different person. Normally, Chen Lu was easygoing and pleasant to talk to, but when it came to business, he was ruthless. Chen Lu nodded slightly. Finishing this test is not difficult, but it is time-consuming. The ones who take the initiative and complete it the fastest are either the most diligent or the ones who truly have a passion for this field. Of course, some might just have too much free time. Chen Lu had expected the earliest submission to come in by the next day, but to his surprise, one person completed it that very night. It was the last interviewee from earlier, that weird guy. Pang Leyun, Sr., I have finished. Please take a look. Chen Lu, that fast? Pang Leyun, because this is my dream. Chen Lu frowned slightly, then chuckled as he tapped on the screen. Not bad. And just like that, the first batch of members for this budding studio was confirmed. Mid-June. After finishing her CET6 exam, Liang Jiro ran to the campus gate early to wait for Chen Lu's return. Today was the day he was coming back from the competition, and she wanted to see him as soon as possible. They had not seen each other for almost 3 days, and because Chen Lu had been so busy, they had barely exchanged a few words during that time. It was already close to 6 in the evening, yet the sun still hung high in the sky, making the girl squint slightly. The surrounding noise was filled with chatter, but she simply stood there quietly. She did not know how much time had passed when she finally spotted a familiar figure in the distance. So much prize money, shouldn't you share a little with us, senior? Lin Miaomiu joked. Jiang Chao had his arm around Chen Lu's shoulder, his face beaming with excitement. That was amazing. How did you even come up with that idea? You just have to analyze common patterns. Even the best creative ideas start from the most ordinary foundations. Chen Lu remained serious as ever. And Lin Miaomiao's artwork was incredible. I was honestly feeling uncertain at first. Jiang Chao was clearly the happiest of them all. He turned to Lin Miaomiao and gave her a big thumbs up. I never expected our team to completely dominate the competition at the university level. They had combined deck-building mechanics with roguelike elements, perfectly utilizing Lin Miaomiao's artistic strengths. I really did not think we would win first place. This is more than enough to apply for school funding. Chen Lu was staring at his phone as he spoke, so focused that he was not even watching where he was walking. And sure enough, he bumped right into someone. Sorry about that, he muttered absent-mindedly, still looking at his phone. But the person in front of him did not move or say a word. Puzzled, Chen Lu finally looked up. And there she was, a breathtakingly beautiful girl, biting her lip gently, her long hair tied back, swaying slightly in the breeze. Her bright, clear eyes gazed at him, shimmering with a layer of mist, as if tears might fall at any moment. Why are you here? Chen Lu asked with a smile. Liang Jiro's voice trembled slightly. I missed you. The girl's words pierced Chen Lu's heart like an arrow, making his heartbeat stop for a moment. After regaining his composure, he gave her a gentle smile and slowly said, I miss you too. Time seemed to completely freeze at the moment their eyes met, despite the overwhelming crowds and deafening noise around them. But in their eyes, only each other existed. A brief moment passed. How did your CET6 exam go? Chen Lu asked. Even though he had been so busy these past few days that he seemed to have vanished from the world, he still clearly remembered that Liang Jiro had an exam today. Liang Jiro nodded slightly, indicating that there was no problem. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate the end of your exam. As he spoke, Chen Lu gently tucked her hair behind her ear. This was the most proactive he had ever been. For him, it was only now that he truly felt he had the confidence to take responsibility for this girl's future. Liang Jiro stared at him in a daze, puzzled. Shouldn't we be celebrating your good ranking instead? In my heart, this is the most worthy thing to celebrate, Chen Lu said softly. Then, noticing Lin Miao bouncing toward them, he quickly added, "Don't tell them, or they'll get mad." "What are you two whispering about?" Lin Miao tilted her head and smirked at them mischievously. "Deciding what to treat you to," Chen Lu said helplessly, thinking to himself, "Can't you learn from the others and stay far away? Why do you love being a third wheel so much? Messing up your boss's love life. I'll find a reason to dock your salary sooner or later." Lin Miao nodded slightly, then suddenly clung to Liang Jiro like an octopus. "I missed you so much." Liang Jiro smiled at her, letting her rub her cheek against hers. Chen Lu couldn't be bothered to roll his eyes at Lin Miao any longer and decided to check his phone to reply to some unread messages. As soon as he opened WeChat, a flood of messages from Chen Mo popped up. "What's up with this guy?" Curious, Chen Lu tapped the chat open. "Chen Mo, bro, where did you put your Apple Watch charger? By the way, I borrowed the bracelet from your drawer. Why are you ignoring me?" "Alright, I'll take your silence as approval." All of these messages had been sent in the morning. "Chen Lu, put it back after you use it." "But why are you suddenly borrowing my stuff?" As soon as he sent the message, Chen Mo replied, "Chen Mo, I happened to find it while looking for your watch charger. Thought I'd wear it for good luck. If I mess up another exam, I'm dead. But you know what? I think it worked. I guessed on 4 multiple choice questions in my English test, and they were all correct." Chen Lu felt a surge of joy and started typing faster. "Seriously? I've always wanted to be an only child." Chen Mo, get lost. After replying to all his messages, Chen Lu looked up at the group. "Have you decided what to eat?" "My treat. There are so many of us." "Let's go for stir-fried dishes," Lin Miao suggested. "Something expensive," Pang Leyun chimed in. Jiang Chao's grin nearly reached his ears. "The more expensive, the better." As Chen Lu watched the lively discussion about where to eat, Liang Jiro leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "I still have to tutor Chen Mo tonight." Her concern for Chen Mo's studies had long exceeded the level of an ordinary tutor. If Liang Jiro had a younger sibling, she wouldn't even care this much. "Teacher Liang, can't you take your job a little less seriously?" Chen Lu found it amusing and playfully tapped her forehead with his index finger. "Do you want to spend time with her, or with me?" "With you." Liang Jiro trailed off, realizing she was being a very irresponsible tutor. Now it was Chen Lu's turn to lean into her ear and whisper, "Don't be nervous. Being in social settings with more people is part of the plan too." "Alright," Liang Jiro replied, a little tense. Whenever Chen Lu got too close to her, she felt weak all over, but she was too embarrassed to say anything. He smirked. "Don't be afraid to talk to those people you don't know. You outrank them." At first, Liang Jiro didn't get what he meant. She blinked at him in confusion. Then she remembered he was referring to her position as the boss's girlfriend. Her face immediately flushed red. Her fair skin was naturally delicate, making it easy for her to blush. She pouted slightly, feeling wronged. They hadn't seen each other for days, and yet the moment they met, he was teasing her. "Do you say things like this to other girls too?" she asked impulsively. "Of course not," Chen Lu replied with absolute seriousness. Liang Jiro pursed her lips, feeling inexplicably happy. Just then, Chen Lu suddenly blew gently on her ear. "You're the only one I'll ever tease like this. Other girls wouldn't be as easy to tease as I am." Liang Jiro fidgeted with her hands, and an unbelievable thought surfaced in her mind. Could it be that Chen Lu likes me as much as I like him? At the hotel, Zhang Chao snatched the host's role from Chen Lu and chose an extravagantly decorated hotel. The group excitedly started ordering dishes. Chen Lu had never seen such gigantic lobsters before, but Zhang Chao was ordering like his life depended on it. He was really happy. And the already cheerful group was infected by his excitement, one after another getting even more hyped up. Chen Lu, however, remained relatively calm. To him, this success was just the first step. He had his sights set much further ahead. "Should we call Zheng Haoyu and Li Xinian? It's our celebration party, after all." While Chen Lu was deep in thought, Zhang Chao approached him, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Zhang Chao sighed. "You and I will always stay in touch, but with those two, every meeting is one less we'll have. Call them." Chen Lu didn't refuse. It was already mid-June. If those two weren't staying in Hangzhou, their next meeting would be at graduation. After 3 years together, the thought of parting was still bittersweet. Zheng Haoyu really is a one last meeting case. But Li Xinian? Not so sure, Chen Lu muttered. That guy was probably staying in Hangzhou to keep chasing Qin Wenxi. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chao sent the message, Li Xinian replied that he was already with Qin Wenxi, so they might as well come together. 10 minutes later, Liang Jiro curiously stared at the various sea creatures swimming in the large and small tanks. To her, it was like stepping into an aquarium. Do you want to eat anything? These aren't actually that expensive, Chen Lu asked softly. The girl shook her head, she just thought it was fun. You're like a little kid. Chen Lu couldn't help but tease her, but despite his words, he stayed close by her side. If he wasn't there, Liang Jiro would have felt too awkward to stay here alone. Just then, Li Xinian called, asking which private room they were in. I'll meet you in the lobby, Chen Lu said after hanging up. He gently patted Liang Jiro's shoulder. Come on, next time I'll take you to an aquarium. He chuckled, this silly girl was getting cuter by the second. The two had just reached the lobby when they saw Li Xinian and Qin Wenxi walking in. Wow, you guys are really going all out. I have never eaten in a place like this, Li Xinian praised sincerely. He was genuinely happy for Chen Lu and Jiang Chao for making something of themselves. Qin Wenxi was momentarily startled when she saw Liang Jiro but quickly composed herself and offered a polite smile. Senior, is this your girlfriend? She asked while sizing up Liang Jiro. Hearing this, Liang Jiro lowered her head and took a small step to the side, putting some distance between herself and Chen Lu. She had barely moved when Chen Lu pulled her right back beside him and joked, "This is my company's future boss's wife." Liang Jiro assumed he was still teasing, while Qin Wenxi gave a half-knowing nod. See what you two want to eat. Today, Jiang Chao is the one paying, so go all out, Chen Lu said to Li Xinian. He gestured with his hands. He just ordered a lobster this big. Damn, take me to see it. Over here. Chen Lu pointed toward where Liang Jiro had just been looking at the fish, and the next second, Li Xinian dragged him off. No matter how old they got, guys would always have childish moments, like how nearly half of university students still believed that Ultraman and the power of light were real. Some of them were even willing to believe that a random person was Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Liang Jiro had just taken a step forward to follow when Qin Wenxi pulled her into conversation. Hi, I am Qin Wenxi. I am a sophomore, just like Senior Chen Lu, also in the law school. Hello, I am Liang Jiro. She felt a bit nervous. She was not great at dealing with overly friendly people. She also did not understand why the other girl had deliberately mentioned that she was in the same department as Chen Lu. You and Senior seem really close. It has been a long time since I have seen him this close with any other girl, Qin Wenxi said, then immediately seemed to realize she had misspoken. She quickly added, you must know about Senior Yuqing, right? Liang Jiro responded with a barely audible Qin Wenxi continued, do you like him? Liang Jiro froze for a second and quickly waved her hands. No, I do not. Looks like I overthought it. That makes sense, too. After all, you two are not even from the same world. As they walked up the stairs, Chen Lu noticed that his silly girl seemed a little down. He could not help but ask, are you upset? Liang Jiro quickly regained her usual resilience, forcing back both her tears and the lump in her throat. No, I am fine. Everyone was here to celebrate happily. She did not want to spoil the mood or cause any trouble for Chen Lu. Of course, she could not fool him. He always noticed every change in her emotions. Chen Lu wanted to observe her a little longer, but the group was simply too rowdy. They kept urging him to give a speech or pulling him in for drinks, leaving him with no time to spare. In the middle of the gathering, he would glance at Liang Jiro every so often, his eyes filled with joy. After some hesitation, Liang Jiro finally mustered up the courage to lean toward him and whisper, can I go tutor Chen Mo? I feel a little uncomfortable staying here. The trace of happiness on Chen Lu's face instantly disappeared. His brows furrowed slightly as he inconspicuously glanced toward Qin Wenxi. A moment later, he returned to his usual self and playfully poked Liang Jiro's cheek. If you want to go, then go. I will come find you later. Raising his voice, he called out, Lin Miao Miao, I have been drinking. Can you drive? Please take Liang Jiro home for me. Lin Miao Miao stood up and rolled her eyes at him. You are already bossing your employees around? Jiro, let's go. As the door slowly closed, Chen Lu smirked. Our future boss's wife is in a bad mood. While the group laughed, he continued in a joking tone, just remember, making me mad might not cost you your job, but upsetting the boss's wife will be the death of you. Jiang Chao snorted. She is not even your girlfriend yet, and you are already spoiling her? Of course. Chen Lu clinked glasses with Li Xinian, but his gaze remained fixed on Qin Wenxi. This silly girl is the most precious thing to me. Qin Wenxi vaguely sensed a sharpness in his stare and looked away guiltily. I suddenly feel like sticking with Chen Lu is going to be really promising, Lin Miaomio said with a grin, revealing her sharp little canine teeth. But he sure likes to order people around. I barely even drive after getting my license. If I scratch the car, he can fix it himself. When she noticed Liang Jiro had not responded, she found it odd. Jiro, are you upset? If I found out the guy I like was this amazing, I would be over the moon. You are going to be a rich lady someday. In Lin Miao's eyes, these two were destined to be together. They were just too perfect, it was impossible not to root for them. We are not from the same world, Liang Jiro murmured, staring at the blurry taillights of the car ahead. She leaned weakly against the car window, feeling utterly drained, as if all the energy had been sucked out of her. Shin Wensi had spoken the one truth she had buried deep in her heart and never wanted to face. She had nothing. Worse, she had endless expenses. She was a burden. You both share the same values. How are you not from the same world? Lin Miomio sighed. You might have nothing now, but that does not mean you will not become better in the future. Love is different. If you do not hold on to it now, no matter how amazing you become later, the person you missed will still be gone. Liang Jiro suddenly felt a pinch on her earlobe. She turned to see Lin Miomio staring at her, waiting for a response. I do not want to miss out on him, Liang Jiro said, feeling wronged. I just want to wait until my mother is cured. You do not want him to bear this burden with you? Liang Jiro nodded, her voice choked with tears. Lin Miomio sighed with a helpless smile. Silly girl, you really are the best person in the world. After making sure her eyes were no longer red, Liang Jiro slowly knocked on Chen Lu's door. Chen Mo immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly. Sister Jiro, you really saved my life. I think I scored at least 120 on my English test this time. I will not get scolded by mom anymore. Liang Jiro was startled by his enthusiasm but did not push him away. She gently asked, really? Yes. Chen Mo pulled her to sit on the couch and then realized that his brother was not home. Where is my brother? He is still out having dinner, Liang Jiro answered quietly. Chen Mo snorted in annoyance and slapped the couch. That idiot. Just then, a red string flashed before Liang Jiro's eyes, drawing her attention to the bracelet on Chen Mo's wrist. She froze. Then, she rubbed her eyes over and over again, trying to make sure she was seeing correctly. Her mind went completely blank, as if something had just exploded inside her. It was real. It really was him. The same person had pulled her out of the abyss twice, years apart. How could something like this be possible? What is wrong? Chen Mo asked curiously. With trembling fingers, Liang Jiro pointed at the bracelet on his wrist. This is mine. No wonder, Chen Mo said, suddenly realizing something. I was wondering why my brother had something like this. Turns out, he took it from you. His disdain for his brother deepened even further as he handed the bracelet back to Liang Jiro. She held it as if she were an expert appraising an ancient artifact, carefully turning it over again and again, unwilling to let go. Chen Mo was busy messaging his mother to ask for a reward, and after about 10 minutes, he noticed that Liang Jiro was still staring blankly at the bracelet. I need to go off for a bit, Liang Jiro suddenly said. All right. A few seconds later, Chen Mo tilted his head and stared at the closed door, growing more confused the more he thought about it. Meanwhile, the group had finally wrapped up their gathering after a long evening of laughter and noise. Chen Lu and Jiang Chao found a designated driver and chatted idly in the car. Jiang Chao was completely drunk, leaving Chen Lu as the only one still relatively sober. Hearing the sound of a new message, Chen Lu opened his phone to check. Seeing the notification that his 80,000 yuan bonus had been deposited, he first let out a sigh of relief and then allowed a slight smile to form on his lips. Hurry up and take me home. Now, aside from the fact that Liang Jiro might not like him, all the other problems had been solved. She no longer had to be afraid of being a burden to him. Chen Lu thought about it. Although he was not sure whether Liang Jiro liked him, at least all the other obstacles had been removed. Hearing the slight tremble in his voice, Jiang Chao mocked, "You are just going home. Why are you so nervous?" Chen Lu scoffed, "Nonsense. Your father is about to confess his love." The car stopped in front of Lijing Garden. As soon as Chen Lu stepped out, the cool light breeze sobered him up a little. "Good luck," Jiang Chao shouted. Chen Lu wobbled slightly but still managed to give him an okay gesture before heading toward his building. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw Liang Jiro sitting there. She was crouched down, hugging her knees, both crying and laughing at the same time. Chen Lu shook his head, realizing with frustration, damn it, he had drunk too much and forgotten to buy flowers. What kind of confession was this? What are you doing here? Chen Lu asked. His voice still carried the distinct scent of alcohol. Waiting for you, Liang Jiro replied, her voice hoarse. Chen Lu, slightly dazed from the alcohol, simply nodded without thinking. Instead of asking how long she had been waiting, he stupidly said, "Then wait a little longer. I need to go buy something." Just as he turned to leave, He had barely taken 2 steps when Liang Jiro suddenly hugged him from behind, pressing herself tightly against his back. He quickly felt a damp patch spreading on his shirt. This silly girl was crying again. "What is wrong?" he asked, instinctively trying to turn around. "Do not turn around," Liang Jiro pleaded anxiously. All right, Chen Lu agreed, standing still, his mind still trying to catch up with the situation. Everything went quiet. It was so silent that Chen Lu could hear his own heartbeat, mixed with the soft chirping of insects. He obediently stood there, feeling the warmth of the girl clinging to him. "I like you." He did not know how much time had passed, but when he felt that the back of his shirt was already soaked, she finally spoke, her voice trembling with emotion. "I like you very, very much." As she spoke, she hugged him even tighter, as if she had already prepared herself for rejection and was treating this as a final embrace. "Please, do not leave me, alright? I will not always be a burden. I will keep working hard for you. I will always like you. Stay by my side forever. Watch over me, okay?" Liang Jiro had exhausted all the courage she had built up over the years with those words. She could not say anything more, she simply buried her face in Chen Lu's shirt, sobbing uncontrollably. Time had passed quietly, leaving no trace. So many years had gone by, and it seemed like everything had changed, yet nothing had changed at all. The little girl who once hid in a corner of the park, crying in secret, had grown up, only to still be sobbing in front of the same boy. The difference was that she had grown up, and so had he. The little girl still cried, but she had become the sole pillar of her family. And that little boy, he had worked hard enough to be able to take responsibility for her future. "You little crybaby." After a long silence, Chen Lu finally spoke, his voice filled with both affection and barely contained joy. "Of course it is all right, but why would you think of yourself as a burden?" Liang Jiro did not respond immediately, as if she had not processed his words. After a while, she timidly whispered, "Because I am useless, and I still have to take care of my mother. That is not something you should have to bear alone." Chen Lu froze for a moment. What kind of angel is this girlfriend? "Can I turn around now?" he asked gently. "No." Liang Jiro thought about how her face must be streaked with tears like a little crying kitten. She would rather die than let Chen Lu see her like this. Chen Lu shrugged helplessly. His hands fidgeted restlessly, playing with something unknown. "And you wonder why I call you silly. You are saying it again." Liang Jiro mumbled in a small voice, full of grievance. Even though she had yet to fully process the reality of the situation, hearing Chen Lu's reassurance still made her tighten her embrace, pressing her cheek firmly against his back. Chen Lu let out a deep sigh. While continuing to fiddle with the object in his hands, he spoke seriously, "I am capable of taking responsibility for your future. You are not heavy enough to be my burden." He had never once worried that Liang Jiro would reject his confession out of insecurity or because of her family situation, because he had already proven to himself that he had the ability to provide for her. The only thing he had ever worried about was that she might not like him. But now, that worry was gone. Because the answer was clear. She liked him. This silly girl had somehow mustered an incredible amount of courage to confess to him first. "That is not right. Those things, they are my responsibility alone," Liang Jiro insisted. She could not bear the thought of Chen Lu spending a single cent on her family's troubles. Just as she was about to stubbornly continue arguing, Chen Lu suddenly turned around, and then, under the girl's stunned gaze, he knelt down on one knee. "Liang Jiro, I like you. I like you even more than you like me." He held out a ring, one he had just folded from a hotel receipt, and spoke in a soft, gentle voice. "Be my girlfriend, all right?" Chen Lu had a faint smile on his face, his breath still carrying traces of alcohol. This paper ring was his response to her unexpected confession. He never would have thought that the one who had been blushing and flustered all along was actually Liang Jiro, yet in the end, she had been the one to confess first. It was as if he had been controlling the game the entire time, only for Liang Jiro to suddenly score a goal on him. He had been confessed to by a girl who could barely speak a full sentence when nervous. If this got out, how would he ever live it down? While Chen Lu's thoughts ran wild, Liang Jiro remained frozen in place. At first, she could still make out the paper ring in his hand under the glow of the distant street lamp. But now, she could no longer see anything at all. Her vision was completely blurred by tears. "This is really exhausting, you know." After an unknown amount of time, Chen Lu chuckled. Liang Jiro finally snapped out of her daze and quickly pulled him up with both hands, her voice choked with emotion as she softly replied, "Okay." Chen Lu gently took her left hand and slipped the paper ring onto her middle finger. "Tsk, it is a little too big," he muttered in dissatisfaction. "That is your fault for never letting me hold your hand. You rogue." The corners of her eyes curved as she smiled, dimples appearing along with it. Yet her tears still did not stop. They continued falling, trailing down her delicate face. And you just confessed to this rogue, Chenlu said smugly, holding her left hand tightly in his own while wiping away her tears with his right. Only then did he notice the bracelet on her wrist. Curious, he asked, how did this end up with you? Hearing his question, Liang Jiro sniffled, wiped her tears away, and smiled brightly. Because it is mine. Yours? At first, Chen Lu thought he had mistaken it for a similar-looking bracelet, but after a few seconds, realization finally struck. He cupped her face with both hands, staring at her in disbelief. It is really you? His memory of that little girl from back then had become so blurred that he could hardly recall any details. He only remembered that she was adorable, helpless yet strong, someone who had made his heart ache. Now, everything matched. From that ridiculous bubble-blowing avatar she used to the identical bracelet he had once seen at her home, everything pointed to the truth. All these hints had not been enough for him to piece it together before. But now, the answer was so obvious. It really is me. Liang Jiro hurriedly wiped away her tears and smiled slightly. Thank you, not just for back then, but for now as well. Thank you. Thank you for holding my hand when I was most helpless. Thank you for coming back to me the night I was bullied. I should thank you too. No, never mind that, Chenlu said softly, holding both of her hands in his. You have had a hard time all these years. From now on, let's move forward together. Much later, Chen Mo sat on the couch, grinning as he scrolled through short videos on his phone. When he heard the sound of the door opening, he quickly put his phone away and pulled out his English textbook. Abandon. Drop the act, it is me, Chen Lu said flatly. Hearing this, Chen Mo immediately tossed the book several meters away. You should have said so earlier. That was when he noticed Liang Jiro standing shyly behind Chen Lu. Sister Jiro, you are back. Chen Mo spread his arms wide, ready to run up and hug her. Call her sister-in-law from now on, Chen Lu said with a smirk. Chen Mo froze in place, his arms still outstretched. What did you just say? She just told me she was going out for a bit. How did she come back as my sister-in-law? Late at night. After sobering up a little, Chen Lu suddenly jolted awake in bed, holding his forehead as his thoughts raced. Damn, was that a dream? For a moment, he genuinely could not tell whether everything had been real or just an illusion. He picked up his phone, ready to send Liang Jiro a message. He typed a few words, then realized the time. 3 in the morning. No way I am sending a message at this hour. Chen Lu shook his head, silently scolding himself. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Liang Jiro. Why are you not saying anything? Startled, Chen Lu looked around for cameras before realizing the silly girl must have seen the typing indicator. Shocked, he tapped his screen and replied. Chen Lu, why are you still awake? No response. Chen Lu, why did you stop talking? Liang Jiro, I do not know how to say it. Chen Lu, what do you mean? A few minutes later. Liang Jiro, I am just so happy I still cannot sleep. Chen Lu, I thought I was dreaming just now. Liang Jiro, I still feel that way too. Chen Lu chuckled and sent a voice message. Go to sleep. Good night, my dear girlfriend. 1 hour later. Chen Lu stared at the dim lights outside his window and let out a deep sigh. Sleep? Yeah, right. The next day, Chen Lu groggily woke up, his head still feeling a bit dizzy. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, his phone started ringing incessantly. Hello? Who is this? Chen Lu squinted, still drowsy, not even bothering to check the caller ID. Your dad. Jiang Chao sounded full of energy, completely different from the near-unconscious state he had been in from drinking the night before. Your dad is sleeping. Get to the point. Chen Lu yawned lazily as he glanced at the time, only 8:20 a.m. He could not even remember what time he had fallen asleep last night. All he knew was that the last time he was fully conscious, the sky was already turning light. Although he really wanted to take Liang Jiro out today, his body simply was not up for it. I contacted the school last night. Our application will be approved soon. Jiang Chao grew more and more excited as he spoke. Chen Lu, you really called it. Everything went through smoothly. I heard that plenty of other people are still stuck in the process. You sure work fast. But did you really wake me up just to say that? Chen Lu was speechless. This outcome was something he had predicted long ago. The school cared about its reputation. Between a group applying with nothing but an idea and a team applying with a prestigious award under their belt, anyone with common sense would know which application would be prioritized. Besides, even Chen Lu had not expected to achieve the results they did. To be honest, his initial goal had only been to secure a participation award at best. At that moment, a noisy commotion came from the other end of the call. Let's go check out the entrepreneurship incubator today. We should pick a good spot in advance since we will be using it for at least a year. If Jiang Chao were in front of him right now, Chen Lu would have definitely given him a what an idiot look. Helplessly, he said, how much of a difference can it make? Besides. He stopped himself from saying, besides, our company is still tiny. There was no need to rain on Jiang Chao's parade. As long as he remained clear-headed, that was enough. I really am such a great father. Chen Lu thought to himself. Come on, we have nothing else to do anyway. Just think of it as a fun outing. Jiang Chao urged like an excited child. By now, Chen Lu was mostly awake, so he could only sigh and agree. Fine. Shit. I almost forgot the real reason I called. Jiang Chao suddenly grew anxious. Did you succeed in confessing? You will find out soon enough. After hanging up, Chen Lu sent a message in their small group chat, asking if anyone wanted to join them. He knew none of them would be as eager as Jiang Chao. After all, they were just employees collecting a paycheck, so they probably would not be interested. But asking did not cost anything, and it made it seem like he valued them as part of the team. No harm in asking. Then, he shuffled like a zombie into the bathroom, brushing his teeth in a half-dreamlike state. Sure enough, everyone replied that they were busy studying. Peng Lian seemed interested at first but changed his mind when he saw no one else was going. Lin Miaomio and Liang Jiro were the only ones he privately invited. 1 hour later, outside the school gate, Chen Lu arrived to find Jiang Chao already waiting eagerly. He was really invested in this. Seeing Chen Lu looking half dead, Jiang Chao asked curiously, every time we drink, you never seem that drunk, but why do you always look the worst the next morning? Chen Lu ignored the remark. With this prize money, if we both chip in a little more, we can register the company and open an account in a few days. Our first project will be the demo we developed for the competition. Are we hiring? Jiang Chao asked. Of course. Between the school's funding and the competition prize money, we are already starting at a pretty good level. We definitely need to expand a little. Chen Lu sounded completely at ease. Once we put our competition ranking out there, people will be fighting to join us and they will be much easier to manage. This was all about perspective. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, Chen Lu knew that while competitions like these came with good prize money, they were not the pinnacle of industry recognition. But to students who did not fully understand the industry, winning such an award was a major achievement. And, of course, it was more than enough to get the school's support. Jiang Chao was stunned, almost dropping his cigarette. He leaned in and whispered, how is everything falling into place so perfectly? Be honest, how much of this did you plan in advance? Ha? Do you not just need a brain for this? Chen Lu looked at him like he was an idiot. I thought this was common sense. Do you not have one? As they bantered, Liang Jiro and Lin Miaomiao arrived together. Liang Jiro was wearing the dress Chen Lu had given her. She timidly followed behind Lin Miaomiao, her gaze avoiding everyone. Finding her behavior odd, Lin Miaomiao turned to Chen Lu. Did you two have a fight? No. Chen Lu walked forward, pulled the shy girl to his side, and said casually, we just got together, that is all. Jiang Chao remained calm. He had already known the moment he saw Chen Lu's expression. But Lin Miaomiao was completely stunned. Her mouth hung open as she exaggeratedly squeezed Liang Jiro's cheeks. Why did you not tell me? Do you not love me anymore? She could not even tell if she felt more happy or shocked. I was too embarrassed to say it. Liang Jiro answered nervously. Now, even just looking at Chen Lu made her inexplicably anxious. Chen Lu found it amusing. You were not this shy when we first met. Just as Lin Miaomiao had once done on purpose, he took Liang Jiro's hand and said lightly, yes, she loves me more now. The girl lowered her head deeply, offering no resistance, letting him hold her hand however he pleased. To passers-by, it probably looked like Chen Lu was harassing her. The snowflakes drift, the cold wind howls. Lin Miaomiao turned and glared at Jiang Chao, who was humming the background music. Shut up! After the initial shock and joy faded, only fear remained in Lin Miaomiao's eyes. How much more public affection will I have to endure now? She mumbled blankly. A short while later, they arrived at the school's entrepreneurship incubator, a modern, minimalist building. None of them had ever really been here before. After all, neither Chen Lu nor Jiang Chao had even considered this possibility until now. For Liang Jiro and Lin Miaomiao, it was an even more far-fetched idea. After Jiang Chao contacted the administrator, a friendly professor enthusiastically gave them a tour. While Jiang Chao and Lin Miaomiao excitedly explored every corner, Chen Lu and Liang Jiro followed quietly behind, standing very close together. I drank so much last night that I almost blacked out, Chen Lu suddenly remarked. Then, does your promise still count? Liang Jiro asked nervously. She felt like someone who had just won the lottery, terrified that she would wake up and realize it was all a mistake. It was all so perfect that it did not feel real, making her incredibly uneasy. Chen Lu found her reaction amusing. Of course, it counts. What, do you think I would go back on my word? Smiling, he extended his right hand toward her. Want to hold hands? Like a frightened deer, Liang Jiro glanced left and right, making sure no one was looking before she quietly placed her hand in his. The warmth of his touch made her heartbeat quicken. Overwhelmed with shyness, she turned her burning face away, not daring to meet his eyes. Why is he so straightforward? Could you at least pretend a little longer? I would even help you lie to myself. Chen Lu did not even have time to feel nervous before noticing the girl's expression and the slight tremble in the soft little hand he was holding. He found the situation both amusing and endearing. Why are you even more nervous now than when we first met? If someone did not know better, they would think I am bullying an innocent young lady. Liang Jiro bit her lip. Now, she fully understood what it meant to have a heart pounding like a frantic little deer. Her heart was thumping so hard it felt as if it would jump right out of her chest. Even though she had seen countless couples holding hands as if it were the most natural thing in the world, she herself was far from ready. You are bullying me, she muttered, looking aggrieved. Chen Lu looked at her teasingly. Be careful what you say, or I might get even more excited. Startled, the girl instantly fell silent, afraid that he might do something even more outrageous in broad daylight. Before they were together, he had already been bold enough to openly admit to taking advantage of her. Now, what was there that he would not dare to do? Seeing her reaction, Chen Lu could not help but smile. With his free hand, he poked her forehead lightly. Bullying silly girls is really fun. Puffing up her cheeks in defiance, Liang Jiro immediately had them pressed back down by him. Chen Lu could not hide his grin. This little fool even protested in the cutest way possible. A short while later, as they happened to hit the peak hour, more and more people filled the streets. Quite a few passers-by turned to glance at them. After all, such an attractive couple was not something you came across every day. People were naturally drawn to beautiful things. A scene like this, so full of romance, was worth admiring, even from afar. Chen Lu walked on with confidence, holding the girl's hand openly, while Liang Jiro, with her head lowered and her long bangs covering her face, still could not hide her elegant figure in the dress she wore. She was still as timid as ever. Without realizing it, she gripped his hand even tighter, her arm pressing closely against his. Her whole body seemed to be leaning into him, as if trying to disappear into his embrace. Are you very nervous? Chen Lu lowered his voice, bringing his mouth close to her ear. He had been watching her emotions closely and could tell she was not entirely comfortable. The girl gave a barely perceptible nod. Do you want to let go of my hand? He asked, loosening his grip slightly. Liang Jiro hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage and holding on even tighter. No need, people have already seen us. Between shying away from strangers and savoring the warmth of being close to Chen Lu, she chose to endure her discomfort in exchange for a happiness she had never experienced before. Chen Lu's hands were not particularly delicate, but holding them felt inexplicably comforting and secure. Where their skin touched, it felt as if flowers were blooming, waves of warmth spreading from her palm straight to her heart. She stole a glance at their intertwined fingers, then quickly averted her gaze. They are all jealous of me for having such a cute girlfriend, Chen Lu said smugly. But they cannot help it. After all, my girlfriend is the most beautiful in the world. Do not talk nonsense. Hearing this, the girl pressed even closer to him, her soft voice laced with a gentle scolding. She did not know what was wrong with her. Whenever Chen Lu showered her with exaggerated compliments, she always protested, but deep down, she was elated. Chen Lu smiled, leading her as they slowly followed behind Zhang Chao. There was no need to take this tour too seriously. They would not be here for long anyway. But this little fool, she was going to stay by his side for a lifetime. As that thought crossed his mind, Chen Lu glanced at the girl's profile. How did I end up with such a beautiful and gentle fool as my girlfriend? This feeling is indescribable. I am going to treat her well for the rest of my life. He nodded to himself, but then his gaze inadvertently drifted lower, to her slender waist, the delicate curve of her neck and collarbone, and the subtle rise and fall of her chest. Suddenly, the phrase, "she is my girlfriend," took on an entirely new meaning. Two conflicting voices appeared in his head. One was rational and scolding, Chen Lu. You are disgusting. You are lusting after her. You are a shameless bastard. The other, completely overwhelmed by instinct, retorted, she is my girlfriend. I am not lusting after someone else, I am lusting after my own girlfriend. What is wrong with that? Is that illegal? I am just being honest. She gets this nervous just from holding hands and listens to you so obediently. How do you even dare to think such things? Well, call the cops then. Just as the battle in his mind raged on, Lin Nyamya came bouncing over. The space they assigned us is way bigger than I expected. It is actually the largest type in the entire office building, she exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement as she gestured wildly. Boss Chen, please, can you give me my own office? Sure, Chen Lu replied indifferently. But I bet you $100 that when the time comes, if I do not personally call you over, you will be too lazy to come. You will probably end up begging me to let you finish your designs in the dorm and send them over instead. Impossible. Lin Miaomio waved her hand dramatically. Absolutely impossible. Chen Lu scoffed. You must be related to Chow Chow. Too caught up in her excitement, Lin Miaomio forgot to retort. Ugh, if you guys want to go on a date, do not do it here. Hurry up and check out the place. Why are you more excited than me, the actual boss? Chen Lu sighed, but still obediently followed along, bringing Liang Jiro with him. She is not quite ready to take on the lead designer role just yet. Watching Lin Miaomio's back, Chen Lu mused to himself. We will take it slow. The core team has to be made up of our own people. Completely unaware that she had just been strategically assigned by her shameless boss, Lin Miaomio enthusiastically led Chen Lu around like a tour guide. Jiang Chao and Lin Miaomio had picked an office on the 6th floor of the incubator, a spacious unit with floor-to-ceiling windows, great lighting, and nearly 200 square meters of space. Just as Lin Miaomio had said, the school had indeed given them the largest type available. Standing by the window, overlooking the fountains and the people below, Chen Lu murmured, choosing to win that competition first was definitely the right move. With such a solid starting point, as long as we avoid major mistakes moving forward, we will be fine. Looking at the cityscape outside, he truly felt as though he was rising higher, step by step. Suddenly, he realized the girl who had been pressed against him just moments ago was now standing hesitantly behind him, too shy to come closer. What is wrong? Are you afraid of heights? Chen Lu asked with a smile. Liang Jiro responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper. At this height, she did not even dare to look outside. Chen Lu playfully pinched her cheek and joked, then I will put up some curtains in a few days and cover it up. This stupid window has no manners. Jiang Chao, who had just finished talking to the professor, overheard this and asked curiously, why cover it up? Chen Lu cleared his throat, pretending to be serious. Although he had no intention of actually doing it, teasing this fool was too entertaining. Because the boss's wife is afraid of heights. What the fuck, you really are shameless. Jiang Chao and Lin Miaomio both voiced their condemnation of Chen Lu, while Liang Jiro, standing off to the side, felt so embarrassed she could die. She wished more than anything that she could turn into an ostrich and bury her head in the sand. Even though she knew Chen Lu was joking, deep down, she was still happy. She just could not understand how he managed to say things like that in front of so many people with such a straight face. He was getting more and more shameless. The supervising professor also chuckled at their antics. Over the years, she had seen many startups take root. Some of these small companies succeeded, while others failed, but the one thing all their founders had in common at this stage was their enthusiasm and optimistic anticipation for the future. Even so, this group was one of the most interesting she had ever seen. Especially Chen Lu, anyone could tell at a glance that he was the leader. He was steady and composed, yet still able to joke and mess around with his team. She had witnessed many people achieve success, and in her eyes, Chen Lu already had the qualities of someone who could make it. From the very first sentence he had spoken upon arriving, it was clear, at his age, most people would let success go to their heads, but he remained level-headed. That was a rare trait. Once your company registration process is complete, you will be able to use this space for free. At least for the first year, there will be no charge, the professor said warmly. Utilities are also covered by the school. Much appreciated, Chen Lu said with a faint smile, marveling at the sheer generosity of a top-tier university. Their level of support was truly remarkable. Once the professor turned to leave, Chen Lu pulled up a plastic chair and sat down. Why did she not mention anything about the school's funding support? Jiang Chao asked curiously. Chen Lu was in no rush. Even though they verbally agreed, they are not going to just hand over the money so easily. Do not bother thinking about it for now. They will not release the funds until we have fully settled in. They are not fools. Why would they just give you 100,000 yuan without ensuring we are actually operating? If you ask them now, they will just tell you it is still being processed. No matter how many times you ask, that will be their answer until we are up and running. The moment we prove we are functional, suddenly their process will be completed. Stretching lazily, he glanced over at Liang Jiro, who was being dragged around by Lin Miaomio. Are you done looking around? If so, I have things to take care of. What the fuck? What exactly do you consider serious business? Jiang Chao asked in exasperation. The way Chen Lu said I have things to take care of just did not sound right. Clearly, this was what counted as actual work, was it not? Both, Chen Lu replied seriously, his gaze still fixed on the girl in the light green dress. I intend to spend my life my own way. There is only one true definition of success: to live happily. Jiang Chao, still confused, nodded absent-mindedly. On the other side, I officially declare this my office, Lin Yamia proudly announced as she led Liang Jiro into an empty room. Her sharp little canine tooth peeked out as she grinned. Liang Jiro responded with a soft hum. The little fool had no real concept of what any of this meant. She had no idea how significant it was. Rather than worrying about how much money her boyfriend could make, she was more concerned about whether he had a stomachache today. Squinting against the sunlight streaming in through the window, Lin Yamia shut the door and joked, "By the way, how did Chen Lu confess to you? Come on, tell me everything. If you do not, I will not let you out." Liang Jiro nervously pinched her fingers. "I was the one who confessed first." "Oh, so you confessed first," Lin Miao started, then froze halfway through her sentence. Her eyes widened, her mouth hung open, and her expression grew increasingly exaggerated. She had not yet grasped the full meaning of confessed first, otherwise, her jaw would have dropped even further. "What did you just say?" Liang Jiro, growing even more nervous from her reaction, repeated softly, "I was the one who confessed first." Lin Miao finally processed reality. She took 2 steps back and leaned against the wall, regretting ever asking. "Why did I have to be so mature and set myself up for this wave of dog food?" She silently complained but could not help blurting out, "So my advice was actually useful." Liang Jiro nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying it. In truth, it was a combination of Lin Miao's warning and the shock of discovering that bracelet that had completely shattered her rationality. Without both factors, she would not have done it. "And how do you feel now?" Lin Miao asked again. She was truly experiencing bittersweet joy, both envious and eager to hear more. "I am very happy," Liang Jiro answered simply. "He did not even react?" Lin Miao pouted. "He really got off easy. He folded me a ring out of paper." Liang Jiro was not trying to brag, she was just answering honestly. She took out her phone, and the first thing she saw was her lock screen, an old photo of her and Chen Lu at a bubble tea shop before they went to watch a movie. Opening her album, she found the picture she had taken of the paper ring. As soon as she saw it, the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile full of happiness. "He folded me a ring out of paper." This little fool was so easy to satisfy. No money needed to be spent, just a simple ring made of paper, and she would cherish it for a lifetime. Lin Miao leaned in to look and was stunned. "Damn, he really knows what he is doing." A moment later. Stop talking." Lin Miao clutched the doorknob for support, frantically motioning for Liang Jiro to stop. The story she had just heard was so shocking she nearly lost her balance. A childhood sweetheart who reappeared out of nowhere? What kind of fairy tale romance is this? How is this even real? Why do I never get this kind of luck? I cannot even remember the names of the kids I used to play with. And now I am stuck liking 2D characters. She wailed internally, reflecting on her past. The only childhood memory she could recall was happily munching on sunflower seeds while watching 2 boys fight. That was it. A few seconds later, Lin Miao took a deep breath and gave her poor best friend a bright, congratulatory smile. "Congratulations! Just as I always say, every encounter in this world is simply a reunion after a long separation." Thinking about everything Liang Jiro had been through, her previously cheerful eyes suddenly filled with tears, and a drop slid down her cheek. She really deserves this. To Lin Miao, both reuniting with Chen Lu and finally getting together with him were things that had always been meant for Liang Jiro. Everything this girl had endured, Lin Miao could not even imagine going through it herself. Yet despite it all, this fool had gritted her teeth and survived, still holding on to a heart full of kindness. She knew very well that, in Liang Jiro's eyes, her best friend ranked even higher than herself. Whenever they went out to eat, Liang Jiro would always consider what she liked before ordering. Gently holding Liang Jiro's hand, Lin Miao spoke in a choked-up voice. "Jiro, do you know something? You are the girl in this world who deserves happiness the most. No one else even comes close." Liang Jiro was momentarily stunned before quickly pulling out a tissue to wipe Lin Miao's tears. Seeing Lin Miao smiling at her while crying, she suddenly felt like crying too. "You should be happy too," Liang Jiro responded blankly, not quite understanding why Lin Miao was crying, but she meant it sincerely. Lin Miao let out a small laugh, completely resigned to how clueless this little fool was. All right, you two must be happy together." She knew that Chen Lu was more thoughtful than she was and far more capable. He would definitely take care of Liang Jiro better than even she could as her best friend. Why are they still not out? Jiang Chao, having grown bored of his phone, looked up and asked. Chen Lu was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the view outside. He shook his head. How would I know? Just as he finished speaking, the door slowly opened. Had enough of looking around? Chen Lu turned to the two girls with a smile. If you are done, let's go. Liang Jiro softly murmured an and obediently stood by his side. As they stepped out of the room, they saw a young man with rectangular glasses and slightly disheveled hair walking by. Chen Lu had just turned around when he heard the guy ask, "Are you new here? What do you do?" "Game development," Jiang Chao replied cheerfully. The young man nodded slightly, then naturally shifted his gaze away from Jiang Chao. "Who is the leader?" "I am." Chen Lu turned back, extended his hand, and took a moment to size him up. "Hello, I am Chen Lu, a third-year student." The other party shook his hand briefly and said, "I am Hong Wenjie, a year ahead of you. You are the one who won first place, right? No wonder you looked familiar. You are also in game development?" Chen Lu asked. "Yeah, let's keep in touch," Hong Wenjie said with a brief smile before turning and walking away. The group fell silent for a moment. "Damn, we have competition here too," Jiang Chao remarked in surprise. Then he turned to Chen Lu and noticed that his brows were slightly furrowed. "What is wrong? Is that a bad thing? After all, the school's resources are limited." Chen Lu paused for a moment before continuing, "But whether or not anyone tries to make a move against us, getting familiar with this industry's ecosystem in advance is not a bad thing for us." Jiang Chao nodded seriously. "You two go do whatever you need to. I will take Lin Miao back." He was not stupid. He had a vague idea why Chen Lu had brought Lin Miao here. Since Chen Lu considered her a core member, Jiang Chao needed to show that he valued her too. "Good, at least you understand. I did not bring you here for nothing," Chen Lu said with a mischievous grin. "What are we going to do?" Watching Jiang Chao and Lin Miao walk away, Liang Jiro asked timidly. At first, she had thought she was just here to accompany Chen Lu on a casual tour of the startup incubator. She had not expected the situation to turn out like this. Being alone with him made her even more nervous. She had not yet fully adjusted to her new role as his girlfriend. Chen Lu turned his head to look at her, a faint smile on his lips. "What do you want to do?" Just as Liang Jiro was about to answer, she suddenly remembered something else. She reached into her pocket, pulled out the bracelet, and held it out to Chen Lu. "Here, take your bracelet back." Chen Lu took it and examined it closely. Unlike before, the bracelet was now entwined with many strands of long, dark hair, making it look even more like a braided hair bracelet. He stared at it for a while, not quite understanding what it was supposed to mean. You do not mind it, do you?" Liang Jiro's voice grew softer and softer, completely lacking confidence. "This will protect you from misfortune," she explained in a low voice, wringing her hands together. She did not tell him everything. She did not mention that, according to the beliefs in her hometown, a girl who gives a boy such a bracelet is actually taking his misfortune upon herself. She had painstakingly woven this bracelet until 3 in the morning last night. If she told him the truth, he would definitely refuse to take it. "Superstitious nonsense," Chen Lu chuckled as he gently pinched her cheek. "How could I possibly mind? Thank you." Liang Jiro did not avoid him, letting him pinch her cheek as he pleased. Their faces were very close, and her bright, watery eyes gazed straight into his. She was adorable. As a young man in the prime of his youth, if he did not feel even the slightest impulse at this moment, something would be seriously wrong. Chen Lu swallowed hard and slowly lowered his head, intending to kiss her forehead. But just as he was about to do so, Liang Jiro suddenly pushed him away with great force. Caught off guard, he nearly stumbled to the ground. She only realized what she had done a second later and immediately looked like she was about to cry. Her eyes were filled with guilt and regret. "Sorry, I am so sorry. I did not react in time. I did not mean to push you away," she stammered in distress. "It is fine. I was being too hasty," Chen Lu chuckled, his rationality quickly regaining control. After all, they had only been together for 2 days. Liang Jiro took several deep breaths. Let's try again." "You sure?" The girl bit her lip and nodded before tightly shutting her eyes. Even though the mood had completely disappeared, Chen Lu still leaned down again, slowly and carefully. Just as he was about to kiss her, she suddenly stopped him again. He was confused for a moment, then he saw her taking deep breaths, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She looked genuinely distressed, and there was even a layer of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Finding this strange, he reached out to wipe the sweat from her forehead and, feeling a pang of guilt, said, "Maybe I scared you too much." Hearing him apologize, Liang Jiro panicked even more. Her mouth opened and closed several times, but no words came out. In the end, she just started crying uncontrollably. After a while, in the silent stairwell, Chen Lu sat with Liang Jiro on the stairs, quietly comforting her. The girl's tears had long stopped, but she remained silent, saying nothing. Am I a terrible girlfriend? No one knew how much time had passed before she finally spoke, her voice trembling, still tinged with the remnants of her earlier sobs. She looked up at Chen Lu, her reddened eyes shimmering with unshed tears, quivering slightly. It was a sight that made one's heart ache. Do not say nonsense. Chen Lu gently tucked her hair behind her ear. It seemed she was comfortable with at least this level of closeness. Liang Jiro fell into silence again before softly saying, I will try my best. I will not make you wait forever. Silly girl, every couple has their own way of being together. We can take things at our own pace. Chen Lu had a feeling that her resistance to intimacy was likely for the same reason she kept her bangs so long. She was afraid. On one hand, she probably was not ready yet. Her deeply buried emotions had completely overwhelmed her rationality that night, leading her to confess. For her, that was already a monumental step forward, requiring immense courage. But many more difficult obstacles still lay ahead. The rationality she had spent years cultivating, the mindset that had helped her grit her teeth and push forward, was now, paradoxically, tormenting her at every moment. She had not yet learned how to enjoy life. And, more importantly, she was not willing to. Perhaps only when she had nothing left to worry about would this little fool finally allow herself to consider other things. Understanding this, Chen Lu continued. We can take it slow, but there is something you must understand. I will be by your side for a lifetime. Now that we are together, we are one. There is nothing that you have to bear alone. Your struggles are my struggles, and the same goes the other way around. We will face problems together, solve them together, and in the end, enjoy our peace together. That is what it means to go through thick and thin. The girl remained silent for a while. Chen Lu scratched his head and added, maybe I am making this sound too serious, considering we are only boyfriend and girlfriend right now. But in the future, I really do want to marry. Before he could finish, Liang Jiro suddenly interrupted him, close your eyes. It is okay, I said there is no rush, Chen Lu said gently. But Liang Jiro, with tears brimming in her eyes, stubbornly shook her head. It was as if she was afraid he would think she did not like him enough. I want to prove my feelings for you. Hurry and close your eyes. Chen Lu sighed helplessly. All right, he slowly closed his eyes. As darkness filled his vision, an inexplicable sense of nervousness crept over him. How did the roles suddenly switch? Why does dating feel like playing a turn-based game? Promise me you will not open your eyes. Liang Jiro pleaded, her voice trembling. All right. Chen Lu responded softly, and the surroundings fell into silence. With his eyes shut, all he could hear was the sound of the girl taking deep breaths, loud and clear. She was still very nervous. The midday sunlight streamed in through the stairwell window, casting a warm glow on Chen Lu's face. Liang Jiro gazed at the handsome boy before her, her eyes welling up. She struggled to calm her emotions. Fortunately, Chen Lu truly did as he had promised. He kept his eyes closed and remained completely still, not rushing her, leaving everything up to her. After what felt like an eternity, the girl finally mustered her courage only to realize she had encountered a new problem. Where am I supposed to kiss him? Chen Lu instinctively squeezed his eyes shut even tighter. At this moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl, filling him with an unbearable sense of suspense. First, he had no idea where this little fool planned to kiss him. Second, he had no idea when she would do it. It could be in the next second, or much, much later. It was somewhat agonizing, yet also a little exciting. Just a little. Can she just get it over with already? Is this what they call neglect play? He swallowed nervously, afraid that he might instinctively open his eyes if he lost control. Just then, he suddenly felt a warm breath against his face, followed by the faint fragrance of the girl's hair. Liang Jiro's soft strands brushed against his neck, tickling his skin. Then, her delicate lips gently pressed against his neck. After 2 seconds, she slowly pulled away. That small patch of skin immediately felt cool and damp. Whether it was the breath she had exhaled onto his skin or the kiss itself, the sensation sent a wave of restlessness through Chen Lu. An indescribable surge of happiness spread from his neck to his chest, then through his entire body. It took him several deep breaths to snap out of his daze before he cautiously asked, "Can I open my eyes now?" "Wait a little longer, okay?" Liang Jiro's voice was tinged with helplessness. "Why? I am too nervous," she muttered. "If you cannot see me, I will not feel as nervous." She felt like she was going to die of embarrassment. Her cheeks burned, and she did not even need a mirror to know that her face must be bright red. "I take it back, you are not a cow, you are an ostrich," Chen Lu chuckled. Was this really about proving her feelings? At this point, she probably loves me to death. After all, for someone like her, this kind of gesture must have taken an enormous amount of courage. Chen Lu had not been able to stop smiling since earlier. After a few more minutes of his relentless pleading, Liang Jiro finally let him open his eyes. His vision readjusted to the light, and when he could see clearly again, he was met with the sight of the girl's face, flushed as red as a tomato. Even though he had grown used to this little fool ambushing him with emotional, critical hits, he still felt his own cheeks heating up. Determined to regain the upper hand, he teased, "We agreed before that everything should be reciprocal. How about letting me kiss you back?" Liang Jiro backed up against the wall, lowering her head as she murmured, "That was a promise between friends. It does not count anymore." She felt like she sounded like a villain. "Now we are boyfriend and girlfriend." Fiddling nervously with her fingers, she stole a quick glance at the spot she had kissed to make sure there was no mark left behind. Only then did she feel relieved. So a kiss does not always leave a mark? She wondered, completely unaware of how strawberries were actually planted. "I can kiss you, but you will not let me kiss you back?" Chenlu let out a soft laugh. "Wow, what a little rogue you are." Feeling embarrassed, Liang Jiro hung her head even lower and, in a pitiful voice, mumbled, "I am your little rogue." Chenlu's smile froze. If he had a health bar, it would have been instantly drained to zero. His defenses were basically made of paper. No matter how much he tried to act tough, he had to admit he had completely lost this round. This little fool had somehow managed to make his heart race over and over again, and he could not even fight back. Just as he was still in a daze, Liang Jiro leaned in and rested her forehead against his shoulder. "I will get better," she whispered. Though her voice was small, her tone was unexpectedly firm. Chen Lu turned his head to look at her. From this angle, all he could see was her long, flowing hair. "This is unfair. Isn't kissing someone's neck more intense than kissing their forehead? And that 'I will get better,' why did it suddenly sound so suggestive in his head? Was it too soon to start looking forward to the future?" The thought that such a girl was slowly becoming more and more willing to take the initiative for his sake was almost too much to process. A small smile crept onto Chen Lu's lips as he reached out to gently stroke her hair. "Take your time." Hearing those words, Liang Jiro nodded lightly and rubbed her head against his shoulder like a little kitten, feeling completely at ease. Her heartbeat, which had been racing moments ago, gradually settled. She wholeheartedly believed that the boy in front of her was heaven's way of making amends to her. It was only after meeting Chen Lu that she had started to feel happiness again. "I like you," she whispered. "I really, really like you." Her heart felt as if it was about to bloom. How could she not be moved by the fact that this boy was willing to stay by her side? Chen Lu's hand paused for a moment before he continued stroking her soft hair. "I like you too. I will do my best," Liang Jiro repeated, unsure of how many times she had said those words today, but for some reason, she just had to say them. "I know. There is no rush." Chen Lu responded with a gentle smile. "I will always be by your side, just like before." Every word she said went straight to Chen Lu's heart, making his nose tingle slightly. He swore that for the rest of his life, he would never let this little fool suffer even the slightest bit. "I will treat you well for a lifetime," he said, his expression unusually serious. Of course, he meant every word. But in the back of his mind, he was also thinking about how to get even next time. "It is just a matter of slowly turning up the heat. I know exactly how to do it." Although he had suffered a setback this time, that would not happen again. From now on, it would be her who gets flustered, not him. He was determined to make sure he would never again find himself in a situation where he had complete control over the game, only to have Liang Jiro sneak in at the last second and score on him like when she had confessed first. No kid cries forever. No one loses every time. This time, I am definitely going to win. Victory is mine. As Chen Lu snapped out of his triumphant daze, he saw Liang Jiro looking at him with a bright, gentle smile. At that moment, she was so breathtakingly beautiful that he could not even think of a proper word to describe her. All he could do was etch this image of her into his memory. Her eyes were still a little red, which only made her smile even more captivating. "Why did you suddenly start smiling?" Chen Lu found it odd. Liang Jiro leaned her head back onto his shoulder and whispered, "I just felt like smiling. And this is why I call you a little fool." The feeling of having her nestled against him like a kitten filled Chen Lu with immense joy. A cat could never be this adorable. Since it was still early, going home separately felt like a waste. He gently patted her back. "Where do you want to go?" "I do not want to move," Liang Jiro murmured shyly. "You do not want to move?" She nodded and snuggled even closer, resting her entire body against his. "Just like this is fine." For her, even something as simple as this was enough to make her feel so happy she could laugh in her sleep. Chen Lu sighed with a helpless smile. This little fool really knows how to take advantage of the situation. "Liang Jiro, technically, this is our first date. Just sitting here the whole time, doesn't that seem a little strange?" He tilted his head to look at the ostrich beside him, his voice gentle. He had wanted to do the typical couple activities, holding hands while strolling around, watching a movie. If not that, then at least a trip to an amusement park or a haunted house. Cliché? Maybe, but he still wanted to experience it. Spending half the day just sitting here felt abstract. Just a little longer, okay? Liang Jiro lifted her head and blinked at him with those bright, watery eyes, occasionally shaking his arm lightly. Alright, you can stay as long as you want. Actually, this is pretty nice. Chen Lu immediately changed his mind. It was sweltering outside. Who in their right mind would go out to play in this heat? That would be insane. Just for a little while, Liang Jiro giggled as she leaned back against his shoulder. I am not greedy. A little more time was all she needed. She would rather accompany Chen Lu and do the things he liked. Her face was practically glowing with happiness. It was the first time in her life that she had ever acted spoiled with someone, and it turned out to be such a joyful experience. Her father had passed away too soon, and after that, her mother had been exhausted all the time. She had no choice but to be strong. So whether it was watching other kids throw tantrums to get what they wanted, or growing up and seeing girls cling to their boyfriends and act cute, she would always tell herself she did not need that, and she should not think about it. She had never imagined that she would one day have someone she could rely on, someone she could act spoiled with. And, surprisingly, it seemed to work really well on him. As her smile slowly faded, she mustered her courage to look up at Chen Lu again. Sure enough, the moment she did, she found him already staring at her. She kept repeating to herself, just this once. Just this once. Then, she shook his arm again. Say you like me, please? In the end, her sentence came out awkward and clumsy. I like you, Chen Lu answered sincerely. Can you like me forever? Chen Lu had no idea what this little fool was up to, but he immediately responded, I will always like you. I want to stay like this all day. Okay. For the first time, the girl smiled sillily before adding, I want ice cream. The moment the words left her mouth, Chen Lu stood up. Wait here. I will go buy you one. Liang Jiro was startled and quickly pulled him back down. You should at least refuse me once. Chen Lu frowned slightly, tilting his head to look at her. Hey, that is odd. Liang Jiro, what kind of logic is that? She suddenly felt guilty and mumbled in a tiny voice, it does not feel real. I act spoiled just a little, and you agree to everything. It feels like a dream. All of this was completely new to her. Things she had never experienced before. Things she had never even dared to imagine. You are unbelievable. Chen Lu could not help but laugh. He flicked her forehead. Time to give me something in return. The girl froze for a moment. Then, hearing the words, give me something in return, she immediately tensed up. Now this feels real, she muttered. Little fool. Chen Lu sighed, then smiled as he gently pushed her bangs aside, gazing into her eyes. Her beautiful pupils trembled slightly, and in them, he could see his own reflection smiling back at him. Honestly, I am just like you. After a brief pause, Chen Lu spoke with absolute seriousness. As long as it makes you happy. His voice softened. Even if you wanted the stars, I would reach up and bring them down for you. The two of them really did stay by the stairwell, where no one passed by, until noon before finally leaving the startup incubator. Liang Jiro seemed to have absorbed enough energy from Chen Lu, looking completely content. Meanwhile, Chen Lu had been maintaining a posture that made it comfortable for her to lean on him, and now his whole body felt sore. Noticing that he kept rolling his shoulders as if he was uncomfortable, the girl stepped in front of him with an apologetic expression. I am sorry. I did not know it would be so uncomfortable for you. Chen Lu's acting was just too good. If she had noticed even the slightest hint of discomfort earlier, she never would have stayed like that for so long. It is fine, Chen Lu said lazily. This is what they call painful but enjoyable. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand toward her, wiggling his fingers in the air. Liang Jiro glanced around, hesitated for a moment, and then obediently placed her hand in his. Good, good. You catch on quick. Chen Lu was very pleased as he held her hand and strolled along. Even though Liang Jiro still would not let him kiss her, he could tell that she was earnestly trying to change. After all, she had never once refused him when it came to holding hands, something she was now completely comfortable with. If he kept slowly boiling this frog, sooner or later, there would come a day when she would no longer be afraid. What are you thinking about? Liang Jiro asked curiously. I was thinking about when you will finally let me kiss you, Chen Lu answered truthfully. Do you really want to kiss me? Liang Jiro asked softly, testing the waters. She felt like even if she tied both of her hands behind her back, she could still keep herself under control. It is all right, Chen Lu replied nonchalantly. It is not like you can escape from me anyway. What he did not expect was for Liang Jiro to nod in full agreement. Ha! Why does that make me sound like the villain here? The two had originally planned to take a casual stroll and find a place to eat along the way, but somehow, without realizing it, they ended up walking for over half an hour. What was even more ridiculous was that neither of them had thought to mention it. Once they finally snapped out of it, Chen Lu hurriedly picked a random restaurant. Wait here for a moment. I need to step out for a bit. As soon as Liang Jiro sat down, she heard Chen Lu say this to her. Okay. She found it odd, but she did not ask any questions. A short while later, Chen Lu reappeared in front of her, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he handed her something. Here, ice cream. I remember you said this morning that you wanted some. Liang Jiro froze completely. At that moment, not only did she think of their future child's name, she even had an entire football team's worth of names planned. After lunch, Chen Lu was contemplating where they should go in the afternoon when he suddenly received a message from Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Good news. I did exceptionally well in English this time, highest score in history. Chen Mo. Bad news. I completely bombed biology. The corners of Chen Lu's lips instantly curled up as his fingers happily tapped across the screen. Chen Lu, nice. Pop the champagne. He had expected his cheap little sister to talk back as usual, but surprisingly, she did not. Chen Mo, brother, you are the best brother in the whole world. You definitely do not want to see me get beaten to death, right? Chen Lu frowned. Something was not right. Before he could even reply, his mother, Wang Xiaoxia, called him. Feeling Liang Jiro's curious gaze fixed on him, Chen Lu forced himself to suppress the tremor in his right hand and brought the phone to his ear. Hello, Mom? What is wrong? On the other end of the line, his mother's voice was eerily calm. I heard from Xiaomo that you are dating someone? The pressure of blood ties was something that could not be avoided. For example, right now, Chen Lu's heartbeat actually skipped a beat. Even though he was already a college student, he still felt more nervous now than when he got caught skipping class as a kid. He cleared his throat forcefully. Ahem, how about we talk about Chen Mo's grades first? Summer vacation is coming up soon, and when school starts again, she will be in her senior year of high school. You have really grown bold, huh? Dating someone without telling your family, starting a studio at school without saying a word. If it were not for your dad's colleague mentioning it, your father and I would have had no idea. Wang Xiaoxia had clearly tossed aside all thoughts of her daughter's exam results. Right now, all she cared about was interrogating her troublemaking son. Chen Lu had been very independent ever since he was little, but what made him hard to manage was that he was too independent. He always kept things to himself, leaving his parents constantly guessing what he was up to. As parents, sometimes they just wanted their child to rely on them more. I was planning to wait until everything was running smoothly before reporting back, Chen Lu admitted honestly. That way, you would not have to worry about whether I would go bankrupt or not. Both Chen Lu and his father, Chen Guanglin, knew how to keep Wang Xiaoxia, the highest-ranking member of the household, happy. Sure enough, her anger eased slightly. Who is your girlfriend? She asked in a gentler tone. Chen Mo did not tell you? Chen Lu sighed. That little traitor had thrown all the blame onto him just to save herself. The more she avoided answering, the more their mother would feel compelled to ask him. And just like that, no one cared about her exam results anymore. As he spoke on the phone, Chen Lu grinned and pinched Liang Jiro's cheek. With pride, he said, of course, it is Liang Jiro. Liang Jiro had clearly heard what he and Wang Xiaoxia were talking about. She lowered her head, feeling both embarrassed and a little excited. Her emotions were complicated. The other end of the line went silent for a moment. Chen Lu guessed that his mother had muted the call to discuss something with his father. Is Jiro next to you? Wang Xiaoxia's tone had turned cheerful. Bring her over for dinner tonight. I have been busy the past few days, so I have not seen her in a while. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned. He lowered his voice. Meeting the parents already? That is too soon. Did my cousin not wait 2 years before bringing his girlfriend home? As soon as he finished speaking, he instinctively held the phone farther away from his ear. Chen Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? Is your situation the same as his? You act like your father and I have never met Jiro before. Wang Xiaoxia snapped at him, as if all her earlier gentleness had been meant exclusively for Liang Jiro. We will see, we will see. You guys are going to scare your future daughter-in-law away at this rate, Chen Lu said helplessly. I have been busy with the studio all morning at the startup incubator. I just now had time to grab a meal. If I am free tonight, I will bring her over. Happy now? He did not say, I will ask her first. Instead, he said, if I have time tonight. That way, if Liang Jiro was too nervous to go, his parents would not hold it against her. Now that is more like it. Seeing that his mother was satisfied, Chen Lu seized the moment and quickly changed the subject. pretending to sound concerned. You do not have to worry about me, but you really should keep an eye on Chen Mo. Her performance is all over the place. If she keeps this up, what will she do on the college entrance X? Before he could even finish his sentence, the call was abruptly cut off. Since you struck first, neither of us will survive. Chen Lu screamed internally, slumping into the seat beside Liang Zhiro, drained of all energy. Because the restaurant had long benches, he scooted a little closer to her after sitting down. His movement made Liang Zhiro slightly nervous, but she did not say anything. She just continued taking small bites of her food. Her mind was also somewhat blank. How did things suddenly end up with me being invited to dinner? My mom is like a child, she loves making a fuss over things, Chen Lu sighed. She is completely spoiled by my dad. Seeing the girl tilt her head curiously at him, he leaned in closer and flashed a smile. Do not worry. In the future, I will spoil you just like that too. Over the years, it was obvious that Wang Xiaoxia had lived a happy life. Chen Lu wanted Liang Zhiro to experience the same. You always say such things. Liang Zhiro felt a rush of warmth in her heart, but she still shyly turned her face away and muttered softly. How could he be like this? We just got together, and he is already talking about the future like that. Sure, she might daydream about marriage and life after it, but at least she would never say it out loud so casually. She would never admit that she had imagined these things even before they started dating. Well, thinking about it is not illegal. If you do not want to go, that is fine, Chen Lu chuckled. But you do not have to be too nervous. My mom is only pushing me because she likes you. If she did not, she would not care at all. After thinking for a long while, Liang Zhiro gave a barely noticeable nod. I will go. Chen Lu sighed internally. He had already guessed that, no matter how nervous she was, she would agree in the end. If someone was kind to her, she would rather suppress all her own discomfort than refuse them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Guanglin closed his book and gently set it aside. Did I not tell you not to rush them? Why are you pushing now? His general approach with Chen Lu had always been, as long as he is not up to no good, I will not interfere. And when it came to Liang Zhiro, he and Wang Xiaoxia agreed that it was best to act as if they knew nothing. For a girl with deep insecurities, being ignored would be painful, but being treated too warmly would also overwhelm her. Wang Xiaoxia clearly had not thought about all that. Her mind was filled with one thing only. Her favorite girl had become her daughter-in-law. She grabbed onto Chen Guanglin's arm excitedly. Our son really has some skills. He actually managed to trick Zhiro into being his girlfriend. Chen Guanglin shot her an exasperated look. Trick? Do you have to make it sound so awful? Ignoring him, Wang Xiaoxia continued rambling to herself. Xiao Lu is 21 this year. Zhiro is 19. By next year, they will both be old enough to legally marry. Is that not perfect timing? If that was not fate, then what was? The more she thought about it, the happier she became. Perhaps because she had also come from a difficult background, she deeply sympathized with everything Liang Zhiro had gone through. She wished she could treat the girl like her own daughter. She is still in college. Chen Guanlin groaned. He was utterly speechless. What kind of parent thinks like this? They just started dating, and you are already bringing up the legal marriage age? Do you not understand the concept of slowly boiling a frog? He suddenly let out a deep sigh. A little old lady is not someone you can reason with, he muttered under his breath. The living room fell silent. Dear, what did you just say? Wang Xiaoxia asked sweetly. Nothing. Chen Guanglin tensed up. His eyes darted toward Chen Mo's bedroom. Then, he suddenly shouted, Chen Mo. Get out here right now. What happened with your grades this time? After saying let's go, Liang Zhiro became more and more nervous. Her fair cheeks took on a light blush, making it impossible to resist the urge to take a bite. How is this silly girl so adorable? Chen Lu tilted his head, deep in thought. No, he had to find a chance to kiss her sooner or later. Give me your hand, Chen Lu said softly. Liang Zhiro hesitated. We're eating, and there are people around. She said that, yet before long, Chen Lu felt a soft, delicate hand quietly slip into his palm. The corners of his lips curled up, and he squeezed her hand lightly. Girls were truly miraculous creatures. How could their hands be this soft? It felt like he could never get tired of holding them. Chen Lu gently played with Liang Zhiro's fingers, marveling at the sensation. Then, he turned to look at the girl beside him. This silly girl looks soft all over. Hugging her must feel amazing. At that moment, the sacred voice in his mind chimed in again. This silly girl is so obedient. How could you? Shut up. She's my girlfriend. And with that, all voices in Chen Lu's mind reached a unanimous agreement to keep adding fuel to the fire. The unsuspecting little frog, unaware that she was being cooked, continued feeding Chen Lu bites of food from time to time. Chen Lu, now completely shameless, accepted every bite without the slightest guilt. As he ate, he also discussed the equipment needed for the studio with Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao, just run a network cable, and if you say we don't need computers yet, then we'll wait. By the way, what are you doing? Chen Lu, eating. Jiang Chao, then finish your meal first. We'll talk later. Chen Lu, it's fine. Just say what you need to say. Jiang Chao, how are you eating while typing? Chen Lu, my girlfriend is feeding me. Jiang Chao? After Jiang Chao stopped responding, Chen Lu shook his head helplessly. These young people today have such weak endurance. They can't even handle this? Is that all? With nothing left to do, he simply rested his chin on his hand and stared at his girlfriend. The more he looked, the more he felt that the heavens had been too generous with this silly girl. Not only was she incredibly beautiful, but she also had an amazing figure. Why are you staring at me like that? Liang Jiro mumbled softly, feeling a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Chen Lu smiled. Because you're beautiful, of course. Liang Jiro gently scratched Chen Lu's palm with her fingertips. I'm already your girlfriend. Do you still have to keep complimenting me? It would be the same even if we were married. Chen Lu found her thought process fascinating. Do you think I'd stop being nice to you just because I got you to be my girlfriend? He felt her hand tighten slightly in his grasp. When he looked up, he saw her slowly open her mouth. I thought you wouldn't be so nice to me, she said softly. Because. Chen Lu leaned in, curious. Still avoiding his gaze, she whispered, because I could never leave you. Liang Jiro knew very well she would never be able to leave Chen Lu in this lifetime. Her heart was small, so small that it could only hold one person for the rest of her life. After a few seconds, she added, unless you stop liking me and tell me to get lost, really, really harshly. If that happened, I would leave obediently. I wouldn't cause you any trouble. As she spoke, she leaned gently against Chen Lu and closed her eyes. A quiet sense of pride filled her voice. But I would still love you. I love you so much, it's pathetic. Feeling embarrassed, she buried her face in Chen Lu's clothes, retreating into her usual ostrich mode. The two of them nestled together in the quiet restaurant. Good thing your boyfriend is me. Chen Lu took in the scent of her hair, shamelessly declaring, if it were someone else, they wouldn't even know how to take advantage of you properly. This silly girl is really clueless. Who just hands over their bottom line like that? Was she not just saying, you can do whatever you want to me? Even if you treat me badly, I won't leave? Just as Chen Lu was thinking this, Liang Jiro rubbed her cheek against his. You won't, she murmured. Then, she guided his hand onto the back of her own and snuggled into his arms. Is this okay? Chen Lu took a deep breath, trying to sound calm. For a moment, he felt like he was in heaven. Who could possibly resist a soft, beautiful girl willingly curling up in their arms? Beyond his surprise, he was also curious. Was Liang Jiro more like a little calf or a kitten? She nodded softly in his embrace. Now I don't feel so nervous anymore. Hearing Chen Lu's heartbeat quicken, she let out a quiet laugh. Chen Lu is so bad. He's obviously just as nervous, but he's pretending like he's completely fine. After regaining his composure, Chen Lu lightly held her in his arms. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Because I love you. Liang Jiro held on even tighter. Hearing the girl listening to his heartbeat, Chen Lu let out a deep sigh. Alright, if you keep this up, I'm really going to die. Let me catch my breath first. What the hell is going on? She was just a silly girl a moment ago, how did she suddenly turn the tables on him? He refused to accept this. But as he held the girl in his arms, he instantly surrendered to her warmth, no longer bothering to reclaim his dignity. Well, this isn't bad either, is it? After a while, Chen Lu suddenly said, let's get you a new dress sometime. This one is fine. Objection overruled. Worst case, I'll just buy one myself. You don't even know my size. The corners of Chen Lu's mouth curled up. He actually did know, but he still smirked mischievously and asked, then how about I measure it with my hands? Liang Jiro lifted her head, puffed up her cheeks, and put on a fierce expression. Before she could say anything, Chen Lu leaned in and said, Liang Jiro, do you know something? What? Chen Lu brought his lips close to her ear. The more you call me a pervert, the more excited I get. You. Liang Jiro was momentarily speechless. Then, like a little bull, she lowered her head and rammed it straight into Chen Lu's chest. As they stepped outside, they were met with scorching heat and blinding sunlight. Chen Lu squinted and realized that, in his excitement over holding Liang Jiro, he had completely forgotten to plan where they were supposed to go next. How about I cook dinner tonight? Liang Jiro suddenly asked, her voice soft and hesitant. Chen Lu nodded. You're catching on quickly. Will your parents be okay with it? She asked again. You cook so well. They'll definitely love it, Chen Lu replied confidently. Then he reached out, took her hand, and added, "And stop worrying about whether they'll like you or not. As long as I like you, that's all that matters." For some reason, the two of them never managed to actually go out and have fun that afternoon. Instead, they ended up back at the office, quietly cuddling for the rest of the day. That evening, after Liang Jiro spent half the evening mentally preparing herself, Chen Lu finally opened the door. The moment they stepped inside, Chen Mo rushed up to them, holding a Barbie doll in her hands. "Brother, look. This is the doll you bought me when I was 6 after saving up your allowance for a whole month. Bet you didn't expect me to still have it, huh? You really are the best brother in the world." This time, Chen Mo did not immediately run to hug Liang Jiro like she usually would. Instead, she blinked her big, bright eyes and looked up at Chen Lu with an adorably innocent expression. If someone who did not know her saw this, they would definitely melt on the spot. Chen Lu said nothing. He simply led Liang Jiro over to the coffee table, pulled his laptop out of his bag, and placed it down with a loud thud. Then he looked at Chen Mo, pointed at the laptop, and, with a completely blank expression, uttered a single word: "Eat." Chen Mo froze for a moment, then quickly clung to Chen Lu's arm. "Brother." Although Chen Lu had always been gentle with her since childhood, she was still terrified of being retaliated against. After all, an open attack is easy to dodge, but a hidden one is impossible to guard against. And Chen Lu was precisely the type to strike from the shadows. Most of the little schemes she had pulled, if not 8 or 9 out of 10, then at least 6, were tricks that Chen Lu had long mastered and discarded. Seeing that he was ignoring her, her brain worked at lightning speed before she suddenly threw herself into Liang Jiro's arms. "Sis-in-law." The moment those words came out, both Chen Lu and Liang Jiro froze on the spot. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo continued acting pitiful, her voice full of grievance. Sis-in-law, my brother told me to eat a laptop." "Don't call me that." Liang Jiro was utterly flustered, shocked, nervous, and secretly a little happy all at once. She hurriedly tried to stop this kind of socially terrifying behavior. "Help me, please." Chen Mo sniffled and looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "If you don't help me, no one will. I already got scolded so badly by Mom and Dad this afternoon. If my brother punishes me too, how am I supposed to survive?" Her voice trembled, as if she was truly about to cry, and she even managed to scare Liang Jiro a little. Chen Lu, however, was completely speechless. Anyone unaware of the situation would think she had suffered some great injustice. With no way out, Liang Jiro hesitated for a moment before awkwardly saying to Chen Lu, "Don't bully Xiao Mo." Hearing this, Chen Lu sighed helplessly and pointed at Chen Mo. "For your sis-in-law's sake, I'll let this slide. But if there's a next time, just wait and see how I deal with you." At this point, all of his anger had already vanished. In fact, he felt incredibly pleased. What a wonderful little sister. She really knows how to handle things. How could she be just a half-sister? That had to be a misunderstanding. "Brother, you're the best." Chen Mo instantly wiped her tears away with a casual swipe of her hand, and just like that, she was back to normal. In the blink of an eye, the siblings reconciled completely, leaving only Liang Jiro bewildered, unable to process what had just happened. A few seconds later, she finally realized what Chen Lu had just said. A deep blush crept up from her neck to her face as she glared at him in embarrassment. "You're also talking nonsense. What was with this pair of siblings? Zero, does that mean you don't want to marry my brother?" Chen Mo tilted her head, feigning an exaggeratedly shocked expression, as if she were accusing Liang Jiro of only toying with him. The question completely caught Liang Jiro off guard. She struggled for a long time, opening and closing her mouth repeatedly, before finally squeezing out one word: "I do." Chen Mo glanced at her brother, whose grin was practically reaching his ears. Holding back her laughter, she shrugged. "Then it's settled. You two are bound to get married sooner or later, so what difference does it make if I call you that now or later? Think of it as getting used to it in advance. Since when was that a thing?" At this moment, Liang Jiro was absolutely certain these two were definitely blood-related siblings. Their ability to twist logic and shamelessly shift perspectives was equally unmatched. Seeing Liang Jiro's flustered expression, Chen Mo finally could not hold back her laughter anymore. She hugged her tightly, rubbing her cheek against hers before teasingly sighing. "Sis-in-law, you're so cute and so beautiful. My brother really got lucky." Even if she searched through her entire school, she would not be able to find someone as gorgeous as Liang Jiro. After that, she let out a dramatic sigh, straightened her t-shirt, and leisurely walked toward her room. "I'll head back to my room now. I won't be your third wheel, but you two better not do anything inappropriate, okay? Though, even if you do, our house has good soundproofing, so I would not hear it anyway." As the door slammed shut with a bang, the living room fell into complete silence. From the moment Liang Jiro had said I do, Chen Lu's grin had not faded for even a second. What do you want for dinner? Liang Jiro, unable to endure the increasingly ambiguous atmosphere, finally broke the silence with a small voice. Chen Lu glanced at the time but remained lounging lazily on the couch. It's still early. I'll go with you to buy groceries later. Liang Jiro had just nodded when Chen Lu suddenly leaned closer. Want to wait in my room for a bit? Absolutely not. The girl rejected him immediately. Under these circumstances, going to his room was no different from walking straight into the lion's den. I am not going to eat you, Chen Lu sighed helplessly. He had only suggested it because she was sitting so stiffly in the living room, and he was worried she would get tired. I am a gentleman, okay? Does this silly girl think I am some kind of beast? There must be a misunderstanding somewhere. How could I possibly take advantage of her? As he thought this, he subconsciously reached out and held her hand. The sofa in the living room was directly in front of the entrance, so Chen Lu truly did not dare to push his luck. For now, holding hands would have to do. After a short while, the two finally headed downstairs to buy groceries. As soon as they reached the entrance of the residential complex, they saw two elderly men playing Chinese chess nearby. The gentle evening breeze swayed the treetops as the two elders sat in the shade, sipping tea while concentrating on their game. I knew it. The moment I stepped out, I just knew I'd find you here playing chess, Grandpa Zhao, Chen Lu greeted naturally. The elderly man, wearing reading glasses, looked up and immediately broke into a joyful smile. He waved his hand and said, Ah, Xiao Lu, come here and take over this game for me. I need a break. The other elderly man was not pleased. You cannot call in reinforcements. A break? You just realized you are losing. Grandpa Zhao pretended not to hear and, instead, looked at Chen Lu and the girl whose fingers were intertwined with his. With an expression of surprise, he exclaimed, Xiao Lu, you have a girlfriend now? At the same time, he discreetly messed up the chess pieces on the board. Sure enough, the other elderly man's attention immediately shifted to Liang Jiro, completely missing the sneaky move. Being stared at so directly made Liang Jiro feel quite uncomfortable. She lowered her head, standing beside Chen Lu, and greeted politely, Hello, Grandpa. What a well-mannered girl, and such a beauty too, Grandpa Zhao praised, then sighed with a smile while shaking his head. Ah, I am getting old. He gestured with his hand, showing a small height. In my memory, you were only about this tall. And now, in the blink of an eye, you already have a girlfriend. Time flies so fast. Chen Lu smiled and echoed his sentiment, tightening his grip on the girl's hand a little more. For some reason, hearing those words made him feel a little dazed. When someone who had watched you grow up starts lamenting how quickly time has passed, perhaps that is when you truly realize you have grown up. After all, reminiscing about the past was something elderly people loved to do most. After chatting for a while, the two continued toward the nearby market. You two seem close? Liang Jiro asked curiously. Chen Lu nodded slightly. Yeah, not long after I met you back then, my family moved here. He has watched me grow up. His wife passed away years ago, so ever since then, he has spent his days fishing and playing chess. But he is absolutely terrible at chess. My dad gets called over every now and then just to humor him. The girl softly hummed in acknowledgement, not saying much more. She had always admired this about Chen Lu, how he could strike up a conversation with just about anyone, as long as he was willing to. Someday, I must make sure to live longer than you. Just a little longer is enough, Chen Lu suddenly murmured to himself after a moment of silence. Liang Jiro found his words odd and turned to look at him, seeing his unusually serious expression. I thought you would say something like wanting to die before me, so you would not have to feel the pain of losing me, she said, puzzled. Thanks to her best friend, who loved watching romance dramas, she had heard similar lines before. Chen Lu shook his head and denied her guess, his voice steady as he said, I would not be at ease. Liang Jiro blinked, then slowly wrapped her arms around his arm, pressing herself closer to him. Those four simple words seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken emotions. Very soon, Liang Jiro regretted coming along to buy groceries with Chen Lu. She had lost count of how many times he had proudly introduced her to people along the way. This was not grocery shopping at all, it was a full-on family visit. After finishing their grocery shopping, the couple returned home and immediately started preparing dinner. Chen Lu found the experience rather novel. The last time they went shopping together, he had only been fantasizing about this moment, but now, he could actually hold this silly girl's hand while picking out vegetables. What a great feeling! After making a quick phone call to check on his parents' whereabouts and confirming they would not be home for a while, he rushed into the kitchen to help Liang Jiro. Hearing some unusual sounds, Chen Mo first excitedly pressed her ear against the door to eavesdrop. Only after listening for a moment did she peek her head out with a puzzled expression. What are you guys doing? Cooking, Chen Lu replied matter-of-factly. You are cooking? Chen Mo's excitement grew. She loved her brother's cooking, but he only made food for her after she begged him for a long time. Your sister-in-law is cooking. Let me tell you, her cooking is amazing. Liang Jiro had clearly given up struggling. Hearing Chen Lu say this, she only continued focusing on what she was doing. Chen Mo's excitement intensified, but instead of speaking, she simply pointed at the washed rice and then at the rice cooker. Chen Lu glanced at her, smiled, and said, "Get lost. How did such an upstanding family produce a little bandit like you?" Having had her request mercilessly denied, Chen Mo sulked off to the sofa, propped up her legs, and started scrolling through videos. Chen Lu shot her a middle finger before turning back to the kitchen. At that moment, Liang Jiro had tied her hair up into a high ponytail to make cooking easier, and Chen Lu could not resist the urge to gently grasp it. Just make something simple. We cannot eat that much, Chen Lu said as he washed the vegetables. This silly girl was sometimes like a little calf. Once she started doing something, she did not know when to stop. Okay. From start to finish, Liang Jiro found everything surprisingly easy because Chen Lu never gave her the chance to do too much. He took over whatever tasks he could. Do not mess with me. I am busy, she softly scolded, brushing off Chen Lu's hand as he played with her hair. How could he be so strange? Even playing with hair made him this happy. You will not hold my hand, so I have to play with your hair. Liang Jiro pursed her lips and gently asked, "Can you wait until later?" Chen Lu had originally intended to stop, but hearing her say it in such a soft and gentle voice only made him want to tease her more. Slowly, he stepped behind her and blew lightly against the back of her ear. A tingling sensation shot through Liang Jiro's entire body like an electric current, leaving her weak in the knees. You are always bullying me, she pouted, turning to face him. Seeing her slight pout, Chen Lu could not resist pinching her cheeks. You are so adorable. Who else am I supposed to tease? Then you can only tease me, the girl whispered timidly. Other girls might not cook as well as I do. It took Chen Lu a moment to process what she was implying. Had she not said something similar before? Other girls may not be as easy to tease as I am? It seemed like she still felt insecure. Do not worry, Chen Lu reassured her, holding both of her hands and smiling. I only like you. My girlfriend is the best. I would not even look at another girl. Liang Jiro had not expected such a direct response, and for a moment, she was so flustered that she instinctively stepped back. After a short pause, she nodded shyly, unable to suppress the happiness swelling in her heart. Since your boyfriend is so amazing, should you not give him a little reward? Chen Lu shamelessly asked. Liang Jiro turned up the heat on the stove slightly. What kind of reward do you want? I will leave it up to you. The girl took a deep breath. Then close your eyes. Again with the closed eyes? Chen Lu was displeased. Do you know how unsafe that feels? Although it was a little exciting. If you do not close your eyes, there will be no reward, Liang Jiro mumbled, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. No way. Letting him keep his eyes open? She would rather die. Fine, fine. Having something was better than nothing, so Chen Lu did not argue. He obediently shut his eyes and even tilted his neck slightly upward in anticipation. After what felt like forever, soft lips gently pressed against his cheek for a brief second. It was warm and a little damp. By the time he opened his eyes, the girl was already busy stir-frying, acting as if nothing had happened. Liang Jiro, Chen Lu called softly. What is it? She flinched like a thief caught in the act, too afraid to turn around. She feared that if she looked at him, he would get back at her by pulling her into his arms and kissing her senseless. Chen Lu recalled the sensation from earlier and teased, You scammed me. Feeling inexplicably guilty, Liang Jiro muttered, I did not. Then let me kiss you back. No. Come on, hurry up. But I already took the initiative to kiss you. Liang Jiro was in full retreat, desperately bargaining with him. Exactly. So I should be able to take the initiative too. The two of them playfully bickered in the kitchen until the sound of the front door opening made Chen Lu clear his throat and step out. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro hurriedly tucked back a few stray strands of hair by her cheeks, her entire face flushed pink. Thinking back, she realized that, in the end, Chen Lu had still managed to sneak a quick peck on her cheek. She took a deep breath and, much to her surprise, found that she was no longer as scared as before. That realization made her unexpectedly happy. Did I actually kiss her just now? Chen Lu muttered to himself in confusion as he walked into the living room. Wang Xiaoxia looked at him curiously. What did you say? Nothing, nothing. Chen Lu quickly changed the subject. I brought your daughter-in-law home. Wang Xiaoxia's face lit up with joy, and she immediately stepped forward without even taking off her shoes. Where is she? She is in the kitchen making dinner for you, Chen Lu said proudly. Before he could say anything else, Wang Xiaoxia had already rushed toward the kitchen, exclaiming, "Let me help! Let me help!" Watching his mother's eager back, Chen Lu let out a helpless sigh. At that moment, he heard his father sigh as well. "Why are you sighing?" Chen Lu frowned. Chen Guanglin slumped onto the sofa with exhaustion. "Your mother had originally booked an expensive restaurant. It took everything I had to convince her not to go." Then, as if afraid his son might misunderstand, he quickly added, "You understand, right?" Chen Lu nodded, then casually remarked, "You have completely spoiled your wife." Chen Guanglin lifted his chin and said, "I love my wife, and I do not mind. You may not even be able to do better than me in the future. Just watch me," Chen Lu said defiantly. "You two are unbelievable." Chen Mo suddenly shouted. "Both of you promised I was the little princess of this family." Not long after, Liang Zhiro was ushered out of the kitchen by Wang Xiaoxia and sat down on the sofa with a timid expression. She sat stiffly, her hands clasped tightly together. Great! Just when she had finally started to relax, she had to switch roles, making her even more nervous than before. Before, if uncle and auntie did not like her, at worst, she would not be able to tutor Chen Mo anymore. But now, if they did not like her, she would not be able to be their daughter-in-law. "You child, how could I let you cook when auntie invited you over for dinner?" Holding Liang Zhiro's hands, Wang Xiaoxia spoke with heartfelt concern. If there was a moment when Wang Xiaoxia had completely taken a liking to this girl, it had to be when she noticed the calluses on her hands. Combined with her behavior and words, it was easy to tell what kind of person Liang Zhiro was. Liang Zhiro did not know how to respond at first. After thinking for a long time, she could only speak the truth. "I want uncle and auntie to like me." Both Wang Xiaoxia and Chen Guanglin were momentarily stunned by her words. However, the happiness in Wang Xiaoxia's expression was undeniable. This girl was so honest it was endearing. "It is enough that you have the thought," Wang Xiaoxia said with a smile as she gently patted Liang Zhiro's head, growing fonder of her by the second. Chen Lu could not help but chuckle at his silly girlfriend's response. He turned to glance at Chen Mo, expecting her to look sour, but she was simply staring in shock. "Sincerity is the ultimate weapon, kid," he whispered into Chen Mo's ear. Ignoring the murmuring siblings, Wang Xiaoxia continued looking at Liang Zhiro. "Do not be nervous. Auntie simply missed you. When Xiaolu mentioned you two were dating, I thought it would be nice to have you over for a meal." Liang Zhiro nodded vigorously, feeling a bit happy. So far, it seemed like uncle and auntie were at least somewhat satisfied with her. She anxiously speculated in her mind. "You do not disapprove?" Her voice was timid, almost inaudible, yet it had taken an immense amount of courage to ask. The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. If only they were texting, then she could retract the message. But in real life, there was no unsend button. She could only face the consequences, so she mustered the courage to lift her head and meet Wang Xiaoxia's gaze. Wang Xiaoxia stared at her blankly for a moment before finally reacting, laughing as she asked, "Why would I disapprove?" She found this little girl's thoughts amusing, but this, too, was part of her charm. Once again, Liang Zhiro found herself at a loss for words. She lacked Chen Lu's ability to deflect conversations, so she could only continue voicing her inner thoughts. "Because I am actually quite useless." That was how she truly saw herself, so she simply said it outright. Then, in a smaller voice, she added, "And my family is not well off." She spoke whatever came to mind, as if she was being interrogated, naively laying bare everything about her family situation. Every single detail. Even now, she was just that honest. No one interrupted her. They simply listened in silence. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia had previously only heard a brief summary from Chen Lu. Now that they were hearing the full story, they could not help but feel their noses sting. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who had been completely oblivious, felt like she was listening to a tragic novel, the kind that ripped your heart out. After Liang Zhiro finished speaking, Wang Xiaoxia took a deep breath and seriously said, "First of all, I have never met a girl stronger than you, managing your family's burdens all on your own from such a young age." To Wang Xiaoxia, this was the first and foremost point that needed correction. Secondly, "I have always liked you. Financial circumstances can change with time and effort, they are not that important. The hardest thing is keeping a relationship strong. As long as you and Xiaolu love each other, why would I ever object?" "I love him very much," Liang Zhiro immediately replied. Then, she realized that the previous statement had not been a question directed at her. Instantly, she lowered her head in embarrassment. Wang Xiaoxia did not say anything, only smiling at her. "This is so embarrassing. Liang Zhiro, you idiot." She was so nervous she wanted to disappear from the planet. Perhaps acting on instinct, she turned to look at Chen Lu. To her surprise, he stuck out his tongue and made a funny face at her. Strangely enough, her anxiety, which had been overwhelming just moments ago, suddenly eased. Under his reassuring gaze, Liang Jiro found her courage again, lifted her head, and softly said, "Auntie, I would like to finish cooking." It was clear to her that Chen Lu's eyes were telling her, "I am here." As long as he was with her, she feared nothing. Chen Lu picked up the conversation, smiling as he said, "Your future daughter-in-law is an amazing cook." Not wanting to refuse the girl's kindness, Wang Xiaoxia had no choice but to agree. "Let Auntie help you." Just as she was about to stand up, Liang Jiro gently pressed her back down onto the sofa with a soft touch. "I can do it myself." With that, she turned and walked toward the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Xiaoxia felt her emotions grow increasingly complicated. She just felt heartache. For a fleeting moment, she imagined what it would be like if Chen Mo had gone through something like this, and immediately, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. It was a pain she could not even bear to think about, a sharp, slicing ache that made her feel cold and numb. "Xiaolu," she called. Chen Lu, hearing his mother's tone, quickly turned his attention away from the kitchen and looked at her with curiosity. "Go bring Jiro's mother over for dinner." "I already asked." "Auntie Xiao refused to come," Chen Lu said helplessly. Liang Jiro's occasional stubbornness was definitely inherited. Most of the time, Auntie Xiao was easy to talk to, but when she was firm about something, there was no persuading her. "You are quite considerate." Wang Xiaoxia sighed. As a mother herself, she deeply understood Xiao Xuanfan's feelings. She had probably spent countless nights in silent tears, consumed by pain and helplessness. For a mother, that was a fate worse than death. Even escape was not an option, because she was the only one her daughter could rely on. Chen Guanglin had remained silent the entire time. At one point, he had considered asking Chen Lu if he was truly serious about this relationship, but upon seeing the way his son kept glancing toward the kitchen, he realized his question was unnecessary. There was nothing more for him to contemplate. As a father, he had given Chen Lu the foundation to make his own choices without worrying about external pressures. Even if Chen Lu had chosen to work hard and build everything from the ground up himself, that was fine too. Thinking of this, he lazily leaned back on the sofa, waiting for dinner to be served. "I am going to help her," Chen Lu said. He had no idea what was going through his parents' minds. He simply walked into the kitchen and assisted Liang Jiro in preparing dinner. Before long, the two of them had placed 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Liang Jiro had not made her best dish boiled fish, because Chen Lu did not like eating fish. But she had a feeling that, very soon, boiled fish would no longer be her specialty. The Chen family's dining table was rectangular, and seating arrangements had never been a big deal. Chen Mo had sat at the head of the table since childhood, while Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia sat on one side, and Chen Lu and Liang Jiro sat on the other. Apart from Chen Lu, no one had expected Liang Jiro's cooking to be so delicious. They were all full of praise, especially Chen Mo, whose compliments grew increasingly exaggerated. While everyone was distracted by Chen Mo, Liang Jiro quietly picked up some food and placed it in Chen Lu's bowl. Chen Lu could only sigh. Back when they first met, he had always been the one stuffing food onto her plate. Now, without realizing it, she had started doing the same for him, as if she was afraid he would not get enough to eat. "Since Jiro is dating my brother now, I do not have to take English lessons anymore, right?" Chen Mo suddenly asked, looking pleased with herself. After all, given their relationship, it would be awkward to keep charging money. "I can tutor her for free," Liang Jiro said softly, having had the same thought. "That will not do." The two parents spoke in unison. Business as usual. Chen Mo's beautiful fantasy was completely shattered. She slumped over the table like a wilted flower. This sister-in-law was perfect in every way except that she refused to join forces with her. She had all this precious youth, yet instead of getting all lovey-dovey with her brother, she was wasting time tutoring her. At the dinner table, Chen Lu skillfully steered the conversation, helping ease Liang Jiro's nerves once again. His care was always silent and unobtrusive. After the meal, Liang Jiro had planned to wash the dishes, but Wang Xiaoxia quickly took over the task. Chen Guanglin followed her into the kitchen, and the two of them began chatting about something. I want to see your photos." Sitting on the couch, Liang Jiro hesitated before making her request to Chen Lu. After all, childhood photos were considered borderline blackmail material for most people. She did not have high hopes that Chen Lu would actually let her see them. But Chen Lu was indifferent. "Come to my room and check them out." Curiosity ultimately triumphed over her fear of walking into the lion's den, and the girl nodded. The two of them slipped into Chen Lu's bedroom together. Liang Jiro sat obediently at the edge of the bed, watching as Chen Lu rummaged through his things. Before long, he pulled out a slightly yellowed, old-looking photo album. This is it, the album from when I was 100 days old to 12 years old. Girls seem to have an innate fascination with their boyfriend's childhood pictures. Liang Jiro was no exception. She flipped through them with great interest. Except for when she saw the photo of baby Chen-lu running around naked. That made her a little shy. Soon, she reached the ones where he was a little older. The boy in the photo, with a gentle smile on his face, was exactly how she remembered him. I used to be the same height as you. She spoke proudly, her face unconsciously lighting up with joy. Even if Chen-lu had not been that little boy from her past, she would still have liked him. But knowing he was gave her an even stronger sense of fate, a feeling that their happiness was meant to be. She was still a girl, after all. Even if she never actively sought romance, deep down, she appreciated it. A true warrior does not dwell on past glories. Why not talk about the present? Chen-lu teased her while tidying his room. Liang Jiro, as if trying to make up for all the moments she had missed witnessing, flipped through every single page, studying each phase of his growth. Then, unexpectedly, the main subject of the album shifted from Chen-lu to herself. Surprise and warmth filled her heart. Chen-lu had printed out every single photo he had taken of her and even labeled them with dates. Now, looking at herself in her theater club outfit, standing there with her face turned shyly to the side, she felt a mix of emotions. Back then, she did not even know how to smile. And she had certainly never imagined that one day, she would become Chen-lu's girlfriend. It all felt like a dream. At the very end, she found an A4 sheet of paper tucked inside. It was a pencil sketch. The girl in the drawing was holding a bag, standing in the rain, half of her body wet, as if waiting for someone. She was no artist, so she could not judge the skill, but she thought it was beautiful. And she could tell that girl was her. Liang Jiro stared at the drawing, her eyes blinking. Chen-lu always did this. Their daily interactions were ordinary and unassuming, but then, out of nowhere, he would give her a breathtakingly romantic surprise, one so sweet she wanted to pack herself up and gift herself to him. Chen-lu, now finished tidying up, leaned over and said, "I drew this when I had trouble sleeping." She looked up at him. "When?" "The day you first messaged me saying you wanted to see me. But you were the one who asked first." She mumbled. Chen-lu grinned smugly. "But you still said it." She fell silent. At the time, she had wanted to dig a hole and bury herself after sending that message. Now, knowing that Chen-lu still remembered it, she felt even more embarrassed. "Your face is really red." Chen-lu leaned in closer, smirking. "My skin is thin. It turns red easily when I get warm." "Really? I don't believe you. Unless you want to kiss me." She stared at him warily. "Yes, I do." You just." She was completely thrown off. She had never expected Chen-lu to be so blunt. Flustered, she rolled twice across the bed, escaping to the other side, then buried her face in the sheets, leaving only one eye peeking out to watch him. Chen-lu chuckled, deciding not to tease her further. He handed her the drawing and said, "It's yours." If you think about it, this was the moment our love story began. After all, this silly girl was already his. There was no need to rush. Wow, I was so dramatic as a kid. Chen-lu looked at an old photo of himself posing with a toy sword, cringing. Metro Grandpa cell phone. JPG. "Well, you were Flame Dragon Knight," Liang Jiro giggled. Chen-lu nearly died of embarrassment. "Can you please forget that?" She laughed even harder. "No way. Honestly, I think Titan King was cooler. Or maybe Time King." Chen-lu mused to himself. "By the way, you still haven't changed your profile picture, have you?" Lying on her side, she looked at him. "I think it's great. It was the first thing you ever gave me. It has meaning." When her cousin's kid broke it, she had cried for a long time. Chen-lu sat next to her and pinched her cheek. "Is there anything in your head besides me?" Like a little kitten, she closed her eyes and rubbed against his hand. "Just you." Chen-lu froze for a moment. Silly girl. Too cute. Maybe because she was worried about being misunderstood, Liang Jiro did not stay in Chen-lu's room for too long. "Mom, I'm taking her home," Chen-lu called out. Wang Xiaoxia and Chen Guanglin quickly walked over. This visit was a bit rushed, but according to our family's traditions, when a son brings his girlfriend home, we have to give her a red envelope. Chen Guanglin held out a thin, beautifully wrapped red envelope. It was obvious they had prepared it in advance. Seeing how nervous Liang Jiro looked, he smiled and said, "It's just a few hundred yuan, a small token. Think of it as our way of saying we approve of you." "Thank you, uncle." Liang Jiro accepted it with both hands, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. She had never experienced this feeling of being acknowledged before. And this was an acknowledgement that carried real weight. As soon as they stepped outside, she lightly tugged on Chen-lu's sleeve. "What is it?" he asked. "I feel like I don't deserve uncle and auntie's kindness," she said, fidgeting with her fingers. "Ha? What are you talking about? They treat me so well, and yet, I'm still secretly fooling around with you. Her voice got softer and softer, as if she were confessing some grave crime. She was just that insecure. Even now, she still felt like she was dragging Chenlu down. But in Chenlu's eyes, or in any guy's eyes, it should have been the opposite. Yet, somehow, this silly girl thought she was the one benefiting from all of this. So what? If we're fooling around, then we're fooling around, Chenlu scoffed. You can always make it up to them by giving them a grandchild in the future. After dropping Liang Jiro off, Chenlu headed back to school to discuss some things with Jiang Chao. As soon as he reached the dormitory entrance, he saw Mo Yuqing waiting for him. He let out a deep sigh. Under the stark white streetlight, he slowly said, "Stop wasting your time on me. Liang Jiro and I are together now. If you never responded back then, why let late-arriving feelings torment you now? Move on, in the past is already behind us." His voice was heavy. Saying this much was already the most he could do for her. Mo Yuqing stood there, stunned. "What did you just say?" "I have a girlfriend now." Chenlu looked at the girl with a sorrowful expression and repeated the words one by one. Mo Yuqing finally snapped out of her daze, but her face still bore an expression of disbelief. At that moment, her mind was filled with images of that shy-looking girl standing happily beside Chenlu. Had they already held hands? Or even kissed passionately? No matter which scenario she imagined, it made her heart ache. If only she had been a little more proactive, all of this might have been hers. The boy standing before her now, his future seemed to have nothing to do with her anymore. All because she didn't know how to cherish him? Mo Yuqing stared blankly at him, unable to say a word for a long time. 7 years was such a long time. Why had she never taken the initiative? Not even once. She couldn't understand. She couldn't understand her own complacency, nor her sense of entitlement. It wasn't until Chenlu let out another helpless sigh that her wandering thoughts were finally pulled back to reality. At least give me a chance to make it up to you?" Her crimson lips trembled slightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Regret overwhelmed her entire being. "There's no need for that," Chenlu replied. "I've already told you before, whether it was growing up with you as a child or the past 7 years of effort, I have never regretted any of it. So, you don't need to compensate me for anything. Besides, if you truly care about me, you should keep your distance from me." Chenlu spoke with a solemn expression. Whether it had been one-sided or just a missed opportunity, to him, it was all in the past. In truth, once a person truly lets go, they can look back and simply think, it's all over now. In the past, he had sacrificed so much for her. Now, all he wanted was to bury those memories completely. These words exploded in Mo Yuqing's mind like a bomb. Chenlu's meaning was crystal clear. She was now nothing more than an outsider who could disrupt his current relationship. Back when he had pursued her, he had kept his distance from other girls in the same way. She never thought that one day, she would be the one on the receiving end. Mo Yuqing's lips curved into a faint smile, filled with bitterness. "You've never changed since we were kids. Still so firm in your decisions, so gentle, and always so rational. Spending 7 years chasing after me, that must have been the most irrational thing you've ever done." After saying that, she wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. "I'm sorry. I'm the one who is changed." In the end, she had become just like the others, like those girls who had once envied her. Now, she envied Liang Jiro. "Go back inside. And don't come out here just to feed the mosquitoes anymore." Chenlu spoke in a low voice. After finishing his sentence, he opened the dormitory door and stepped inside. His steps were slow, but he never once hesitated. He had already done all he could. Whether Mo Yuqing listened or not was beyond his control. It had nothing to do with him anymore. Even turning back for a single glance would be unfair to Liang Jiro. No one knew how much time had passed before Mo Yuqing finally stopped biting her lip and walked away with heavy steps. "What did he say to you?" Lu Yan asked. The two of them walked under the streetlights, their shadows stretching long on the pavement as the chirping of insects filled the air. Mo Yuqing stared ahead with empty eyes. Her entire body seemed drained of strength. He said, "He and Liang Jiro are together now." Lu Yan was momentarily stunned, then let out a deep sigh. "I figured." The moment she saw Liang Jiro on the day Chenlu was recruiting new members, she had already predicted this outcome. The more devoted a person is, the more thoroughly they let go when they finally give up. And Chenlu was incredibly faithful. Under these circumstances, treating Mo Yuqing this way was only natural. Flowers do not bloom twice, rivers do not flow backward. Once something is missed, it is truly lost, never to return. Thinking of this, Lu Yan sighed and gently patted the shoulder of the beautiful girl beside her. At that very moment, as soon as Lu Yan touched her, Mo Yuqing, who had been holding back for so long, finally broke down in tears. After a while, "He's such a bastard." Mo Yuching's voice trembled as she sobbed. "The more I think about how he said he never regretted it, the more I want to cry. I just came down to throw out some trash, and I ended up witnessing some drama." Chen Lu had barely descended 2 flights of stairs when he heard Jiang Chao's voice. Looking up, he saw Jiang Chao leaning against the stair railing, playfully blowing out a puff of smoke. "You're so damn nosy," Chen Lu said, exasperated. Lu Yan had asked Jiang Chao where he was, and now Jiang Chao had perfectly timed his arrival to witness the scene. "Where's the trash you were going to throw out?" Chen Lu asked impatiently, trying to call him out. "Trash?" Jiang Chao clearly hadn't expected that question. He patted his pockets for a moment before awkwardly waving the cigarette butt in his hand. "Here it is. You idiot, the real trash is in your head." Chen Lu chuckled and cursed under his breath as he continued up the stairs. Their footsteps echoed through the stairwell, lighting up one motion sensor lamp after another as they walked. "Everything will work out for the best," Jiang Chao suddenly said, stopping for a moment to look at Chen Lu. Chen Lu's lips curved slightly. "Yeah." After that, Mo Yuching never went to the dormitory building to look for Chen Lu again. In the blink of an eye, June was coming to an end. In just one more week, summer vacation would begin. Chen Lu and Jiang Chao had expanded their studio, finalized all the necessary paperwork, and were now just waiting to register the company. At noon that day, the sun was blazing overhead, turning the entire city of Hangzhou into a scorching furnace. If it weren't such an overused joke, Chen Lu would have seriously considered frying an egg on the pavement. A group of people was busy organizing things at the startup incubator. After a whole morning of work, the once empty space was finally starting to resemble a real company. "Liang Zhiro, didn't I tell you to take a break?" Chen Lu, both amused and exasperated, watched as the girl continued to carry boxes. "If you don't stop, I won't let you come next time." Since they had only recently started dating, Chen Lu naturally wanted to spend as much time with Liang Zhiro as possible. That's why he had invited her over. But he hadn't expected this silly girl to keep working non-stop. He had already lost count of how many times he had told her to take a break. His heart ached just watching her. He regretted it now. He should have known Liang Zhiro was as hardworking as an ox. I know, my bad." She was holding a stack of boxes, swaying slightly as she tried to steady herself. Chen Lu couldn't even see her face behind the boxes. He sighed helplessly and put them down for her, then took out a tissue to carefully wipe the sweat from her forehead. The girl stood obediently, closing one eye from time to time as the tissue brushed against her face. She was unbearably adorable. "Everyone, take a break," Chen Lu finally called out. If he couldn't convince her alone, then maybe if everyone took a break, she'd finally follow suit. Interestingly enough, because Liang Zhiro, the unofficial boss's girlfriend, hadn't stopped working, no one else had dared to take a break either. As Chen Lu wiped her sweat, Jiang Chao came over and said, "By the way, we still haven't decided on a name for our company or studio. We need to hurry, it's required for registration." "Why are you insisting that I decide?" "I do not care. The name does not affect our ability to make money." Chen Lu tossed a tissue into the trash can like he was making a basketball shot. When he saw it go in, he could not help but smile. Liang Zhiro blinked at him in surprise. She had never expected her boyfriend to have such childish moments. When it came to company operations, strategy, and major decisions, Chen Lu had absolute authority. Every important choice was made by him alone. But when it came to trivial matters like this, he could not be bothered to care. "Let me do it! Let me do it!" Lin Miao Miao, who had been sitting on the side, eagerly raised her hand. "How about we call it Polaris Network Technology Company, Limited? It has a great meaning, our company will never lose its way." "Not bad." Chen Lu nodded slightly, then turned to Liang Zhiro. "What does the boss's wife think?" Being teased by Chen Lu in public, Liang Zhiro became even more embarrassed. She quickly turned her face to the side. I do not know." "So, you admit that you are the boss's wife?" Chen Lu asked with a mischievous grin. The girl anxiously twisted the hem of her clothes. "I am your girlfriend." Chen Lu gently tucked a few strands of her sweat-dampened hair behind her ear and said softly, "From now on, it is the same thing." Liang Zhiro gave up resisting. She pulled a thermos from her canvas bag, unscrewed the lid, and held it up to Chen Lu's lips. "Watermelon juice." After a brief pause, she timidly added, "It is warm." She never told Chen Lu things like, "You are not allowed to drink cold beverages." She would simply prepare warm drinks in advance whenever she brought water or bought cola for him. At that moment, it felt like a lemon had suddenly exploded in the minds of everyone else in the office, filling the air with sour jealousy. This studio had a competent boss, a harmonious work environment, a comfortable office space, and salaries that were always paid on time. The only downside was that they constantly had to witness their boss's public displays of affection, and the frequency was extremely high. What about the name of the studio? Jiang Chao, unwilling to watch any more of this flirting, brought the conversation back on track. Chen Lu thought for a moment. Let's call it Yaoguang Studio. Pajun Star, it is one of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Sounds good. With that settled, Jiang Chao quickly walked away. Chen Lu handed the thermos back to Liang Jiro. You drink some first. Look at how dry your lips are. Liang Jiro stood up, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, I cannot drink it. Your period? The girl shyly nodded. Chen Lu gently poked her. Then why did you bring me watermelon juice instead of just packing hot water in your thermos? Are you silly? Do you feel unwell? His voice softened. This was his first time facing this situation as a boyfriend. It felt like a novel experience. It is not too bad. I just feel a little weak. Just as Chen Lu was about to say something, someone knocked on the door. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man with glasses and a slight bald spot standing at the entrance. Chen Lu recognized him. He was a university administrator. The man glanced down at the papers in his hand and asked, Is Chen Lu here? I am. Chen Lu got up and walked over. What can I do for you? The man nodded at him before stepping aside, revealing a well-dressed middle-aged woman. She approached Chen Lu with a polite smile. For some reason, Chen Lu's first impression of her smile was that it seemed standardized. This is Ms. Yu Chunlan, an executive from one of Hangzhou's investment firms. She graduated from our university years ago, so you could consider her your senior. Only then did Chen Lu recall that she had spoken at the university's anniversary celebration. The company she managed was well known in Hangzhou. He had heard about it long ago. Nice to meet you. Let's have some tea and talk, Yu Chunlan said calmly. Chen Lu exchanged a glance with Liang Jiro, then gestured to Jiang Chao to join him before stepping outside. As soon as the office door closed, murmurs and whispers erupted throughout the studio. Damn, who is she? Even the university administrator personally introduced her. Our senior is way too impressive. Liang Jiro glanced toward the door, tilting her head slightly in confusion. Then she quietly screwed the lid back onto the thermos and continued tidying up Chen Lu's things. Inside the university administrator's office, Chen Lu sat calmly on the sofa, waiting for the conversation to begin. On the surface, he appeared composed, but in reality, he was completely puzzled. He had no idea why he had been singled out for this meeting, especially by such a high-profile investor. At his current stage, there was no reason someone like her should take notice of his small, newly formed studio. He had a clear plan and ambitious goals, but no one else knew that. Take it one step at a time, Chen Lu thought to himself. Yu Chunlan slowly set her teacup down and gave him a fleeting, assessing look. She had not specifically come back to China just for this studio, it was merely a coincidence. She had returned to visit her daughter and happened to pass by the university. That was when she remembered a student-led game studio that had recently won first prize in a competition. Of course, this achievement meant nothing to her. However, a few things had caught her attention. This was a law student who had crossed into the computer science department and gathered a team from scratch. That meant these people had never worked together before. Yet, despite their lack of prior collaboration, they had managed to develop a strong demo and win first place over teams with much more experience. That alone said a lot about the leadership skills, talent spotting ability, and industry acumen of the person in charge. During her conversation with the university administrators, she had also learned that they had only applied for school funding after winning the award. That was what had made her willing to spend 10 minutes meeting Chen Lu. It was simply an investor's instinct. Had it required more time, or had Chen Lu not been available, she would not have bothered. I have been keeping an eye on the competition you participated in, Yu Chunlan said. I find your studio quite interesting. Chen Lu smiled politely but did not believe a word of it. Yu Chunlan did not continue discussing the game. She knew that while she understood market trends, she was not an expert in game development. What were market trends? Anything widely recognized as valuable was a trend. Visionaries could predict them in advance, intelligent people adapted to them, and fools tried to force them. Instead, she shifted gears. I am not an industry insider, so I will not ask about your game's details. But I am curious, have you considered how to generate revenue in the future? What are your marketing strategies? Have you thought about what level of success is needed to sustain your company? If your initial phase goes smoothly, what are your next steps? She was genuinely interested. In her eyes, this studio was just a bunch of kids. But she had a soft spot for talent, and she did not mind offering some guidance. Jiang Chao's brain was already fried. Chen Lu, however, still wore a relaxed smile. In a calm voice, he replied, "Ma'am, we are not playing house. These are all things we carefully considered before starting. As for our operations and marketing plans, those are internal matters. It would not be appropriate to share them with you." Yu Chunlan nodded. "What if I were to invest, starting with 100,000 yuan? Meanwhile, back at the studio, just as Liang Jiro was wiping down Chen Lu's desk, there was another knock on the door. A delivery man stood outside. "Is Miss Liang Jiro here?" Nervously, Liang Jiro walked over. "I did not order anything. This is your red sugar ginger tea." "I did not order this." The girl tilted her head, her voice carrying a clueless yet gentle tone. Lin Miao, looking exasperated, walked over and poked her on the head. "Silly girl, of course, your boyfriend ordered it for you. But was he not called away? That is exactly why he must have ordered it while he was busy. I am honestly touched." Lin Miao felt like she had turned into a bundle of jealousy. Other people's boyfriends could be on their way to discuss serious matters with university officials and still remember to order their girlfriend a cup of brown sugar ginger tea. Meanwhile, her own boyfriend was perfect in every way except he only existed on paper. Only then did Liang Jiro finally realize what was going on. She softly thanked the delivery person, carefully took the tea, and gently closed the door. She instinctively glanced at the receipt first, pursed her lips, and seemed a little distressed. "Seriously? Are you really feeling bad about your boyfriend spending money? You two are going to make me sick." Lin Miaomia could not take it anymore. She wanted to drag them both away and throw them into a river. Feeling embarrassed by the teasing, Liang Jiro lowered her head and quietly returned to her seat, trying to avoid drawing any more attention. But in reality, everyone in the studio was already watching her. She sat down, staring at the small bowl in front of her, speechless for a long time. It seemed like even the smallest things she casually mentioned, Chen Lu would always remember them. She recalled how, once, she had casually mentioned wanting ice cream in the morning. Hours later, even when it was time for lunch, Chen Lu still remembered. He even made a special trip in the scorching heat just to buy it for her. She had not given much thought when she mentioned her period, but Chen Lu had remembered. Even before going to handle something seemingly important, he still kept her in mind. So this is what it feels like to be truly cherished by someone. Liang Jiro smiled faintly and used the back of her hand to wipe away the tiny drops of tears in her eyes. "Invest in US?" Chen Lu could not help but be a little surprised. Even the man beside them, who had seemed calm and at ease until now, was visibly shocked. Jiang Chao was struggling to process what he had just heard. He wanted to yell, "Holy shit." Sure, his family was well off, but this was not the kind of money one could casually throw around. He still could not figure out what exactly had made this woman, this high-profile investor, take an interest in Chen Lu in their tiny studio. He had always thought his friend was impressive, but not to the extent that someone would immediately offer to invest this much money. Starting at 100,000 yuan, that wording alone was incredibly suggestive. Yu Chunlan's expression remained indifferent. The only thing that surprised her was Chen Lu's composure. He was only in his early 20s. As an investor, she had met countless entrepreneurs, both newcomers and seasoned professionals. Yet, the way this young man handled himself was something she had only seen in a very select few. Regardless of what he was thinking internally, at the very least, his reaction was adequate. With this in mind, she slightly increased the amount she was willing to invest. As long as she could secure a controlling stake in the future and place a manager of her choice within the company, she would be open to doubling or even tripling the initial offer. Finally, under her scrutinizing gaze, Chen Lu smiled and calmly spoke. "I appreciate your generosity, but for now, we do not need it." "Oh?" Yu Chunlan turned to look at him, the corners of her lips curving slightly. "You do not need it?" Chen Lu nodded politely and joked, "Our operating costs are quite low. For the foreseeable future, our expenses will remain within a controllable range, so we do not need that much funding yet. But who knows? Maybe someday, I will be the one begging you for an investment." Yu Chunlan recalled the number of people she had seen in the studio earlier. The smile on her lips deepened. She could tell which part of Chen Lu's words were true and which were just for show. The claim that their expenses were controlled was likely true. As for the claim that their operating costs were low, she was not so sure. This young man had ambition. That was interesting. All right. Yu Chunlan did not feel slighted. Chen Lu had turned her down very tactfully. Besides, investment was always a matter of negotiation, and she had her own agenda. Some people were willing to give up some control in exchange for growth. Some people were not. "It seems like you have a well-thought-out plan," For the first time, she gave a genuine compliment. Then she slowly stood up. I will not say much more. I hope we will have the opportunity to work together in the future. It was more of a well-wishing remark than an actual offer, because a small studio was in no position to collaborate with someone like her. I will do my best. Chen Lu smiled at her. As he watched her leave, he exhaled softly, finally relaxing. For some reason, this woman reminded him of a snake, constantly flicking its tongue, studying him from all angles. Mom, you made me wait 10 whole minutes. Outside the office, a girl with a ponytail pouted in protest. Yu Chunlan patted her head. I had a meeting with a student. The girl recalled the name her mother had mentioned on WeChat. Chen Lu? I have actually heard of him. That is right. I originally considered investing a little. Do you really think his studio has that much potential? The girl asked, intrigued. A studio run by college students? Yu Chunlan's expression remained indifferent. To be honest, very few make it out of that bloodbath alive. I have never seen one succeed with my own eyes. Then why even consider investing in him? This time, Yu Chunlan's expression turned serious. Because I am not investing in his studio. I am investing in him. Even if the studio failed, someone like him would always find a way to rise again. She flicked her daughter's forehead. Stop idolizing celebrities so much. You have a lot to learn. The girl rubbed her head, then curiously glanced toward the office. A university student running a business like this. Interesting. After some brief small talk with the university officials, Chen Lu and Zhang Chao finally stepped out of the office. Holy shit, that was a lot of money. Why did we not take it? Zhang Chao hurried after him, both curious and regretful. Chen Lu sighed and patiently explained. First of all, we actually have enough funds for now. Having enough money in the early stages is a good thing, but having too much can be dangerous. We do not necessarily have the ability to manage a company of that scale yet. If we get too ambitious too quickly, we will crash hard. After a pause, he smiled. Secondly, this is my child's dream. As long as I have control, we can eventually pursue whatever we want. If we gave that up, sure, we would not have to worry about money in the short term, but we would also lose the chance to chase our dreams forever. Zhang Chao suddenly froze in place. For a moment, he even forgot how to walk. His nose stung. For the first time, he thought maybe it was not so bad that his father had forced him to change his college major. A few seconds later, he snapped out of it and sprinted after Chen Lu. Wait up, Dad. When Chen Lu returned to the studio, he saw that everyone had nearly finished tidying up. Perhaps because they were all of similar age and the environment was comfortable, most people felt a strong sense of belonging. As a result, they were naturally more proactive in their work. Chen Lu cleared his throat. Everyone, take a seat. Let's discuss a few things. As he spoke, he walked over to Liang Jiro. Seeing that she had finished the drink he had ordered for her, a barely noticeable smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Let's talk about the next steps in our workflow. He looked up at the group, his voice steady and clear. For the foreseeable future, Lin Miao will take the lead on the art side, and Pang Leyun will be in charge of programming. As for the music, it is not something we need to worry about at this stage. We will outsource all of it for now. Senior, what about summer break? Should I apply to stay on campus? Pang Leyun raised his head and asked. He was from another province and had even planned to rent an apartment nearby to stay through the break. His strong skills, combined with his dedication and passion for the project, were the main reasons Chen Lu chose him to take the lead. During summer break, you can work from home online. It will not be an issue, your salary will still be paid as usual. However, Chen Lu suddenly emphasized his next words. Everyone who has been here from the start knows that I do not care much about attendance. Whether you arrive late, leave early, or even work from your dormitory, I have never enforced strict rules. But the tasks assigned to you must be completed on time. At this point, his expression grew serious. The programming team must have the framework set up before July. Tasks will be assigned to individuals, and if someone fails to complete theirs, they will collect their last paycheck and leave. Since the game's development was not particularly complex, Chen Lu's plan required a playable demo to be ready by the end of August at the latest. That was when the real challenge would begin. After that, a series of actions would need to be taken to ensure the game became profitable. If they did not perform well this time, it would be difficult to secure additional funding from the university. That is all. For now, our company does not cover meals. I am heading out. Returning to his usual tone, Chen Lu took Liang Jiro's hand and led her out of the studio. Senior is usually so easygoing. Why does he suddenly sound so strict? A girl sitting next to Lin Miao muttered softly. She was not used to seeing Chen Lu, who was always gentle, speak so sternly. You will get used to it. He keeps things separate. Lin Nyamya shrugged as she continued sketching. As long as you complete your tasks on time, you could sit in his office and play video games right in front of him, and he would not care. The girl looked at her in disbelief. She felt like Lin Nyamya was speaking with too much certainty and could not help but ask, Nyamya, have you actually done that before? Of course. As they got into the car, Chen Lu habitually helped Liang Jiro fasten her seatbelt, just as he always did. Oh, by the way, are you going home for summer break? He remembered that her hometown was not in Yuhang province. If this silly girl went home, he would have to endure an entire summer without her. For a couple in the early stages of love, being separated for 2 months was as good as torture. Adjusting the seatbelt so it was not too tight, Liang Jiro shook her head. No, I am not going back. Besides, I do not really consider that place home anymore. After her father passed away, she and her mother had moved from place to place. Ever since she could remember, she had barely lived in her so-called hometown. What do you mean? Chen Lu asked, puzzled. I have nowhere to stay. My uncle's family took the house. She spoke in a calm, detached tone without sadness or anger. After my father passed away, my grandfather and uncle claimed that my mother was a curse who had brought bad luck to her husband. And since she could not give birth to a son, they wanted to drive her out of the house. They did want to keep me, though. You might think I am a bit slow, but I was actually worth a few thousand yuan. They were planning to marry me off someday to make a profit. My mother found out, grabbed a knife, and fought them off. That was how she managed to take me away. Chen Lu fell silent for a long, long time. He had never imagined that something like this could still happen in the 21st century. And the fact that it had happened to his own girlfriend made his emotions even more complex. He could not even begin to imagine how she had survived all these years. The bubble machine you gave me, it was broken by my uncle's son. For the first time, a trace of grievance appeared in Liang Jiro's voice. He said he had never seen one before and asked me to lend it to him. I did not want to, so he just snatched it away. By the time he returned it to me, it was already broken. She looked up at Chen Lu, her clear, bright eyes now covered with a thin layer of mist. After that, the only thing I had left was the photo in my mom's phone. Chen Lu gently stroked her cheek, wanting to say something but suddenly finding himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he finally spoke softly. I do not know how you managed to go through all that and still remain such a good person. You should have turned out even worse than them. If it had been him, he would have spent every day saying, "It is not my fault, the world is to blame," while doing as many bad things as possible. The girl stared at him blankly. Mom told me to be a good person. She said good people will be rewarded. Chen Lu let out a sigh, both helpless and cynical. That is just something bad people made up to fool good people like you. If that were really true, how could she have suffered so much? She should be the happiest person in the world. But it is true. Good people do get rewarded. For once, Liang Jiro seriously refuted him. As Chen Lu looked at her in confusion, she suddenly smiled sweetly, filling his heart with warmth. Otherwise, how would I have met you? Chen Lu twitched at her words, then chuckled and pinched her cheek. Fine, fine, you win. Can I hug you? Liang Jiro suddenly asked in a small voice. Even though so much time had passed, remembering those things still made her feel a little sad. Of course. Chen Lu found her unbearably adorable. From now on, do not ask. Just hug me. Oh. A little embarrassed, the girl murmured softly and unbuckled her seatbelt. Then she reached for the door handle. Where are you going? Chen Lu asked. I am getting out to hug you, she answered as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Chen Lu frowned. Can you not hug me in the car? Hearing that, she climbed back in, tilting her head curiously at him. Then, hesitantly, she shuffled a little closer to his side. But something still felt a little awkward. Come here, Chen Lu said gently. Upon hearing his words, Liang Jiro clumsily clambered over the gear shift and squeezed into the seat beside him. And that was when Chen Lu realized this might have been a bad idea. It was too much. He was losing control. Before he could gather himself, the soft girl wrapped her arms around him. It felt as if a small, warm kitten was nestled between them. A few seconds later, as Liang Jiro let out a small, soft whimper, Chen Lu slowly buried his face in the curve of her pale, slender neck. Liang Jiro fought the instinctive urge to push Chen Lu away. Since it was too difficult to resist, she simply clenched her teeth and hugged him tightly instead. As Chen Lu inhaled the girl's soft, natural fragrance, he unconsciously tightened his embrace around her. The two of them held each other as if trying to melt into one another's bodies. Can I kiss you? This time, it was Chen Lu who asked in a hushed voice. The girl took a few deep breaths and then gave the faintest of nods. Hold my hand, Liang Jiro whispered. A few seconds later, Chen Lu reached out, gently clasped her wrist, and lifted her left hand. Then, he pressed a kiss onto the smooth, pale skin of her neck. As expected, her skin felt just as soft and delicate as it looked. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, he began to plant slow, tender kisses along her neck, one after another, leaving behind warm, damp traces. As she felt the light nibbles and soft presses of his lips against her neck, Liang Jiro's entire body seemed to lose all strength, sinking limply against Chen Lu. It was as if an electric current was surging from her neck, spreading through every inch of her body. She could not help but let out a few soft, breathy whimpers. The moment she felt his tongue brush against her skin, a sudden shudder ran through her entire body. She could not understand why was her neck this sensitive. Do not lick. Unfortunately, she soon realized that her words had no effect. She could only surrender completely, her free hand clutching at Chen Lu's back, trembling as she gripped his shirt. Before long, both of their minds went completely blank, losing all sense of time. No one knew how much time had passed. When Chen Lu finally lifted his head, he saw the girl leaning back, her breathing ragged, her face flushed as she gazed at him. The sight of her like this, especially her dazed, unfocused eyes, made Chen Lu's heart skip a beat. Her lips were slightly parted, soft and inviting. The sight made Chen Lu involuntarily swallow. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, the girl looked at him with a hint of apprehension and pleaded softly, "Slow down, okay?" Chen Lu smiled at her. "All right." This silly girl had already tried so hard to go along with him, he could tell. Pushing her any further would truly make him a scoundrel. Hearing his agreement, Liang Jiro relaxed, snuggling comfortably into his embrace. How she wished time could stop in this moment. "This feels different from when I kiss you." After a while, she weakly buried her face in his chest, mumbling softly. Kissing Chen Lu usually filled her with happiness. This time, it still felt like happiness, but it also left her feeling dazed and lightheaded. It was a strange sensation. Chen Lu held the girl in his arms like a small kitten and murmured, "Just from kissing your neck, you are already like this. I do not even know how you will handle the future." Liang Jiro lifted her head curiously. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Under the girl's innocent gaze, Chen Lu suddenly felt guilty and quickly looked away. Seeing his reaction, Liang Jiro leaned her head against his chest again, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "Why are you so bad? Why do you always listen to my heartbeat?" Chen Lu could not help but complain. It made him feel strangely embarrassed. The girl chuckled softly in his arms, her face brimming with happiness. "Because I can tell that you like me." "Silly girl, you should listen to it normally. Right now, all you will hear is how much I crave your body. That is still liking me." Liang Jiro lifted her head and looked at him. "Unless, do you crave other girls too?" "Only you." For the first time, Chen Lu felt like he had been completely caught up in her logic. Damn it, without realizing it, he had been pulled to her level. "Why are you sitting like that?" Liang Jiro noticed Chen Lu's odd posture and asked curiously. Chen Lu coughed twice. "Do not ask about things you should not ask." After some playful back and forth, Chen Lu was finally convinced to go to the cafeteria with Liang Jiro. It was peak lunch hour, and the place was packed with people as far as the eye could see. Other couples had probably visited every trendy restaurant and cafe in the university town by now, but he and Liang Jiro still ate at the cafeteria the most. No matter how much he wanted to spend money on her, she never gave him the chance. She was simply too good at managing expenses. "Do you have anything planned this afternoon?" Chen Lu asked. Liang Jiro thought for a moment and replied softly, "I have one class. Want to go to the amusement park after?" "We have not been yet." Chen Lu scrolled through his phone, looking for nearby attractions. He had always been the type to prefer staying indoors. Just going to the mall with Wang Xiaoxia had felt like a huge hassle. But ever since he started dating Liang Jiro, he found himself enjoying being outside more and more. As long as he was with her. "Can we go in a few days?" Liang Jiro's voice was small, and she even stole a quick glance at him, worried that he might be disappointed. "Any time is fine." Chen Lu nodded. Just as he was about to ask why, the girl spoke up again. "Make sure to eat properly these next couple of days." "What do you mean?" Chen Lu looked at her, confused. Why did that sound like she was leaving some final words behind? Liang Jiro lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. "I need to go back to my hometown for a bit." Then, she added softly, "It is my father's death anniversary soon." "I see." Chen Lu paused for a moment. "I will go with you." "Ha?" Liang Jiro was completely caught off guard. She even forgot to chew the food in her mouth, staring at him blankly. "What if you get kidnapped on the way? Then I will not have a girlfriend anymore." Liang Jiro did not want to waste his time and whispered, "I have never been kidnapped before. I go back every year by myself." She started to suspect that Chen Lu had a very skewed perception of her intelligence. She was not that foolish. That was just luck before. Chen Lu scoffed. What if someone tricks you into working in a coal mine? No worse, what if they take your kidneys? He spoke with such seriousness that it almost sounded convincing. What if human traffickers kidnap you and sell you off in the mountains? You would never see me again. He quickly searched for real-life cases on his phone and pushed the screen toward her. See for yourself. Liang Jiro blinked in confusion, cautiously taking the phone and flipping through the articles. You cannot rely on luck. Even if something has a small chance of happening, once it happens to you, it is 100% real. Chen Lu continued piling on exaggerated warnings. But you are busy. You have so much work to do. Liang Jiro said hesitantly. Hearing this, Chen Lu knew his plan was already halfway successful. Now, he just needed one final push. I am not busy, he said casually. Lin Miao Miao and the others are the ones who are busy right now. My work only starts after they finish theirs. But it is a long trip. You will be exhausted. Chen Lu placed more food into her bowl. Exactly. That is why I need to go to take care of you. Liang Jiro tilted her head, staring at him. Why did it feel like she had just lost an argument? Where had things gone wrong? Chen Lu moved quickly. He went home that very night to pack his things. Since third-year students had to vacate their dormitories, he had already moved most of his spare clothes back home in advance. Well, a rare guest indeed. Wang Xiaoxia, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book, glanced up at her son and smirked as she teased him. What brings you home, young Master Chen? Chen Lu immediately felt a chill run down his spine. He sat down beside Wang Xiaoxia and started massaging her shoulders. I came back to see you, of course. I missed you so much. Wang Xiaoxia did not believe a single word of his nonsense, but she also did not expose him right away. How wonderful. A son as filial as this is hard to find even with a lantern. Chen Lu knew that Wang Xiaoxia knew he was faking it, and Wang Xiaoxia knew that Chen Lu knew that she knew he was faking it. In any case, the two of them continued chatting amicably for quite some time, painting a perfect picture of a loving mother and devoted son. After a while, Wang Xiaoxia decided the massage had gone on long enough. She pulled out a pack of 7 Wolves cigarettes from Chen Guanglin's stash and placed it on the coffee table with a loud slap. All right, spill it. Why are you really back? Mom, can I not come back to my own home? Chen Lu was exasperated. Do you ever come home for no reason? You only show up when you need something. Wang Xiaoxia shot him a glare. She knew, of course, that part of this was due to how she and Chen Guanglin had raised him. She and her husband often went off on trips together, and Chen Guanglin never liked restricting what Chen Lu or Chen Mo did with their time. It was only natural that their child had grown up to be independent. Back when Chen Lu was in high school, she had not minded not seeing him much. But over the past 2 years, she had started wishing he would spend more time at home. I must be getting old. Wang Xiaoxia sighed to herself. From passionate romance, to the routines of daily life, and now to watching the fruit of their love go off on his own adventures. Perhaps this, too, was a part of love. Not bad at all. Noticing that his mother seemed a little down, Chen Lu was no longer afraid of getting smacked. He quickly scooted closer. Once summer break starts, our studio will be working remotely. I will stay home every day and give you massages. Wang Xiaoxia rolled her eyes at him with a smirk. Oh, please. It is easier on my mind when I do not see you. Do whatever you want. She had never wanted to tie her child down. So, what did you come back for? Packing some things. Chen Lu finally told the truth. It is Liang Jiro's father's death anniversary. I am going with her back to her hometown. Wang Xiaoxia nodded slightly. Is it far from here? Chen Lu casually grabbed 2 sets of clothes from his room and stuffed them into his bag. Pretty far. We probably will not be back until the day after tomorrow or the day after that. Then go with her. I would not feel comfortable with her making such a long trip alone. Chen Lu suddenly felt a little sour. How come you are not worried about me getting kidnapped? You? Wang Xiaoxia chuckled. It would be a miracle if you did not end up selling off the kidnappers instead. Then, as if something came to mind, she glanced at him with a soft expression and said, You know, when your dad first went with me to visit my father's grave, he suddenly knelt down and said, From now on, I will take care of everything. I was so moved I nearly burst into tears on the spot. Chen Lu had never even seen a picture of his grandfather. Part of the reason Wang Xiaoxia treated Liang Jiro so well was because of her own past experiences. That is touching and all, but it really does not fit my dad's personality. Chen Lu clicked his tongue. No matter how hard he tried, he just could not picture the younger version of Chen Guanglin saying something like that. The mere thought of it was enough to make him cringe. If it were him, he would maybe think it, but he would never say it out loud, not even if someone threatened his life. Early the next morning, Chen Lu arrived at the entrance of Liang Jiro's home and knocked lightly on the door. He had barely knocked twice when the door swung open immediately. Liang Jiro stood there wearing the t-shirt Chen Lu had bought for her, paired with jeans. She was already washed up and fully prepared for the trip. Clearly, she did not want Chen Lu to waste even a second waiting for her. Seeing him, the girl nervously brushed her bangs aside and quickly stepped aside to let him in. "Good morning." She had no idea what to say, and before she knew it, those words had slipped out. "Did you miss me last night?" Chen Lu asked in a low voice. Blushing, Liang Jiro gave a small, embarrassed nod. She had actually dreamed about him last night, though the dream was not exactly appropriate. Chen Lu, shameless as ever, chuckled but quickly stopped teasing her. After all, he was standing in someone else's home. A few steps into the house, he saw Xiao Xuanfang smiling at him. Even the wrinkles on her face looked kind and gentle. The sight warmed Chen Lu's heart. "Xiao Lu, I told you not to buy anything." Xiao Xuanfang sighed helplessly. Chen Lu acted as if he had not heard her, setting down all the bags to the side. "Auntie, these are not from me. My mom asked me to bring them for you." Xiao Xuanfang paused for a moment, then hesitated before asking, "Jizhou went to your house for dinner before. She did not cause any trouble, did she?" "My mom absolutely adores Jizhou." Chen Lu grinned proudly, as if basking in shared glory. "I was honestly afraid that if she liked her too much, she might get carried away and adopt her as a goddaughter, then I would not have a girlfriend anymore." His words made Xiao Xuanfang laugh. "That is good to hear. That is really good to hear." She had been terrified that Chen Lu's family might dislike her overly introverted daughter or disapprove of their relationship due to their difference in social standing. She did not care how she lived, her life was what it was. But if she ended up dragging Liang Jiro down with her, she would rather die. No matter what, she just wanted her daughter to live happily. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro quietly scooped a bowl of porridge for Chen Lu and stood obediently to the side, her cheeks flushed as she listened to their conversation. At that moment, Chen Lu glanced at her with a smile and said, "My mom would definitely approve of us being together. I was more worried about whether you would approve." "Of course, I would approve. Auntie likes you very much, Xiao Lu." Xiao Xuanfang pushed her wheelchair forward and reached out to gently pat Chen Lu's head. She could have never dreamed that her daughter would end up with such a wonderful boy. Her daughter was undeniably beautiful, but her personality and family situation had held her back in so many ways. A little later, as Chen Lu was having breakfast at the table, Xiao Xuanfang called Liang Jiro into the bedroom. She leaned close to her daughter's ear and whispered, almost too softly to hear, "Why do you not let Xiao Lu take me back on the way? I will find a small place to stay, and the rest of the money, do not use it on my treatment anymore. You should stay here, focus on school, and have a good life with Xiao Lu. I will go back and stay by your father's side. From now on, you two do not have to worry about me anymore." She gently stroked her daughter's hair over and over again, savoring the smooth, soft strands. "Silly girl. No matter how kind-hearted other people are, they will always consider my condition in their decisions. I am useless. I have nothing to give you. The only thing I can do is lessen your burden." The moment she finished speaking, Liang Jiro took a step back, her breathing suddenly becoming erratic as she looked at her mother. Her expression was on the verge of turning fierce. But in the end, she was not the kind of person who threw tantrums. Instead, tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. "No. I do not want that." Xiao Xuanfang's own eyes turned red as she pulled Liang Jiro into her arms, gently repeating the same words she had said countless times before. "Mom will not say it anymore. Do not cry. Be good." After finishing his meal, Chen Lu waited for a long time, but the silly girl still had not come out. So he simply leaned forward onto the table, hoping to sneak in a short nap. He had always been terrible at waking up early, otherwise, he would not have faked sick to skip morning classes so many times. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he saw Liang Jiro slowly walk out, her eyes swollen and red. Xiao Xuanfang did not look much better. Chen Lu pretended not to notice and asked softly, "Shall we go?" Outside, Chen Lu glanced at the navigation app and frowned. Not only was the drive going to take 4 to 5 hours, but Liang Jiro's hometown seemed to be in a rather remote location. That was exactly why he had chosen not to take the high-speed rail. "How did you get there before?" he asked, frustrated. Hearing the estimated travel time from the navigation system, Liang Jiro felt an even stronger pang of regret for letting Chen Lu come along. She answered in a quiet voice, "I took the long-distance bus." "There is no direct route, is there?" "I had to transfer 3 times." Chen Lu nodded, then downed an entire can of Red Bull in one go. Far is far, but as long as he was with this silly girl, nothing would be boring. "Let's go." Since they had just caught the tail end of the morning rush hour, It took a little longer than expected to get out of the city. But as soon as they hit the highway, Chen-Lu picked up speed. "Why were you crying just now?" Chen-Lu asked softly. Liang Jiro seemed surprised, not because he had noticed, but because he had waited until now to ask. Usually, the moment her emotions wavered even slightly, Chen-Lu picked up on it immediately. "Mom told me not to worry about her anymore." Her response was unexpectedly brief. Chen-Lu fell silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. "Auntie really, really loves you." Liang Jiro gave a light hum in response, turning her gaze toward the window. Who knew what this silly girl was thinking? After a while, she murmured in an almost inaudible voice. "I did not agree to it." It took Chen-Lu a few seconds to process what she meant. Then, reaching over, he gently ruffled her hair. "I told you before, I am not with you just for fun. I truly want to be with you for a lifetime. So whatever comes our way, we will face it together. I have thought this through, and I have no regrets." And more importantly, he kept his eyes on the road, his tone suddenly turning firm. "I have the ability to do this." Unlike Jiang Chao, who pursued the studio for the sake of his dreams, Chen-Lu had started it for a much simpler reason. He wanted to be capable of taking responsibility for Liang Jiro's future. He wanted to give her a life where she would not have to consider anything else, only whether she liked him or not. Loving someone wholeheartedly was no less noble than chasing a dream. After all, spending his life with the best girl in the world, was that not a dream in itself? "Liang Jiro, I love you. Do you love me?" he asked again. "I do. I love you so much." Liang Jiro answered earnestly, a little nervous but very serious. She was curious why he was suddenly saying all this. "You love me, and I love you. That is why we are together. Do not think about anything else, and do not ever worry that I might see you as a burden. That is impossible." A jolt ran through Liang Jiro's heart. She turned to look at Chen-Lu's profile, her gaze trembling slightly. I will work hard too." Her voice quivered. "You have always been working hard." Chen-Lu smiled. "I have been watching you. I know, silly girl, you even secretly thought about buying me a DSLR. Liang Jiro felt her nose tingle, and she quickly turned her gaze away again. Chen-Lu always had a way of suddenly saying things that made her heart melt. She had already told him that no matter what happened, she would always love him. Did he think that was not enough? Did he have to make her love him so much she could not stand it? She stole glances at the boy beside her, quietly lost in thought. But she already loved him so much, she could not possibly love him more. The atmosphere in the car soon became peaceful. The only sounds were their quiet conversation and the occasional voice from the navigation system. From the very start, they had enjoyed being together like this, talking casually on the road, never feeling bored. Being with someone you love was like that. Even sitting together in silence felt warm and comforting. Even doing nothing at all felt like happiness. For the first time, Chen-Lu realized he could talk for hours without tiring. No matter what he said, Liang Jiro would listen carefully, always paying full attention. And Liang Jiro was even happier. Every year, when she went back home, she sat alone on the long-distance bus, never imagining she would one day return like this. In the blink of an eye, over 2 hours had passed. Chen-Lu pulled into a service area and parked the car. Turning off the engine, he asked softly, "Do you need to use the restroom?" Liang Jiro shook her head gently. Chen-Lu leaned his seat back slightly, yawning lazily. "I will nap for 20 minutes. Wake me up when time is up." He still had more than 3 hours of driving ahead. He would not be able to handle it without some rest. This was the longest distance he had ever driven since getting his license. "Okay." Liang Jiro glanced at the time, already planning to let him sleep a little longer. "Do you want to get out and stretch your legs?" Chen-Lu asked, peeking at her through half-lidded eyes. "No need. Just sleep." Liang Jiro whispered, "I will watch over you." Chen-Lu closed his eyes and reached his hand out slightly, as if searching for something. Almost immediately, a soft little hand slipped into his palm, staying perfectly still, obediently letting him hold it. He squeezed gently, and she squeezed back. "Good girl. Your reward is a kiss." Chen-Lu teased sleepily, but soon after, he drifted into slumber, completely unaware that the girl had actually leaned in, pressing her cheek close. 10 minutes later, as Liang Jiro watched him sleep, she unconsciously moved a little closer. She did not even know why she could watch him for so long. She just loved seeing the gentle rise and fall of his breathing, loved seeing his peaceful sleeping face, loved admiring his delicate features, loved being by his side. 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. If only they could really be together forever. When you truly love someone, even a lifetime feels too short. Liang Jiro realized she had become greedy. Chen-Lu woke up because something tickled him. When he opened his eyes, their hands were still tightly clasped together. As his mind cleared, he instantly realized the tickling sensation on his neck was her hair. Her long, silky strands draped over his skin, making him itch all over. Feeling the soft breaths brushing against his cheek, Chen-Lu fought the urge to open his eyes. What is this silly girl up to? Surely, she was not trying to steal a kiss while he was asleep? That would be too much. If she really wanted to take advantage of him, could she do it faster? This waiting was pure agony. Wait, why did she always choose to do this while his eyes were closed? Liang Jiro, you are playing with fire. Then, he heard her voice, so soft it was almost a whisper. Chen-Lu, I love you. It sounded unfamiliar, as if she was not used to saying it. After clearing her throat, she tried again. Chen-Lu, I love you. Was she trying to figure out the difference between liking and loving? Or was she just practicing? Either way, she kept repeating it over and over like a quiet chant, never growing tired of it, until the words flowed naturally, sweet and confident. A clumsy girl, expressing her love in her own way. Chen-Lu wondered if he was still dreaming. How could his girlfriend be this adorable? He used every ounce of willpower to suppress the grin tugging at his lips, forcing himself to keep pretending to sleep. There was no turning back now. He knew that if he opened his eyes, Liang Jiro would run out of the car and bury herself in the ground, never wanting to face him again. Just as he was about to drift off again, a kiss landed on his cheek. Well, Chen-Lu was not sure if she had any secret hobbies, but at this rate, he was the one about to lose his mind. At this moment, Chen-Lu had only one thought in his mind. I really want to open my eyes, pin this silly girl down, and kiss her senseless. But he quickly pushed that thought aside. If I pretend not to notice, maybe she will secretly kiss me again in the future. As soon as that idea crossed his mind, everything became clear. She is not the one taking advantage of me, I am the one taking advantage of her. A little while later, after Liang Jiro gave him a gentle shake, Chen-Lu finally pretended to wake up, slowly opening his eyes. Have some water. Liang Jiro handed him a thermos cup, her voice soft. After sharing indirect kisses with him so many times, she had built up quite the tolerance. Yet, the oblivious frog never seemed to realize that the water around him was getting hotter. Meanwhile, the head chef specializing in slow-boiled frog cuisine, Chen-Lu, took the cup and gulped down several big sips. I just had a dream, Chen-Lu said. Liang Jiro looked at him curiously. What kind of dream? I dreamed that you secretly kissed me. The girl instantly averted her gaze, hurriedly sitting upright in her seat. Dreams are not real. Her fingers twisted together anxiously. Liang Jiro, look at what you have done. You were this close to being labeled a pervert. It was just a tiny stolen kiss, but she still felt like she was about to die of embarrassment. But soon, she convinced herself with another thought. It has already been 10 minutes since I kissed him. If he had woken up, how could he have kept pretending for so long? Chen-Lu was not that bored. Yes, that must be it. Chen-Lu let out a mockingly disdainful. Even if it was fake, I am happy. By now, it was almost noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, its glare making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Chen-Lu grabbed a pair of sunglasses from the car and placed them on Liang Jiro. Then, he started the engine. Seeing her wearing sunglasses, he could not help but chuckle. You actually look pretty cool. This pure, adorable silly girl had a completely different kind of charm with sunglasses on. 3 hours later, Chen-Lu finally parked near Liang Jiro's hometown. Since the remaining roads were too rough to drive on, they had to continue on foot. Unlike the steel jungle of the city, the countryside had an open, vast landscape. The clouds drifted high, and the air was refreshingly crisp. It was the end of June. As soon as Chen-Lu stepped out of the car, he was greeted by an endless sea of golden wheat fields stretching to the horizon, blending seamlessly into the deep blue sky. He could not help but stop and take it all in. Whenever the wind swept through, the wheat swayed in unison, creating waves that rippled across the field like rolling tides. For a moment, he swore he could even smell the scent of wheat. It seemed that a love for farming was truly ingrained in every person from their homeland. Do you want to try some? Liang Jiro asked softly, stepping up beside him. She found it amusing to see him so captivated. So, even her seemingly all-knowing boyfriend had moments where he was clueless. How cute. You can eat this raw? Chen-Lu turned to her in shock. Although he had occasionally visited his father's hometown, he did not know much about farming. He had no idea that nature, just like playground slides and amusement parks, could provide children with a complete and happy childhood. Of course. The girl smiled gently, plucking a small head of wheat and rubbing it between her palms. When she opened her hands and blew softly, only a few grains remained. Here. Chen-Lu skeptically picked up a grain and popped it into his mouth. His brows furrowed deeper and deeper. It tasted strange. A little too tough. Seeing his reaction, Liang Jiro could not help but laugh. Wheat turns tough when it ripens. It tastes best when it is still green, is soft, tender, and a little sweet. How much farther do we have to walk? Chenlu asked, watching as the breeze gently tousled her hair, making it sway along with the wheat field behind her. For a moment, he was mesmerized. Then, he suddenly realized her hair had grown longer again. He wondered if she had kept it long because she knew he liked it that way. Somehow, that thought made him feel strangely touched. We still have quite a way to go. Liang Jiro lowered her head, feeling a little guilty. Noticing that Chenlu was taking pictures of her, she mustered the courage to look directly into the camera. Posing was still difficult for her, but cooperating with Chenlu's photoshoots was no longer a problem. Maybe she had picked up the habit from him, but she now enjoyed taking pictures of him too, then secretly smiling as she looked through them later. At first, she had not understood the appeal. Now, she found that capturing the image of someone you love was one of the happiest things in the world. Whenever she saw his pictures, she could recall the moments they had spent together. After putting his phone away, Chenlu smiled and reached out his hand to her. Well, that means I get to take a nice, slow stroll with my girlfriend. Liang Jiro's guilt lessened. Shyly, she took his hand, and the two of them walked down the narrow path together. With the change in scenery, the weight she had been carrying seemed to lift from her shoulders. Watching Chenlu's exaggerated reactions to everything, she almost felt like they were on a field trip instead. She had not felt this light-hearted in a long time. And the best part? Chenlu was right there beside her. At this moment, she wished time would slow down. Just a little. Just enough for her to selfishly enjoy this moment a little longer. After walking through the wheat fields for quite a while, they finally entered the mountains. Chenlu suddenly realized. He had spent all morning warning her about being kidnapped into the mountains. But looking at the situation now, it seemed he was the one who had been lured in. Once they reached familiar territory, Liang Jiro began talking more, excitedly pointing out all sorts of things he had never seen before, like a little tour guide. It was only when she caught a cricket in her hands that she discovered something new. Her boyfriend was terrified of bugs. As she giggled, Chenlu turned away in exasperation and wandered over to a narrow, fast-flowing stream. The moment he dipped his hands into the water, a refreshing coolness spread across his skin. "Do you know how to catch fish?" Chenlu turned back to ask her. Hearing his question, the girl, who had been laughing just moments ago, suddenly turned back into a clueless silly frog. She had no idea how to respond. In a small voice, she mumbled, I do not know everything, you know." Meanwhile, Chenlu was already darting around the forest, curiously checking out this and that. For a brief moment, they both felt like children again. Liang Jiro was hit with a wave of nostalgia. So many of the sights and places she had seen as a child now took on new meanings simply because she had brought Chenlu here. If they had known each other as kids, would they have played here together like this? Suddenly, she remembered something. Taking both of his hands in hers, she looked up at him with sparkling eyes. "Come with me, I want to show you something. I think you will love it." Is there really such a thing? Chenlu's curiosity was piqued, and he followed the girl like an innocent deer. Both of them walked lightly, clearly savoring this moment in time. At first, Liang Jiro was a little nervous. She worried that Chenlu might regret coming here or that he wouldn't enjoy listening to her childhood stories. Fortunately, from the looks of it, Chenlu really liked this place. His enthusiasm remained high the entire time. As for whether he liked the place itself or simply enjoyed being with her, the girl didn't dare to make a conclusion. She lacked a bit of confidence. But seeing Chenlu curiously looking around with bright eyes, she decided to push the thought aside. As long as Chenlu was happy, nothing else really mattered. Looking at the lush, green surroundings, for a brief moment, Chenlu thought that living here might actually be quite nice. But as soon as he remembered that there was no food delivery service and possibly all kinds of insects, he quickly dismissed the idea. Soon, he followed Liang Jiro to a lake nestled among the mountains. The atmosphere became even quieter, with an occasional cool breeze passing through. On the opposite side of the lake, there was a small village, peaceful and tranquil. "This is a great place." Chenlu sat on a large rock and sighed with genuine admiration. "Do you really like places like this?" Liang Jiro obediently sat beside him and rested her head on his shoulder. She had noticed that Chenlu seemed to really like lakes, oceans, and similar places. At this point, Chenlu felt even more like a tourist. "How did you know?" he asked curiously. "Back at school, when we sat at the pavilion, you would often stare at the lake nearby," Liang Jiro said with a hint of pride, her voice sounding adorably silly. "Every time, you could sit there quietly for a long time. And every time, she would quietly watch him as well." With a soft smile, Chenlu gently pulled the girl into his embrace, brushing his fingers through her silky hair. In a gentle voice, he said, "Sometimes, you're not as clueless as you seem." Liang Jiro didn't bother figuring out whether Chenlu was teasing her or not. She simply felt happy from the compliment and nestled into his arms like a content little cat. "When I was little, I would spend half the day here. That bracelet I gave you, I made it while sitting here." Chenlu nodded slightly. "Back then, did you ever imagine that one day you'd be sitting here with your boyfriend?" "I did." For once, Liang Jiro took the initiative to hold his hand. "When I was young, I thought that if I ever had a boyfriend, I would bring him to my favorite place. After all, I never had many friends, and this was the place where I spent most of my time alone." But what?" Chenlu looked down at the girl in his arms and asked curiously. Blushing, Liang Jiro buried her face into his clothes. "I just never thought my boyfriend would be this amazing." "Silly girl," Chenlu laughed and poked her cheek. He then looked toward the distant village. "Did you used to live there?" "Yeah. We might have to stay here overnight." Liang Jiro turned her head slightly to glance at the village, then shifted her gaze back to Chenlu. "Grandma will give us a place to stay. As long as we don't talk to anyone else, it'll be fine." Chenlu fell silent for a moment, and an image of Liang Jiro returning alone over the past few years flashed through his mind. "You don't like it there?" Liang Jiro nodded against his chest. "I don't like them." "Then we'll leave as soon as we're done." "We won't stay here." He gently stroked the girl in his arms. The more he looked at her, the more convinced he was that she must have been a cat in her past life. So obedient and easy to pet, who wouldn't love that? Surprised, the girl lifted her head to look at him. "But that'll be exhausting for you." Before she could finish speaking, she saw Chenlu press a finger against his lips and smile at her. "Why do you think I insisted on coming with you?" He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking toward the small village in the distance with a thoughtful expression. "You said it yourself, this isn't your home. From now on, I'll take you here once a year, and you won't need to have anything to do with them ever again. Letting them see me wouldn't do you any good. You don't need to let them know you're doing well, and you certainly don't need to let them know anything at all." People like that, short-sighted and only concerned with personal gain, were best kept at a distance. For now, it wasn't a major issue. But if Liang Jiro ever became wealthy in the future, those people latching onto her would be a real problem. It was better to sever ties early. After all, they had never cared about Xiao Xuanfang and Liang Jiro's well-being. Blood ties only mattered when both parties were willing to support each other. When one side only wanted to take, those ties became nothing more than an umbilical cord draining the other's life force, completely useless. He met the gaze of the girl in his arms, who seemed to half understand his words. "Besides, I don't need their approval to marry you. As long as Auntie agrees, that's all that matters." A long while later, Liang Jiro tightened her arms around Chenlu's waist and let out a soft, "How much do you remember about your uncle?" As they walked, Chenlu asked in a low voice. "I remember quite a lot." Liang Jiro thought carefully. The most vivid memory she had was of her father's eyes when he looked at her for the last time. Before that moment, she had never believed that a person's eyes could hold so many emotions at once. Love, longing, unwillingness to part, a deep attachment, and fear. That was the last time she ever saw her father. After they covered him with a white cloth, Xiao Xuanfang refused to let her see him again, no matter how much she pleaded. "When I was little, my dad often went away for work. But every time he came back, he'd bring me lots of delicious food and pretty dresses." A small smile formed on Liang Jiro's lips as she spoke softly. "Back then, I didn't know how much those things cost. But I did know that none of the other kids in the village had them. Even the children of those who left to work with my father didn't have them, only he was willing to buy them. Mom always scolded him for spending money recklessly. But every time, she would sigh and then compliment how nice I looked in my dresses." As she spoke, she gently held onto Chenlu's arm. In her whole life, only two people had ever bought her dresses, her father and Chenlu. That was why, when she first put on the dress Chenlu gave her, she had to hold back her tears for a long time. "He would have really liked you, if he were still here," Liang Jiro said seriously. "Dad would have liked you just as much as Mom does. If you want to cry, just cry. I'm here." Chenlu patted her head, hearing the tremor in her voice. "Your boyfriend wipes away tears for free, you know. This is a one-time offer." "No, a girlfriend shouldn't just cry all the time." Liang Jiro hugged his arm even tighter. "I want to become stronger so that one day, I can be your support too." "I will not cry." Chenlu chuckled. "That is not what I meant." Liang Jiro became a little anxious, unsure of how to explain. Chenlu looked at her with amusement. "I know, I was just teasing you." Liang Jiro puffed up her cheeks in protest. She had just felt that Chenlu was treating her exceptionally well, yet now he was bullying her again. So unfair. She could not really get angry, so she can only protest a little in order to maintain the appearance of normalcy. The entire way, Chen Lu did not take the lead in anything. Wherever Liang Jiro walked, he simply followed. Fortunately, Liang Jiro was familiar with the path, and before long, she brought him to a small mound of earth. Pressing her lips together, she tried to suppress the sorrow in her heart and stepped forward to pull out the weeds around the mound. "Let me help you." Hearing this, Liang Jiro looked up in surprise and saw Chen Lu crouching on the other side, doing the same thing, carefully and efficiently. She did not say anything further, only sniffled slightly and lowered her head again, trying to work as quickly as possible. She knew she could not stop Chen Lu, but she also knew that the faster she worked, the less work he would have to do. When occupied, time passed quickly. Before they knew it, dusk had fallen, and the dimming sky carried an oppressive weight. By then, they had cleared most of the weeds around the grave. Chen Lu stood up, clapped his hands clean, and said to the girl, "If you have anything to say, I will stand over there and wait for you." Liang Jiro's gaze lingered on his dirt-covered hands for a long moment. Then, with a complex expression, she nodded. She reached into her canvas bag and took out the joss paper she had bought, using her fingers to draw a circle on the ground. From a distance, Chen Lu leaned against a tree and silently watched the girl. Minutes later, the only thing reflected in his eyes was the flickering flames. The firelight, dancing against the darkness, illuminated everything around it, casting a glow on Liang Jiro's delicate and beautiful profile, as well as the silent tears streaming down her cheeks. The heat from the flames made her eyes dry, and without realizing it, Liang Jiro blinked. She knelt quietly on the ground, gently patting the earth with her hand before finally speaking in a whisper. "Dad, I am sorry. I am still slowly saving up for Mom's medical treatment. No matter what, it looks like I will have to wait until after I graduate. I am still just as useless, but I really have tried my best. Oh, and Dad, I have a boyfriend now. He treats me really, really well. I really like him. But I promise, I am not just focusing on my relationship and neglecting Mom. Please do not blame me." Perhaps because she had finally spoken aloud her deepest vulnerabilities, her voice became choked with emotion. "If you are not mad at me, come visit me in my dreams. It has been so long since you last did. I am starting to forget what you look like." She mumbled softly, and in the corner of her vision, she suddenly noticed a figure standing beside her. The figure lowered itself, sinking down to almost the same level as her kneeling form. Chen Lu knelt down beside her as well. His movements were swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. "Hello, Uncle. My name is Chen Lu." In the girl's shocked and dazed gaze, he continued in a low, steady voice. "From now on, leave everything to me." Liang Jiro's lips parted repeatedly, but in the end, all the words got stuck in her throat. Truthfully, she did not even know what she wanted to say at this moment, so she turned her head in silence and kept feeding the joss paper into the fire, watching as it glowed red before turning to ash. The firelight blurred in her eyes, but the tears streaming down her face would not stop. She sobbed in broken gasps, and Chen Lu simply knelt beside her, silently keeping her company. Liang Jiro thought that if, years later, someone were to ask her at what moment she first wanted to marry Chen Lu, she would probably say that she wanted to marry him at every moment, but if they asked when she most wanted to marry him, it would undoubtedly be this moment. The wounds left by years of hardship and suffering had, from this moment on, finally begun to heal. Walking through the mountains at night is really terrifying. Chen Lu grumbled as he gently wiped the girl's tears with a tissue. The two of them sat in the car, and for once, Chen Lu turned on the car's audio system. Do not ask why if asked. The answer would be that he just suddenly wanted to listen to music. It definitely had nothing to do with gathering courage. Only now did he realize that moonlight could actually serve as a source of illumination. Unlike in the city, out here, when there was no moon in the sky, you really could not see your own hand in front of you. There was absolutely no light. "I cannot believe you are afraid of bugs," Liang Jiro said, her voice still carrying traces of tears. Chen Lu wanted to die from embarrassment. How could his lifelong reputation be ruined by a tiny bug? Can we forget about this? No. There was still a lingering tear in the corner of her eye, but Chen Lu could tell she was smiling. Watching her, Chen Lu could not help but smile as well. Forget it. What use was a lifetime reputation? As long as this silly girl was happy, that was all that mattered. Actually, when I was a kid, I was not afraid of bugs. Chen Lu started the engine with a helpless expression. That was until I used a magnifying glass to observe their mouthparts, especially crickets and spiders. He shuddered slightly. Ever since then, I just could not handle them. I really cannot accept the thought of those things touching my skin. The way he described it gave Liang Jiro chills as well. She rubbed the corner of her eye and said softly, "You are so exhausted. Is it really safe to drive? Maybe we should just sleep in the car tonight." She mustered the courage to suggest something that, in any other situation, she would never have proposed. Sleeping in the car all night might suffocate us, silly girl. Shanlu flicked her forehead. If it were just him, he might have cracked a window and made do for the night. But with this silly girl here, it was out of the question. He would not feel at ease unless he took her home safely, then at least rest for a bit. Liang Jiro spoke even more softly now, as if afraid that he would reject her again. She could see that Shanlu was truly exhausted. The empty cans of energy drinks beside him were proof enough. She turned her gaze toward the back seat. "You can rest your head on my lap." Her voice grew quieter and quieter, until it finally faded into silence. For a moment, Shanlu was no longer sleepy at all. His entire body was suddenly full of energy. But his last shred of rationality made him smirk and ask teasingly, "We are in the middle of nowhere. Even if you scream for help, no one will come. Are you not afraid that I might take advantage of you?" Liang Jiro shook her head firmly. "No, you are not that kind of person. What if I am?" He leaned closer, grinning wickedly. The girl pondered for a moment, looking both nervous and hesitant. But in the end, she still answered in a trembling yet serious voice. Then I still like you." "Stop talking, I cannot take it anymore." Shenlu felt as if he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. He quickly clutched his chest and took 2 deep breaths. It was just a silly girl. Why did she have to land such a critical hit every time? After speaking, Liang Jiro also felt embarrassed and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "Actually, even if you did have improper intentions toward me, I would still like you all the same." After a while, Shenlu deliberately lowered his voice, as if trying to regain some ground. Perhaps, to maintain the dignity of a chef who could only cook boiled frog, he always liked to compete in this particular area. "I know you definitely do not believe me. Do you want to try ruining me and see for yourself?" Shanlu asked. "Then you will know if I am telling the truth." "I do not want to." Liang Jiro was so embarrassed that her voice was slightly louder than usual. "You do not want to, but I do." Before the silly girl could react, Shanlu had already placed a kiss on her cheek. There were still traces of tears on her face, making the kiss taste salty. Liang Jiro was flustered. She did not know whether Shenlu was joking or serious, so she simply closed her eyes and let him do as he pleased. Fortunately, Shenlu knew how to control himself. Before long, the girl was no longer as tense. She simply clung tightly to him, letting him kiss her cheeks and the side of her neck. Unlocking more privileges felt pretty great. Although he still could not kiss her lips, at least now, the silly girl was okay with him kissing her cheeks and neck. At this rate, was a kiss on the lips not just around the corner? At this moment, Shenlu regretted not adding more firewood to the stove earlier. Humans were always greedy. Previously, he had thought that kissing her cheek was already satisfying enough. But now, he could not help but want more. After all, he still did not know what kissing actually felt like. After a long while, Shenlu had finally bullied Liang Jiro to his heart's content. Feeling completely recharged, he cheerfully started the car. "You are thinking about bad things." Liang Jiro curled up in the passenger seat, hugging her knees, burying her face into them, and whispering in a barely audible voice. "Why do you say that?" Shenlu was puzzled. You were pressing against me just now." As someone living in the 21st century, there were certain things she could not pretend not to understand. Especially with Lin Miao, the experienced driver, as her friend. Even though Lin Miao had never had a boyfriend, when she talked about these things, it was not just driving, it was practically low-altitude flying. Shenlu awkwardly cleared his throat. "I was not. I did not. Stop making things up. You were." The little ostrich sitting beside him spoke with stubborn determination. She had felt something pressing against her the whole time, unless Shenlu had been carrying a remote control in his pocket. Shenlu could not think of a good way to explain himself, so he simply let out a cold huff. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will kiss you on the lips." Liang Jiro was instantly silenced, shrinking back like a bullied young maiden, not daring to protest any further. Seeing her flustered and embarrassed expression, Shenlu smirked triumphantly. As expected, if one's skin was thick enough, there were no weaknesses. The car soon fell into silence. Gone were the heavy breaths from earlier, and even the casual chatter between them had faded. Shenlu drove along the deserted road. The headlights illuminated the lush trees on either side, but he did not feel lonely at all. "You are way too easy to bully." Shenlu suddenly chuckled. Hearing no response from Liang Jiro, he curiously turned his head only to see that the girl had her eyes closed, peacefully leaning against the window. Her chest rose and fell steadily, and her small hand, slightly curled, rested near him. Even in sleep, this silly girl was so beautiful, so obedient. At this moment, the world felt completely still. Chen Lu just wanted to watch her sleep quietly. Seeing the serenity on her face and the slight smile on her lips, he sighed softly, adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting, and gently brushed back the strands of hair covering her cheek. Silly girl, even in your dreams, you look so happy. After a while, he regretted not noticing earlier that the girl had reached out her hand on her own. Now, he could only gently take her hand and whisper, "You have no sense of caution at all. Sooner or later, I am going to trick you into marrying me." Chen Lu did not make another sound for the rest of the trip, afraid of waking her. The journey was long and somewhat exhausting, but for some reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. It was not grand, passionate love that moved him the most. Rather, it was these quiet, peaceful moments when happiness suddenly became so tangible. Like when he first saw Liang Jiro wearing an apron while cooking for him. Like now, as she slept soundly beside him. Time was gentle. Life was serene and beautiful. This was the kind of life he longed for. Liang Jiro was still lost in her dream, clinging to Chen Lu, when she was suddenly nudged awake. "Silly girl, wake up. If you do not wake up, I will take you straight to a hotel." Hearing Chen Lu's voice and seeing his gentle smile, she finally realized she had been dreaming. But even now, it still felt like she was dreaming. "Where are we?" She yawned as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. She could not even remember when she had fallen asleep. It felt like she had only closed her eyes for a moment, yet she was still drowsy. Chen Lu sighed with a smile and pointed out the window at the familiar alleyway. "We are home." "Ha?" Liang Jiro blinked in confusion, staring out the window in a daze. A few seconds later, she finally accepted reality. It was as if she had traveled through time. Seeing her bewildered expression, Chen Lu suddenly felt all his exhaustion disappear. "Feels like time travel, does it not?" He laughed. This is a superpower that only people who are loved can have. He had experienced this as a child too, dozing off in the car after a long day, only to wake up in a warm bed, covered with a blanket. Back then, he had never paid much attention to it. But as he grew older, he never had the chance to experience that kind of superpower again. "I am sorry." That was the first thing Liang Jiro said after snapping out of her daze. Chen Lu was taken aback. "Sorry for what?" Liang Jiro gripped his hand tighter, her face full of guilt and distress. "I should not have fallen asleep. I really did not mean to." She could not drive, but she could imagine how boring and tiring it must have been for Chen Lu to drive alone for so long. The sky outside was already turning light. The more she spoke, the more anxious she became. "I do not even know why I suddenly fell asleep." Chen Lu was stunned for a moment. The more he listened, the more he found this silly girl unbelievably sweet and adorable. Before she could regret it to the point of tears, he gently patted her head. "Actually, I quite like it when you sleep beside me. Besides, I spent the whole trip watching you, so we are even now." Then, leaning in close, he looked into her slightly misty eyes and smirked. "If you still feel bad, you could give me some compensation." Liang Jiro blinked, her voice trembling with both gratitude and nervousness as she asked, "What kind of compensation do you want?" Having spent so much time with her, Chen Lu naturally knew that saying something like, "It is fine, I am not tired," would be completely useless at this moment. He swore he was absolutely not doing this for his own selfish desires. After sorting out his thoughts, Chen Lu raised a hand and pointed at his lips. Liang Jiro thought for a moment, then slowly shook her head. "No." "Why not?" Chen Lu was genuinely surprised by the rare act of defiance from this silly girl. "Because that is something a girlfriend is supposed to do. It cannot be considered compensation." Liang Jiro fidgeted with her fingers, her voice filled with nervousness. "Even though I am still too scared to do these things right now, someday, I will do all of them with you." It took Chen Lu a long time to process the way her brain worked. So what she meant was, those things already belonged to him, and if they were counted as compensation, he would be at a loss. This silly little frog was about to be boiled alive, yet she was still worrying about the one heating the pot. Damn it, she was so pure, it was enough to make him want to cry. The thought that flashed through his mind almost made him burst out laughing. Watching Chen Lu trying to hold back his laughter to the point of coughing, Liang Jiro felt like she could die from embarrassment. "What are you laughing at?" she mumbled unhappily. She had been so serious about this. "Then give me something that actually counts as compensation," Chen Lu suddenly said. What do you mean?" Liang Jiro instantly regretted asking. This was something she should have decided on her own. Handing the choice over to Chen Lu was no different from sending a lamb into the tiger's mouth. Without saying a word, Chen Lu typed 2 words on his phone and showed it to her. "Call me that?" The moment she saw the words, her face turned bright red. "That is too soon." "It is no problem. That is not something a girlfriend is required to do, right?" "Since it is not, it can count as compensation." Chen Lu's reasoning was so convincing that even he almost believed it himself. It is not like I will not call you that after we get married. Liang Jiro's voice grew smaller and smaller, sounding utterly defeated. Chen Lu stretched lazily, deliberately letting out a yawn. Since you will have to call me that eventually, just consider this an early practice round to make it up to me. Liang Jiro deeply regretted ever giving this bad man the right to choose. But thinking about how exhausted he must have been from driving, she could only nod helplessly and whisper, just this once. With that, she hesitantly leaned close to Chen Lu's ear and whispered in an almost inaudible voice. Chen Lu froze on the spot, turning into a statue, completely motionless. Feeling utterly ashamed, she curled up again like a little ostrich and murmured in grievance, "It was just this one time. Forget about it already. I never said anything just now." However, just as she finished speaking, Chen Lu suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly. Some time later, the two walked side by side through the dimly lit alley. Liang Jiro looked like a bullied little kitten, quietly tidying up her messy hair. Even in the faint light, the redness on her cheeks was clearly visible, not to mention the unmistakable marks deep on her neck. Noticing them, she quickly pulled up the collar of her t-shirt. If her mother saw this, she might as well just die on the spot. Now, she finally understood how those so-called love bites were left behind. Except, in her case, she had been the unfortunate test subject. It looked like Chen Lu had marked her as his possession. It was humiliating. She could only keep pulling up her t-shirt and pretend she saw nothing. Chen Lu, watching her behavior, felt a little guilty, but at the same time, he was secretly pleased. After all, those strawberries were left behind by his own lips. Every time he saw them, he could vividly recall what had just happened. "I told you it would be better if I went a little deeper, but you did not let me," Chen Lu said helplessly. Liang Jiro, like a little calf, bumped her head against him. "You are still talking about it? How much deeper did he want to go?" If it got any deeper, she would have had to take off her clothes. All right, I will stop." Chen Lu shrugged with a smile and took her hand. Only when the redness on her face had faded slightly did he finally walk her home. In the days following their return, Chen Lu continued overseeing the progress of the project, while Liang Jiro devoted herself to intense study sessions. Every university student has a genetic lock that only unlocks the night before an exam. Once activated, the brain reaches an unprecedented level of efficiency. Theorems that took previous scholars half a lifetime to study and summarize could be reviewed in a single night. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the last day of final exams. After finishing their tests, Chen Lu and Jiang Chao returned to the studio to continue their work. Neither of them took exams too seriously. For Chen Lu, failing a course was simply out of the question. His grades were always among the top in the class. As for Jiang Chao, he had long since stopped worrying. Compared to Chen Lu, he cared even less. To him, as long as his scores were not so bad that even the teachers could not salvage them, he considered it a success. Everything else could be left in the hands of the great and selfless educators. "What is wrong? You do not look too excited." Chen Lu noticed Jiang Chao's gloomy expression and asked. Jiang Chao slumped in his chair. He reached for a cigarette but then remembered that his lighter had been taken by someone else, which made him feel even more frustrated. "Sigh, I had a fight with my girlfriend." Chen Lu kept his eyes fixed on the computer screen, scanning through the details with complete focus. "What was it about?" "Because I have been too busy lately and have not spent much time with her." Jiang Chao patted his desk with frustration. "But that has nothing to do with you. You never made me work overtime, it was my own choice." Chen Lu quickly distanced himself from the blame. He truly had not assigned Jiang Chao much extra work. It was the guy himself who had taken the initiative. Ironically, among everyone in the studio, Chen Lu, the team leader, seemed to slack off the most. But since he managed everything well, no one had any complaints. "Have you ever had a fight with Liang Jiro?" Jiang Chao suddenly asked after a pause. "No," Chen Lu answered without hesitation. "Seriously? She has never been mad at you?" "Never." Chen Lu spread his hands, looking smug. Forget fighting, he could not even imagine what she would look like when angry. Jiang Chao, feeling bitter, threw a paper cup at him and stopped talking. He was caught between two conflicting fears, worrying that his friend was struggling and worrying that his friend was living too well. "Chen Lu, you bastard. What kind of life is this?" A few minutes later, Chen Lu reviewed the progress of the art team, his expression turning complicated. They were working quickly, but Lin Miaomia was clearly shouldering too much of the workload, and no matter how one looked at it, that was not a good thing. He looked up and said to Jiang Chao, "If everything goes well when the game launches, help Lin Miaomia recruit another artist to work as her assistant." Jiang Chao immediately straightened up. "Why?" "First, so there is someone to take over for her in the future." Seeing Jiang Chao's startled expression, Chen Lu quickly clarified. In case she decides to leave one day, I do not want her to feel trapped. As her friend, I need to make sure she can walk away freely. Second, her health is not great. Once the studio is fully operational, the workload will be even heavier. She needs someone to share the burden. Jiang Chao finally let out a breath of relief. This does not seem like your usual ruthless behavior. Is it because she is your girlfriend's best friend? Not entirely. Chen Lu took a sip of water, then joked, if they collapse from overwork, how am I supposed to exploit them? Liang Jiro was on her way to see Chen Lu, her thoughts tangled in a mess of emotions. It was common knowledge that love made people foolish. It did not just slow down a man's ability to draw his sword, it could also turn someone with the strategic mind of a palace intrigue champion into a simple-minded fool. This was proof of how terrifying it could be. She had been feeling a little down lately. Because, for some reason, Chen Lu had suddenly started behaving himself. He neither took verbal advantage of her nor physically teased her anymore. It was as if he had become a different person. And strangely enough, she found herself missing their moments of hugging and kissing. After all, it was not just men who craved physical affection in a relationship, women did too. Otherwise, if everything remains so innocent and chaste, they might as well just become sworn siblings. Inside the studio, when Chen Lu saw Liang Jiro approaching, he instinctively reached for his water cup, intending to hand it to her. But before he could react, she lowered her head and quickly pulled him into the office. Jiang Chao grinned as he watched the door shut behind them. Recalling the way Liang Jiro had hurried over just now, he muttered to himself, "Ha! And he said they never fight. Look at him now." Inside the office, under Chen Lu's utterly shocked gaze, Liang Jiro silently locked the door. With her head down and her face burning red, she slowly walked up to him. Finally, she rested her forehead against his chest and, in a voice so soft it was almost inaudible, whispered, Do you want to kiss me?" Chen Lu unconsciously swallowed. What did you just say? He could hardly believe it. He had only been busy for a few days, and this silly girl had already learned how to throw herself into the fire on her own? Liang Jiro peeked up at his shocked expression and immediately felt even more embarrassed. Her small hands clutched tightly onto Chen Lu's clothes, and she could not get a single word out. How had she suddenly turned into the kind of fool who could not function without hugging and kissing Chen Lu? She could not figure it out, so she decided to stop thinking altogether. After all, they had barely seen each other these past few days due to exams. So, biting her lip and shutting her eyes tight, she simply threw herself into his arms, actively offering herself up. Chen Lu, who was already stunned, completely froze in place. He had not expected Liang Jiro to take the initiative and hug him so suddenly. And for some reason, he always remembered these small moments of change in her the most vividly. Because she truly tried so hard. She tried so hard to love him, tried so hard to change for him. As these thoughts flooded his mind, he slowly wrapped his arms around the girl in front of him, burying his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling her familiar, delicate scent. Her waist was so slender that she fit perfectly in his arms. A slight pull was all it took for her soft body to fall right into him. The girl did not resist, letting him hold her tightly. Then, she gently planted a soft kiss on his cheek. And after that, she simply buried her face in his clothes again. In that instant, the exhaustion from her sleepless nights disappeared completely. And so did the longing that had kept her tossing and turning at night. These past few days, both she and Chen Lu had been busy with their own things, giving her a true taste of what it felt like to miss someone. Even when she ate, she kept wondering whether Chen Lu was eating properly. Yet, she had not dared to message him to ask, afraid that he was busy and that she would seem too clingy. Chen Lu suddenly caught the scent of lychee candy, but he did not dwell on it. Instead, he earnestly responded to her, lowering his head to place a soft kiss on her cheek. Her skin was exceptionally smooth and soft and delicate. Kissing her was an absolute delight. Do not leave any marks. Liang Jiro reminded him, tilting her neck slightly to make it easier for him. All right. Chen Lu, professional boiled frog chef, strawberry plantation expert, and obedient boyfriend, could only listen to her request. A kiss was a kiss. What more could he ask for? Still, he only put his strawberry planting plans on hold temporarily. He had not given up at all. He had even secretly made up his mind that sooner or later, he would leave kiss marks all over the silly girl. You have dark circles under your eyes. After a while, Chen Lu cupped her face gently, his voice filled with concern. Puffed up from being held, Liang Jiro pouted, her words coming out slightly muffled. You do too. His dark circles were not much lighter than hers. One look, and it was clear he had been staying up late as well. Chen Lu pulled his eyelids down with both hands, making a funny face. I did it on purpose so we would have matching ones. Now, when we walk down the street, people will instantly know we are a couple. Hearing that, Liang Jiro could not help but smile. Of course, she knew he was joking. But still, his words made her so happy. She was the easiest person to cheer up. Even something like this was enough to make her smile for a long time. But despite smiling, she still felt worried. She did not care about her own dark circles, but seeing his made her heart ache. "You should not stay up so late," she whispered. Chenlu continued gently kneading her soft cheeks, watching as her face shifted into different funny expressions. "I have no choice. Money does not fall from the sky. If I do not work hard now, how will I give you a good life when we get married?" He deliberately said it in a teasing tone, so she would not realize that he was genuinely working hard for her. He did not want to make her feel guilty. But even when he put it that way, Liang Jiro still took his words seriously. She held his hands tightly, looking nervous yet earnest. "It is okay. You do not need to pay for my mom's treatment anyway. In the future, as long as you are with me, everything will be fine. If we cannot afford a car, we can ride an electric scooter. You can drive, and I will hug you from behind. We can save up for a house little by little. And if we cannot afford one in Hangzhou, we will just move somewhere else. Wherever you go, I will go with you." She counted off her fingers, carefully calculating as she spoke. "I can cook. As long as we have money for groceries, that is all that matters. And I do not have any expensive hobbies. I do not even like shopping. I hardly spend any money at all." Before she could finish, Chen Lu pulled her into another tight embrace. His lips twitched, his emotions a complicated mess. If they were not too young to legally marry, he would have taken this silly girl to get a marriage certificate right now, though he was not sure if she would agree. The more she spoke like this, the more he wanted to give her the best life possible. How could he ever let a girlfriend like her suffer? Not even a little. The sudden embrace startled Liang Jiro, but once she recovered, she hugged him back just as tightly. Her small hands rested on his back, and she nuzzled her face against his chest with her eyes closed, her voice filled with happiness. "None of that matters to me. As long as you are always by my side, that is enough." Feeling Chen Lu's rapid heartbeat against her, she made a silent vow to work even harder. What if, in the future, she actually became a wealthy woman capable of supporting him? If that happened, she would not let Chen Lu do anything at all. He would only need to love her, spoil her, kiss her, and hold her. The rest of his time could be spent playing games. Coincidentally, that was exactly what Chen Lu was thinking too. He gently ran his fingers over the calluses on her otherwise soft hands. Then, glancing at the project plan on the desk, a rare look of determination appeared in his eyes. He vowed that he would take responsibility for her future. Even he, a man, did not have calluses on his hands. So why the hell should his girlfriend? A long while later, Jian Chao felt a little dejected when Lu Yan only replied to his message with an angry, fist-punching emoji. But then he suddenly remembered that his good brother, Chen Lu, was also in the middle of a fight, just like him. Instantly, he felt a lot better. That was just human nature. People were not afraid of suffering. They were only afraid of suffering alone. When he saw the door to Chen Lu's office slowly open, he coughed twice, suppressing the smirk on his lips, ready to watch the drama unfold. But what he saw instead was Chen Lu and Liang Jiro walking out of the office, completely glued to each other. Wait, what? Were they not supposed to be sharing the hardship together like brothers? As he stood there, mouth slightly open in disbelief, Chen Lu sat down in front of him with an expression of utter disdain. "What is with that dumb look on your face? Hurry up and confirm the project progress again." Meanwhile, as soon as Liang Jiro stepped out of the office, she was immediately pulled aside by Lin Miao, who had just returned to the studio. "Well, did you eat the fruit candy I gave you? How was your first kiss?" Lin Miao grew more and more excited as she spoke. Was he completely shocked? Liang Jiro blinked blankly and shook her head in confusion. "We did not kiss." Lin Miao's mouth hung half open, and she stared at her for a long moment. "Why not? You literally delivered yourself to his lips. How did he hold back?" The more she thought about it, the less she believed it. If it were her, she definitely would have kissed already. A girl this beautiful, this adorable, throwing herself into his arms, asking for hugs and kisses. If he could hold back, was he even human? Liang Jiro lowered her head deeply. "Maybe, he did not understand what I meant." Lin Miao tapped her stylus repeatedly against her drawing tablet, the rhythmic tap sound filling the air. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Chen Lu could not possibly be that dense. So she asked instead, "Did you say the words I told you to say?" "No." Liang Jiro looked like a guilty child who had done something wrong. She did not even dare to meet the gaze of her love theory mentor. "I was too embarrassed to say it." Lin Miao let out a long sigh, deeply disappointed. "Then all your mental preparation was for nothing. She patted Liang Jiro's shoulders seriously. Jiro, you are already a mature woman. You have to learn how to seduce him into kissing you first. That is the only way to capture a man's heart, do you understand? As women, we have to take the initiative too. We cannot let men do all the work. But at the same time, we must maintain a sense of dignity. For example, you can let him hug you without resistance. But you must still say no out loud. Got it? Liang Jiro nodded in understanding, not doubting her mentor's expertise in the slightest. Even though this so-called love guru had been single since birth, and all of her dating knowledge came from anime, visual novels, and adult films. While discussing work with Jiang Chao, Chenlu noticed Lin Yamia openly slacking off in front of everyone and could not help but smile as he asked, "Have you finished modifying the settlement screen?" Lin Yamia was immediately displeased. "I am doing something even more important than work. You should be grateful I am not asking you to buy me a meal." If it were not for all the people around, she would have straight up told him, "One day, you will have to kneel before me." Chenlu tilted his head, glanced at her, and said nothing more. After all, her way of thinking was quite different from that of a normal person. So, he simply turned back and continued chatting with Jiang Chao. "Do you think this game will make some money?" He did not have particularly high expectations for their first project. Breaking even was enough. Anything beyond that would be a huge win. The first step was always the hardest, but as long as they could establish a steady pace, things would only get easier. Based on the demo feedback, things are looking fairly optimistic, Jiang Chao replied. Chenlu generally only set the overall direction, while Jiang Chao personally handled most of the details. That is why I keep saying that your decision to participate in the competition first was a genius move. At the very least, it proved that our game concept is solid. Chenlu nodded. Then for the first month, let us hold off on their performance bonuses. I will set some money aside as an emergency fund, and I will compensate them later. A heartless boss would not even consider giving out those bonuses in the first place. Jiang Chao smirked, then suddenly realized something. Wait, emergency fund? What for? I just need to make sure that, for the next few years, I can always come up with at least 100,000 yuan if necessary. That is easy. Jiang Chao did not pry further. I will just hold off on taking my share until you have saved up. Chenlu quietly observed the faint smile on Jiang Chao's face, feeling as though everyone around him was giving him a reason to work harder. As if not putting in his best effort would be letting them down. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Chao suddenly sighed. Our dorm is about to be unavailable soon. Are they really making room for the freshmen? Chenlu asked. Hearing that they could not stay in the dorms anymore made him feel a bit unsettled. Yeah, it happens every year. Jiang Chao spread his hands helplessly. That is just how it is for fourth-year students. No home, no love, just getting thrown straight into the harsh realities of life. Chenlu rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the evening glow beyond the window, a faint sense of melancholy washing over him. So, this was it. His university life was truly coming to an end. The young and naive version of himself who first stepped onto this campus could never have imagined his current life. Could never have imagined that someone who once loved slacking off so much would now work so hard. And certainly could never have imagined ending up with such an adorable, silly girlfriend. That was life. You never knew what awaited you in the distance. After the final exams, once everyone had gathered, Chenlu held a meeting to assign tasks for the summer break. By the time everything was wrapped up and most of the team had left the studio, Chenlu returned to his office and saw Liang Jiro lying on his desk, fast asleep. Perhaps the combination of studying and working had exhausted her. This silly girl could fall asleep at any moment. Chenlu chuckled, quietly turned up the air conditioning, and silently closed the door. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly dialed a number. Lu Ji, what made you think of calling me? Zheng Haoyu asked curiously. He had moved out a while ago, so he and Chenlu did not talk all that often. Chenlu casually picked a topic. Still preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam? Yeah, I do not have your kind of talent. Oh, come on, what talent? The only thing I do better than you is play video games. At least I do not go 0 to 8 when I pick Yasuo. On the other end of the call, Zheng Haoyu immediately fired up. Damn it, are you guys going to remember that one bad match for the rest of my life? Just get to the point already. Chenlu dropped the jokes and got serious. Where did you rent your apartment before? Once I finish up my current work, I am thinking about renting a place near campus. Commuting between my house and the studio every day is too much of a hassle. He had just gone through the team's summer break plans and was surprised to find that quite a few people were staying behind instead of going home. Jiang Chao was right, some people really did have dreams. And at this age, before life had beaten them down, having dreams and being willing to work hard for them was completely normal. Feeling touched, he immediately decided to give each person staying for the summer an extra 1,000 yuan in salary. After all, if they could launch the game earlier and catch the summer traffic peak, the extra money they could earn would far exceed a few thousand yuan. Since nearly half the team was staying behind, it would not look good if he was the only one not showing up. Unlike Lin Miaomio and Pang Liun, who were third years and could easily apply to stay in the dorms over summer, Chen Lu no longer had that option. Zheng Haoyu did not think much before agreeing. I will help you find a place. You have done me plenty of favors already. What kind of place are you looking for? A one-bedroom? Chen Lu looked at Liang Jiro, still fast asleep on his desk, and sighed softly. A two-bedroom. Moving in together was definitely too soon. He just wanted to make sure that once the new semester started, she would have a place to take naps during the day, so she would not have to sleep on a bench in the school pavilion with him every afternoon. The weather would start cooling down eventually, and he did not want her catching colds. There was no risk of things getting out of hand, after all. He had even managed to resist the urge to kiss her for this long. When you truly loved someone, of course, there was desire. But you wanted things to happen naturally, when both people were ready. Besides, this silly girl was already as sooner or later, there was no rush for anything. Got it. Zheng Haoyu did not ask further and simply hung up the phone. Listening to the disconnect tone, Chen Lu could not help but smile. Despite their different personalities, these guys really did treat him well. Such good sons. What a shame that graduation was approaching. Once Liang Jiro had rested enough, Chen Lu had a sudden idea and decided to take her for a walk around campus. Just like other couples at their school, they took a slow stroll around the track and wandered through different spots on campus. The sky had long since darkened. A gentle night breeze carried away the heat of the day, making the evening feel pleasantly cool. Fingers interlocked, Chen Lu asked softly, "Any plans for the summer?" "A part-time job." The girl responded immediately, not even stopping to think. "Find some time to go to the amusement park with me. We talked about it before." "All right." Liang Jiro nodded lightly. She was actually looking forward to it. She had never been to an amusement park before. Even going to the movies was something she had only recently done for the first time with Chen Lu. After spending so much time with him, the girlish side she had long buried was beginning to emerge little by little. She was a girl, after all. If life had not been so difficult, how could she have been indifferent to romance? Especially when she liked Chen Lu so much. In the blink of an eye, we are about to step into the real world. Chen Lu sighed. Curious, the girl tilted her head to look at him. Are you still feeling lost? I was before. Now, not so much. Chen Lu replied honestly. Just then, two girls in black stockings passed by. Chen Lu frowned slightly. In the middle of summer? Do they not feel hot? Liang Jiro gently clung to his arm and whispered, I told you before, I will always stay by your side. But what? Chen Lu asked. But could you stop looking at other girls? Hearing that, Chen Lu cleared his throat. I did not. Just as he was about to defend himself, he suddenly heard the girl's soft, delicate voice. If you like that kind of stocking, I can wear it too. But only for you to see. Chen Lu turned his head in shock, only to see the girl burying her face into his shoulder, too embarrassed to look at him. Are you serious? He was utterly stunned. Was this really happening? Liang Jiro had such beautiful legs. If she actually wore black or white stockings, he could not even begin to imagine. Wait, something felt off. Chen Lu suddenly realized. He really had not been intentionally looking at those two girls. How could he not notice people walking straight toward him in his peripheral vision? That was just basic awareness. I did not look. He quickly denied it again. Liang Jiro lifted her head slightly, glanced at him, then buried her face back into his shoulder. Who knew what was going through her silly little head? Looking directly at Chen Lu made her feel embarrassed, but somehow, hiding her face in his body did not. You pervert. She muttered softly. How am I? Chen Lu felt wronged. Clearly, he was the one being taken advantage of right now. Liang Jiro lightly bit his arm with almost no force at all. You have been smirking this whole time. It was only then that Chen Lu realized he had been grinning uncontrollably. He quickly cleared his throat and shamelessly said, Well, I only act like a pervert with you. This particular line worked wonders on her, expert approved. Sure enough, Liang Jiro's gaze returned to him, her beautiful eyes filled with innocent foolishness. Really? Of course. Chen Lu looked deadly serious, as if he were saying something deeply righteous. But, are you actually serious about this? He asked again. Liang Jiro was instantly overwhelmed with embarrassment, unable to respond. How could he be this shameless? Did he really want her to say out loud that she would definitely wear it for him to see? No way. That would be way too embarrassing. Yes. A few seconds later, she could not bear to leave her boyfriend hanging and obediently answered him. The smile that had just faded from Chun-Lu's face reappeared instantly. Teasingly, he said, "I cannot help but feel like you keep feeding me empty promises, Miss Liang Jiro." They had not even kissed yet, and they were already discussing this kind of thing? I am not. Liang Jiro pursed her lips. I am really trying. No worries. I actually enjoy being strung along. Chen-Lu chuckled, tightening his arms around her just a little. It does not matter when. As long as it happens eventually. Liang Jiro let out a soft in response. She felt that Chen-Lu was particularly good to her in this regard. Though he occasionally made teasing remarks, he had never done anything she was uncomfortable with. Ever since that one time when she had been so scared that she had to take deep breaths to calm down, Chen-Lu had never let her feel afraid again. As she thought about this, she unconsciously shifted her entire weight against him. Because she knew, no matter what, Chen-Lu would always hold her steady. She was certain she had spent all these years waiting just to meet him. No, to meet him again. The next day, Chen-Lu lay lazily on his bed, staring at the clear blue sky outside his window. It was officially summer break. The dorms would no longer be available soon, and he would soon lose his identity as a student. Yet, for now, none of it felt real. It was because he had planned everything ahead of time. He had prepared so thoroughly that when the time actually came, it felt strangely uneventful. After all, he had been running the studio for a while now. Just as he was debating whether to head back to school to pack up his things, Chen Mo suddenly barged into his room. The door swung open with a loud bang, as if she had just retired from the FBI. Chen-Lu flinched, sitting up with an exasperated expression. Are you insane? Chen Mo had not even tied up her ponytail yet. She was holding a pile of fishing gear, with a bag of bait in her mouth, mumbling incoherently, "Bro, let's go fishing. You do realize that once summer break is over, you will be in your senior year of high school, right? And do you not have finals in a few days?" Chen Mo spat out the bag like she was spitting sunflower seed shells, looking completely indifferent. And you did not say that back when you spent every night sneaking out to play video games during your own junior year? Did you forget who kept watch for you every night? Do you think you could have gotten away with it without me covering for you? Before she could finish, Chen-Lu had already pulled on his t-shirt and was reaching for her fishing gear. Let's go. Nice. The siblings walked into the living room, where Chen Guanglin was sitting on the couch, watching TV. For some reason, he was watching The Legend of the Condor Heroes again. Chen-Lu distinctly remembered that his father had been watching this same show when he was a kid. Now, he was old enough to bring girls home, and his father was still watching it. To this day, Chen-Lu could still sing the theme song. He had no idea why his dad never got tired of it. Maybe he did. But when that happened, he would just switch to watching Drawing Sword or Parents' Love instead. "Dad, where is Mom?" Chen-Lu asked. It was already 8 in the morning, and there was no breakfast. That could only mean one thing. Wang Xiaxia was not home. Chen Guanglin yawned and said nonchalantly, "She went on a trip." Chen Mo blinked in confusion. "Why did you not go?" "It was a company trip." "What would I do there?" he replied blankly. "Are you sure it is not because you made Mom mad, and she stormed off with her colleagues?" Chen Mo snickered, unable to hold back her laughter. "We are professionally trained. We usually do not laugh. Unless we cannot help it. Do not talk nonsense." Chen-Lu shook the fishing rod in his hand. "Come with us, Dad. Let's go fishing. You two go ahead. I will play some chess at the neighborhood entrance later." "All right. On the way." Dad seems kind of pitiful being home alone. Chen Mo stretched lazily in the passenger seat. Chen-Lu shot her a glance. "Do you really not know how they argue? This is just their version of showing off their love." Hearing that, Chen Mo fell silent. She then noticed that Chen-Lu had been staring at his phone for a while and impatiently asked, "Why are we not leaving yet?" Chen-Lu smacked his lips and continued typing. "I am asking your sister-in-law if she wants to go fishing. If Liang Jiro did not have a part-time job, she would definitely come whenever he called." Sure enough, she agreed immediately. After a moment of thought, Chen-Lu decided to invite Lin Miao as well. Otherwise, she would be stuck alone in a city where she had no family, being exploited by her cruel boss. Wait, he was the cruel boss. Never mind, then. But now that he thought about it, putting Lin Miao and Chen Mo together, Chen-Lu suddenly felt a headache coming on. What would happen if two top-tier socially terrifying individuals ended up in the same space? Why are we still not leaving? Seeing that her brother had already put down his phone yet had not started the car, Chen Mo urged him again. "Sit in the back," Chen-Lu said. Chen Mo whipped her head around, her long ponytail swinging. Why? Chen Lu smirked. Because we are picking up your sister-in-law first. I am your real sister. She is my future wife. Chen Mo clenched her fists. I have called you brother for years. Does your conscience not hurt? She will call me husband in the future. Chen Mo had no words. At least when her sister-in-law was not around, she was still her brother's little princess. That was what she told herself, as she reluctantly climbed into the back seat. What kind of world was this? Did single people not deserve to live anymore? Sure enough, when they arrived to pick up Liang Jiro, the silly girl hesitated instinctively by the front passenger door, knowing that Chen Mo would be coming alone. After a brief pause, she reacted and instead opened the rear door. When she saw Chen Mo inside, she tilted her head in slight confusion. At that moment, Chen Lu spoke calmly, "Come sit in the front. I saved this seat just for you." Ha? Oh. Liang Jiro blinked in surprise before obediently taking the front passenger seat. I thought Xiao Mo would sit here. As long as you are around, this seat belongs to you. Chen Lu said softly, one hand on the steering wheel while the other reached over to lower the sun visor in front of her. Liang Jiro lowered her head, too embarrassed to respond, quickly pushing down the inexplicable sense of happiness rising in her heart. Chen Lu glanced at her and asked, "By the way, did you ask Lin Miao Miao?" He had not messaged Lin Miao Miao directly. Instead, he had left it to Liang Jiro as a suggestion. Whether this silly girl would get jealous or not, he would not even allow the possibility to arise. Besides, it was better to let Liang Jiro be the one to extend the invitation. It would mean more to her. I did. She seemed really touched. Liang Jiro recalled how excited Lin Miaomia had sounded over the phone and replied softly. Chen Lu nodded. Then let's go pick her up. Chen Mo leaned forward between them, looking like a curious child as she asked, "Who is that? Is she my sister-in-law's best friend?" Mei Chem, you and her should get along well. Clearly, Liang Jiro had long given up on trying to stop Chen Mo from calling her sister-in-law. It was pointless, these siblings were exactly the same. She simply could not handle them. Is that so? Chen Mo found it odd. Chen Lu sighed, regretting that he had not brought earplugs. Yes. You will find out soon. Since Lin Miaomio had applied to stay on campus, she was still living in her dormitory. Chen Lu made a turn and headed toward the university. More than half an hour later, the car stopped near the school gate. Hearing that they were going fishing, Lin Miaomio had deliberately dressed in a t-shirt and denim shorts, topping it off with a baseball cap. She casually hopped into the back seat. My parents nearly came all the way to Hangzhou to check on me. Being an only child really has its downsides. Lin Miaomio complained as soon as she sat down. I had to spend all of last night convincing them not to. It was only after she finished speaking that she noticed someone sitting next to her. Startled, she found herself locked in a wide-eyed stare with Chen Mo. Chen Lu caught the scene through the rearview mirror and could not hold back a chuckle. This is my sister. She will be a senior in high school after summer break. Oh damn, Lin Miaomio thought to herself. The only thing on her mind right now was, this family has insanely good genes. Hello, big sis. I am Chen Mo. My sister-in-law just showed me your artwork, you are amazing. Chen Mo beamed, scooting closer and even pulling up her WeChat QR code, radiating enthusiasm. Hello. Lin Miaomie was still processing everything. I am Lin Miaomio. Your name is so pretty. Chen Mo smiled, then tapped on her phone screen and sneakily set a new contact note for Lin Miaomio. 6 water big sis. Chen Lu smirked and sighed lightly. There is a saying that among scholars, there is no true number 1, among warriors, there is no true number 2. Apparently, social anxiety worked the same way. When two socially awkward individuals met, one of them had to be the most awkward. And right now, it seemed that his little sister had one. Not that this realization brought him any joy. After chatting with Chen Mo for a while, Lin Miaomia turned to Chen Lu and said, I had a sudden burst of inspiration last night, so I changed the style of the settlement screen. Check it out later. No problem. Chen Lu was a little surprised. Why are you working so hard? I told you guys to take a few days off, because I really like this environment. Lin Miaomio replied matter-of-factly. I have always been afraid of getting mistreated at work in the future. If I could just work here long-term, that would be great. So I have to work hard to make sure your studio does not go bankrupt. Exactly. If we are going to be exploited by a boss anyway, it might as well be by me and Liang Jiro. Chen Lu joked. Liang Jiro blinked at him in confusion. What does this have to do with me? Lin Miaomio snorted. If you ever start acting too heartless, I will just get Jiro to beat you up, right, Jiro? Liang Jiro hesitated, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. I will scold him a little. You traitor! Selling me out for love. Lin Miao pretended to be furious, biting her lip in mock frustration before slumping back into her seat. Just then, Chen Mo wordlessly handed her a bag of potato chips and shrugged. Love makes people stupid. Those two are just idiots. Try to be understanding. Agreed. Lin Miao grabbed a handful of chips and started munching. In that instant, a revolutionary bond was formed. A little sister who was beautiful and complimented her artwork, who would not like her. That little incident quickly passed, and Chen focused on driving while listening to the three girls chat and laugh along the way. Liang Jiro was constantly flustered by Lin Miao and Chen Mo's antics, often not knowing how to respond. Every now and then, she would turn to Chen with pleading eyes. Looking pitiful. Looking utterly adorable. Miao, you have so many cosplay photos. Chen Mo had quickly gotten cozy with Lin Miao and was now scrolling through her phone, staring in awe. I want to try it too after I graduate. Maybe Amaya? Liv would be nice too. She puffed out her cheeks and thought. But I think I would only wear them at home. I would be too embarrassed to go out in them. Lin Miao, speaking from experience, reassured her, it is always nerve-wracking the first time. But after that, it just keeps getting more fun. Your makeup is amazing. Even your natural makeup looks so good. I do not even know how to put on makeup. Chen Mo, another hardcore anime fan, was already completely won over. I had no choice. Reality forced me to learn. If I looked as good as Jiro, I would never bother with makeup. Actually, I do not think Jiro is suited for cosplay. Chen Mo mused for a moment before saying thoughtfully, I think she would look better in traditional Chinese clothing. As soon as the words left her mouth, both she and Lin Miao froze for a second. Then, simultaneously, they turned to look at Liang Jiro. Come to think of it, she really did have that kind of classic beauty. Even the leading ladies in historical dramas did not look as good as her. There was always a touch of seductiveness in those actresses. But Liang Jiro had a pure, delicate charm that was completely different. I am not wearing it. Liang Jiro whispered nervously. Wearing it for Chen alone was fine. But wearing it outside, she would rather die. How did you two team up so quickly? Chen sighed, feeling utterly helpless. It was like they were one step away from becoming sworn sisters. When they arrived at the reservoir, the group began setting up their equipment in an orderly fashion. There was exactly one fishing rod per person. As for seating, Chen had borrowed 2 small folding stools from Grandpa Zhao, the security guard, before leaving home, just enough for everyone. Since Chen Mo had checked the weather before coming, she knew that today was not particularly hot. In fact, by the reservoir, it was even a little cool. Though by noon, it would likely be a different story. That was just how Hangzhou's weather worked, unpredictable and unforgiving. While Chen was staring blankly at the vast expanse of the lake, lost in thought, he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his arm. Turning his head, he saw that it was Liang Jiro applying mosquito repellent for him. The girl was stubbornly insistent on doing it for him. Only after she was done did she finally sit down obediently. I will bait the hook for you. Chen crouched beside her, carefully attaching the bait to her fishing hook. Chen Mo smirked and leaned in mischievously. Brother, do not tell me you are going to embarrass yourself in front of your girlfriend by not catching a single fish? After all, fishing was purely a game of luck. Going home empty-handed was a common occurrence. Why else would people spend hours fishing, only to end up buying seafood from the market instead? Do not jinx it. Chen shot her a glare. If I do not catch a fish, I will drain this whole reservoir dry. 1 hour later. Seeing the fish pile up beside Chen Mo and Lin Miao, Chen felt like dying. Even Liang Jiro had managed to catch one. Then he looked at his own bucket. He was done. Time for mass destruction. Why? Did fishing really have a beginner's luck mechanic? Then why the hell could Chen Mo catch fish? Staring at the still, mirror-like water, Chen grew more and more frustrated. These damn fish, they only go for the girls. Brother, oh, dear brother, Chen Mo called out teasingly from afar. Keep up the good work. Shut up. Chen felt even worse, turning back to stare at his motionless bobber. Just then, Liang Jiro gently poked his arm. Do you want to feed me a candy? She knew that ever since she had been hospitalized due to low blood sugar, Chen always carried a few fruit candies with him. Without exception. All right. Chen washed his hands with bottled water, then held the candy between his fingers. Before he could hand it over, the girl leaned in and took it into her mouth along with his fingertips. A few seconds later, she slowly pulled away. A cool breeze swept past, and the lingering dampness on his fingers felt unexpectedly cold. So what if you did not catch a fish? Liang Jiro gave him an impossibly sweet smile. You already caught me. Chen froze for a moment, then kissed the girl's forehead and chuckled. Then I guess I will just have to take you home with me. Liang Jiro had already turned her face away, too embarrassed to look at him. Not yet. It is only a matter of time. Chen Lu kept his eyes on the fishing rod as he intertwined his fingers with hers. Since I caught you from the river, you better be mentally prepared. You are not escaping me in this lifetime. Who needed fish when he already had such a great girlfriend? Sooner or later, he was going to bring her home as his wife. Liang Jiro blinked in a daze. I am not stupid. I was never planning to run away. 6 water sis, hurry up and scoop it up. I am running out of strength. I am trying. Why is this stupid fish so slippery? Wait, what did you just call me? Stop pushing me and just get the fish. I cannot pull it up. Serves you right for calling me that. Ugh, it is too far, I cannot reach it. Hearing Lin Miaomio and Chen Mo bickering in the distance, Chen Lu turned to Liang Jiro and asked gently, fishing is fun, right? Yes. Liang Jiro nodded enthusiastically. Even though she had only caught 1 fish, she was beyond happy. Whether it was spending time with Chen Lu or being surrounded by friends, it was something she had never even dared to dream of before. Compared to that, whether she actually caught fish or not no longer mattered. As she thought about it, a small smile naturally curved on her lips. She turned to Chen Lu and asked, do I smile better now? Of course. You look amazing. Chen Lu sounded proud. Your boyfriend is doing a decent job, right? To this day, he could still vividly remember the first time he saw her smile back at the hospital. He used to believe that human memory could never match the precision of a photograph, but now, he realized that was not true. That moment was etched so clearly in his mind. He could even recall how time seemed to freeze, how his heart skipped a beat. A photo could never capture the way her smile had stunned him. MHM. Liang Jiro rested her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the gentle breeze. If only time could slow down. If only things could always stay like this. She hoped Chen Lu would love her forever. If I could catch fish every day, would we save a lot of money? After a while, she suddenly asked, her voice filled with an innocent kind of logic. Chen Lu's mouth parted slightly, momentarily speechless. After a pause, he slowly replied, have you ever considered that if you spent that time working instead, you could earn enough to buy even more fish? It was only then that Liang Jiro realized how silly her question was. She quickly pursed her lips and said nothing. Chen Lu laughed and playfully tapped her forehead. Whose girlfriend is this? So good at managing household expenses. Liang Jiro huffed softly but kept her eyes closed. By now, it was almost noon. The sun had climbed higher, and the heat was becoming more intense. Did you put on sunscreen? Chen Lu asked. He figured she probably had not. She would never spend money on something like that. He had completely forgotten to buy it for her in advance. Nope, she replied matter-of-factly. Be careful not to get sunburned. I feel like girls get tan more easily. If I get darker, will you still like me? Of course. Just your personality alone is enough to make me obsessed with you. Liang Jiro felt her cheeks heat up. Unable to hold back her smile, she softly scolded him, shameless. She had figured it out, Chen Lu was greedy. Even though she already liked him so much, it still was not enough for him. He wanted her to love him even more. Too bad he did not know she already did. And on top of that, you are so beautiful. I swear, I dream every night about how to marry you. Focus on fishing. She could not take any more. Her heart was pounding so loudly that she was afraid he would hear it. If he kept talking like this, she might not be able to resist marrying him on the spot. No, she could not. There was still too much to take care of at home. Not to mention, they were not even old enough yet. There is something wrong with the fish here. They only go for the girl's bait. Chen Lu muttered bitterly. Then, as if something suddenly occurred to him, he closed his eyes and whispered, I am willing to trade 10 years of Jiang Chao's lifespan in exchange for catching a fish. And may he hit the worst possible luck on every gotcha pull. This was not cruelty, it was karma. Back in the dorms, Jiang Chao had once shouted at the top of his lungs that he was willing to trade 10 years of Chen Lu's life for a rare character. And then, right after saying that, he miraculously pulled it in a single roll. That was the luckiest moment of Jiang Chao's life, and the most traumatic moment of Chen Lu's. A few minutes later, finally, Chen Lu's bobber twitched. Excited, he immediately stood up and yanked the rod upward. The fish in the reservoir were surprisingly strong. It thrashed in the water, swimming wildly, putting up a fierce struggle. But soon, Chen Lu realized, this fish was much larger than he had expected. Just from its strength alone, it was the biggest one he had ever hooked. Liang Jiro, quick, scoop it up, he shouted excitedly. Ah, okay. Liang Jiro had never done this before. She clumsily picked up the fishing net and stepped toward the water's edge. When she caught her own fish earlier, it had been Chen Lu who helped her scoop it up. Now that it was her turn, she was all fumbles. Unfortunately, the fish seemed to sense the danger. It dodged and weaved, keeping just out of reach. Experienced fishermen would not force the fish in a situation like this. Instead, they would periodically reel in the line, waiting for the fish to exhaust itself before making a final pull. Chen Lu knew this, but watching the fish dart back and forth so cunningly, he could not help but take it as a challenge. He started using more and more force. Liang Jiro, unaware that he was actually enjoying the fight, saw how much effort he was putting in and panicked even more. She stepped as close as she could to the water's edge and stopped. After a while, the fish's movements slowed. The splashes grew smaller as it was pulled closer. Seeing her chance, Liang Jiro quickly netted it, biting her lip as she struggled to lift it. Whether it was because the fish was tired or because the reservoir was full of perverted fish, the moment it was caught, it only flopped twice before going still. It was only when they pulled it out that they saw just how big it was. Almost the size of the one sold at the market. Chen Lu's grin nearly reached the sky. Quick, put it in the bucket. A fish this big. He would be bragging about this for a whole year. Even his dad, after all these years of fishing, had never caught one this huge. Liang Jiro nodded and struggled to lift the fish into the bucket. Since she had been holding the net from the far end, it took extra effort. But just as she placed it in, the previously docile fish suddenly started thrashing again. Startled, she instinctively stepped back. And then, her foot missed the ground. She blinked in silence, unable to react in time to even scream. Then, splash! The once calm water erupted into a massive wave. Just moments ago, Liang Jiro had been panicking about not knowing how to swim, yet now, she found herself lying on solid ground, momentarily dazed. Her wrist hurt a little. She had definitely been about to fall into the water. But someone had pulled her back. It took her a few seconds to process what had just happened. Then, suddenly realizing what it meant, she scrambled to her feet and ran to the water's edge. "Chen Lu!" she shouted as loudly as she could. It was, without a doubt, the loudest she had ever spoken in her life. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the water. Seeing that it was Chen Lu, she finally let out a breath of relief, though her eyes were now brimming with tears. She quickly picked up the fishing net beside her and handed it to him, afraid he would have nothing to grab onto. "It is fine, I know how to swim. I just slipped when I pulled you." Chen Lu brushed back his wet hair, revealing his eyes as he looked up at her with a grin. "Are you okay? Did I scare you?" The moment he saw her footing give way, he had instinctively lunged forward to grab her. He had managed to catch her. But in the process, he had lost his own balance and was flung into the water instead. They had essentially switched places. Normally, no one would have been able to react that quickly in such a situation. But Chen Lu had been watching Liang Jiro the entire time. Unfortunately, he had not realized that she had stepped so close to the edge. Liang Jiro shook her head and reached out to pull him up. She gripped his hand tightly and inspected him all over, as if afraid he had been bitten by a piranha, her worry written all over her face. Chen Lu, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He simply laughed and stared at the enormous fish he had just caught, completely ignoring his soaking wet clothes and the water dripping from his body. "Are you two okay?" Lin Miaomio and Chen Mo ran over, panting. "We are fine." Chen Lu hugged the bucket close to his chest. "How did you know I caught such a big fish?" Both he and Liang Jiro suddenly noticed something. Chen Mo was also drenched from head to toe. She casually pulled off her hair tie, letting her wet hair fall loosely over her shoulders. The siblings looked like a pair of drowned rats. Seeing the confusion on Liang Jiro's face, Lin Miaomio sighed and explained, "She saw you about to fall and jumped straight into the water. Then, when she realized it was actually her brother who fell in, she climbed right back out." As she spoke, a bitter smile spread across her lips. "I am learning how to swim this summer." The helpless panic she had felt just now. She never wanted to experience it again. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was acting as if nothing had happened. She walked up to Chen Lu, and the two of them stood side by side, both still dripping wet, staring at the bucket. Water from their hair kept dripping into the bucket, causing the massive fish inside to thrash around anxiously. But both of them were grinning from ear to ear. "This thing is huge. Hurry up and take a picture. Take one now. I am posting this in the fishing forums later. Should we buy a fish tank? Then, when guests come over, we can tell them we caught it ourselves." "Are you dumb? Of course we are eating it. It is not even a pretty fish." Liang Jiro blinked, looking at Chen Lu, then at Chen Mo, then at Lin Miaomio, who had a strangely guilty expression. Her nose stung. She realized she did not need anyone else to care about her anymore, because right now, she was already the happiest person in the world. Chen Lu glanced up at the sun and said softly, "Time to pack up. I need a shower, and then we are cooking this fish." Yay! Chen Mo looked at the fish, growing more excited the longer she stared at it. A fish bought at the market could never taste as good as one you caught yourself. Little crybaby, let's go. Chen Lu gently took Liang Jiro's hand. "You are cooking." Liang Jiro sniffled, then wrapped her arms around his wet sleeve and smiled up at him. "Okay." They bought a few towels to dry off a bit before heading back. Lin Miao Miao, feeling too embarrassed to follow them home, took a bucket and a fish and returned to campus. At the neighborhood entrance, just as the three of them arrived, they spotted Grandpa Zhao sitting under a tree, fanning himself. "Xiao Lu, you're back?" Chen Lu grinned and nodded, setting the bucket down in front of him. "How did you know I caught such a big fish?" Grandpa Zhao glanced inside, and his eyes widened in shock. He looked up at Chen Lu with a serious expression. "Where did you catch this? You sure you did not buy it from the market?" "At Cha Chao Bay Reservoir." Grandpa Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement. "Take me with you next time." Suddenly, playing chess seemed completely uninteresting to him. "You got it. But for now, I need to go home and show off to my dad." As the three of them walked away, Grandpa Zhao watched their retreating figures. His eyes landed on Chen Lu and Liang Jiro's hands, naturally clasped together. Smiling to himself, he squinted up at the sky. "Ah, youth is wonderful. Wife, why did you leave so early? Little Lu has found himself a girlfriend now. She is such a lovely girl, but you will never get to see her." Chen Guanglin, who had just been considering what takeout to order, jumped up from the couch in shock when he saw the sorry state of his son and daughter. "Did you not go fishing? Did the fish drag you into the water?" Chen Lu set the bucket on the floor and replied with a blank expression. "No, Chen Mo pushed me in. My brother pushed me first." While the siblings bickered, Liang Jiro hesitated for a moment before softly saying, "Hello, uncle. That is more like it. You should come over more often." Chen Guanglin smiled and nodded. "Let us go eat out. What do you all feel like having?" As the head of the household, he certainly could not admit that he did not know how to cook. And making his future daughter-in-law cook for the whole family would be even more inappropriate. Chen Guanglin made up his mind he would just have to reluctantly dip into his savings. "No need. Your daughter-in-law is cooking fish for you," Chen Lu said matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Liang Jiro tensed up completely. She shot him a quick glance, both anxious and annoyed. Chen Lu cleared his throat and lightly kicked the bucket. The fish inside immediately started thrashing. "Look at the fish." Chen Guanglin walked over, full of curiosity. Then, he froze. "You bought this, right?" "Caught it. Bought it. I really caught it. They can both vouch for me." Chen Lu shrugged. "I do not believe it. Have you ever bought one like this? Do not talk nonsense." Chen Guanglin eyed his son and daughter's drenched clothes. It really did seem like they had gone into the water to catch it by hand. Those two troublemakers were definitely capable of something like that. Then, glancing back at the enormous fish, he clicked his tongue. He was a little jealous. 10 minutes later, after showering, Chen Lu walked into the kitchen and found Liang Jiro cooking. She had tied her hair up into a bun, revealing the smooth, elegant curve of her neck. She was focused on chopping vegetables, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of the knife filling the air. Her slender silhouette looked both graceful and adorable, making it almost impossible not to want to hug her from behind. The first time Chen Lu had seen her like this, he had only dared to imagine it, but this time, he could do it openly. Startled, the girl trembled slightly in his arms. But instead of pulling away, she nuzzled against him like a cat. "When did you learn to swim?" she asked softly. Chen Lu thought for a moment. "Back in elementary school. I learned to swim because I fell into the water as a kid. Good thing your boyfriend is smart." He smirked. "I just held my breath and stayed still, and somehow, I floated back up." What he did not dare to say was that he had nearly drowned. In a swimming pool. Back when he was little, his dad had left him alone for just a moment to go to the restroom. By the time he turned back, Chen Lu had already wandered into the deep end. The moment his father saw him sinking, he had rushed over and yanked him out of the water. When they got home, Wang Xiaoxia had given him a proper beating. To this day, Chen Lu still believed that the pool's design was flawed. He had been able to touch the bottom just fine, but then, out of nowhere, there was a slope. One step, and suddenly, his feet could not reach the ground anymore. Burying his face in her neck, Chen Lu took in the faint, refreshing scent of her skin. "You are chopping so fast. Aren't you afraid of cutting yourself?" Liang Jiro lifted her hand and bent her fingers slightly to show him. "If you press your knuckles against the blade, you will never cut your fingertips." "Damn, I think I might be an idiot." Chen Lu stared at her fingers, unblinking. He knew how to cook. But he had never known this trick. Guess he still lacked experience. Picking up a freshly sliced cucumber, he popped it into his mouth and said, "Teach me to cook sometime. Your food is way too good." The girl turned around, tilting her head as she met his gaze. "You do not need to learn. I can cook for you for the rest of my life." At the beginning of July, the sun was scorching. The hottest days of the year were approaching, and waves of heat rolled through the streets. There were significantly fewer pedestrians than usual. Chen Lu sat in his office, analyzing the final adjustments for the new version of their game. They were at a critical juncture, about to find out just how much money this project could make. No one in the studio dared to slack off. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. "Come in," Chen Lu said calmly. Lin Miaomio slipped inside, carefully shutting the door behind her. Then, she slumped into the chair across from him, looking utterly defeated. "What is it?" he asked curiously. The art team's work was nearly complete, there should not have been any major issues. Lin Miaomia cleared her throat and hesitantly asked, "So, I have this friend. He transferred 500 yuan to Qin Shi Huang, and then got blocked. Do you think he can get the money back?" Chen Lu's expression twisted as if he had just eaten a lemon. "What kind of nonsense is that? Qin Shi Huang has been dead for thousands of years." "Oh, right. It was not Qin Shi Huang. It was a scammer." Lin Miaomio quickly corrected herself. "So, does that mean my friend's money is gone for good? It is not even enough to file a case. Give up." Seeing Lin Miaomio sigh deeply on behalf of her friend, he added, "Well, there is one way." "What way?" Lin Miaomio's eyes lit up with hope. Chen Lu smirked. "Just send the scammer another 2,500 yuan. That way, once the total hits 3,000, you can file a case." Realizing he was joking, Lin Miaomio slumped even lower in her chair. "A whole 648 down the drain. How did your friend even fall for that? He claimed to be the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang." He made it sound so convincing. Lin Miaomio stared blankly at the ceiling. "At first, I did not believe him. But then he asked me, 'Do you believe in me? Or do you believe in love?'" Chen Lu pressed a finger to his lips and shushed her. Then, with a dead serious expression, he said, "Actually, I am Emperor Wu of Han." "Truly? Get lost. Fine, I will believe in love from now on, okay?" Strictly speaking, believing in love will get you scammed even more. A scumbag will not only cheat you out of money but also take your body. At least Qin Shi Huang only took 500 yuan from you. By the time he finished speaking, Chen Lu was laughing so hard he had to clutch his stomach, nearly gasping for air. As Lin Miaomio stormed out, slamming the door behind her, he nearly burst into laughter again. Leaning back, he exhaled to calm himself. "Daring to show attitude to the boss? I should find an excuse to dock your salary." Just as he finished muttering to himself, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, Uncle Mo. "Hello, Uncle Mo," Chen Lu greeted, then waited for the man to speak. Mo Wenbin chuckled. "So, Xiao Lu started his own company and did not even tell me? Did I watch you grow up for nothing? It is just a small operation. The whole team barely has 20 people. That does not matter. Every big company starts small. Once you expand a little more, I will bring you to a few business dinners. It will be helpful for your company's future development." "Uncle, you are too good to me," Chen Lu replied with a smile. He knew Mo Wenbin was not just being polite, the man had always treated him well. That said, whether or not he would accept the offer was another story. He had no intention of relying on Mo Wenbin's connections to grow his company. At least, not yet. After some casual conversation, Mo Wenbin suddenly asked, "What exactly happened between you and Yuqing? Mind telling your uncle?" Chen Lu hesitated for a moment. "I have been meaning to tell you in person, but I figured you might be too busy to meet. This is something that should be discussed in person, huh?" Mo Wenbin mused. "Do you have time now? I will send my driver to pick you up. We can have dinner tonight with your dad, just the three of us." Chen Lu glanced at the report Pang Lian had compiled. Just as he was about to respond, he heard Mo Wenbin's voice again, firm and efficient. "Actually, never mind. I have a last-minute meeting. We will talk later. Alright, take care. Uncle, if you want to have dinner with me, I will make time no matter what. Just call me when you are free." Chen Lu listened to the dial tone, waiting for the call to disconnect before placing his phone face down on the desk. His index finger tapped lightly against the surface as he fell into deep thought. Something felt off. What exactly did Uncle Mo want to say? As soon as Mo Wenbin saw the long-haired girl push open the door, he quickly ended his phone call, a rare hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. It was an expression that almost never appeared on him. Perhaps the reason it did now was because, aside from his many roles in life, he was also a father. Mo Yuqing bit her lip lightly and asked in a low voice, "Why did you call him?" "I just wanted to ask Xiaolu something." Mo Wenbin sighed, somewhat helpless. "You refused to tell me why you suddenly decided to go abroad, so I had no choice but to ask Xiaolu. If he really wanted to investigate, he could find out. But it would take time. And by the time he knew the truth, his daughter would already be gone. What would be the point then?" Mo Yuqing responded softly. She sat down on the couch, hugging her knees tightly. After a long silence, she finally murmured in a weak voice, "I like him." Mo Wenbin froze. Perhaps because he had not spoken with his daughter in so long, he kept finding himself caught off guard today. When someone had come to his office saying that a girl outside was claiming to be his daughter, he had nearly choked on his drink. Then, when she told him she was about to leave the country, he had almost lost his footing. Over the years, he had never remarried. Mo Yuqing was his only daughter. Of course, he loved her. Even though she had always blamed him for the divorce, even though she had refused to see him. "You like Xiaolu? That is a good thing, is it not?" Mo Wenbin stepped forward, smiling gently. "You two grew up together. Your Uncle Chen and I have been friends since we were kids, too. That boy, he is someone I watched grow up. He is far more capable than most of his peers, and I know he is devoted. Do you realize how many people will envy the love story you two share?" But as he spoke, his smile suddenly froze. Then, little by little, it faded, because his daughter's expression did not look right. "He has a girlfriend." Mo Yuqing rested her chin on her arms. A few moments later, she buried her face entirely. Realizing that this was not just some childish tantrum, Mo Wenbin became serious. His usual composure returned. Back in elementary school, Mo Yuqing had cried and whined about Chen Lu playing with other girls. But this was different. It was not the same at all. Because now, they had grown up. That does not make sense. Mo Wenbin frowned. No matter how he thought about it, something felt off. "I always felt that Xiaolu liked you." Mo Yuqing lifted her head. 2 silent streams of tears had already trailed down her delicate cheeks. "But I made him wait for me at a restaurant for 3 hours. But I always treated him coldly. Even when he looked disappointed, I never comforted him. Later, when he messaged me, I could not even be bothered to reply. I only talked to him when I needed something. He has always been someone who holds grudges, yet no matter how harsh I was to him, he never argued back." Her tears fell faster. Her lips trembled as she released them from the tight clench she had been holding. Then, suddenly, she cried out. "I made him chase after me for 7 whole years, only to wear him down so much that he lost all confidence in himself. He could not even lift his head anymore. How could he possibly still like me?" As if venting all of her self-loathing, her voice rose, almost to a shout. But at the same time, it was utterly powerless. Then, in a barely audible murmur, she whispered, "He has been by my side for so long, too long. I got used to it. I got used to him treating me well. So I started to take it for granted. I kept thinking that as long as things stayed the same, it was fine. I never had the courage to take the next step. At the time, I was just telling myself, since Chen Lu was already always with me, why should I risk ruining that? That way, we would not end up like you and Mom." She trailed off. It did not matter. It was all just an excuse. Mo Wenbin reached out, wanting to pat her on the head. But halfway through, his hand hesitated. Then, silently, he withdrew it. Instead, he sat down beside her, careful not to sit too close. "Can I hug you?" Her voice trembled, thick with tears. Mo Wenbin felt his heart shatter upon hearing those words. With every beat, the pain struck anew. "Silly girl, I am your father," he said softly, letting Mo Yuqing rest her head on his shoulder. "You've been stubbornly competing with me all these years. Such a foolish girl." He didn't even notice that he had repeated "foolish girl" twice. Perhaps, in his heart, there was no better way to describe his daughter. Naive, proud, and stubborn. Why did she have to be so foolish? Mo Yuqing sobbed in his arms like a child, just as she had when she was little. Watching her, Mo Wenbin's eyes reddened without realizing it. It felt as if time had suddenly rewound by many years. As a parent, he had never truly wanted his child to grow up, because growing up always meant losing something. No one matures without reason. The more innocent a person is, the happier their childhood must have been. And once they grow up, they inevitably realize that the world is far from beautiful. For a moment, Mo Wenbin didn't know how to comfort her. So instead, he began telling his own story. From how he met Mo Yuqing's mother in childhood, to how they gradually grew closer, got married, and then how he devoted himself entirely to his career until, eventually, Mo Yuqing's mother filed for divorce. Out of guilt for having prioritized his work over his family, he didn't fight for custody of Mo Yuching. Ironically, the very reason she had asked for a divorce was because he had left for a meeting while Mo Yuching was burning with a high fever. Yet after their divorce, she too became consumed by work, just like he once had, leaving her unable to care for their home. Both of them had finally come to understand each other's struggles and regrets. But the past could not be undone. Regret is the most useless emotion, it only serves to torment the soul while changing nothing. To others, it may seem like I have everything, Mo Wenbin said, but in reality, I have nothing. Now, I finally have the ability to give you and your mother the best life possible, but she's gone, and you're gone too. All because, when I was young, I didn't know what was truly important. I'm not as open-minded as your Uncle Chun. He tried to warn me back then. I really should have listened to him. Father and daughter talked more and more, finally reaching a point of mutual understanding. After a long while, Mo Wenbin felt his throat go dry, yet he still muttered every now and then, "It's all your father's fault." He couldn't help but think, if only he had realized earlier that companionship mattered more than providing a better life, if only he had fought for Mo Yuching's custody during the divorce, perhaps his daughter wouldn't have ended up like this. "Dad, I want to try on a wedding dress," Mo Yuching suddenly said. Mo Wenbin froze for a long time. He didn't know whether to feel happy that she was finally calling him dad again or to be shocked by her sudden request. Under his stunned gaze, Mo Yuching wiped her tears and smiled softly. "There won't be another chance in the future. The dream is over. It's time to grow up." A few seconds later, Mo Wenbin understood what she meant. His lips parted and closed repeatedly, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. He hadn't even untied his own emotional knots. How could he tell his daughter to let go? "I'll have the driver take you there," he finally said, then turned his gaze toward the window, tilting his head back slightly with a silent sigh. "Chen Guanglin, you really figured life out, didn't you? How did that guy always know exactly what he wanted? Are you really set on this?" Mo Wenbin asked in a final attempt to persuade her. "If you stay in the country, I can be here for you." It was the first time he had ever felt so envious of Chen Guanglin. Mo Yuching shook her head lightly. "When I was little, I made a pinky promise with him. We said we'd get married when we grew up, and that I'd become a great lawyer, the kind that helps people who can't afford one." She smiled, but the bitterness in it was unmistakable. "If I've already broken one promise, then I have to keep the other one properly." That afternoon, inside a lavishly decorated bridal boutique, Lu Yan looked at the wedding dresses, each with a price tag that could make someone gasp in shock. They might as well just rob people instead of pretending to be generous by gifting one, she muttered. Although, she had to admit, they were all stunning. She took out a wet wipe and wiped away the tear stains on her face, regaining her usual composure. As if she didn't know that Mo Yuching would be leaving the country tomorrow. "Here is your coffee," a sales associate said, handing her a cup. Lu Yan took it with a look of disbelief and quietly set it aside. Even if it was free, she wouldn't dare drink it. What if she accidentally spilled it on a dress? At that moment, Mo Yuching walked out in a mermaid-style wedding gown. She was dressed in pure white. The fishtail hem and cascading lace train accentuated her long legs and elegant figure. Sacred, magnificent, incomprehensibly beautiful. Lu Yan couldn't think of any other words. She was completely mesmerized. So beautiful. But she didn't look happy enough. "Yuching, you need to smile. If you don't, anyone can tell at a glance that you're just a fake bride. Does it look good?" Mo Yuching removed the veil, twirled gracefully, and asked with a lively expression. Lu Yan nodded. "It really does." Mo Yuching forced a faint smile and handed her the veil. "Come on, maid of honor, help me put it on." Lu Yan couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She knew that standing beside this fake bride, she would never become a real maid of honor. Her voice trembled with anger as she shouted, "Then why the hell were you so stubborn back then? Wouldn't it have been better if you had just woken up sooner? You had it in the bag. Chen Lu never owed you anything. How could you not realize that?" Her sudden outburst echoed through the spacious boutique, part frustration at Mo Yuching's past immaturity, part resentment over her selfish decision to leave. Mo Yuching tilted her head slightly. The delicate veil atop her head swayed gently. She took a deep breath, blinking away the tears that welled up. She smiled at Lu Yan, her eyes curving into crescents. "That's why I really regret it." Lu Yan fell silent. She could only lament how hard it was for people to truly cherish something before losing it. Unfortunately, time only moves in one direction. Some mistakes can be fixed after realization. Others cannot. She asked herself again and again, why? Why are people so childish sometimes? Why can't they realize the importance of something sooner? Why hadn't she been stricter in advising Mo Yuching back then? Why hadn't she threatened to cut ties with her? Why hadn't she warned Chen-Lu to just ignore her for a few months? But these questions had no answers. To cherish something is to not lose it, but only through loss do people learn to cherish. A closed loop. Mo Yuqing smiled, and tears slipped down her face. The two women stood there, gazing at each other as tears streamed silently. After a long while, Mo Yuqing led Lu Yan to a sales associate. "I'll take it." She pulled out a bank card from her bag. "Charge this one." Of course, the sales associate said with a slight bow. "Your fiancé will surely be very moved." Mo Yuqing smiled at her but said nothing. At this moment, after experiencing what it was like to buy a wedding dress, her little self-indulgent fantasy had finally come to an end. This dress would only end up in the trash. "You should try one on too," she suddenly suggested, feigning excitement. "Let me see what you look like in a wedding dress." Lu Yan could hear the meaning behind her words. She stood frozen like a statue for a long time before finally forcing out a single sentence. "Yuqing, I hate you." The next morning, inside the office, Chen-Lu sat impatiently in his chair, his tone uncharacteristically tinged with frustration. "I told you, I am not going. I have a girlfriend." "Mom, do you not like Liang Jiro? Why are you stirring up trouble like this?" "Just ordinary friends?" "Mo Yuqing and I are not just ordinary friends. Before I got together with Liang Jiro, I pursued Mo Yuqing for 7 years. Would it be appropriate for me to go? How do you expect Liang Jiro to feel? Even if I explain it to her, it still does not make sense." "Yes, she will definitely understand, but she has a fragile heart. Why put her through unnecessary turmoil?" After hanging up, Chen-Lu turned on the air conditioner, pressed his fingers against his temples, and let out a deep sigh. This was absolutely pointless. At that moment, the office door slowly creaked open. Liang Jiro walked in, carrying breakfast for him, and quietly placed it on the table. Chen-Lu paused, then asked gently, "How much did you hear?" Liang Jiro sat down in the seat he had cleared for her and lowered her head. "I heard everything." She was incapable of lying, especially to him. "Do not be upset. You must have heard me say I will not go," Chen-Lu said softly, taking her hand in his. Liang Jiro pursed her lips, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, a habit of hers when she was anxious. "You should go." Chen-Lu frowned. "Why are even you telling me to go?" He had not realized his tone was still a bit sharp. Quickly, he wrapped his arms around the girl beside him, afraid he had startled her. Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia had been taking turns calling him all morning, pestering him until he nearly lost his temper. He had originally wanted to avoid clarifying his history with Mo Yuqing, fearing it might strain the relationship between their families. But in the end, he had no choice but to spell it out. As expected, after hearing the truth, Chen Guanglin stopped trying to persuade him. Wang Xiaoxia, being more emotional, simply urged him to see Mo Yuqing one last time, saying that this might be the last chance. Liang Jiro finally lifted her head, her large, watery eyes locking onto his. With sincerity, she said, "Because I do not want you to be sad." Chen-Lu's pupils contracted slightly. He tightened his embrace around her. "It is all right. I am not sad." It was true, he was not sad. But to say he felt nothing at all? No one would believe that. Even if it were just an ordinary childhood friend leaving the country, there would always be some lingering feelings. But there really was no reason to go. Wishing each other well from afar was the best possible ending. "But uncle and auntie will be sad, and you might regret it in the future," Liang Jiro whispered, her voice so small it was almost inaudible, as if afraid of making him angry. What if she never comes back? She had tried putting herself in Mo Yuqing's shoes. If she had to watch Chen-Lu be with another girl, she would rather never return. Just the thought of it was suffocating. Seeing it with her own eyes would be unbearable, like a slow, cruel dissection of the heart. Chen-Lu gently pinched her cheek, making her squint one eye shut. "Do you even know what you are saying? Fool, big fool. No one is sillier than you." Unhappy, Liang Jiro lightly bumped her head against his shoulder. "I am very smart." "Oh? And in what way are you smart?" Chen-Lu asked. The girl continued. "If you have regrets, then this matter and that girl will always linger in your heart. I do not want that. I want to be the only one in your eyes, forever." She stared at their intertwined hands, feeling a little embarrassed. "Am I being selfish? It almost feels like I am treating you as my possession." Chen-Lu planted a firm kiss on her cheek and laughed. "How is that selfish? That is completely normal. I feel the same way. I even get anxious about losing you." Her strange but endearing way of thinking no longer surprised him. After all, that was part of what made her so adorable. "I am not afraid," Liang Jiro whispered, pressing her lips close to his ear. "I will always be yours." Hearing that he felt the same way as she did made her a little giddy. After all, there was no room for anyone else in her heart, her entire world revolved around him. She was almost as foolish as he was. Yes, that was right. She used to be very smart, but Chenlu had made her this silly. Liang Jiro, you are too unfair, Chenlu said after being stunned for a moment, feeling slightly flustered. If you keep this up, do not blame me if I just take you home and marry you without your consent one day. You cannot marry me yet, I am not of legal age, Liang Jiro replied smugly. She knew exactly how many days were left until then. Chenlu scoffed. Then I will not get a marriage certificate. I will just take you home anyway. Liang Jiro thought he was being ridiculous. He always called her silly, but he was the foolish one here. She huffed lightly. I am not incapable of running away, you know. The moment those words left her lips, Chenlu pulled her into a tight embrace, pressing them close together. Then I will tie you up and take you home, make you wash my clothes, cook for me, and warm my bed every night. Liang Jiro lowered her head, letting him hold her without protest. Well, then there is nothing I can do. I am just a weak little girl with no strength to fight back. What else can I do but go home with him? After a while, Chenlu stepped out of the office, exhaling deeply. If she truly had no plans to return, then he would go. One last trip, then he would bid farewell to the past, and keep the promise he made to his silly girl. Just as he was about to leave, Jiang Chao approached, twirling his car keys. Where are you headed, buddy? Just so you know, I charge by the meter. Chenlu glanced at him. Why are you getting involved? I am picking up Lu Yan. The airport is pretty far from here. Chenlu said nothing. At least he did not have to drive. The car moved along the elevated highway. For a while, no one spoke. A sudden rush of heat hit Chenlu's face. He turned his head and saw Jiang Chao flicking cigarette ash out of the open window. Noticing Chenlu's gaze, Jiang Chao suddenly spoke. I do not think she will ever come back. Chenlu did not say much. Jiang Chao smacked his lips, as if sighing. She probably regrets it. I guess this is the price she has to pay for her past actions. When we were kids, I always thought TV dramas were too dramatic. Now I finally get it. We have grown up, Chenlu. First, we loved recklessly like children. Then, we learned to accept an unsatisfactory ending like adults. The past is just the past. This is good, Chenlu suddenly said. Jiang Chao was puzzled. What is good? Never seeing each other again is good. Chenlu gazed out the window, his expression calm. For Liang Jiro's sake, it is better for us to go our separate ways completely. Living our own lives is the best outcome. After we part, she will understand sooner or later. I neither love her nor hate her now. I just hope she lives well. Jiang Chao nodded in agreement. Looks like you do not need me to comfort you. I never needed it to begin with. At the airport, Lu Yan had even come out specifically to meet them and led them inside. Have you been crying? Jiang Chao asked, noticing the redness in her eyes. Do you need to ask? Lu Yan shot him a glare. What? I cannot be concerned about you. You are such a pain. What did you say? I said you are a pain. A pain to who? As the two bickered, Chenlu walked toward the security checkpoint. There were many people gathered to see their loved ones off, each group wrapped in their own stories. His parents were there, as well as Uncle Mo. Even Chen Mo had come. Mo Yuqing was laughing and chatting with Chen Mo, looking as if nothing was wrong. But the moment she saw Chenlu, her smile froze. Joy and sorrow appeared on her face at the same time, twisting her expression into something unnatural. She said something to the others, then slowly walked toward him. Everyone else stayed where they were, tactfully not following. Lu Yan and Jiang Chao also stepped aside. You came to see me off? Yes. They fell silent for a moment. Mo Yuqing stared at him, then smiled bitterly. It would have been better if you had never met me. Then she took a shaky breath, her voice trembling. But meeting you was the luckiest thing in my life. Her thoughts had never raced so quickly before, as if she was terrified of leaving this world with regrets. She kept trying to think of what else she should say. In the end, keeping my distance from you is the only way I can make it up to you. Mo Yuqing lowered her gaze to the floor tiles. I am sorry. It is all my fault for being so stubborn. In the end, all she wanted to say was sorry. Anything else would no longer be appropriate to say to a man who already had a girlfriend. She had made her mistakes, and she had to bear them herself. Chenlu let out a soft sigh and smiled. Back then, I did not understand either. I did not know how to love someone properly. I only knew how to be good to you. His smile was tinged with bitterness. That is all there is to it. It was not just the two of us who missed our chance. She is a good girl. I secretly watched her while she was working part-time. I wish you both happiness. Chenlu nodded slightly and murmured in response. He was not even sure if he made a sound. He could not exactly say again, it would be too awkward. Mo Yuching glanced at the time. Her face paled slightly, and she quickly spoke up. Can I ask you one last question? Will you answer honestly? Chen Lu focused his scattered gaze back on her. What is it? Her tears finally spilled over, falling drop by drop onto the floor. For passers-by, it finally looked like a real farewell. Do you have any regrets? She asked quietly, her voice unusually cautious. Even just a little? If I had no regrets, I would not have chased you for 7 years, Chen Lu answered seriously. He did not understand why she would ask something so obvious. Mo Yuching, who had been crying just moments ago, suddenly smiled. For a second, the boy standing in front of her overlapped with the one from her memories, the boy who had always been by her side. The images merged and blurred. It took her a long time to return to reality. You really have never changed. Never. But you are no longer mine. She quickly wiped her tears, making sure her vision was clear. She stared at him silently for a long time, as if trying to etch his face deep into her mind. A few seconds later, she turned her head proudly. I am leaving, and you did not even get me a farewell gift. There is no way I will miss you. Halfway through her stride, she suddenly spun around and made a silly face at him, just like she used to when they were kids. On the way back, from the rearview mirror, Lu Yan glanced at Chen Lu, who sat expressionless in the back seat. She had mixed feelings. Chen Lu, are you the most miserable person in the world right now? Or the happiest? You spent 7 years chasing after someone, only to miss your chance in the end. But 2 incredibly beautiful girls loved you. One of them even secretly tried on a wedding dress just for you. Lu Yan could not figure it out. Just thinking about how she might never see Mo Yuching again filled her with pain. But she did not even know who to blame. If Mo Yuching had accepted your confession back then, what do you think would have happened? Lu Yan asked in a low, exhausted voice. Chen Lu stared at the blue sky outside the window and thought for a moment. Then we would have broken up. Lu Yan was stunned. She had no words to refute that. Mo Yuching only started changing after she had truly lost him. This outcome had been inevitable. Only those who understand how to cherish something can attain happiness. Like that girl. Lu Yan gazed out at the passing scenery, suddenly sensing something was off. This is not the way back, is it? She asked Jiang Chao, her voice trembling. I am finding you a place where you can watch your plane take off, Jiang Chao replied. On the plane. The announcement ended. Mo Yuching let out a deep breath. After a brief moment of turbulence and acceleration, the blue and white metal bird soared into the sky. She looked out the window, watching as the city gradually shrank. She could still make out the buildings she had known so well. Absent-mindedly, she wiped at the window, only to realize the blur was not on the glass. She blinked, then wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. It is all right. I was once deeply loved by someone incredibly gentle. For 7 whole years. At the very least, I am the second happiest girl in the world, and that is enough. I will love you for a lifetime, I swear. I have already worn a wedding dress for you. How could I ever marry someone else? Goodbye, Hang Cheng. Goodbye, Chen Lu. No, on second thought. Let us never meet again. I will not trouble you anymore. As soon as Chen Lu opened the office door, he saw Liang Zhiro slumped weakly over the desk, looking dejected. Who upset my girlfriend? Hearing his voice, Liang Zhiro immediately lifted her head. The moment she saw Chen Lu, her eyes welled up with tears. She stood up, walked over to him, and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. I was so scared you would not come back. How could that ever happen? Chen Lu chuckled, gently running his fingers through her long hair. And you were acting so carefree earlier. Were you just being silly? I just did not want you to be sad, Liang Zhiro said, growing more and more aggrieved. Chen Lu held her close, softly patting her back. My girlfriend is the best. As soon as he said that, he felt a damp patch on his shirt. Looking down, he saw Liang Zhiro silently sobbing. Please do not regret meeting me, I beg you. It took Chen Lu a moment to follow her train of thought. This foolish girl was probably afraid that he had chosen not to look back just because he was with her now. He smiled and said, how could I ever regret it? Meeting you is the kind of thing that makes me wake up laughing from my dreams. He took out a tissue and gently wiped away her tears. Come out with me for a bit? Where are we going? Liang Zhiro blinked at him with slightly reddened eyes, looking so delicate and soft that it made his heart melt. Chen Lu felt like she had gone through several phases lately. At first, this foolish girl almost never cried in front of him. Then, she would cry for a long time whenever she did. And now, she was like a passing thunderstorm, quick to arrive, quick to clear. It was fascinating how her reactions seemed to evolve along with their relationship. I need to tidy up the new apartment I just rented and move everything out of my dorm. He shrugged. From now on, your boyfriend will not really count as a college student anymore. Oh, alright. She was just about to grab her bag when Chen-Lu stopped her. But let me make one thing clear, you are only coming with me, not helping. I will not clean, Liang Jiro said hesitantly. But I can tidy up the place, right? She could not help but feel like she had picked up some bad habits from Chen-Lu. It must be his influence. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of a residential complex near Yuhang University. The apartment Chen-Lu rented was on the 4th floor, not too high, not too low, in an old neighborhood that was just decent enough to live in. Unfortunately, despite his family owning several properties, none of them were close to the university. He really had no idea what his father was thinking. Liang Jiro obediently followed behind Chen-Lu. The moment they stepped inside, they were greeted by an eye-catching wooden sofa and a matching tea table. It had a distinctly traditional look. Chen-Lu immediately flopped onto the sofa, took out his phone, and leaned back, pondering what he needed to buy. Meanwhile, Liang Jiro inspected the fridge and the kitchen before curiously looking around the apartment. Why do you need 2 rooms when you are living alone? She asked in an adorably clueless tone. It is mainly for the extra space. If I am in a bad mood, I can switch rooms to sleep. Oh, alright. Liang Jiro did not think much of it and nodded absent-mindedly. Chen-Lu smirked to himself. Of course, he would switch to the other room sometimes, but by then, she might just be the one sleeping in it. Do you want to come here for naps at noon from now on? No. You will bully me. I would never. Chen-Lu felt like his image in her mind must have been completely ruined. I am not that kind of person, alright? Then at least cook for me when you have time, he said, deciding to take things slow. To his surprise, Liang Jiro agreed immediately. Okay. Chen-Lu was speechless. This girl was so pure that it made him feel a little guilty. After the excitement of moving in wore off, the two of them went out to shop for necessities. Chen-Lu picked out 2 sets of bed linens and lightweight quilts, while Liang Jiro bought a bunch of groceries, including rice and vegetables. Most of the household items were chosen by her. Chen-Lu did not even think of them. As he stared at the bags upon bags of supplies, he could not help but feel a little overwhelmed. Where did this sudden living together feeling come from? Yet, strangely enough, it felt kind of nice. Are you hungry? I will cook for you, Liang Jiro said, holding a hair tie in her mouth as she tied her hair up. Might as well test out the new cookware. Lazily sprawled on the bed, Chen-Lu watched her and instinctively swallowed. Then, clapping his hands together, he said, "Come here and let me hug you first." With her ponytail now neatly tied up, Liang Jiro hesitated at the doorway, not daring to step inside. Do we not hug all the time? Chen-Lu asked, puzzled. Liang Jiro fidgeted slightly. Hugging while lying down just feels a bit different. Not to mention, they were alone in an apartment, even though they had technically been alone together before. Do you not trust your boyfriend? I can be a gentleman, you know, Chen-Lu declared righteously. If you try anything, I will bite you. Her warning carried absolutely no threat. In fact, it had the opposite effect. It only made Chen-Lu even more excited. After saying that, she cautiously inched toward the bed and sat down, looking nervous. Her long ponytail draped over her slender waist, and Chen-Lu found himself momentarily dazed by the sight. Are you nervous? He asked softly, afraid she might start hyperventilating again like before. Liang Jiro exhaled deeply. I am fine. The moment she finished speaking, she regretted it. Chen-Lu swiftly wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. How could he go from being gentle to attacking all at once? Lying on her side, Liang Jiro squeezed her eyes shut, refusing to look at him. She could feel his breath against her cheek. Maybe she really was a coward in her past life. She had no idea how much time passed. Chen-Lu did not do anything else, but the fact that he did nothing only made her feel more anxious. Was he asleep? Or was he just staring at me this whole time? This is so embarrassing. What is he even doing? Finally, unable to bear the uncertainty, she opened her eyes. The moment she turned around, she realized Chen-Lu had been staring at her all along, lost in thought. Now that they were facing each other, she finally noticed just how close they were. Chen-Lu gave her a small, amused smile, his warm breath gently grazing her skin. It sent a tingling sensation through her heart. Looking at his handsome face and the slight curve of his lips, she felt an inexplicable urge. Before she knew it, she had leaned in and planted a quick kiss on him. Because they were already so close, there was no time for second thoughts. Her rationality tried to chase after her actions, but it was too late to stop them. Chen-Lu's smile froze. Realizing what she had done, Liang Jiro went completely stiff. Liang Jiro, you shameless rogue, what have you done? A few seconds later, just as she was about to escape, Chen-Lu pulled her right back. I did not mean to. She tilted her head back, stammering out an explanation, but Chen Lu held both of her wrists, rendering her unable to move. The way she turned her face away and struggled lightly made the last of Chen Lu's rationality snap. The next moment, her protests melted into muffled sounds. Her resistance weakened, her once tense legs gradually relaxed, and her hands, previously trapped in his grip, somehow found their way into his, their fingers intertwining. Both of them were a little inexperienced. But there was a beauty in that inexperience, the way they discovered and explored, the changes that unfolded naturally between them. She clumsily responded to his affection, slowly losing herself in it. I taste like lychee now. I taste like cola now. After what felt like an eternity, Liang Jiro finally pushed Chen Lu away, her gaze lingering on him as she caught her breath. You never answered me. What flavor do you like best? Her hair was a complete mess, her lips slightly parted as she gasped for air. Chen Lu was also breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on her with a deep, lingering affection. I like you. The moment he said that, Liang Jiro threw her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his once more, closing her eyes. And just like that, they lost track of time all over again. Evening. Chen Lu stood quietly in his now spotless dormitory, his nose tingling with emotion. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the freshly cleaned, slightly damp floor. A few droplets of water glistened in the light. He had seen this scene before 3 years ago, when he had first stepped into this room. Everything was so familiar. Back then, he had entered with excitement and anticipation. Now, he was leaving with nostalgia and reluctance. In the empty dormitory, it was almost as if he could see Jiang Chao sitting there, drinking while venting to Li Xinian about how his father had forced him into a major he did not want. Back then, Jiang Chao had been reckless, numbing himself every day. He could almost see Zhang Haoyu sitting behind him, watching him play games while occasionally glancing at his textbook, always regretting not going to the same school as his crush. For some reason, all the everyday moments he had nearly forgotten surfaced so vividly, playing out in front of him like illusions. Chen Lu curled his lips into a small smile. I really was the best father figure to you guys. After a long pause, he slowly closed the door. The dormitory was now spotless, as if no one had ever been there. Early the next morning, while Liang Jiro was still brushing her teeth, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Then came a familiar voice she had dearly missed. Good morning, Auntie. Xiao Lu, you are here. She froze in place, completely caught off guard. She did not even realize that the toothpaste foam, mixed with water, had dribbled down from the corner of her mouth. She had spent so much effort trying to push yesterday's events out of her mind only for them to come flooding back all at once. After splashing cold water on her burning face, she slowly walked out. She did not dare look Chen Lu in the eye. In fact, she did not even have the courage to meet Xiao Xuanfang's gaze. She was terrified that someone might see what had happened between her and Chen Lu just by looking at her. It was strange, back when they had first gotten together, she had already felt more nervous around him than before. But now that they had kissed, things felt even more different. She wished she could dig a hole and bury herself in it. Yet, despite her embarrassment, she could not stop sneaking glances at Chen Lu's lips. The more reckless she had been yesterday, the more she wanted to die of embarrassment today. Meanwhile, Chen Lu did not seem to care at all. He kept chatting with Xiao Xuanfang, occasionally flashing a teasing smile at Liang Jiro. She was wearing casual homeware, shorts and a loose-fitting top, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She looked adorably dazed. She only dressed like this at home, where she felt comfortable. And it had to be said, this foolish girl really did have beautiful legs. Slim where they should be, soft where they needed to be, perfectly balanced in every way. Of course, Liang Jiro noticed that Chen Lu was staring at her. Her cheeks, which had just cooled down, instantly burned again. She fidgeted anxiously, but she could not just run off and change her clothes, it would be too obvious. So, she pressed her legs together and shuffled aside as discreetly as possible. Chen Lu, stop looking. Just stop. Just leave already. I will go out with you, alright? Mom, why are you smiling at me? This is so embarrassing. And then, as if to make things worse, Chen Lu suddenly turned to Xiao Xuanfang and asked, Auntie, is there breakfast? Of course. How could I let you go hungry? What? Chen Lu, you shameless bastard. The morning sunlight streamed into the alley, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds. Even though it was already July, the air was still pleasantly cool at this time of day. Walking side by side, Chen Lu wore an expression of utter satisfaction, his steps light and carefree. After all, his relationship with Liang Jiro had progressed beyond just being boyfriend and girlfriend. Well, not exactly. They were still boyfriend and girlfriend, just not as innocent as before. They had kissed. And not just a simple kiss, they had tasted each other's tongues. Not to mention, Liang Jiro had even eaten fruit candy and drank cola just for him. Thinking about how wild things had gotten when he lost control, Chen Lu almost felt a little embarrassed himself. And kissing was definitely addictive. Yesterday, they had kissed for over 2 hours. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, a sudden force slammed into his lower back, making him stumble forward. There was only one person who would do that: his bull-headed girlfriend, Liang Jiro. He turned around, pretending to be angry. Looking guilty, Liang Jiro lowered her head and mumbled, "Well, you bullied me first. My lips were swollen yesterday. I wonder if my mom noticed." Chen Lu smirked. "Oh? So you start a fight, and now you are playing the victim?" She refused to say another word. She knew exactly what he meant by starting a fight. She had been the one to initiate the headbutt. But she was also the one who had started the whole thing yesterday. Which meant, she had no right to blame him for getting carried away. This was so embarrassing. Chen Lu leaned in, gently touching her lips. "Why do they still look a little swollen? Am I imagining things?" Pouting, Liang Jiro stared at him with a mix of frustration and grievance, only making him want to tease her even more. "You were the one who kissed me first, remember?" Chen Lu said, trying to shift the blame. "Do not say it. Do not say it," she cried, absolutely mortified. He was too much. If looks could kill, she would have headbutted him into oblivion. Seeing her preparing for another charge, Chen Lu quickly shut up. Everything about her was soft except for her ridiculously hard head. If she hit him with full force, it would actually hurt. With a smile, he took her hand, squeezing it tightly. That strange, wonderful feeling grew even stronger. They had been a couple for a while now. But after taking each other's first kiss, there was now an undeniable sense of possession between them. It was true. Love and desire were inseparable. He had never believed in purely platonic love. If Liang Jiro had asked him yesterday whether he liked her for who she was or because he desired her, he honestly would not have known how to answer. Because the truth was, he liked her, and he also wanted her. Denying either would be a lie. A deadlock. Thankfully, this foolish girl would never think to ask something like that. Smiling to himself, Chen Lu suddenly asked, "I stole your first kiss. Do you not feel anything about that?" "Not really," Liang Jiro replied honestly. She had already accepted her fate. She was going to be completely devoured one day. Aside from feeling embarrassed, she did not regret it at all. After all, it was Chen Lu. She had not let someone else take advantage of her, so what was there to feel? What, was she supposed to admit that she had actually been really happy? No way. Meow Meow had told her that girls should always be reserved. Even if they really wanted to be hugged, they still had to refuse at least once. But for some reason, yesterday, the more she resisted, the more excited Chen Lu became. Where had Meow Meow even learned all of this? Now she was starting to doubt her so-called expert love advisor. "All I ask is, next time, can you keep your hands to yourself while we kiss?" She puffed up her cheeks slightly as she looked at him. Chen Lu hesitated. "If I said it was a natural instinct for guys, would you believe me? All guys do this. It is impossible to resist." This foolish girl could be surprisingly smart at times. Like how yesterday, she had spent most of the time holding his hands, stopping him from moving anywhere else. Seeing her skeptical expression, he quickly added, "If you do not believe me, I can call Jiang Chao and ask him right now." "I believe you. I believe you," she panicked, grabbing his arm. "I trust you, just try to control yourself next time, alright?" How could he even think of asking someone else? If he made that call, the whole world would know they had kissed. Chen Lu stifled his laughter and put his phone away. Of course, he had never actually intended to ask, but it was nice having Jiang Chao as a scapegoat. "My dear bro, you really are the best wingman." As they reached the end of the alley, Liang Jiro asked softly, "Where are we going?" "To find a place to eat you up," Chen Lu teased. Her eyes lit up. She clung to his arm, swaying gently. "Let's go somewhere crowded," she said, brushing against him just like Meow Meow had taught her. "Please? Pretty please?" Chen Lu paused for a long moment. Then, suddenly, he turned to her with a devilish grin. "All right." Just as she sighed in relief and let her guard down, he tilted her chin up with his fingers and slowly leaned in. "I am never trying to be clever again." For a long time, the distance between them only gradually grew. Liang Jiro lowered her head, wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and stole a glance in the direction of home. The more she thought about it, the guiltier she felt. They were not even that far from home. Was this not akin to stirring up trouble under the emperor's very nose? Chen Lu really had a way of pushing his luck. She had to be smarter in the future and stop falling for his tricks. The girl kept telling herself over and over again. Otherwise, would they even make it to marriage before that happened? She made up her mind. Even though her heart and her whole being already belonged to Chenlu, she had to stick to her bottom line. Kisses and hugs, fine, but everything else had to wait until after they were married. At the very earliest, they would have to get the marriage certificate first. Or maybe just get engaged. What if he tricked her into getting engaged before getting the certificate? No, earlier. She could not just give herself away for nothing. You're terrible, Liang Jiro gasped as she caught her breath, giving a soft little hum. She had originally planned to go somewhere crowded, to prevent Chenlu from making any moves. But although he had agreed, he had still taken advantage of the moment before they left to mess with her. In the end, the ways of the devil are always one step ahead. You're making me blush with all these compliments, Chenlu shrugged and smiled at her. Liang Jiro stared at him blankly, her lips slightly parted. She felt like her boyfriend's skin was getting thicker by the day. Still, Chenlu was being more well-behaved this time. His hands really did not move at all, just a kiss, nothing more. She was not even sure whether to feel happy about that. In any case, she absolutely could not praise him, or else he would surely start pushing his luck again. You pervert! Liang Jiro was so angry she could have exploded, but no matter how she tried, she just could not bring herself to be truly fierce. She even avoided making eye contact with Chenlu. Otherwise, she would lose all control in an instant. Then she caught a glimpse of the bulge on Chenlu's body and quickly looked away. Carrying a remote control for the air conditioner around all day must be tough. Chenlu sighed helplessly. I told you to stop complimenting me, but you just keep doing it. I am really starting to feel embarrassed. Do you really like me that much? Don't move, the girl suddenly said. Chenlu stood absolutely still, just as she instructed, and asked curiously, what is it? Liang Jiro looked around like a thief, then lightly lifted his t-shirt. A faint line of abs came into view. She examined them with great curiosity. That time she slept over at Chenlu's place, she had not been able to look so freely. Back then, they were not even a couple yet. The corners of her lips curved up involuntarily. She had no idea just how enchanting her smile looked to Chenlu in that moment. Can I touch it? She asked softly. I am not stopping you. Liang Jiro pursed her lips and nodded, then reached out and gently brushed her fingers over them. Now we're both perverts, Chenlu said with a smile. You're the pervert, not me. Liang Jiro poked at his abs playfully, but said seriously, this is revenge. Let's be clear, you kissed me first, now I'm touching your abs. We're even, so later you're not allowed to say you want to touch my belly or anything like that. Chenlu frowned. Why did this logic sound so familiar? Could it be, she learned it from me? No, that's not right, it must have been the other way around. It had to be that I, pure and innocent as I am, was corrupted by this silly girl. He nodded silently to himself, clearing himself of blame. At the same time, he realized the silly little frog was getting smarter, even tossing kindling out of the pot now and then to avoid being cooked. If he wanted to keep stoking the fire, he would have to work even harder. This dish, boiled frog in warm water, was his specialty. If even the frog started sensing danger and jumped out, how was he supposed to maintain his rep? Even those web novel male leads were not this pathetic, right? When Liang Jiro pressed her palm against his stomach, the calluses on her hands became more noticeable. Chenlu could feel them clearly. The usual smile that had been hovering on his face slowly faded, replaced by a gaze that was earnest and heavy with emotion. But before the girl noticed, he smiled again. After a moment, Liang Jiro cleared her throat and slowly pulled his shirt back down. Chenlu inexplicably felt a little disappointed. He asked while reminiscing about the feeling, finished? Then let me touch your belly. Liang Jiro jumped back 2 steps in fright. We agreed. Chenlu nodded slightly. Yes, we did. Which is why this is not revenge. You let me touch your belly first, then I let you touch mine. Seizing her moment of confusion, he grabbed her wrist and placed her hand back on his stomach. Liang Jiro watched this unfold, blinking rapidly. Her brain felt like it was overheating. How could he be so shameless and sneaky? When would she ever win, even once? In despair, she turned and ran. Her long hair danced gracefully with each step, beautiful beyond words. But halfway through her dash, she realized Chenlu was not chasing after her. She stopped and looked back, just like a dumb elk. Dumb elk are native to northeastern China. They tend to react a beat too late. Even if you chase them and they run fast, if you suddenly stop chasing, they will curiously come back to check on you. When they have nowhere to hide, they bury their heads and believe that you cannot see them anymore. As animals, they are the definition of adorably dumb. Of course, humans have their own version of adorably dumb, like Liang Jiro. In Chenlu's eyes, knocking her out and taking her home would be a piece of cake. Sure enough, as he stood there seemingly lost in thought, Liang Jiro slowly tiptoed back over. What are you doing? Is something wrong? She asked gently. Chenlu slowly lifted his head, the corners of his lips curling into a smile. I am waiting for you to take the bait. You! Liang Jiro screamed in surprise and took off running again. But this time, the distance between them was too short, and Chenlu was not lost in thought like before. In just a few steps, he caught up with her and pulled her tightly into his arms from behind. The girl laughed as he teased her. She struggled a few times, but when she could not escape, she gave up. Stop it, Liang Jiro pleaded playfully. They had run out of the alley, and a few passers-by glanced in their direction, as if a lemon had exploded in their minds. People are watching, she whispered, rubbing her cheek against Chenlu's arm, pulling out all the stops with her koyak. She had never done things like this before. After all, she had never had anyone to be cutesy with. But ever since being with Chenlu, she had started picking it up naturally and was even getting good at it. After a while, Chenlu was scrolling through his phone and asked gently, "Where do you want to go?" I said I would take you to the aquarium or the amusement park. I feel kind of weird, like we're just playing and playing. Liang Jiro looked down and fiddled with her fingers. Her heart felt strangely uneasy. It was a lingering guilt, hanging over her like a cloud. She was like a walking fire extinguisher. Every time she felt happy, she would remember what was happening at home, remember how she needed to make money, remember the crushing weight she still carried. Chenlu pinched her cheek with a smile and sighed helplessly. Liang Jiro, you are only 19. I swear I will make you happy for the rest of your life. You will not even have the option to be unhappy. Chenlu stood where the sunlight poured down, extended his right hand toward her, his smile gentle, his gaze tender. You just focus on being happy. Leave everything else to me. Under the rising morning sun, one large hand and one small hand slowly found each other, fingers intertwined. Liang Jiro gently wrapped her arm around Chenlu's and said seriously, "But just being with you already makes me so happy. Could she be any happier than this?" She really could not imagine a better life. After all, only she knew what she had endured to make it through the past, only she understood the sorrow and hardship. If there really was a life happier than this, perhaps it would be in the days to come. Every day of the future spent together with Chenlu. Girls are always fond of dreaming, especially when they are in love. Ever since they got together, she would often secretly fantasize about what married life with Chenlu would be like. If he were willing, she would take him shopping for groceries every day, cling to his arm while shamelessly making him carry the bags, and focus only on being close to him. They would wake up together in the morning, and she could snuggle up to him in bed for a while longer. When her mother got better, she would buy loads of new dresses and make herself pretty, only wearing them during her period just to torment him a little. He would be left acting like a horny bastard every single day. And if they had a baby one day, that would be even better, although she was not sure if Chenlu liked children. But since he doted on his younger sister so much, he probably would. As she thought about it, she tightened her grip around his arm. Chenlu was both delighted and speechless. He gave her a firm flick on the forehead. You are way too easy to please. Liang Jiro did not even try to deny it. She closed her eyes and rested her head on his shoulder, a smile curling at the corners of her eyes. Her whole weight leaned on him. She loved this feeling, because Chenlu would always support her without fail. If that made her seem useless in his eyes, then so be it. She just liked this feeling. It was starting to feel like she was becoming a lazy little fish under Chenlu's care. I have decided, Chenlu suddenly said, I am going to teach you to experience life, just like I once taught you how to smile. That is your next assignment, Miss Liang Jiro. That time you went to the cinema with me, it was your first time, right? He asked. Yes. For a long time from now, I am going to take you to do all the things you have never experienced before, Chenlu said with conviction. As for whether that sounded awkward or not, he no longer cared. He would just forget it right after saying it. This silly girl had never lived like a typical girl. She had never shopped for clothes simply because she liked them, never tried makeup when curiosity was at its peak, never hung out with a bunch of friends chatting or traveling. Her world had been so small that she had only just gone to a movie theater for the first time. Some experiences, once the age passes, never feel the same again. Even if it was late, he wanted to make sure she got them all. Liang Jiro turned her head to look at Chenlu, blinking in a daze. How long will it take? She had a feeling he would start pulling the same trick he used when they first met, brushing everything off with, it's all part of the plan. Well then, I will just play along and pretend to fall for it. After all, I am smarter than you. She thought to herself. Then she watched as Chenlu looked up, thought for a moment, and said with a completely serious face, a lifetime. Much later, Chenlu and Liang Jiro encountered a rather serious problem. They both suffered from decision paralysis. Chenlu thought he could go anywhere and was happy to let Liang Jiro decide. Coincidentally, Liang Jiro felt the same way. They ended up stuck in an endless loop of, "Where do you want to go? Up to you, I am fine with anything. I am fine too, you choose." The root of the issue was this: to them, it really did not matter where they went, as long as they were glued to each other. After a few minutes, Shenlu could not take it anymore and blurted, "Let us just roll the dice." Just as he was about to open WeChat and send the dice rolling emoji, he saw a new post from Chen Mo in his Moments feed. Do not ask how checking messages led him to Moments. With all those red notification dots, he had to kill at least one of them to survive. In the photo, Lin Namia was cosplaying as Shinobu Kocho. Judging by the diverse costumes around her, the two of them were clearly at a comic convention. "Let us go hunt them down," Chen suddenly grinned. There could not be two comic conventions happening in Hangzhou at the same time. A quick search would tell them where to go. When the navigation voice announced it would take over an hour to get there, Liang Jiro, who had initially been curious, started to hesitate. Is it going to take too much time? Do not ask about meaning, just be happy. Do you not want to see Lin Nyomya jump in surprise when she sees you? If life is not for fun, then what is it for? I do want to see that. Liang Jiro admitted truthfully. She also thought it would be hilarious to suddenly show up and give Lin Nyomya a scare. Chen Lu nodded. Then it is worth an hour of driving. Let us go. As soon as they walked into the venue, they were surrounded by people in all sorts of strange costumes, chatting and laughing. This had to be the highest concentration of extroverts ever. You could ask a random person for a photo and they would most likely be thrilled to pose with you. But this was Chen Lu's first time at a comic convention, and it felt pretty novel to him. Liang Jiro was a bit nervous seeing such a huge crowd. She gripped Chen Lu's hand tightly. "We have not found Miao Miao. Should I send her a message?" Chen Lu frowned. "Are you dumb? If you message her, she will know you are here. I can just ask her to send me a photo. That would make it easier to find her than this," the girl muttered. But after a while with no response, she turned to look, only to see Chen Lu staring at her with an exaggerated expression, eyes wide open. Have you gotten smarter? Ah, that hurt." While waiting for Lin Miao's reply, Chen Lu walked around like an old man, holding his lower back and leading Liang Jiro by the hand, stopping here and there to look around. When he saw someone cosplaying as Kamen Rider, Chen Lu excitedly ran over to take a photo. Liang Jiro chuckled and took 2 pictures of him. She thought Chen Lu looked adorably childish when he got excited. After taking the photos, she saved them into a special album she had created just for him. Even though not much time had passed yet, the man in those photos was already different from before. He used to be a friend, then a not-so-innocent friend, and now, her boyfriend. "Stop grinning like that. Is Kamen Rider really that cool?" Chen Lu teased her with a smile. "My boyfriend is cooler." Liang Jiro huffed softly, clearly displeased. Her gaze had never left Chen Lu the entire time. "Phew. If you are going to praise me, do it a little more." Now it was Chen Lu's turn to be giddy. He did not know if it was because couples rarely came to comic conventions together, but he kept feeling like countless icy stares were being thrown his way. As if everyone wanted to rip him apart on the spot. So this is what it feels like to be a normie. Chen Lu mused to himself, feels pretty damn good. As they continued walking, they suddenly spotted a girl in cosplay walking arm in arm with her boyfriend, heading straight toward them. "Do you like that kind of thing?" Liang Jiro asked softly. She always had a feeling Chen Lu really liked this stuff, he just never dared to bring it up again. After all, he once tried to trick her into wearing a traditional costume. "I was not looking," Chen Lu replied instantly, worried that this silly girl was setting a trap. "I know you were not. Wearing something like that out in public, are you not afraid?" Chen Lu teased. He knew she was the type who would not even bare her calves outside. "Of course I am," she answered as if it were obvious. "Then why would you say that?" Chen Lu was puzzled. Her thought process always went in strange directions. Liang Jiro wrapped her arm around his again and looked up at him with complete sincerity. "Because I like you even more than you think." Chen Lu's attempt to kiss her in public was firmly rejected, and he had no choice but to give up with a sigh. "Sooner or later, I am going to pin you down and kiss you until you are dizzy," he thought to himself. After a long while, Liang Jiro's baiting plan had worked quite well. After receiving a photo, they quickly found Lin Miao, who was laughing hysterically in front of a booth. There were 2 chairs in front of her, one occupied by a guy cosplaying Aaron and the other by someone dressed as Reiner. The 2 sat facing each other, even bringing their own speakers for added effect. Even Chen Lu could not hold back his laughter. Liang Jiro pressed her index finger to her lips, motioning for silence, and quietly stepped forward to poke Lin Miao in the waist. As expected, Lin Miao jumped in surprise. When she turned and saw them, her mouth fell open even wider. She rubbed her eyes several times before finally believing she was not seeing things. What are you two doing here? Just came to see you, Liang Jiro said softly. While the two chatted, Chen Lu scanned the crowd again and suddenly realized he could recognize quite a few characters. Lin Miao Miao eyed the two of them suspiciously. You are not here just to force-feed me dog food, are you? This was outrageous. It was bad enough being force-fed dog food in daily life, but now she had traveled all this way only to be chased down and fed more? It was just, never mind, no point cursing. In this summer heat, you sure are dressed warmly, Chen Lu remarked. I came to have fun, not to show off to anyone. Although Chen Lu did not mean anything by it, Lin Miao Miao, being a seasoned veteran, could not help but misinterpret the remark. Leaning in closer, she whispered, those girls dressed provocatively do not necessarily love anime culture. They just enjoy being watched. Some might not even know which anime their cosplay is from. So you are here for the love of it? Of course. Pretty accurate, right? Lin Miao Miao handed the prop sword to Liang Jiro and spun around cheerfully. Not bad, Chen Lu nodded. I approve of your level of dedication. Then he glanced around again. Where is Chen Mo? She walked around for a bit and then went home to sleep. Lin Miao Miao let out a huge yawn and looked tired all over. Liang Jiro stepped closer and examined the dark circles under her eyes, clearly worried. Did you not sleep well last night? Do not even mention it. Last night, Chen Mo and I agreed to go to bed after one win, and everything went downhill from there, Lin Miao Miao said, holding up 4 fingers. We ended up playing until 4 in the morning before finally getting our first win. Liang Jiro tilted her head slightly, suddenly feeling like she had worried for nothing. Jiro, see? I told you before and you did not believe me. Coming out like this is fun, Lin Miao Miao said with a smile. Finally, someone had pulled this silly girl out of her self-imposed little shell. Chen Lu really did have more influence than she did. Perhaps that was the power of love, some things friendship just could not do. After Lin Miao Miao went home to catch up on sleep, Chen Lu and Liang Jiro continued wandering around the convention. This silly girl kept glancing around, endlessly fascinated. Chen Lu looked at the food stalls run by cosplayers who were just having fun, and seeing the overwhelming crowd, he suddenly had an idea. He turned to the girl and said, I am making a call. The phone rang only twice before being answered. Hello? Pang Layun, what are you doing? Working overtime, Pang Layun replied, utterly bored. The art team had already wrapped up and gone to slack off, but the programming team was still swamped with bugs. Every time he saw an error prompt now, he felt like jumping off a building. What kind of heartless boss makes you do that? Chen Lu said sternly. Ha! Chen Lu stopped joking. Bring the 2 extra phones from the studio and come find me. I want to set up a demo. The crowd here was thick with hardcore anime fans. A lot of people with cameras were probably small or large content creators. Free promotion was everywhere. Not riding this wave would be a waste. By noon, Pang Lian had arrived in a cab, not only bringing several phones, but also a banner, just as Chen Lu had requested. Brother Lu, I am here, Pang Lian said, panting. Then he noticed Liang Jiro standing beside Chen Lu and immediately shouted, Hello, sister-in-law. His voice was so loud that everyone nearby instinctively turned to look. Liang Jiro blinked dumbly, nodded, and after 2 seconds finally processed what he had said. Her already flushed cheeks turned a deeper red. Do not shout things like that. Brother Lu, are we really allowed to do this here? Pang Lian wiped sweat from his face and asked curiously. Chen Lu nodded. I just asked the person in charge. It is fine, but since we did not register in advance, there is no designated space for us. Pang Lian waved it off. We do not need that. Then he went straight to stick the banner onto the wall in front of them. Bold words read. A game that will change the domestic gaming market. The rising star of the industry. Free demo of the Chinese card roguelike game. Chen Lu's eyebrows twitched. All he had said was to bring something for simple promotion, but this. Now both he and Liang Jiro were too embarrassed to even stand there. But the herd effect worked. At first, only a few curious people came over. Before long, a long line had formed. That was not even the real goal. When Chen Lu saw many people filming videos join in, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. This is your content, but it is my free advertisement. A win-win situation. By evening, after they had seen Pang Lian off in a taxi, Liang Jiro gently wiped the sweat off Chen Lu's cheek with a tissue and asked softly, Would you say today was a small success? Did you have fun? I did. Liang Jiro answered sincerely. Whether it was wandering around with Chen Lu in the morning or watching him hustle to promote his game in the afternoon, all of it had brought her joy. Chen Lu smiled at her. Then that is enough. Next time, we will go somewhere else. We have a long future ahead. The girl nodded lightly and leaned closer to him again. "Are you touched?" he asked. "You want to kiss me?" Liang Jiro replied with a quiet hum, her eyes gleaming knowingly. She really felt like she had gotten a bit smarter after being tricked so many times. At this rate, would the day come soon when she could finally turn the tables on Chen-Lu? She wanted to tease him too. Chen-Lu grinned wickedly. "Then do not get in the car later if you dare." Liang Jiro froze on the spot. Only now did she realize why Chen-Lu insisted on personally seeing Peng Lian off to the taxi. Would calling the police help? This is urgent. Awaiting answers online. Time skipped forward to August. Due to high enthusiasm among many people, the game launched much earlier than Chen-Lu had expected. By August 6, the company's profit pool had already accumulated tens of thousands in earnings. Although publishing many games on this platform did not require a license, 70% of the profits went to the Weixin minigame platform, leaving only 30% for the game studio. And this was within less than 2 weeks of launch, before any serious promotion had even started. For a newly established studio, this was more than just impressive. What followed would depend on growth, how much they would ultimately earn. "Not even treating us to a meal?" Lin Nyamya was the first to heckle in the studio. "I am still craving that lobster bigger than my whole head." Just as Chen-Lu was about to respond, Jiang Chao suddenly shouted, "Tomorrow, we will go out and eat something good tomorrow. For today, everyone take a day off and rest. You have all worked hard lately." After the others had dispersed in high spirits, Jiang Chao slowly sat down across from Chen-Lu. Seeing this, Chen-Lu's expression instantly grew serious. When this kind of silence appears between men, it usually means something is not small. "Lu Yan told me to let you know," Jiang Chao said bluntly. She saw Liang Jiro crying when she was at the hospital with a friend. Chen-Lu's pupils contracted. He immediately asked, "When?" "Yesterday." Jiang Chao seemed unsure how to say it. "Be honest with me. Is it true that Liang Jiro's mother is a disabled?" "Yes," Chen-Lu said without hesitation, still focused on what Jiang Chao had just told him. There was only one possibility, that Xiao Xuanfang's condition had worsened. Otherwise, that silly girl would not have kept it from him. He would definitely have to teach her a lesson later, but not now. Chen-Lu abruptly stood up, his face expressionless as he said in a deep voice, "I understand. Thank you." With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Half an hour later, sitting in his car, he stared resolutely at the balance in his bank account. The pale light from the screen reflected in his unmoving eyes, making his expression even more solemn. With these recent profits and what he had already saved, Chen-Lu now had over 100,000 yuan available. It would not affect the company's operations. If he used the money, then so be it. The current small scale of the business had its advantages. If the company ran short on cash temporarily, he could make up for it. As he exhaled a long breath, the car door slowly opened. There was nothing to hesitate about. This had been his intention from the beginning. He walked slowly through a narrow alley, his expression much calmer. Since Liang Jiro was still at her part-time job, he only needed to speak with Xiao Xuanfang. Sure enough, when Xiao Xuanfang saw it was him, she was first surprised, but her wrinkled face quickly lit up with a sincere smile. "Xiao Lu, what brings you here?" she asked curiously. After all, her daughter was still at work. Was he coming early to wait for her? Chen-Lu sat down next to her and got straight to the point. "Auntie, did you go to the hospital for a checkup yesterday?" Xiao Xuanfang froze. "Did Jiro tell you?" Chen-Lu shook his head and casually pulled over a stool to sit beside her. "A friend of mine works at the hospital. She said she saw Jiro." He intentionally left it vague, hoping Xiao Xuanfang would assume his friend worked or interned there. That way, she might think he had access to the records and be more likely to tell the truth. Before she could speak, he continued, "I heard the situation is not looking good? You cannot jinx me like that, dear." Xiao Xuanfang forced a smile, her eyes flickering repeatedly toward a nearby drawer. Chen-Lu's face turned serious. He looked somewhat puzzled and helpless. "Auntie, is there really anything you cannot say to me? I even came here alone." After a long silence, Xiao Xuanfang finally understood why Chen-Lu had come alone. Realizing she could no longer hide it, she sighed deeply. "The doctor said the surgery must be done by the end of the month at the latest. If it is delayed any longer and the nerves are completely damaged, there will be no hope of recovery. It has already been postponed for too long." As she spoke, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened, forming a smile of resignation. She chuckled softly, "But I should be fine. You might think my health seems poor, but actually I have held out pretty well. Anyone else in my condition would have had complete nerve damage by now. So I should be able to hold on a while longer." Chen-Lu did not respond. Instead, he stood up and began rummaging through various things nearby. He was not sure whether it was instinct or paranoia, he just kept searching. Xiao Xuanfang's glances toward the drawer grew more frequent, which made him increasingly suspicious. Finally, in the drawer containing Liang Jiro's childhood photos, he found a bottle filled with amber-colored liquid. It had a more familiar name, dichlorvos. The room fell into a long, terrifying silence. Chen Lu set the bottle aside and smiled as if nothing had happened. "Auntie, if the doctor says surgery is needed, then we will do it. If we have the money for treatment, why delay it?" He could not even be bothered to wonder who had the audacity to sell this poison to a woman in a wheelchair. It was not worth thinking about. Xiao Xuanfang opened her mouth, but the instinctive reply, "There is no money," stuck in her throat. Finally, she said in a low voice, "I am not worth it." She had never seen so much money in her life. In her mind, that kind of money could let her daughter and Chen Lu live a good life, eat delicious food, buy beautiful clothes, and travel to many places. There was no need to waste it on a useless cripple like herself. "You are absolutely worth it." Chen Lu placed his bank card on the table. "You know I started a company, right? I have money now, and I will earn even more in the future." Then he gestured toward the pesticide. "If you are gone, no amount of money I earn will ever bring Jiro's mother back." "Why, Xiao Lu?" Xiao Xuanfang did not mind his tone. She was just confused. She could not understand why Chen Lu would spend so much money to help her. Whether she lived or died would not change his relationship with Liang Jiro. Most importantly, while she really did like Chen Lu, he was polite and respectful, a good and filial child. He was certainly not someone who owed her tens of thousands of yuan. Chen Lu did not say something superficial like, "Once I marry Jiro, you will be like a mother to me." Instead, he spoke from the heart. "Because I want Liang Jiro to be happy." That was it. But that one reason was more than enough. It might sound harsh, but the truth was that Liang Jiro had been shackled by this burden for far too long. "She is already fragile enough." Chen Lu's voice grew softer and quieter. "You cannot keep inflicting more pain on her under the guise of doing what is best. Being alive and well by her side, that is what is best for her." When Xiao Xuanfang did not reply, he sighed again. "Auntie, let me be honest. I had originally planned to just find some random job after graduation and muddle through life. The reason I started a business was to have the ability to pay for your treatment, to make Liang Jiro happy, and to give her a better life. My parents are wealthy and kind-hearted, but I cannot spend tens of thousands of their money just to make my girlfriend happy. This is different. I earned this myself." The room fell into silence again. After who knew how long, Xiao Xuanfang finally gave a barely noticeable nod. "I understand. I will do as you say." Chen Lu finally relaxed a little. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "But that is not enough." Xiao Xuanfang was stunned. How could agreeing still not be enough? "You have to cooperate with me. I do not want her to know." "Why?" she asked, even more puzzled. "You know what Jiro is like." Chen Lu paused, then looked at her seriously. "She already does everything I say. If she finds out I went to this extent to help her, she will never live a single second for herself again." Chen Lu suddenly felt that he was the greediest person in the world. It was not enough for him to have all of this silly girl's love, he also wanted that love to be untouched by any external factors, to come purely from her heart. He wanted her to love him deeply, but not live her life solely for his sake. As the thought passed through his mind, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He looked at Xiao Xuanfang and said with a smile, "I do not even know why, I just want her to be happy, always. This world, in fact, is quite interesting. In the morning, you can see the dewdrops, in the evening, the sunset. There are endless streets to wander, and sights to admire. As long as you slow down and treat it patiently, it will show you many things you have never seen before. I want her, like other girls, to be able to focus her thoughts on these things, not spend every waking moment thinking about how to get her mother treated as quickly as possible." When Xiao Xuanfang saw the smile on Chen Lu's face, she froze. 2 tears slipped down her weathered, creased cheeks and hung at her chin. It was a long time before they fell and splashed on the ground, shattering like drops of water. And with them, the heavy burden she had carried in her heart for so many years finally lifted. It was not even because there was finally hope for her legs. Rather, it was because of a mother's simplest wish, that her daughter live a happy life, stay away from harm, meet a good man, and pass her days in peace and contentment. As for herself, Xiao Xuanfang had never really considered it. Liang Jiro had no father. Every day, Xiao Xuanfang lived in fear that her daughter would be bullied because she could not even stand up. She had no way to stand up for her. To make matters worse, Liang Jiro had been born with a gentle, soft-hearted nature, which only made her worry more. Every day she feared her daughter would be picked on by classmates or tricked by a bad man. Especially since the girl never told her anything. That night she came home with a burn on her arm. Xiao Xuanfang felt like her heart was bleeding. But now, those worries were no longer necessary. Xiao Xuanfang thought that even if she were to die in the next second, she would go with a smile. Xiao Lu, thank you, she said softly. And thank you on behalf of her father, too. What is the point of thanking the guy who was planning to steal your daughter away? Chen Lu joked, while casually fiddling with his phone. I will find a contact at the hospital, and you can just tell her this came from a hospital fundraiser. Something initiated last minute. Chen Lu was certain Liang Jiro would not think too much about it and would never find out the truth. After chatting a while with Xiao Xuanfang, Chen Lu left before Liang Jiro got home and drove back to his own place. As soon as he stepped through the door, he saw Wang Xiaoxia and Chen Guanglin sitting on the couch watching dramas. Chen Guanglin had already finished The Legend of the Condor Heroes and was now watching the Yongjin dynasty. You are back? Wang Xiaoxia called gently. There is watermelon in the kitchen. Help yourself if you want some. Okay. Chen Lu changed his shoes, walked slowly to the couch, and sat at a respectful distance from the two. Chen Guanglin noticed that his son looked rather serious. Thinking something might be wrong with the studio, he asked. Something happened? Chen Lu downed a cup of tea in one go, then exhaled deeply. I want to pay for Liang Jiro's mother's treatment. When neither of them responded right away, he continued, the doctor said surgery has to happen by the end of the month at the latest. If it is any later, even surgery will not help. How much? Wang Xiaoxia asked. Chen Guanglin remained silent. About 100,000 or so. Zero definitely does not have that kind of money. I am the only one who can help her. Chen Lu slowly lowered his head. He was already prepared for a scolding. But this time, he had not come home to ask for permission or approval. He just felt that if a son was going to spend that kind of money, he ought to inform his parents. Besides, there was no way to hide this from his father, Chen Guanglin. In other words, whether or not his parents agreed, he had already made up his mind. Wang Xiaoxia and Chen Guanglin exchanged a look. In the end, the final word went to Chen Guanglin. Though Wang Xiaoxia usually made most of the decisions at home, she deferred to her husband when it came to major matters like this. Chen Guanglin, understanding his wife's kind-hearted nature, nodded at her and went to the bedroom. When he returned, he pushed a bank card toward Chen Lu. This money was originally saved for you to buy a house and get married. Go ahead and use it early. The pin is your birthday. Chen Lu was momentarily stunned. He blinked. I did not come here to ask for money. I just wanted to let you know. I have money now. I earned it myself. Even so, he was deeply moved. If he were a few years younger, he might have cried on the spot. Though truthfully, he was only 21. Chen Guanglin coughed twice, then expressionlessly put the card back in his pocket. Good. If you ever need money again, just let us know. He turned to Chen Lu. When her mother is admitted to the hospital, I will contact a friend to help arrange things. Should make things a little easier. That is exactly why I came. Chen Lu nodded seriously, then laid out his plan in full detail. Chen Guanglin listened, nodding occasionally. Wang Xiaoxia, on the other hand, sat there stunned the whole time. Handle it however you see fit. I will just help make the calls, Chen Guanglin said softly after hearing everything. As a grown man, he would have preferred if Chen Lu had used this opportunity to gain favor. But since Chen Lu had his own reasoning, he did not press further. Chen Lu gave a small nod. So, can I have the card back? I have been wanting to buy a DSLR for 2 years now. Mum, I was wrong. As long as the money was in place, everything could be arranged quickly. In less than 2 days, Chen Lu had set it all up. Liang Jiro sat on a metal bench in the hospital corridor, stunned. She stared blankly at the transfer information, feeling like she was dreaming. When she first received the hospital's call, she had been so startled that she dropped her phone on the ground. She had always believed there were good people in the world, but never thought something like this would happen to her. Several doctors had come together to raise money for her. From now on, she would only need to repay 2,000 yuan per month to the fundraising account. Compared to before, that barely qualified as financial pressure. Although the money had come entirely from Chen Lu, it had followed the official donation process. He had even asked Mo Wenbin to help, organizing it so seamlessly that even if it made the news, no one would suspect anything. Which was why this silly girl still had no idea her creditor was actually Chen Lu. Chen Lu sat beside her, gently guided her to rest her head on his shoulder, stroked her soft, silky hair, and asked tenderly, "There are still more good people in this world, right?" The girl nodded earnestly and leaned her whole body against Chen Lu. "I want to be a kind person too, from now on." Chen Lu smiled at her, his eyes full of affection, and said honestly, "You already are. That is why things like this happen to you." Liang Jiro felt deeply comforted by his words, though she said nothing more. She simply took a deep breath. After the initial surreal feeling passed, What followed was an overwhelming, persistent nervousness. After all, it is the waiting that is the most terrifying. Chenlu reached out and gently touched the girl's cheek, then pinched it hard enough to lift a bit of flesh. That hurts. Liang Jiro squeezed her eyes shut on that side, looking pitiful and aggrieved. This was exactly why she was such a silly girl. Despite the pinch, she did not think to pull away, and instead just whimpered about the pain. Well, good. It should hurt. That is what you get for not coming to me when something happens. Chenlu forced down the smile, tugging at the corners of his lips, and pretended to glare at her. I had no one else to go to but you, Liang Jiro pouted slightly. Chenlu was the only person she could rely on. I just hesitated for a moment. Why? Were you afraid I would think you were a burden? She hummed a soft in response. That afternoon when she found out her mother needed surgery, she hid away and cried for who knew how long. While wiping away tears, she kept opening her phone, her finger hovering over Chenlu's name in her contacts, but she never made the call. She repeated that cycle so many times she lost count. Only when her eyes were no longer red and swollen did she go home to cook for her mother. Of course she knew that Chenlu would come running the moment she told him. But still, she had hesitated, afraid of being a burden. Afraid of being turned away, habits carved into her bones over years, not easily erased. I know I was wrong. Before Chenlu could pinch her again, Liang Jiro quickly whispered, her head slightly bowed, her bright eyes blinking up at him. No man could resist that look, and Chenlu was no exception. He let his suspended hand continue forward instead, brushing her bangs gently aside. Good, as long as you know. Seems like I need to show you just how amazing your boyfriend is. In another 2 months, once the company is more stable. At that moment, a doctor opened the office door, leaned halfway out, and asked, Are you the family of Xiao Shu and Feng? Yes. Chenlu stood up and answered in a low, serious voice. Then he quickly asked, When can the surgery be scheduled? It was arranged a few days ago. The operation will be tomorrow, the doctor with square-rimmed glasses explained seriously. This is not a routine surgery, not just anyone can perform it. It is not something that can be done immediately on demand. In truth, the fact that the surgery had been scheduled this quickly was the result of numerous external forces working in tandem. When Chenlu answered yes, Liang Jiro, who had been about to speak, closed her mouth again, lowered her head, pressed her lips together, and quietly inched closer to him. And as if he had eyes on the side of his head, Chenlu instantly noticed her movement and tightly clasped her hand. Understood. And the post-surgery prognosis, is it optimistic? Chenlu continued asking quietly. Ever since Xiao Xuanfang had been admitted that morning, she had been undergoing non-stop tests and only just now was resting in bed. As soon as he asked, he felt Liang Jiro squeeze his hand tighter than usual, clearly without realizing it. He gave her hand a small squeeze in return and rubbed his thumb gently across it, signaling her not to worry. The lead surgeon is one of the foremost experts in our field. The prognosis is relatively optimistic, the doctor said as he looked over the reports, then sighed. Actually, this condition was very treatable early on. If she had undergone surgery back then, a full recovery would have been no problem. At this point, the most optimistic outcome is that she will be able to walk. Running or jumping will be difficult. On the side where Liang Jiro could not see, Chenlu finally loosened his clenched fist. He smiled lightly and said, Even that would be more than enough. We are very grateful. Thank you for your efforts. As long as there was hope for improvement, the money had been well spent. At least they had tried. The doctor nodded and handed the report to Chenlu. That is all for now. Remember, no food or water 6 to 8 hours before the surgery. With that, he closed the door. A man nearby who had been holding a report and was about to ask a question had no choice but to step back and continue waiting quietly. That anxious and helpless expression was all too common in hospitals, which was why Chenlu really disliked this place. Hand in hand, Chenlu and Liang Jiro walked side by side down the corridor toward Xiao Xuanfang's room. The floor had clearly just been mopped and was still damp. The strong smell of disinfectant flooded Chenlu's nose, putting him in a foul mood. No matter how close they stood, he could not catch the fresh scent of this silly girl's hair. Let us continue what we were talking about earlier, Chenlu said, noticing that she was still a little tense, so he changed the subject. In 2 more months, I will show you just how much your boyfriend can earn. Unlike mobile games with licenses that generate the most revenue on their first day and then decline, as was often the case with anime-themed mobile games, mini-games on this platform usually needed a month or 2 to hit their peak. Chenlu gave her fingers a light squeeze. I am going to be a big boss one day. You, as my girlfriend, cannot keep being so reluctant to spend money. Understood? If I had actually called to ask you to lend me 100,000 yuan, would you have lent it to me? Liang Jiro asked softly, even though she already knew the answer. Of course I would have. But I would have made you promise to marry me first, Chen Lu replied with a mischievous grin. I am not some selfless saint who helps for free with nothing in return. That would be the dumbest idiot in the world. Liang Jiro linked her arm around his and turned to look at him. What if it were a million? Then you would have to cook and clean for me for the rest of your life. Whatever I wanted to eat, you would have to make. Not only would you be bullied by me every day, you would also have to give birth to a whole litter of kids. Chen Lu kept her company, seriously discussing these childish, silly scenarios. What about 10 million? The girl pressed on. 10 million means 10 lifetimes. Liang Jiro nodded thoughtfully. Then just lend me 10 million. Chen Lu blinked. It took a few seconds for him to understand what she meant, and the corners of his mouth instantly rose uncontrollably. He chuckled, then you had better not regret it. Once I earn 10 million, you will not be able to run away. Liang Jiro, now far less nervous, clung tightly to Chen Lu's arm like she never wanted to let go. I will not run. She did not take what she said as a joke at all. After a while, she suddenly whispered, actually, you do not need to earn 10 million. Making money is really hard. I have never even seen a million, let alone 10. How could I possibly spend that much? As long as you say you love me, that is enough. What did you say? Chen Lu had been lost in thought, calculating how feasible it was to make 10 million within a few years. He finally came back to himself and asked curiously. Nothing, she replied softly. Are you tired? Liang Jiro asked softly, looking genuinely guilty. Her eyes were full of heartache as she looked at Chen Lu. She knew very well that he was not someone who liked waking up early. Even getting up a little earlier would have him yawning the entire day, yet today he had come to her house first thing in the morning to take them to the hospital and had been running around nonstop ever since. Now his eyes were bloodshot, it was obvious he was forcing himself to stay awake. It is all right. Just leave everything to me, Chen Lu replied lightly, as if it were nothing. Liang Jiro cupped his face in her hands, gazing into his slightly tired eyes. Her eyes slowly reddened with emotion. Chen Lu held her hand against his cheek and smirked. Still can't figure out why I treat you so well? The girl nodded gently. He kissed the back of her hand lightly. Just like you, I like you more than you think. Liang Jiro's gaze flickered, her breathing grew heavier, and her eyes showed a trace of helplessness. Why the hell does this guy keep making my heart race like this every day? I have no money, just this man and this life. If you want them, then just take it all already. You still haven't answered my question from before. Chen Lu tilted his head. What question? Why do you treat me so well even though I already like you so much? Back then, you just said you'd treat me the same even after marriage, but you didn't give a reason. Because what I want is a lot. Your love is not enough, I also want you to be happy every day, to have no worries. Chen Lu turned to look at her. And you haven't even married me yet. Liang Jiro turned her head away. I'm not old enough, so once you are, you'll marry me? Chen Lu leaned in and pressed further. I. The girl looked at him, both shy and angry. Even her guilt started to fade a little under his teasing. You're such a bully. Who the hell forces a girl to say something like that? I can't just blurt out, once I'm old enough, I'll go get a marriage certificate with you. Even if I do think that way, I can't say it out loud. The more Liang Jiro thought about it, the angrier she became. And sure enough, Chen Lu, asking for it, got smacked hard with a headbutt. They continued chatting as they returned to the hospital room. As soon as they walked in, Chen Lu froze, because his mom was sitting by the bed, laughing and chatting with Xiao Xuanfang, who was lying down. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he wasn't dreaming. What are you doing here? Chen Lu asked, surprised. Wang Xiaoxia rolled her eyes at him. Can't I come for a visit? Then she turned to Xiao Xuanfang and spread her hands. I told you he's been annoying since he was a kid. See? The first thing he says to me is, what are you doing here? Xiao Xuanfang chuckled, unable to hold back her laughter. Her face still looked worn and frail. When the two of them sat together, the contrast was even more obvious. Although Xiao Xuanfang was only a few years older, she looked at least 10 years older than Wang Xiaoxia, like they weren't even from the same generation. Only then did Chen Lu realize he was still holding the girl's hand, and for a moment, he really did not know what to do. Thick-skinned as he was, holding hands in front of both their mothers made him a little nervous. While he was still debating whether to let go, the girl, who had also realized, quietly pulled her hand away. Now Chen Lu was unhappy. Just as he was about to grab it back, he caught Liang Jiro giving him a pleading look. That turned him on a little. Like a victorious general, he snorted proudly in his head and decided to call a temporary truce. Is that all it takes to throw you off? You're just used to seeing it, Xiao Xuanfang said with a faint smile. There really aren't many boys as good as Chen Lu. He hasn't stopped for a second today. Her voice carried a bit of guilt, but her happiness was real too. She never expected Wang Xiaoxia to come visit, and judging by her personality, she must also take good care of Liang Jiro. At this age, what parents worry about most is their children's marriage. Clearly, even if life had been unkind to her, it had at least been good to Liang Jiro. This kid might be disobedient, but he gets things done, Wang Xiaoxia nodded. Don't spoil him. Boss him around however you want. As she spoke, she pulled Liang Jiro over to sit next to her. I swear I've dreamed of having a daughter as sweet as Jiro. Fangjia, you have no idea, my daughter's a handful. She's grown and still only knows how to make instant noodles. Every day it's either Mom, I'm hungry, or Mom, what's for dinner? Jiro cooks better than me, and I've been cooking for years. Now even the kids from other families seem better. Wang Xiaoxia could list a whole book of Jiro's good traits. But when it came to Chenlu, it was always, ugh, that unlucky brat. Xiao Xuanfang laughed heartily. Who doesn't like hearing their child praised? Liang Jiro, however, was terribly embarrassed and did not dare say a word, head bowed. Only Chenlu stood there, internally destroyed. Maybe it was Chen Guanglin who gave her a full list of things to say, but Wang Xiaoxia did not bring up anything serious at all, no talk of relationships or marriage. She truly came just to visit, making it feel nothing like a future in-laws meeting. About half an hour later, Wang Xiaoxia stood up to leave. Chenlu suspected that two had been arranged by his father, otherwise, knowing her personality, she definitely would have insisted on staying to help. There's still something I need to take care of at work, so I'll be heading out, Wang Xiaoxia said softly, then patted Chenlu on the head. This kid is useful. Just have him handle whatever needs doing. She reminded them once again. Mom, if you say one more word, I'm running away from home, Chenlu said playfully but with mock annoyance. Wang Xiaoxia blinked in surprise. Really? That good of a deal? Xiao Xuanfang had not laughed this freely from the heart in a long, long time. Truthfully, ever since her husband died, she had been constantly struggling and had no friends. Now she just thought this future in-law of hers was like a teenage girl. So amusing. Even Liang Jiro could not help but curl her lips into a small smile. Late at night, because there was still a lot to do early the next morning, Chenlu decided not to go home. It was too much trouble. There was only one companion bed in the hospital room. Although they could add another, since he was a guy, he simply decided to be like the other family caregivers and rented a folding bed to sleep in the hallway. After chatting with Jiang Chao for a while, Chenlu closed his eyes to sleep. The day had truly worn him out. Just as he shut his eyes, he heard a soft voice. Chenlu. What is it? He looked up to see the girl peeking halfway out of the room. Are you thirsty? I'm not. A few minutes later. Chenlu, are you hungry? Chenlu sighed, exasperated. I'm not hungry. Chenlu, you. He could not take it anymore. He pulled her onto the narrow bed and chuckled. What the hell do you want? I can't sleep. Liang Jiro whispered. Maybe if you kiss me, I'll be able to? Chenlu looked around cautiously. Seeing no night shift nurses or cameras, he leaned in and gave her a soft kiss on the lips. With Aunt Xiao sleeping just inside the room, making out under the emperor's nose somehow felt thrilling. Only then did Liang Jiro leave, finally satisfied. 10 minutes later, Chenlu suddenly opened his eyes wide. Shit. Now he was the one who couldn't fucking sleep. He could not shake the fucking feeling that this silly girl had just freeloaded off him. Early the next morning, as soon as the alarm went off, Chenlu groggily opened his eyes, only to see a pair of beautiful eyes staring right at him. So much so that he did not even have time to be startled. Before panic could set in, his brain was already captivated by the appearance of the girl before him. A true pervert at heart. As soon as Chenlu opened his eyes, Liang Jiro, who had been squatting by the bedside secretly watching him, immediately stood up, nervously glancing around, looking at everything except him. Did you not sleep well? She asked, trying to change the subject. Chenlu sat up, holding his head, and said, last night, a female hooligan took advantage of me and then ran off. I was so angry I could not sleep all night. Turns out, a good night kiss is not suitable for couples still in the honeymoon phase. It causes insomnia. I was not, Liang Jiro replied with a hint of guilt. Kissing her own boyfriend, how could that be called being a hooligan? Why did you say I was not instead of I did not? Chenlu lifted his eyelids, giving her a sly smile. Are you admitting to what you did last night? Liang Jiro no longer wanted to speak. This guy was terrible, much better behaved when asleep. If only Chenlu were just a little dumber, she could use his own tactics against him. After a few seconds, she slowly sat on the edge of the bed and began gently massaging Chenlu's eyes. Let me get back what was taken from me, Chenlu said. Liang Jiro's actions and tone were soft and tender. It is morning now. There are a lot of people around. I am sorry, the girl said, looking at the dark circles under Chen Lu's eyes with a deeply guilty expression. Chen Lu looked completely unbothered. It is fine. It was not all your fault. Jiang Chao dragged me into a late-night chess game. He should take at least half the blame. In fact, during the final round last night, he never managed to draw the one last 3-star, 5-cost card he needed. He could not sleep before that, and after the game, he was even more restless. Liang Zhiro pouted in frustration, feeling like she had spent the whole morning feeling guilty for nothing. Still, she earnestly continued massaging Chen Lu's eyes. Just before leaving, she bit him lightly on the hand. Chen Lu stared blankly at the shallow teeth marks on his right hand, blinking in confusion. Finally, he curled his lips into a slight smile. It did not hurt or itch. This silly girl could not bear to actually bite hard. But still, does this count as domestic violence? Just as Chen Lu was spacing out, a group of doctors in white coats walked into the hospital room. He followed them in. Do not be too nervous. Stay calm, said one of the taller doctors in a soft voice. Seeing Chen Lu enter, he turned around and said, You must be Guanlin's son, right? Do you still remember me? Hello, uncle. Chen Lu immediately greeted him with a smile, although he honestly could not place the man. As long as he did not say whether he remembered or not, smiling and greeting like this usually gave people the illusion that he did. Most people would not press the matter further. You are still so young and already earning so much. You are even more capable than your father, the doctor said with a smile. Then he glanced at Liang Zhiro, who was tidying things up nearby. You both have good taste, just like your old man. Liang Zhiro tilted her head at that, but with her mother's surgery coming up, she had no energy to dwell on it. After giving a few reminders and chatting briefly with Chen Lu, the doctors conducting rounds turned and left. As the last doctor walked out, a lively girl slipped through the door. Xiao Xuanfang was briefly surprised, then asked, Miao Miao, you are here? Before meeting Chen Lu, Liang Zhiro only had one friend, Lin Miao Miao. She had even come to their house for dinner, so Xiao Xuanfang had a deep impression of her. Yes, I came to see you, Lin Miao Miao replied with a smile, revealing her signature snaggletooth. Why did you not go home this summer? Her smile suddenly vanished, replaced by resentment toward Chen Lu for making her work overtime last night. Because I am working for Chen Lu now. Actually, working late was not the worst part. The worst part was seeing your boss online playing games while you were slaving away. You two really run a tight operation. Xiao Xuanfang sounded astonished. She had little concept of what running a company entailed, and Liang Zhiro had never mentioned much about Chen Lu starting one. She only learned a bit when Chen Lu seriously stated that he would cover all the costs. Chen Lu's family was far wealthier than she had imagined, and he himself was far more capable. She vaguely remembered people around her saying that rich men in the city were all bad, changing wives, keeping mistresses. Her impression of them came mainly from watching Temptation of Going Home and the character Hong Shixian. She could not help glancing at Chen Lu, who was now seriously competing with Liang Zhiro to do chores, and then she smiled from the heart. My son-in-law would never be like that. Around 8:30 a.m., a nurse came in to prepare Xiao Xuanfang for surgery. Already nervous, Liang Zhiro grew even more anxious, as if she were the one going under the knife. While Xiao Xuanfang remained calm, her own face had turned pale. She tightly held onto Xiao Xuanfang's hand until the very doorway before she slowly let go, then slumped down as if all strength had left her. She was trembling slightly. The next second, her hand was firmly grasped by Chen Lu. Liang Zhiro froze for a long time before turning to look at him. He gave her a gentle smile and said, It is okay. I am here. Watch yourselves, Lin Miao Miao muttered, lightly nudging them toward the surgery room entrance. Outside the operating room, the doors were tightly shut. As no outsiders were expected, the corridor was eerily quiet. Only the sign flashing a bright green light with the words "In surgery" buzzed faintly from time to time. Chen Lu sat silently on the long metal bench, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Everyone else could panic, but not him. Lin Miao Miao and Liang Zhiro sat nearby, both visibly tense. Seeing Chen Lu's composed demeanor brought Liang Zhiro a strange sense of peace, even a bit of dizziness. This was the first time in her life she truly felt the happiness of having someone to rely on. For someone who had always handled everything alone, this feeling was even more profound. As she was lost in thought, she saw Chen Lu cheekily wink at her. It was clearly intentional. The girl smiled back through teary eyes, though her expression was inevitably a bit stiff and twisted. You should take her out for a walk. Sitting here is just waiting around. I can stay and keep watch myself, Lin Miao Miao suddenly grumbled. Before she even finished her sentence, Chen Lu stood up. I was just waiting for you to say that. With that, he reached out his right hand to Liang Zhiro, smiling as he said, Stop being so tense. Let me take you somewhere nice. Liang Jiro hesitated for a moment but eventually reached out her hand and slowly stood up with his help. She did not expect Chen Lu to bring her back to the park where they first met. Perhaps it was because the elderly who came here for morning exercise had already bought their breakfast and gone home. The entire park was empty and quiet, with hardly a soul in sight. Chen Lu looked around from time to time, searching for shadows of his memories. Ever since moving away, he had not returned here even once. To be honest, his memory was quite blurry. It even took him a long time to realize that the slide he used to play on had already been replaced with a new one. Children nowadays probably do not play on things like this anymore. During holidays, they might just gather to play online games instead. He really did miss those days of spinning tops with the neighborhood kids. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, the girl beside him suddenly stopped walking. "This is where you talked to me." Liang Jiro pointed to the side and spoke softly. Chen Lu looked at her in surprise. "You remember it that clearly?" The girl nodded gently, her gaze still fixed in that direction, as though she were reliving something. "At the time, no one was willing to tell me how serious my father's illness was. I figured it out on my own. Just because a child does not know much does not mean they are stupid." She turned her head and met Chen Lu's eyes. "To my mother and me, it really did feel like the sky was falling. Even at that young age, I wondered, what will we do in the future?" Chen Lu said nothing, just quietly listened. "Back then, I could not understand for the life of me why did everyone else have a father, but I was about to lose mine. And because I could not breathe from the pressure, I sneaked out here alone. Honestly, for most of my life, I often wondered why did so much hardship have to fall on me. But not anymore." As Liang Jiro spoke, her eyes crinkled as she broke into an incredibly sweet smile. "At the very least, heaven let me meet you." How could anyone look so beautiful when they smiled? That was the only thought in Chen Lu's mind at that moment. For some reason, he suddenly recalled what Yu Hua once said, "Never believe that suffering is worthwhile. Dwelling on past or present suffering really serves no purpose. What matters is always looking for solutions while holding a heart ready to embrace sunlight without restraint. After all, the clouds will eventually pass." Losing the ability to smile when the dawn finally comes, that is the moment suffering truly defeats you. Fortunately, this silly girl was far stronger than he had imagined. She had succeeded. Chen Lu smiled, took the girl's hand, and said softly, "I did not play with you back then. Let me make up for it now." Seeing that Chen Lu wanted to pull her toward the slide, Liang Jiro quickly whispered, "That is too childish. I bet you have never played on one of these your whole life." After all, the silly girl only came back here when she was already a freshman in college. Chen Lu, with a look of disdain, pulled her to the tall slide. Maybe it is childish for elementary schoolers, but for university students, it is just right. As he spoke, he led by example and crouched down to climb up. The slide that once took several steps to climb as a child could now be scaled in a couple of moves, even requiring him to crouch to fit. "I am coming down," Chen Lu shouted with a smile. But because he was tall, as soon as he slid, his feet were already on the ground. He blinked, a bit stunned. As a child, it used to feel like it took forever to slide down. Seeing this, Liang Jiro turned her head and could not help but press her lips together to stifle a laugh. Seeing her trying to hide a smile only made Chen Lu less embarrassed. He immediately approached, trying to pull her up to play as well. "When will this silly girl realize that hiding a smile from me is impossible? I am always watching you." In the end, Chen Lu managed to coax and nudge her onto the slide. "Hurry and slide down," he urged with a smile. From above, Liang Jiro looked down at Chen Lu, then looked at the slide, far too short now for her grown-up self. She placed one foot on the railing and called down to Chen Lu, "Catch me." Big kids also deserve to be childish in big kid ways. Chen Lu froze for a moment, then saw the girl leap from above. She tightly closed her eyes, but before she could feel the rush of freefall, she was already caught in Chen Lu's arms. It was her first time experiencing a princess carry, and she never imagined it would happen like this. "If I were any weaker, I might not have caught you," Chen Lu scolded with a hint of reproach. Honestly, how could this silly girl be so reckless sometimes? Liang Jiro wrapped her arms around his neck and softly smiled, "You would never drop me. My boyfriend is the best." Chen Lu found her words pleasing and held her even tighter. "You can play however you like. I only said if." For the rest of the time, Chen Lu took Liang Jiro around to relive everything he used to play with as a child. At one point, when a little kid came to play with a remote-controlled airplane, he even borrowed it and played for a while. Finally worn out from all the fun, the two walked hand in hand. As Liang Jiro felt the warmth of his palm, her heart gradually grew calm. After so many years, returning to this place that held such special meaning for her, so much was the same, yet so much had changed. "Let us go back," Chen Lu said to her. "No matter what the future holds, you do not need to face it alone." Back at the hospital, they waited for another 3 hours outside the operating room before the door, which had felt like it might never open, finally creaked ajar. A doctor with glasses, looking extremely capable, stepped out. "What is the situation?" Before Chen Lu could even get up, the usually timid Liang Zhiro rushed up to the doctor and asked urgently. "It is very promising. With today's medical technology, this kind of situation is manageable. The next step depends on post-operative recovery. In any case, she will be able to walk in the future. Oh, and the most important thing is to never skip rehabilitation training. Only with good recovery can she get rid of the crutches." The doctor instinctively added the reminder. For someone who has lost the ability to walk, such a reminder is often unnecessary. Because no one values that ability more than they do, they will never neglect rehab. The patient's muscles have severely atrophied. It might take a long time to recover, so prepare yourselves mentally. The doctor adjusted his mask and looked at Liang Zhiro. "You did well." If she had not received regular massages, her condition would not be so optimistic. He turned and went back into the operating room, feeling somewhat moved. Years of massaging her mother's legs at the same time each day, could he have done the same? He could not even answer that question in his own heart. Later, Liang Zhiro buried herself in Chen Lu's embrace and sobbed for a very, very long time. A week later, even though the doctor recommended a couple more days of observation, Xiao Xuanfang insisted on being discharged. After all, she was no longer receiving IVs, just under observation. That could be done anywhere. Even if she did not know much, she understood the difference in costs between a private and shared hospital room. Chen Lu pushed the wheelchair while Liang Zhiro, carrying a canvas backpack, followed slowly by his side. "I owe you both so much," Xiao Xuanfang said softly. "Auntie, you are all better now." Chen Lu ignored the sentiment and said with a smile as he pushed the wheelchair, "Next time my mom tries to beat me, just protect me." All right. Xiao Xuanfang chuckled and nodded. The group walked down a small alley, chatting and laughing, until they disappeared around the corner. A ray of morning light finally pierced the clouds, streaming into the now quiet alley, illuminating a dewdrop resting on a blade of grass by the wall. Like a transparent diamond, it sparkled brightly. At the end of August, the start of the new school term was just around the corner. Because there had been so many things to take care of, Chen Lu felt like this summer vacation had passed in the blink of an eye. Oh, right, he no longer had summer vacations. He suddenly felt the urge to curse. Humanity was never a naturally diligent species. Even when starting your own business, you still do not want to go to work. The older he grew, the more he realized that childhood vacations were the best. After all, school life was just a cycle of waiting for winter break and then summer break. Aside from the homework deceptively titled Happy Summer Vacation, there really were no troubles at all. It had been raining for several days recently, and the sun had barely made an appearance. Chen Lu sluggishly got out of bed and shuffled like a zombie to the bathroom to wash up. These past few days, the studio had not been too busy, so he was still staying at the rental apartment as usual. It was not because of any conflict with his parents, just that staying at home too long easily led to disagreements. The saying "distance creates beauty" was not just empty words, even among family members. Some truths are simply learned too late. 10 minutes later, Chen Lu was sitting on the sofa, staring at the computer screen, reviewing the latest progress reports and revenue data. That was how it worked with WeChat mini games. The company could only take 30% of the profits and still had to play by 10 cents rules. It was truly unbearable. When you earn 100,000 but only get to keep 30,000, you are unlikely to feel grateful for earning 30. You are more likely to feel like you lost 70. That was exactly how Chen Lu felt now. After all, he had to use that 30% to support the entire company. If all he wanted was to get by, this way of living would suffice. But if he wanted to grow any further, he had to start thinking about alternatives. In the end, he would still need to go through the official channel of applying for a game license. Though earning tens of thousands a month might seem pretty good right now, human beings are greedy creatures. Once one desire is fulfilled, a new one emerges. He wanted to give Liang Zhiro a better life, better than just a 5-figure monthly income. If it were just him, he might have been content with a simple job that ensured he could afford to eat. But ever since being with Liang Zhiro, that mindset had completely vanished. Let us not rush. Let us finish enjoying the current wave of profits first, Chen Lu muttered to himself. In any endeavor, trying to get fat from one meal was always a dangerous mindset. People cannot earn beyond what their knowledge allows. Even if luck grants it, lack of ability would eventually make them lose it. At the very least, with a solid promotional campaign in the near future, there would be another big wave of income. Just as he was thinking this, there was a soft knock on the door. Somewhat curious, he walked to the entryway and slowly opened the door, only to see a long-haired girl in a flowing dress standing there obediently, smiling gently at him. If spring breeze and tenderness had a form, it would be the way the girl smiled. "And who is the beauty here to see?" Chen Lu asked with a smile. "Scoundrel," Liang Jiro responded with a soft reproach and stepped inside to change her shoes. Whether at Chen Lu's home or his rental apartment, there was always a pair of slippers prepared just for her. This touched her in a quiet, inexplicable way. No one dislikes being cared for like this. It was far more thoughtful than simply saying, "No need to change shoes, just come in." "Then you found the right person." "I really am a scoundrel," Chen Lu said, suddenly hugging the girl from behind, grinning mischievously. Truth be told, he quite liked this pose. He could rest his chin on Liang Jiro's shoulder and even plant a soft kiss on the back of her neck. Startled, Liang Jiro shivered and gave a token struggle. "Stop messing around, I have not even finished changing my shoes." Running was out of the question anyway, so a little resistance was enough to save face. "Then once your shoes are on, I can mess around?" "Still no." After showing off for a bit, Chen Lu returned to a more serious demeanor, walked into the living room, turned on the air conditioner, and went back to the sofa. But this time, uncharacteristically, he crossed one leg over the other. Being too young was not always a good thing. Just for hugging this silly girl from behind, he had been instantly rewarded with an air conditioner remote control. Liang Jiro sat down beside Chen Lu, curiously watching the computer screen with him. "Have you not been busy helping Auntie with her rehab these past 2 days? How come you have time to come see me now?" Chen Lu asked with a light smile. "Because I missed you." Liang Jiro closed her eyes and hugged Chen Lu. These past 2 days, she had been accompanying Xiao Xuanfang through very low-intensity rehabilitation exercises. At this point, Xiao Xuanfang could already take 2 steps on her own without support. Even though it was only 2 steps, it still moved her to tears. In Liang Jiro's eyes, the time apart from Chen Lu was counted by the second. 2 days felt far, far too long. She now understood more than ever how tragic the story of the coward and the weaver girl really was, seeing each other only once a year. No wonder it almost always rained on Qixi Festival every year. If it were her, she would cry for hours too. A thought bloomed in her heart, perhaps she was even luckier than the weaver girl. She leaned subtly closer to Chen Lu. Chen Lu continued looking at his computer while gently patting the girl in his arms on the head. He felt like he was raising a cat. "Is Qixi Festival coming soon?" Chen Lu asked suddenly. Liang Jiro was startled. Could this person read minds? The girl nodded slightly. "I think so." Chen Lu wrapped her hair around his finger, twirling it again and again. "Then I will keep that day free. Let us go out for the whole day." "Okay," Liang Jiro responded happily. Seeing her slightly more cheerful than before, he felt more than ever that the money he had spent was absolutely worth it. The chains that once bound this silly girl had finally fallen away, and she was now free to do anything she wanted. Though for now, it seemed all she wanted was to stick with him. That was fine too. Chen Lu could not help but curl his lips into a relaxed smile. "Your boyfriend made another several tens of thousands. Let us have a nice meal on Qixi to celebrate. I will cook something delicious for you at home. Is that all right?" the girl asked, raising her head to look into his eyes. "Why?" "To save money," Liang Jiro replied, a little embarrassed. "Going out to eat would cost at least several hundred yuan." Chen Lu was speechless. He showed her a notification of his recent income. "Liang Jiro, your boyfriend is making at least tens of thousands a month right now. Even if you ate out every day, you would not be able to spend it all." He had expected her to be surprised. But instead, she just blinked at him blankly and sighed lightly. Chen Lu was even more puzzled, furrowing his brows. "Why are you sighing?" Turns out bragging about income in front of this silly girl was pointless, she simply did not care. Having a girlfriend who did not care about how much he earned was actually a blessing. But making money like this gave him no sense of accomplishment at all. Liang Jiro pouted. "If only I could make that much money. Then I could support you. You can support me even now." "I am easy to take care of," Chen Lu said. The girl immediately became interested. She sat up straight and asked, "Really? If I gave you a gift, would you be willing to come home with me?" As she spoke, she picked up her canvas bag. Chen Lu, curious, leaned in. "What gift?" Liang Jiro pulled out a medium-sized box from her bag. Perhaps afraid of damaging it, she had wrapped it in a t-shirt. I do not really understand these things. Miao Miao helped me pick it out." The girl kept fiddling with her fingers, not daring to look at him. "I just hope you like it." After unwrapping it, Chen Lu looked at the DSLR camera in his hands. His eyebrows raised involuntarily, and his feelings were complicated. Perhaps because she could not repay the fundraising money in advance, this silly girl had advanced the timeline for buying the camera. Suddenly, Chen Lu felt that if one day Liang Jiro asked for his life, he would not hesitate for even a second. This camera cost over 10,000 yuan, and you were willing to buy this but not a simple meal? That is different. I am fine with eating anything, Liang Jiro said seriously, pursing her lips. Chen Lu fell silent. Looking at the nervous yet stubborn girl before him, he leaned in again. The previously chatty living room suddenly fell quiet. The only sounds were faint breaths from time to time. After a long while, their lips finally parted. Chen Lu lay on the sofa, looking at the girl lying beside him, her face turned toward his, and softly asked, "After school starts, you will not have to work part-time so much anymore, right? Just tutoring Chen Mo is enough to repay the fundraising money, is it not?" Liang Jiro nodded lightly. Suddenly, I do not know what to do anymore. She had always been like a wind-up doll, wound to full tension, spinning ceaselessly every day. Now that the spring had been released, she had come to a full stop. She even felt a bit at a loss. Of course, it is time to experience life. Go find a hobby or something. Look at Lin Miao Miao, she lazes around playing games all day. That is also a form of experiencing life, Chen Lu said nonchalantly. Is there nothing you want to do? There is. The girl rested her cheek on his chest, revealing a deeply content smile. I want to be with you. Living alone does have its perks. There is no way he could act this clingy either at home or at the company. Chen Lu pinched the girl's cheek. Are we not already together? Yes, that is why I want us to stay together like this forever, Liang Jiro said softly. After speaking, she looked up and saw Chen Lu smiling at her. So unambitious, you really have no aspirations at all. Unhappy, the girl suddenly stood up. Say that again and I will bump into you. If you do, I will kiss you. Faced with Chen Lu's threat, Liang Jiro instantly lost her momentum. She timidly shuffled to the side, glancing around before disappearing into the kitchen. What are you doing? Chen Lu asked curiously. Checking if you are still missing anything, Liang Jiro tapped her lips with her index finger as if thinking, I forgot to buy MSG in cumin last time. She still remembered her plan to come cook lunch for Chen Lu every day. Otherwise, once he got busy, he would definitely skip meals or just order some takeout. It had happened before. Despite knowing how to cook, Chen Lu often just made do with takeout or did not eat at all. Really, once school starts, you should stay here at noon. I do not always come home for lunch anyway. Chen Lu followed her into the kitchen and said seriously. Otherwise, you will not even have a place to nap. It will not always be summer, and if you nap out in the pavilion, you will catch a cold. He was genuinely serious. If Liang Jiro was avoiding the apartment because she was afraid he might take advantage of her, he could simply stay at the company during lunchtime. It is too early, Liang Jiro said a bit shyly. It is just a nap, not living together. Chen Lu continued trying to reframe her thinking. You are just coming here to rest at noon. We are perfectly innocent. What is there to be afraid of? Can a couple really be perfectly innocent? Liang Jiro froze. How could Chen Lu twist words like that so skillfully? Must one already have a child before being considered not innocent? We are just hugging and kissing, not doing anything else. Of course we are an innocent couple. Chen Lu shrugged. Otherwise, would renting a 2-bedroom apartment not be a complete waste? That costs money, and this is near the school, the rent is very high. A moment ago, Chen Lu was bragging about making tens of thousands a month. Now, suddenly he was concerned about money again. Liang Jiro was momentarily dazed, but for some reason, she felt that what Chen Lu said made sense. Then, all right, I will lock the door. Though she liked Chen Lu very much, some boundaries still needed to be maintained. Otherwise, if they were not even married and already preparing to have a child, what then? Every time they kissed, Chen Lu's hands could not behave, and she had to hold on to his hands to stop him. She refused to believe that Chen Lu was a proper gentleman. She believed everything he said except that. Scoundrel, which room are you going to sleep in? Chen Lu continued asking. In fact, the master and secondary bedrooms were about the same size. The only difference was that the master bedroom had a slightly larger and better quality bed. The 2 bedrooms were adjacent, separated by only one wall. Liang Jiro walked between them but then hesitated to enter either one. She turned her head and asked, which one do you sleep in now? Chen Lu pointed to the room on the left. I sleep in the smaller bedroom. The master bedroom has always been reserved for you. As long as you cook lunch for me every day, I will not charge you rent. Is that not a good deal? Chen Lu said with a mischievous grin, mentally calculating. From the moment this silly girl showed the slightest hesitation, she was bound to fall into the trap he had set. If they were really going to live together, even if only during lunchtime, it had to be taken seriously. So the 2 of them began tidying up the apartment in earnest, getting everything perfectly in order. There was suddenly an inexplicable feeling of really building a life together. They ended up organizing everything all the way until evening. Because it had been overcast lately, what should have still been bright at this time was already so dark they had to turn on the lights. I will cook you dinner before I leave. Otherwise, you will definitely order takeout again. The girl's gentle voice floated out from the kitchen. All right. Chen-Lu stretched and walked over to the balcony. A sudden burst of white light outside stunned him for a moment. A few seconds later, a clap of thunder followed. Rain again? How many days had it been now? Soon after, the view outside became even more dramatic. Thunder and lightning filled the skies. Anyone who did not know better might have thought someone was undergoing a heavenly trial. The flashes were so frequent, it felt like a flickering broken light, alarming and intense. At first, raindrops were slammed against the windows like bullets by the wind, then they turned into a curtain of water that blurred the entire view. Liang Jiro seemed completely unbothered, slowly walking over to Chen-Lu. Be careful on your way back, alright? I do not have a car, Chen-Lu said blankly, staring at the torrential downpour outside. Both of them were stunned. He really did not have a car right now. Jiang Chao's car had suddenly broken down and gone in for repairs, so he had borrowed Chen-Lu's early this morning. Do you have an umbrella? The girl asked, biting her lip. Chen-Lu blinked. Also no. Never count on a guy to keep an umbrella at home. For most of them, getting soaked is just another part of life. Some even think it feels great. Liang Jiro did not feel comfortable saying something like, why not ask your dad to bring the car over? So she just sat on the sofa, hugging her knees tightly. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. The rain was outrageous. Just walking out to catch a taxi would drench a person to the skin. I will ask Jiang Chao to bring my car back, Chen-Lu said as he dialed his number. The call was quickly answered. Bring my car back now, I need to take Liang Jiro home, he urged. It is already so late. Alright, wait, holy shit. It is raining this hard? Jiang Chao paused. My aunt's mother-in-law's nephew's aunt's nephew was in a car accident. I need to go to the hospital. I really cannot bring your car back right now. Do you even know how that person is related to you? Chen-Lu asked, face darkening. My phone is about to die, gotta go. Sorry, man. I promise I will return the car by tomorrow. With that, Jiang Chao hung up, and the line could no longer be reached. Apparently, Chen-Lu saying it is already so late earlier had caused a misunderstanding, and now the two were no longer on the same page. Damn Sea King, I thank your entire family. Chen-Lu cursed in his mind. As he debated whether to call Chen Guanglin, he pulled 2 drinks from the fridge. No. He could not call. Even if his intentions were pure, if her father saw that he had rented a 2-bedroom apartment, his ambitions would become obvious. Chen-Lu took 2 large gulps. Nothing hit the spot like ice-cold cola. Do you want some? He asked the girl. My period has not started yet. Liang Jiro hugged her knees tightly, fingers twisting together, and whispered, but it is still too early, please. No, alright? Chen-Lu tilted his head, a series of question marks seemingly appearing beside it. Then he finally realized and hurriedly said, I swear I did not mean it like that. Who filled your head with this nonsense? Meow meow. She said if you handed me cold water, I should say, I cannot drink cold things, I am on my period, or else you would drag me to a hotel. Chen-Lu had never felt so wrongly accused in his entire life. How had Lin Meow Meow, who had never even been in a relationship, ended up knowing more theoretical knowledge than anyone else? Where on earth had she learned it all? But you did not say what she told you to say either, he asked curiously. Liang Jiro really did look a bit frightened, her eyes watery as she gazed at him. But still, her voice trembled as she said, because I did not want to lie to you. Chen-Lu froze for a moment, then reached out and turned on the light in the living room a few seconds later. He could not possibly let this silly girl see the look on his face after being completely disarmed by one sudden move. He had to be more cautious in the future. Even though this girl never actively flirted, when she did so unintentionally, it was enough to wipe out his entire health bar. Who could possibly withstand that? The white ceiling light lit up, and the previously dim living room instantly became bright. The sudden change in brightness made Chen-Lu's eyes a bit uncomfortable. He walked slowly to the girl's side and gently pulled her into his arms. Do not misunderstand. Do not let your mind run wild. We agreed to take things slowly. The girl let out a barely audible mm. Hugging her knees, she leaned completely against Chen-Lu. Suddenly, her head was poked hard by Chen-Lu. Classmate Liang Jiro, you do not trust your boyfriend's character enough, Chen-Lu said irritably. Was he now being made out to be some scoundrel who bullies innocent girls? Although he said that, he still reflected on himself a little internally. Even though he had always tried to keep their pace in check, he probably had been a bit too greedy. which might have made Liang Jiro feel insecure. There was just no helping it, this silly girl was too easy to tease. Other than forbidding him from touching her inappropriately, she hardly ever resisted, which made him push boundaries without realizing it. That was indeed not right. If she misunderstood and thought he was only interested in her body, that would be a serious problem. He had to kill all misunderstandings in their cradle. Otherwise, if they accumulated unresolved, they would become like termites, slowly gnawing away at their relationship, and by the time they noticed that their connection had hollowed out, it would already be too late. Just as Chen Lu was about to speak, Liang Jiro beat into it. Sorry. I do not distrust you, not at all. I just did not know what to do, because I have no friends besides Meow Meow. I do not know what being in a relationship is supposed to be like. Clearly, Chen Lu was not the only one reflecting on things. Liang Jiro felt that the girls in her class all seemed to think such things were no big deal. Only she was scared and hesitant. She could not help but wonder, was she the odd one out? I have told you something like this before. Every couple has their own way of being together. The pace of a relationship can vary greatly, Chen Lu said gently, resting his chin on top of her head. Why should we care about how others do things? As long as you are happy, I am happy. Then our relationship is perfectly normal. These things depend entirely on mutual consent. Some people wait until marriage, others move fast as soon as they are official. There is no standard comparison. It is all about personal choice. As long as both parties agree and are willing, that is enough. In fact, Chen Lu truly did not care about such things. Even if he had to wait until marriage, it was fine. As long as it was with this silly girl in the end, he was happy. And now, just being able to stick close to her every day was already more than enough. I think I have made progress, the girl said, then tilted her head up and gently kissed Chen Lu on the lips. Chen Lu curved his lips into a smile, suppressing the urge to tease her verbally. Of course you have. You are always making progress. But you have already been the best girlfriend in the world from the very beginning. This was already far beyond the girl who once could not even bring herself to kiss him on the forehead. Clearly, she was trying much harder than he had imagined. Really? Liang Jiro looked at him, full of uncertainty. Of course. You may not have seen how other people date, but I have. None of their girlfriends are as good as mine, Chen Lu said seriously. He believed it wholeheartedly. After a few tender moments together, Liang Jiro looked out the window at the curtain of rain and asked softly, "Dinner is not finished yet. What do you want to eat?" "Anything is fine. Something simple will do." Chen Lu also looked outside. His eyes stayed fixed, deep in thought. After a while, Liang Jiro nudged his chin with her head. "Why are you staring out the window like that?" Chen Lu turned to her with a smile. "You are even jealous of the rain?" "I am not. I was just thinking that with you here, even rainy days feel different." He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, listening to the sound of raindrops constantly tapping against the windows, and slowly closed his eyes. This feeling of peace was something he had never experienced before. Exceptionally calm, as if even his breathing had slowed. The more thunder and rain roared outside, the stronger the sense of safety inside became. A kind of tipsy comfort settled in, pulling him deeper and deeper, making it hard to escape. "I feel the same," Liang Jiro murmured, gently rubbing her palm against Chen Lu's. "But for me, ever since I met you, every day has felt different." After she spoke, she reluctantly let go of Chen Lu's hand and stood up to head toward the kitchen. Hearing the sound of the gas stove lighting, Chen Lu chuckled softly and opened his laptop to continue working. Days like this, when he could work from home, were to be cherished. If the company ever grew bigger, he would only become even busier. But not long after, he unknowingly closed his eyes and drifted into a deep sleep. After all, there is nothing more comfortable than sleeping on a rainy day. When Liang Jiro returned to the living room with the meal ready, she slipped her hair tie onto her wrist like a bracelet, only to see Chen Lu curled up asleep on the sofa, still holding his laptop. He looked kind of cute. She tiptoed over, carefully removed the laptop from his arms, and placed it gently on the coffee table. Her movements were light and slow, as if she were afraid of waking him. Seeing the dark circles under his eyes, she glanced at the time and obediently sat beside him. Let him sleep a little longer. Watching his weary expression, she felt a tightness in her chest. She did not care how much money Chen Lu could make. She supported him simply because this career was his dream. It was as simple as that. 10 minutes later, Liang Jiro sat on the sofa, covering her mouth with her right hand as she let out a big yawn. This would not do. If he slept any longer, the food would get cold. "Wake up," she said softly, patting Chen Lu. But he did not respond. Puffing her cheeks, she crouched in front of Chen Lu. Looking at his sleeping face, a playful idea suddenly crossed her mind. She reached out and pinched his nose. In response, Chen Lu opened his mouth. She quickly used her other hand to cover his mouth too, and that did the trick. Chen Lu immediately sat up. Just as his hand was about to grab her wrist, she darted away. I hold grudges, Chen Lu said with a low voice, his eyelids drooping, looking half asleep. Shall we eat? Liang Jiro crouched behind the coffee table, nervously and innocently offering the suggestion. Dinner was stir-fried shredded potatoes with green peppers and cola chicken wings. Everything in the fridge had been bought in advance by Liang Jiro for Chen Lu. She just had not expected that despite having so many ingredients at home, Chen Lu never cooked a single meal himself and still ordered takeout. If it were not such a long commute from home to his place, she would have wanted to cook for him every day. She always felt that takeout was not as healthy as homemade meals. I do not know if it is because of the rain, but I feel a bit sleepy, Liang Jiro said as she scooped rice into Chen Lu's bowl, rubbing her eyes. Only then did Chen Lu begin to fully wake up from his nap. They say this is something etched into human genes. One theory goes that in ancient times, people could not hunt or farm on rainy days, so they stayed indoors and slept. Over time, everyone developed the habit. Liang Jiro took a bite of the chicken wing Chen Lu had given her and asked curiously, what did they do at home? Were they like us? Though she did not use her phone much, she still imagined ancient people must have lived very boring lives. They probably made children, Chen Lu replied honestly. Why else do you think people in ancient times had so many kids? Besides the high infant mortality rate, it was also because they had nothing better to do. Liang Jiro blushed and said nothing, a bit regretful for asking. She quietly picked up some food and offered it to Chen Lu. Just eat, please, stop talking. My girlfriend's cooking is really delicious, he praised her with a soft smile. You will get tired of it sooner or later. Absolutely not. I could love it the way I love you, for a lifetime. Liang Jiro pretended to raise her bowl to eat and hid her smile behind it. The house was very quiet. Only the soft murmur of their conversation filled the space. The girl always asked childish yet adorable questions, and Chen Lu answered each one patiently. The thought that days like this might become their everyday life filled Chen Lu with a single overwhelming feeling, my future self is unbelievably fucking lucky. He had never thought before that someone could envy their future self. After dinner, Chen Lu insisted on washing the dishes. Seeing that the rain outside had not let up at all, Liang Jiro nervously called Xiao Xuanfang. Hello, she stood in front of the balcony, gripping her shirt hem tightly, her voice lacking confidence. Her mother's familiar voice came through the receiver, what is it? Mom, I cannot make it back. Since she had started the conversation with the wrong focus, it took her a lot of effort to finally explain the whole situation. Strangely, Xiao Xuanfang did not seem as worried as she had imagined. It was unclear whether she trusted her daughter, or she trusted Chen Lu. Liang Jiro sighed in confusion and curiosity. She felt like she was already standing at the mouth of the tiger, yet her mother was not the least bit concerned. The girl quietly tiptoed to the kitchen doorway, poked her head out, and looked at Chen Lu's tall, upright, and focused figure. If such a handsome and gentle tiger ate her, then so be it. You can go take a shower first, Chen Lu suddenly said. Liang Jiro was startled. How did you know I was here? Chen Lu turned down the water flow to reduce the noise so he could talk clearly. Because we are telepathically connected. The girl scoffed softly. I do not believe that. Because I love you, Chen Lu replied in a different tone. Liang Jiro felt her heart flutter and became even more curious. So how did you really know? Silly, Chen Lu sighed, a bit exasperated after realizing his attempt at flirting had gone to waste. After you hung up, it got completely quiet, not even the sound of your footsteps. You would not just be standing on the balcony watching the rain, would you? You had to be sneaking a peek at me. Would I pay that much attention to your movements if I did not love you? Liang Jiro smiled softly, walked up to him, and hugged him from behind. Just thinking that this might be our future life makes me so happy. Then move in here and live every day like this. Just as Chen Lu finished speaking, the girl bumped his head lightly with hers. Why are you still standing there? If you go shower now, I will be too busy to sneak a peek later, he teased. I am working. I do not have clothes to change into, Liang Jiro replied timidly. Girls are such a hassle, Chen Lu thought silently. You can wear mine. Go pick something from my room. All right. Liang Jiro poked his waist gently. If you peek, I will hit you. Is there a chance you could just lock the door? Right. After Chen Lu finished washing the dishes and sat in the living room for a while, the girl emerged from the bathroom like a crab, shuffling cautiously step by step. She was wearing Chen Lu's t-shirt and a pair of his shorts. The white shirt looked too big on her, it nearly covered the shorts completely. At first glance, it looked like she was only wearing the shirt. Her bare legs showed prominently under the hem. Why do you only have shorts? Liang Jiro asked with a shaky voice. Chen Lu scratched his head. Because I hardly ever wear shorts. All my long pants have not been washed. You probably saw them in the bathroom. Step by step, Liang Jiro found there was nowhere to hide, so she braced herself and sat next to Chen Lu on the sofa. As Chen Lu was about to get up, she grabbed him tightly. What is wrong? He asked curiously. Wait a bit longer. Why? It feels weird if you go in right after I finished, she said shyly. Chen Lu let out a bitter laugh and sighed, then sat back down, focusing on his laptop screen and trying to control recoil in a shooting game with an AK rifle scope. As a normal man, it was really hard not to look at her legs. After a while, he finally got permission and left the living room. Liang Jiro sat quietly on the sofa, not daring to move. She glanced at her own legs and instantly grew more anxious. Just as she took a few deep breaths, a scream came from the bathroom. Liang Jiro, are you trying to boil me alive? The girl blinked blankly and muttered to herself, it is not that hot. The time difference between boys and girls taking a shower was truly vast. In just a few minutes, Chen Lu had finished, opened the bathroom door. Liang Jiro froze, then instantly covered her eyes. Why are you not wearing clothes? I am just shirtless. I still have pants on. That kind of wording can really cause misunderstandings. Chen Lu walked back into his room, speechless, and threw on a random t-shirt. He had never cared much about matching clothes, he just wore whatever worked. I will dry your hair. All right. With nothing else to do, the two sat on the sofa to watch a movie. Chen Lu let Liang Jiro choose whatever she liked, and she picked The Legend of 1900. They turned off the lights and cuddled together. The only light came from the laptop screen, illuminating them as they kissed without even realizing it. After a while, Chen Lu watched the movie while holding the girl's hand in his, gently kneading her fingers. He sighed softly, I need to buy you some hand cream, help you get rid of these calluses. Do they feel unpleasant to touch? Liang Jiro asked in a quiet voice. They make my heart ache, Chen Lu answered sincerely. Liang Jiro shut her eyes tightly and forced back her tears, then leaned back into Chen Lu's arms. Why did he not get off the ship? After the movie ended, the girl recalled the scene of the ship slowly sinking into the ocean. Her expression was a bit sorrowful as she asked the question. Having lost a loved one, she could not comprehend such a self-destructive decision. There were clearly so many people, like her father, who desperately wanted to live but could not. One should cherish life. Chen Lu gently stroked the girl's smooth, flowing hair. For many people, there are things in their eyes that matter more than life itself. For 1900, that ship was his entire world. Once he stepped off, there would be no more music, only unfamiliar land and an uncertain future. This could not be separated from the historical background in which the film was created, but explaining all that to the silly girl would be going too far. Liang Jiro blinked as if half understanding, half confused. For example? Chen Lu lowered his head and kissed the girl on her forehead, saying softly, for example, you, in my eyes. It was already close to 11 o'clock at night. The rain had eased significantly. It would certainly not be a problem to go out and hail a taxi now. But Chen Lu did not notice. Nor did Liang Jiro. Perhaps neither of them looked outside at all, or perhaps it was a silent and mutual choice to ignore it altogether. On the calm summer night after the rain, lights in the apartment buildings went out one by one, until only the chirping of crickets and frogs echoed in the stillness. Old residential areas are really something, you can still hear frogs croaking. As Chen Lu spoke, he stood up and groped his way toward the bathroom in the dark. Liang Jiro sat in a daze for a while, then saw Chen Lu return with a basin of water. Be careful not to spill it, the girl said softly, not knowing what he was up to. Should I turn on the light? If you want me to keep looking at your legs, then go ahead and turn it on. Hearing that, the girl, who had just stood up, immediately sat back down and tugged the hem of the t-shirt lower. Then she discovered a very serious problem. Should she expose her neck or her thighs? While she was still hesitating, Chen Lu had already placed the basin in front of her and gently set it on the coffee table. Put your hands in, Chen Lu said softly after testing the water temperature. What? I heard that soaking your hands like this for a while helps reduce calluses. Looking at his slightly blurred face in the dark, Liang Jiro could not help but feel moved. She leaned forward and obediently placed both hands into the water. The temperature was not hot, just right. She did not even know exactly when it had started, but a sense of peace she had never felt before gradually grew inside her. As if there was nothing in the world she needed to worry about, it was truly magical. Was this what it felt like to be genuinely cared for? You might have it pretty bad. You need to soak for a while, Chen Lu muttered to himself. It should work. Back when I was learning guitar, I used this method to get rid of the calluses on my hands. Before he had even finished speaking, Liang Jiro suddenly reached out and pulled his hand into the water like an octopus. The girl looked up and gave him a rare playful smile. I do not need to soak, Chen Lu said with a laugh. Liang Jiro gripped his hand tighter. This way I can soak longer. Otherwise, my hands feel too lonely in there. What a silly little fool. Although Chen Lu said that, he had already given up resisting. The two of them gently scratched each other's hands underwater, interlocking fingers from time to time. The water in the basin splashed and rippled, never staying still. Let us take a bath together sometime. Liang Jiro let out a low snort. No way. Chen Lu cleared his throat and said casually, just kidding. There is no bathtub here. Then he suddenly looked up. But if I buy a house with a bathtub, would you be willing to share it with me? Do all boys turn into scoundrels once they fall in love? Do you have anything planned for tomorrow? After a while, Chen Lu poured out the water, returned to the sofa, and pulled the girl tightly into his arms, asking softly. No, nothing. Liang Jiro let out a faint sigh without realizing it. She did not know why, but having nothing to do made her feel somewhat insecure. She had to remind herself multiple times that her mother's surgery was already over before she could feel a bit better. And not just that, she even felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, as if she had suddenly lost her life's direction. Only now did she understand what Chen Lu had once told her, that she had never lived for herself. Chen Lu nodded slightly and placed the laptop on his lap. Then, do you want to watch another movie? Suppressing her sleepiness, Liang Jiro looked up at him. What kind? Before she could even finish her sentence, she saw rows of horror films pop up on the computer screen. So he really was not thinking anything good. You just want to trick me into going to your room to sleep, the girl said with a look of clarity, speaking righteously. You will pretend nothing happened when I get too scared to sleep and return to your room. Then, I will end up walking to your door on my own. And you will take advantage of me however you want. Chen Lu deliberately showed an exaggerated expression and looked at her in mock shock. You figured all that out? But was this silly girl's imagined plotline not just a bit too detailed? Liang Jiro proudly lifted her chin, smugly declaring, I am smart. I will sleep with the lights on. And if I secretly cut the power at night, what will you do then? Chen Lu continued, I will call the police. Liang Jiro suddenly realized that although Chen Lu had been well behaved physically tonight, he had verbally crossed the line more than usual. Could there be an inverse relationship? Then you might not see me again for a very long time. All her confidence instantly crumbled. Then never mind. Chen Lu curled the corners of his mouth in satisfaction and slowly closed the laptop. Clearly, he had been teasing her from the very beginning. Could he really not handle one silly little frog? Seeing that Liang Jiro talked far more than she had when they first met made Chen Lu genuinely happy. Now she could even banter back and forth with him, though he was still holding back for her sake. Chen Lu tightened his embrace around the girl and looked up at the ceiling, saying softly, Find a hobby, Liang Jiro. Do I really have to find a hobby? The girl asked, puzzled. Of course. I meant it when I said you should learn to enjoy life. Liang Jiro tapped her chin with her finger, as if genuinely considering it. Does working hard to earn money count as a hobby? Absolutely not. Chen Lu looked helpless. Why do you treat that as a hobby? The girl buried her face in his chest and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Because I do not want you to work this hard in the future. Liang Jiro said softly, then reached up and gently touched Chen Lu's cheek. You already have dark circles under your eyes. From playing games, Chen Lu lied with a straight face, leaning to the side instinctively, worried she might press her ear to his chest again. He had almost been exposed. Thankfully, he reacted fast. I should buy you a set of pajamas, Chen Lu said, changing the subject. Want to get a matching couples set? You need pajamas even for a nap? Why are you so sure it will only be for a nap? Chen Lu thought to himself but said something else out loud. Of course. Pajamas are comfortable. It is part of the plan. Learning to spend wisely is also part of enjoying life. Your financial situation is better than before. You should spend a little where it matters. We still need to save, the girl said softly. Chen Lu patted the DSLR camera on the coffee table. You were willing to buy this camera, but you are not willing to spend a little on yourself? It is all right. I am used to it, Liang Jiro said as she leaned fully against Chen Lu, occasionally poking his stomach with her small fingers. Chen Lu gently stroked the girl's head, trailing his hand down her long hair to her waist. Habits can be changed. Who buys great things for others but refuses to buy anything for themselves? You have already suffered enough. From now on, enjoy life a bit more with your boyfriend. His voice was soft. Even though life is long, we will not stay young forever. If we wait until we are old to enjoy it, we will not have the energy anymore. Under Chen Lu's persuasive coaxing, the girl finally accepted his suggestion. Summer sleepwear still felt a bit early for her, so she carefully chose a reasonably priced short-sleeve top and long pants after checking both the price and style. It was just a pity that the top had buttons, making it a bit too convenient for Chenlu's mischief. I am going to bed now. Liang Jiro glanced at the time. Before they knew it, it was already past midnight. Chenlu got up with her, but they each walked toward a different room. They coincidentally paused at the doors of their respective rooms. If you want to lock the door, go ahead. But my room is always open for you, Chenlu said with a mischievous smile. Liang Jiro, if there is thunder and you get scared, you are welcome to come into my room. Good night. Just as he was about to go in, the girl grabbed his arm. What is it? He asked curiously. I am your girlfriend. Liang Jiro's voice grew softer and softer. Can you call me something different? Something different? Chenlu did not immediately understand. Drop the surname, all right, she said, biting her lip. Being called by her full name always sounded too distant. She did not want Chenlu to address her that way. All right. Chenlu responded directly, though he did not call it out loud, it still felt a bit awkward. Then can I call you Xiao Lu? The girl asked softly, fiddling with her fingers. Call me whatever you want. But only elders call me that, it makes you sound old. I suggest we skip a step and go straight to calling me husband. I will stick with Chenlu. Liang Jiro thought back and realized that indeed, only the older people around him ever used that name. Why do people choose names with only 2 characters anyway? So strange. Chenlu yawned lazily. He was truly exhausted, but the girl had yet to let go. He was not in a hurry, so he simply waited patiently for her to finish what she wanted to say. Liang Jiro held his hand even tighter, biting her lip, mouthing words silently over and over, and finally squeezed out 3 words. A kiss, please. Chenlu froze for a moment. Was this real? A while later, the girl stopped standing on her tiptoes and reluctantly hugged Chenlu. Only after a few seconds did she let go and return to her room. Good night, good night. Chenlu looked at the tightly closed door and shrugged helplessly. If she was so reluctant to part, why not just come sleep in his room? He was obviously such an upright and honorable man. Girls are truly strange. Early the next morning, the all-night rain had washed away the dust, as if the whole world had become noticeably cleaner. Through the window, one could see puddles scattered across the ground. The weather was unusually cool, there was no need for air conditioning. No matter how late she went to bed, Liang Jiro always woke up early. She did not wake Chenlu. Instead, she quietly cleaned the living room and made breakfast before nervously walking into his room. Chenlu slept rather neatly. He lay on his side, quiet and still, without snoring. Just as she was admiring him silently, he suddenly turned over and lay sprawled on his back. The girl secretly kissed his cheek, then walked to the window and slowly pulled open the curtains. After all, it was an old apartment. No matter how gentle she was, the curtain still made a rather sharp noise. What time is it? Chenlu asked groggily. Liang Jiro paused, feeling a little guilty for waking him up, and sighed, 7:30. It is still early. Close the curtains a bit more. Chenlu opened one eye slightly and spoke in a deep voice. He was clearly not fully awake yet. Too bright? Liang Jiro asked. I do not like it. Chenlu turned over and pulled the pillow over his face. That is why my mother always says I am like a vampire, afraid of sunlight. Liang Jiro nodded as if half understanding and pulled the curtains shut again. No wonder you like kissing my neck so much. You have become naughty, Chenlu said with a smile. Silly little thing. She even knew how to tease now. The longer they were together, the cuter she became. I have not. Liang Jiro sat at the edge of the bed and gently squeezed his hand. Seeing that he still had his eyes closed, she asked, Can you eat before sleeping again? Chenlu rolled over on the bed and shifted closer to her, still keeping his eyes shut. Have you ever heard the story of the ostrich and the crocodile? The girl tilted her head, puzzled. No. Chenlu held her hand and began slowly. Once upon a time, there was an adorably silly ostrich who got very thirsty and ran to the river to drink. As she was drinking, a crocodile surfaced. The crocodile said, It is dangerous to drink here, be careful you do not get dragged into the river. The ostrich replied, You are surprisingly kind. Then she kept drinking, paying no attention to the crocodile swimming closer and closer. And then, the girl asked curiously. And then, she got dragged into the river by the crocodile. As soon as he finished, Chenlu wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her onto the bed. Just like that. Startled, Liang Jiro let out a little shriek and was about to struggle, but Chenlu did not move again. All she heard was his muffled and contented voice, Let me sleep a little longer. A few minutes later, Liang Jiro lay in his arms like a body pillow, her heart pounding uncontrollably as she stared blankly at the white ceiling, biting her lip in frustration and grievance. She clearly remembered her mother once saying never to listen to people with unclear intentions telling you stories. After sending Liang Jiro home for the time being, Chen Lu returned to the company. He was in high spirits. If things kept simmering like this, sharing a room was surely just around the corner? He pushed open the door to his office with smug satisfaction, only to see Jiang Chao sitting there with a gloomy expression, pulling at his hair from time to time. "Stop pulling, or you really will go bald," Chen Lu said as he returned to his seat. "Fighting again?" he asked teasingly. Lately, the company had no real issues, so it could only be about his relationship. "Yes." Jiang Chao sighed deeply, not bothering to hide it. Chen Lu frowned slightly. "You two have been fighting quite a lot lately. What was it this time?" Jiang Chao threw his cigarette butt into the ashtray, which was already full. "What else could it be? She thinks I am too busy." He irritably opened his cigarette box, found it empty, clenched it tightly, and tossed it into the trash can. "I hardly spent time with her this summer, and we have been in a cold war for several days. Fight all you want, but do not give each other the silent treatment," Chen Lu said helplessly. "Besides, there is no need to handle everything yourself. Learn from me." Jiang Chao smacked his lips. "I just want the company to grow a bit faster." Chen Lu wanted to advise him further, but suddenly did not know what to say. The words were all stuck in his throat, he could not get a single one out. Their goals and the passion they invested were different. Although both wanted to grow stronger, he was not as impatient as Jiang Chao. "If it really is too much, promote Pang Langyun and let him assist you." Chen Lu knocked his file folder against the overflowing ashtray. "You and Lu Yan have such a deep relationship. There is no need to fight over this kind of thing. Besides, no matter how hard you push yourself, one person cannot change everything. At best, you can make the project more stable, not faster." Jiang Chao nodded helplessly and pushed his phone toward Chen Lu. "Look at this." Chen Lu focused and saw that the video was clearly of a game from their studio, and in the lower left corner of the screen was a well-known uploader from the AC platform, arguably one of the top-tier content creators there. That big of an uploader? Chen Lu was a bit surprised. Not just that. More and more streamers are starting to play it live. A hint of pride finally surfaced on Jiang Chao's previously troubled face. "It is all because of that butterfly effect you set off at the comic convention. We did not even spend a single penny on advertising." Chen Lu smirked. "Feels like we are about to take off." "There is one bad piece of news though," Jiang Chao suddenly said. "What bad news?" "Lots of competitors, all making games exactly like ours." Chen Lu leaned back in his chair, completely unconcerned. "That is not bad news. We already expected that once our game started showing signs of gaining traction. As long as we maintain our uniqueness and keep innovating with future updates, it is fine. Even if they are the same type, they will never be exactly the same. Human imagination has limits. It is normal to overlap ideas here and there. In this business, you cannot be a purist. We were just the fastest this time, but sooner or later we will also borrow ideas from others." Jiang Chao nodded in agreement. "But one company looks different. They spent tens of millions to buy a publishing license and are planning to seize the post-platform market we are aiming for." Chen Lu's gaze sharpened. After all, he had never intended to stay in the WeChat mini-games ecosystem forever. Jiang Chao pulled up a webpage and placed it in front of Chen Lu. "This one. It is a subsidiary. Investor. Lin Jingming?" Chen Lu froze for a moment. "You know him? That is Mo Yuqing's stepfather." Jiang Chao cursed. "Fuck, why is he coming after us? He probably could not care less about your little company." Chen Lu said nothing further and focused his attention on the demo video of the other party's trial version. A few seconds later, he smacked Jiang Chao on the head. "Fuck, that is not the point. Did you not notice this? To prevent player drop-off, they would periodically release new characters with exclusive card decks, making the already replayable roguelike game even more fun. But in this video, a very familiar card set appeared." Jiang Chao paused. "This is that scrapped character from our internal testing. Exactly the same." Chen Lu had vetoed that character back then because it was too overpowered, completely unsuitable for a platform like WeChat mini-games, where dying meant watching an ad. But if it were a character players could get by spending 6 yuan on their first purchase, it would be perfect for the competitor's soon-to-be-released standalone game. Chen Lu put down the phone, took a sip of cola, and smiled. "The enemy is within." Jiang Chao finally came to his senses. "Fuck, there is a mole." He had never imagined that the kind of internal company information leaks seen in TV dramas would actually happen to him. Then he turned to Chen Lu and asked, "So what do we do?" Chen Lu nearly spit out the drink in his mouth and scoffed, "Why do you sound like Lu Bang?" Every time something happens, it's, "What shall we do, huh?" Seeing the look in Jiang Chao's eyes, which seemed to radiate with pure foolishness, he spoke again slowly. "It is not a big problem. Once or twice is fine, but if he really tries to milk us, I will make him cough it all back up." Jiang Chao spun his lighter in his hand a few times and muttered gloomily, "I just cannot swallow this." You need to adjust your mindset. Different stages come with different goals. What we need to do now is guard our own small territory, and once we grow big, we can take action step by step. As Chen Lu spoke, he pulled up a video of a top content creator playing their game. It will not be long. The speed at which the game was spreading far exceeded everyone's expectations. In the internet era, once traffic explodes, growth becomes exponential, far more extreme than simple word of mouth. Internet celebrities and trending content can go viral overnight, and so can games. How long it can last is a separate matter, but in the near future, the revenue from this game will surely exceed anything anyone in the company has ever imagined. "I was too impatient," Jiang Chao said, finally calming down. He truly could not understand how Chen Lu managed to stay so composed through everything. When he first discovered this issue, his brain was overloaded for who knows how long. He was nowhere near this calm. This only reaffirmed what he had realized when he first became close to Chen Lu. This guy succeeds at everything he does. Chen Lu shrugged. "So go patch things up with your girlfriend. As long as the company continues to develop steadily, we are basically making money lying down. Why not have both love and career?" "What about the mole?" Jiang Chao asked. Chen Lu still looked utterly unconcerned. "I told you, I am only giving him this one chance. Once we scale up, they will no longer have access to the core anyway. Do not overthink it." Nudge Pan Layun. "If he can find something, great. If not, then forget it. Either way, do not waste time on this." The art team had no access to this kind of information. The problem could only be in the programming team. After evaluating them for a while, Chen Lu was satisfied with no one in the programming team except Pang Layun. The artists could all be promoted one level in the future. The programmers could not, they simply did not meet the business needs. It was clear that this part of the company needed people with real industry experience. That was precisely why Chen Lu was unfazed by the mole being in the programming department. Although he looked like he was slacking off every day, Chen Lu was actually crystal clear on everything happening in the company. "This kind of plant is really disgusting," Jiang Chao sighed. "That rat is in someone else's pot. Why are you the one disgusted? You would do better to focus on the upcoming traffic wave. If public perception spirals out of control, then you will not even have a place to cry." Suddenly, Jiang Chao saw the light. Their company was not yet worth someone planting a mole. Once the other side's game launches, the mole might use this as a stepping stone to jump ship. A smart company would never hire someone like that. But judging by the lack of integrity in the other studio's actions, their team leader was clearly not very clever. They all signed NDAs. Jiang Chao became more agitated. Being a law student who started a company, this was one of the few advantages he had. Chen Lu responded coolly, "Put that aside for now. Right now, we cannot win in court." That was the reality. Although the other side was still just a studio, they were backed by a company that could pour in tens of millions without blinking. In a lawsuit, that was a major advantage. That kind of financial backing could complicate many things. If they insisted it was an accidental overlap in ideas, your tiny company would not be able to say a word. Otherwise, a certain pizza chain would not keep winning lawsuits. This matter could either be left alone, or it could be brought up again later when the two companies were on equal footing, lumping old and new grudges together. There was no third option. Thinking too much about this now was really a waste of time better spent making money. But what Jiang Chao did not realize was Chen Lu did plan to bring it up later. Not for revenge, but for clout. By that time, the outcome of the lawsuit would no longer matter. The attention the case would bring was what truly had value. Bringing it up now would be like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. No one would care if a small studio was wronged, but once they had gained enough market share and recognition, then stirring up such a story would be worthwhile. After all, the other party had made the first move, so do not blame him for riding the wave. Jiang Chao hesitated, then said softly, "How about we split the profit 60-40? I do not feel worthy of taking an even split. That is not necessary. You are your dad's labor force. You are doing more of the actual work. Otherwise, where would your dad find time to date?" Jiang Chao gave him a friendly curse, then left the office and shut the door. What kind of dating is that anyway? They do not even argue. At noon, just as Chen Lu was about to leave, he received a video call from Liang Zhiro. Slightly puzzled, he answered, and was greeted by the girl's pure and beautiful face. Her eyes blinked, and a faint smile played on her lips. She appeared both surprised and delighted, biting her lip as she looked at him. Then, she quickly hid half her face behind a pillow, leaving only her clear eyes visible. Chenlu chuckled softly and asked, "What's up?" This simpleton taking the initiative to video call him was a bit unexpected. "This is our first video call," the girl murmured. "It is. We hadn't thought of it before. It feels nice." She quite enjoyed this. She could look at him properly, see his smile, see his eyes, as if Chenlu were right in front of her. This function she hadn't used much suddenly had new meaning. Before calling, she had prepared herself mentally for a long time, but now she wasn't as nervous. After all, Chenlu was her boyfriend. "I don't look uglier on your phone, do I?" Liang Jiro asked softly. "Not at all. But a phone screen can't fully capture how beautiful my girlfriend is." "You're talking nonsense again." The girl pouted and lightly scolded, suppressing the smile on her face before asking, "Are you coming back for lunch? What would you like to eat?" Chenlu glanced upward. "I'll just grab something myself. School hasn't started yet. No need for you to make an extra trip." But in the video, Liang Jiro suddenly turned over, changing the background from the ceiling to her room in the rented apartment. "But I'm already here," she said playfully. "Well, look at you, acting first and reporting later." Chenlu quickly stood up. "Just wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back." Damn, this simpleton really seemed to be learning his bad habits. For commuting, and to make it convenient for Liang Jiro to travel to and from school, Chenlu had deliberately rented a place very close to the school, just a few minutes' walk from the campus gate. With Qixi festival approaching, many flower stalls had sprung up along the roadside, visible every so often. Looking at the variously colored flowers, Chenlu gradually slowed his pace. He suddenly felt like slapping himself. It's one thing for Liang Jiro to be simple, but had he become simple too after being with her for so long? Since they met, he hadn't given her flowers even once. He had planned to during his confession that night, but before he could buy any, that simpleton had beaten him to it. How had he let this slip his mind afterward? "I must be an idiot," Chenlu muttered to himself. Even if Liang Jiro might not particularly like them, she should have what other girlfriends have. This was also part of his plan to teach her to enjoy life. A qualified master at boiling frogs must learn to brand himself with a thought stamp. With this mindset, he specifically went over and bought a large bouquet. Chenlu returned to the entrance of the rented apartment. He had only knocked twice when the door was immediately opened. "That was quick. I haven't even finished cooking yet," Liang Jiro said softly. The girl now had her long hair neatly tied in a ponytail and wore a newly bought apron, looking adorably cute. Honestly, it really did feel like they were living a domestic life. Not using the key to open the door had definitely been the right choice. Chenlu curled his lips in a smug smile, took out the flowers he had hidden nearby, walked into the hallway, and slowly closed the door behind him. While the girl was still frozen in surprise, he asked gently, "Do you like it?" Seeing her standing there in a daze, with that look of astonishment mixed with emotion, the weight in Chenlu's heart was finally lifted. As expected, girls all liked a bit of romance. Should have thought of this sooner. He had been numbed by these peaceful, blissful days and almost forgot that Liang Jiro was still a girl who had never been in a relationship. "Could it be that you're so moved you want to marry me right now?" Chenlu teased deliberately. To his surprise, Liang Jiro gave a barely noticeable nod and softly replied, "Yes. You really are a silly girl, so easy to trick. This is only the beginning. If I give you a little more, are you going to let me trick you into having my children too?" Chenlu chose to ignore the fact that he had been bested in this exchange, and with a gentle smile, handed the bouquet to the girl. Hold on, he had not even succeeded in climbing the twin peaks with his hands, and he was already thinking about children? Chenlu quickly shook his head, determined to continue with his strategy of slowly warming the silly girl, gentle approach, but fierce intent. He had almost gotten carried away. Liang Jiro held the large bouquet of fresh flowers in her hands and whispered, "Thank you. Do we really need to say thank you between the two of us? Say something else, or I'm going to start bullying you." Chenlu leaned in close, pretending to scold her. The girl nervously pressed her lips together, then moved her mouth close to his ear and said in a tiny voice, "Then, darling, thank you." She immediately lowered her head after speaking. Her voice grew smaller and smaller, and even though she had turned her face away, it was obvious that her cheeks were flushed. "Do you like hearing that?" Chenlu swallowed unconsciously. "I do. That's good." Having passed the test, Liang Jiro let out a breath of relief in her heart. But just as she was about to walk away, Chenlu pulled her back. She could only lightly pound on Chenlu's chest in a feeble attempt to resist. Their words and kisses intertwined until she could no longer speak. The girl blinked in frustration, then slowly closed her eyes. "You said you liked it, and this is how you repay me?" After a long while, Liang Jiro tidied her slightly tousled hair and looked at the bouquet lying by the wall. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. But remember, just buy flowers this once. Waste of money? Chen Lu had expected her to say that. Liang Jiro crouched down, carefully feeling the texture of the petals. A smile unconsciously bloomed at the corners of her mouth. Yes, then next time I'll fold flowers out of paper for you. No need for that either. Chen Lu looked confused. Why not? The girl looked up and gave him a gentle smile. It would waste your time. I feel like kissing you again. What do I do? Liang Jiro gave a soft hum of protest. Then I won't cook for you. Chen Lu happily ran his hand through the girl's silky hair. Looking out the living room window at the blue sky, he felt an unexpected sense of peace. Coming home to a nearly finished meal, and such a beautiful wife waiting for him. What kind of heavenly life was this? Just as he was lost in thought, Liang Jiro suddenly stood up and rushed toward the kitchen in a panic. What's wrong? Chen Lu asked curiously. It's burning. Watching Liang Jiro's flustered figure scrambling about, Chen Lu felt a sudden, indescribable wave of emotion. He bent down, picked up the bouquet, and slowly walked further inside. If you have nothing to do this afternoon, come with me to the studio. While they were eating, Chen Lu spoke up suddenly. Seeing the girl looking at him with curiosity, Chen Lu shrugged helplessly. I need to take care of some things for Zhang Chaoduo. Once he truly has nothing left on his hands, he will finally focus on making up with his girlfriend. Chen Lu felt like he was truly a great father figure, one that could touch hearts all over the world. Why did they argue? Liang Jiro found it even stranger. She could not even bear to throw a tantrum at Chen Lu. Arguing, would that not just waste time they could be spending sweetly together? Chen Lu swallowed the food in his mouth and said softly, it is normal to argue. We might have disagreements in the future too. There are no two identical leaves in the world, nor are there two completely identical people. Conflicts between people are inevitable. As long as it is not excessive, arguments do not really harm a relationship. The important thing is that problems get resolved. Letting issues pile up without dealing with them, only to have them brought up again and again in the future, that is what is truly frightening. Many people think their relationship just ended without reason, that they simply grew tired one day. But that is not always the case. Often, it is the result of unresolved problems accumulating over time. In the end, there are so many issues they cannot even remember them all, and that is when it feels like the relationship died of nothing. Thinking of all this, Chen Lu said suddenly, if I ever make you angry, you can argue with me. Just do not give me the silent treatment, alright? Liang Jiro shook her head firmly. I do not want to argue. What if I make you angry? You would not make me angry, and I would not get mad at you either. The girl said even more earnestly than Chen Lu. I mean, just in case. Liang Jiro lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then I will bump my head against you. And then? Then I will hide somewhere you cannot see and cry. If even Chen Lu bullied her, then she would not even have a place left to cry. Chen Lu wanted to sigh and laugh at the same time. In the end, he reached out and pinched her cheek. You really are a silly girl. After they finished eating, Chen Lu started fiddling with the DSLR camera that Liang Jiro had bought for him. The more he looked at it, the more emotional he felt. This silly girl had bought him something so expensive without even blinking. Are you in a bad mood? Liang Jiro sat beside him and asked softly. No, I am not. You cannot lie to me about everything. As she spoke, Liang Jiro let Chen Lu rest his head on her lap and gently stroked his cheek. Chen Lu let out a deep sigh. It is just that I feel a little disgusted. Some people can laugh with you on the surface but would not hesitate to stab you in the back. Your girlfriend would never do that. The girl did not really understand what had happened, but she said softly, I will always like you a lot. Not just on the surface, but deep in her heart as well. I know. Chen Lu suddenly sat up. Bring the flowers. Let me take a photo of you. I have not used this camera yet, and the photo album you gave me is still not full. Liang Jiro obediently picked up the bouquet and stood in the living room, looking at him. Jiro, smile a little. Looking at the girl through the viewfinder, Chen Lu could not help but smile. This silly girl had changed so much since they first met. Back then, she did not even dare to look at the camera. Alright, she did not even know how to smile back then. Upon hearing his words, the girl raised the corners of her lips into a sweet curve and slowly lifted a hand to make a peace sign. You look so silly doing that, Chen Lu said with a laugh. I am not silly. Just as the girl pouted, the moment was perfectly captured. Looking at the photo, Chen Lu suddenly realized what looked outdated or awkward in action stopped mattering when someone was beautiful enough. Liang Jiro slowly leaned closer to him, curiously asking, You see me every day. Why do you still take so many pictures of me? She felt like the photo looked exactly like her from a few seconds ago, no different at all from the present. These photos may not seem meaningful the moment they are taken. Their value is given by time. When we are in our 70s or 80s, looking back at them, then you will understand. Chenlu gently set the camera aside and said softly, "When I have lost all my teeth and become an old man, you can look at the pictures and remember how handsome your boyfriend used to be." "I will not need the photos," Liang Jiro said quietly and placed a gentle kiss on Chenlu's cheek. "I remember every version of you from every day." "You have such a good memory," Chenlu joked. "That is because there is not much in my heart," Liang Jiro replied while counting on her fingers. "There is my mom, you, and Meow Meow, that is all." She was earnestly counting, going over it again, and in the end, only held up 3 fingers, swaying them slightly, looking a little lonely. Chenlu reached out and touched each of her fingers one by one with his index finger, as if counting along with her. "Now you understand why I want you to find a hobby?" This silly girl still had not considered herself. She was like a satellite, always revolving around the 3 suns in her heart. Not that it was wrong, Chenlu would be overjoyed if this silly girl's heart was filled only with him. Love makes a person noble, but it also makes a person selfish. That was how Chenlu felt now. He wanted Liang Jiro to love only him for the rest of her life, to have her mind filled with nothing but him. But at the same time, the more he loved her, the more he did not want her to live only for his sake. Even if it was something as simple as watching dramas, it counted as a hobby. That is a kind of hobby too. He refocused the camera on a flower pot on the balcony. "I find joy in it. Photography does not hold any grand meaning for me, it is just fun, just for the enjoyment. And that is enough. A person has to love something, like how plants are devoted to sunlight. Otherwise, life becomes too dull. You are in that kind of state right now. Being with me does not count as a hobby, that is just part of life. Because I can accompany you to do anything you want." Liang Jiro also turned her gaze to the balcony, blinking in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Meow Meow had a ton of hobbies. She was always cheerful, always had things she wanted to do. She played games, watched anime and read novels, and especially loved cosplay. Xiaomo too, she seemed to know every plot from every drama or novel. Chenlu had even more hobbies. He was constantly learning new things. Although now, it seemed like his favorite pastime was being a flirt with her. But she genuinely could not find one for herself. The past 19 years of her life had been a series of goals she had to accomplish, constantly running toward the next task. Asking her to come up with something she wanted to do on her own, she had no answer. She had been pushed by pressure for too long, which was why recently she felt a vague sense of emptiness and loss. The only thing she had ever done on her own initiative was confessing to Chenlu. Just as the girl became a little lost in thought, her hand was gently held. "Take your time," Chenlu said softly. Then he gave a faint smile. "Just soak in the warm water and let me slowly cook you. Leave the rest to me." Liang Jiro took a deep breath, as if she had let go of something. Okay. The sense of not belonging in this world faded slightly from her heart. After their nap, Chenlu woke up groggily. As he walked into the living room, he saw Liang Jiro, who had gotten up at some point, standing in front of the full-length mirror, occasionally adjusting her bangs. She was wearing the same pajamas as him, her figure still so delicate and graceful. Too bad he still could not hold her to sleep yet. "What are you doing?" Chenlu asked with a yawn, picking up the remote and turning on the air conditioner. It was still August, the peak of summer, and this silly girl could not even bear to turn on the air conditioner. "I am wondering if I should trim my bangs." Liang Jiro slowly brushed her bangs to the side, then pursed her lips and put them back the way they were. She repeated this over and over, who knew what she was hoping to achieve. Chenlu walked over and wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, looking at the reflection of the two of them in the mirror. "What made you think of this all of a sudden?" "I think it might look better." "I feel like you would like it," the girl whispered. "Your vision is too limited, I like you no matter how you look." Chenlu lazily looked at her. "Besides, cutting it off, do you not feel nervous?" The two of them looked at each other in the mirror's reflection, locking eyes in a strangely intimate way. Chenlu did not expect Liang Jiro's voice and gaze to suddenly become so serious. She said earnestly, "I want to say goodbye to the old me. I do not need to be afraid of being bullied anymore, after all, my boyfriend will protect me. I want to be a little stronger too." Chenlu was stunned for a moment, then realized the silly girl actually had her own thoughts. He was delighted and held her tighter. "All right, I support you." Liang Jiro turned her head and gently kissed Chenlu's neck. "You do it for me. Then you might not be able to show your face to anyone afterward," Chenlu said with a laugh. "It does not matter. I can go to the salon afterward to fix it," Liang Jiro said, holding the hand he had around her waist. "I just want you to be the one to cut it." Chenlu grabbed a utility scissor, making snipping sounds as he walked toward the girl who was now sitting upright. He pinched her cheek. I never thought I would become a Tony-style hairstylist. What can I do for my first customer? Liang Jiro gave a soft hum. Take it seriously. Do not worry. Satisfaction guaranteed. Soon, the living room grew quiet. The only sound was the crisp snip of the scissors, and now and then, a few strands of black hair floated down, landing gently on the clean floor. Liang Jiro was a little surprised. She suddenly felt like her boyfriend might be related to Doraemon. There seemed to be nothing in the world he could not do. To be honest, her expectations were very low, not even hoping it would be decent. As long as she could walk into a salon with a hat on without feeling embarrassed, she would have been satisfied. But Chen Lu's cut actually looked presentable. You really have not done this for any other girls? She asked in a barely audible voice. No, I swear. Chen Lu felt wronged but remained serious. He looked like he was performing surgery, sweat already gathering on his cheeks. Looking at his expression in the mirror, Liang Jiro pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly in happiness. He was taking it so seriously. A few minutes later, Chen Lu looked at the girl in the mirror, momentarily dazed. He had always known how beautiful his girlfriend was, but now, looking at her most beautiful self every second, it really did make his heart race. It was like before, when occasionally brushing her bangs aside felt like unlocking a special reward in a game, and now he was being told that reward would last forever. The more he thought about it, the more satisfying it felt. All done. Chen Lu put the scissors aside, gently removed the towel from around her shoulders, and casually shook the fallen hair onto the floor. If you are satisfied, please leave a good review. Satisfied. Her voice was a little livelier. She tiptoed and kissed him. Chen Lu cleared his throat loudly, face expressionless. I do not sell my body. If you want a kiss, you will have to pay extra. You were not saying that when you kissed me first, the girl said with grievance. Chen Lu playfully tousled her hair. Silly girl, I was just teasing. Did you really take it seriously? As soon as he finished speaking, he was headbutt. Liang Jiro regretfully stepped forward and rubbed Chen Lu's stomach. Do you think Miao Miao will be shocked this afternoon? She will definitely say, Jiro. Are you crazy? What were you thinking? Chen Lu mimicked her in an exaggerated tone, and then she will say, by the way, how can you look this good? He could already imagine Lin Miao Miao's tone, excited and startled, without a doubt. Liang Jiro nodded and stared blankly at herself in the mirror, feeling strangely unfamiliar. Even though she had always known she looked like this, it still felt like she was seeing herself for the first time. She straightened her back and forced a fairly standard smile. It was a bit stiff, but far better than before when she could not smile at all and even startled Chen Lu the first time she tried. Hello, Liang Jiro, she said to herself in her heart. That afternoon, in the studio. As soon as the two of them walked into the company, the surrounding whispers and murmurs began. Damn, turns out our boss is a player. Got rich and changed girlfriends. What nonsense are you talking about? That's still the boss's girlfriend. Let me put on my glasses for a better look. Shit, is the bug report resolved? That's Jiro, right? It is, isn't it? She is actually so beautiful. Somehow she and brother Lu now look even more like a married couple. I cannot take this anymore. The programming team and the art team had somewhat different vibes. Talking about the boss will get your salary docked, Chen Lu said softly, then walked straight into his office. He still had work to do. Lin Miao Miao had been stunned from the moment she saw Liang Jiro, clearly the most shocked of all. Xiaojia, I'm not dreaming, am I? She mumbled. Probably not, unless we're both dreaming together, replied the short-haired girl beside her, twirling her pen as she kept her gaze on Liang Jiro, who was still hesitating where to go. The boss's girlfriend has such pretty eyes. She actually could not see her eyes clearly from that distance, but after the haircut, Liang Jiro's whole vibe had improved drastically. She used to seem far too gloomy. After watching for a few more seconds, she leaned back in her chair. I want to go see the premiere later, but I don't dare ask for time off. Life struggles. JPG. Lin Miao Miao glanced at her with disdain. Asking for leave was not that hard. If you really can't say it, just go ask her. She pointed at Liang Jiro, who was by the water dispenser. The short-haired girl, who had been slacking off, suddenly perked up. Ask the boss's girlfriend? Will that work? Lin Miao Miao snorted. Of course it will. She has Chen Lu's user manual in her hands. Then she smirked. If it works, you owe me a gift. I can't be your guide for free. No problem. At that moment, Liang Jiro carefully placed a paper cup on her desk, then sat beside Lin Miao Miao. The short-haired girl blinked in surprise. It seemed Liang Jiro had refilled water for several people. She had been chatting and had not even noticed her own paper cup had been taken. The boss's girlfriend had refilled her water on her own initiative. She stared at the full paper cup in front of her and involuntarily swallowed. Her heart practically melted. Suddenly, she understood why so many people in ancient times would follow their lords to the death. If Liang Jiro asked her to work overtime with a timid expression, she would gladly work herself to death. Mom, I made it. I go to work and the boss's girlfriend pours me water. Lin Miao Miao ignored the dumbfounded short-haired girl and turned around, staring at Liang Jiro in shock. Zero. Are you crazy? What were you thinking? She used to not even dare brush her bangs aside, and now she had cut them off entirely? What had happened? To be honest, seeing Liang Jiro like this was hard to get used to. Since the day she met her, Liang Jiro had always had long bangs. I wasn't thinking much. Liang Jiro answered honestly. I just felt like it was time, so I cut them. Lin Miao Miao blinked and leaned in for a friendly snuggle. How can you be this pretty? Liang Jiro slightly opened her mouth, her eyebrows twitching twice. Why did this sound exactly like what Chen Lu predicted? Chen Lu cut them for me, she lowered her head and said proudly. Lin Miao Miao, who had been cuddling her just moments ago, immediately returned to her seat and let out a huff. I don't love you anymore. These two kept shoving their lovey-dovey nonsense in her face every day. Not a single decent person among them. Who asked you anyway? I never asked who cut your bangs. Don't be like that. Liang Jiro timidly reached out and held Lin Miao Miao's hand. Lin Miao Miao, refusing to concede, continued teasing her. If Chen Lu and I both fell into a river and you could only save one, who would you save? You, Liang Jiro answered instantly, without hesitation. Lin Miao Miao was deeply moved. She bit her lip with her canine tooth, eyes sparkling. Jiro, you are the best. I knew you still loved me. How could some man ever affect the bond between best friends? Liang Jiro tilted her head in confusion, unsure what to say as she looked at the touched Lin Miao Miao. But Chen Lu knows how to swim. He doesn't need saving. Though now that she thought about it, she could not swim either. The more she thought about it, the less meaningful the question seemed. Liang Jiro turned her gaze toward Lin Miao Miao's computer screen and looked at the still uncolored cartoon character. The more she looked at it, the cuter it seemed. Noticing her gaze, Lin Miao Miao patiently explained, "This is a preliminary character design, not finalized yet. I usually draw a bunch of versions to look for inspiration, then pick the one I like best." She sighed deeply. I keep feeling like this pose lacks energy. It's supposed to be a mischievous, spirited character, but I just can't capture it. What is that? Liang Jiro pointed at the black drawing tablet next to her keyboard. You've seen one before, right? That's a graphics tablet. The one in my dorm is smaller, this one is more professional. Same thing though. Suddenly interested, Lin Miao Miao pulled Liang Jiro closer. This thing is magical. Let me show you. A while later, after watching Lin Miao Miao draw, Liang Jiro clumsily drew a slightly uglier version of the same character. Since it was just a sketch, Lin Miao Miao had not been too precise. But Liang Jiro's ability to mimic her was not bad at all, which meant her drawing actually looked pretty good. Lin Miao Miao stared at her drawing, frozen. She had no idea how many times she had been stunned that day. If she had the inspiration, she might have come up with that pose herself. That was the essence of original character design, how to use a static image to convey deeper information. It was a profound skill. Anyone can learn to draw with effort, but talent, which sets the ceiling, shows in moments like this. Even though it was not a professional piece, the famous sculpture Flying Horse of Gansu gained its reputation for the same reason. The moment you look at it, you instinctively know it is incredibly fast. Lin Miao Miao did not even notice that her stylus had dropped to the floor. She murmured, "Jiro, you really are wasting your talent studying accounting." Then what should I study instead? Liang Jiro asked curiously. She had always thought her major was quite decent. After graduation, she could join a state-owned enterprise. At least she would not have to worry about food or shelter, nor be afraid of taking the blame for something. That had been her initial plan. But now, she increasingly felt as though her life had unknowingly veered off onto another track, one from which there was no turning back. Lin Miao Miao bent down to pick up her stylus and tapped it against the monitor. You definitely would not join my drama club, but you can draw with me. If you do not use your youth to have fun, are you going to waste it on studying? She knew that once the semester started, Liang Jiro would have much more free time than before. But she never even considered inviting her to the drama club, because it was simply impossible. Even if this silly girl had nothing to do every day, she still would not act on stage. Liang Jiro looked at the little character she had drawn, although not exactly ugly, it was far from good-looking. Embarrassed, she lowered her head and said, "Stop joking, I cannot draw. My hands are clumsy, and I will definitely be a slow learner." But she did not say she disliked it. Lin Miao Miao noticed this, clenched her teeth, and went digging through her private online album for the black history of when she first started learning to draw. She had thought countless times about deleting everything, but in the end, only set the album to private. Black history is still history, it is still a part of oneself, even if it is too embarrassing to show anyone. But for Jiro, this small sacrifice was nothing. She held her phone in front of Liang Jiro. Have a little confidence, Jiro. Look at my drawings from when I first started, they were really worse than yours. Liang Jiro looked at the unrecognizable character, staring for quite a while without being able to tell what it was. That is Saber, Lin Miao Miao explained helplessly, clearly noticing her confusion. Liang Jiro blinked. Lin Miao Miao had drawn Saber again later, and compared to this one, the difference was indescribable. Before she could think of a response, she heard a sudden spurt of water beside her. Someone had just sprayed out their drink and then began coughing non-stop. Lin Miao Miao's face turned completely dark, and her hand gripping the phone visibly pulsed with veins. Sister Miao Miao, I did not see anything, I swear. The short-haired girl who had sneaked over to enjoy the spectacle quickly distanced herself. Expressionless, Lin Miao Miao turned to Liang Jiro and said coldly, this girl wants to take the afternoon off to see a movie premiere. Go tell your man and ask him to approve her leave. She deliberately emphasized every single word. Liang Jiro nodded gently, then stood up and began walking toward Chen Lu's office. She had only taken a few steps when she heard Lin Miao Miao's voice, exasperated. I just called him your man, are you not going to say anything? Oh. Realizing what she meant, Liang Jiro quickly turned around and chided softly, stop talking nonsense. The short-haired girl was frightened and hurried over to Liang Jiro. I am not going. No need to tell him. I will just stay and learn to draw with Sister Miao Miao. To her, missing the premiere would only make her sad for a few days, but if she failed to cheer up Lin Miao Miao, she would definitely face her wrath later. That woman holds grudges. Last time someone called her Lin Six Waters, she got thoroughly schooled for it. In the evening, Chen Lu and Liang Jiro each carried a bag of groceries, strolling leisurely back to their rented apartment. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows behind them. Only now had the stifling heat of the day finally begun to fade. On the quiet path with no passers-by, only the crisp chirping of cicadas could be heard, enhancing the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Liang Jiro had put in considerable effort to keep Chen Lu from having to order takeout. Unless she was accompanying Xiao Xuanfang for rehabilitation, she took full responsibility for all three of Chen Lu's daily meals. Buying a large quantity of groceries at once was more convenient, this way she would not have to make a special trip each time. As Chen Lu waved his hands around aimlessly, making shadow puppets with their silhouettes, Liang Jiro suddenly spoke softly. I want to buy a drawing tablet. She had looked it up in the afternoon, it would cost about 300 yuan. If she actually bought it, it would be the most expensive thing she had ever bought for herself. Chen Lu paused for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Classmate Liang Jiro, you are on the right path. Your teacher Chen is very pleased. He had just recently told her how important it was to have a hobby, and now she was already searching for one. A conscious, promising, silly girl. Not bad at all. A student worth teaching. But what made you think of drawing? He asked. Liang Jiro moved a little closer to him so their shadows overlapped. She answered softly, because when I am drawing, I feel very quiet, like my whole being is following the tip of the pen. She could not fully describe the experience. But during breaks that afternoon, it always felt like time passed in the blink of an eye, and her heart was unusually calm. When she finished drawing a character, just knowing she had made it herself made her even happier. After speaking, she glanced sideways at Chen Lu, catching the gentle smile on his face. The more she looked at him, the more she thought he was truly unusual. Back in her hometown, all the men wished for nothing more than for their wives to stay at home, cooking, cleaning, raising children, and never stepping out. Yet Chen Lu always encouraged her to find interests of her own even if it meant making less space for him in her life. Are you not afraid that one day I will become so independent that I will suddenly want to leave you? She asked unexpectedly. Very afraid, Chen Lu said seriously. Then why? Before you were my girlfriend, you were Liang Jiro. Liang Jiro smiled softly and leaned her whole body against him. I am your girlfriend Liang Jiro. Chen Lu carefully supported her and patiently played along with her playful words. We ought to improve ourselves in the same direction. Imagine, if you are well-read and eloquent, while I just stand around all day grinning like an idiot, what will we have to talk about? You would tell me you read Ordinary World by Lu Yao today, and I would reply that watching cricket fights is more entertaining. Liang Jiro was amused, her lips curving into a smile. Although she had not fully grasped Chen Lu's perspective, she knew now his love ran far deeper than she had imagined. He was truly thinking about how the two of them could stay together forever. She wanted to become someone who could keep up with Chen Lu's thoughts, not someone whose world revolved only around him. When Chen Lu said, "The moonlight is beautiful," she would know to reply, "And the breeze is gentle." She did not know why, but she suddenly reached out and made half of a heart shape with her hand toward his shadow. Before she could say anything, the other half of the heart appeared, completing it. The two of them were perfectly in sync. The girl's smile grew brighter, and she finally fully understood what Chen Lu meant. She held his arm and asked softly, "What do you want for dinner?" "I want to eat you." "That is for later." "Then sweet and sour ribs." Morning of Qixi Festival. The two of them had planned to visit the aquarium. Back during his celebration dinner after winning a competition, Chen Lu had already noticed that Liang Jiro was particularly interested in all kinds of fish. Because the water heater at home was broken, Liang Jiro had come over a bit early specifically to wash her hair. Chen Lu was carefully blow-drying her hair while chuckling at a short video playing on his phone nearby. He had never been one to scroll through short videos before, but now he had developed the habit because their game would pop up after just a few swipes. The speed at which trends changed in today's internet era was faster than words like "changing with each passing day" could even begin to describe. He would often fall asleep scrolling through short videos, only to wake up the next day to find a new wave of viral memes and catchphrases had already taken over. Today, everyone might still be mocking little haters, and by tomorrow they would be shouting, "Too spicy, damn," as if it were nothing new. In truth, the moment a couple of top-tier creators posted gameplay vlogs during the comic convention, the snowball of traffic had already started rolling. From the instant influencers began chasing views using their game, it was as if the game had become a high-jump athlete ready at the bar, waiting only for the final leap. Word spread fast, and by the time Qixi Festival arrived, their game could be spotted in some form on every social media feed and short video platform. There were guide-style videos, comedic skits, and even speculation about the storyline based solely on clues from item drops. At least the youth market had been firmly captured. The surge in popularity was astounding. This was the stability of implementation Chen Lu had always believed in. Once a concept had been validated through competition, its success was only a matter of time. Still, even though he had expected it, the actual explosion in popularity had exceeded his expectations. Especially after the feature showing number of completions among friends went live, it completely outpaced any rivals. Chen Lu had directly raised salaries several times over and called back everyone working remotely. Even though he had already begun preparing to expand the team when the game showed early signs of popularity, in the end, they still could not keep up with how fast it blew up. Nevertheless, things were still unfolding according to his plan. For now, the goal was to capitalize as much as possible on the current wave. While it was entirely possible to earn a fortune from a single WeChat minigame, expecting it to generate returns for years was unrealistic. His focus was on what came next. Once the traffic wave passed, and when their next game launched, he planned to counterattack and sue the company that had stolen their data, dragging the parent company into it as well. He had barely exchanged a few words with Lin Jingming over the years and had never cared about saving face for the other party, especially since he had done nothing wrong. When that time came, the second wave of traffic would connect seamlessly. The quality of the second game might not even matter as much. At that point, using the funds accumulated from both games, he would apply independently for a publishing license. Everything was lining up perfectly. This silly girl's hair has grown a bit longer again, Chen Lu said to himself internally. Ever since he had casually mentioned that he liked long straight black hair, Liang Jiro had stopped wearing a ponytail unless she was doing chores. He gently lifted strands of her hair, letting the wind blow through evenly. "No need to be so meticulous," Liang Jiro said softly. Chen Lu was more careful blow-drying her hair than she was herself. "This is my girlfriend's hair. Of course I have to be careful." Chen Lu stroked it a couple of times, then leaned down and sniffed. Alright, after being blown by hot air for so long, it did not smell as nice as usual. Maybe it was the quality of the hairdryer, its air always had a slightly odd smell. Chen Lu thought to himself that he would replace it when he had time. He was just about to speak when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID was Jiang Chao, he answered the call and immediately held the phone away from his ear. "Damn! Our game has gone viral." I know. I am monitoring it," Chen Lu replied helplessly. Jiang Chao chuckled smugly. "You are not coming into the office today?" "No. Going there will not help us make more money anyway," Chen Lu said as he put the hairdryer back in the drawer. "Remember what I told you, do the right things at the right time. If you get carried away, the rest of the team will too, and problems will follow." "Understood. You are not keeping Lu Yin company? Staying at the office will not really help much. They are already getting several times their normal salary with bonuses and commissions." They do not need a field marshal standing over them to give buffs. Just go do whatever you are supposed to do. I will stay at the office for a bit and keep an eye on things first. Otherwise, I keep worrying about this and that. You really lack ambition. Chen-lu cursed softly, then hung up the phone with a smile. Is your company very busy? Liang Jiro, sitting on the sofa, looked up at him and asked in a quiet voice. Not busy. Chen-lu picked up the girl's bag. Come on, we agreed to go out for Chishi. He truly felt no pressure at all. He had always believed that the waiting period after effort had been made was the least appropriate time to be nervous. Once the time for hard work was over, any anxiety was just self-inflicted torment. Either you work hard ahead of time, or you completely relax and let things be. Being stuck in between only makes it more painful. Liang Jiro blinked. Realizing that her skepticism would change nothing, she followed after him. On the road, Chen-lu glanced at the data on his phone while driving, then casually set it aside. Unbelievable. The profits were through the roof. Let us buy an apartment, he said suddenly, in an offhand tone. What? Liang Jiro was startled, completely frozen in place. Is it really that shocking? In fact, he had not said everything. He had planned from the beginning to buy 2 properties, one in their name, to be given to Xiao Xuanfang, and another for his own parents. That way, it would make sense to both sides. This would prevent Wang Xiaoxia and Shen Guanglin from feeling awkward, and it would make it more likely that Xiao Xuanfang would agree to move in. After all, their current landlord was not exactly a good person, and their lease was about to expire, just the right time to move. Being cooped up in that tiny apartment all the time affected one's mood. As for himself, Chen-lu thought the current rental was just fine. It was a place to live, nothing more. Except for not being able to share a room with that silly girl, everything else was great. Thinking of this, Chen-lu's mood lifted. At the moment, his mindset was like that of many college graduates who had just earned their first month's salary, surprisingly eager to hand it over to their parents. Partly out of gratitude, and partly to prove that they had truly grown up. When Liang Jiro realized that Chen-lu was not joking, she could not keep up. Why are you suddenly talking about this? Well, since my company did not collapse, it obviously means we are making money. With a little luck, buying an apartment is completely reasonable, Chen-lu said helplessly. Is it possible that your boyfriend is actually quite capable? I have always known that, Liang Jiro answered seriously. I just never expected you to make this much. After all, many part-time jobs barely pay 2,000 a month. Chen-lu sensed it was not the right moment to push further and decided to keep coaxing gently. The 2 of us will get married someday, right? And you cannot get married without a place to live, right? Liang Jiro looked at him in confusion. Even without a house, I would still marry you. And that. Chen-lu opened and closed his mouth, unable to say another word for a long time. What was I trying to say just now? His mind was completely blank, filled only with the girl's words. I would marry you even without a place to live. All the persuasive tricks he had prepared vanished instantly. He could not bring out a single one. The feeling was all too familiar, like in the game League of Legends, when you planned a perfectly timed combo to take out your opponent, only to be silenced by Garen's Q and finished off with a giant sword. All your strength, suddenly useless. Why are you not saying anything? Liang Jiro's worried question, in Chen-lu's ears, felt like the victor's taunt. He forced a bitter smile and cleared his throat. Your rental is about to expire. When the time comes, let your mom move into that apartment first. Auntie is already in her 40s. Life is only so long, after all. Chen-lu did not elaborate. That was all he would say. Anything more might sound too harsh. After a brief silence in the car, the girl softly replied, all right. The car came to a stop near the aquarium. Just as Chen-lu was helping Liang Jiro with her seatbelt, he heard her ask softly, are you the wish-granting machine heaven sent to me? He paused, then smiled gently. No, you are. Liang Jiro's lips unconsciously curved into a faint smile. Her eyes, reflecting the contours of Chen-lu's face, shimmered like clear autumn waters. That gaze alone was the very embodiment of the word tenderness. The girl suddenly realized that smiling had become something effortless for her. Ultimately, it was because the happiness that had always hung distantly in the sky, once as unreachable as the sun in a myth, had now become something within her grasp. See? You used to not let me undo your seatbelt, and now you are letting me. I suggest you stop struggling altogether. Either way, I will win in the end, Chen-lu said with a teasing grin. You are being indecent again. Liang Jiro pouted softly. This man either teased her with gestures or words, just as his mother had said, quietly mischievous. Fortunately, he only behaved this way with her. Still, was it wrong to feel a little secretly happy about that? Chen-lu looked at her with a confused expression. I said I want to buy you another dress. Why are you reacting like that? What did you think I meant? The words pure and innocent might as well have been written across his face. I gave you this dress and you have worn it for so long, yet you still will not let me buy you another one. Stubborn. As he spoke, Chen Lu reached out and lightly tugged at her collar, catching a clear glimpse of her elegant collarbone. Ah! The next second, the girl bit him, half out of shyness, half in annoyance, and kept swatting his hand. Liang Jiro let out a light humph. She had a temper too, did she not? That was what she thought, but in truth, she only bit him gently. If Chen Lu had not played along, it would have had no intimidation factor whatsoever. Chen Lu was just about to get out of the car when he felt Liang Jiro gently tug at his arm again. What is it? Chen Lu asked curiously. The girl turned her face away shyly and whispered like a mosquito, a kiss. Chen Lu was stunned for a moment. The power of that scene on him, and likely on any man, was beyond description. Little scoundrel. She mooched off him with kisses every day, but would not let him do anything else. Chen Lu grumbled to himself, but still leaned in and kissed her, unable to resist. A few minutes later, Liang Jiro clung to his arm as the two of them walked into the aquarium together. What are we supposed to do on Shishi? The girl leaned closer and asked softly. There are no rules about what to do on Shishi, Chen Lu replied, squeezing her hand. For me, it is just an excuse to trick you into coming out. As long as we have fun, that is enough. For many, it was a day for dates or bold confessions. For a smaller group, it was the perfect opportunity to take someone new to a hotel. Some simply stayed in their dorms playing games, unaware the holiday even existed. In the end, it was just a festival. Its meaning was different for everyone. Naturally, for a girl like her, there was no single right answer. Liang Jiro seemed to always want to offer him the right kind of love. Every day she pondered how to be a proper, even exceptional girlfriend. That was why, having never been in a relationship before, she always asked what she was supposed to do. That kind of thinking was, in its own way, adorably silly. If you ever wondered what it was like to date someone with a completely unique way of thinking, this was probably it, having to guess her thoughts from time to time, and once you figured them out, you could not help but smile to yourself. Silly, sweet, and even capable of pulling you into her line of thinking. You really are foolish. Who asks a question like that? Chen Lu laughed, teasing her. I am not foolish. Liang Jiro said, dissatisfied. For over 10 years, she had no concept of this holiday. All she knew was that it always seemed to rain. As a child, she used to think it was romantic that the coward and weaver girl cried when they reunited. Only after growing up and studying did she realize it was just due to seasonal climate patterns. So often, fantasies were shattered in an instant. But now Chi-Chi had given her a reason to spend time with Chen Lu again, and it made her like the day anew. Normally, she always worried that Chen Lu was busy and never asked him to go out. Today, she allowed herself a small moment of indulgence. Just as she was thinking this, a girl holding a bundle of flowers approached with a smile. Brother, buy a bouquet for your wife? Chen Lu was clearly pleased by the title and asked readily, how much? 15 yuan per flower, or 99 for the bouquet. Chen Lu tilted his chin toward Liang Jiro. I have no money. My wife handles all the finances. Liang Jiro froze, and the flower girl stepped in front of her, blinking adorably. Sister, men need a little romance too. Buy a flower for your boyfriend? Will you take 10 yuan? If not, I will pass. Liang Jiro found herself wanting to buy one, but still instinctively tried to haggle. You are so beautiful, sister. 10 yuan it is. Just as she was about to scan the payment code, Chen Lu beat her to it. As they walked, Liang Jiro stared at the single red rose in her hand, looking disheartened. She had fully intended not to buy anything the moment the girl approached. How had just being called wife made her give in? 10 yuan for a single flower. That is highway robbery, she scolded gently. 10 yuan could buy plenty of groceries. Chen Lu, however, looked thoroughly pleased. 10 yuan for a wife? I made a fortune. Liang Jiro was completely speechless. She always felt that Chen Lu was either brilliantly clever or completely ridiculous. But since it had already been bought, she had no choice but to tuck the flower carefully into her bag. If it fell out along the way, she would be devastated. The cost was irrelevant. Everything Chen Lu gave her, she cherished deeply. This flower counted as something from him, too. Seeing the way she looked, Chen Lu found her even more adorable. Some things are worth spending on. The atmosphere and memories are not things 10 yuan can buy. Was this part of the plan too? Liang Jiro tilted her head and asked. Yes. The protagonist values it greatly. Where do you learn all this? From novels. I will show you sometime. The aquarium did not seem to be a popular dating destination. Even on Shishi, it was not especially crowded. While there were plenty of people, it never felt cramped. Inside, the lighting was dim. Upon entering, they were greeted by various species of fish, none particularly rare, likely because it was still near the entrance. Fish like red parrotfish, varieties one could easily purchase and raise at home. As Chen Lu expected, Liang Jiro was indeed interested in them, or rather, very interested. The moment they entered, she was like a child, pulling him around, looking here and there. Each time, she leaned close to the glass, afraid she would miss something. Chen Lu felt that the question of what kind of creature Liang Jiro had been in a past life had become a true mystery. At first, he thought perhaps an ostrich or a cow, but now he had to consider she may have once lived in the sea. It might take a lifetime to figure that one out. Look up. After walking a while, Liang Jiro suddenly tugged on his arm and whispered. Chen Lu looked up to find that the ceiling had, at some point, become a transparent pane of glass. Above them, numerous fish swam lazily by. He had to admit, it was a creative design. That fish is smiling at us. That is a stingray. Its face actually. Chen Lu began to explain, but when he saw the girl's focused, adorable expression, he smiled softly and said instead, it really is smiling. Girls are the kind of creatures who really love going to the bathroom during dates. Chen Lu was starting to get a bit bored, so he took out his DSLR and pointed the lens at the whale shark in the distance, trying to find his rhythm. Hey, you look pretty professional. Do you do photo shoots? I only take pictures of my girlfriend, sorry. He replied calmly, his eyes still fixed on the whale shark through the viewfinder. Realizing the figure beside him had walked off, Chen Lu glanced at the DSLR in his hand with an indescribable expression. Subway, old man, smartphone, JPG. No wonder so many playboys love this hobby. Looks like guys need to watch out too when they're out, especially when carrying a DSLR. Chen Lu looked around and spotted a chubby kid playing on his phone while sitting on a bench. He plopped down beside him, just as bored. No sooner had he sat down than he heard a familiar background music. Why does this sound so familiar? Turning to look, sure enough, it was their game. You came all the way to the aquarium just to sit and play on your phone? Chen Lu joked. The chubby kid let out a deep sigh and replied in a heavy tone, you'll understand when you're my age. Is the game fun? Chen Lu asked again. Very fun. The kid perked up and shifted the phone slightly towards him. If I get a relic that reduces card costs this round, I'll be unstoppable. You know, if you build this character's deck just right with the relics, you can play infinite cards in a single turn. Of course I know. I made the game. Chen Lu replied nonchalantly, then walked over and took Liang Jiro's hand, leaving the boy sitting there like a statue. To Chen Lu, whether the kid believed him or not did not matter. What mattered was that he pulled it off. Why were you chatting with a kid? Liang Jiro asked, amused. Kids these days are really mature. He even told me I'd understand once I was his age. Liang Jiro chuckled, that's kind of cute. Chen Lu snorted, if our kid ever says something like that to me, I'll break his legs. You can't hit kids. Though she knew he was joking, she still said it seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Lu leaned in and whispered into her ear, so you're agreeing to have kids with me? Pervert. Flattering me again? You're making me blush. You. Liang Jiro was speechless, choosing to drop the topic and link arms with Chen Lu as they continued exploring. What else could she do? She could not bring herself to stay mad at him. Her only option was to move on and stop letting him tease her. This fool seemed to have endless energy. Chen Lu decided they would grab a casual bite for lunch and keep exploring in the afternoon. Later that day, Liang Jiro placed her hand on the glass and stared at the gently drifting jellyfish, murmuring, they swim so hard, yet it still feels like a small wave could sweep them away. Just like me. So powerless in a tank, what chance would they have in the vast ocean? They'd go wherever the waves took them. Just like life. Chen Lu noticed the somber look on her face. He walked up beside her and said, life always finds a way. Then, as if something struck him, he tapped on the glass with his finger. There's a kind of jellyfish called the immortal jellyfish. When it reaches a certain stage of development, it starts reverting to its polyp stage, then grows up again. It reproduces asexually. Liang Jiro looked at him in surprise. How do you know all this? On this trip, every time she had a question, Chen Lu always had the answer. Chen Lu shrugged. I just happened to come across it. Nonsense. I spent hours last night watching educational videos just in case you had questions I could not answer. Because my girlfriend loves fish. He shifted his gaze to the jellyfish, watching them drift aimlessly with the current, and thought that perhaps everyone sees something different in a jellyfish. In her eyes, they were helpless and fragile. In his, they reminded him of his former self. Back then, Chen Mo used to say being a jellyfish was nice, you could just go with the flow, drifting wherever. Even if it is a bit of a stretch, it's a form of immortality. He laughed softly. Sounds pretty great. Who hasn't wished they could live forever? Otherwise, Emperor Qin Shi Huang would not have sent Su Fu to search for the elixir of life. Life is just too short. So short that even thinking about having to part with this goofball someday makes my heart ache and chest tighten. As a child, a lifetime felt endless. Even a summer vacation seemed long and full of play. Now, time only seems to move faster. Yesterday feels like a blur, and then you realize it was actually a few days ago. As Chen Lu drifted into thought, will they still have memories after they grow up again? She asked. Probably not. I don't think jellyfish even have memories to begin with. Liang Jiro nodded almost imperceptibly, then said indifferently, then what good is immortality? I refuse to forget you. As long as I'm with you, even if I could only live for a single day like a mayfly, I would be happy. A life that begins with you in the morning, and ends with you by my side as the sun sets. Even the last breath of nightfall would be with you near me. One day is enough. Come to think of it, it was only after meeting Chen Lu that she felt truly alive. Now, when she looks back on her past, it feels suffocating. All those years combined could not compare to the joy of this one day. She thought, maybe the different childhoods they had explained why they saw things so differently. Don't you think one day is too short? Chen Lu asked curiously. Liang Jiro shook her head firmly, replying with sincerity. Without you, even a single day is too long. Chen Lu turned to look at her in stunned silence. She was still quietly watching the jellyfish, standing there completely still. He felt like that was the most beautiful confession he had ever heard in his life. And it wasn't something he read online, it came from her. Directed at him. This is one of the rare moments we disagree, Chen Lu said, smiling as he took her hand. But this time, you convinced me. He had long since realized he could not stand being without Liang Jiro, not even for a day. As they approached the exit, Chen Lu paused, glanced at the time, and softly asked, want to go see a movie? Liang Jiro tilted her head, we can watch movies at home too. I can lie in your arms, and it does not cost anything. You really know how to live frugally. Chen Lu sighed helplessly, then asked, did you have fun today? Fun enough that I would choose to live just this one day. Still not over that mayfly metaphor? Chen Lu chuckled. There will be plenty more days like this. Liang Jiro stepped forward and took his hand again. I have one more gift for you. What gift? Chen Lu was somewhat surprised. As far as he remembered, gifts were not required for Qixi Festival. Damn, he let his guard down. He had not prepared anything. Let us go back first. You will know when we get there. Liang Jiro smiled lightly and took Chen Lu's hand, walking ahead with light steps. She swayed his arm cheerfully, her long skirt swaying with her movements. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, but it was still bright outside. Summer had its perks. If it had already been evening when they stepped out, it would have made them feel a little downhearted, as if the day were really coming to an end. Suddenly, Chen Lu smirked mischievously. Do not tell me you are going to clean yourself up and give yourself to me as a gift? Of course not. The aquarium was not far from their rented place, and with Chen Lu eager to get back, they arrived quickly. As Chen Lu was still changing his shoes, Liang Jiro dashed inside and even locked the door behind her. How strange. Chen Lu stared at the firmly shut door and muttered with a puzzled expression. Half an hour later, Chen Lu had just fused a 3-star Alps card. The other two players immediately surrendered upon hearing the news, not even giving him the chance to enjoy his victory. He placed his phone on the coffee table with a miserable expression. Winning felt even worse than losing. Jiro, are you not ready yet? He slumped on the sofa and called out loudly. Almost. The girl's soft voice came from the room. Chen Lu turned his gaze back to the phone, slightly dazed. He had to admit, drawing cards felt immensely satisfying, with all the various bonuses making each round different. Indeed, novelty was the most crucial element in maintaining player engagement. Ever since he started making games, he had developed a kind of professional habit. He could not help analyzing every game he played. Inside the room, Liang Jiro sat by the bed, staring at the pair of long black and white stockings she had hidden in her backpack. She hesitated for a long time, unable to even summon the courage to unwrap the package. Just looking at them made her cheeks burn. Why do men even like this kind of thing? Maybe I should save these for another time. It feels far too risky to wear them now. She carefully tucked them into the deepest part of her backpack, then collapsed onto the bed like a deflated balloon. Liang Jiro, what were you even thinking back then? She had agreed on impulse, and now she was suffering the consequences. Serves her right. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She kicked her feet on the bed twice, then buried her burning face deep into the blanket, like an ostrich refusing to face reality. At this moment, only one thought occupied Liang Jiro's mind. Being someone who keeps promises is truly painful. Just as Chen Lu was quietly lost in thought, the door creaked open slowly. Curious, he looked up, only to see the door cracked open just a sliver. He tilted his head in confusion. "What are you up to now? Close your eyes first." The girl's voice was timid. Chen Lu found it odd but did not protest. He obediently shut his eyes as instructed. "If you open your eyes, I will ram my head into you." All right. Chen Lu smiled helplessly. This silly girl was always asking him to close his eyes. He felt like he was about to be ruined by her. He used to find it unsettling. Now he found it a little thrilling. As soon as he said that, everything around him fell silent, no more talking, not even the sound of footsteps. After a while, it seemed the girl had finally mustered the courage to start walking toward him. Each step landed on the strings of his heart, making it beat with every footfall. What on earth was this silly girl up to now? Just as he frowned slightly, he felt her hand on his arm, and then she gently sat on his lap, probably near his knees, keeping a certain distance. "Can I open my eyes now?" Chen Lu asked. Liang Jiro gave a barely audible hum. He opened his eyes and first saw her face turned shyly to the side. Then he noticed what she was wearing. A flowing hanfu, light green white-sleeve top with a red pleated skirt. If someone did not know better, they might think she was a celestial maiden who had descended to earth. Her snow-white neck and collarbone were exposed. The entire outfit accentuated her slender figure. She had even styled her hair with a traditional hairpin. Who knew how long she had practiced for this? Chen Lu was so stunned he could not speak for a moment. He had seen such costumes in historical dramas before, but never one that looked this stunning in real life. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Liang Jiro rested her chin on his shoulder and leaned her whole body against him, hugging him tightly with visible nervousness. Chen Lu swallowed dryly and wrapped his arms around her narrow waist, the silky fabric gliding under his touch. He whispered, "Are you the weaver girl? I am your girlfriend." Liang Jiro replied softly, "Would you be willing to see me only once a year?" "You bought this?" "Yes, Miao Miao helped me pick it out." Chen Lu paused. "So you spent your own salary to buy this hanfu, just to show it to me?" Whether or not she liked wearing it, the truth was she would never have bought it for herself. It could only be for him. In fact, for her, buying this kind of outfit was rather wasteful. She would never wear it outside, so he was the only one who would ever see it. In other words, the silly girl really did intend to wear it just for him. He suddenly felt the urge to pull out a rib and boil it into soup for her. "Do you like it?" she murmured into his neck, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Lu could practically feel the heat radiating from her cheeks. "I love it. But what made you think of buying this?" Liang Jiro bit him gently on the neck. "You seem to like it a lot. When we first met, you kept trying to trick me into wearing something like this. I just wanted to ask Lin Miaomiao if I could borrow one from the drama club." Chen Lu felt a bit guilty. He should have been the one to buy it. Even though they were dating now, it felt strange for her to spend her own money on something just for him. The girl leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "Mainly because if you saw me in it, you definitely would not be able to resist messing with me. Borrowing someone else's outfit for that would not be very appropriate." Chen Lu felt like his heart skipped a beat, then began pounding wildly. There was no way he could stay calm after hearing that. He slowly reached out, gently tugged out the hairpin, and her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. "I did not prepare a gift either. Should I wrap myself up and give myself to you?" Chen Lu said, half in a daze. "Really? Seeing how happy you are makes me feel guilty." Liang Jiro released her grip, smoothed down her waist-length hair, and was about to speak, when Chen Lu suddenly picked her up and laid her down on the sofa. Then, holding her chin, he pressed his lips to hers. At some point, the hand that had been resting on her waist began to move upward. This time, Liang Jiro did not stop him. Maybe she did not want to anymore. As his plan succeeded, Chen Lu could not help the smile that crept onto his face. Indeed, the meaning of human existence lies in climbing toward ever higher peaks. Even if it is with nothing but your bare hands. This is the anthem of courage. For elementary school students, summer vacation always feels incredibly short. Actually, it is the same for university students. Who in their right mind would want to go back to school? By Qixi Festival, it was already the end of August, and in the blink of an eye, it was the first day of the new semester. Even though it was already September, the midday sun was still scorching hot, the sky high and cloudless. When Chen Lu returned to the rental apartment, he saw Liang Jiro drawing. She looked so focused, like a little elementary school student doing homework. Curious, he walked over and hugged her from behind, unable to resist being a little cheeky. Liang Jiro turned and gave him a playful yet gentle look, then bowed her head again and resumed drawing seriously. Chen Lu felt quite pleased with himself. As expected, once many permissions were unlocked, they remained permanently accessible. Now, whenever he wanted to climb the mountain, he could. He still had to keep working hard, though. He stopped while he was ahead, inserted a straw into the fruit tea he had brought, and held it up to her lips. How does it feel to go to school with your bangs cut? Does the whole world feel completely new? Chen Lu asked curiously. Liang Jiro pouted and lay on the table. They've been cut for days now. I am used to it. But I only just realized how many people in my class do not even know my name. You are making jokes now? I should reward you with a candy. I am not joking, it is true. She obediently opened her mouth and took the candy. With Chen Lu constantly feeding her, she felt like she would never have to worry about low blood sugar again. He remembered it even better than she did. She still did not know if he had really been that frightened back then. Miao Miao said that when Chen Lu arrived at the hospital, he looked completely drained. Chen Lu paused for a moment, then thought it made sense. He pinched her cheek and asked with a smile, reality is harsh, right? He recalled how, when he had just entered middle school, he got sick and went home after 2 or 3 days of military training. By the time he returned, everyone thought he was a new transfer student. It was awkward. It was painful. I do not care whether they know my name or not, Liang Jiro said softly. But I do not like being disturbed. When they tried to add me on WeChat, I told each of them I had a boyfriend. Is there no one-and-done solution? Chen Lu glanced at a message from the school administrators, asking him to give a speech at the end of the month, and said quietly, maybe there is. After that, no girls will bother me, and no boys will bother you. Come to think of it, it was ironic. When their studio was short on funds, the school's 100,000 yuan support grant never came. Now that they were making money, the funds were suddenly released without even needing to be requested. They even dragged him into promotional events. It was hard to say who they were really supporting. Why are you drawing only eyes? Chen Lu asked as he looked at the screen. Shouldn't you start by studying anatomy? Miao Miao said my anatomy is already okay. Liang Jiro handed the fruit tea back to him. I remember you know how to draw? She still kept the sketch he had drawn for her. A little, Chen Lu replied casually. Why do you know a little of everything? Because I learned a little of everything. Chen Lu was both amused and exasperated. What kind of silly question was that? Do you want to eat? Liang Jiro asked softly. In a bit. I want to watch you draw for a while. Chen Lu pulled a chair over and sat beside her. That was when he noticed a book next to the monitor. You are really reading The Three-Body Problem? He asked in surprise. I want to have more things to talk about with you. She put down her pen, turned around, and stared at him with a cold expression. Wallfacer Chen Lu, I am your wall breaker. Your plan has been exposed. How did you guess that? Chen Lu's eyes darted awkwardly toward his room. Liang Jiro tilted her head. Guess what? Chen Lu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Though he did not know why his acting had improved, a silly girl was still a silly girl. He countered, I was playing along. He almost got baited into revealing his ultimate move with a casual jab. Liang Jiro quietly held his hand with her left hand while continuing to draw. She was beginning to understand what Chen Lu meant. Doing what she loved, with the person she loved right beside her. When she allowed herself to relax, she could truly feel how pleasant life could be. Chen Lu, quickly say you love me. It is part of the plan, Liang Jiro said suddenly. Stop learning so fast. After dinner, the two shared a brief tender moment, then went back to their respective rooms. Liang Jiro had classes all afternoon. Chen Lu pressed the air conditioner remote a few times, but it did not respond. He smirked. Then he walked to the wardrobe and pulled out a slightly thicker quilt. Squinting at the sun outside, he took a deep breath. No pain, no gain. As a seasoned boiled frog master, how could he not endure even this? Chen Lu gritted his teeth and wrapped himself in the quilt in the middle of summer. 10 minutes later, drenched in sweat, he knocked on her door. Liang Jiro had not fallen asleep yet and opened it quickly. You? She stopped mid-sentence when she saw him looking like he was about to pass out, and hurriedly reached out to wipe his sweat. My air conditioner is broken, he said with a pitiful expression. I am about to have a heat stroke. Let me sleep in your room. While wiping his sweat, she gently nodded. All right. Chen Lu blinked. That easy? I had a whole speech prepared, and you just agreed? Without hesitation, he dashed back to his room and returned with his pillow. Having air conditioning is amazing. Just as he lay down, he saw Liang Jiro at the doorway holding her pillow. Where are you going? I am going to sleep in your room, she said blankly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A few minutes later, Chen Lu lay on the sofa, facing the upright air conditioner with a miserable expression. He had lost. He had lost to this silly girl's purity. Lost to her spotless innocence. And somehow felt like he had also lost his conscience. Like a demon forced to be covered in mud by a cruel world, burned and ashamed under the holy light of an angel. Chen Lu's plans had been ticking like a well-oiled machine, but they had all been shattered by one pure-hearted strike from Liang Jiro. I really am a damned man, he muttered with guilt. Sometime later, Chen Lu flipped over on the sofa like a salted fish. No, 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West, I must win it back. Sharing a room with this silly girl was something that required long-term strategic planning. That afternoon, he had someone repair the air conditioner he had intentionally broken and decided to think of another method, properly and patiently. The next day, since she had no afternoon classes, Lin Miao Miao came to the office right after lunch. She placed her mug filled with a drink and a few snacks on her desk before slowly sitting down. Yes, even slacking off required a sense of ceremony. She would find time later to catch up on the anime episodes released this week. What a delight! She had just settled in when a commotion nearby caught her attention. This company was quite remarkable. Here, not only could you witness the boss routinely being the first to arrive late and leave early, you could also see the boss's girlfriend cheerfully fetching water for everyone. Normally, they had all developed some immunity to the public displays of affection between the boss and his girlfriend. But today, they witnessed something even more absurd. The company's second-in-command was arguing with his girlfriend. That was Jiang Chao and Lu Yan. Although Jiang Chao never held a formal position and was more like a utility player who went wherever needed, no one in the company questioned that he had the second most authority. Now, do you believe me? I told you I was busy. So busy that you could not even come see me during the whole summer break? So busy you could not spare a moment for me on Shishi? Everyone was working overtime on Shishi. Go ask them if you do not believe me. Chen Lu too. I can call him right now. No need for you two to coordinate your stories on the spot. I already asked him on Shishi. He was at the aquarium with his girlfriend. Lu Yan deliberately emphasized the last part. You could not be bothered to spend time with me, and now you are trying to lie to my face? Do I look that stupid to you? Tell me, how many times have you two teamed up to deceive me before? Lin Miao Miao sat there with her mouth slightly open, stunned. Am I allowed to listen in on this? Will I get fired for hearing too much? She picked up her stylus and looked down, pretending to focus seriously. But then she remembered she was the boss's girlfriend's best friend, so she boldly looked back up and resumed spectating. There was no use trying to mediate this. As the saying goes, even the wisest judge cannot settle family disputes, let alone when she was not as close to Jiang Chao as she was to Chen Lu, and had barely exchanged a few words with Lu Yan. Better to just observe for now. Neither Jiang Chao nor Lu Yan, both fuming, had remembered to close the office door. This game is trending right now, of course I am busy. Being busy also means earning more money. Otherwise, where would I have gotten the money to buy you that necklace that cost over 20,000 yuan? I stayed up all night trying to get it for you. I told you at the time I did not even want that damn thing. Lu Yan was growing increasingly furious. Jiang Chao, do you think I am with you for your money? Whether or not you are after my money, I still need to earn it, right? Why can you not understand that at all? Under everyone's gaze, Pang Liang quietly approached, peeking his head in. Brother Chao, let us all calm down, you know what they say. Close the door. Getting snapped at, Pang Liang did not take offense. He obediently shut the door, then shrugged at the still laughing co-workers with a helpless expression. Stop gossiping and finish your work. Brother Chao is in a bad mood right now. Be careful or you will get yelled at like I did. The effects of being the first to step on a landmine were immediate. Jiang Chao's shout felt like it had been directed at everyone. Those who had just been enjoying the drama quickly lowered their heads and returned to their tasks. After a while, the outermost glass door of the company was gently pushed open again. In the future, just cook less for lunch. Every time you make such a big spread, people might think I am malnourished. But you are thin. I should sue you for slander, Miss Liang Jiro. This is called being slim. As Chen Lu walked in and saw the unusually quiet scene before him, he froze for a moment. Is our company about to go bankrupt? He asked Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao found it strange. No, why would you say that? You are all being so well behaved, it is unsettling. Just as Lin Miao Miao was about to respond, the office door of Jiang Chao suddenly burst open. Lu Yan stormed out, clearly furious. Jiang Chao made no move to follow her. Chen Lu stood dumbfounded for 2 seconds. Then, coming to his senses, he signaled to Lin Miao Miao, who nodded and ran over with a smile to stop Lu Yan. He sighed, squeezed Liang Jiro's hand, and said softly, "Let us go solve my son's emotional issues." Liang Jiro tilted her head in confusion. "Your son?" Lin Miaomia was not close to Lu Yan, and no matter how you twisted the social connections, they were simply not in the same circle. The only one who could possibly hold her back was Liang Jiro. At least she was his girlfriend, so Lu Yan would have to show her some respect. Chen Lu leaned in to whisper in Liang Jiro's ear, "Go keep Lin Miaomiao company and help keep her here." Liang Jiro blinked, looking a bit uneasy. "I do not know how to comfort people." "It is fine. You do not need to comfort her. As long as she stays and does not leave, that is a success. If she wants to get to know you, chat with her. If not, then do not force it." Chen Lu figured Lu Yan would not want to get too close to Liang Jiro, but she would at least give her face in public. That was the advantage of dealing with rational people. After giving his instructions, Chen Lu walked into Zhang Chao's office with a blank expression. "Had a fight?" Chen Lu asked with a smile, already having a good idea what it was about. "Your old man told you to go out on Shishi and you did not listen. Now look what happened." Zhang Chao angrily flicked his half-smoked cigarette into the ashtray. "Women are so unreasonable. If you argue with them, they say your attitude is bad. If you soften your attitude, they go back to your earlier mistake. And if you make a valid point, they say you are being aggressive. A dead end. Hard not to agree." Chen Lu pulled out a chair and sat down. Women are just like that. Comforting someone required tactics. It was best to start by agreeing with their point of view, then subtly insert your own opinion afterward. That usually gave you a better chance of success. "Is it because you did not spend shishi with her?" he continued. Zhang Chao nodded slightly, lit another cigarette, and exhaled a smoke ring like a sigh. Chen Lu spread his hands. "Then you cannot really blame her. It is not like you could not have made time. I just wanted to get through this busy period first. Once things stabilize, our company will be on solid ground. Sure, I did not spend shishi with her, but I gave her a necklace." Zhang Chao began explaining slowly, clearly listening to Chen Lu now. "That necklace cost more than all the gifts I have ever given a girl in my life. She does not care about that. Back when you cut ties with your dad and had not a cent to your name, she did not say anything either," Chen Lu said patiently. "If it were one of your ex-girlfriends, they would have run off long ago." Zhang Chao paused, saying nothing more. After a moment of silence, Chen Lu asked in a low voice, "Who else could Lu Yan have been seeing in Hangzhou during the summer, if not you?" Zhang Chao could not even finish the cigarette. He got up, ground it into the ashtray, and hurried toward the door. "Are you fucking stupid? You should have either gone after her immediately or waited until you both cooled off. What good is going now?" Chen Lu cursed with a frown. "If she asks why you did not come out right away, what are you going to say?" Zhang Chao held his forehead and sat back down. "I have been too busy and confused lately." Chen Lu gave him a faint smile and said gently, "There is no rush. Lu Yan probably has not left yet. I asked Jiro to stop her. To be honest, I do not get you." After a brief silence, Zhang Chao suddenly said, "You do not get me? It feels like your mind is always on your relationship." Though Zhang Chao had no real complaint about Chen Lu, he truly did not understand him. During a crucial time of growth for the company, this guy went on dates. What kind of man does that? What about ambition? Dreams? Just imagine you become a billionaire, but Lu Yan is no longer by your side, Chen Lu said calmly. You could have a different beautiful girl every day. Does that sound good to you? Zhang Chao paused. In the end, he could only utter two words, not good. At this point, he wanted to slap the version of himself before he met Lu Yan, the one who wasted his days partying. Let alone imagine living that way again. Chen Lu nodded. Now you understand me. If you do not want things to end up like that, then stop throwing yourself entirely into work. Even the best relationship needs maintenance. After saying that, Chen Lu stretched lazily and went back to pondering how to trick Liang Jiro into napping with him in the same room during lunch. Everything else was secondary, this was the real business. What was wrong with taking a nap together? That too was part of maintaining a relationship. It was still part of the plan. It was just a nap, nothing more. He was a gentleman, after all. Having talked himself into it again, the flicker of guilt that had just arisen vanished completely. The fire still needed to be stoked. Sleeping with his girlfriend in his arms was hardly a crime. Otherwise, waiting until marriage would take way too long. Even just getting the marriage certificate would take almost a year. Zhang Chao remained silent, lost in his thoughts. How do you two usually make up after fights? After a while, Zhang Chao asked out of the blue. Perhaps being a bystander gave him some clarity. Despite having played the field for so long, he could not shake the feeling that Chen Lu had a far clearer perspective than he did. Chen Lu gave him a devilishly smug smile and sighed regretfully. I told you before, we have never fought. Not even once. It is strange, I know. Fuck off. I know you are in a hurry, but hear me out. The more Jiang Chao thought about it, the weirder it felt. Are you two soulmates or something? Did the old man under the moon tie your red thread with rebar? Chen Lu turned his gaze to the window, and the smug grin faded slightly from his face. Never having fought is not necessarily a good thing. He genuinely worried that Liang Jiro would keep everything bottled up, never speaking up even if she felt wronged. That was just how she was, too used to enduring things quietly. He could not bear for his girlfriend to suffer even the slightest grievance. But it was impossible to get her to argue with him in anger. The best he could hope for was that she would slowly become more comfortable saying what was on her mind. After speaking, the smile returned to his face, as if the shift in expression had just been a fleeting interlude. He added, but yeah, our red thread really does feel like it was tied with rebar. That story is a long one. I will tell you bit by bit. Elsewhere. After returning to her desk, Lin Myomyo left only Liang Jiro and Lu Yan in Chen Lu's office. At first, Lu Yan could have easily brushed off Lin Myomyo's attempt to comfort her. But once Liang Jiro showed up, she could not bring herself to just walk out. After all, Chen Lu was her friend and now co-ran the company with Jiang Chao. But the atmosphere was undeniably awkward. The room was so quiet it made your toes curl. Why are you not saying anything? Lu Yan wiped away tears and asked with a sob in her voice. She could not hold it in anymore. What is wrong with Chen Lu's girlfriend? Lu Yan had already planned how to politely deflect any comforting words. But this girl, ever since she arrived, had just sat there obediently, holding a box of tissues, silently handing them over whenever needed, without saying a single word. The moment Lu Yan wiped her eyes, she would hand her another tissue, but still, not a word. It left her with no outlet, just sitting there awkwardly. And if someone would not even speak, how could you reject them politely? What was she supposed to do, just walk out? Lu Yan looked at the girl's worried face, and really could not bring herself to do it. After all, no one could slap someone who only smiles kindly at them. Hearing the question, Liang Jiro nervously wrung her fingers. I do not know what to say. Before coming in, she had recited countless lines in her head, full of comforting theories and arguments. But now, she had forgotten them all. Still caught up in her emotions, Lu Yan could not help the faint curl of her lips. Liang Jiro really was just as she had imagined. They had barely spoken before, and yet here she was, clearly worried, sitting quietly beside her. A truly kind-hearted girl. Just a bit too soft. No wonder Jiang Chao said she got bullied at the hot pot restaurant once. Crying for too long makes your eyes hurt. Try not to cry anymore, okay? Liang Jiro said softly, her voice incredibly gentle. She knew all too well how painful it was to cry for a long time. Putting herself in Lu Yan's shoes, that was the first thing that came to mind. Lu Yan tossed the tissue into the trash and nodded lightly. If Chen Lu were busy the whole summer and did not spend any time with you, what would you do? Liang Jiro thought about it seriously for a moment and replied softly, then I would miss him very, very much. That's it? Lu Yan looked at her in disbelief, staring at that delicate face and those clear eyes, at a loss for words. After a moment, she let out a long sigh. Lucky for you, your boyfriend is Chen Lu. Easy to take advantage of. She did not even want to imagine other possibilities. She could only say that Liang Jiro was lucky. And, more importantly, she knew how to cherish what she had. Seeing Lu Yan stop crying, though not knowing exactly why, Liang Jiro quickly pushed the water glass on the table toward her. Drink some water. Just as Lu Yan was about to respond, the office door slowly opened and Chen Lu peeked in. Jiang Chao is crying so hard he can't breathe. Go check on him. If you say one more word for him, I won't believe a damn thing you say. Lu Yan snapped, but obediently left the room. Inside Jiang Chao's office. As soon as Lu Yan entered, Jiang Chao came up to her with a cheerful grin. Oh, you really did cry? She asked coldly. Jiang Chao tried to hold her hand but she pulled away. Eyes red, he chuckled, I just finished crying. I took time off already. Tomorrow, let us go out together. Let's go to the aquarium. Chen Lu's an idiot for picking the most crowded time. We will go when it's quiet. He silently cursed Chen Lu. That fucking hurt. I don't want to talk to you. Though she said that, Jiang Chao still managed to grab her hand successfully. When I've made enough money, we will get married. And I won't take a single cent from my dad for a house or car. That way, he will have no say in our life. He gave her a light pat. You just stay home and be a rich wife. Lu Yan smacked him right back. Only a blind woman would marry you. Return that damn necklace. Slapping turned into playful exchanges, and before they knew it, their hands were clasped together again, followed by affectionate nibbling. Shameless. My girlfriend is amazing. Chen Lu high-fived Liang Jiro and clasped her hand. They say better to destroy 10 temples than to ruin one marriage. What you did today was a noble deed. Liang Jiro looked blankly at the closed door and tilted her head. But I didn't do anything. Her dazed expression puzzled Chen Lu. He hugged her from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. What are you thinking about? Rubbing her cheek against his, Liang Jiro murmured, I was thinking, what if we ever fight in the future? Why are you so afraid of arguing? Chen Lu asked curiously. She had mentioned this fear before, back when she first heard about Jiang Chao and Lu Yan's fights. Now she brought it up again. The girl thought for a moment, then tugged on his arm, pulling it tighter around her. I don't want you to yell at me. It scares me. Dummy, have I ever yelled at you? Chen Lu asked softly. Should I say you are honest, or just adorably silly? No. Liang Jiro leaned closer to him. I was just saying. I could never bear to. Chen Lu lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. He could not even stand the thought of raising his voice at her. If he ever so much as used the wrong tone, he would probably want to beat himself up. The kind of guilt that makes you get up in the middle of the night and slap yourself. How could he possibly bear to see this silly girl upset? Other guys' girlfriends get the old I'll count to 3 routine. How come you're the one scared of your boyfriend yelling at you? He teased. Liang Jiro lowered her gaze slightly, a tiny smile tugging at the corner of her lips. She gently held Chen Lu's hand. Because I only have you. Other girls still had their parents to rely on. But she had nothing. His attitude, good or bad, meant twice as much to her. Precisely because she never had it before, she was now terrified of losing it. She had already seen the light. There was no way she would be willing to go back to the darkness. Security is not something you gain in a day or two. Leave it to me. We will take it slow. As he spoke, Chen Lu took her hand and played with it in his palm, eventually linking pinkies with her without even realizing it. That evening, when Lu Yan returned with Odin, she surprisingly brought a portion for Liang Jiro as well. Chen Lu snatched a skewer and started eating with a goofy grin. This silly girl was a little too good at winning people over. Am I going to be sidelined by her one day? Chen Lu drew in a sharp breath and gave Liang Jiro a big kiss on the cheek. She did not complain, just smiled at him, dimples showing, radiating happiness. Then she calmly grabbed a napkin and wiped the oil he left on her cheek. She even grabbed another to wipe his mouth. And she looked quite content doing it. That night, Chen Lu returned home specifically to talk about the house. As soon as he walked in, he saw Chen Guanglin sitting on the couch reading. He always seemed to pick hobbies that required no interaction. Dad, where's Mom? Chen Lu asked. Chen Guanglin nodded toward the kitchen. Our son is home. Wang Xiaoxia came out of the kitchen with 2 plates of watermelon, looking pleasantly surprised. Have you eaten? I came back to eat, didn't I? You could have told us earlier, we already had dinner. Startled, Chen Lu checked the time. It was only a little after 7 p.m. The sky had not even gone completely dark. I hardly come back, and there's no food for me? Wang Xiaoxia sat on the couch and sighed deeply. Your dad and I are getting old. With you and Xiaomo not around, we just eat whatever's easy. That's how it is when you age. Chen Lu scoffed and flopped down next to her. He leaned in and took a big whiff before saying loudly, Mom, you two just got back from Hot Pot, didn't you? Tomato broth. I treat you like my real mom, and you try to play me? How is this fair? Chen Guanglin cleared his throat quickly, trying to stop Chen Lu from digging himself into a hole. Exposed, Wang Xiaoxia looked guilty and picked up a piece of watermelon to feed Chen Lu. Chen Lu leaned back on the sofa with a disdainful look, chewing watermelon as he muttered, Fine, I'll go eat at my girlfriend's. I'll have Jiro cook for me. All talk. If you really had guts, you would make her my daughter-in-law already. Just the other day, I went to a colleague's grandson's 1-month banquet, and she's only 2 years older than me. We are not even old enough to legally register our marriage yet. Your dad and I got married before registering back then. That was your era. This is now. Chen Lu felt like his mom might be hitting menopause, always worrying about random stuff. He laughed, then suddenly felt a little lost. A few years ago, his mom was still talking about traveling the world. Now, all she wanted was to be a grandma? She really was getting old. Think bigger. What if, like your colleague, you get to be a grandparent at that age too? Chen Lu joked. His dad was hard to fool, but his mom was easy to coax. Then he sat up straight and looked at both his parents. On a serious note, pick out a place when you are free. I am buying you a new home. I am laying all the cards on the table. I've made a few million since summer. And that's not even counting future revenue. Wang Xiaoxia opened her mouth, then quickly reached out and touched his forehead. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing if you have a fever. Did her son hit his head? He made millions, and instead of bragging or buying a sports car, he wanted to buy them a house? And still planned to stay in a rental? Something was not right. If Chen Lu had come home boasting about a new sports car, she might not have said anything. But this? She seriously wondered if he was mentally okay. Save it for your own home. Your dad and I do not need your house, Chen Guanglin said calmly. Though, truthfully, he felt a bit dejected. Ever since Chen Lu started his business, he had been waiting for the chance to step up as a father during tough times, to help, or at least act like he was helping. But Chen Lu never gave him the chance. I never said I would not buy one for myself. I plan to buy two. And this is just to honor you both. What would we do with that many houses? We can't even live in all of them. Wang Xiaoxiao waved it off. Just buy me a mahjong table. I'll put it in the living room. As soon as your dad goes off to play chess, I'll invite people over. Why is it so hard to talk to you two? Chen Lu felt exasperated. He wanted to be filial, and it was not even allowed. I'll be honest, the one I'm buying is not even for us. It's for Liang Jiro's mom. Their rental is expiring soon, and the conditions are bad. That's why I wanted to get you a better place too. He pulled out a bank card and placed it on the table. The company is doing fine. This money is nothing. Just take it. Then he crossed one leg over the other, waiting to see his parents' shocked expressions. If you're buying for them, then so be it. Zero will be your wife one day. Auntie Xiao will be your mother-in-law, Wang Xiaoxia said seriously. You don't need to overthink it. We know what kind of person you are. They had it tough before, and now that you can help, you should. If they're good to you, they're not outsiders. After a bit of chatting, Chen Lu let out a long, tired sigh. What a letdown. All those dramatic TV scenes about big reveals were lies. No one around him cared that he had made money. His girlfriend did not even care about his income. For a moment, he did not know whether to feel happy or not. Looking a little defeated, Chen Lu stood up and headed toward the door. Where are you going? Wang Xiaoxia asked curiously. To mooch dinner off your daughter-in-law. Chen Lu sent a message to Liang Jiro letting her know he was coming over for dinner, then got ready to drive there. As soon as the car left the neighborhood gate, a few raindrops hit the windshield. They quickly became denser and more frequent. What kind of ridiculous weather is this? Why has it been raining so much this year? Just as Chen Lu was grumbling, his phone rang from his pocket. He had recently changed his ringtone from Canon to Scarborough Fair because people around him kept saying Canon gave them anxiety. He glanced at the caller, Pang Lian. He answered right away. What is it? Chen Lu asked. Brother Lu, someone just resigned. He is a senior in college. Pang Lian emphasized the last part intentionally. Chen Lu responded with a calm Pang Lian continued, he is from the same province as me. I jokingly asked if he was going back home to inherit the family business. He said he is still job hunting in Hangzhou and has already almost settled on a new position. Chen Lu smirked. Where are you now? At the office. Then wait for me there. After hanging up, Chen Lu sent another message to Liang Jiro. Chen Lu, I'm heading back to the office for a bit. I'll come over later. You and Auntie go ahead and eat first. Kiss. JPG. Liang Jiro, it's alright, I'll wait for you. Looks like Liang Jiro still had not learned to use stickers or emojis. Chen Lu chuckled and sighed, driving into the rainy mist. Over half an hour later, Chen Lu gently pushed open the company's glass door. Work hours were long over, and Pang Lian was the only one there, seated in front of two monitors, engrossed in something. Outside the tall glass windows, only a few scattered lights glimmered. Inside, only one row of lights was on, insufficient to illuminate the entire space, giving the room a lonely atmosphere. Why are you still here? I never told anyone to work overtime. Chen Lu stomped his feet and casually wiped the rain from his hair with a tissue. Still feeling damp, he grabbed a facial towel from Lin Miaomiao's desk and pressed it against his hair. It absorbed the moisture immediately. Now this worked. Still have things to finish, Pang Lian replied seriously, not even turning his head. He had an unusual stubbornness when it came to work. When the programming team was not busy, he would sneak off to the restroom on company time. But when work piled up, he was always the last to leave. Once he got in the zone, he would not stop. It was him, wasn't it? Chen Lu suddenly asked coldly. Pang Lian nodded firmly. When that scrapped character design came out, there were only a few people in the dev group. You handed out bonuses just yesterday, and he left today. A little too convenient. Then he grinned. Brother Lu, you made such a big deal about bonuses on Shishi. Transferring money to everyone individually, wasn't that to give him a peaceful exit? The more he thought about it, the more that line from Chen Lu on Shishi stuck out. As long as no one quits or screws up during this stretch, there'll be a ton of bonus money. After confirming Pang Leyun's suspicion, Chen Lu had gone ahead last night and sent out bonuses to the art team and that person, Li Yang. When someone is barely hanging on and you hand them a fat bait, of course they'll take it and run, feeling like they got a free lunch. From now on, you'll lead the dev team and help me handle things personally. Chen Lu walked up behind Pang Leyun and said lazily, you'll receive 30,000 yuan in the next few days. All of his bonus now belongs to you. Pang Leyun blinked in surprise. That much? To be honest, he was already over the moon with the 2,000 he received earlier. He even spent a bunch on in-game purchases that night. Everyone got only 2,000 before because the mole had not left yet. Now that he is gone, you guys should get the full bonuses. Your 20,000 plus his 10, that's 30,000. Chen Lu flipped through Li Yang's employment contract, his voice flat. People can never earn more than what their vision allows. Li Yang is the clearest example, short-sighted. He lost a lot more than just 10,000. Then, half joking, he added, could not see my company becoming a Fortune 500 giant? No vision at all. Pang Leyun smiled faintly. It felt like Chen Lu was indirectly encouraging him. He asked with a grin, Brother Lu, are you serious about having me follow your lead? Of course. There was no need to make grand speeches. Promoting someone could be as simple as this. The fact that Chen Lu came all the way here in person said more than enough. I'm off. Boss lady's waiting for me at home. As Chen Lu reached the door, he turned back. Not going home? I'm sleeping here. The new character keeps bugging out. Pang Leyun pointed to the thin quilt on his chair. Chen Lu nearly dropped his jaw. You actually have dreams? I do. Pang Leyun said it seriously. He knew that if he did not seize this chance at the company, it would be hard to find another place where he had this much say. And he truly admired Chen Lu's mindset and vision. Who would not want to follow a wise leader, especially one helping to fulfill your childish dreams? Why work overtime? Wouldn't gaming be more fun? Chen Lu called out in exasperation, then hurriedly ran out. When he reached the alley entrance, there was no parking nearby, so he left the car across the street, a bit off to the side. Just as he was about to park, he saw a lone figure standing at the alley's mouth, unmoving. In the rain, a long-haired girl stood there silently. Water trickled down the edges of her umbrella, joining the puddles on the ground. Every time a car passed and headlights brushed over her, she would lift her head to look, then slowly lower it again, quietly waiting. The car was silent. Her silhouette blurred and cleared repeatedly as the wipers swept across the windshield. Chen Lu stared for a moment before hastily getting out and dashing through the rain. He did not need to guess. Only his silly girlfriend, Liang Jiro, would stand there like that. What are you doing here? He asked anxiously, rain blending with his voice as it reached her ears. She looked up, lifting the umbrella, and replied softly, waiting for you. As she spoke, she stepped forward, raising her hand to bring him under the umbrella with her an adorable and earnest gesture. Chen Lu poked her forehead firmly. Didn't I say I had to stop by the office? You did not even know when I'd be back, and you still waited? Back when I stayed at your place, you told me you never carry an umbrella, she replied slowly. You do not like bringing one, and I was afraid you'd get caught in the rain. It's only a couple of minutes away. Besides, are you stupid? Couldn't you just wait for me to call you? Liang Jiro gently wiped the rain from his face with a tissue. I'm very smart, actually. I didn't come out right away. I waited a bit first. Only fools think getting a little wet is no big deal. As if you would ever call just to ask me to come out. You hate bothering me. And I just wanted to see you sooner. Chen Lu sighed helplessly, said nothing, and silently reached out to intertwine their fingers. Why was this silly girl always so attentive when it came to him? They walked side by side through the rainy night, sharing a single umbrella. Both naturally slowed their pace, as if they had no intention of reaching their destination in just 2 minutes. It had been hot all day, but once the rain started, even the air turned chilly. Droplets splashed against his face, making Chen Lu involuntarily shiver. But Liang Jiro's arm was warm. Could it be that girls naturally had a higher body temperature than boys? Next time, you're not allowed to wait for me again, understood? Chen Lu took the umbrella from her hand and said sternly, okay, your lease is about to expire, right? Liang Jiro gently nodded. Yes, soon. I'll have to start looking for a new place. But the pressure isn't as bad anymore, I can look for something better. The sudden thought of no longer needing to live in the dark little room felt surreal. She had long grown used to it, but no matter how much she adapted, she could never get used to seeing her mother live in a place like that. Now, the thorn in her heart had finally been pulled out. Her mom was not even that old. They could take their time from here on out. There was plenty of time to work hard and give her mom a better life. As she thought about this, her gaze naturally shifted down to their tightly held hands, and the corners of her lips lifted slightly. There was also plenty of time to spend with Chen Lu. Suddenly, she felt so happy. Want to go look at houses this weekend? Let's buy one we can move into right away, Chen Lu continued. Ah? Liang Jiro was clearly caught off guard. You're really going to buy it? What kind of question is that? Do you think I was lying to you before? No, I just didn't think it would be so soon. She had agreed back then, but she never expected that Chen Lu would already have enough money saved up. Chen Lu stretched out his hand to catch a few raindrops, then lowered it and let them slide between his fingers. Once we find one we like, we'll pay in full. Something with basic furnishing auntie can move in right away without waiting. Liang Jiro blinked at him. How much would that cost? Yes. That's the line I was waiting for. Chen Lu's lips curled in triumph. About 2 to 3 million. No worries, I've already earned it. Impressive, right? Your boyfriend's amazing, huh? The girl's mouth opened slightly, and then she nodded earnestly. Amazing. That's it? That's your whole reaction? A bit underwhelming, don't you think? Liang Jiro froze. What kind of reaction are you expecting? Why was he so weird? If she had earned a few million, she would be holed up at home counting it. Who would have the time to gauge someone else's reaction? Your tone's off. You should sound more shocked, throw in a little admiration. You should be thinking, wow, this is my boyfriend. Chen Lu corrected her very professionally. Liang Jiro pursed her lips, clearly struggling. Do you even know what a few million means? You can buy a lot of groceries. And you'll never run out of money for the rest of your life? I mean, I guess. As long as you're not completely brainless, it could last a lifetime. What else? Chen Lu could not help thinking this silly girl had absolutely no concept of money. Or rather, no concept of anything over 100,000. You'll never have to be afraid of family getting sick again. Chen Lu fell silent for a moment, then changed the subject. Forget it, enough about that. Now act excited again, or I'll have to punish you. Liang Jiro panicked. It was one thing in the apartment, but they were so close to home now. This was basically pulling antics under the emperor's nose. Then, I'll kiss you, she offered timidly. Chen Lu nodded slightly. That works, but it still feels like something's missing. Liang Jiro pouted. Because I've always known how capable you are. And I really don't care how much money you make, so I'm just not that excited. She really thought it came down to expectations. If it were Lin Miaomio saying she made a few million, she might be shocked. But Chen Lu? It just felt normal. Besides, whether he made money or not had nothing to do with how much she liked him. There really was not much emotional reaction left to feel. As she mulled this over, she noticed Chen Lu sigh deeply, looking disappointed. Of course, she had no idea it was because his chance to brag had failed. She thought it was because he was unhappy with her reaction. Mustering her courage, Liang Jiro rose on tiptoes, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Darling, you're amazing." Then she stepped back. Her foot accidentally landed in a puddle, splashing with a soft plop. Chen Lu froze, feeling like his mind exploded with that splash. No man could resist hearing those words. A few seconds later, he stopped walking, turned, and stared directly at the girl in front of him. Liang Jiro seemed to realize what was happening and took a step back. "It's still raining," she said, and took another quiet step back. "I have an umbrella," Chen Lu said, stepping forward. "We're almost home, but not there yet, are we?" Liang Jiro tried to respond, but she had already backed up against the wall. Holding the umbrella, Chen Lu wrapped his arm around her waist and slowly leaned in. Seeing her protests were useless, and despite the surrounding darkness, the girl instinctively closed her eyes. "I'm never complimenting you again." Why did it feel like Chen Lu got even more fired up? The old street lamp had shorted out in the rain. In the rainy night alley, darkness stretched endlessly. Two shadowy figures embraced tightly, blending into the night. The girl's soft murmurs of resistance grew fainter, vanishing into the sound of rain. Much later, walking to the end of the alley, Liang Jiro turned to Chen Lu and asked, "If I make a few million someday, would that mean you don't have to work anymore?" Chen Lu could not help but grin wickedly. "With your major? If you want to earn millions, you'd better switch careers soon. The really skilled accountants are all in prison." Liang Jiro sighed to herself. Making money really did seem hard. And in that moment, she finally understood what Chen Lu meant back when he first brought up perspective, on the day he asked her to tutor Chen Mo. After she realized a private tutor could earn hundreds per hour, she stopped considering jobs that required backbreaking labor for only 100 or 2 per day. Chen Lu had always stood on a higher level of awareness, that was why he never even considered tutoring. She felt like she had gradually learned a lot from him. If she had never met Chen Lu, she would probably still be working at the hot pot restaurant every day, occasionally handing out flyers to make ends meet. She would only know that she needed to earn more, but not realize she should invest in herself first. I feel like I won't be able to support you after all, Liang Jiro said softly, sounding genuinely aggrieved. I don't think I'm as smart as you. Why did you suddenly say that? Chen Lu found it strange. He wondered if it was because of the joke he had just made. You don't need to pay too much attention to what others say. For all you know, they might just be cpuing you. Liang Jiro tilted her head. What does that mean? In short, when people criticize you, saying you're no good at this or that, just treat it like it's going in one ear and out the other. I never really cared about what others say anyway. I only listen to you. I just feel like you always think further ahead than I do. Liang Jiro said honestly, feeling a mix of pride and a slight sense of disappointment. After all, she had truly imagined a future where she would earn more than Chen Lu, so he would not have to work so hard. Even if he never said anything, she could still see that ever since he started his company, the dark circles under his eyes had become more and more obvious. That day when it rained and they were staying at the rented place, she was just cooking, and Chen Lu had already worked himself to sleep. Maybe it was because he used his brain too much. He had always been someone who was chronically sleep deprived. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Maybe it was just that you were under too much pressure before and never had the chance to sit down and really think things through, Chen Lu said with a light smile. You've improved a lot compared to before, have you not noticed? Really? Liang Jiro looked at him, a bit surprised. Of course. Back then, you always chose making small amounts of money over self-improvement, constantly taking on jobs that had no future. But now, whether it's tutoring or painting, you're sticking with it. Sooner or later, it'll bear fruit even if painting is just a hobby for you. Liang Jiro nodded, not fully understanding but still taking it in. She said seriously, I want to earn more money too. Chen Lu, amused, spun the umbrella in his hand. It's up to you. Honestly, even if you stayed home every day like a couch potato, I would not mind. Putting himself in her shoes, if Liang Jiro were the one running the company and he stayed home all day. You know what? Just thinking about it, it did sound kind of amazing. A beautiful, gentle sugar mommy who would not fall for that. But Chen Lu quickly snapped out of those ridiculous thoughts. He could not bear to let Liang Jiro work herself to the bone every day. He only looked relaxed on the surface. In truth, he was constantly thinking about the company. Starting a business was anything but easy. No way. Liang Jiro rejected the idea outright. That would just make me a total burden. She clearly despised the idea. Fool, Chen Lu teased softly. If it were me, I would be over the moon. No work, just gaming all day, and then when you come home at night, I could ruin you. Well, if that's what you want, when I start making money in the future, maybe it's not entirely impossible, Liang Jiro mumbled. But you can't get too lazy. You'll have to take care of the kids. And you have to love me forever. Chen Lu nearly stumbled on the flat ground. When he recovered, he said, half laughing and half exasperated, but you've never let me ruin you. I said in the future. Liang Jiro had the urge to bump into him. This guy must be thinking every day about when he could completely devour her. What a bastard. Chen Lu snorted inwardly at her comment. In the future, huh? Just wait and see if I don't boil this silly frog alive. They had walked a long time from the alley to Liang Jiro's house, despite the short distance, and only now arrived at the door. When I mention the house in a bit, make sure to back me up, Chen Lu whispered, then motioned for her to take out the key. The girl deftly turned the key, though she felt something about the situation was a little off. For someone who had always been a well-behaved child, this was all a bit too thrilling. Auntie, I came to mooch a meal off you, Chen Lu shouted dramatically as he stepped inside. My mom will not feed me. Auntie will feed you, I saved some just for you. Xiao Xuanfang chuckled and stood up with her cane, taking a few slow steps toward the door. She could now walk a little with the cane, though who knew how long it would be before she no longer needed it. Liang Jiro carefully helped her to the dining table, then dashed off to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks. All 4 dishes on the table were Chen Lu's favorites, clearly untouched. His heart twinged at the sight. If I ever run away from home again, I'm coming here. Chen Lu did not stand on ceremony. He sat down properly and faced Xiao Xuanfang. No matter how busy you are with work, you must eat on time, she reminded him. Your health is the most important. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. Chen Lu nodded slightly. A moment later, Liang Jiro came back, mentally prepared to help Chen Lu lie to Xiao Xuanfang, and quietly sat between them. But to her surprise, Chen Lu said nothing about it, just chatted casually as if nothing was out of the ordinary. She gave up trying to figure it out and simply started serving food to the 2 of them in silence. How is your company going, Xiao Lu? You seem really busy. Having run out of topics, Xiao Xuanfang asked the classic elder question, Is work keeping you busy, or is school tiring? It was the kind of question no one ever wanted to answer truthfully because whether it was or not, no one liked going to work or school. No one wanted to revisit that pain. But Chen Lu had been waiting for this question. These past 2 months have been extremely busy. Every day has been non-stop, he said seriously. But I've also made a lot. In just these 2 months, I've made a few million. Xiao Lu, you are amazing. You have become a big boss now, Xiao Xuanfang smiled, using a clean pair of chopsticks to put food into his bowl. Eat more. You are still too skinny. Chen Lu stared at the chicken wing in his bowl for a moment. Something felt off. Why was no one around him even a little shocked? Chen Lu felt like the money he made meant nothing if there was no one to be amazed by it. Where was the poor college student who would mock him so he could flex and slap them in the face? Still, he was happy. When an elder cares more about your health than your success, it means you truly matter to them. All they hope is for you to be healthy, everything else is just extra. Recently, housing prices in Hangzhou have been rising quickly. I want to hurry and buy a place. Thinking Xiao Xuanfang would not understand much about real estate, Chen Lu lied smoothly, but since I need to be at the company most of the time, I will not be staying there. You should move in. No point letting it sit empty. Xiao Xuanfang, whose expression had been steady, suddenly froze. After a long pause, she slowly said, "Actually, I want to go back and be with Jiro's father. We still have some savings, so I want to rent a place in the county and visit him now and then. It has been so many years. I have not gone back even once." Tears welled in her eyes, though a smile remained on her lips. He must hold it against me. When Liang Jiro heard that, she bit her lip and lowered her head without a word. A few strands of hair slipped down the side of her face, making her look incredibly forlorn. Under the table, Chen Lu gently patted her knee and said softly, "You should only go back once your leg is fully healed. Before that, you need a place to stay, right? Renting a place means paying rent. It is ridiculously expensive." Chen Lu paused slightly after he said that. He realized that just after boasting about making millions, complaining about rent being expensive felt a bit inconsistent. "I bought that place, and I am not living there for now. I will not charge you rent either. Just think how much you could buy for Jiro with the money you save. Once your leg is healed, I will drive you back myself. Wait until you are better before going back. This time, I will not try to stop you." Jiro said this with her head deeply bowed and a sob in her voice. Seeing this, Chen Lu quickly continued to persuade her, "After the last trip, I know the route well. Once you recover, you can come and go as you please. But for now, just listen to us, all right?" "All right." After a long while, Xiao Xuanfang finally nodded. She glanced at Chen Lu, her emotions a bit tangled. No matter how tactful Chen Lu was, she still felt uneasy. She always felt that she should find a chance to tell Jiro that it was actually Chen Lu who paid for her surgery. This child should know how lucky she is and just how deeply this young man loves her. Fortunately, the heavy mood did not last long. The three of them quickly moved on to other topics. While eating chicken from the table, Chen Lu even recounted how he used to be chased and bitten by chickens and geese back at Chen Guanglin's family home when he was a child. Now that Liang Jiro knew he was afraid of bugs, Chen Lu added yet another embarrassing childhood story to the collection. A little while later, "I am going to get another bowl of rice." As she spoke, Xiao Xuanfang reached for her cane. Chen Lu stood up to help her, but she politely declined. "It is all right. I want to go by myself. You have no idea how happy I feel being able to take even one step on my own." Seeing that Liang Jiro was not moving either, Chen Lu felt it would be awkward to insist on helping, so he just silently watched as Xiao Xuanfang took one painful step after another as if walking barefoot on shards of glass. And yet, she really did look happy. The dining room fell quiet. The sound of rain outside was clearly audible, peaceful, calming. "Did you plan ahead how you were going to persuade my mother?" Liang Jiro stopped eating, her head lowered, and asked quietly. "Of course. A true strategist wins the battle before it begins. You guide the opponent into the trap you have already prepared, not dig one on the fly and hope they fall in." Chen Lu felt very pleased with himself. He had managed to pull off a smooth maneuver. Liang Jiro looked up at him, her clear eyes blinking. "Is that how it was when you tricked me before, too?" Startled, Chen Lu accidentally dipped his finger into the tomato egg soup and hurried to compose himself. "How could you just throw accusations out of nowhere?" He was about to defend himself further when a call came from the kitchen. "Jiro, come here for a second. I cannot turn on the tap." Chen Lu glanced at the soup clinging to his finger and asked Liang Jiro, "Do you have any tissues?" She looked around but did not find any. Then she glanced toward the kitchen. Without a word, she took his hand, brushed her hair behind her ear, and lowered her head to gently suck the soup off his finger for a moment, then turned and hurried toward the kitchen. Whether from shyness or urgency, he could not tell. Chen Lu stared at his slightly damp finger. The cool sensation made him want to relive that moment of soft warmth. He sat stunned for quite a while. His CPU really fried. A few seconds later, the girl's voice rang out from the kitchen, full of embarrassment. "Do not you dare put that in your mouth." "I did not." By the weekend, Chen Lu actually took Liang Jiro to view properties. Though Liang Jiro could not quite understand why Chen Lu was bringing her to look at houses when they were not even married yet. Because he looked young, the real estate agent was especially attentive, assuming he was some rich heir. Once they overheard him discussing company development on the phone with Jiang Chao, their enthusiasm doubled. They even brought tea and water for Liang Jiro, startling her. After viewing several properties, the two of them sat in the car, going through stacks of floor plans. "I thought you would pick something near the university," Liang Jiro said softly. "Places near school are too expensive. This area is cheaper, the environment is good, and there is a park nearby." That was what Chen Lu said aloud. In his mind, he chuckled to himself, "If I buy near school, how am I supposed to trick you into living with me?" This place was not meant to be a wedding home anyway, so there was no need to be too picky. When the time came to marry this silly girl, how could he not buy a large penthouse or villa? "Should we get a unit on the ground floor, or one with an elevator? I am worried if the elevator breaks down, your mom will not be able to get back in." Jiro considered this, mouth slightly open. "When I am not home, she does not like going out." "Then let us get a unit with an elevator. Ground floor and top floor units are not ideal. This is your place. You do not have to think so much about us," Jiro said, a bit shyly. Chen Lu was still carefully comparing the floor plans, but he answered seriously, "This is ours. This 2-bedroom unit will do. It even comes semi-furnished. I do not want to keep choosing. I am exhausted." Chen Lu slumped back in his seat, completely drained. The apartment was about a 10-minute drive from Chen Lu's home, not very close to the university. He was quite satisfied. Plus, buying this place meant there would still be plenty of money left over for the company. Just right. It is already 1 o'clock. "Are you hungry?" Liang Jiro leaned over and asked softly. Chen Lu looked out the window to scout for food options. "A bit. Let us eat out." "What do you want?" "We still need to buy the apartment. Better save some money." Chen Lu chuckled and poked her forehead. "Silly girl. You cannot save up for a house just by scrimping on meals." In the end, both of them compromised and each had a bowl of noodles for just over 10 yuan. That afternoon, back at the rented apartment, Liang Jiro sat very properly at the desk, focused on her drawing. Chen Lu sat not far from her, legs crossed, working on a speech he had to give at the end of the month. Neither of them spoke, but they both enjoyed the moment. Whenever they felt tired, they would glance up to see what the other was doing, then immediately feel re-energized. Sometimes their eyes would meet unintentionally. Jiro was always the one to look away first. Chen Lu looked at the screen inside. He had written fewer than 500 words after all that time. In frustration, he ruffled his hair. After venting silently for a bit, he went back to writing obediently. There was no choice. This was a great publicity opportunity. School exposure could drive unknown amounts of traffic to their game. In this age where traffic is king, any and all buzz had to be seized. If needed, he could even serve as the promotional tool himself. It did not matter whether the attention was positive or negative, as long as there was attention. What kills a project is when no one talks about it. For mobile games, hype equals revenue. That was why so many game companies paid to encourage fan art and derivative works. "Do you think I will have a chance to earn money with my art someday?" "Meow Meow says I have a lot of talent," Liang Jiro suddenly asked. "Probably. The art team all said you are talented." Chen Lu nodded. He had actually gone out of his way to ask them. "But if you want to make money from art, you will have to promise me one thing: find yourself a new hobby." "You are so strict," Liang Jiro said, pouting slightly. Finding a new hobby sounded like a lot of trouble. To her, just being clingy with Chen Lu felt like the best thing ever. Could her boyfriend not be her hobby? Subjectively speaking, time has never flowed forward at a constant speed. When you are happy, it slips by like a fleeting horse's shadow. When you are sad, it stretches on like an eternity. The two of them were each focused on their own tasks. Most of the time, it was quiet. Occasionally, they would exchange a few words, and if one of them got absorbed in their work, the conversation would stop without notice, only to pick up again naturally later. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 in the afternoon. "I have become lazier," Liang Jiro suddenly spoke. Chen Lu frowned, thinking, if that counts as lazy, what am I then? He said, "How have you become lazy?" "I do not see it at all." As he spoke, he was busy taking photos of Liang Jiro, who was drawing with a graphics tablet. In the camera frame, the girl had her long hair down, eyes fixed on the computer screen, looking so quiet, so detached from the world. Chen Lu could not understand why this silly girl looked good in every shot, as if she had descended to earth just to be his wife. But the moment she spoke, the illusion broke. At first glance, she seemed ethereal and stunning, untouched by the mundane world. But once she opened her mouth, her goofy nature was exposed entirely. Resting her chin in her hands, Liang Jiro pouted and looked at him. I just feel like I have gotten a bit too relaxed. Chen Lu spread his hands. Everyone is lazy. When I started my company, all I could think about was, if I can earn a few tens of thousands a month, I will work like a donkey until I die. Now I am making millions, and I still do not want to work. Why? Liang Jiro asked, puzzled. Because now I am thinking, if I can make tens of millions, I will work like a donkey until I die. Liang Jiro had nothing to say. Chen Lu had already proven with his actions that this line of thinking was not unique to her. Her gaze remained on Chen Lu's delicate features, still feeling a bit lost. After being tightly wound for over 10 years, she did not really know how to live now that she could finally relax. She truly had to thank those kind-hearted people who helped raise money for her. Without them, she would never have had the chance to even consider such a question. Chen Lu glanced at his finger and, somewhat uncharacteristically shy, extended his index finger and whispered, "Do you want some more?" Liang Jiro's cheeks instantly turned crimson. She gave him a sharp look, breath quickening. "I told you to forget about that already." She was mortified. Could he not just pretend it never happened? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She wanted to stand up and bash her head against him, but then she realized her reaction made her sound a bit like a jerk, which made her feel guilty. So she just buried her head into the desk like an ostrich. "Then how about we switch places and let me eat yours?" Chen Lu asked again. "You are wrong. Stop banging your head, it hurts." "Not my waist." After wailing for a while, Chen Lu lay sprawled on the couch. Liang Jiro curled up on top of him like a cat, her cheek resting on his chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. "I like days like this," Liang Jiro said with her eyes closed. Perhaps she was tired from drawing, her voice sounded weary. This was where her foolishness showed. Others just played around with learning, but she had taken it seriously from the start, as if she were in school. But since she clearly enjoyed it, Chen Lu had stopped trying to talk her out of it. His hand gently ran through her hair, eventually resting on her waist. "I like it too." He looked at the girl lying on him, deep in thought. "It has only been half a year, and you have changed so much." Back then, she was so timid and innocent that when he applied ointment to her, she would only move if he spoke to her. Now, she could easily flirt and fluster him. But fundamentally, Liang Jiro had not changed. She had always just seemed soft and fragile on the outside. In reality, she was stronger and braver than anyone. Chen Lu had always believed that if he had gone through what she had, he might have survived it, but he could never have kept his original heart intact, nor remained as kind. As for love, while he thought he had taken 50 steps toward her, when he looked up, he found that Liang Jiro had already run far ahead. That kind of one-person love, where one walks 99 steps and the other does not move or only takes one, did not exist between them. "When did you like me best?" Liang Jiro also felt that she had changed a lot. Many changes are hard to perceive in oneself, but she clearly felt she was becoming happier by the day. "I like you in every moment." Chen Lu had just said this when he noticed her lift her head to look at him. "Why can you not keep your hands to yourself while saying something so serious?" She regretted buying such an easy-to-open cardigan pajama set. It was way too convenient for Chen Lu to mess around. She now strongly suspected this was all a trap he had set in advance. Given how wicked he was, it would not be surprising if he had planned it half a month ago. "Can I not even quench my thirst by imagining?" Chen Lu replied, completely composed, continuing his attempts to climb higher. Liang Jiro bit him lightly, not too hard, and did not stop him. After all, she was already lying there. She could not quite understand. In the end, is it not still you who suffers the most? Thanks to having a theoretical mentor whose usual speed skirted the edge of indecency, it was hard for her not to understand what was going on. "I am suffering, but I am also enjoying it." Hearing Chen Lu shamelessly defend himself, Liang Jiro said nothing more, simply rubbed her cheek against him with her eyes closed. So be it, let him imagine. She felt that he worked very hard too. Chen Lu had never pressured her to change. He only ever moved forward after she accepted it. The things she did not want to do, he never even tested the waters. Thinking about all this, she lowered her head again, hiding the small smile at the corner of her lips. Wrapped in a sense of peace and contentment, she focused entirely on Chen Lu's heartbeat. After a while, Chen Lu noticed that her breathing had grown steady. He gently tapped her on the head. She had really fallen asleep. Chen Lu scoffed silently. Here he was, trying to get handsy, and she could still fall asleep? Not a shred of vigilance. Was she not worried she might wake up to find herself completely devoured? He could not help but smile, breathing in the sweet scent of her hair, pulling her even closer. Without realizing it, he slowly closed his own eyes. When he awoke again, Liang Jiro was already sitting beside him, gently shaking his arm. "There is a call," she spoke softly. Chen Lu yawned. His arm felt a bit numb. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It was already past 6 in the evening. Seeing that it was Jiang Chao calling, he answered and said, "You had better have something important to say. How dare you disturb your father's nap?" Finally managed to nap with this silly girl, and he had to interrupt? Unfilial bastard. A serious voice came through on the other end. "Actually, I do. Are you at the rental apartment? I will come speak to you in person." Chen Lu froze for a moment. "All right, come over then." After hearing the call end, Chen Lu still had not shaken off his drowsiness. He stared blankly at Liang Jiro. She had only woken up a few seconds earlier than he did and had not fully recovered either. How did she end up falling asleep on top of him? Jiang Chao is coming over. No idea what it is about. As Chen Lu spoke, he wobbled toward the bathroom, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on his face to wake himself up. For something to make an unserious person act serious, it could not be anything small. When he came out, he found that the ostrich who had been sitting on the couch was gone. Turning his head, he saw the tightly shut door to Liang Jiro's room. Chen Lu curled his lips. They just took a nap together. Did it really warrant such a reaction? "What are you doing?" he asked with a grin. I am changing clothes." Chen Lu tilted his head. "That pajama set of yours covers more than your going out clothes. Is there even a need to change? Why does it feel like they were really living together?" He remembered when guests came to his house as a kid. Wang Xiaoxia had the same reaction. A few minutes later, Jiang Chao knocked on the door. The moment he saw Liang Jiro, he froze. All the words he had been about to say got stuck in his throat. He swallowed them back down. His eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at Chen Lu. Seeing both Chen Lu and Liang Jiro looking sleepy and exhausted, his eyes widened even more. Chen Lu could read from Jiang Chao's gaze what he was thinking and sighed helplessly. "Let us talk in my room." Jiang Chao slowly closed the bedroom door and gave Chen Lu a look as if he had seen a ghost. "What the fuck is your progress speed? Even I am not that fast." He finally could not hold it in and shouted, hands already clutching Chen Lu's neck. It was not okay for his bro to suffer, but it was also not okay for his bro to drive a Land Rover. Chen Lu disdainfully slapped his hands away. "You misunderstood. She just takes a nap here during class breaks. She does not have a dorm, and her home is far." Jiang Chao's face remained dark. "You are not living together?" "Not living together. Nothing happened? We literally just took a nap together," Chen Lu said, yawning and giving him a crooked smile. "You think I am going to believe that crap?" Jiang Chao did not believe a single word. He flopped down on the bed and asked seriously, "What if your mom shows up for a surprise visit one day?" "Impossible." Chen Lu could not be bothered with that topic. The more he explained, the more suspicious it would sound. He preferred to let Jiang Chao fill in the blanks with his own imagination. "My strength comes from your assumptions. So what is the matter that you had to talk to me in person?" Chen Lu asked. Jiang Chao let out a long breath. "Someone from Tencent came by in person, but you were not at the office. I just gave them a casual tour." Chen Lu raised his eyebrows. This was quite something. If they were serious, they should have called ahead. If they were not serious, why show up in person? What do they want? "To put it simply, they want to absorb our studio," Jiang Chao said in a low voice. "Especially you. We can talk about future investment, but nothing else." Chen Lu spoke directly. He was following a clear path and had no intention of suddenly becoming someone else's employee. Seeing Chen Lu's reaction, Jiang Chao seemed relieved, but he continued, "Just hear me out. The conditions they are offering you are insanely good. No matter how good they are, I am not going." Chen Lu interrupted. "Things are just fine as they are." Jiang Chao's tense expression finally eased into a smile. He stood up and said quietly, "Then I will reject them directly." Those two seemed to be staying at a nearby hotel. He would support whatever decision Chen Lu made, but he had genuinely been worried that Chen Lu might agree. After all, while working for Tencent might fulfill the dream of making games, it would never allow him to create the game of his dreams. Working for someone else meant considering profits. Doing it himself meant that once they made it big, they would not have to worry about that anymore. Chen Lu shook his head. "Since we are turning them down, we should talk about investment cooperation instead." "What do you mean?" Jiang Chao was momentarily confused. "If we do not let them walk away with at least a little something, they might suck you dry." Business is war, those are not just words. It is a world of big fish eating little fish. Small fish need to be aware of their position and possess survival instincts if they want to carve out a place for themselves. Chen could guarantee that if they let the other side leave empty-handed, it would not be long before a competing game with better quality and more funding entered the testing phase. Then what chance would a small studio like theirs have? Jiang Chao was starting to understand. So they can just swing by and rip a chunk off us? What about fairness? Chen Lu looked at him like he was an idiot and smirked. You think I would let them leech off us for free? We will soon have something they can actually help us with. Seeing the look on Chen Lu's face, Jiang Chao felt a heavy weight lifted off his chest. He slapped Chen Lu hard on the shoulder. You descended from Zhuge Liang or what? You did not tell them where I was, right? Chen Lu asked again. No, I thought it would not look good to tell them our lead developer was slacking off, so I said you were still busy. That was just a random excuse so I could come talk to you. Good. Tonight, go have dinner with them alone. Tell them I am out of town negotiating another partnership. Then tomorrow I will say I just got back, and we will start the cooperation talk. That seals the deal. You are such a bastard. Jiang Chao left those words behind and shut the door. Chen Lu slowly walked to the living room and looked at the tightly closed door at the entrance. He exhaled deeply. Liang Jiro came over to his side, curiously watching him. She felt like they had just discussed something really important. The old me would never have imagined that one day I would live a life so far from stability, Chen Lu said suddenly. He had always been someone who loved to slack off. Even though it was just a passing thought, he had actually made up his mind the moment he took money to pay for Xiao Xuanfang's surgery and Jiang Chao gave up his entire share without a word. He had decided to walk this road to the very end with him. Do you not like how things are now? Liang Jiro asked softly. Chen Lu gently took her hand in his, feeling the calluses on her skin. In that moment, his resolve became clear. I used to hate messing around. Now, I like it. Liang Jiro pursed her lips and pulled Chen Lu to the bathroom mirror. Look at your dark circle. What is it? Still as handsome as ever. Chen Lu made a serious face while cracking a joke. Well, his hair had grown a bit longer, but that was not a big deal. Liang Jiro puffed out her cheeks. I wanted you to look at your dark circles. Was he taking her for a fool? Who changed the topic like that? Although she also thought he was still as handsome, she had not even brought that up. It is not that bad, Chen Lu said. Though he always noticed the moment Liang Jiro had dark circles, he was far less concerned when it came to himself. He looked like a panda already, yet still insisted it was not serious. Come to think of it, their company was starting to resemble a zoo lately. There was not a single person without dark circles under their eyes. Sure, revenue had skyrocketed recently, but they were also genuinely swamped. Have you been extra tired lately? Liang Jiro asked softly, gently cupping his cheeks, her eyes brimming with concern. Counting this afternoon, Chen Lu had lost track of how many times he had dozed off the moment he lay down. Even if she did not understand how to run a company, she could see that Chen Lu's calm demeanor was all a front. Sometimes she found it strange everyone around her liked to call her silly, yet she could always see right through any change in Chen Lu. It is alright, just a bit busier than usual lately, Chen Lu replied, holding the hand she had placed on his face. Otherwise, where would that apartment have come from? I do not want you to work so hard. It was as if something clicked in Chen Lu's mind. He asked curiously, so when we were walking to your place, that was why you said you wanted to take care of me? Yes. Liang Jiro wrapped her arms around his waist and hugged him tightly. If this is not your dream, then please do not push yourself so hard anymore, alright? I will graduate in 2 years. By then, we can both earn money together. Also, my mom already said it, our family will not ask for any betrothal gift. If all you want is to give me a better life, then stop exhausting yourself like this. I am afraid you will wear yourself out. If I am overthinking, just pretend I never said anything. Her words were clumsy, filled with nervousness and insecurity. Chen Lu stared at their reflection in the mirror for a while, then softly asked, what do you think defines a dream? Liang Jiro looked up at him. I do not know. I am not that ambitious. My dream is just to see your dream come true. Hearing that, Chen Lu froze for a moment, then smiled and kissed the back of her hand. This silly girl probably did not even realize every time she said things like that, it made him want to work even harder for her. What kind of man could bear to let a girl like this suffer? Let her graduate and end up like everyone else, working from 9 to 9, 6 days a week? Impossible. I have to find a way to give you a better life. I cannot let you marry me only to struggle with me. Liang Jiro looked at him with rare seriousness, her voice firm. If you are willing to marry me, I will marry you even if you have no money. To someone who had experienced loss, nothing was more important than good health. Fool. Chenlu gently poked her forehead and then slowly walked toward the living room. He knew Liang Jiro was serious. If it had been in the past, he might have hesitated hearing that. After all, if her family wanted money, he could always get a job, take on a mortgage, and still buy a home. Life would be manageable. But now, reality had proven he was capable of giving her something better. There was no reason to retreat. The narrow bathroom once again became empty and quiet. Liang Jiro quietly watched the door outside, then let out a long sigh in her heart. She suddenly did not know what to do. She remembered that Chen Lu had told her long ago, if there is a disagreement, they must communicate in time. Now, when she had thoughts that differed from his, she did not know whether or not she should speak up. Just as she was tangled in her thoughts, Chen Lu returned, looking curious. "What is wrong?" he asked gently. Liang Jiro shook her head. "Are you hungry? I will go home after we eat. I will check what is in the fridge." "No need, there is only some spinach left," she said helplessly. Somehow, she knew the contents of his fridge better than he did. Chen Lu turned to look at her, genuinely stunned and at a loss for words. A few minutes later, the two of them changed clothes and walked downstairs hand in hand. Chen Lu looked quite pleased. Although living together was still some time away, this already felt a bit like make-believe becoming real. And it felt pretty great. As soon as they stepped outside, they were greeted by the incessant sound of cicadas. Chen Lu could not help wondering if their desperation to find a mate had made their calls even louder than before. "These cicadas are giving me a headache," he muttered with frustration. Liang Jiro paused, glancing around. "I hear a cat meowing." "People keeping cats is not unusual," Chen Lu replied indifferently. Back in middle school, he had begged his mom to get him a cat, but Wang Xiaoxia had shut that down, saying he could not even take care of himself. Back then, he had felt wronged. Now, he understood. After all, was he not just another useless kid who only knew how to yell, "Mom, I am hungry"? Now that he was older, he wished someone would take care of him the way people cared for cats. Following the sound, Liang Jiro walked a few steps and found a gray kitten in a bush. When Chen Lu caught up, he finally heard the faint mewing. It was weak and listless. "This one does not look like a stray." Chen Lu crouched down and looked at it, tearing off half of the bread in his mouth and placing it near the kitten's nose. Liang Jiro did not know anything about breeds either, but seeing that the kitten did not resist, she plucked up her courage and gently stroked it. Once, twice, and again. Seeing this, Chen Lu could not help but smirk. Could girls not resist anything fluffy? "So you really like cats, huh?" He said it with genuine surprise, though for some reason, it sounded tinged with jealousy. Liang Jiro stood up, brushed off her hands, leaned in, and kissed him on the cheek. With a playful tone, she said, "I like you." Chen Lu turned his head and cleared his throat loudly. "It is not like I would be jealous over a cat." Then he grinned. "I am not jealous." Liang Jiro chuckled and slipped her arm through his. "Where did you learn all this from?" Chen Lu could not help but ask. This silly girl was improving so fast, he was struggling to keep up. It was not that he was not trying, some people were just out here throwing ultimates like basic attacks. How was he supposed to compete? "Do you not like it?" "I like it too much, that is why I am curious." Liang Jiro leaned her whole body against him, pressing her arm tightly against his. "I did not learn from anyone. It just came naturally. I think you look really cute when you freeze up. Because I can see from your expression that you really like me, and that you are really happy. So over time, I picked it up. Why is your body so warm?" Chen Lu paused, then quickly placed his palm against her forehead. "Do you have a fever?" Chen Lu frowned and placed his hand on his own forehead again. It felt completely different. Liang Jiro must really have a fever. Liang Jiro did not seem too concerned. "It is nothing. Let us go buy groceries quickly. I will sleep it off tonight when I get home." She would bet anything that if she went home now, Chen Lu would be too lazy to cook for himself and would just order some takeout to get by. Seeing that Chen Lu was just staring at her without moving, she looked down like a child who had done something wrong and said in a soft voice, Then I will go home and rest now." Chen Lu reached out and gently pinched her soft cheek. "Will you really rest if you go home?" He could not let her go. This silly girl would never rest properly. Chen Lu had the strong feeling she would not even tell Xiao Xuanfang she had a fever. If she went home, she would just go about everything as usual, without letting her mother notice anything. "I will go to bed early," Liang Jiro said earnestly. "That day when it was raining and you stood there holding an umbrella waiting for me, was that when you caught this cold and got the fever?" Chen Lu continued to ask. At the time, he had felt that her body temperature was a bit higher than his, but since this silly girl usually ran a bit warmer than him, he had not thought much of it. "Damn it! Why the hell did I not care?" He wanted to slap himself. A little, just a little, Liang Jiro muttered. She did not dare admit that she had caught a cold because she went out in the heavy rain and wind that day, and it still had not gotten better. Chenlu simply used both hands to pinch both sides of her cheeks. Your acting is even better than mine. Come to think of it, she must have been forcing herself like this since childhood whenever she was sick. If he had not happened to bump into her arm after they left the building, Chenlu would not have noticed anything. On the surface, she looked completely fine. You are under arrest, Miss Liang Jiro, Chenlu suddenly declared. Either let me take you to the hospital, or you go upstairs and rest. Liang Jiro instinctively took 2 steps back. I cannot explain that to my mom. It is not even raining today. Chenlu said nothing in reply and directly dialed someone's number. Hello, what is it? Came a girl's lazy voice from the other end. 1 week of paid leave. Do you want it? Chenlu got straight to the point. Go on. What do you need me to do? Lin Miao replied without hesitation. Chenlu nodded with great satisfaction. Talking to smart people saved a lot of effort. You have suddenly been hospitalized with appendicitis. Liang Jiro is staying at the hospital tonight to take care of you. Got it? You must be joking. You think that little offer is enough for me to betray Jiro and play wingwoman for you? Do you even know what she means to me? The tone on the other end suddenly turned solemn. She is my only best friend. We met right at the start of college. She is the best friend I have ever had in my life. Add 7 more days, but they cannot be taken consecutively. I am hanging up now. I have acute appendicitis. With that, Lin Miao ended the call. Putting down his phone, Chenlu shrugged toward Liang Jiro while trying to suppress his laughter, then pointed toward the stairwell. When he saw the wide-eyed, dumbfounded, and utterly betrayed expression on Liang Jiro's face, he found it even harder not to burst out laughing. But he absolutely could not laugh now. If he did, this silly girl would definitely try to use her cuteness to get away with it again. I do not want to go to the hospital. Liang Jiro spoke a bit shyly. The one place she hated most in her entire life was the hospital. Chenlu stepped forward and took her hand. Then just go upstairs and rest peacefully. With Lin Miao as your cover, Auntie will not worry too much. And you have your boyfriend taking care of you, is that not a good thing? The girl turned her face slightly and glanced at him nervously. I am the patient right now, so you are not allowed to bully me. I did not bully you when you stayed here overnight last time, did I? Only then did Liang Jiro feel reassured. She lowered her eyelids and slowly climbed the stairs, step by step. She could not tell whether her temperature had gone up again or if she had simply relaxed too much all of a sudden. Her whole body felt weak, and her eyelids were heavy. It was as if the moment Chenlu said he would take care of her, all the experience she had built up over the years forcing herself through colds and fevers vanished. She completely turned into one of those delicate girls who fall over with a gentle push. She finally understood why people always said happiness makes people soft. When Chenlu was not around, she could still keep working through a fever. Now, all she wanted was to curl up in Chenlu's arms and take a nice, peaceful nap, and if she could act a little spoiled, even better. Back in the room, after urging Liang Jiro to lie down, Chenlu headed out to a nearby pharmacy and bought everything: thermometer, fever meds, the works. Liang Jiro buried her head under the blanket, curled up in a ball because she was cold. Her whole body huddled together, eyes closed in a drowsy haze. Even her breathing was warm and stuffy. Half asleep, half awake, Chenlu returned and sat down at her side again. She clearly remembered that he had only just gone out. Take your temperature. Did you not say there's still spinach in the fridge? I will go make you a bowl of noodles, Chenlu said with a chuckle. Chen Mo begs me to cook for her and I refuse, but today you get lucky. This silly girl probably would not want takeout, asking her would be pointless. Liang Jiro poked her head out from under the covers, her hair slightly messy from lying down, though it did nothing to hide her delicate and pretty charm. She looked at him with a soft smile. All right. After Chenlu left, the girl closed her eyes again. She did not bother to look at the time. She knew Chenlu remembered it better than she did. Sure enough, the sound of chopping vegetables in the kitchen soon came to a stop, followed by hurried footsteps. Let me see how high your fever is, Chenlu said as he slowly turned the mercury thermometer in his hand, searching for the best angle to read it. He did not like digital ones, too unreliable. Then again, he did not particularly like mercury ones either. Too much hassle. How much is it? Liang Jiro asked softly. Maybe it was because she had been lying down with her eyes closed, but her voice sounded even more lethargic than when she was coming down the stairs. 38.4. Chenlu carefully put the thermometer away, then could not help but pinch her cheeks again. Now I know why you are so silly. It is because you keep getting fevers and never rest. You have burned your brain out. Take your medicine, now. I am cold, the girl said pitifully after taking the medicine. I will hold you. You will not be cold then. Liang Jiro did not resist. Instead, she obediently made room for Chen Lu. Chen Lu had no intention of taking advantage of her while she was sick. He lay down next to her, pulled the blanket over them, and gently held her in his arms. Her skin was hot, like a little heater. The girl nestled her cheek into the crook of his neck and clung to him tightly. Her breath was warmer than usual, occasionally brushing against his skin, along with her soft, smooth hair, making his neck itch slightly. Still cold? Chen Lu asked softly. Liang Jiro smiled and snuggled closer into his embrace. Not anymore. Then let me hold you for a bit longer, and I will go make dinner. After you eat, you can go back to sleep. As Chen Lu spoke, he saw the corners of her lips curl upward and could not help but ask, seriously, Jiro, why are you smiling like an idiot while you are sick? I feel really happy. Dummy. Chen Lu was speechless. This silly girl was way too easy to please. My birthday is coming up. I remember that better than you do. Liang Jiro hugged him a little tighter. Maybe she was enjoying the privileges of being a patient, her actions were more intimate than usual. There are less than 13 months until my next birthday. By then, I will be 20. Chen Lu smiled and kissed her on the forehead. Even that was warm to the touch. I remember that better than you do, too. Who knows what this silly girl is hinting at now? A while later, after he noticed that Liang Jiro had fallen asleep, Chen Lu carefully tried to get up. Just as he was about to rise and head to the kitchen, he realized that his arm was still locked tightly in her grasp. She had wrapped herself around him like an octopus, one leg thrown over both of his, binding him completely. Perhaps sensing her prey trying to escape, the sleeping octopus instinctively tightened her hold, pulling him back in with her limbs wrapped tightly around him. Now that she was hugging him like a giant stuffed bear, Chen Lu dared not move. He stared blankly at the ceiling and blinked. He clearly had not processed the situation yet. It felt a bit surreal. He had all these elaborate plans left unused. The whole sleeping in the same bed plan, was it really accomplished this easily? This was it? Report to headquarters. I think I have infiltrated the enemy in a rather strange way. The sun had completely set, and dusk gradually spread. As the sky darkened, it felt as though the whole world had slowed down. This feeling was especially noticeable in the old residential neighborhood. The children who had been playing downstairs had all returned home, and looking out, every window fitted with outdated security bars now glowed with warm light. Only one window remained dark. After Liang Jiro clung to Chen Lu, he did not move again, naturally not having the chance to get out of bed to turn on the light. He quietly gazed at the hazy night outside, feeling a little conflicted. He never imagined that his first time sharing a bed with a girl would unfold like this. There were no other thoughts in his mind, only concern. In just this short time, he had already touched Liang Jiro's forehead, who knew how many times, afraid her temperature might rise again. Liang Jiro, however, slept peacefully. This silly girl had absolutely no guard up around him, despite scolding him every day for being a pervert. Girls were truly strange creatures. Chen Lu sighed inwardly and reached out to touch her forehead again. To be fair, this girl was soft all over, hugging her was really comforting. Perhaps the movement was a bit too big this time, and the girl in his arms softly whimpered, then slowly opened her eyes. Still uncomfortable? Are you hungry? Chen Lu asked in a low voice. A little, Liang Jiro mumbled, still half asleep. It was not even clear which question she was answering. She had not yet noticed that she was tangled around Chen Lu like an octopus and burrowed even closer into his chest. What time is it now? A little after 8. Want to keep sleeping? If not, sit up and have some water, I'll go make you something to eat. I do not want to sleep, and I do not want to eat either, Liang Jiro said, her voice thick with drowsiness. Then what do you want to do? Chen Lu asked, puzzled. Now seeming more awake, Liang Jiro smiled, lifted her face, and kissed his neck. I just want to stay like this with you. Chen Lu took a deep breath. Her fever had already gone down, but her breath on his neck was still warm. Has it been a long time since someone took care of you while you were sick? This is the first time, she said thoughtfully, then added, at least since I can remember. The dim room fell into silence. In the darkness, Liang Jiro felt Chen Lu holding her even tighter. With that one action, he expressed everything he wanted to say. The corners of Liang Jiro's mouth lifted, and she hugged him back just as tightly, as if they both wanted to merge into each other. After a while, will I infect you? She asked seriously. Her body was still slightly damp with sweat, and a few strands of hair clung to her cheek. She was no longer pressed so close to Chen Lu. Girls always want to show their best selves to the one they love, and clearly, being sweaty did not meet the standard. No, Chen Lu said flatly. But even if you did, that would be fine. I would get to experience what it's like being taken care of by you. You do not have to be sick to experience that. I am going to remember you said that. The final interpretation rights belong to me, Liang Jiro added softly. She had a feeling Chen Lu was up to no good. Now that she was sick, he could not act like a pervert, but who knew what he would do later? If she really ended up taking care of Chen Lu as a patient, there was no telling how much he might try to tease her. After all, he definitely had some peculiar interests. Naomi once said that was called roleplay, or something like that. Chen Lu's smile froze on his face. He poked her forehead hard. You have turned bad. Final interpretation rights, huh? This silly girl had grown sly. I have not. Liang Jiro shifted her posture, curled up neatly on her side, her clear, bright eyes blinking as she looked at Chen Lu. In a soft voice, she said, I want to sleep a bit more. Will you help me fall asleep? She did not know why, but today she just really wanted to be a little more spoiled. As if she wanted to make up for all the things she missed in previous years. She suddenly felt a bit self-conscious and reached out to touch Chen Lu's stomach. She sensed she might be acting too willfully. Once I fall asleep, you have to eat dinner. You have not eaten yet. All right, Chen Lu chuckled, slightly exasperated. He did not expect her to still remember to nag him about eating well even now. Suddenly, Liang Jiro buried her face into his body and whispered so quietly it was nearly inaudible. Help me unfasten that clasp. Unfasten what? You are doing that on purpose, Liang Jiro said, both embarrassed and aggrieved. She wanted to die from the shame. You are trying to take advantage of me? Chen Lu raised his eyebrows. As a guy, he truly did not understand the motivation behind this. Liang Jiro took a deep breath, nearly drowning in regret. She should have just suffered through the discomfort. Girls always undo it before sleeping. Wearing it to sleep is really uncomfortable, so just unfasten it? You do not want me to take it off for you? Chen Lu asked helpfully, looking completely innocent, as if he were genuinely eager to assist. Liang Jiro stayed silent for 2 seconds, then bit him. Chen Lu winced, but he stopped making jokes. He obediently stretched out his arms and carefully reached around her back, as if he were defusing a bomb. He had no choice. The weapon, no, the teeth, were pressed against his neck. He could bet that if he tried anything even slightly inappropriate, he would be bitten hard. For the first time in his life, he felt that having a darkroom was a disadvantage. He could not see a damn thing. Liang Jiro was utterly mortified, burying her face so deeply she could not even look at him. He tilted his head slightly, and his hands, through the fabric, carefully found her back. When his fingers touched her smooth skin, his heart immediately began to pound. He fumbled for a while and, after confirming there were just 3 fasteners, Chen demolition expert Lu began his operation. Whether it was because he was too nervous or because he was unfamiliar, he found it unexpectedly tricky to unhook something that seemed structurally simple. It took him half a minute to undo all 3 clasps. The moment the last one came undone, his heart nearly leapt out of his chest. Looking at it was one kind of thrill, touching it was a whole different one. Sensing the bomb had been defused, Liang Jiro quickly grabbed his hands, not letting him go any further. Chen Lu obediently withdrew. No wonder they say most guys who can undo one of these one-handed are assholes. He could not help thinking to himself, these damn fasteners were such a pain, especially when you had to figure them out by touch alone. If it feels uncomfortable sleeping like this, just take it off and put it to the side, Chen Lu said seriously. I'll go boil some hot water for you. Anyway, once I get you to sleep, I'll leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl suddenly hugged him tightly again, pressing her whole body against his. I don't want you to leave, Liang Jiro said softly. Maybe it was the weakness from being sick, but her voice had an unexpectedly delicate tenderness to it. Hiss. Chen Lu drew in a sharp breath. Why was this silly girl getting better at acting spoiled? Who could resist this? All right, I won't leave. I'll boil the water and come right back to stay with you. I don't want that either. As she spoke, Liang Jiro hugged him even tighter. Maybe it was the lack of constraints now, but Chen Lu felt that the soft little kitten between them had become even softer. If you keep doing this, I won't be able to resist misbehaving, Chen Lu said. I'm the patient, Liang Jiro emphasized again. Chen Lu bent forward slightly, helpless. After repeating to himself a few times, I am a gentleman, he softened his tone. Then let me help you fall asleep. He said that, but in truth, he had no idea how to lull someone to sleep. Strictly speaking, the last time he'd done it was when he tried to soothe Chen Mo when she was still in elementary school. But Chen Mo was a different story. She could fall asleep in seconds, even with a pile of homework undone. Putting her to sleep when she was sick had never been a challenge. The two of them lay in the darkness, quietly facing each other. Even though they couldn't see clearly, they could still make out the contented smiles on each other's faces. Chen Lu sighed and admitted honestly, I really don't know how to lull someone to sleep. Liang Zhiro blinked. I don't either. No one's ever done that for me. Just as Chen Lu was lost in thought, the girl suddenly propped herself up, gently laid his arm across her pillow, then rested her head on it with great care. Still not entirely satisfied, she nestled into his chest and finally settled down. This is good, Liang Zhiro said with her eyes closed. She felt she could fall asleep quickly like this. She had never felt so at peace. The first time she stayed over, she had been nervous. But now that feeling had completely vanished. Chen Lu had shown again and again, with his actions, just how deep his love for her truly was. Seeing the slight smile on her lips, Chen Lu smiled faintly too. You're too easily satisfied. Want me to tell you a story? Liang Zhiro looked up at him. Isn't it kind of childish for someone my age to be falling asleep to bedtime stories? Although, she was rather curious to try. It's fine. I'm being childish with you, aren't I? Chen Lu said casually, utterly unconcerned. As long as this silly girl was happy, being childish was no big deal. Liang Zhiro did not reply, only hugged him tightly. The sweetness on her lips simply would not go away. Chen Lu kissed her forehead with a smile. When she was sick, this silly girl seemed to take on a whole new charm. She looked endlessly lovable. He randomly searched for a fairy tale and began reading it aloud in a soft, gentle voice. To his surprise, it actually felt kind of fun. Together, the two of them were already 40 years old if you added their ages, yet here they were gleefully analyzing fairy tales. Whenever Chen Lu made a sarcastic comment about the plot, it always made Liang Zhiro laugh. What do you think the big bad wolf usually eats? Chen Lu asked. Meat, of course. Then how does it go around making friends with the other little animals in the forest while eating meat? He continued. Liang Zhiro shrank under the blanket. Suddenly your version of the story feels kind of dark. What kind of person even thinks in that direction? She was starting to think her boyfriend had a bit of a twisted mind. Chen Lu smiled at her. Actually, this kind of plot is quite realistic. Like me, I'm being your boyfriend while also thinking about how to devour you completely. Pervert. Liang Zhiro gently kicked him under the covers. Chen Lu bent his body again, trying to stay calm. Stop moving. So you really were thinking dirty thoughts. I wasn't. My body just has a mind of its own. After all the times they had been physically close, there were reactions even Liang Zhiro could no longer ignore. Shyly, she asked, is it really uncomfortable for you? I'm fine, Chen Lu insisted, stubbornly. If it's really that bad, then maybe I could help you, she whispered. Chen Lu froze. He no longer needed to wonder where she learned such things. Before his brain could even process it, his mouth blurted out, Are you serious? Liang Zhiro pouted and gave him a soft hum. And you say you weren't thinking about anything. Once his reason and intelligence kicked back in, everything he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. He immediately warned, I'm telling you, keep talking like that, and I'll make you regret it. Liang Zhiro buried herself under the blanket, leaving only half her face visible. Her clear, pretty eyes blinked up at him. But I'm still sick. Chen Lu was completely stunned. This was the first time he'd fallen into one of Liang Zhiro's traps and experienced the humiliation of being unable to retaliate. She was progressing way too fast. What had once been his complete advantage now seemed questionable. Suddenly, Chen Lu snapped to attention. Liang Zhiro could get clever too. If he kept slacking off, he'd become the rabbit in that fable with the turtle. When that happened, all his boiled frog strategies would go down the drain. Managing to change the topic, he obediently kept reading the story. And when he was about to say something else, he found the girl next to him had already fallen asleep. Even in sleep, the faint smile on her lips remained. To her, the content of the story did not matter. Hearing Chen Lu's voice was enough to bring her peace. Chen Lu lay beside her quietly and slowly closed his eyes. A while later, he opened them again. He could not sleep. Helplessly, he sat up, tucked the blanket around the sleeping girl, and finally returned to his own room. The next morning, sometime during the night, a light rain had started to fall, making the morning feel unusually cool. As always, Liang Zhiro woke up on time, guided by her unshakable internal clock. After freshening up, she tiptoed into Chen Lu's room. Resting her chin in her hands, she lay quietly beside the bed, watching Chen Lu's sleeping face. She would never tell him that she spent every day thinking about how to make him happy. How else could she know so many flirtatious things to say? She had never even dated anyone before. He looked so lovable, she finally pulled out her phone, wanting to capture the moment forever. Just as she got the angle right, Chen Lu's alarm went off. Startled, Chen Lu and the flustered Liang Zhiro looked at each other. The atmosphere turned awkward. You're awake? Chen Lu asked. Liang Zhiro nodded sheepishly. Yes. Let me check. Liang Zhiro bit her lip, climbed onto the bed, and immediately leaned closer. I thought you were going to check my forehead. Why did I ever trust him? I was checking your conscience. How dare you try to take a secret photo of me? Chenlu dropped the act, sat up, and placed his hand on her forehead. Only after confirming her temperature was normal did he relax. This silly girl was getting more mischievous by the day. If he had not set multiple alarms in fear her fever might return, she really would have gotten away with it. Just as he turned off the alarm, a new ringtone echoed in the room. This time, it was Liang Jiro's phone. Ever since Chenlu had once sung the song "What's So Wrong With It," it had become her ringtone. She glanced at the caller ID and immediately jumped up. It's my mom calling. What are you panicking for? Chenlu looked at the girl flustered and anxious, finding it genuinely amusing. She was acting like they had actually done something. Oh, well, they had just done something slightly improper. Liang Jiro took 2 deep breaths and tapped the answer button with trembling fingers. Hello, Mom. Her voice was so soft it was nearly inaudible. Her right hand nervously clutched the edge of her shirt, twisting and tugging at it non-stop. A kind voice came through the phone. What are you doing? The girl thought for a long while but could not decide what to say, making Xiao Xuanfang think the call had frozen. After calling out a few more times without hearing a reply, she finally heard, I was just about to go get something to eat. How's Miao Miao? Liang Jiro paused. Miao Miao, she's doing okay. Xiao Xuanfang sighed. I saw on Baidu that this kind of illness usually requires surgery. Poor child, sick and with no family around. I heard it's very painful when it flares up. You take good care of her, alright, she added. Liang Jiro slightly opened her mouth. Yes, it's painful. A few seconds later, she saw Chenlu typing on his phone. Without thinking, she instinctively read it out loud. She cried all night from the pain, kept rolling around. Mid-sentence, she realized something was off, but she was too deep in to stop and did not know how to fix it. She could only close her eyes and finish the sentence, then quickly shot a mortified and annoyed look at Chenlu. Why did he never miss a chance to mess with her? Chenlu nearly lost it. He had to bite his lip hard to keep from laughing out loud. At this point, Lin Miaomiao officially ranked up in his mind as one of the best wingmen alongside Jiang Chao. After Xiao Xuanfang gave a few more reminders, she hung up, and only then did Liang Jiro relax. She collapsed onto the bed like she had just run an 800-meter sprint. This silly girl was clearly not good at lying, her words were hesitant, and her cheeks were still slightly flushed. She let out a deep breath, lay flat on her back for a moment, then crawled over to lie on top of Chenlu, looking pitiful. I feel like I'd become a bad kid. Congratulations, you've become a mature adult, the kind who lies to their parents and stays out all night. Chenlu teased her. He had not thought much of it before, but now, for some reason, the whole thing suddenly felt a bit exciting. You're still talking. Liang Jiro bit his shoulder, then buried her face in his neck. You've corrupted me. Even though she stayed because she didn't want Xiao Xuanfang to worry, she still felt like she had done something wrong. Her cheeks really were burning, it was hard to tell if it was from embarrassment or her fever. Chenlu was unconcerned. If you're not going to join me in being bad, who else would you join? I suggest you give up the struggle, you're bound to be corrupted by someone as wicked as me. He had just picked up his phone to check the time when he saw that his mom was calling. Now it was his turn to jolt upright, startling Liang Jiro. But Chenlu did not answer immediately. He deliberately waited a moment before answering with a groggy voice, Mom? What is it so early in the morning? I was asleep, you woke me. Compared to Liang Jiro's hesitant stammering, he lied with a calm face and steady tone, completely unfazed. Wang Xiaoxia's voice was energetic. Your dad said you're giving a speech at the end of the month at school. Is it true? Of course it's true. The school doesn't even provide a script, I'm so stressed I'm losing hair. Very impressive. Wang Xiaoxia chuckled, clearly proud. You weren't even this excited when your son made a few million, Chenlu muttered. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt Liang Jiro's hand sneak around to his waist, fingers poised to tickle. Frightened, Chenlu shot her a pleading look. Seeing that it had no effect, he glared at her fiercely. That seemed to work a bit. You just don't get it, Wang Xiaoxia said smugly. When you made millions, I couldn't exactly go around bragging about it. But this, once the video's out, your entire extended family will know. Chenlu had just opened his mouth when Liang Jiro tickled him anyway, making him roll sideways. What are you laughing at? Wang Xiaoxia sounded puzzled. I'm just really happy to finally be able to show off a bit. While he was talking, Chenlu grabbed Liang Jiro's hand tightly, preventing further sneak attacks. Seeing her hand was trapped, Liang Jiro simply leaned in and started rubbing her head against his waist. Chenlu tried to block her with one hand, but her other hand slipped free again. He had to put the phone aside and use both hands to restrain her completely. The two of them tussled back and forth, with rustling noises filling the room. Chen Lu was beyond exasperated. This silly girl did not pick up on his good habits, but she sure mastered the art of petty revenge. And of course, misfortune never comes alone. The questions from the phone call kept coming. "I'm not working today. How about I come visit you later?" Chen Lu forced a calm voice. "Haven't I already sent you videos? What's the big deal? What's the matter? Your mom's not allowed to visit your place now?" Wang Xiaoxia joked. "What, you hiding someone there? Come if you want." Chen Lu decided to just go with it. His mom was notoriously short on follow-through. Agreeing would probably make her lose interest. If he refused, she might get suspicious and actually show up to check if someone was hiding in his room. Next to him, Liang Jiro sat cross-legged, tapping away on her phone. Finally, she held up the screen for him to see. "Are you a pig? Nod and I'll let you go." Chen Lu gritted his teeth and grabbed her wrist. "Mom, I'm hanging up now, my phone wasn't charged last night." And with that, he ended the call and tossed the phone aside. As if he was going to be defeated by a silly girl? Liang Jiro clearly had not expected that. She stared at him blankly, then lowered her head and said sincerely, "I know I was wrong." Chen Lu smiled at her, looking completely harmless. After messing around for a while, Chen Lu volunteered to make breakfast and strolled out of the room. Liang Jiro sat on the bed, tugged her collar to hide the hickey near her collarbone, and while fixing her messy hair, opened her messages. "Lin Miao, tell me everything. What exactly happened between you two last night?" Liang Jiro, "Nothing happened." Lin Miao, "Jiro, you've changed. You never lied to me before." Liang Jiro, "I'm really not lying." Lin Miao, "That's it? The organization is deeply disappointed in you." Lin Miao sent several shocked emojis in a row, clearly looking incredulous. Liang Jiro, "What else could have happened?" She felt a little lost. Apparently, the pace she considered ideal was as slow as a snail in other people's eyes. Then Lin Miao messaged again. "It's not that bad. I'm just a bystander watching the drama, and it's a bit disappointing that what I imagined didn't happen. Speaking of which, one of my dorm mates and her boyfriend did everything after just 2 weeks together." Liang Jiro slightly pulled at her collar, glanced at the red mark near her collarbone in the small mirror, and quickly covered it again. She and Chen Lu had only gotten that far. As for the rest, she was not mentally prepared yet. "Liang Jiro, does that mean I'm not normal?" Lin Miao, "It's not that you're abnormal, it's just that when the wrong thing becomes the norm, the right thing starts to look wrong." "Just kidding, mostly. This is exactly why I call you silly, only someone like you would doubt themselves over something like this. I'm just here to stir the pot and enjoy the drama." Clown emoji. "What are you doing?" A while later, Chen Lu saw Liang Jiro sitting on the bed looking at her phone. He leaned over to ask, though he had already guessed the answer in his head. It was either Lin Miao or Chen Mo. There was no one else. Although Chen Mo was already in her final year of high school, she still took her phone to school. But lately, she seemed to be studying seriously, so odds were it was Lin Miao. Feeling his idle hand being held, Liang Jiro gently squeezed back. "I'm chatting with Miao. She definitely isn't saying anything decent," Chen Lu joked. Liang Jiro replied with a soft a bit embarrassed. Chen Lu did not need to look at the screen to guess what that social chaos agent had said, probably asking about what happened last night. "They say you become who you hang out with. Be careful she doesn't corrupt your mind." Liang Jiro tilted her head. "Miao is the dark influence?" "No, she's yellow." Chen Lu felt the calluses on her palm and gently said, "The calluses on your hand are getting better." Liang Jiro nodded, looked up at him, and asked, "Does it feel better when you're being all pervy?" "Things between a couple, how can that be called being pervy?" Chen Lu replied with a straight face, still gently playing with her soft hand. "This is called deepening intimacy." Then he smiled. "But still, congratulations on finally learning to joke, even if it's by teasing your boyfriend." Lately, Chen Lu found himself constantly marveling at how much Liang Jiro had changed. She was still timid and shy, but with him, she had grown noticeably more playful. It was only natural. She was, after all, a 19-year-old girl. She had simply been suppressed for too long. Besides her naturally gentle and shy nature, she also deserved to enjoy the youthful liveliness of her age. He had changed too. Liang Jiro had changed him with her actions, made him more confident, made him truly believe in his feelings for her. Looking back, her responses had long since made it clear that she liked him. But back then, he just could not believe it. Even right before confessing, he still had no confidence. "I wasn't joking," Liang Jiro suddenly said seriously as Chen Lu's thoughts wandered. She really felt confused. "I genuinely just wanted to feel better for you when you hold my hand. Before being with Chen Lu, she never would have bothered spending time or money to care for her hands. Chen Lu. He silently took a deep breath, careful not to make a sound. Should he just marry this silly girl now? He really could not take it anymore. A marriage certificate was just a piece of paper. He had to get her home and make her his wife now. Liang Jiro looked at Chen Lu's strange expression and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Lu walked to the door and cleared his throat forcefully. "Nothing, let's eat breakfast." After breakfast, the large batch of items Chen Lu ordered online arrived. Liang Jiro began helping him organize the apartment. Once you have the essentials in place, people naturally begin adding things to increase happiness. After all, humans are pleasure-seeking creatures. Even though it was a rented place, Chen Lu was enthusiastic about fixing it up. He had no plans to move before buying a home for marriage. A 2-bedroom apartment is not big, but not small either. With a little decoration, it easily felt lived in. Flowers, plants, even if he might not keep them alive, he still wanted to place them around. The centerpiece was the oversized beanbag sofa he placed in the living room. He had picked an extra large one, just right for 2 people to snuggle on while watching movies. No need to buy couple seats at the cinema anymore. By the time they finished organizing everything, it was nearly noon. Chen Lu flopped onto the soft couch, practically sinking into it, and opened his arms toward Liang Jiro, who was arranging flower pots on the balcony. "Come here." Liang Jiro slowly walked over, turned her face to the side, bit her lip, shut her eyes tight, and dove into his arms. Chen Lu held her tightly and looked at the freshly cleaned floor. It finally felt a little like home. Even though they still had not actually shared a bed for real. "Your mom won't suddenly show up, will she?" Liang Jiro suddenly sat up, looking nervously into Chen Lu's eyes. Earlier, while on the phone, she vaguely remembered him mentioning it. "She might." Chen Lu answered honestly. "You should know my mom's temper by now. Put nicely, she's easy to talk to. Put not so nicely, better stop there." Saying the rest might get him killed. "Then what do we do?" Liang Jiro was baffled by how calm he was. If they got caught red-handed, how would they explain anything? "We haven't done anything. Why are you so nervous? And that doesn't count as anything?" Chen Lu blinked at her, wide-eyed and innocent. "What did we do, exactly?" "Liang Jiro, you've got a dirty mind. We're upright and honest. If my mom wants to come, let her. What's there to be afraid of?" Liang Jiro pouted and stopped talking. This man probably wanted to be misunderstood. He would definitely use that excuse to push her to move in with him. He did not care about purity at all. He probably even looked forward to being misunderstood and getting scolded. Suddenly, Liang Jiro felt she had become much smarter. She could now even guess what Chen Lu was scheming. After suffering enough, one always gets smarter, especially when all the suffering came from the same person. Her brain had analyzed everything clearly. She had laid bare all of this man's hidden tricks and schemes. But her body still could not help but curl into Chen Lu's embrace, greedily absorbing the sense of safety it gave her. Her lips mumbled softly on their own. "You make a good point." Time flew by, and it was the morning of the day Chen Lu was scheduled to give his speech. By common sense, the end of September is already considered the tail end of summer, and the sun-scorched days are supposedly nearing their end. But has the cool autumn truly arrived? Not quite. One could only say it is on its way. It might take until late October for the weather to actually cool down. The morning was not too hot. The air conditioning in the studio was off. Chen Lu sat slumped in a chair, looking dispirited, cramming his speech at the last minute. Suddenly, the office door was flung open with force. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Chen Lu frowned as he saw it was Lin Miao. So loud and abrupt, it startled him. All right, today was Lin Miao's first day back at work after a short vacation. Acute appendicitis, understandable. Lin Miao excitedly placed her phone on the desk and knocked on the table twice with her knuckles. Look. Chen Lu straightened up and leaned over to take a look. It was an anime-style original illustration with heavy brushwork, depicting the female lead of a silent voice, Shoko Nishimiya, grabbing a bicycle and confessing her feelings. Although the anatomy was a bit off, the sunset in the background of the street highlighted the character, making the image even more vivid. It felt as though the emotion had leapt out of the painting. There are countless illustrations that are instantly attractive or sexy, but those that immediately convey a feeling, those are rare. "Not bad," Chen Lu said calmly as he slowly sat back down. "This was drawn by Jiro." Chen Lu perked up instantly. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He almost pressed his face to the phone screen. "It's really beautiful." The corners of his mouth lifted, and he grew more and more excited as he spoke. "See? I told you my girlfriend is a genius." Lin Miao was a little speechless. This guy had looked so indifferent just a moment ago. Jiro experiences visuals differently from most people. She really should receive proper training. Find someone truly skilled to mentor her, a professional concept artist. Aren't you professional enough already? Although Chen Lu was reluctant to admit it, Lin Miaomiao's artistic skills were quite impressive. After just a few months at the company, she had already made considerable progress. Even if she could not match the lead artists at major game studios, she handled the role of art director at this company with ease. She has more potential than I do. Lin Miaomiao beamed as though she had just discovered she herself was a genius. Art is not something you master easily. You, as an outsider, might not see it, but Jiro's rate of improvement is already incredible. Of course, she had a high starting point. But wait, hasn't she always watched you draw? How come you're only realizing this now? Chen Lu found it odd. Lin Miaomiao looked at the illustration in her phone gallery and sighed deeply. Before she met you, no. Before Auntie Xiao had her surgery, she would not even touch this stuff. No matter how much I tried to convince her, she just would not touch it. Of course I did not notice. Back then, the only way she entertained herself was by sleeping quietly. She dared not imagine what kind of life that silly girl would be living now if she had not met Chen Lu. After all, she herself was no match for Chen Lu. There was only so much she could do, and eventually, she would graduate from university and go home. Chen Lu gave a slight nod, without saying much in response. He then added, by the way, you should stop teaching her all that nonsense. I asked her if she liked cats, and she replied that she liked me. Lin Miaomiao looked at him with a cold face. Are you deliberately trying to show off? Did you not teach her that? Chen Lu found it hard to believe. Could that silly girl really be flirting with him all on her own? How could he show his face if this got out? Of course not. Lin Miaomiao immediately retorted. She was just saying something romantic to you, and you freak out. Is it not possible that your defenses are just too weak? No such possibility. Ugh, forget it. You would not understand. After all, she likes me that much. Chen Lu sighed with an air of melancholy, as if he were one step away from plastering Liang Jiro loves me more across his face. Lin Miaomiao bit her lip in frustration, fuming but unable to refute him. All she could do was slam the door and storm out. Another day ruined by a heartless boss, too upset to eat. Chen Lu looked at the tightly shut door, and the corners of his mouth nearly curled up to the heavens. He suddenly realized he had not only snatched Lin Miaomiao's only best friend, Liang Jiro, and made her his girlfriend, but also lured Lin Miaomiao into his company to exploit her talent. He raised an eyebrow. Was he the third wheel who stole someone's love? Was the cuckold actually himself? By around 9 in the morning, Chen Lu had already arrived backstage. The school administration seemed to place considerable importance on this speech, scheduling it in the same auditorium that had previously hosted the anniversary celebration. Quite a few people from the company had come along to join the excitement, gathering together and causing a bit of a commotion. It was said that representatives from various sectors would be attending, and as for the rest of the audience, most were freshmen. He had once felt a bit envious seeing Lin Miaomiao in the recruitment promotional video as the center of attention. He never expected that so soon he would also have the opportunity to appear on the university's official website. Who would ever turn down a chance to show off? There are so many people in the stands. Having taken a look outside, Liang Jiro slowly walked over to Chen Lu and said in a timid voice, and there are a lot of people holding cameras, filming everywhere. As expected, she still found it difficult to deal with such crowded environments. If she were the one giving the speech, she felt certain she would be so nervous she would want to dig a hole and crawl into it. Chen Lu set his script aside, ignoring the fact that there were people around, and simply took the girl's hand. I heard there are even people from the television station. Liang Jiro's mouth opened slightly in surprise. Seeing her reaction made Chen Lu even more pleased with himself. Your boyfriend is amazing, is he not? Do you not feel an overwhelming urge to marry me on the spot? In your dreams. Liang Jiro pouted gently. A few seconds later, she looked at Chen Lu again with worry in her eyes and asked softly, You are not nervous, are you? Chen Lu found it funny. This silly girl seemed not to realize she was more nervous than he was. Her palms were already damp with sweat. Just knowing that she was this anxious on his behalf made his heart feel warm. No. Chen Lu was halfway through his reply when he quickly swallowed his words. I am so nervous I could die. Liang Jiro gripped his hand a little more tightly, then reached out with her other hand to gently stroke the back of his hand. You should try taking deep breaths. It does not help, Chen Lu replied seriously, his expression deadpan. He sneaked a glance at the makeup mirror, increasingly satisfied with his acting. Why had he started a business at all? He truly had the talent for acting, what a waste. Then, do you want to drink some water? Liang Jiro grew even more worried, her eyes sparkling like autumn water. blinking as she looked at him. The concern on her face was practically overflowing. That does not help either. Chenlu slowly shook his head, then met Liang Jiro's eyes with a solemn expression. I know a method. Will you help me? Liang Jiro nodded earnestly. Chenlu, deeply moved, typed, "You got this," hubby on his phone and held it up for her to see. It does not matter how many people are around. Come close and whisper it to me. When Liang Jiro read it, her face instantly turned bright red all the way to the tips of her ears. She gave him a shy glance, feeling wronged. You are not nervous at all. Look, my hands are shaking. Chen Oscar-worthy actor Lu raised his hand in front of her, continuing his performance flawlessly. We are not even married yet, the girl mumbled with a bit of hesitation, but still leaned in and whispered ever so quietly. Chen Lu was dissatisfied. Just now when I asked if you wanted to marry me, you said I was dreaming. Can I not even indulge in a little fantasy to soothe myself? You are the only one who can help me now. Just imagine your boyfriend making a fool of himself in front of all these people. Just the thought of it makes me want to disappear from the face of the earth. All right. Following his line of reasoning, Liang Jiro could not bear to even imagine it. She clenched her teeth and leaned closer to him, bringing her mouth to his ear. Hubby. The girl's nervous and rapid breaths brushed against the back of his ear, making his own breathing grow slightly heated. You got this. Chen Lu swallowed hard. His eyes shone with determination, as if he had just been injected with adrenaline. I got this. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Pang Lian knocked twice and walked in, anxiously saying, Lu, a school administrator is asking for you. I think his name is Chen. Chen Lu stood up and walked out. That is my father. Without even glancing at Pang Lian, whose jaw was about to hit the floor, Chen Lu walked on, slightly curious. Pang Lian was momentarily stunned but quickly followed. He still had something to report. Lu, the demo for the new game is ready, Pang Lian said, looking somewhat embarrassed. It is just that we suddenly shifted from card games to action games, and we have no experience. Even if we work ourselves to death, we might only manage to produce a half-finished version by the end of next month. To be honest, calling it a half-finished version was already putting it nicely. While simultaneously maintaining stable updates for their first game, they had to carve out time to develop the next one within 2 to 3 months. The difficulty was obvious. Although both were roguelike games, card games and 2D side-scrolling action games were fundamentally different genres with nothing in common in terms of development. Pang had already prepared himself for a scolding, but to his surprise, Chen Lu simply nodded. That is fine. A half-finished version is enough. Do not pour too much energy into this game. It is only a stepping stone. Use this time to study how other developers make anime-style mobile games. What do you mean? Pang Lian's mind did not immediately catch on. Idiot. Chen Lu leaned against the corridor wall instead of walking straight to the stage, gesturing toward the people outside who were filming all over. Our company is not doing promotional work for the school for free, right? This is mutual. The traffic from this event can also benefit our new game. Now Peng understood completely. So, Lu, are you planning to take the money and run from the platform? Chen Lu raised 3 fingers and said with a pained expression, right now, we only get 30% of the revenue. In other words, if we earn 1 million on this casual game platform, we have to hand over 700,000. If we want to grow bigger and stronger, of course we need to move on. True. Pang craned his neck curiously to look outside. Even though he was not the one giving the speech, he inexplicably felt proud. Back when he impulsively went to interview with Chen Lu, he never imagined he would one day be part of something like this. While he was lost in emotion, Chen Lu slowly spoke again. By the way, there is something else I need you to take care of. What is it? Go talk to the school and the student council and get them to replace Qin Wenxi, who is supposed to host the event later. Chen Lu frowned as he looked at the message from the organizer on WeChat. I do not like her. Also, I want to find an opportunity to mention that I have a girlfriend. She is a bit much. Since the interview would be short and the questions had been sent to Chen Lu in advance, there had been no rehearsal. The person asking the questions was only notified at the last minute. Me? But I have never done that before, Peng said quietly. You can learn. It would not be appropriate for me to step in directly. If you do it, they will know it was my idea but still not lose face. Just the right balance. Peng immediately nodded hard. Right, I can learn. After Peng left, Chen Lu slowly walked to the viewing area, looking for his dad. School officials were all seated in the front rows, so it was easy to spot him. To his surprise, Mo Wenbin was there too. Dad, Uncle Mo. Chen Lu greeted them softly as he approached. The two nodded and resumed their conversation once he sat down. You see, the stuff young people have these days is so interesting. You can work out with the game console at home, Chen Guanglin said, showing a video on his phone and pointing at the screen. This thing is called a fitness ring, I think. Mo Wenbin glanced down at his slightly protruding belly. Lend me yours for a try. I should keep up with young people's trends too. I did not buy one. I think morning jogs are enough. Do not tell me your wife would not let you buy it? As if. Chen Lu was exasperated. These two old men were well over 80 years old combined, yet still lacked any sense of seriousness when they got together. Uncle Mo, what brings you here? He asked awkwardly. Ever since Mo Yuqing had left, he had not dared to call Mo Wenbin. After all, what happened between the two of them had become known to both families. However, since then, Chen Guanglin and Wang Xiaoxia had pretended not to know anything and treated Liang Jiro as their future daughter-in-law, which had eased Chen Lu's pressure significantly. Why would I not come? Mo Wenbin chuckled. I watched you grow up, running around naked. Is it not natural for me to come see you? It is just, a few months ago you said you would take me out for dinner, but I never heard back. I thought maybe you were avoiding me. You little brat. Guanglin, tell his mom to smack him when we get home, Mo Wenbin said as he stood up. I am going to the restroom. As they chatted, everyone who had been backstage with Chen Lu came up to the stands. Liang Jiro gave Chen Lu a dazed look before walking with Lin Miaomia toward the seats designated for students. Chen Lu glanced back at her, then patted Chen Guanglin on the shoulder and said, Dad, your daughter-in-law is over there. See her? You could search the entire school and not find a girl more beautiful than your daughter-in-law. Right now, Liang Jiro was extremely eye-catching. Even just walking through the rows of seats drew countless stares from nearby. Chen Guanglin cleared his throat. Stop talking nonsense. Be serious for once. This kid liked to talk big, but he had not even married her yet. Oh right, maybe he was still underage. Maybe it was age catching up to him, but he had started to envy those colleagues who already had grandchildren. Chen Lu was indignant. Do you want Jiro to be someone else's daughter-in-law? Forget I said anything. After a pause, Chen Guanglin changed the subject. Where is the guy you went into business with? Chen Lu scanned the audience again. I do not see him. Elsewhere. Zhang Chao sat quietly in the audience next to a slim, slightly tanned middle-aged man. The man was seated near the back, watching the trickle of late-arriving students. He did not speak when Zhang Chao joined him. Zhang Chao looked away with a sulky expression. Why are you here? Just looking around. The middle-aged man seemed indifferent. Are you not the one giving the speech? Either of us would be the same. Both kept straight faces, speaking in a dull, awkward tone. The man nodded, pulled out a lighter, and lit a cigarette. Zhang Chao hesitated with his hand in his pocket but ultimately did not offer to light it. Although he had guessed that his father would show up once he learned about the speech, it still felt awkward. He found it strange. He could bring tea and wait on his mother at home with no problem, but when it came to his father, it was unbearably awkward. The two of them sat in silence, the only sound being the occasional puff of smoke. Cut back on smoking. Mom nags me about it on the phone every day. After a while, Zhang Chao suddenly said. Still facing forward, they kept talking, but never once looked each other in the eye. The man grunted in reply. When he saw Mo Wenbin's figure, he stood up. Come home for a meal sometime. Do not make your mother worry. Then he walked off without saying goodbye to anyone. Both men had hidden what they truly wanted to say in the same way. The last row of the auditorium felt completely silent, with only Zhang Chao sitting alone. He fiddled with the lighter in his hand, twirling it with his fingers twice before a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. After a while, he ran up to the front and pulled Chen Lu aside. My dad showed up, Zhang Chao said directly, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Chen Lu glanced around again. That's good. Where is he? I'll go say hello. He saw Mo Yuqing's father here and then left. Probably didn't want me to think he came to kiss up, Zhang Chao said as the cigarette in his mouth bobbed up and down. He tried so hard to avoid suspicion, yet still said he was just here to take a look. A strange feeling stirred in his heart, and he began quietly reflecting on their relationship. Chen Lu was just about to joke, then why the hell are you telling me this, when Zhang Chao suddenly sighed. I don't even know if it's because things are going well for me now, but I find myself not hating him as much anymore. Back when his chosen major was changed behind his back, he had thrown a fit, left home in a rage, and started a reckless spiral of partying and slacking off at university. He skipped classes whenever possible, drank and partied every day, and often could not even remember the names of the girls he had just eaten with. It was not until he met Lu Yan that he gradually started to change. It seemed like most of his bad habits faded during the time he was pursuing her. He was not sure if that woman had done it on purpose. Looking back now, it all felt like a distant cloud. The memories were still clear, but the emotions from back then had already blurred. Recalling the past was like watching a film, there was no more emotional turmoil. With time, he truly had come to terms with it. Seeing Jiang Chao looking somewhat cheerful, Chen Lu exhaled deeply and said, "I've always felt that growing up is the process of reconciling with your parents. As they grow older and we mature, eventually we meet at a middle ground." Jiang Chao raised an eyebrow. "Why do you sound so philosophical? Don't you have a great relationship with your parents?" He could not believe this guy had ever had problems with his family. "Not entirely. I used to never understand why they completely left me alone, basically let me grow up wild. When I was a kid, I actually doubted whether I was their biological son. I felt neglected and even ran away from home once. It was after seeing what you went through that I slowly started to understand them. Actually, their thinking is really simple, they just did not know how to parent, so they decided they just wanted me to be happy." "I think that's great," Jiang Chao said, still a bit envious. People's sorrows are never the same. He had never experienced that kind of upbringing, but it just seemed so ideal to him. At the very least, it was free, and freedom was the one thing he had lacked the most growing up. He smiled faintly, amused. It seemed that what he and Chen Lu had lacked most as children was exactly what they were chasing now. He had always struggled to chase so-called freedom, while Chen Lu just wanted to feel grounded through the people around him. "All the lessons I've learned were through getting burned," Chen Lu said seriously. For example, how to be in a relationship." After saying that, Chen Lu smiled and walked slowly toward the stage under the guidance of a school staff member. In the audience, Liang Zhiro had opened her camera app and never switched it again, as if ready to record the moment her boyfriend stepped onto the stage at any time. The hand that was not holding the phone was clenched tightly in nervous tension, as though afraid to miss a second. Since the two had gotten together, the way they influenced each other was always subtle. She had started to enjoy recording meaningful moments too. "Didn't you have a part-time job today?" Lin Miao, sitting beside her, asked curiously. Although Liang Zhiro was not as overloaded as before, she was still busier than her every day. Clearly, some habits were not so easy to break. "I took the day off." Liang Zhiro's eyes were fixed on the stage, completely still. "My boyfriend is more important." This silly girl actually took leave, what a rare event. Lin Miao smacked her lips in disbelief and grew more irritated. "Can you two not survive without shoving your sweetness in my face? Is torturing me part of your play?" She had never wanted to be in a relationship more than now, it was pure agony. A moment later, her pupils shrank. "Look, your boyfriend is on stage." The current gaming industry was strange. Once a game became popular, even the lead developer would gain a following, let alone someone good-looking and from the same school. After the dean finished the opening speech and Chen Lu stepped onto the stage, there was a burst of rowdy cheers from the studio staff, followed by enthusiastic applause and cheers from the crowd. It almost startled Chen Lu, he had not expected this at all. Liang Zhiro did not respond, still staring steadily at Chen Lu, her eyes filled with longing. Chen Lu walked slowly onto the stage, bowed slightly, then stood up straight and scanned the crowd for the spot he had memorized. Despite the distance, their eyes seemed to meet for a moment. She did not know why, but she felt that Chen Lu was looking for her. And indeed, he was. Once he found Liang Zhiro, he raised his arm high and waved in her direction, not caring if it looked childish. Liang Zhiro was surprised, her heart warming. Her eyes grew moist, and she murmured softly, "Good luck," even though she knew full well he could not possibly hear her. Chen Lu, who had been a little nervous, was no longer nervous at all. He could not embarrass himself in front of his girlfriend. He had not brought the speech script with him. He recited everything smoothly, his eyes fixed on Liang Zhiro's location, not moving once, even though he could not make out her expression clearly. Of course, the same was true for Liang Zhiro. Many of the students here today are probably freshmen, newly arrived at this university. A lot of you may be feeling lost, like I once did. But that is all right. This is only the beginning, both for me and for all of you. Chen Lu bowed slowly, and the applause rang out. There were even faint cheers from many girls. He did not hurry off the stage. According to the agenda, it was time for a Q&A session. Chen Lu had expected Pang Lian to coordinate with the school and get Qin Wenxi replaced. What he did not expect was for Pang Lian to come up himself. Chen Lu's eyebrow twitched, was this guy out of his mind? Pang Lian grinned sheepishly, then picked up the script and brought the microphone to his mouth. "Senior Chen Lu, can you share your experience with your fellow students?" Of course. Chen Lu already knew what questions would be asked, so he felt no pressure at all. The two of them spoke like they were playing a game, relaxed and casual. What would have been stiff, empty questions suddenly became much more interesting. How did you get through difficult times? At my lowest points, it was my mentor and classmates who encouraged me, giving me the confidence and courage to overcome challenges. The school administration also stood firmly by my side, offering tremendous support. Like when my company was flat broke and we made it through just before the school support grant came in. He added that mentally. When he had answered all the questions he remembered and was thinking about how to shift the conversation toward his goal, Pang Lian asked again. Senior, you have always seemed so determined. Why is that? Chen Lu smiled and turned to look toward Liang Jiro. To be honest, I was not always this resolute. I have to thank my girlfriend, Liang Jiro. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room fell into complete silence. 2 seconds later, the murmuring and whispering began to ripple through the crowd, and the more excitable students had already started to stir things up. Sitting in the audience, Liang Jiro was completely stunned. Her mouth hung slightly open, and she blinked repeatedly. Clearly, she had not yet grasped what had just happened. Although Chen Lu had mentioned before that by the end of the month he would resolve the issue of people constantly asking for her WeChat, she never imagined he would do it by pulling such a bold move on stage. But as a girl, she was naturally inclined to appreciate romance. So aside from her shock, she was deeply moved. By doing this, Chen Lu had openly declared that he had a girlfriend. Not just within the school, the entire interview would be published online. From now on, it would become a part of his public identity. He was once again proving his loyalty and devotion through real action. The power of love? Pang Loyun continued. Chen Lu nodded slightly. You could say that. When I was at my most lost, she told me she would always be by my side. That is what helped me push through. It seems like you and your girlfriend have a very strong relationship? Absolutely. She matters far more than my life or my career. Damn, Jiro, your boyfriend really knows what he's doing, huh? Lin Myomya could not help but complain. She suddenly felt enlightened. Since there was no escaping the relentless dog food being shoved down her throat, why not just enjoy it? She could treat it like a drama. Besides, those actresses were not even as good-looking as Liang Jiro. Liang Jiro was too embarrassed to speak and only pressed her lips together. Why are you not saying anything? Lin Miao gently patted her hopeless best friend's shoulder. Do not tell me you are so moved you want to marry him right now? At those words, Liang Jiro's already warm cheeks instantly turned crimson. She lowered her head, fingers tightly twisted together, letting the strands of hair on either side of her face fall to hide her expression. In a soft, shy voice, she said, I have already wanted to. Lin Miao opened her mouth, then closed it again, repeatedly, but not a single word came out. Several seconds later, she blurted, spineless. Elsewhere, Chen Guanglin and Mo Wenbin were also surprised, their expressions tinged with amusement. If this had happened back in middle or high school, Chen Guanglin would probably have been calling Wang Xiaoxia the next second to report the situation, fearing a crisis and a joint parental crackdown. Now he just found it entertaining. Ha, his son was all grown up, already stealing someone else's precious daughter. Your kid's not bad, Mo Wenbin said, smacking his lips. These youngsters really knew how to stir things up. What a pity he was not his son-in-law. Chen Guanglin smiled with the corner of his mouth, raised his phone to take a picture of his son, and chuckled. He is all right. Maybe inherited a tenth of my talent. Xiao Lu is exactly like you were when you were young. Mo Wenbin suddenly thought of something. The smile faded from his face, and he sighed silently in his heart. When it comes to running a family or raising a child, I am no match for you. He never expected that the ordinary and uneventful days he once found boring were now something he could only dream of reliving. In the days when his family was whole, he longed for wealth and status. But now that he had everything else, he yearned only for family. In the end, it was all emptiness. Chen Guanglin also stopped smiling. While posting the photo of Chen Lu on stage to his social feed, he said solemnly, I told you back then, people need to know what matters most. That is true. But not everyone has the guts to step back when the tide is high, like you. Remind Xiao Lu when you get the chance. Do not worry. He understands. After Chen Lu stepped down from the stage, he initially planned to sneak into the audience, but was stopped by the school staff. Left with no choice, he messaged Liang Jiro and asked her to come backstage. He then sat quietly off to the side, saying nothing. Lu, what are you thinking about? Pang Lian asked, curious, leaning in. Chen Lu paused. Oh, thinking about the company's future plans. That is impressive. Pang Lian gave a heartfelt compliment, then slowly walked out. He could not just use people and walk away. He planned to buy some milk tea for the members of the school's arts department. That way he would get to know them better, those connections might come in handy one day. Watching Pang Lian leave, Chen Lu let out a deep sigh. That silly girl, Liang Jiro, was getting harder and harder to trick. How was he going to coax her into taking a nap with him? They had been living together during the day for a month now, yet the no man's land remained untouched. Aside from cuddling with her when she had a fever, there had been virtually no progress. Speak of the devil, just as he was pondering this, Liang Jiro appeared before him. She looked a little shy, turning her face slightly away and not speaking for a long while. This time, they spoke at the same time. Chen Lu smiled gently. You go first. Liang Jiro took out a thermos from her bag and asked softly, you talked so much just now, are you thirsty? I actually am a bit. Just as Chen Lu reached out to take it, he saw her twist off the lid, take a small sip herself, then breathe a sigh of relief and smile lightly. It is still warm. He stared at the girl before him, momentarily forgetting to reach for the thermos. Was this an angel sent by heaven to save him? The next second, the once quiet backstage was suddenly pierced by the girl's flustered voice. Why did you drink from the same spot I did? As soon as she spoke, she regretted it. She glanced nervously at the few people nearby who had turned their heads, then quickly sat down beside Chen Lu, burying her face in his shoulder like an ostrich. I do not want to live anymore. Just kill me. I did not. I was just absent-mindedly turning the thermos around. Chen Lu whispered by her ear. Do I seem like the kind of pervert who would deliberately find the spot you drank from? Drinking from the exact place she just did? A true gentleman like him would never do that, unless by accident. You are still talking. Liang Jiro was both embarrassed and angry. If there had not been other students around, she might have bitten him. Chen Lu grinned mischievously, then said seriously, next time someone asks for your WeChat, just tell them your boyfriend is me. Though being a so-called rising entrepreneur did not carry much authority within the school, it still had some weight among students. He could now speak directly with deans and department heads, not something ordinary students could do. Liang Jiro gently bumped her forehead against his shoulder. Saying something like that during his speech, only you would think of it. You will not get punished by the school, right? What would they punish me for? Chen Lu held the girl's hand and gave it a casual squeeze. Even if I did get punished, it would be worth it to make my girlfriend happy. I would be happy even if you did not say anything. Chen Lu snorted lightly. I do not know which little jealous girl gets jealous about everything. I am not. Though she denied it, the corners of her hidden lips still curled up uncontrollably. Truth was, she had always felt insecure. Fortunately, her boyfriend seemed to see right through everything. The next day, the last day of September. After lunch, Chen Lu lounged lazily on the couch scrolling through his phone, chuckling to himself every now and then. He truly never imagined he would make it onto the trending search list. He could only wonder what all those people who complimented his looks would think if they saw him grinning like a lunatic. Suddenly, he noticed a bit of peeling skin on his lips. He licked around to find the spot, then bit it off. A small flake of skin came loose in his teeth. Nothing happened. Every time autumn approached, people who disliked drinking water often experienced dry and chapped lips. Chen Lu was one of them. Of course, this did not escape Liang Jiro's eyes. I brought you some lip balm, she said suddenly, putting down her paintbrush midway through her drawing. Now that Xiao Xuanfang no longer needed constant care, she usually came to the rental apartment after classes and returned home at night. The two of them shared a mutual understanding. As long as they did not sleep together at night, it did not count as living together, they were still good kids. Before she finished speaking, she was already at the coffee table, rummaging through her bag. Just bought it? Chen Lu asked curiously. Liang Jiro looked up in surprise, clearly caught off guard, which only made her look even cuter. How did you know? Chen Lu sighed. Because you would never spend money on yourself. Embarrassed at being seen through, she pursed her lips and quickly unwrapped the plastic from the bomb, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Chen Lu. Chen Lu, who had been happily looking at his phone, frowned the moment he caught a whiff of the bomb's floral scent. It smells like flowers. You can keep it, I do not like putting that stuff on. He leaned back in rejection. Liang Jiro looked a bit troubled. But you never drink enough water. She realized her boyfriend sometimes acted like a child, he needed coaxing. Who says I do not? Drinks and watermelon are full of water, Chen Lu replied defiantly. Liang Jiro stayed calm, sitting beside him and coaxing gently like a parent. Just once a day, alright? As she spoke, she wrapped herself around his arm. Please? No, Chen Lu said, licking his lips. See? Not dry anymore. He hated this kind of stuff, mostly because when he was little, Wang Xiaoxia used to forcefully hold him down to smear lip balm on him. Now he had a natural aversion to it. Every 2 days? Liang Jiro lowered the bar. She could not help but wish that Chen Lu were as easy to manipulate as she was. Then none of this would be necessary. Still no. What if I give you something in return? She whispered, lowering her head. Her ears and cheeks felt like they were burning. Just getting him to wear lip balm and she had to sell her charm like this? Anyone overhearing might think she was begging him to do something outrageous. Chen Lu perked up and turned toward her. What kind of reward? I will kiss you a few more times later. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow. You think that's a fair exchange? Hearing that, Liang Jiro grew increasingly flustered. Without a word, she grabbed his hand and placed it on her thigh. She was wearing summer sleepwear, and sitting on the sofa left a strip of her thigh exposed. This should be enough. Her voice trembled with nervousness. She turned her head away and did not dare look at him. She had regretted buying the matching pajamas ever since she got tricked into it. She would bet her life that Chen Lu had planned this exact moment back when he talked her into buying them. As his hand touched the smooth skin, a grin crept over Chen Lu's face. His right hand started exploring, moving up and down, though if he moved upward too far, she would stop him. Still, it was more than satisfying. Are you done? Liang Jiro's voice quivered. With his hand pressing on her leg, she could not even run. She could only lean helplessly against his shoulder. Chen Lu simply pulled her long, slender legs up onto his lap. Not even close. I could play with these legs for a year. He had long admired the shape of her legs, and now that he could touch them, they were even more perfect than he imagined. Back when he watched Fate and heard the famous line legs for a year, he thought it was an exaggeration. Now he understood it completely. A year was a conservative estimate. He could crave these legs forever. Lip balm. Liang Jiro still remembered her original mission. Blushing, she picked up the lip balm and looked at him. Chen Lu had no time for that now. Busy. Later. She bit her lip in frustration. He always bullied her like this. Just as Chen Lu was wondering why she had gone quiet, he saw her applying it to herself instead. He found that odd, but before he could ask, Liang Jiro wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips against his. A few seconds later, she slowly pulled back and met Chen Lu's stunned gaze. Like this, once a day, is that all right? She asked shyly, turning her face away. Chen Lu could feel the balm on his lips. His gaze lingered on her soft lips. His heart pounded. He swallowed hard and said, as many times as you want. He suddenly realized he was completely at this little frog's mercy. So be it. If she had him wrapped around her finger, so be it. He did not mind. The frog could boil him later. He was enjoying this moment too much to care. One more time. After a while, Chen Lu spoke again. As the saying goes, it is easy to invite the god, hard to send him away. After giving Chen Lu the green light, Liang Jiro discovered that although he did not push his luck, he absolutely refused to give up any ground he had gained. She had no choice but to stay obediently by his side, watching digital painting tutorials on her phone, letting him freely caress her legs. She truly could not understand, was this really addictive? She now dared not wear those fancy socks in front of Chen Lu again. If she did, he would devour her whole. Chen Lu rested her legs on his lap, placed the laptop on her knees, and casually alternated between working and relieving stress. Life was good. Are you going to work part-time during the National Day holiday? He asked, glancing at the calendar. With her legs pinned, Liang Jiro had to lie back on the couch. She lifted her head and thought for a moment. A few days, yes. I noticed Auntie can take care of herself now. I was planning to take you on a trip, Chen Lu said regretfully. He had always seen his parents enjoying their time as a couple. Now that he had a girlfriend, he wanted to show her off too. Better to travel young, no need to wait until they had kids to start exploring the world like his parents did. And he definitely was not going to leave the kids at home. Not a good idea, not at all. Maybe he was thinking too far ahead. Just as he pulled himself back to reality, he noticed Liang Jiro eyeing him suspiciously. She said seriously, you are going to tell me there are no rooms with 2 beds and then trick me into sleeping with you in one bed, right? Did Lin Miao Miao teach you that? Chen Lu blurted out, silently cursing, Lin Miao Miao, are you insane? I only have a few tricks, and now they are all exposed. Serves her right to stay single forever. Liang Jiro shook her head. She did not teach me. I figured it out myself after falling for your tricks too many times. Ahem. Chen Lu barely managed to compose himself. Nonsense. I am not that shameless. She poked him in the stomach with her toe, expression exasperated. Can you, at least take your hand off my leg before you say things like that? Stop moving. Be still, Chen Lu said seriously. At first, Liang Jiro found it odd, but then she sensed something was off and instantly froze. I think you are getting more and more shameless, she said, turning her eyes to the side, looking as though she had just been bullied. I told you before, did I not? All guys are like this. I cannot help it. Chen Lu sighed deeply as he spoke. It gets really uncomfortable after a while, you know? Upon hearing this, Liang Jiro suddenly felt embarrassed and tried to pull her legs back, only for Chen Lu to hold them firmly in place. You really enjoy the pain and pleasure combo? She asked, both helpless and slightly sympathetic. After all, he had said he was suffering. I just enjoy the pleasure, Chen-lu said honestly. Jiro, how about we become sworn siblings? Then we can make Chen-mo call me big brother, call you second brother, and she can be our third brother. The girl immediately understood the mockery in his tone and could not help but give him a light kick in the stomach. Chen-lu let out a hiss, not daring to continue his nonsense. Things were progressing well enough, he could even touch her legs, and that was already a victory. Liang Jiro knew Chen-lu only liked to joke, but she still felt a bit conflicted inside. I am going to take a nap. I still have a class this afternoon. After speaking, she pulled her legs free, poured a glass of water for Chen-lu, and slowly walked toward her room. Watching her retreating figure, Chen-lu could not help but laugh softly. Want to nap together? No napping together. She quickly ducked behind the door but poked her head out before closing it. Make sure you drink the water, it will help with your chapped lips. All right. After closing the door, the girl leaned back against it and let out a long sigh. She covered her slightly warm cheeks with both hands, full of exasperation at herself. Chen-lu's words were like a devil's whisper, constantly luring her in. She liked him so much, how could she not want to cuddle up and sleep beside him? When she had a fever and lost her composure, she had clung to him and refused to let go. That was proof enough. But that was too dangerous. If Chen-lu really made a move, she knew she would never be able to say no. No matter how far he went, she would probably let him. What if? No. There must never be a what if. Snapping out of it, she shook her head forcefully, cutting off her thoughts. Liang Jiro, you must hold the line. Even if you cannot wait for an engagement, you should at least hang on until your mother is fully recovered and able to care for herself. She shuffled to the bed and flopped onto it. After a few seconds, she rolled over and opened Baidu to search strange questions. She had no idea that water boils at 100 degrees, and people die at 100 degrees too, but she still searched on. Just as Lin Miaomio had warned her during one of her wild rants, in reality, there is no absolutely safe method. In the living room, Chen-lu had no idea that what he thought was a joke had already triggered a whole internal drama in Liang Jiro's head. He continued working, and after half an hour, stretched and prepared to go nap himself. Just as he stood up, his phone rang. It was Wang Xiaoxia calling. Chen-lu figured his mom had just finished bragging to her relatives, and this was a follow-up call to compliment him. Hello, Mom. Wang Xiaoxia's gentle voice came through the phone. I'm at your apartment complex. Which unit is your rental again? Any trace of sleepiness vanished from Chen-lu's mind. He glanced around. Liang Jiro's t-shirt was still hanging on the balcony. Hello? Why are you not speaking? Wang Xiaoxia asked again. Building 1. No elevator. I'll come open the door. He hung up and plopped down on the sofa. Today, trending for game development. Tomorrow, trending again for getting his leg broken by his mom for cohabitating with a girl. He looked around one last time, realizing that in the short time available, there was no way to erase the evidence of his crime. All he could do was make a symbolic gesture, hiding what little he could. A moment later, Wang Xiaoxia called again. This does not make sense. The one who opened the door in Building 1 was an old lady, she said, exasperated. Did I say Building 2? I meant Building 2, Chen-lu replied in an innocent tone. You said Building 1, Chen-lu chuckled. Then I must have misspoken. I'll come down and get you. Of course, he had said the wrong building on purpose. But even with the extra time, all it had done was make it clear how doomed he really was. No point resisting anymore. Several minutes later, Wang Xiaoxia arrived for her inspection. The moment she walked in, her eyes scanned the entire apartment, laser-focused on cleanliness. But the scene before her did not match her expectations at all. Yes, Chen-lu was a fairly neat person, but this place was immaculate, unnaturally so. Her son? Keeping such a clean home? She would sooner believe it if Chen Guanglin told her he was from another planet. Mom, what's in that big bag you're carrying? Chen-lu handed her the glass of water Liang Jiro had poured for him, acting curious. Wang Xiaoxia set the bag on the coffee table and slowly sat down. These are fruits your grandpa grew for you. And listen, do you remember your second aunt? She visited us before. Chen-lu thought for a moment and immediately recalled the expressionless young man who had sat next to that middle-aged woman. A university student who still could not freely use a phone, poor soul. I remember. He nodded slightly. She heard about your success with game development and came to ask if you could give her son a job at your company. Apparently, the kid can't fit in at school and took a leave of absence. Wang Xiaoxia took a sip of water and continued. I gave her a vague answer. Your dad and I do not understand your company's business, so we won't create trouble for you. Chen-lu curled his lips. I figured. Her son's already been ruined by her parenting. Wang Xiaoxiao agreed, too obedient. Sure, I made my own mistakes raising you, but I believe kids need a little wildness. If they can't even take risks at home, how will they succeed out in the world? Are you being serious right now? Chen Lu asked, quietly hiding his trembling right hand behind his back. Of course. Just as she finished speaking, the bedroom door slowly creaked open. A girl stepped out, hair a little messy, dressed in sleepwear. I dreamed I was suddenly on the moon. But I was all alone, she said, pitifully whining like a child. Clearly still half asleep, she rubbed her tired eyes, voice groggy and low. She looked up and saw Chen Lu and a frozen-in-place Wang Xiaoxia. Her entire body stiffened on the spot. Yes, the moon sounds good. She would very much like to go there now. Immediately. Compared to the completely stunned Liang Zhiro and Wang Xiaoxia, Chen Lu appeared relatively calm. He had deliberately not warned Liang Zhiro in advance. After all, if they had tried to act natural and ended up getting caught, the situation could have taken on a very different meaning in Wang Xiaoxia's eyes. Letting Liang Zhiro come out of the room like that proved he, as a gentleman, had not done anything inappropriate. He had not tricked a girl into sharing his bed under false pretenses. At least, not yet. Mom, you just said yourself that a kid should be a bit daring, please do not go back on your word now. Chen Lu silently pleaded in his heart. Liang Zhiro froze for a few seconds, then took a step back, lowered her head, and said softly, "Hello, Auntie." Chen Lu could tell that this silly girl's first instinct had definitely been to run back into the room like an ostrich. Damn, so she only acts confident around me? In front of others, she is still a stammering fool. His chest tightened. This silly girl could not even speak properly in front of others, but with him, she flirted like a pro. Fuck. Getting toyed around by such a clumsy girl, what a disgrace. Wang Xiaoxia's first reaction after snapping out of it was to glance at Chen Lu. Her eyes were calm, but that gaze alone sent chills down his spine. Then she turned to Liang Zhiro, smiling gently. Zhiro is here. Are you and Xiaolu living together? No wonder the place was so clean. Everything suddenly made sense. No, we are not in the same room. Liang Zhiro hurried to explain, her voice shaky with nerves. She does not have a dorm room. When she has class in the afternoon, she has nowhere to go, so I invited her here to nap. She still goes home at night, Chen Lu quickly added. That silly girl's wording had too much potential for misunderstanding. If he did not clarify, he might not live to see tomorrow. Only then did Wang Xiaoxia seem to relax a little, nodding slowly. She knew her son was crafty, and Zhiro was a gullible girl. She had long worried Chen Lu might pull something sneaky. Thankfully, he had not landed her with a surprise pregnancy or anything of that magnitude. She was getting too old for that kind of shock. It was just a nap, and not even in the same room. The child had grown up. She could not hit him anymore. She had to hold back. Seeing his mother's reaction, Chen Lu finally let go of the breath he had been holding. At least Wang Xiaoxia had not broken his legs on the spot. People always preferred compromises. If he had told her outright that he wanted Liang Zhiro to move in, she would have made him experience what discipline really meant. But if she misunderstood that they were living together and then found out it was just napping separately, she would most likely accept it. Come sit, Auntie was just thinking about you, Wang Xiaoxia said with a warm smile. Liang Zhiro sat down beside her shyly, head lowered, unable to speak. She felt like a cabbage secretly seducing someone else's pig, deeply guilty. Just half an hour ago, she had been cuddling and kissing Chen Lu on that very sofa. The thought alone made her cheeks flush deeper. She gripped her shirt hem tightly, and even her pink toes curled up inside her slippers. She was not the only one feeling awkward. Wang Xiaoxia was also feeling off, to the point she almost wished she had not come. No, wait. Her damned son was clearly trying to lure an innocent girl. She had come to administer justice. Realizing this, she smiled and gently took Liang Zhiro's hand, asking softly, Xiaolu has not been bullying you, has he? If he ever makes you upset, tell Auntie, I will help you beat him up. Liang Zhiro did not quite grasp what that meant, so she remained silent. Chen Lu, who had previously looked composed, suddenly panicked. Say something. You were so bold with me, now you freeze up? If you do not speak, your boyfriend is doomed. You will be a widow before you even marry. Perhaps sensing his silent desperation, the girl finally replied, dazedly, no. Hearing that, Chen Lu collapsed into the sofa, letting out a breath as if his soul had just returned to his body. In truth, Liang Zhiro had changed significantly in the past 6 months, but why did it feel like her evolution had gone in the wrong direction? Her social skills had barely improved, from a 30 to a 50 out of 100, still below passing, but her flirting skills had skyrocketed to 90. Liang Zhiro, your strengths are very unbalanced. Everyone settled down a bit, chatted casually for a while, and the redness on Liang Jiro's cheeks finally began to fade. It is nice that you come here at noon, Jiro. Summer is so hot and the days are long. Staying at school with nowhere to nap must be exhausting, Wang Xiaxia said tenderly. She dared not imagine how this child used to get through her days. That is why I considered that when I chose this apartment. Your son is smart, right? Chen Lu chimed in. He immediately got a glare from his mother and dared not say more. He was still a suspect in the case of abducting a good girl. Tomorrow my office is closed, and Xiaomo will be back too. Jiro, why do you not come to our place for dinner? Wang Xiaxia suddenly said. Chen Lu blinked. And me? Are you not going to ask whether I'm invited too? Chen Lu? Liang Jiro asked in a trembling voice. Wang Xiaxia could not help but laugh. She had no idea how her son had managed to find such an adorable girlfriend. Of course, he's coming too. The girl bit her lip and finally nodded shyly. Since Wang Xiaxia had not planned to stay long, she said a few more words and got up to leave. Liang Jiro wanted to walk her out, but Wang Xiaxia declined with a smile. Before leaving, she gave Chen Lu a meaningful look. He dared not read too much into it. Even with the air conditioning on, a bead of cold sweat slid down his cheek. The living room fell silent again, the only sound being the low hum of the AC. As she sat on the couch, Liang Jiro suddenly collapsed onto it, burying her face in a pillow, motionless. I do not want to live anymore, she muttered, kicking her long, delicate legs twice in frustration. Chen Lu could not help but smirk. Look at you. It was just a nap, and not even in the same room. You did nothing wrong. A clear conscience fears no shadow. She definitely won't believe that, Liang Jiro said, lacking all confidence. She felt more and more like a bad girl. Just recently, she had even stayed the night here. That is not out of the question. Chen Lu crawled over, braced himself above her, and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Since she already suspects us, why not just sleep in the same room for real? Chen Lu, such an upright gentleman, how could he be slandered for nothing? If people were going to suspect him whether or not something actually happened, he might as well just go ahead and commit the crime. If someone accuses you of having nuclear weapons, you had better actually have them. Likewise, if they call you a pervert, it is best to actually be one. Otherwise, would it not be a total loss to be wrongly accused? Liang Jiro remained completely motionless like an ostrich, completely immune to his coaxing. Chen Lu kissed her on the earlobe, then took the peaches Wang Xiaoxia had brought and went to wash them in the kitchen. A while later, Liang Jiro was brushing her long hair, getting ready to head back to school for class. Chen Lu lay sprawled on the sofa, gnawing on a peach and scrolling through his phone. The weather today was nice, the clouds height perfect for slacking off. He still remembered how, just after graduating, he had felt a vague sense of loss and nostalgia for being in class. Now he just thought, past him was an idiot. Not having to go to class every day was amazing. As he scrolled, he suddenly saw Liang Jiro's name appear again on the campus confession forum. Someone had made a post asking who his girlfriend was, since he had publicly acknowledged her during the speech. Beneath it were a few freshly posted comments. Our accounting department's ice-cold goddess, Liang Jiro. I have never seen a girl that pretty in my life. Too bad the flower already has an owner. Can someone piss on the guy above to wake him up? You probably cannot even get a word in with her. She never even talks to classmates. I am in her class. Only one girl in the entire class has her WeChat. Ice cold. Chen Lu looked up at Liang Jiro brushing her hair and almost burst out laughing. Ice cold goddess, ha. Hilarious. She was not an ice cold goddess, just an extremely socially anxious little dummy. These days, even social anxiety was being mistaken for aloof elegance. Come over here, let me hold you, Chen Lu said. Okay. Liang Jiro obediently came over and nestled into his arms, letting him hold her. Shall I get you some water? If you keep peeling your lips when they're chapped, they'll start bleeding. I do not want to move. Feed me. All right. Liang Jiro quickly brought over the warm water she had prepared. Feeding him was a small matter, so long as he drank it. Chen Lu sat up straight and opened his mouth while she held the glass to his lips. For some reason, teasing this silly girl after seeing her labeled a cold goddess made Chen Lu even happier. Why is my name on here? Liang Jiro asked curiously, catching a glimpse of the screen. Just some people talking nonsense. Ignore it, Chen Lu replied after taking a few sips. He pushed the glass away. Plain water was just too boring to drink. He found it amusing and teased her. They are calling you an ice-cold goddess. If only they knew you were just a ball of social anxiety. This looks-obsessed world was so dull. Chen Lu wanted to grab a megaphone and tell the world, compared to the other wonderful things about his girlfriend, her looks barely mattered. The sad thing was, before Liang Jiro even had the thought to dress herself up, nobody cared about her other qualities. Even when she was mocked, no one stood up for her. It was pitiful. "I am your girlfriend," Liang Jiro muttered, finding those random labels meaningless. They did not sound half as nice as Chanlu's girlfriend. She pouted, clearly dissatisfied. "And I am not ice cold or socially anxious." Chanlu chuckled. "Not bad. You have learned to argue. Your master is proud. Although, who was that just now who could not get a word out in front of my mom?" Liang Jiro bumped him on the head with her own, then headed off to class. In the afternoon, Lin Miaomio slouched beside her, already assuming a sleeping position before class even started. She was only slightly more serious than Jiang Chao. She never failed a course, but she still napped in class as a matter of principle. "You seem distracted," Lin Miaomio yawned. She rarely saw Liang Jiro fidgeting during class. This girl usually sat like a statue. Liang Jiro sighed and told her everything about Wang Xiaoxia's surprise visit at noon. So dramatic? Lin Miaomiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had always believed this couple's life was more entertaining than any TV show. "I was so embarrassed I wanted to die." Liang Jiro looked pitiful. "Do you think Auntie thinks I am indecent?" Lin Miaomiao thought for a moment, then said seriously, "If I were her, I would probably be hoping Chenlu seals the deal ASAP. You cannot let a swan like that fly away." Liang Jiro. Midway through class, Lin Miaomio suddenly burst into laughter. As everyone turned to stare, she calmly cleared her throat with a deadpan face. Then, as if nothing had happened, she looked innocently back at anyone who dared glance her way. She really was a social outlaw. Her mental fortitude was absurd. Once everyone's attention had moved on, she slumped onto the desk and started laughing again. "What is going on with you?" Liang Jiro was confused. Just a moment ago she had been wondering if Chenlu had drunk enough water, when Lin Miaomio had suddenly startled her. Lin Miaomio had just spent a few seconds recalling the most mortifying experiences of her life, and she still almost laughed out loud. She handed her phone over while holding her stomach, saying nothing. Liang Jiro took it, blinking at the screen, and immediately her entire face turned bright red, all the way to her ears. Her breath quickened. On the screen was the same forum post she had seen at noon, but now with a new, highlighted reply. "Chenlu, haha. You all have a lot to say, huh? Just now my girlfriend kissed me so hard I passed out. Only just came to. Thanks for all the compliments. I think my girlfriend is alright, just a tiny bit prettier than most girls." No wonder people in class had been looking at her so strangely. Like Lin Miaomio, she buried her face in her arms on the desk. Her burning cheeks made her wish she could vanish from the face of the earth. While Liang Jiro was begging Lin Miaomio to help her get the post deleted, Chenlu was busy with his own mission. Indeed, Master Chen was once again losing the battle in his war to boil the frog slowly. He had reported the air conditioner broken again. As the technician arrived, Chenlu greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Sir, what do you do for work?" The old repairman clearly had no idea Chenlu was making a joke. He blinked, confused, then asked, "What is wrong with your air conditioner?" "There is nothing wrong with it." "Then why did you call me?" "I want you to make it broken." "There is something wrong with you." The technician looked stunned. He had never heard such a request in his life. Chenlu pointed toward his room. "Just mess it up a little. I will pay you." Then, after a pause, he added, "Wait, please do not call the police. Let me explain." In the evening, dazzling sunset clouds stretched across the sky. In the old residential compound, many children who had just finished school gathered, laughing and playing noisily. There were more elderly people and kids around. After living there a while, people recognized each other and greeted one another. It was full of everyday warmth. That was one of the charms of an old neighborhood. After class, Liang Jiro bought a lot of groceries. She planned to cook dinner for Chenlu before going home. Just as she was about to enter the building, a middle-aged woman with permed hair approached her. "You're Xiaolu's girlfriend, right? So pretty." Startled, Liang Jiro replied, "Hello, auntie. Here, take this bag of peaches. I just bought a bunch at the market. I still have some at home. Xiaolu helped me carry rice before. I can't let him do it for nothing. Look at you, child. If you don't take them, I'll be upset. Be good." "Okay." Having been forced to accept the unexpected gift, Liang Jiro entered the apartment and saw Chenlu sitting on the sofa looking smug. She puffed up her cheeks in frustration and pouted. Well, who's this?" Chenlu asked in a deliberately exaggerated tone. The comment he had posted earlier still made Liang Jiro burn with embarrassment. She walked up to him, grabbed his shoulder, and bumped her forehead against his chest. "You're only tough at home, huh?" Chenlu cried out in mock agony and chased after her to tickle her. He had thought she was going to kiss him. This silly girl really only dared to mess with him. She was getting too cheeky. Liang Jiro could not escape and ended up caught in Chen Lu's tight embrace. She looked up at him with a pitiful expression, pouting, "You can't bully me." This silly girl was getting better at acting cute. It struck Chen Lu right in the heart. He refused to accept defeat. She had already freeloaded off his body before, and now she wanted to hit him and get away with it? He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, breathing in the soft fragrance of her hair, and whispered, "Give me one reason to let you go." Her tummy was so soft, he gave it a squeeze. "Because of the comment you posted this afternoon, I got mocked by Meow Meow all the way out of campus." Liang Jiro looked truly wronged. This is revenge. Chen Lu was unbothered. "Dock her pay. She makes 10,000 a month now." He leaned closer to her ear and teased, "Here, I'll teach you. Dock her 648 yuan at a time. She'll cry just hearing that number. She doesn't work for me. You're the boss's wife. I am not." Liang Jiro was completely exasperated. This guy found every possible way to take advantage of her. There was no defense against it. "Now all my classmates look at me funny. I figured you didn't like being the topic of gossip, so I stepped in." What, was I supposed to shout, "Stop gossiping"? Of course I had to be subtle. Liang Jiro blinked slowly, dazed. After thinking it through, she finally understood what he meant. She pursed her lips and felt the urge to kiss him. Chen Lu, however, was busy worrying about the progress of their second game and had no time to tease her further. He plopped down on the sofa, leaving Liang Jiro to daydream. "Why did you bring back another bag of peaches?" "My mom already brought so many," Chen Lu asked, seeing the bag filled with nectarines. His eyes, initially curious, dimmed instantly. He pouted in dismay. "What are you two doing, raising monkeys or something?" They were all soft peaches too, not the delicious, crisp, sweet kind. "I didn't buy them," Liang Jiro said seriously as she put the groceries into the fridge. Chen Lu was intrigued. "What, someone thought you were pretty and gave them to you?" "An auntie gave them to me." Liang Jiro reached up and twirled a strand of her hair. She had a perm. She thought hard but could not place the woman. This whole situation, where others recognized her but she could not recognize them, made her want to die from embarrassment. "Oh," Chen Lu pointed to the floor, "must be the auntie downstairs. Her daughter's a counselor at our school, I think in your accounting department." Liang Jiro looked at him as if she had seen a ghost. "How do you know everything?" "Just from chatting. We run into each other all the time, it would be rude not to talk. Besides, this is a residential area near a university. There's no harm in knowing a few more people. The more people you know, the easier it is to eventually find someone with mutual connections. That's how networking works." The real reason, though, was that he hated letting conversations die. If the other person ended it with a simple "oh," fine. But he could never be the one to just say "oh" and stop talking. The upside was that people found him polite. The downside was that if he ran into a chatterbox, he would never escape. Liang Jiro did not quite get it, but it sounded impressive. She gave Chen Lu a quick kiss on the cheek and then ran off to the kitchen to cook dinner. After dinner, it was just past 6, and the sky had not yet darkened. Liang Jiro was in no hurry to go home. Chen Lu finished washing the dishes and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, resting. Now that the studio had gained some attention and the second game had begun to take shape, it was time to start considering guerrilla marketing strategies. Seeing that Chen Lu was deep in thought, Liang Jiro did not disturb him. She sat quietly to the side, focused on her drawing. At first, she had only picked it up as a hobby, but after Lin Miao Miao mentioned that it could be a lucrative skill if done well, she became even more motivated to learn. Liang Jiro still felt that finding a hobby might not suit her, and becoming a pampered little rich lady kept by Chen Lu did not suit her either. Though she had come to recognize that she was perhaps a bit dim compared to Chen Lu, she had not given up on the dream of one day being the one to keep him. Miao Miao said I should create an account on C-Site and post my drawings. She said it would help attract traffic. Liang Jiro rested her chin in her hands as she spoke. Apparently it would make it easier to earn money later on. Chen Lu opened his eyes and looked at her. "You might not feel it now, but once you start relying on drawing to make money, it will become a form of torture. Take me, for example, I used to love playing games. But now that I make them, I barely want to play anymore. It was like setting your favorite song as your alarm." Chen Lu had once thought using his favorite song would motivate him to jump out of bed at dawn. In the end, he still slept in, and he grew to hate that song. Never underestimate human laziness. The moment it mixes with the urge to slack off, a hobby ceases to be a hobby and becomes endless suffering. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he grinned. "If our kid ends up addicted to video games, I'll help cure it just like that." Liang Jiro froze, then scolded him softly, "Shameless. I only mentioned the kid, not the process of making the kid." Chen Lu shrugged, acting innocent. Right now, the farthest I've gotten is hiking and touching legs. The fact that you think I'm shameless means you're the one with impure thoughts, Miss Liang Jiro. Knowing she could not outtalk him, Liang Jiro pouted and flopped onto her arms, choosing to ignore his twisted logic. This man thought of wicked things every day and then had the nerve to say she was the one with dangerous thoughts. Unbelievable. She had just been thinking about names for their future child, not that. By the way, should I help you get in touch with a top artist to teach you? Chen Lu asked seriously. Now that he was in the game development circle, finding a skilled illustrator was easy. No need. Meow Meow is already amazing. Until I catch up to her, learning from her is enough, Liang Jiro replied quickly, completely forgetting that she was supposed to be giving Chen Lu the silent treatment. Half a year had passed, and she still had not succeeded in completing the Ignore Chen Lu challenge. She had not even lasted 10 seconds. Chen Lu smirked. Clearly, Liang Jiro had her own plans and did not need him to worry. So should I go ahead and make the account? She asked. If you want to try, go for it. I thought you would not agree, Liang Jiro said in a small voice, remembering his earlier analysis. I was just laying out the pros and cons for you. Chen Lu gave her a gentle smile. Whatever you decide, I'll support you unconditionally. Liang Jiro's clear eyes blinked, then shyly turned away. Even so, Chen Lu could tell from her expression she was smiling to herself. Ha! This silly girl was even acting coy now. The next day, the first day of the National Day holiday. Early in the morning, Chen Lu went to pick up Liang Jiro at the entrance of his apartment building. Just as he was about to unlock the door, Liang Jiro suddenly grabbed his hand. What is it? Chen Lu asked, puzzled. I am not mentally prepared yet. Liang Jiro took a couple of deep breaths. She had just barely stopped feeling nervous around Chen Lu's parents, but after being caught in the act by Wang Xiaoxia, the anxiety returned. And this time, it was even worse. Chen Lu gently squeezed her soft hand. I know a way to make you less nervous. What is it? Liang Jiro turned to him eagerly, like someone grabbing at a lifeline. Chen Lu leaned in close and whispered, I'll teach you. As soon as you walk in, just call her mom. That way she'll be the one who gets nervous. Liang Jiro pursed her lips slightly and said nothing, lifting her eyes to look at him with a grievance in her expression, as if to say, do you even hear yourself? Chen Lu's lips curved into a slight smile. This silly girl knew she could not out-argue him, so now she had learned to silently shame his conscience with a single look. No good, he needed to figure out a way to erase that so-called conscience altogether. It was getting in the way. Thanks to Chen Lu's light teasing, Liang Jiro's attention really was diverted, and her nervousness eased a little. The two of them lingered at the door for a good 3 or 4 minutes. Once Liang Jiro was mentally prepared, Chen Lu finally pulled out the key and opened the door. Feeling a little embarrassed for making Chen Lu stand there so long, Liang Jiro was suddenly touched when she saw how utterly unconcerned he looked. Mom, I brought your daughter-in-law home, Chen Lu shouted the moment they stepped inside. Liang Jiro froze on the spot. Great. So much for all that mental preparation. Give me back that warm feeling I just had. Hearing the noise, Wang Xiaoxia emerged from the bedroom. She seemed to be in the middle of a phone call. Jiro, you came early. Have a seat. Auntie's dealing with work, she said, gesturing toward the sofa before returning the phone to her ear. What? That noise? Oh, my son brought his girlfriend home. Now, about that report, halfway through her sentence, she suddenly stopped again. Your eldest still hasn't found a girlfriend, has he? Well, he better hurry. Times have changed, it gets harder the older you get. Look at Li Jie's son, he's getting married in a few days. She just stays at home waiting to become a grandma. As she chatted, Wang Xiaoxia walked back into the bedroom. Chen Lu gave his mother an exasperated look, then took Liang Jiro by the hand and guided her to the sofa. He finally understood Wang Xiaoxia had decided to return all the bragging her co-workers had thrown at her over the years. These women with iron rice bowls did not compare houses or cars anymore. They competed to see who became a grandmother first. Truly fascinating. For years, his mom had been tormented by anxiety peddled by her co-workers. Now, she had become their source of anxiety. Ah, how the tables turn. Just as they sat down, Chen Lu noticed Liang Jiro kept glancing sideways. He followed her gaze and saw Chen Mo lying flat on the couch with a book covering her face. Liang Jiro probably thought she was sleeping and did not dare to greet her. Chen Lu, on the other hand, had zero reservations and mocked her on the spot. In all my years, I never imagined seeing you reading at home. What a miracle. Chen Mo slowly sat up like a zombie rising from the grave, the dark circles under her eyes as thick as a panda's. I have no choice. The college entrance exams are coming. Forget the books. I'll take you shopping. Buy whatever you want. Chen Lu flung a bank card onto the table with a dramatic wave of his hand. All right. Chen Mo's eyes immediately lit up. But just as her fingers were about to touch the card, Chen Lu pulled it back and smiled. Kidding. Don't trust people so easily. Consider this a life lesson from your big brother. You're welcome. Chen Mo gritted her teeth in fury and immediately threw herself into Liang Jiro's arms. Sister-in-law, look at him. Liang Jiro had long gotten used to Chen Mo calling her that. She said nothing, simply raised her hands to gently massage Chen Mo's eyes, her movements and expression both exceedingly tender. Now it was Chen Lu's turn to grit his teeth. Never in his life had he wanted to be an only child more than he did right now. He should find a chance to sell this freeloading little sister. He would even pay someone to take her. After 2 minutes, Chen Lu could not stand it anymore. Hey, don't you feel guilty? Your sister-in-law has hands too, you know. They get tired. Chen Mo thought he had a point, so she sat up, laughing. My turn. Chen Lu scooted over toward Liang Jiro. Chen Mo blinked and shouted in outrage, are you even human? As the siblings bickered, Wang Xiaoxia finished her call and came out. Seeing the toothy grins of Chen Lu and Chen Mo, and the overwhelmed expression on Liang Jiro's face, she felt her blood pressure spike. She took a deep breath. You two are adults now and still act like this. You've been here so long and neither of you even thought to pour Jiro a glass of water. Chen Lu was indignant. Mom, your son is bleeding from the heart here. If you keep this up, I'm running away from home. Each of the 4 family members had their own porcelain mug at home, cartoon printed, no less. Now, Wang Xiaoxia had bought a new one for Liang Jiro. As she poured water for her, she said, fine, it's settled. If he runs away, I'm going too. Chen Mo added, fanning the flames. She figured the 2 of them together had to weigh more than one sister-in-law. Wang Xiaoxia snorted and exclaimed, oh, double blessings. Amused by the atmosphere, Liang Jiro smiled softly. Unlike before, when she had felt like she did not quite belong, now she truly felt like a piece of this warm and complete picture. Her nose tingled. This family had accepted her so deeply. Compared to the happiness she had now, all the hardships she had been through were worth it. She was glad she had held on. Wang Xiaoxia gently patted Liang Jiro on the head and said softly, later, Xiao Lu and I will go pick up your mom so we can all have dinner together. Liang Jiro opened her mouth slightly. Just as she hesitated over what to say, Chen Lu stepped in. I already asked before we came. Aunt Xiao's mobility is still limited, but she said to invite you over whenever you're free. The girl glanced secretly at Chen Lu. It seemed that no matter the situation, he always made sure she was not put on the spot. Except when he was teasing her. All right, Wang Xiaoxia nodded and did not ask further. It was just after 9 a.m., still a while before lunchtime. Chen Mo, having chatted for a bit, grew restless and loudly suggested, let's go shopping. Seeing that Chen Lu did not respond, she cleverly turned to Liang Jiro for help. Anyone could see that her brother's instruction manual was in the hands of her sister-in-law. Liang Jiro was not good at refusing people. After being asked a couple of times, she nodded in agreement. A little while later, Chen Mo darted out of the room fully changed. Like Liang Jiro today, she wore a t-shirt and fitted jeans. But unlike the gentle and graceful-looking Jiro, Chen Mo looked vibrant and full of energy. You really are what you wear. Why are you dressed so casually today? Chen Lu asked. Obviously, because even if I get all dolled up, I still can't beat my sister-in-law's natural beauty. Better to keep it low-key than risk people noticing the gap. If you don't try, you can at least pretend you're just one step behind. But if you actually try and still fall short, what then?
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.